Chapter 1. Everyone awakens their planet. But I got a coffin? Awake signifies something that your teachers must have already told you about. Congratulations to all of you who have successfully awakened high-grade planets during the planet awakening. On the playground of Jinling No. 1 Middle School, an instructor was addressing a group of students whose faces were brimming with youthful energy. Just as his voice faded, suddenly, congratulations to Xianxia from No. 3 Middle School for successfully awakening a high-grade planet with a diameter of 50 kilometers. A notification sounded from the circular time-space ships flying in the air. When the announcement rang out, there was an instant clamor below. Wow. A high-grade planet with a diameter of 50 kilometers, this is a genius. 50 kilometers, it seems to have set a new record for our Jinling city. Just kidding, Xianxia has always been hailed as the top genius of Jinling city, and this awakening is truly living up to expectations. How enviable. Once Xianxia successfully converts the energy and cultivates this high-grade planet, the combat power will be very terrifying. Maybe he can even convert it into spirit energy, thus creating countless powerful cultivators. Sigh, let alone a high-grade planet or cultivating cultivators. Even if I could awaken a mid-level planet, it would be good. Voices filled with envy kept coming. As these voices of envy rose, these students were all looking forward to their own upcoming awakenings, hoping to awaken high-grade planets. In the crowd, Xianxia listened to the notifications from the air with composure on his handsome face, without any ripple at all. Being a person who had traveled through dimensions, he had been here for a year already. He also understood the world roughly. This was an extremely strange world. People would undergo awakening when they turned 18. An awakening meant awakening a planet belonging to oneself, henceforth cultivating life and some extraordinary energies on one's own planet, establishing super civilizations, etc. It also means owning one's territory. One then becomes like a creator who can watch the development of one's planet through a god's eye view. For instance, some people create high-grade planets where spiritual energy is transformed within the planet, allowing its inhabitants to absorb this energy, gain immortality, and become cultivators. Some others create high-grade planets, transforming planetary energy into endless devilish essence, thus forging a demon army. Still others awaken advanced civilizations, through which, after development and energy transformation within the planet, countless cards appear that can amplify the planet, turning it into a trading hub. There are many such types of planets. This also symbolizes the strength and status of individuals after people awaken their planets. Xianxia also knew that the grade of the planet awakened was simple: high-grade planet, mid-grade planet, and low-grade planet. If one can awaken a high-grade planet, it represents that one will enter the ranks of geniuses, thereby becoming superior. A mid-grade planet is also quite good, though not as good as a high-grade civilization, but still a backbone force in this world. As for lower-class civilizations, relatively worse off, usually can only perform rather menial jobs. Aside from these three-tiered planetary classifications, the least favorable would be another kind. That is the wasteland planet. If those with lower-class civilizations can only do fairly menial work, then the wasteland planet might as well be doing sewer-like tasks. They even lack the right to visit other planets and can only go to other planets to work, losing the opportunity to climb higher and becoming true lower-class citizens. What decides the rank of the planet is its diameter, the size of which determines everything. Truly a step to heaven and a step to hell. Everything hinges on the day of awakening. As Xianxia was thinking, the instructor in front of the crowd opened his mouth deeply. It's about time. Follow me to the awakening chamber. The students, hearing this, followed the instructor closely behind. During this period, the instructor continued to explain some precautions during the awakening process. Not long after, everyone arrived at a vast square. The square seemed rather empty, except for the numerous small rooms under countless bronze ancient gates at the front. There were quite a number of these small rooms. Looking around, there were easily over 100. These were the awakening chambers. When you enter the resolution room later, press the red button on the wall, close your eyes, and you can begin the awakening process. And after you go in, star sources will surround you, completing your awakening depending on the star source. However, if you fail to awaken a planet before the star source is depleted, it means your awakening has failed, and you may leave. As the instructor's words faded, the students all underwent a change in expression, their faces growing even more tense and filled with anticipation. Even Xianxia took a deep breath as he gazed at the bronze ancient gates, which were about the size of a person. Heaven or hell, it all depended on the awakening that was about to come. Enter the awakening chamber. The instructor's voice sounded at this moment. Following this, the students one by one approached the bronze gates. Pressing the button on the gates caused them to open, and the students stepped into the bronze gates one after another. The space inside the bronze gates was not large, just enough for one person to stand. Xianxia noticed there was a red button on the wall, and above his head was a semi-circular light screen. The awakening begins. Right at that moment, the instructor's voice came from outside. As the voice faded, Xianxia nervously rubbed his hands before pressing the red button. The instant he pressed it, Xianxia closed his eyes. Immediately after, Xianxia felt as if a mist surrounded him. Xianxia knew this was the star source power the instructor had mentioned earlier. Star source power was extremely important, especially for a planet. It could greatly boost a planet's development. When the star source enveloped him, Xianxia felt his consciousness drift into a daze. Then he realized the scenery before him had changed drastically. It was a world shrouded in dark clouds. Behind the overcast sky, thunder roared and lightning flashed, followed by torrential rain cascading down. This should be the awakening space. Xianxia looked around, trying to estimate how large the awakened planet would be. If it had a large diameter, it would stretch endlessly in sight. But when Xianxia looked around, he froze in shock. What kind of nonsense is this? It almost feels like you could reach out your arms and touch the boundaries. And when Xianxia glanced down, he was utterly dumbfounded. On the ground below, there was nothing but a coffin covered in moss, brownish red in color. Did I awaken a coffin for my planet? Chapter 2. The Great Union of 100 Clans. Class 1. Shirley awakened a medium-grade planet, with a diameter of 34 kilometers. Class 1. Tianyu awakened a medium-grade planet, with a diameter of 29 kilometers. Class 2. Lu Hao awakened a low-grade planet, with a diameter of 18 kilometers. Inside the office at Jinling No. 1 Middle School, all the teachers and the principal gathered together. In front of them stood a huge holographic screen, on which lines of information were constantly refreshing. These refreshments also came with announcements echoing through the entire office. Listening to the continuous notifications, the faces of principal and his fellow teachers revealed expressions filled with smiles. It seems that our students from No. 1 Middle School are doing pretty well this time. Yes, so far, most of the awakened students have awakened planets of medium grade. The only pity is that no student has yet been able to awaken a high-grade planet. Just as they were discussing, suddenly, Class 1, xianxia awakened a high-grade planet, with a diameter of 48 kilometers. At the sound of this voice, every face lit up with an immense joy. Although they were teachers, they too were extremely nervous right now. After all, the awakening of these students represented their entire school. And now, there had appeared a student who had awakened a planet with a diameter of 48 kilometers, much to the delight of all the teachers. Indeed, xianxia has not let us down. As the most talented student in our school, though somewhat inferior to Lin Wui, she is still at a high civilization level. I imagine that by now the entire sky over Jinling City has echoed with the notification sound. Haha, we've given birth to a genius at No. 1 Middle School. A series of excited voices kept coming out. After all, if a planet's diameter exceeds 40 kilometers, it represents the successful awakening of a high-grade planet, a hallmark of genius. As for evaluating planets, naturally it relies on the diameter in kilometers. The watershed between advanced civilizations lies at 40 kilometers. Any awakened planet reaching a diameter of 40 kilometers means a high-grade planet has been awakened. From 20 to 40 kilometers belongs to a medium-grade planet, while under 20 kilometers falls into the category of low-grade planets. Amidst the continuously resounding cheers of the teachers inside the office, Principal Xianxia blinked, and although he wore a smile on his face, his eyes remained fixed on the large holographic screen as if searching for something. Subsequently, more notifications arrived. Several students managed to successfully awaken medium-grade planets. This made Xianxia nod in satisfaction. But then, Class 1, Xianxia awakened a low-grade planet, with a diameter of 2 meters. As the notification fell silent, an instant silence descended upon the entire office. All the teachers stared at the glaring words on the holographic screen, their eyes wide open. A diameter of 2 meters? Wow. Even after having seen many students awaken, none of them had ever witnessed such poor results. Either one awakens unsuccessfully or starts at several kilometers. But for the planet's diameter to merely be 2 meters, it was beyond what they had ever seen, or even heard. After the initial shock, a teacher frowned and spoke up. Is the announcement machine malfunctioning? How could someone awaken a planet of only 2 meters? Yeah, even if Xianxia's talent is average, this outcome doesn't seem right. One either awakens unsuccessfully or gets at least a kilometer, but what about this 2 meters? While the teachers were puzzled, the academic director suddenly coughed lightly. The moment the cough ended, the teachers immediately understood something, closed their mouths without a word, and each glanced sideways toward Xianfeng. At that very moment, they noticed Principal Xianfeng's expression grow somber, deeply somber. Seeing this, none dared say anything more, because they knew that Principal Xianfeng was none other than the uncle of Xianxiao, the young man who had just awakened a planet with a diameter of 2 meters. Though they didn't dare speak aloud, internally, each person had thoughts churning within them. After all, how peculiar it was that one's own uncle was the principal, but he himself was a waste. Although they woke up a planet, the 2-meter diameter planet wasn't any different from an unsuccessful awakening. It was simply better sounding when spoken aloud. Silence enveloped the whole office, broken only by the constant sounds of new notifications ringing out. At this time, Xianfeng took another deep look at the large holographic screen, then sighed and turned away from the office. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the awakening room, staring at the brown coffin beneath him, Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. My goodness, after waiting anxiously for so long, the result of his awakening was a mere coffin? This was way too harsh. Although his mind was full of frustration now, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, awakening could only occur once in a lifetime, and even though it was just a coffin this time, he had no choice but to accept it. Xianxia knew that awakening the planet was merely the first step, and according to records, there were instances where individuals whose initial awakenings resulted in low-grade planets later ascended to become geniuses through hard work and their planet's development. Facing the coffin before him, Xianxia understood that he would have to gradually nurture and grow its potential. The first step of awakening a planet was unlocking its essence and opening the gates of the planet. The second step involved cultivating the planet with a series of resources. These included star essence, which he used personally, as well as items for sale from other planets. By infusing external resources, one could catalyze changes within their own planet. For example, using star essence to enrich a planet's natural chi would make the planet's internal energy more potent. The third step was developing life within the planet. This step relied on the nurturing of step 2 to birth new forms of life, which then would further develop the planet itself. The fourth step was progression, which would require satisfying prior conditions alongside contributions from native inhabitants to achieve leaps forward for the planet. Xianxia was clear on these 4 steps and had done his homework before awakening. But now, since his awakening had resulted in just a coffin, while technically completing the first step, the question lingered. Could this coffin really be nurtured? What was the meaning of nurturing it? At the thought, a headache immediately set in. Not only was cultivating a planet resource-intensive, but a basic question remained. Was the coffin worth his efforts? This left Xianxia both troubled and hesitant. Could such a planet, after cultivation, truly bring development? On the other hand, if he chose not to cultivate it, it would signify giving up entirely. Thinking over this, Xianxia sighed deeply, feeling utterly helpless. Just as Xianxia's sigh faded, suddenly, ding, detected successful planet awakening by host. The Great Union of 100 Clans system has been successfully bound. Chapter 3, A Genius Classmate? What a waste. At the moment when the ethereal voice that suddenly rang in his mind fell silent, Xianxia had a feeling like wanting to cry. It's here. Finally, his golden finger has arrived. As a person who has crossed over, he is all too aware of what a system represents. This means, with the system as his golden finger, he now has the opportunity to change his fate and rise to prominence. However, what is this grand alliance of 100 races? At the moment, Xianxia began to inquire of the system. The system's response was swift. At the moment the host awakens, the system will automatically merge with the host's planet, thereby developing into the level of the grand alliance of 100 races. After the fusion, everything on the host's planet will change. Concise and clear, Xianxia understood everything. According to the system, this grand alliance of 100 races should be a planet gathered from countless races. Although not fully understanding the grand alliance of 100 races, at least the fact that everything on the planet can change is enough. At the moment, Xianxia refocused his attention on the planet. During this time, he also checked the attribute panel. Host, Planet Master Xianxia. Planet level, low. Planet name, none. Planet diameter, 2 meters. Planet species, none. Grand alliance of 100 races, undead. Looking at the attribute panel, Xianxia immediately frowned. What is this undead? Also, didn't they say the planet would undergo changes? Then why does the planet's diameter remain a mere 2 meters? Just as Xianxia was puzzled, suddenly, the coffin below started vibrating at this moment. After a series of vibrations, the coffin lid was directly thrown away by a powerful force. Subsequently, a figure slowly rose from the coffin. The figure gave an impression of being skeletal thin. One could see at a glance his shoulder-length white hair, and his whole body emanated a deathly aura, as if he were a dead man. Star-Lord. This person knelt down before Xianxia with one knee, his hoarse voice filled with respect. Xianxia looked at him, not knowing why, but feeling a sense of familiarity. Host, please note, Arthas is about to begin constructing the planet. At this very moment, the system voice sounded again. With the sound fading out, it was clearly seen that the undead in front of them, namely Arthas, stood up after performing a salute. Subsequently, he stood in place, constantly sketching some patterns on the ground with his hands, and accompanying his sketching, Arthas was incessantly chanting something. This process was quite quick. As Arthas finished his chanting, the patterns originally drawn on the ground began to emit beams of blue light. Next, amidst these glowing patterns, skeletons miraculously resurrected. And in just the blink of an eye, at least 5 or 6 skeletons appeared before their eyes. These skeletons also paid respect to Xianxia like Arthas did earlier. Upon seeing all this, a look of delight instantly appeared on Xianxia's face. It was precisely at this moment that he finally realized why the Arthas before him seemed familiar. This is none other than the legendary Lich King, the king of the undead. That is to say, with Arthas around, he himself would have an army of the undead. Thinking about this, Xianxia's smile grew even more pronounced. Suddenly, the system's prompt awakened Xianxia from his excitement. Host, please pay attention. Due to the small size of your planet, Arthas cannot summon more undead. It is recommended that you improve your planet's level as soon as possible. A bucket of cold water suddenly poured over him. Xianxia instantly froze. That's right. With only a diameter of 2 meters, how many undead could be summoned within such a limited space, even if Arthas could summon an army of the undead? Now, how to increase the size of the planet? Xianxia immediately started asking questions from the system. System. Because the Grand Alliance of 100 races has already merged with your planet, you can completely rely on star essence to enhance the size of your planet. Moreover, as you develop further, star essence will also be born within this planet. With these words, Xianxia instantly understood everything. In normal circumstances, star essence is used to enhance the environment within a planet, and to expand its size, numerous conditions must be met, along with the development of native inhabitants and the purchase of some special resources. But now, with the system, none of this needs to be worried about. The system can effectively promote the development of the original inhabitants of the planet, and what he needs is the star essence. Thinking of this, Xianxia could barely contain his eagerness. At this moment, it was imperative to obtain a star essence as soon as possible. Only then could Arthas summon more undead armies and thus accelerate the development of the planet. With that thought, Xianxia immediately exited the planet and returned to the awakening chamber once again. Looking at the walls around the awakening chamber, Xianxia adjusted his emotions, maintained a calm face, and opened the door of the awakening chamber. The instant the door of the awakening chamber opened, Xianxia saw quite a few students standing right ahead. And at that moment, those students also noticed Xianxia. In an instant, murmurs began to spread. Look, he's the one who awakened a 2-meter planet, Xianxia. Haha, it's enough to die laughing. The diameter of the awakened planet is only 2 meters. It would be better not to awaken anything. Exactly. This 2-meter planet is even worse than useless. TSK, who would have thought our school would produce such a disgrace? Should keep your voice down. His uncle is the principal. Humph. Only because his uncle is the principal. Otherwise, someone like him, a complete waste, would have been sent to work on another planet long ago. Although the voices were relatively low, after awakening the planet, Xianxia found his senses had improved, and he could easily hear their discussions. Without hesitation, Xianxia chose to ignore them. He had heard too many such comments in school. Xianxia planned to leave. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out again. It's Xianxia. Xianxia has emerged. Wow. The diameter of Xianxia's awakened planet reached 48 kilometers. I just heard the announcement as well. Truly deserving of being our Miss Yin. Not only beautiful, but also so talented. So enviable. As cries of astonishment continued to spread, Xianxia glanced toward the distance. There, he saw that icy beauty of a classmate, whose planet had awoken with a diameter of 48 kilometers, still maintaining a cold expression. While Xianxia was observing her, Xianxia seemed to notice his gaze, blinking her beautiful eyes and giving him a sideways glance. Seeing this, Xianxia grinned, waved his hand as a greeting. Though Xianxia was the school flower, she was also his seatmate. Chapter 4 Connections. The two looked at each other for a moment, but very soon Xianxia turned away her gaze. And all this was seen by many students, who without exception displayed looks of disdain on their faces. Really disgusting. How could such a slacker be sitting with the school beauty? It won't do. This matter must be reported to the teacher. Otherwise, the school beauty would also get dragged down. Though there isn't much time left till graduation, every time I think about him being the school beauty's deskmate, it's hard for me to accept. The others are still fine, but the crucial point is that Xianxia's awakened planet diameter is only 2 meters. This is completely our number one highest disgrace, while the school beauty is our school genius. The contrast is just too big. Although Xianxia had merely waved casually as though greeting classmates in a regular manner. To the other classmates, it made them quite unhappy. Xianxia was the school beauty, pretty, and also a genius. Who wouldn't want to sit with her? But her deskmate ended up being a slacker, which made the classmates feel jealous when they saw it. As the sounds around them continued, Xianxia at this moment remained extraordinarily calm. It was as if the people being discussed were not him. Even Xianxia from afar, upon seeing Xianxia's composed expression, revealed a flicker of surprise on her cold face. At this moment, Xianxia paid no heed to those gossiping people and went straight forward. He headed directly toward the principal's office. And the classmates who witnessed this became even more agitated. Shit, he really is using connections. And yet, he goes to find the principal like this. Humph, if it wasn't for the fact that the principal is his uncle, I would have beaten him up long ago. Ho ho, if his uncle weren't the principal, he wouldn't have been able to stay in our number one high school. As these voices rang out, Xianxia was already walking step by step towards the principal's office. The purpose of coming to see the principal was for star essence, because now he had nothing, and star essence was relatively expensive, so he could only choose to ask the principal for it. Knock knock. Arriving before the principal's office, Xianxia gently knocked on the door. Come in. Qin Feng's voice came from within the office. As the sound faded, Xianxia pushed open the office door and entered. Qin Feng immediately saw Xianxia walking in. The moment he caught sight of Xianxia, Qin Feng sighed right away, closed the door. Xianxia complied. Uncle, I've disappointed you. When the words fell, Qin Feng waved his hand. This isn't your fault. Awakening the planet indeed depends on one's talent. But I didn't expect that your talent would turn out to be so bad. Saying these words, he gestured for Xianxia to sit down. Qin Feng continued to speak. Currently, the diameter of your awakened planet is only 2 meters. What this means doesn't need any further explanation. However, you can rest assured that with me around, you don't need to worry about being sent to other planets to work. Although the diameter of Xianxia's awakened planet was only 2 meters, it was evident that Qin Feng cared deeply for Xianxia. Hearing these words, Xianxia expressed his thanks. Going to other planets to work generally meant people who had either not awakened any planet or had awakened low-level planets. And since Xianxia's awakened planet's diameter was only 2 meters, it was almost as good as not having awakened any planet at all. Xianxia knew that going to other planets to work was fraught with danger. Given the status involved, the planets he would go to were usually those where the inhabitants had awakened mid-level or even high-level planets. People who had awakened planets of such kinds enjoyed high status, and naturally did not care about the safety of someone who hadn't awakened any planet. Sometimes they might even be treated as slaves, captured and forced to fight in planetary wars. Therefore, Qin Feng saying this was enough proof that Qin Feng was very kind-hearted toward Xianxia, who had no awakened planet. Just as Xianxia was thinking about this, Qin Feng fixed his gaze and said gravely, after you've awakened your planet, I've had some thoughts about your future. You can either continue studying in school until graduation, or return home now to rest. I'll arrange a job for you. After Qin Feng finished speaking, Xianxia spoke up at this point. Uncle, I'd like to give it a try. Give it a try? Qin Feng suddenly paused. What do you mean? As Qin Feng's words died down, Xianxia immediately said, even though my awakened planet is only 2 meters in diameter, I still want to give it a try, to see if I can increase the diameter of the planet through my own postnatal efforts. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Qin Feng instantly fell silent. He stared at Xianxia for a long while, unsure of what to say. After a long silence, Qin Feng finally slowly opened his mouth. How do you plan to do it? Upon hearing Xianxia's words, without the slightest hesitation, he immediately spoke up. I would like to ask Uncle for a star essence to see if it can help bring about any changes to my planet. If the planet cannot be changed through this, I will do whatever you say, Uncle. But if the star essence does manage to bring about a series of changes to the planet, I wish to take the next steps on my own. As these words rang out, Qin Feng looked at Xianxia with an expression that carried a flicker of bewilderment. It was as though the person standing before him wasn't Xianxia, but someone else entirely. And unexpectedly, what Xianxia didn't foresee was how swiftly Qin Feng responded. No problem. I can give you the star essence right now. As Qin Feng spoke, he turned around straight away to fetch the star essence. Watching Qin Feng's back, Xianxia felt quite surprised. Logically, he himself was practically a waste, an individual who hadn't awakened a proper planet, and using star essence on him would only result in wastage. Yet his uncle had decisively handed over the star essence without hesitation. Just as Xianxia was feeling astonished, Qin Feng came to stand before him, carrying a transparent box. Go home and try it out. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to come and ask me anytime. After hearing this, Xianxia expressed his thanks, picked up the transparent box, and then left promptly. The moment Xianxia had just exited the office, an elderly man with a head full of white hair and glasses walked into the office. With his slightly murky gaze, he looked towards Qin Feng and slowly opened his mouth. You've grown soft-hearted once again. At this, Qin Feng only gave a carefree smile. For some unknown reason, in that instant, I felt as if my elder brother had returned. And I thought that what he said made sense too. Relying on resources post-awakening to alter a planet size has happened before. Although the chances are slim, it's still possible. Besides, he is the son of my elder brother. Hearing his words, the old man's face instantly crossed with a deep respect. Alas, who would have thought that their son would awaken a planet with only a 2-meter diameter? Chapter 5, The Undead Army. Leaving the school, he returned to his residence. Though he was an orphan, Xianxia was not housed in a shelter but lived in a basement instead. This basement was the only legacy left by his parents. Despite being underground, Xianxia had cleaned it immaculately. Upon returning with the star core, Xianxia immediately sat on the couch and entered the 2-meter-wide planet. He then placed the star core in the sky above him. In an instant, this star core radiated brilliantly like a sun, its purple light shining brightly across the land. Clearly visible under this light were the skeletons of creatures like Arthas, basking in the glow as if receiving superior nourishment, emitting comfortable moans. At this moment, Xianxia also noticed that the planet's sides, originally reachable with outstretched arms, began expanding bit by bit. Seeing this, Xianxia quickly gave orders to Arthas. Arthas, resurrect the undead army immediately. Without hesitation upon receiving the command, Arthas continued his previous actions, etching strange patterns on the ground and muttering incantations endlessly. As he chanted, undead creatures began to rise. With the expansion of the planet's diameter, these undead gained more standing room. The initial group of 5 or 6 undead quickly grew to over 10, 20, and continued to multiply rapidly. Witnessing this, Xianxia could not help but wear a broad smile. Everything truly matched what the system had said. To others, the star core facilitated the development of their planets. For his own, it increased the planet's diameter, which was precisely what he needed most at the moment. This meant that as long as he possessed enough star cores, he could make his planet expand indefinitely. Rejoicing, he checked his attributes again. Host, Planet Master Xianxia. Planet rank, low grade. Planet name, none. Planet diameter, 1 kilometer. Planet species, none for now. 100 races Grand Alliance race, undead. Xianxia was amazed to find that the planet's diameter had already reached 1 kilometer. Although a 1 kilometer diameter wasn't much and fell within the scope of a low-grade planet, it was vastly larger compared to the previous 2-meter diameter. At this moment, Xianxia observed that Arthas had ceased the summoning action. Behind him stood ranks of dense undead armies. Then Arthas approached Xianxia respectfully and reported, Master of Stars, all 100 undead have been fully resurrected. Upon hearing this, Xianxia questioned, why don't you continue resurrecting? After answering, Arthas continued, the energy on the planet has run out. If I want to continue the summoning, I need more energy. After hearing this, Xianxia nodded slightly, glancing over the undead army. He thought that while the number of these undead was significant, ultimately, in case of a large-scale battle, their combat strength would be too weak. They would merely serve as cannon fodder. Especially when facing higher-ranked planets, let alone powerful cultivators or magicians, even high-tech weaponry from advanced planets would be insurmountable. After all, a single weapon from an advanced planet, a two-dimensional foil, could annihilate these undead instantly. Although an undead army existed now, to explode into true combat power, they must rely on far more formidable undead creatures. Thinking along these lines, Xianxia turned to Arthas and asked, "When can you summon a more powerful undead army?" Arthas replied, "Replying to my master, to summon a stronger undead army requires a higher grade of energy, along with advancements on the planet itself. And I found that there is another force on this planet competing for the energy with me." These words made Xianxia realize immediately, energy. Energy is crucially important to any planet. Take the star core for instance. Lower grade and mid-grade planets are simply incapable of producing a star core. Even some advanced planets cannot produce them. Only certain specific planets, those awakening with advanced resources, have the potential to create star core energy. And once such planets emerge, either they will be fiercely contested among various parties or be regarded as highly prestigious entities. As for energy classification, it is divided into lower, middle, and upper grades. Lower energy includes thermal energy from the planet, some mineral deposits, water sources, etc. Mid-grade energy includes martial arts chi, spirit energy, gang energy, and so on. Higher energy includes spiritual chi, magic power, star core, soul force, and so on. Though Xianxia had some understanding of these energies, he thought for a long time and could not figure out what kind of energy his planet might produce. Even though it was a low-grade planet, he hadn't discovered any mineral deposits or water resources. Thus, there wasn't even a possibility of finding mid-grade or high-grade energies. All he saw before him at the moment was this undead army. Could it be that his planet would generate something like death energy? At the thought of this, Xianxia found himself chuckling, and with a shake of his head, he dismissed the idea. What exactly was death energy? He had never even heard of such a thing. Suddenly, Xianxia's gaze sharpened as he remembered the words Arthas had spoken earlier. "You said earlier that there was a force competing with you for energy?" Arthas nodded upon hearing this. "Yes, my Star Lord. If it weren't for this force showing up, I should have been able to summon another 50 undead warriors." As soon as Arthas finished speaking, Xianxia quickly turned to ask the system. "System, what's going on here? Why is someone else stealing the energy?" The system responded promptly after hearing his question. "System, host, don't forget this is the Grand Alliance of 100 races. The undead we currently have are merely one race among them. What Arthas described means that another race is awakening right now." With these words, everything became clear to Xianxia. That was right. How could the 100 Races Grand Alliance consist solely of the undead race? This other emerging race must have some connection to the Star Core. The Star Core's primary purpose was for developing the planet. Although the Star Core increased the planet's diameter in this case, its fundamental function remained intact. Additionally, because the system existed, it made sense that another race was starting to awaken. Thinking about this, Xianxia felt more anticipation for the awakening race. Where is the other race located? System, at the end of the planet. Upon hearing the response, Xianxia gazed toward the direction. When he finally saw it, he froze in astonishment. What is this? Chapter 6, An Unknown Race is Awakening. Upon learning that another race was awakening, Xianxia excitedly turned his gaze toward it. However, at this moment, as Xianxia looked, he froze in place. When Arthas had appeared earlier, it was with a coffin. What he saw now was an enormous banner. On the banner were patterns resembling animal teeth, and beneath the teeth, there was a giant axe, seemingly symbolizing that this race possessed terrifying strength. As Xianxia watched the distant banner flapping in the wind, he was puzzled. This was just like when the coffin had appeared. It left one completely unable to guess what race it might be. Right then, Xianxia asked the system, what needs to be done for this race to awaken successfully? System, more energy is required. The mention of energy made Xianxia even more curious. What is the current energy status on this planet? What level does it belong to? The system's response came quickly this time. System, according to the classification of planetary energy, the energy on your planet does not belong to any particular level. Due to the 100 Races Union, the energy within the planet is also quite complex, capable of dividing into over 100 types. If you wish, with the development of the planet, this energy can evolve into specific forms, such as magic power, source power, certain minerals, or even spiritual essence. Currently, it is collectively called star energy. After a series of explanations from the system, Xianxia suddenly understood everything. To put it simply, the energy currently present on the planet is called star energy, but it hasn't developed yet. To achieve better development and obtain superior star energy also means that more star sources will be needed next. By leveraging external forces, thereby enhancing the star energy within the planet, it can promote quicker progress. In other words, use star sources to transform star energy, which allows for the advancement of the planet. This is pretty much similar to how ordinary planets work. But one unique aspect is that other planets use star sources only to develop the planet, whereas using star sources on this planet not only boosts its development, but also increases its size and creates opportunities for the next race to appear. Just thinking about this increased Xianxia's desire for star sources. After all, being a broke guy, he couldn't keep asking the principal every day. Another way to get star sources is through the 2-month development trial period coming up. The development trial period happens 2 months after the planet's awakening, where one goes to unclaimed planets for training. These unclaimed planets exist because their own rank is relatively low, but they're never too low. Generally, they're ranked as medium-level planets. Most are resource-based planets. In most cases, those who awaken medium-level resource planets find themselves unable to protect them if they lack support. For their safety, either they'll succumb under attacks by others, resulting in the death of the planet's master, or the planet will turn unclaimed. There are also high-ranked planets. When star wars erupt between two or multiple planets, once the master of a planet is killed, the planet becomes unclaimed as well. Though these situations occur less frequently. After all, people who awaken high-rank planets aren't weak, and neither are the beings residing within the planet. Thus, no one would foolishly risk engaging in planetary wars unless they hold deep grudges against each other. And so, this planetary development trial period enables students to engage in looting valuable resources from other unclaimed planets during the 2 months after awakening their own. Through this process, the abilities of the planet masters, as well as the growth of their own planets, are tested. Upon returning, students may receive guidance from teachers and attention from major factions. In other words, the only chance right now to acquire star sources lies in the 2 months ahead. Within this span of time, Xianxia must develop as quickly as possible. At the thought of this, Xianxia focused all his attention on the planet. Moreover, from the system, he learned that due to the existence of the system, the development period of the planet could be adjusted. Simply put, originally, the external time matched the planet's time. But after acquiring the system, time flow changes. Outside 1 day equals 10 days within the planet. This significantly accelerates the development of his own planet. Although Arthas can no longer summon the undead army now, Xianxia still issued orders for him to train those undead soldiers. After all, in the upcoming 2-month trial period, dangers were unpredictable, and the only ones he could rely on were these undead armies, so they had to be trained. During the training process, Xianxia curiously discovered that Arthas was actually studying some advanced incantation magic, as if he were preparing for the next summoning. Unfortunately, despite a month having passed, Arthas still failed to successfully summon more advanced undead creatures. Xianxia understood all too well that this was entirely due to insufficient planetary energy, also known as star energy. Determined, Xianxia decided to grit his teeth and pay another visit to the principal. As a month had gone by, when Xianxia arrived at the principal's office again, the principal looked toward him with great anticipation. How is it going? Any progress? Since this visit was specifically to ask for star sources, Xianxia immediately responded. There have been some breakthroughs. The planet's diameter has now reached 500 meters. What? Upon hearing this, Principal Xianfeng's eyes widened sharply, and an exclamation escaped from his lips. In an instant, he flashed over to Xianxiao's side, grabbing his arm repeatedly and exclaiming, "Are you sure the planet's diameter has reached 500 meters? Nodding upon hearing this, Xianxiao confirmed it. At that moment, when Xianfeng received confirmation from Xianxiao, his face lit up with a deep joy, his whole body trembling in excitement. Hope. There is finally hope. Brother, did you see that? Xiaoyao has a chance. After calming down from his excitement, Xianfeng took another serious look at Xianxiao. Although the planet's diameter had only grown to 500 meters, it was important to note that it had previously been only 2 meters. Such terrifying growth, just from the effect of one star source, made Xianfeng believe the planet still had room for further expansion. This short 500-meter mark was just the beginning, the start of infinite growth. Seeing how excited Xianfeng was, Xianxiao chuckled softly to himself, glad that he hadn't revealed the full truth, or else he couldn't imagine what state the uncle in front of him might have ended up in. However, at this moment, what Xianxiao was most urgently concerned about was still the star source because obtaining it would allow the next race to awaken much faster. Thus, Xianxiao directly turned to Xianfeng and said, "Uncle, I came here today to request another star source. Is it possible?" Chapter 7, The Star Lord? Nephew, I'm here this time to ask for another star source. I wonder if it's possible. Xianxiao's voice rang out. This time, Xianfeng was not as willing as he was last time. Instead, he stood in place and looked directly at Xianxiao with his eyes. Xianfeng said earnestly, "Xianxiao, you must understand that although I am your uncle and I can protect you all the time, there will be a day when I am no longer around. You need to learn independence as soon as possible. You should try to enhance yourself and rely on your own strength to get what you want." After finishing his speech, Xianfeng, worried that Xianxiao couldn't accept his words, added, "Don't misunderstand what uncle said. These are all for your good." Upon hearing this, Xianxiao solemnly nodded his head in agreement. "Uncle, rest assured, I understand your meaning. I will work hard, and through my own efforts, I will become the most powerful existence and create the strongest planet. I cannot continue under the protection of uncle forever, otherwise I would never grow." When Xianfeng heard Xianxiao's response, a gratifying smile appeared on his face. Then Xianfeng turned around to fetch the star source. Although he just spoke about making Xianxiao independent, it was clear that Uncle Xianfeng treated Xianxiao exceptionally well. While Xianfeng was going to get the star source, he also asked, "By the way, the diameter of your planet has changed. What is the current energy on the planet?" As he spoke, Xianfeng had already come to stand before Xianxiao holding the box containing the star source with a beaming face. At this moment, after hearing the inquiry, Xianxiao suddenly didn't know how to respond. The energy on his planet, according to the system, was called star energy. Star energy wasn't categorized within the 3 grades of energy, so how could he explain it to his uncle? Seeing Xianxiao not replying, Xianfeng tentatively asked, "Is it mineral-type energy or something like that?" Shaking his head, Xianxiao replied negatively. Upon seeing this, an expression of joy immediately spread across Xianfeng's face. Minerals were considered low-grade energy. Xianxiao's refusal implied that it was highly likely to be intermediate or even high-level energy. If this was true, it would greatly benefit the future development of the planet. Xianfeng continued to ask, "Could it be mental force or martial qi?" Again, Xianxiao shook his head. At this moment, after seeing Qin Yao shake his head again, Qin Feng became completely restless. Even his body trembled with excitement as anticipation filled his features. Is it spiritual energy? Under Qin Feng's eager gaze, Qin Yao still shook his head. Seeing Qin Yao shake his head once more, the look of anticipation on Qin Feng's face instantly turned into one of deep seriousness. It's not minerals, nor mental force, nor spiritual energy? So what exactly is the energy on your planet? In the midst of Qin Feng's questioning tone, Qin Yao slowly said, Uncle, for now, I cannot yet explain what kind of energy my planet possesses. However, I can affirm that the energy on my planet shouldn't be weak. In fact, some races have already been born on the planet. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was delighted once more. After all, from the awakening of the planet until now, only a month had passed. In this month's time, for some people who had just awakened their planets, it was merely a preliminary period of understanding. Developing races still needed gradual progress. It was only through the efforts of some talented students, utilizing their planet's energy and the rank of their planets during the awakening process, that signs of race or sentient life forms might appear. And now, his nephew's planet, which was less than 1 kilometer in size, showed signs of races developing, signifying that Qin Yao's future developments would surely be extraordinary. Thereupon, Qin Feng repeatedly told Qin Yao, this is a good omen, a very good omen. The 2-month trial period is now just 1 month away. Quickly return with the star source and see what changes occur on your planet. I look forward to a surprise from you in 1 month. With Qin Feng's words fading away, Qin Yao nodded heavily, took the star source, and left the office. Qin Feng watched Qin Yao walk away into the distance, gradually closing his eyes, lost in thought. Elsewhere, after taking the star source home urgently, Qin Yao used it right upon arriving home. Just like before, at the moment of using the star source, a thick layer of purple light enveloped the sky of the entire planet. This endless purple light completely replaced the sunlight shining down. The planet's diameter had already grown to a kilometer's worth. Now Qin Yao discovered with astonishment that, as the energy of the star source was infused, the planet's volume was expanding rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the size of the entire planet had grown to at least twice its previous volume. At this moment, Qin Yao also discovered that Arthas below began to chant. As he chanted, more undead legions were summoned. However, after summoning nearly 50 undead warriors, his summoning came to a halt. Arthas changed direction and gathered some stones, piling them together to form an altar. He then started chanting towards the altar. His chanting was very slow, and beams of light continuously emerged from the stones of the altar. After taking a quick glance at these events, Qin Yao redirected his attention far into the distance, to the place where the great axe banner was flying. Due to the system's influence, time was accelerated under that banner. A gentle breeze passed, and Qin Yao saw that large grass huts were being built. 3 such clusters of grass huts appeared in the blink of an eye, though there was some distance between each cluster. As the grass huts emerged, 2 figures walked out from each one. When Qin Yao saw these figures, his eyes suddenly sharpened. They all had brown skin and incredibly muscular physiques. Even among the few women who stepped out, their solid muscles were quite terrifying. The most striking were the males holding massive axes, dressed in animal skins that covered their main body parts, exuding a terrifying aura of strength. From each grass hut, a man and a woman walked out, as if supporting one another. Qin Yao immediately recognized who they were when he saw them. They were the orcs. The orcs, those battle-obsessed individuals. As Qin Yao gazed upon these orcs, the 3 couples all marched toward him simultaneously. Upon reaching Qin Yao, the 3 towering men spoke up in unison. Ogrim, paying respects to the Star Lord. Gul'dan, paying respects to the Star Lord. Dorotan, paying respects to the Star Lord. Chapter 8. The Warlike Beast Folk. The trial period approaches. A deep voice sounded, and Qin Yao looked at the few people in front of him with satisfaction evident on his face. He nodded to them. However, before Qin Yao could speak, he noticed that the 3 chieftains were glancing at each other from the corners of their eyes, filled with hostility. Upon seeing this, Qin Yao instantly understood everything. The Beast Folk are a race born for battle, constantly experiencing various territorial disputes and fights. Although they had just awakened and are considered to be of the same race, it was impossible to suppress the warlike bloodline flowing through their veins. Conflict between the 3 tribes was inevitable. Despite noticing this, Qin Yao had no intention of stopping it. After all, as a naturally warlike race, if he were to stop them, they would lose the essence of battle, which would not be worthwhile. They still needed to develop on their own. At that moment, Qin Yao looked at them and spoke directly. Go ahead, develop. Once hearing this, each one took their wives and turned away in different directions. Watching their departing backs, Qin Yao had a premonition that soon, even without leaving the planet, conflicts would break out among its inhabitants. Post attention, another race is awakening. Please obtain resources quickly. The sudden system announcement immediately filled Qin Yao with excitement. The previous awakening of the beast folk was due to the injection of a star energy source, and now after another star energy source, yet another race was awakening. This was truly exhilarating. Qin Yao's gaze immediately focused toward the distance. In that moment, when Qin Yao saw what was far off in the distance, he completely froze. Qin Yao clearly saw, far away at the end of the planet, a flag flying. The flag was a vivid red color. Most importantly, the pattern engraved on the fluttering flag was composed of dotted 5-pointed stars. As someone who had traveled across worlds, this kind of symbol was all too familiar to him. Seeing that pattern even gave Qin Yao a sense of intimacy. He also knew what race was about to awaken next. That was the human race. Deep down, he became even more eager to have the human race awaken as soon as possible. But, to wake up the humans, star energy was required. Uncle had already made it clear before. There was no way Xianxia could ask for another star energy source. Currently, all hope rested on the trials coming up in a month. He hoped to obtain some resources so the human race could awaken quickly. After some brief thought, Xianxia once again checked the attribute panel. Host, Planet Lord Xianxia. Planet rank, low. Planet name, none. Planet diameter, 2 kilometers. Planet species, none temporarily. 100 races Grand Alliance members, undead, beast folk. This time Xianxia was pleasantly surprised to discover that the planet's diameter had doubled to reach 2 kilometers. Moreover, the number of species increased by 1. And at that very moment, respectful greetings, Star Lord. A respectful voice came. Xianxia looked down and instantly saw a person completely shrouded by a long robe. Standing beside him was another figure, a head full of white hair, none other than Arthas. Arthas opened his mouth then and said, Star Lord, this is an undead wizard. The words resonated, and the delight on Xianxia's face couldn't be contained. Undead wizard, though only one existed, their combat capabilities were unimaginable. It was simply amazing how, after such a long incantation, Arthas had summoned an undead wizard. Satisfied, Xianxia nodded to Arthas. Well done, go rest. With Xianxia's praise, Arthas's face similarly lit up with a smile. Yet before he left, his gaze momentarily drifted towards the beast folk in the distance, revealing a trace of enmity. Indeed, these suddenly appearing races, from Arthas's perspective, posed a threat. All this Xianxia observed, knowing these were things that could not be avoided. They could only be allowed to develop gradually. With Arthas leaving along with the undead wizard, Xianxia began observing the development of the undead and the beast folk in a godlike perspective. Most important was still the beast folk. After all, there was not much fighting within the undead. After summoning an undead wizard, Arthas did not continue but started directing the undead army. On the side of the beast folk, however, dramatic changes were occurring. Due to the influence of the system, time inside the planet had altered. After 6 months had passed within the planet, the number of beast folk had increased significantly. Beast folk already possessed a strong reproductive capability, and after half a year, their total numbers were nearing 100. As a result, the 3 factions clashed. In this great battle, all 3 sides utilized the most primitive fighting methods. However, Xianxia also noticed that apart from dwarven, or Grim, and Gul'dan, none of the other beast folk possessed weapons. It was as if the weapons of these 3 were something they brought with them upon awakening. This caused Xianxia to realize the importance of weapons. The great battle among the 3 factions was extremely fierce and bloody. During the fight, there were no techniques or strategies. It was purely brute force combat. Naturally, the end result was heavy casualties on all 3 sides. Even so, Xianxia saw that this did not extinguish their innately warlike nature. Xianxia further observed that after another half year of development, yet another large-scale battle erupted between the 3 factions. These large and small battles continued for a long time. Xianxia watched everything unfold, but showed no intention of stopping them. Letting them develop in this way seemed just fine. Time flowed gradually, and Xianxia calculated that 1 month in the outside world had now passed. On this day, Xianxia arrived at the planet and directly halted the 3 factions that were about to clash, along with Arthas who was training the undead army. He summoned the leaders of all 4 groups together. dwarven, or Grim, and Gul'dan, though of the same race, still harbored hostility toward each other due to their past conflicts. Arthas also viewed them with enmity. At this point, Xianxia cleared his throat slightly, drawing their attention. Under the gaze of the 4, Xianxia spoke directly. You can pause your development for now, and the fighting between your 3 tribes can also cease. Upon hearing this, none of them responded immediately, but looked at Xianxia, waiting for him to continue. Seeing this, Xianxia went on. Because next, I want all of you to face enemies from other planets together. Chapter 9. Starship, the Day of Trial. Enemies from other planets? A look of confusion flashed across Arthas' face as he listened to Xianxia's words. At this, Xianxia nodded and continued. Yes, and I can tell you that the enemies on that planet are very powerful. You must give it your all to defeat them. Upon hearing this, Arthas responded with confidence. Star Master, don't worry. I will definitely not disappoint you. Deloden and the others also began to guarantee at this moment by thumping their chests that they would surely beat the opponent. Seeing their confident expressions, Xianxia did not say much more, but only told them to use the remaining time before going to the other planets to improve the abilities of their subordinates as much as possible. After informing them, he then walked out of the room. Since today was the day for the journey to the unclaimed planet, after leaving the basement, Xianxia hurried directly to the school. When he arrived at the school, he saw that the playground was already filled with students. Because this was the trial period after the awakening, Xianxia knew many students were going to the unclaimed planet. In fact, all those who awakened last time would go to the unclaimed planet in order to obtain as many resources as possible, thereby developing their own worlds. As Xianxia came closer, some students began looking over toward him. Although it had been 2 months since his previous awakening, Xianxia was still a celebrity in the school, mainly because he had an uncle who was the principal. Thus, when the students saw Xianxia approaching, whispers and pointing immediately started in the crowd. This guy is just another relation-based admission. I heard that his awakened planet last time had a diameter of only 2 meters. Haha, it's hilarious. With a planet of only 2 meters, what is he even doing here? He's worse off than those who haven't awakened any planets. Who could disagree? If his uncle wasn't the principal, he probably would have been kicked out of school long ago. Just a failure shaming the school. There's no need for him to stay here. The murmurs continued. Although Xianxia heard them, he ignored them directly. He had heard too many similar remarks like these before. Initially, it was hard to accept, but over time, he had become used to it. Let them talk. He wouldn't lose anything. Not minding them, he found the queue where Class 1 stood and walked over. And just then, a commotion arose with several screams heard among the crowd. Look quickly. It's our high school flower. It really is xianxia. It feels like we haven't seen our school beauty for so long. She seems even prettier now. The diameter of her awakened planet last time was 48 kilometers. She's truly a talent. No one knows yet what kind of energy lies within xianxia's planet. Most likely at least intermediate level energy, possibly even advanced. Yes, she is undoubtedly a genius of our #1 high school. Cheering voices echoed incessantly. Many of the students looked at xianxia with admiration in their eyes. After all, xianxia was not only beautiful, but also a prodigy, making her admired by many. Similarly, xianxia chose not to pay attention to the surrounding chatter. However, she differed from Xianxia. She was amidst universal recognition as a genius, while Xianxia faced the opposite situation. On the other side at this moment, Xianxia had already taken a place at the back of Class 1's line. Just as Xianxia had stood steady, xianxia approached. Xianxia carried herself with a naturally icy beauty. Her arrival instantly caught the attention of the entire class. As such, the students cleared a path for her to move forward. Without hesitation, xianxia stepped through the crowd and positioned herself at the front. As for Xianxia, he was naturally ignored. Looking at the scene, Xianxia helplessly touched the tip of his nose. All were classmates, yet the difference was indeed too large. As more and more students arrived, the number of students on the playground grew significantly. Soon, a huge circular platform appeared right in front. Subsequently, the number of platforms kept increasing. Then everyone noticed that Principal Xianfeng and some other leaders of the school were all on the hovering platforms. These platforms were something Xianxia had heard about. They seemed to be called floating magnetic platforms. They had no combat capabilities and were only used for meetings in situations like this. The floating magnetic platforms not only allowed for adjustable height, but also equipped with amplifiers that would broadcast the speaker's voice to all those present. Hello, students. At that moment, Principal Xianfeng's voice resonated from the floating magnetic platform. As his words carried across the playground, all the students' eyes were immediately drawn toward him. Under the watchful gazes of many students, Xianfeng smiled and spoke again. Firstly, congratulations to everyone on successfully completing your awakenings. And I'm sure you all understand the reason we've gathered here today. Today is the training day to go to the unclaimed planets. It's also time to evaluate how well you've developed your planets over the past 2 months. Thus, Xianfeng stood upon the platform and continued speaking one sentence after another. His main points revolved around reminding everyone of the things to pay attention to during this expedition to the unclaimed planets, rather straightforward matters. After Xianfeng finished speaking, Xianxia noticed that Xianfeng's gaze had fallen upon his position. Xianxia, noticing this, nodded vigorously and wore a confident expression. It seemed that Xianfeng had seen it, as his smile widened even more. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Soon, you will enter the starship in an orderly manner. In the instant Xianfeng's voice trailed off. Rustling, a sudden gust of wind roared down from above. Amidst the violent winds, Xianxia clearly saw an enormous figure appearing high in the sky. This figure was massive, its size even surpassing the airplanes from his previous life. Its exterior was entirely steel-colored, towering at 2 stories high, resembling an extraordinarily gigantic ship, yet undeniably more advanced and majestic in appearance. Its whole body was covered in gleaming metal. This was the starship, the vehicle capable of traveling between planets, and also the mode of transportation Xianxia and his peers would use to reach the unclaimed planet. As the starship appeared, Xianfeng's voice rang out once more. I'll be waiting for your return at the school. And I wish you all obtain substantial resources during this trip to the unclaimed planet. Chapter 10. Problems arise within the 100 races. At the sound of Xianfeng's voice, a great burst of light emerged from the enormous starship in the sky. With the radiance of light, a pure white passage extended down from above and directly landed on the huge playground. Then, pairs of students were seen walking orderly into the space tunnel. Very soon, it was Xianxia's turn. Xianxia followed the main group and entered the space tunnel directly. Upon entering the space tunnel, there wasn't much feeling. It was just the blink of an eye. The sense of weightlessness disappeared instantly. When opening his eyes again, he clearly saw that he had already found himself in an enclosed space. This place resembled an extremely large villa. The only difference was that, as far as the eye could see, it was all lined with rooms. Please find your own room on this floor, all students. At this moment, a voice came through the loudspeaker overhead. Seeing this, Xianxia also began searching among those rooms. Though there were many rooms, each one had names and room numbers written on them, making it easy to find. In no time, Xianxia found his own room. Coincidentally, when Xianxia was about to open the room with his finger, he caught sight of xianxia's figure with a glance upward. Whether xianxia sensed someone's gaze or coincidentally looked up as well, she did so too. For a fleeting moment, their eyes met, neither knowing what to say. All these happened in a blink. Xianxia, as if she hadn't seen Xianxia at all, unlocked the room with her fingerprint and turned to go inside. Seeing this, Xianxia tactfully entered the room. The room wasn't large, with only one bed and a bathroom. There was nothing else besides that. However, this was more than enough. After all, Those who had come aboard the starship were headed to their respective planets and naturally didn't care about such things. After briefly looking around the room, he immediately went to the planet. Although it had been only half a day outside, for the planet, that was several days. Upon entering the planet, he saw Ulsas training the undead army in preparation for the upcoming battle. Likewise, Dwarven, Gul'dan, and Orgrim had not clashed over these few days either. Instead, they were leading their own races in training, preparing for the coming major battle just like the undead army. And at this moment, the beast race and the undead clearly noticed Xianxia's arrival. Lord Star, I have something to say. Lord Star, I also have something to say. Lord Star, Ulsas, Dwarven, and the others all approached Xianxia simultaneously. Seeing their hurried expressions, Xianxia looked at Ulsas and said, Ulsas, you speak. Upon hearing this, Ulsas hurriedly responded, Lord Star, when will we fight against the enemies from other planets? As for this fight, I am willing to personally lead the undead race in a battle, and I will certainly not disappoint Lord Star. As soon as he finished speaking, Dwarven coldly snorted, Lord Star, don't listen to him babble. His skeletal frames are clearly lacking in fighting power. Why not let our race go instead? I guarantee I will utterly destroy the enemy. Similarly, the instant Dwarven stopped talking, Orgrim spoke up. Lord Star, my race is also willing to go, taking the initiative to confront the enemy. Before Gul'dan could say anything, Ulsas chuckled coldly at this moment. Haha, you're always squabbling among yourselves, so don't embarrass yourselves out there. One sentence from him immediately provoked resentment from Dwarven and the other two. Who do you call embarrassing? You're the ones who are embarrassing. Those skeletal frameworks look impressive but aren't effective. Seeing that they were about to start arguing. Upon seeing the situation before him, Xianxia immediately knitted his brows slightly. He had anticipated that these races would be unable to live together peacefully, but he never imagined this day would come so quickly, and it appeared quite serious. Moreover, this kind of issue needed to be resolved. Even though it was currently only their one race, more and more races would appear later on. If issues like this couldn't be thoroughly solved, similar situations would keep happening in the future. However, how exactly to resolve everything became a question. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Xianxia's mind. Looking at the four still bickering, Xianxia waved his hand. Seeing this, all four fell silent immediately. After all, Xianxia was the master of the planet, the creator to them. His every action carried considerable authority. Xianxia's gaze swept over the four, and he slowly said, I understand that all of you want to defeat the others. But I want to tell you that our opponent is extremely powerful, even beyond the power of an ordinary person. Do you still have confidence? Upon hearing this, the four almost spoke in unison. Yes. Seeing their confident expressions, Xianxia nodded and continued. Since all of you are confident, then this time the undead race will go first. If the undead race fails, your beast race will step in next. Although Dwarven and the other two were somewhat dissatisfied, since Xianxia was the master of the planet, they dared not say much despite their dissatisfaction. As for Ulsas, upon hearing these words, a broad smile immediately appeared on his face. Please rest assured, Lord Star, I will not disappoint you. With these words, Xianxia nodded, told them to continue their training, and then left the planet. His decision was simple. Randomly select one race to face the enemy and allow them to be defeated, so they could realize the gap between themselves and the enemy. This would make them understand the importance of cooperation and that only through collaboration could they overcome their opponents. This was currently the only method he could think of. Students, please pay attention. According to our intelligence, this ownerless planet has been abandoned for more than a decade. There are also some native inhabitants remaining on it. However, due to the absence of a planetary master, the strength of the natives on the planet has stagnated. Nevertheless, you must be cautious when entering the planet, as you are newly awakened beings of the planet. The voice came again from the overhead speaker. Xianxia, upon hearing this, understood that the ownerless planets were either the result of battles or had been abandoned after being seized. Another possibility was that the planets became deserted after their masters died naturally. The strength of the natives within depended on the development achieved by the planetary master during their lifetime. One thing was certain though, even if the natives' powers couldn't grow any further following the death of the planetary master, their current strength was still formidable. Chapter 11. Arrival at the Unclaimed Planet. Attention, classmates. The unclaimed planet we are about to visit is a Class 1 unclaimed planet. This trip will take approximately 20 hours. The students may rest well during this period and wait for our arrival. The voice came again. Xianxia also thought about the classification of this unclaimed planet's rank. Due to the loss of its planetary owner, unclaimed planets come with certain dangers and are classified according to their danger levels. Class 1 unclaimed planets are the lowest level. The most dangerous ones are Class 9, which forms the hierarchy of the planetary rankings. After briefly considering these, Xianxia lay down on the bed, preparing himself for the upcoming journey to the unclaimed planet. On this trip to the unclaimed planet, he must obtain as many resources like star origins as possible. He needs to enhance the energy on his planet as much as he can, to expand the diameter of his planet and simultaneously awaken the next race, that is, the human race, as soon as possible. These types of resources are too important for him. While lost in thought, Xianxia unconsciously drifted off to sleep. This nap lasted an unknown length of time. He woke up occasionally to check the development within his planet before drifting off again. It wasn't until the broadcast notification sounded. Attention, students. We have 1 hour until we reach the unclaimed planet. 1 hour. As the announcement finished, Xianxia instantly woke up, freshened up a bit, and checked the development inside his planet. He informed Arthas of everything. Under Arthas' confident assurance, he left the planet and walked out of his room. Standing by the door, gazing ahead towards the vast, dark screen, Xianxia stood ready. Just as Xianxia settled into position, the adjacent door opened, and xianxia stepped out. The current xianxia clearly had just taken a shower. Her damp hair hung loosely over her shoulders, enhancing her perfect figure and exposing her long, smooth legs, causing Xianxia's heart to race just from a single glance. A faint fragrance also filled the air around him, but it seemed xianxia didn't notice. She lazily stretched her waist and started tying up her hair. Since their rooms were located at the back end of the starship, this wonderful scene was visible only to Xianxia. Xianxia even noticed people on his right side trying to peek over. About to arrive at the unclaimed planet. At that time, a space tunnel will appear before you, and your task will be to connect your planet with this space tunnel. Then all the creatures in your planet will pass through the space tunnel to the unclaimed planet. Of course, if you encounter insurmountable danger, simply take out your student ID and crush it forcefully. The announcement continued, mostly reminding them of precautions. Once the announcement ended, Xianxia glanced at his student ID. He realized it wasn't made of plastic, but rather glass, with a constant flicker of light, indicating there might be some kind of chip inside. According to what was said in the announcement, the student ID serves as a distress signal when crushed under pressure. Having pondered this, Xianxia returned to standing by the doorway, waiting. The wait wasn't long. The originally pitch-black giant screen before him now emitted streams of light. Accompanying the light, a space tunnel appeared, just like the one they had seen at the school. Following the previous broadcast instruction, Xianxia entered the planet and connected it to the space tunnel, stepping into the planet himself. Upon noticing Xianxia's sudden appearance, Arthas immediately led all the undead armies and necromancers to his presence, looking confident. Lord of Stars, shall we confront the enemy? Xianxia slightly nodded after hearing this. Simultaneously, not far away, another white space tunnel emerged. It should be the passage leading to the unclaimed planet. Go ahead and find a foothold. Arthas, upon hearing this, hastily responded and entered the space tunnel. Though very confident, he still needed to explore this unfamiliar place. The enemy's strength was unclear, and if the foothold were right at the center of the enemy's territory, their entire army could be wiped out without a fight. During the time Arthas was away, Xianxia took a look towards the direction of the beast tribe. He noticed the 3 factions of the beast tribe had already prepared their beast armies, obviously waiting for the moment the undead forces failed to intervene in the battle promptly. Not long afterward, Arthas returned. Lord of Stars, the location has been chosen. Upon hearing this, Xianxia waved his hand and said, "You may go now." At the sound of this, Arthas called all the undead armies to directly enter the space tunnel. Arthas and the necromancers followed behind and entered the space tunnel. Seeing this, Xianxia also stepped into the space tunnel. The sensation of weightlessness hit him again, and everything before his eyes began to change. Looking around, Xianxia realized that this place was like a primeval forest. Below were towering trees and some high mountains. As for the location chosen by Arthas, it was on top of a mountain peak, from which one could overlook the entire area below. Seeing this, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. It had to be admitted that this Arthas was quite intelligent. If it were the beast tribe choosing the location, they would definitely choose the dense forest below and fight with the local inhabitants when encountering them. After looking around, Xianxia didn't find any natives here, nor did he see any other students. It was reasonable, after all. This was an unclaimed planet, so there would naturally be many people coming here for its resources, most likely having taken what they needed already. As for not seeing other classmates, it was because the scope of this planet was immense, boundless as far as the eye could see. While Xianxia was surveying his surroundings, Arthas was similarly looking at the surrounding environment and preparing the undead army. First, search for star origins or similar resources. Xianxia gave the command to Arthas. Upon hearing this, Arthas immediately ordered the undead army to start searching. Just then, however, a disturbance came from the dense forest below, and it was possible to see the leaves of the towering trees wildly dancing. Upon witnessing this scene, Arthas's expression changed instantly, issuing orders repeatedly. The enemy is coming. With this, the entire undead army rushed to the front line, ready for battle. Simultaneously, a cold laugh rang out from below. Finally, someone has arrived. I haven't tasted fresh human flesh in such a long time. Chapter 12, the first battle of the planet. Finally, someone has come. I haven't tasted fresh human flesh for too long. I can finally have a hearty meal. The voices came from the towering trees below, and these voices were extremely shrill, making anyone who hears them very uncomfortable. Soon after, Xianxia saw 2 figures rise up from below. They directly landed on the hill opposite the undead army. Upon seeing the 2 of them, Xianxia's eyes suddenly narrowed sharply. Their ability to fly indicated that they must be powerful warriors or something similar. However, upon close inspection by Xianxia, he noticed both had a pair of metal shoes under their feet, which were also emitting flames. Indeed, the reason they could fly up from below was entirely because of the shoes beneath their feet. And at this moment, Xianxia suddenly thought whether it might be possible to use the system to check the attributes of this planet. Having this thought, Xianxia inquired about his idea. The system's response was quick. It was possible. Immediately, with the system's assistance, Xianxia checked the attributes of the planet before him. Host, planet master deceased. Planet rank, level 1. Planet name, Do Star. Planet diameter, 100 kilometers. Planet species, fighters. Planet energy, Do Chi. After seeing these attributes, Xianxia instantly understood everything. It turns out this is a world filled with Doqi energy. That means the two people in front of him are also fighters. Also, concerning the diameter of this planet. Although the diameter of the planet is 100 kilometers, this is not the diameter of an awakened planet. Through long-term development, the planet's diameter can change. However, specific resources are needed to make the planet's diameter change. And according to Xianxia's inference, the master of this planet should have died naturally. Otherwise, the power of these fighters on the planet would have been much stronger. The planet's diameter wouldn't merely be 100 kilometers. After a simple reflection, a look of anticipation appeared on Xianxia's face. He then shifted his gaze toward Alphas and the undead army far away. This would be the first battle for the undead army. Next, it would all depend on how Alphas commanded them in combat. Meanwhile, the two fighters, after stabilizing themselves, glanced at the over 100 undead army members before them and revealed expressions of disdain on their faces. I originally thought I could enjoy a good meal, but didn't expect there to be a bunch of skeletons. This is so boring. These skeletons aren't even enough for a single meal. While they were speaking, Alphas had already issued the order to attack. All undead armies, charge together. Kill these two enemies in front of us. In an instant, the order was given, and all the undead army members rushed forward with knives made of bones toward these two fighters. However, upon seeing this incoming undead army, these two were only expressions of disdain. Some of your skeletons actually want to kill us? One of the men, with a more robust build, coldly scoffed. Right after, it could be seen that he struck out fiercely with his palm. As his palm swept out, strong winds howled around, and countless broken stones shot towards the undead army. The broken stones fell everywhere onto the undead army in an instant. Even though the undead army's numbers were vast, they seemed like cannon fodder in this moment. The undeads at the forefront, when hit by these stones, were shattered immediately. Within just the blink of an eye, at least 20+ members of the undead army were reduced to powder. Seeing this, the burly fighter sneered even more disdainfully. Humph, you're just a group of trash. I don't even want to eat you, Scram. Though his strength clearly surpassed these undead armies, the one still rushing forward showed absolutely no fear and continued charging wildly at them. Witnessing this scene, the slightly smaller fighter standing beside the bulky one similarly coldly humphed. Following this, his big hand swung down fiercely. His hand descended through the air, and in an instant, coalesced into a massive hand in midair. This enormous hand plunged straight down onto the undead army below. Bang! The undead army truly counted as nothing but cannon fodder. In just a short while, with the descent of the giant hand, a dull sound resonated. Dozens more undead soldiers were instantly annihilated. Just from 2 attacks from the fighters, they managed to eliminate so many undead soldiers. This was proof enough of how formidable these two fighters were. However, at this moment, Alphas had a look of calmness on his face, as if the death of these undead armies was nothing out of the ordinary to him. Without hesitation, Alphas began to chant a spell at this moment. As he chanted his magic spell, the pupils of the two fighters suddenly contracted sharply. Even their eyes flickered with expressions of terror. Thus, at this moment, they clearly saw that where the bodies of the originally killed undead armies lay, beams of light were now radiating forth. Amidst the rising lights, the undead army, originally annihilated, started to rise back up little by little. In the blink of an eye, all the undead who had been killed before now stood back up and rushed towards the two fighters. Raise the dead. The burly fighter let out a cry in shock. What kind of beings are they? How can they bring back the dead? The smaller fighter also emitted a cry of surprise. Nevertheless, his reaction was quick. When the undead armies continued charging, his gaze locked onto Alphas immediately. We must deal with this person first. Otherwise, he will continue to revive these skeletons. His words received the approval of the burly fighter. I'll hold off these undead armies. You take care of him. With those words spoken, the burly fighter's figure grew slightly taller, and an extremely terrifying force began emanating from his body. Facing the approaching undead armies, he landed a fierce punch. Amidst a tremendous boom, his terrifying punch wiped out many of the undead army. But still, the numbers of the undead were too overwhelming. Despite wiping out a large number of them with just one punch, even more undead surged forward. And behind, Alphas kept chanting the spell without stopping, continuously reviving the fallen undead army members. And at this crucial moment, the shorter fighter's shoes spewed flames as he rushed straight toward Alphas. Indeed, he knew it was necessary to kill Alphas first. As he charged forward, his hands continuously moved, summoning strong winds. Countless stones rapidly converged. Boom, boom. Chapter 13. The combat power of the undead goes through the roof. Boom. At this moment, a continuous heavy rumbling sound could be heard, and one could see that the short warrior directly utilized his battle energy to condense it into an extremely large rock in the air. The size of the rock was very large, at least 100 meters in size. A rock this big was about to crash down on the place where Arthas was located. However, at this time, the short warrior realized that the old man with all white hair seemed completely unaware. He continued to chant spells incessantly, bringing back to life those undead creatures who had been killed. Upon seeing this, the short warrior's face was filled with sneering. Humph, I hope you don't get smashed into mincemeat. After all, you are flesh and blood. Eating you should fill me up. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow cloaked in a long robe standing beside Arthas took a step forward. There were wisps of blue light emanating from him, and faintly, one could hear some chanting sounds coming from his mouth. The chanting didn't last for too long. A wave of intense heat swept over suddenly. Subsequently, a huge circle appeared above the necromancer's head. Clusters of flames flickered continuously on this circle. "Come forth, fire giant." As the words ended, instantaneously, the originally pervasive temperature surged dramatically. Out of the flaming circle, a massive giant, entirely engulfed in flames, emerged. This fire giant resembled being formed out of stone, just covered completely by burning flames. At the moment the fire giant appeared, it threw out a powerful punch. Bang! The giant fist collided with the rock in midair, creating a muffled explosion. That rock cracked instantly upon impact, and also, the entire arm of the fire giant got shattered. Only, at the exact instant of being broken, it reformed again. What kind of strange attack is this? Right then, the short warrior, seeing all this, was dumbfounded. He had never seen such a bizarre way of attacking before. Just as he was stunned, the fire giant had already swung its huge fist towards the warrior and charged forward. Seeing this, the warrior hastily defended. Next, the fight began. Xianxia clearly saw that although the distant burly warrior had remarkable skills, the numbers of the undead army were just too many, appearing endlessly. So they say, too many ants can bring down an elephant. Over a prolonged confrontation, even the burly warrior gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. As for this small warrior, capable though he was, facing the fire giant, which could reconstitute itself after every collision, left him unable to gain any advantage. Thus, the battle continued for around an hour. Xianxia noticed these two warriors could not hold out much longer. Simultaneously, he paid attention that within his own planet, dwarven and the other three tribes had already arrived at the entrance of the spatial channel, obviously prepared for battle at any moment. However, regretfully, the combat ability of these undead armies was too exaggerated. Even Xianxia himself did not expect the undead armies to be able to defeat these two warriors. Initially, he thought to make Arthas understand the importance of cooperation, but now it seemed there was no need for that. Regarding the combat capability of this undead army, Xianxia had gained a fresh understanding. Bang! At this moment, the fire giant's fist struck heavily onto the short warrior, hurling him flying away. Similarly, there was the burly warrior in the distance, now covered in injuries. Seeing this, Xianxia directly told Arthas, "Find out where their lair is." Arthas, upon hearing this, followed the instructions. Xianxia just stood aside watching everything unfold. The reason to ask about their lair was naturally because this was a planet of battle energies. People on this planet could use battle energy and would definitely have some kinds of cultivation techniques or manuals. Although these things were of no use to him, they could be collected entirely and brought back to exchange when he returned to his planet. These things could indeed be exchanged for quite a substantial amount of wealth. Most importantly, in their lair, there might exist star essence or other resources. Arthas did not disappoint. He quickly found out the location of the lair from their mouths. After learning the location, Arthas showed no mercy and ordered them both killed. After completing all this, Arthas cheerfully came to Xianxia's presence. "Star-Lord, the enemies have been eliminated." Hearing this, Xianxia approvingly nodded. "Well done. Do you want to go back and rest?" Xianxia noticed that Arthas' complexion was somewhat pale, surely due to constant resurrection of the undead army causing his weakness. Arthas, upon hearing this, shook his head without any hesitation. "Lord Star, rest assured, I can continue fighting." Seeing Arthas so insistent, Xianxia didn't know what to say. He just had the undead army retreat back into the planet first, as their large numbers made them too easy to be discovered. Afterward, Xianxia, Arthas, and the necromancer set off toward the fighter's lair. Arriving at the dense forest below, they moved forward. According to the information obtained, the fighter's lair wasn't far from here. Thus, after walking for about half an hour, Xianxia saw a huge palace in the distance. Gazing at the scattered halls in the valley, Xianxia said solemnly, "Be careful. This is the enemy's lair, and there will be many enemies inside." Just as Xianxia finished speaking, the necromancer suddenly said, "Lord Star, there's no one in the palace." Upon hearing this, Xianxia turned his head to look at him with doubt. "How do you know that?" The necromancer answered truthfully, "I don't know why, but I couldn't sense the presence of those two enemies from the palace." A sound rang out, causing Xianxia's eyes to instantly focus. The necromancer's simple statement revealed that he could perceive battle energies within this world. This was certainly good news. The necromancer was already quite powerful. If he could harness the battle energy for cultivation, his strength would soar even more terrifyingly. However, now clearly wasn't the time to think about such things. The first priority was to confirm whether anyone from the fighters was present in the palace. Xianxia took another deep look at the palace, but he couldn't detect any signs or confirm whether fighters were hidden within. But since they had already come this far, it was naturally impossible to linger and wait indefinitely. After pondering for a while, Xianxia decided to trust the necromancer's words. If there weren't any fighters in the palace, that would be great. If there were, then a major battle would be unavoidable. In the worst-case scenario, reinforcements could always be called for. With that thought, Xianxia's gaze grew resolute. Let's take a look. Chapter 14. A chance encounter with the campus beauty, obtaining star essence. Scattered palaces in the valley. In the end, Xianxia still decided to go in and take a look. As they say, people die for wealth, birds perish for food. Since he was already here, naturally he had to take a look. Tiptoeing quietly, he led Arthas and the necromancer step by step up to the palace gates. To Xianxia's surprise, the palace gates were wide open, and within sight, there wasn't a single person inside. This meant everything was exactly as the necromancer had said. There truly was no one in this palace. Xianxia quickly understood. After all, so many classmates had come here. The warriors here must have gone out entirely to hunt the students. Having thought that, Xianxia wasted not a moment of hesitation and rushed into the palace. The palace looked quite empty, with only a rack placed at the far side. Xianxia walked over and saw various martial arts manuals on display on the rack. For these things, Xianxia naturally showed no mercy and pocketed them all without a second thought. After taking these manuals, Xianxia wandered around the entire grand hall several times, but still found no resources whatsoever, let alone any star essence. This couldn't help but make Xianxia feel confused. Logically speaking, even if a planet were to be extremely poor, it wouldn't be possible for there to be no star essence at all, because star essence was the very foundation of an unowned planet. If it lacked star essence, the warriors absolutely would not be able to survive here for such a long time. At this point, Xianxia decided to consult the system. System, why is there no star essence or resources here? The system responded swiftly. This is quite normal. First off, those resources must have surely been absorbed by the indigenous inhabitants here. As for the star essence, how could you possibly find it with your naked eyes? With these words spoken, Xianxia instantly became enlightened. Of course, even if there were resources, the natives here would definitely choose to absorb them in order to survive. And this star essence matched what the system had said. If it were possible to find it with just your eyes, that would be too absurd. Following this realization, under the assistance of the system, Xianxia began to search for star essence in this area. The system's search method was extremely domineering. It directly swept across the region in its entirety. Soon after, Xianxia discovered that through the system's search and then aggregation process, 2 star essences were found here. Faced with these 2 star essences, Xianxia directly chose to take one of them. If he took both, it would mean that this planet would soon cease to exist. Although he needed star essence, he didn't intend to leave nothing behind. Upon acquiring the star essence, Xianxia immediately chose to leave. However, just as he was about to reach the gate of the Grand Hall, a chilling coldness suddenly spread forth. This coldness made Arthas and the necromancer standing behind Xianxia instantaneously prepare for battle. Xianxia himself also became tense, already contemplating issuing a distress call. After all, this was the den of the warriors. If they were discovered, a fierce battle was bound to erupt. Thus, standing within the Grand Hall, feeling the icy chill grow increasingly closer. Suddenly, snap! The sound of breaking occurred, akin to crystalline ice shattering. Next thing Xianxia knew, he saw an icicle drifting towards him from ahead. Feeling an intensely perilous energy radiating from this icicle, it made Xianxia's heart jolt involuntarily. But in the next instant, the appearance of a figure left Xianxia momentarily stunned. From the left side of the palace entrance, a silhouette slowly emerged. The figure had a slim build, an exceptionally beautiful visage, and emitted an extremely frigid aura. It was none other than his seatmate, Xianxia. Likewise, upon seeing Xianxia, a flicker of astonishment flashed across Xianxia's breathtakingly beautiful face. How did you end up here? Both of them nearly spoke simultaneously. When her voice fell, Xianxia hastily replied, I heard rumors that this place is the old lair of the warriors, so I came to see if there are any treasures. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Xianxia frowned slightly. Your awakened planet is only 2 meters in size, yet you dared to come here? As Xianxia spoke, she noticed the necromancer and Arthas standing behind Xianxia. Seeing them, Xianxia's face instantly lit up with intense shock. Are they beings from your planet? Upon hearing this, Xianxia nodded. He also noticed that beside Xianxia stood a little girl. The little girl appeared to be about 7 or 8 years old, dressed in white hair and a white dress, much like a miniature ice mountain. There was no doubt, this little girl was also a being from Xianxia's planet. No wonder she was a genius student. In merely 2 months, her planetary development had progressed so rapidly, to the extent that life forms had already been born. Xianxia sighed inwardly. However, what he did not know was that at this moment, Xianxia was actually the most astonished. She had heard that Xianxia was a waste from a school of no renown, with a planet diameter of only 2 meters in his awakening. A person whose planet's diameter was only 2 meters, could he actually develop his planet to this level within just 2 months? In fact, she even sensed a dangerous vibe from Arthas and the necromancer. This made Xianxia even more curious about Xianxia standing before her. This desk partner of hers seemed far from as simple as he appeared on the surface. A brief silence fell between them. However, the silence didn't last long. Xianxia spoke first. I've been here for a while. I estimate the fighters will be back soon. Let's go. Upon hearing this, Xianxia glanced deeply at Arthas and the necromancer once again, nodded, and left alongside Xianxia. After leaving the Grand Hall, they began strolling around this unowned planet. Although they left the Grand Hall, neither parted ways. It was as though both wanted to say something. But after walking for quite some time, neither broke the silence, merely walking silently. And strangely enough, they hadn't encountered a single fighter along the way. Finally, Xianxia looked around and spoke up. That's strange. When I first arrived at this unowned planet, I ran into 2 fighters. Yet now, why haven't we come across even one? This statement caught Xianxia's attention, making her heart tremble. She herself had faced a fighter earlier. It took her considerable effort to defeat him. Yet, the rumored waste who sat next to her had encountered not 1 but 2 fighters. And the fact that he stood before her unscathed now meant that he'd successfully dealt with both of those fighters. How many secrets were buried within him? At this moment, Xianxia felt curiosity towards her waste seatmate for the very first time. Just as Xianxia was about to continue, suddenly, a voice rang out from the ID card. Attention all students. Attention all students. There has been an emergency. Report immediately to the signal lamp location. Move quickly. Chapter 15. The Empress arrives. Planet War. The sudden voice made both Xianxia and Xianxia freeze with tense expressions. Their faces were filled with both gravity and confusion. Indeed, they had also never encountered such a situation before. However, before they could think about it, a dazzling beam of light erupted into the sky right in front of them. This beam of light that suddenly appeared was undoubtedly the signal light mentioned in the previous voice. Although the two still harbored doubts, at this moment neither hesitated, and they both sprinted toward the location of the signal light. On the way, both unconsciously withdrew the life forms within their respective planets. Neither exchanged words, focusing solely on reaching the position of the signal light. Soon, as they were about to arrive, they saw countless figures standing under the giant beam of daylight. These figures were unmistakably their classmates from Jinling No. 1 High School. Xianxia's and Xianxia's simultaneous arrival naturally drew the attention of these students. When they saw Xianxia appearing alongside Xianxia, each of their eyes flashed with envious glances, although there were some who looked down on Xianxia. Under those almost predatory stares, Xianxia and Xianxia finally reached the main group. As they arrived, more students started arriving one by one. After a short while, the three teachers responsible for leading the team directly stood in front of all the students. One teacher spoke up. Count off. The students began counting off one by one. After a round of counting, Xianxia learned that there were over 300 students participating in the trial period. Through the teacher's conversation, he also found out that some students had been forced to request help after facing extremely powerful fighters. Once the counting was done, the teacher's expression turned serious as he addressed the students. The reason we hastily gathered you here is due to a sudden development. Upon hearing this, everyone's attention focused on him. Such situations were new to all of them, and even the use of the signal light indicated something significant had happened. After speaking briefly, the teacher continued. Just now, our signal detector identified a group of unknown creatures rapidly approaching this unclaimed planet. And upon consulting the school authorities, we discovered that 2 planets inhabited by warriors are engaged in resource contention. One of the factions has already fled here after battling. At these words, all the students changed expressions dramatically. Even Xianxia's expression slightly tensed. Goodness, he had only heard stories of such events. Did he have to witness one today? Resource disputes between planets weren't uncommon, but it was rare to see such cross-planetary battles. And when such situations occurred, it meant that the scale of the conflict was enormous, the battle scenes terrifying. To avoid affecting their own planet, some strong planetary lords chose to conduct battles on unclaimed planets. Now with what the teacher had said, it represented that a vast resource seizure was about to take place. A contest between warriors. While the students were in shock, the teacher's voice rang out again. Based on time estimates, that group of unknown beings will soon arrive. It's too late for us to escape. From now on, all of you remain where you are. Do not wander off casually. After these unknown beings appear, the teachers will engage in dialogue with them to ensure the battle doesn't affect us. His voice resonated, and all the students nodded in agreement. After all, the war between 2 planets rendered unimaginable how strong the combatants truly were. These students who had just awakened to their planets were nothing compared to these mighty warriors. Then, right after the teacher finished speaking, boom, a thunderous explosion erupted from the air. The instant the booming sound subsided, everyone turned their gaze upward. What met their eyes was an unforgettable scene that would be etched in their minds forever. Following the explosion, everyone clearly saw that the sky seemed to be torn apart by a huge rift. Subsequently, numerous silhouettes plummeted from the sky at great speed, akin to falling meteorites. Their descent was lightning fast, as if each figure was a crashing star. From these silhouettes, anyone could sense the horrifying fluctuations emanating from them. Facing them was like encountering a supreme existence, leaving one with no choice but to look up in awe. Xianxia also gazed into the distance and saw that the other side numbered about 40 or 50 people, each of them radiating brilliant light all over their bodies. Most notably, the person at the forefront. That person was a woman, dressed in a flowing white gown that trailed along the ground. Her beauty was striking. However, her pristine dress was now speckled with fresh red blood, adding an extra layer of allure and menace. The aura emanating from this woman struck such awe that even the teachers below displayed expressions of shock. Xianxia too could sense the extraordinary nature of this woman, though he had little understanding of the ranking system among martial artists. One thing he did know for sure was that this woman before him possessed immense strength, incomparably powerful. Under the watchful eyes of numerous students, the group above turned to the woman and directly asked, "Empress, have you not yet contacted the Star Lord? The group from the Heavenly Horse Planet is catching up." "Yes, Empress, we must contact the Star Lord immediately for assistance. Otherwise, we will perish here today." As these words were spoken, the Empress responded with a cold face. On any normal day, the Star Lord would have already replied. The reason the Star Lord has not yet responded must be because they too have encountered unforeseen circumstances. The challenges ahead must now be faced by us personally. At the conclusion of the Empress's words, a haughty laughter suddenly resounded from the fractured sky above. "Haha, I'd like to see how much farther you can run. Even if you fled to this unclaimed planet, your fate remains unavoidable today." As the arrogant laughter faded, a group clad in armor, wielding large axes, descended from the sky. This group was even larger, numbering at least 100. From the overwhelming combat spirit emitted by them, it was clear these individuals resembled born warriors. gods of war themselves. Upon their arrival, they swiftly surrounded the Empress and her group. With no trace of fear in her eyes as she looked upon her adversaries, the Empress issued a decisive command. To the death, we shall fight. Chapter 16 Fight to the death, bold ideas. Fight to the death. The voice echoed endlessly in the sky. As the sound reverberated, Empress Nu and her companions burst into brilliant light. Amidst the brilliance, each began to unleash their ultimate killing moves. And just at that moment, the teachers below spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, we are students from Jinling No. 1 Middle School. We came to this unowned planet so that our students could complete their trial period. I wonder if we can leave now. The sudden voice of the teacher drew the attention of those people radiating terrifying battle intent. Among them, a man with a full beard looked down, scanning over the group of students. He then said, "Leave? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Perfect, there's about to be a major battle here next, which will also serve as a good opportunity for these students to observe. You all stay here and watch." When his words ended, the teachers all sighed in relief. They could also guess that the reason for this was likely due to instructions issued by the Star Lord behind them. Seeing this, the teachers let the students watch the upcoming battle with ease. In an instant, the fight erupted in the upper air. And next, the students fully witnessed what real combat was like. On Empress Nu's side, with every swing of their hands, they caused the heavens to tremble, the void to resonate, darkening this entire world. Likewise, those wielding great axes were no less powerful. Great axes swung and landed, emitting infinite brilliance in midair, as if trying to cleave the entire sky in half. Fierce battles exploded everywhere. Every collision of the battles in the upper air caused the earth below to constantly quake, akin to an earthquake. It might even be said that the destructive force could obliterate heaven and earth. Such a scene entered the eyes of many students, leaving them all with expressions filled with profound shock. This kind of spectacle was too impactful for them. Similarly, Xianxia, upon seeing it, had a face full of astonishment. This sight, these warriors' battles, was simply earth-shattering. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel, as everyone often says not to provoke powerful warrior planets, and indeed it appeared to be true now. Xianxia was somewhat puzzled. What kind of resources could make these two formidable sides fight to the death? While Xianxia was puzzled, the battle in the sky had already become increasingly intense. Though Empress Nu and her companions were not weak, it was evident that there were more people on the team from Time Planet who wielded large axes. Under their fierce attacks, Empress Nu and her companions were continuously being wiped out. What impressed Xianxia the most was Empress Nu's fighting style. She alone faced 3 enemies, and though they wielded great axes, every attack she made was effortlessly deflected by her. Moreover, Empress Nu's offensive moves seemed like a graceful dance in the air. How beautiful! Not only is this Empress pretty, but her fighting style is equally elegant. Not only that, her combat techniques are also quite diverse. Unfortunately, she's still going to be killed today because there are just too many people. If she were given a bit more time to grow, I'm sure she could go around unchallenged across various planets. Voices of discussion around continued to reach Xianxia's ears. Upon hearing their discussions, Xianxia's expression slightly tightened. A bold idea suddenly burst forth in his mind. This Empress would ultimately die in this fight, yet her combat techniques were beyond reproach. But if he could take her away and have her live on his planet, with her there, she could perfectly train the 100 tribes in combat. Even better, she could teach the 100 tribes how to harness spirit energy and become warriors themselves. Thinking of this, Xianxia's face revealed deep anticipation. However, these were all his own thoughts. Whether or not they were feasible would depend on what the system said. Immediately, Xianxia presented his idea and asked if the system could find a way to bring people from other planets to his own. The system's response was swift. This method theoretically works, but it must meet certain prerequisites. Firstly, the Star Lord of the other planet must die. Secondly, the Empress before your eyes must die. Lastly, in the case where the Star Lord hasn't died, issue a command to Empress. Satisfy any one of the above conditions, and it's enough. Upon hearing this, Xianxia became instantly delighted. But then another thought struck him. Ah yes, according to what you say, if the Empress dies, what use would it be bringing her corpse back? System, rest assured, host. When she is near death, this system will take her and place her on the planet where you are located. However, in such a situation, her current strength will be almost completely lost, and she might even lose her memory. Upon hearing this, Xianxia nodded understandingly. This was something he could accept. Even if the Empress lost her memory, those combat techniques would have already become muscle memory, so she probably wouldn't forget them. At that moment, Xianxia spoke again. System, I'll leave it to you then. System, no. To bring her to your planet will require too much energy, and the planet where you are located cannot withstand the energy of the Empress. To successfully let the Empress enter your planet, you must awaken the 3rd race on the planet. Only then can the arrival of the Empress be barely supported. After hearing this, Xianxia understood what the system meant. The Empress was already very powerful. Even though her strength would be reduced to almost nothing after death, it still wouldn't be something his current planet could endure. To make the planet withstand the Empress's energy, the 3rd race had to be awakened. Without any hesitation, Xianxia immediately entered the planet. As soon as he entered the planet, he saw the beast race and the undead race all ready for battle. Seeing this, Xianxia waved his hand. There's no need for a fight. His words had just ended when Du Long Tan, Geur Dan, and Ao Gare Mu's gazes instantly intertwined. Their eyes were filled with intense battle intent. In an instant, the 3 sides rushed toward each other to begin fighting. The beast race was originally a warlike ethnicity. If Xianxia hadn't informed them to prepare to fight the enemies from outside this time, they wouldn't have known how many battles they would have gone through. Now, without having to fight external enemies, this built-up fire of war within the hearts of the beast race erupted entirely, thus evolved into this intense battle. Xianxia didn't bother with or stop this battle. Instead, he looked far into the distance, toward the direction where the 5-starred red flag was planted, and used the star source he had just obtained. Chapter 17. The Birth of the Human Race. Buzz. As before, at the instant xuanhuan was used, an infinite amount of purple light filled the sky above the entire planet. The xuanhuan energy turned into beams of light, pouring down from the heavens. And at this very moment, Xianxia noticed that the size of the planet was rapidly expanding. Xianxia had a guess. Every time he used one xuanhuan, the volume of the planet would swell accordingly. Now all of Xianxia's attention was focused on the direction where the 5-star red flag was waving far away. In sight, it was clear to see that, as energy was injected, time beneath the flag was quickly flowing by. Starting from the Archean Aeon, Xianxia saw that under the 5-starred red flag lay an expanse of ocean. Because of the super acceleration provided by the system, Xianxia could see all the developments clearly, just like watching slides. After the Archean Aeon came the Proterozoic Aeon. The first outlines of land and some tectonic plate separations appeared. Then came the Paleozoic era. Tectonic plates gradually separated further, and some invertebrates and a few plants began to appear. Next was the Mesozoic era. It was during this era that Xianxia witnessed an extremely magnificent scene. He saw the Triassic, Jurassic, and Cretaceous periods. He also observed the natural formation of weather and the emergence and extinction of dinosaurs. Finally, it was the Cenozoic era. Through development, Xianxia saw the appearance of early hominins. After more development, there emerged emperors and such. Also, here Xianxia discovered that the acceleration had slowed significantly, with primitive humans beginning to familiarize themselves with progress, learning to use iron tools, starting fires, cooking, etc. Having seen this much, Xianxia withdrew his gaze. At this rate, some more time was needed for the process to complete itself. But now, the third race had successfully awakened. Following this, Xianxia directed his gaze toward the undead clan. Indeed, as expected, with the infusion of energy, Arthas once again started summoning. This time, another undead mage was summoned. Additionally, there were sightings of skeleton archers wielding bows. There were approximately 50 or so skeleton archers, constituting quite a significant force. Next was the orc faction. Interestingly, this time Xianxia discovered that Gul'dan, Durotan, and Orgrim each now had their own mounts. Moreover, they each had someone following them who looked similar to the undead mages, all cloaked figures. The battle among the three factions ended at this moment. Salutations, Star-Lord. Members of the undead clan and the orcs arrived before Xianxia. From the human side, a figure approached. You salutes the Star-Lord. Upon hearing the voice, a flash of surprise crossed Xianxia's face. He hadn't anticipated that the human race had developed so quickly. Already the first ruler of the Xia dynasty had come. Looking at you, Xianxia nodded. At this point, both the members of the orc and undead clans gave unfriendly glances toward you. Xianxia remained silent, knowing that conflict would eventually arise between them. Star-Lord, this time I've summoned 50 skeleton archers and an undead mage. Arthas's words trailed off as those skeleton archers and the undead mage behind him bowed respectfully. Xianxia nodded approvingly. Then Dulong Tan and the other two spoke in unison. Star-Lord, this time our orc clan has produced an orc shaman. While saying this, the three of them exchanged fierce stares with each other, obviously dissatisfied that others had spoken simultaneously. Xianxia responded with another nod. You have done well. Continue developing. His words echoed, and then with another long glance at you. You too. Go back and continue your development. You nodded solemnly and left afterward. Subsequently, Xianxia gazed toward the distance. Just now, he noticed another race awakening, and he received a prompt from the system. Upon focusing his vision, a look of confusion spread across Xianxia's face. What he saw now was a hill with a cave atop it. Besides that, nothing else was visible. Though puzzled by this sudden appearance of a cave and unable to predict which race would emerge next, Xianxia knew that with one more xuanhuan, the next race could be awakened. Simultaneously, he checked the attributes. Host, Planet Lord Xianxia. Planet rank, low. Planet name, none. Planet diameter, 4 kilometers. Planet species, none yet. 100 races Grand Alliance. Undead, orcs, humans. This time, Xianxia was amazed to discover that the diameter of the planet had doubled compared to its previous state, reaching a total of 4 kilometers, a swelling speed truly exciting to witness. For this very reason, Xianxia grew even more eager to obtain xuanhuan. After all, only in this way can the diameter of the planet expand more rapidly. Subsequently, he scanned briefly and noticed that Arthas of the undead clan was training those undead armies and undead mages. The three factions of the orcs were still in combat. Under the leadership of you, the human race had begun to develop rapidly. After taking a quick look around, Xianxia also withdrew his gaze. Now the energy within the planet had increased considerably, so it was time to get down to business. He exited the planet. Once again, he gazed at the battlefield in the sky. In his line of sight, Xianxia clearly saw that the battle in the air was almost over. Originally, there were only a few of the female emperor's powerful warriors left, and the only one who could still fight was the female emperor herself, struggling hard in the sky. However, she was already surrounded by countless warriors wielding large axes. Female Emperor die. At this moment, those warriors shouted at the female emperor. Each of them then charged forward with their large axes directly aimed at the female emperor. In an instant, the lights surged to the heavens, and the axes seemed like they were about to split the skies as they fell directly onto the female emperor. Despite her formidable strength, the female emperor was helpless against such overwhelming numbers and couldn't withstand their combined attacks. As these attacks landed, axes continuously struck her body. Soon after, everyone witnessed a torrent of blood falling from the sky, and among it, a graceful figure draped in a blood-red gown descending as well. As the figure fell, it was none other than the slain female emperor. When the female emperor hit the ground, others were unaffected, but at that moment, Xianxia began to grow anxious. System, hurry up. Now that the female emperor was dead, it was his best chance. He had to bring her to his planet immediately. This time, the system did not respond. Then Xianxia clearly saw that where the female emperor fell, the space slowly twisted. From the distorted space erupted an unparalleled force, even sending the group of axe-wielding men flying away. And the female emperor's figure softly landed inside the warped space. Chapter 18. Obtaining the Empress, returning to school. This ownerless planet, with the conclusion of the great battle, returned to tranquility. But at this moment, those people in the air holding large axes all stared around them in horror. In that brief instant just now, they were thrown far away by a force that suddenly struck them. It was also this extremely terrifying force that made them feel an overwhelming pressure. And they clearly saw that the Empress who had already been killed fell into that distorted space at this time. The sudden event startled the students, who all opened their eyes wide. What's going on? What was that power just now? The Empress's body seems to have vanished. Voices filled with doubt arose one after another. And just at this moment, may I ask which honored person has taken action? One of the people in the air holding a large axe looked around and asked respectfully. When his voice faded, the whole world fell silent, and no one responded to his words. This silence persisted for a while. The person holding the large axe furrowed his brows and continued. We are from the Tianma planet. Our star lord is Lin Tian. We hope the honored person would leave a name. Again, no response came to their words. Naturally, there wouldn't be any. Xianxia, looking at those people in the air holding large axes, was still somewhat tense inside. After all, these people were incredibly powerful. If they found out it was him who took the Empress's body, then he would be in trouble today as well. As for those people in the air, after scanning around the entire place, they still didn't find anything. At this point, they could only choose to leave. As for the classmates below, they were completely ignored. After all, these students had just awakened the planet. And as for those teachers, although their strength was commendable, it wasn't enough to knock them back. Therefore, they didn't waste much thought on this group of students. They left under the gaze of everyone present from the ownerless planet. Seeing them leave, both the students and teachers couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. After all, this group's way of fighting was too horrifying, something they admired. Just then, they were truly afraid. If these people got angry and killed them all, it would be over. With their departure, the teacher turned around and said to the students, "It's about time. The starship will be here soon. Everyone, prepare to leave." Because it was the trial period and also located on an ownerless planet, there was a limited time restriction anyway. Therefore, after observing an impressive battle, the time was nearly up. Subsequently, after waiting for a short while, with the arrival of the starship once again, under the teacher's guidance, the students boarded the starship one after another. Once aboard the starship, the students all chose to return to their own rooms. After all, everything that just happened impacted them greatly, to the point where they needed to go back and reflect carefully. Xianxia similarly returned to his room right away. However, upon entering the room, Xianxia immediately entered the planet. Upon entering the planet, he saw a graceful figure floating in the middle of the sky within the planet. The figure was enveloped by wisps of purple light, and it was evident that her alarming wounds were healing at an astonishingly visible speed. Upon seeing this scene, Xianxia couldn't help but ask, "System, how long will she need to awaken approximately?" The system's reply was quick. Her awakening time depends on when the host obtains resources to. As long as the host possesses sufficient resources to nourish the planet, filling it with energy, she can awaken right now to. Upon hearing these words, Xianxia nodded understandingly. Speaking of which, everything still depended on resources, and expanding the diameter of the planet would also require resources. His current self was desperately craving resources. Thinking of resources reminded him of the cultivation methods and secrets he had acquired earlier on the ownerless planet. He immediately checked. He discovered he had obtained 5 cultivation manuals. Only for the time being, he didn't understand much about such manuals. He only knew they could be used to exchange for money or resources and such. What he hoped for right now was that these cultivation manuals had some value. Whether it be resources or money, they were what he currently needed most. After a quick check, he also took a look at the planet's current development. The development within the planet remained the same as usual. The beastfolk race was engaged in civil war, while the undead race continued to train under the leadership of Arthas. As for the human race, under Yu's leadership, they were also developing slowly. After checking everything, Xianxia exited the planet and went straight to bed, falling into a deep sleep. An unknown amount of time passed. A notification came from above the room. "Attention students, we will be arriving at Jinling No. 1 Middle School in 1 hour. Please prepare yourselves." After the voice faded, Xianxia had no idea how long he had slept. He quickly freshened up and left the room. Coincidentally, at the moment he stepped out, the door of the neighboring room opened as well, and Xianxia walked out. Xianxia obviously had just taken a shower. Her hair was still wet. She noticed Xianxia too. giving him a glance before continuing to tie up her hair and walking forward. Looking at Yin Xingshue's retreating figure, Xianxia was speechless. This ice beauty cared too much about cleanliness. How could she take another shower so soon? These words, however, could only be muttered internally. He certainly didn't dare to say them aloud. After all, Yin Xingxue exuded a chill that made people hesitate to even approach her, let alone criticize her. Following behind Yin Xingxue, Xianxia continued toward the front. Subsequently, a massive space tunnel appeared directly ahead on the starship. With the guidance of the teacher, the students successively entered the space tunnel. Naturally, Xianxia was among them. The instant he entered the space tunnel, a wave of weightlessness swept over his entire body. However, it quickly subsided, and he felt his feet touch solid ground again. When he opened his eyes once more, he realized they were already back at Jinling No. 1 Middle School. This time, there were no school leaders or principal present. Other classmates started to disperse freely at this point, or those who had made gains went to the school's exchange center. This exchange center, naturally, was where some methods and secrets were used to exchange for money or resources. Of course, one could also use money to buy these things. In any case, both were possible. Chapter 19. Joyfully obtain 140,000 huaxia coins. After briefly looking around to confirm the location of the exchange counter, Xianxia approached it with great anticipation. Whether he would be able to exchange for star cores depended entirely on the value of these martial arts techniques and secret manuals he had acquired. He made his way toward the exchange counter. It didn't take long before he arrived. The place resembled a shop, with a large counter where several figures stood behind it. Not sure if it was a coincidence or not, but Xianxia noticed a familiar figure behind the counter, the graceful silhouette of Yin Xingxue. Now it became clear why Yin Xingxue had left in such a hurry earlier. She was doing her part-time work here. Such exchange counters typically hire students from the school to help them. This allows students to cope more effectively with the high cost of tuition fees. Therefore, many students were willing to come to places like the exchange counter or mission center for part-time jobs. Since there weren't too many people waiting at the exchange counter, Yin Xingxue immediately spotted Xianxia as soon as he arrived. However, she didn't say much but continued helping other students conduct their exchanges. During this time, Xianxia clearly saw some students holding fairly low-level items or small amounts of money, constantly trying to engage Yin Xingxue in conversation. Evidently, they were attempting to chat more with her. This scene wasn't unusual for Xianxia either. As classmates, similar incidents used to happen during their classes as well. Standing in line at the back of the queue. After a long while, it was finally Xianxia's turn. Even though they were classmates, Yin Xingxue still maintained her usual demeanor as an icy beauty when she glanced at Xianxia, asking, "What do you want to exchange?" Upon hearing that, Xianxia directly replied, "I have some martial arts techniques and secret manuals, hoping to exchange them for some money or resources." "Take out the martial arts techniques," Yin Xingxue said calmly. Xianxia took out all 5 manuals and placed them on the counter. Yin Xingxue scanned through them while also taking out an account book. One yellow-grade martial art technique can be exchanged for 10,000 huaxia coins. As she finished speaking, she jotted down this information in the account book. Seeing this, Xianxia hurriedly asked, "Excuse me, may I ask how the grade levels for these martial art techniques are divided?" Yin Xingxue explained, "Martial art techniques are divided into 5 ranks: Xian techniques, Heaven grade, Earth grade, Mystic grade, and Yellow grade, so-called Tian Di Xianhuan, Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow. One Xian technique can be exchanged for 5 million huaxia coins. One Heaven grade technique is worth 1 million huaxia coins. One Earth grade technique is 500,000. One Mystic grade technique is 100,000, and one Yellow grade technique is 10,000. Listening to Yin Xingxue's explanation, Xianxia couldn't help but smack his lips. Good grief, so according to this classification, his martial art techniques seem rather average. One Yellow grade martial art technique could only exchange for 10,000 huaxia coins. And based on what Xianxia understood, the price of a single star core was at least 1 million huaxia coins. In other words, even if he added up all these martial art techniques, it wouldn't be enough to buy a single star core, let alone the box used to store the star core. While Xianxia was contemplating this, Yin Xingxue continued recording. Mystic grade technique? Suddenly, an astonished voice came from Yin Xingxue. She seemed shocked upon noticing something about the last manual. Among the first 4 manuals, they were all yellow grade techniques. However, the last one was a mystic grade technique, which surprised Xianxia himself. After all, one mystic grade technique equaled 100,000 huaxia coins, making it a considerable tenth of a star core. With her surprise, Yin Xingxue gave Xianxia a deep glance. Clearly, she had figured out that all these were obtained by Xianxia from within the den of the unknown star core seekers. Subsequently, she noted it down in her account book again. In total, 4 yellow grade techniques and 1 mystic grade technique can be exchanged for 140,000 huaxia coins. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Although these mere 140,000 huaxia coins weren't much, not nearly enough to buy a single star core, it was still acceptable. Xianxia nodded. Proceed with the exchange. Then, Xianxia provided Yin Xingxue with his card number. After receiving the notification that the amount had been credited, Xianxia turned around and left. But, just as Xianxia was about to leave, Yin Xingxue's voice suddenly rang out from behind. Wait! Upon hearing those 2 words, Xianxia turned back and looked at Yin Xingxue in confusion. At this moment, Yin Xingxue said, "You seem to be short on money?" Faced with her inquiry, Xianxia didn't hesitate and nodded without hesitation. Seeing this, Yin Xingxue further suggested, "I recommend you check out the mission center. There might be suitable tasks for you there." At the sound of it, Qin Yao seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes instantly brightened. Thank you. After expressing his thanks, he headed straight for the mission center. Upon being reminded by Xianxia, a thought struck him. According to what Xianxia had said, he could definitely go to the mission center to earn more money to buy star cores. And there was an even more crucial point. He could make the 100 races within the planet engage in battles against the natives of other planets. This way, they would deeply realize their inadequacies and understand that only through cooperation could they defeat their enemies. Only then could the power on the planet be maximized. With this thought, Qin Yao couldn't help but quicken his steps. The last time, on the unclaimed planet, he had thought of exactly this. But alas, the undead race was far too powerful, which meant no cooperation was necessary to resolve the matter. Now it was different. Based on his understanding, the mission center had many challenging missions, with even more formidable enemies. This way, there was no need to worry about the undead being too strong. With great anticipation, he made his way toward the mission center. Upon arriving at the mission center, all he could see was a long queue of students. There were clearly far more students at the mission center than at the exchange counter. It was understandable, although other planets were full of dangers, as the saying goes. Danger coexists with opportunity, and everyone wanted to gain greater improvement. Qin Yao wasn't in a hurry either. He stood at the back of the queue and waited patiently. At the same time, he was also pondering what kind of mission he should take. Firstly, missions involving defeating enemies were out of the question because his primary goal was to make the 100 races on the planet recognize their shortcomings. Such missions involving vanquishing enemies were obviously impossible for him to complete. If anything, he needed to accept reconnaissance missions that required surveying the conditions on unclaimed planets. This way, not only could he complete the mission, but he could also train the 100 races to make them realize the importance of cooperative efforts. Right as Qin Yao was deep in thought, a voice suddenly rang out. Hey, look who we have here. Isn't this our school's famous favor seeker? Chapter 20 An encounter with a kind rich second generation. Isn't that the famous connection at our school? As Qin Yao was queuing, a sarcastic voice suddenly rang out in his ear. Qin Yao looked over and saw a figure who was rather stocky and had an arrogant expression on his face. Upon seeing this figure, Qin Yao immediately recognized him. Xianxia, a well-known rich second generation from Nanjing No. 1 Middle School. His father seemed to be a leader in Nanjing City. Similarly, he was also the most loyal follower of xianxia, which every student in Nanjing City knew. In the past, Xianxia would always rush into class 1 directly after class every day, taking his place and flirting with Xianxia. However, Xianxia never paid any attention to him. Despite this, it did not affect Xianxia's enthusiastic pursuit of Xianxia in the slightest. When the identity of the person who arrived became clear, due to the words dropped by Xianxia, many classmates' gazes began to focus on Qin Yao. Xianxia was a celebrity at school, but wasn't Qin Yao the same? Thus, when the surrounding classmates noticed Qin Yao, laughter began to arise. This is true. He's the famous connection at our school. Originally, it was him, the awakened one with only a 2-meter planet diameter. A complete waste. Humph, someone like him probably relies solely on his uncle being the principal. Otherwise, he would have been expelled long ago. But what is such a waste doing here today? Could he possibly be here to take on a mission? Haha, really made me laugh. How could such a waste come here for a mission? He's probably here thinking if there are any planets where he can work for wages. The laughter kept coming incessantly. Evidently, they thought that Qin Yao before them absolutely could not be here for a mission. After all, for someone with a mere 2-meter awakened planet diameter, their combat power was virtually zero. Amidst the continuous mockery, Xianxia wore a full smile as he looked at Qin Yao. Qin Yao, you wouldn't be telling me that you're here to take on a mission, right? Faced with the inquiry, Qin Yao didn't hesitate and nodded. But precisely because of his nod, it caused a burst of mocking laughter from the students around him. Ha ha ha, didn't I hear wrong? He wants to take on a mission? Truly unbelievable. A person with only a 2-meter diameter planet deserves to take on a mission. He isn't coming to accept a task, he's coming here to die. As the laughter rang out, Xianxia suddenly shouted coldly. Everyone shut up. We're all classmates. Is it necessary for you to mock each other? Xianxia now appeared as if he were the good guy. Furthermore, after his speech, he even scolded the people queuing ahead, demanding they open a path. Due to Xianxia's prominent status, it resulted in the classmates stepping aside to make way. Moreover, they also wanted to see what kind of mission Qin Yao intended to take, so everyone moved aside. As the classmates gave way, Xianxia looked towards Qin Yao with a sneer. Hey Qin Yao, you should be a first-timer at the mission office. Let me lead you to your mission. While saying this, he even guided Qin Yao forward. Seeing this, Qin Yao didn't refuse either. After all, having someone like this opening the way for him, no matter what his intentions might be, it was quite convenient for him. Under Xianxia's leadership, they directly approached the counter in front of the mission desk. Without waiting for Qin Yao to say anything, Xianxia spoke directly. Find him a relatively simple mission, preferably the type of mission where one checks conditions on unclaimed planets. As soon as Xianxia's words fell, a classmate inside the counter conveniently handed over the mission recording device to Xianxia. Big brother Qin, please take a look. Hearing this, Xianxia accepted the device and began reviewing it. During his perusal, Qin Yao clearly saw a cunning gleam flashing in Xianxia's eyes. Having witnessed everything clearly, Qin Yao didn't add much more to the conversation. Quickly, Xianxia pointed at a mission on the screen of the instrument and said directly, Qin Yao, do you think this mission is fine? This mission is very simple. Just go to an unnamed planet called Xuanhuan and check the condition of the planet. and the reward is substantial. As long as you record all the conditions completely, you can receive 10,000 Chinese yuan. In addition, this is a consecutive mission. According to the mission instructions, there are some natives on this Yunhua planet. If you can kill one native and bring back the corpse, you will receive 500,000 Chinese yuan. Once his words fell, the surrounding classmates heard them and several of their faces changed into odd expressions. Their gazes were all focused on Qin Tianlin. At this moment, they finally understood why Qin Tianlin was so kind to help Qin Yao pick a mission. It turns out that Qin Tianlin intended to kill Qin Yao. Under normal circumstances, these exploration missions could only yield 20 or 30,000 yuan at most. But this time it would amount to 100,000 yuan. Even an idiot could see the reason behind it. Naturally, all the classmates around were well aware of the situation. The star master of this planet had just been killed, and the planet was currently in turmoil. Not only were the natives on the planet powerful, but there would also be some invaders coming here to seize resources. It was truly chaotic. This meant that by doing this, Qin Tianlin's assignment for Qin Yao was essentially sending him to die. Right at this moment, as the main person involved, Qin Yao was also greatly shocked when he heard about the mission. Although he didn't know the specific situation, any mission that offered such a high reward must have something suspicious behind it. But alas, the reward was simply too much. 100,000 yuan. That was equivalent to a complete Xian stage cultivation method. While Qin Yao was contemplating, Qin Tianlin kept smiling at him. What do you think? Do you want to consider this mission? No sooner had the words fallen than Qin Yao replied directly. No need to think. I'll take this one. Upon hearing this, even Qin Tianlin was startled. He looked at Qin Yao with an expression as if looking at a fool. He never expected that the favored relation would accept the task without any hesitation. However, since Qin Yao had chosen to accept, Qin Tianlin naturally did not hesitate at all. He immediately grabbed Qin Yao's finger and pressed it on the instrument. After completing everything, Qin Tianlin still smiled at Qin Yao all over his face. Qin Yao, I will wait for your safe return at school. I'll throw you a celebration banquet when you come back. After his words, all the classmates shook their heads upon seeing Qin Yao. In their eyes, Qin Yao was almost certainly doomed. They couldn't have imagined that while Qin Tianlin appeared to smile on the surface, his heart was far more terrifying than they could have ever guessed. Chapter 21. Cloud Fire Crystal Stone, Unknown Dangers. Qin Tianlin's actions made the students present look on with fear in their eyes. They obviously hadn't expected that Qin Tianlin could be so malicious. Even if people like Qin Yao often got teased for their acne, it was usually just a few sarcastic remarks. But the current Qin Tianlin was literally pushing Qin Yao to the brink of hell. However, at this moment, Qin Tianlin clearly wasn't paying attention to these things. When Qin Yao pressed her finger down, he smiled and spoke to the classmates at the task desk. Take out the mission device. Let's see how our privileged classmate will complete the task. As Qin Tianlin finished speaking, a student working at the task desk took out a palm-sized transparent crystal. Qin Tianlin handed over the mission device to Qin Yao and said with a smile, "Good luck. I'll wait for your safe return at school." Qin Yao didn't respond much to Qin Tianlin's words and turned to leave from the task area. Of course, she took the mission device with her. Watching Qin Yao's departing back, the classmates shook their heads one after another. And when Qin Tianlin looked at Qin Yao's back, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. The smile originally on his face had now turned into concentrated frostiness. It was as if he hated Qin Yao to the bone. After accepting the mission, Qin Yao left the school. Because the awakening trial period had ended, all students had a month of relaxation. During this time, they could move freely without having to stay in school all the time. Qin Yao returned to her place. She briefly examined the current development within the planet. The situation inside the planet seemed normal, with no significant changes. The Empress still hadn't awakened. Under the leadership of you, the human race continued to develop. But Qin Yao noticed that you had visibly aged, indicating that Yu's era was almost over. After a quick examination of the planet, ding ding ding, several rapid alarm sounds continuously rang out. Qin Yao casually picked up an oval-shaped instrument lying on the table, which looked somewhat similar to a mobile phone, and clicked it casually. A projection immediately appeared. To Qin Yao's surprise, what appeared on the projection was Xianxia. Upon seeing Xianxia, she immediately said, "Did you accept the task to explore the Yunhua Mars planet?" Facing the inquiry, Qin Yao didn't hesitate, but nodded. In the instant that Qin Yao nodded, Xianxia directly stated, "Go back to the school immediately and cancel that mission. This task is too dangerous. You can't go." As those words sounded, Qin Yao froze for a moment. Xianxia had always maintained an icy beauty persona. He'd never seen her act so urgently before. What happened today? Meanwhile, Xianxia obviously realized something and resumed her usual icy beauty demeanor. "I know that the exploration mission to the Yunhua Mars planet has a great connection to Qin Tianlin. And this Qin Tianlin must be targeting you because of me. Go to the school quickly and cancel the task. The difficulty of this mission is far greater than you can imagine, and also more dangerous. Otherwise, how could such a high reward be given?" After hearing Xianxia's speech, Qin Yao calmly nodded his head. "It's precisely because the reward is so large that I accepted this task. For me, nothing is more important than money, even my life. Why live in poverty day by day, being called worthless all the time? It's better to take a risk." When Qin Yao's words were heard, Xianxia suddenly fell silent. The Xianxia in the projection blinked her beautiful eyes, keeping them fixed on Qin Yao. Although she was not a party involved, she couldn't empathize with Qin Yao enduring daily humiliation as worthless or being called a connection dependent. Yet now, Qin Yao, considering money more valuable than life, confused Xianxia, leaving her speechless. But she did know the danger of the xuanhuan Mars planet. At this moment, she said again, xuanhuan Mars was originally a high-level planet. The reason why xuanhuan Mars became an ownerless planet mainly stems from the appearance of a kind of advanced energy on the xuanhuan Mars called cloud fire crystal stone. The value of this cloud fire crystal stone is very high, even comparable to star energy. After the news spread, countless strong figures immediately took notice. Due to this, xuanhuan Mars suffered from joint attacks by other planets. Naturally, its original owner was killed. When Xianxia's tone softened slightly, she continued, "Have you ever thought about it? A high-level planet that has produced energy comparable to star energy, could its native inhabitants possibly be weak? Even after being besieged, there are still plenty of natives remaining on xuanhuan Mars. In other words, going to xuanhuan Mars now would be no different from a suicide mission." Xianxia revealed everything about xuanhuan Mars. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Qin Yao fell silent. She had only suspected before that something was amiss with xuanhuan Mars, given the exorbitant reward offered. But after hearing Xianxia's explanation, she finally understood the reason behind it all. A high-level planet. A planet that gave birth to cloud fire crystal stones. Energy so powerful it could rival star energy. The level of danger associated with such a planet went without saying. Yet precisely because of this, it was exactly the kind of planet she needed most. There was even a chance she might find some leftover cloud fire crystal stones. If so, it would be a huge boon for her. She also realized why Xianxia had sought her out. It was mainly because Chun Tianlin had forced this mission upon her. Chun Tianlin had always harbored feelings for Xianxia, leading Xianxia to believe that he had assigned the mission in order to target her. This made Xianxia feel somewhat guilty. With a smile, Qin Yao reassured Xianxia, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Besides, I'm not a rookie going to another planet for the first time. And this matter has nothing to do with Chun Tianlin. Even if I discovered this task myself, I definitely would have accepted it." These words left Xianxia momentarily speechless, though she seemed irritated as well. Her beautiful eyes darted toward Qin Yao sharply. "Be careful then." As the sound faded, Xianxia's projection disappeared. Qin Yao didn't dwell on it, calmly packing up and stepping out of the door. She headed straight for the Jinling City Space Transit Station. Chapter 22. Setting off for Yunhong Planet. A space gateway station exists in every city. The primary function of the space gateway station is that there are many starships here, and these starships serve as transportation to other planets. To put it simply, this is akin to a train station from another life, making their way all the way to the space gateway station. There were clearly quite a number of people here. Moreover, most of them were adults. Very few were teenagers like Qin Yao, who was 17 or 18 years old. After all, this place was the platform to travel to other planets. It was rare for a young person to choose to go to other planets alone. For the surrounding gazes watching him, Qin Yao had long grown used to it. Even though there were plenty of people, the space gateway station was vast, and there was no need to line up. Qin Yao stepped forward directly towards the counter. A staff member greeted with a smile. "Hello, which planet do you want to go to? When would you like to depart?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yao took out the mission device and handed it to the staff member. "Yunhong Planet, as soon as possible." As his words trailed off, the staff member took the mission device and glanced deeply at Qin Yao. Recently, many people had been heading to Yunhong Planet, but it was her first time seeing a classmate heading there. Out of safety concerns, the staff member reminded Qin Yao. "Classmate, Yunhong Planet is extremely dangerous. Have you thought this through?" After hearing this, Qin Yao nodded. "I have." Listening to Qin Yao's response, the staff member didn't have much more to say and fiddled with the mission device. "The next starship bound for Yunhong Planet departs in an hour. You can go inside and wait." As the staff member spoke, she handed the mission device back to Qin Yao. Qin Yao thanked her and left. Ordinarily, riding a starship at a space gateway station requires payment. From what Qin Yao understood, the minimum fee was at least 10,000 huaxia dollars. This also depended on how safe the destination planet was, whether it was an unclaimed planet, and various other factors. However, since he had the mission device, it meant that a cost was spared. Because according to the rules here, if someone carried a mission device and was traveling to another planet for a task, they wouldn't need a ticket. After pondering briefly, Qin Yao went into the waiting room to pass the time. The wait wasn't prolonged. A voice from the overhead broadcast already rang out. "Passengers destined for Hongtu Planet, Tianhai Planet, Mingyi Planet, Yunhong Planet, please head outside the waiting area to board your starship." Accompanying the announcement, Qin Yao stood up and made his way outside. During this period, he saw quite a few people standing up one after another and heading outside. When he reached the outside, Qin Yao immediately spotted numerous starships docked ahead. These starships were massive, and each had somewhat distinct exteriors. Qin Yao even noticed some starships outfitted with plasma rocket launchers and other weapons on their surfaces. Those must have been starships designated for relatively dangerous planets. Subsequently, guided by the broadcast, Qin Yao boarded the starship. Only this time, it differed from last time. Last time, the seating was assigned. This time, the room assignment was written on the mission device. The environment did not vary significantly. Based on the room number displayed on the mission device, Qin Yao easily found his room. After recording his fingerprint, the door opened, and Qin Yao stepped inside. It's worth noting that this room was noticeably more spacious than the previous one, even twice as large. But Qin Yao didn't have too many requirements when it came to such things. As long as there was a bed to sleep on, that was enough. After casually surveying the surrounding environment, he entered the room. Upon entering the ship, he He immediately summoned Alsace and the leader of the beast tribe. As soon as the four appeared before Xianxia, he stated, "This time, we will continue to compete with the strong individuals on other planets." As Xianxia finished speaking, Delanton hastily said, "Master of Stars, let me go. I promise I will defeat the enemy." Ogram at this point also anxiously chimed in. "Master of Stars, my people are powerful, let my clan go." Before Xianxia could respond, Alsace issued a scoff. "Ho ho, don't bother going. It's best if my undead race goes." While saying this, he raised his head and looked at Xianxia, continuing respectfully. "Master of Stars, it was my undead race last time. We have more experience dealing with other planets' matters. Let us handle it." After Alsace's words faded, the beast's side seemed dissatisfied, intending to continue arguing. However, Xianxia interrupted them right then. Xianxia cast a serious gaze at the group and spoke in a low, grave tone. "I need to tell you that this time, our enemies are extremely strong, perhaps even unrealistically so. Are you sure you still want to compete?" Upon hearing these words, Alsace nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, Master of Stars, I guarantee I can defeat the enemy." Delanton was about to say something when Xianxia had already made his decision. Xianxia turned toward Alsace. "Prepare yourself. We should be facing the enemy soon." As the words fell, Alsace gave an emphatic nod. "Please have faith in me, Master of Stars." Then, Xianxia consoled the three beast race members before exiting the room. The moment he exited, the announcement sounded over the intercom. "The journey to Xuanhuan planet will take approximately 18 hours. Please rest well. We will remind you as we approach the destination." With the announcement concluded, Xianxia quickly freshened up and then lay down to sleep. He woke up a few times during the night to check on the planet's development. Finally, the announcement came again. 1 hour until arrival at Xuanhuan planet. Please prepare accordingly. After hearing this, Xianxia rinsed himself briefly and checked the updates regarding the planet. He realized that while the human emperor was previously named Yu, it was now Qi. This showed the rapid progress of humanity. After checking everything once more, Xianxia left the room just like before. When he stepped out of his room, he noticed a space passage outside the door. This was clearly the pathway leading directly to Xuanhuan planet. Standing in front of the passageway, Xianxia waited patiently. During this time, he saw several others leaving their rooms as well. Clearly, they were also heading to Xuanhuan planet. There were quite a few people, most likely drawn by rumors about Xuanhuan crystal stones found on the planet. The wait wasn't long. "We have arrived at Xuanhuan planet. Passengers bound for Xuanhuan planet, please enter the space passage." As the announcement rang out, Xianxia took a deep breath. He instructed Alsace to scout ahead first, then followed into the space passage. Chapter 23, The Powerful Mage. Everything in sight was bathed in a fiery red hue. The temperature of the heavens and earth also noticeably rose. This place was Xuanhuan planet. Xianxia surveyed the surroundings of Xuanhuan planet. It looked rather desolate. Huge peaks could be seen everywhere, as well as fire-red rocks, as if they had been scorched by a great blaze. After a quick inspection of the area, he also noticed that numerous undead armies led by Arthas were present. It was clear that Arthas had prepared thoroughly. Hundreds of undead soldiers stood at the front. Behind them were the undead archers, also known as skeleton archers, and further back were Arthas and two undead mages. They had positioned themselves so as to protect Arthas and the undead mages very safely. "Let's move forward first." Seeing this, Xianxia spoke solemnly. He then took out his mission device. A small camera popped out from the mission device. The camera then flew into midair. Through the instrument, Xianxia could clearly see everything captured by the camera. Since the mission was about reconnaissance, it required capturing footage of the entire planet. However, during the recording, Xianxia deliberately avoided capturing the undead army. This couldn't be recorded, otherwise, if it got out, the situation would become severe. While recording and documenting, he accompanied Arthas and the undead army as they gradually moved forward. During this period, Xianxia remained vigilant, as did Arthas. For him, there were many purposes for coming here. Firstly, to earn rewards for completing missions, ideally securing Xuanhuan crystals if possible. Additionally, he wanted to ensure the 100 clans faced defeat so they'd understand the importance of cooperation. Nevertheless, after roughly half an hour of walking, no dangers were encountered along the way. Xianxia also noticed that this Xuanhuan planet was much larger than the previous unclaimed planets during the trial phase, too vast by far. "Take a break here." Xianxia gave the order while looking at a river up ahead. Upon hearing this, Arthas hurriedly complied. Even though they were resting on the spot, the formation of the undead army didn't change. It was still with the undead army at the front acting as cannon fodder, followed by the undead archers and mages. And right at the moment, everyone began resting. Suddenly, the two undead mages spoke almost simultaneously. "Someone's coming." As soon as these words sounded, Arthas instantly put the undead army on high alert. Sure enough, in the instant his words ended, everyone felt a gust of wind rushing toward them. With the whistling wind, Xianxia and the others clearly saw a figure wearing a black long robe and a large hat flying toward them. What was strange was how he flew, with what looked like a broom beneath him and glowing brightly. Mage. With just one glance, Xianxia identified the person by their attire. He realized at this point what kind of energy was contained above Xuanhuan planet, and immediately documented it on the mission device. At the same time, the mage in the air slowly descended riding on his staff. He was rather short both in stature and face-wise, but his face was full of rage, and a deep murderous intent was bursting forth from his eyes. "Umph, you wretched plunderers actually dare to come here." It was evident he held great enmity toward Arthas and his group. Xianxia understood this too. After all, the master of Xuanhuan planet had died not long ago. These mages were creatures created by the planet's owner, and naturally, they would hold anger towards anyone who had wronged their master, hence their hostility toward any outsider. Still, there was one thing that left Xianxia a bit puzzled. Xuanhuan planet was a high-grade planet with magic power. Mages possessed terrifying combat abilities, so what sort of force could possibly have killed the master of Xuanhuan planet? How formidable was the opponent's strength? But obviously, the current situation left no room for Xianxia to dwell on such thoughts, because the mage who had just landed was already attacking. The mage's staff lit up with radiance, and incantations flowed continuously from his mouth. Descend. The wrath of Xuanhuan planet. Celestial fire. With the voice's end, the mage fiercely swung down his staff. Right at that instant when he made the swing, the sky was abruptly filled with an unbearably scorching heat. In the blink of an eye, clusters of flames appeared suddenly from the heavens. The flames danced in the air and instantly enveloped the entire sky, creating a dazzling spectacle. However, Arthas had no time to appreciate this sight. The moment the mage began chanting his spell, Arthas had already ordered the undead army to charge forward and instructed the skeleton archers to attack the mage. The undead army surged toward the mage while the skeleton archers continuously drew their bows and shot arrows into the sky. A multitude of arrows pierced through the heavens, raining down upon the mage with overwhelming force. However, a layer of fiery red shielding suddenly appeared around the mage at that very instant. As the arrows struck the shield, they shattered immediately. The undead army fared even worse as they rushed toward the mage with incredible speed. With a casual flick of his staff, the mage unleashed a stream of fire from it, instantly killing dozens of skeleton warriors in an eye blink. At the same moment, the fiery embers leaping high in the sky cascaded furiously downward. Roaring flames engulfed the sky within moments. The flames spread wide and descended rapidly. Considering the large number of undead soldiers and skeleton archers, it led to devastating consequences. In the blink of an eye, the once 200-strong army of undead soldiers and skeleton archers was decimated by the flames. Many undead soldiers were left ablaze, with the fire even burning their bones. Under the protection of the necromancers, Xianxia and Arthas managed to evade the brunt of the attack. But Arthas's face darkened deeply as he observed this scene. He hadn't expected the enemy to possess such terrifying power. In just one exchange, the undead army and skeleton archers were nearly wiped out. Despite being shocked by the mage's strength, Arthas acted swiftly. While resurrecting the fallen undead warriors, he directed the necromancers to keep the mage occupied. The two necromancers began chanting spells almost instantly. Arise, O flame giant. Emerge, O flood from the deep earth. Chapter 24. A crushing battle, a pitiful escape. In the face of a powerful magician, at this moment both necromancers sprang into action, choosing to buy time for Arthas. It must be said that the coordination between the necromancers and Arthas was excellent. While the two necromancers chanted their spells, Arthas too was in the process of reviving the undead army and the skeletal archers. Accompanied by the necromancers' incantations, one could clearly see before them. Flames coalesced, forming a colossal fire giant. Ripples spread as another water giant emerged. The two giants stood resolute in front of the magician. Each swung their enormous fists directly towards the magician. At this very moment, the magician observed the appearance of the two giants. A deep expression of disdain flickered across his face. Humph, a group of lowly magicians, and you wish to battle me? He knew nothing of the necromancers' true identities, only recognizing that they could chant spells, so he mistook them as fellow magicians. As his voice fell silent, his staff suddenly emitted a brilliant light. In an instant, a radiant pillar of daylight burst forth from the staff. Just as the two giants were about to strike with their fists, the pillar of daylight struck directly onto their massive bodies. Bang, bang. Two thunderous sounds resonated continuously, and what followed made even Xianxia's eyes narrow slightly. Because at this moment, the attack from the magician's staff caused the two giants to instantly crumble into dust upon impact. Xianxia remembered that fire giants could reconstitute themselves even if shattered. Yet this time, they failed to do so, being utterly wiped out. Similarly, not only were the two giants destroyed, but the two necromancers also suffered grave injuries, being hurled back forcefully. There was even a trace of blood gushing from their mouths. It was then that Arthas successfully revived the undead. The undead charged toward the magician once more. The magician looked upon the approaching undead like observing mere ants, his face filled with contempt. Humph, such tiny creatures actually dare to challenge the heavens. Upon finishing his sentence, the magician began chanting a spell once again. Descend. The wrath of Cloud Mars planet. Celestial fire. Once again, just like before, fire flames rapidly danced through the sky. With the dancing of the flames, countless fiery streaks quickly descended from the heavens above. Arthas had already recognized the terror of these widespread flames before. Thus, seeing the falling flames now, his entire person's gaze abruptly sharpened. Swish swash. In an instant, the flames rained down directly onto the ranks of the undead army. An unimaginable destructive power surged immediately, wiping out most of the undead army in a single strike. All of this happened too swiftly. The might of the magician far surpassed Arthas' expectations. Looking at the undead covered by the flames, the two severely wounded necromancers hurried to Arthas' side and desperately urged, "It's no use. His strength is far too formidable. While the undead army holds him off now, we must flee immediately." Despite the advice, Arthas' expression was extremely grim. His whole person stared fixedly at the distant magician, fists clenched tightly, eyes brimming with frustration. It's unfortunate my strength hasn't yet reached its peak. Otherwise, I would surely have been able to kill him effortlessly. Even as he spoke, he still did not issue an order to retreat. Witnessing all of this, Xianxia instantly understood. There was no longer any need to continue the fight. The reason why Arthas hesitated to give the command to retreat was mainly due to his pride preventing him from acknowledging his failure. Thereupon, Xianxia declared firmly, retreat. These two words caused Arthas to once more deeply glance at the magician, before issuing the order to retreat. As for those undead, they continued charging toward the magician, trying to delay him. But everything that unfolded played perfectly into the magician's hands. The magician sneered coldly. Since you came, why are you fleeing? Upon speaking, he devoted all his might to clearing away the undead who dared to hinder him. On the other hand, Xianxia and Arthas were sprinting furiously toward the spatial passage. However, there was quite some distance between this location and the spatial passage, leading to them still being relatively far from the spatial passage despite running frantically. At this point though, the magician had successfully dispatched all the undead army attempting to obstruct him. Haha, let's see where you'll run. The magician's loud laughter echoed in the sky. Right after that, one could see the magician dashing over while riding his magical staff. Even though Xianxia and the others were running at a great speed, no matter how fast they ran, how could they possibly match the speed of flight? And soon enough, it was evident that the magician was about to catch up. At this moment, not only Arthas and the rest, but even Xianxia himself felt an unease in his heart. My god, he had originally thought of letting the undead army have a taste of failure, but he hadn't expected that now even he was in danger. If he really ended up falling here, it would be a huge loss. No, this way, we'll never be able to escape. One of the necromancers, looking back at the rapidly approaching magician, spoke with a grave voice. Then he immediately turned to Xianxia, repeatedly urging, Lord Star, no matter what happens next, you must not stop. You must go forward with all your might. As his voice faded, both Arthas and the other necromancer clearly guessed something. Sadness flickered in their eyes. Soon after, Xianxia heard chanting begin. Great Lord of the Undead, your descendant is willing to burn their own life for your favor. Grant me supreme magical power. As these words sounded, an eerie green flame began to blaze from this necromancer's body. Upon seeing such a scene, even the magician in the air paused momentarily. He's really ruthless, actually choosing to burn his own life, muttered the magician as he ceased flying and gently descended. It seemed as if he knew that he wouldn't be able to chase after Xianxia and the others now. Meanwhile, that necromancer engulfed in the green flame continued to chant incantations. Suddenly, Xianxia felt a gentle breeze sweeping past him. Next, he realized his feet were lifted off the ground. He was flying. Arthas and the other necromancer followed suit. The three of them flew directly towards the spatial passage, and thus, they managed to successfully flee. However, this escape came at the cost of the necromancer's life. Chapter 25, Muradin appears, a new race. Lord of the Stars, forgive me. This time I underestimated our foe. Inside the planet, Arthas stood apologetically before Xianxia. At his side was the necromancer. Looking at Arthas, Xianxia asked directly, do you think if you were given another chance, could you defeat him? Upon hearing this, Arthas hesitated. After a moment's pause, he finally shook his head. No. Hearing Arthas' response, Xianxia nodded. Go rest. This battle has taken a toll on you. Through this fight, I hope you've realized that there are enemies too powerful to be dealt with by your strength alone. There are other races within this planet. You must learn to cooperate with others. As Xianxia concluded, Arthas glanced towards the direction of the Orc clan. With what seemed like an epiphany, he firmly nodded. I understand, Lord of the Stars. With that reply, Arthas left, taking the necromancer with him. It was evident that this defeat weighed heavily on Arthas. This was somewhat expected. After all, it wasn't just a failure but also the loss of one necromancer. He had much to ponder upon returning. The moment Arthas left, Dwarven, Orgrim, and Gul'dan appeared before Xianxia. Before they could speak, Xianxia already knew their intentions and stopped them with a gesture. Xianxia looked seriously at the three of them and said, do you believe the three of your races together can defeat that mage? Regarding the previous battle, Dwarven and the others had undoubtedly witnessed it all. Faced with Xianxia's inquiry this time, without hesitation, all three opened their mouths simultaneously. We can. At the single word that dropped, Xianxia chuckled and shook his head. If you're so confident, then for the next battle, I will have you step out. Return now and prepare further. Your turn in battle is approaching. Even though it wasn't their time yet, hearing Xianxia's words filled the faces of the three with excitement as they turned back to prepare. Watching their departing backs, Xianxia couldn't help but let out a silent smile. The orcs were overly confident. Judging from Xianxia's perspective, their power wasn't much different from the undead race. If they were to face the mage, it might not go well. But since they had such confidence, Xianxia would find them some suitable opponents. After some brief consideration, Xianxia left the planet. Back inside the room, he hesitated slightly. His hesitation naturally stemmed from the possibility of fire cloud crystals existing within the Fire Mars planet. However, the Fire Mars planet also housed extremely powerful mages. One slip up and he could die, but leaving without trying left a bitter taste in his heart. After considerable deliberation, determination flickered in Xianxia's eyes. There was always fortune to be sought in danger, and Xianxia decided to take a gamble. And with the system present, he wouldn't need to stay too far from the space tunnel. With that thought, Xianxia once again entered the space channel. He found himself again within the Fire Mars planet. Xianxia looked around, ensuring it was safe, and immediately instructed the system to begin gathering resources, which were none other than fire cloud crystals. The system worked swiftly. 2 fire cloud crystals collected. Upon hearing this, Xianxia was delighted instantly. But suddenly, a mocking laugh rang out. Haha, I didn't expect to really catch you waiting here like this. As the laughter subsided, Xianxia clearly saw a figure hurtling through the air toward him, and it was none other than the previous mage. How unexpected it was for Xianxia that the enemy was waiting for him here. Moreover, their distance was dangerously close. Seeing the enemy approaching rapidly, without any hesitation, Xianxia turned and headed back toward the space channel, urging the system within to hurry. And just as he stepped into the space channel, Xianxia could distinctly feel a wave of searing heat rushing from the sky. Glancing sideways, his expression tightened dramatically, for at that moment, he clearly saw endless flames cascading down from above. Witnessing this scene, Xianxia wasted no time and dashed into the space channel for survival. Forget about the fire cloud crystals, preserving his life was paramount now. At the instant he entered the space channel, behind him came crackling sounds. Fortunately, when Xianxia opened his eyes again, he had safely returned to the starship. Checking himself over, finding no injury, Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. At the same time, he also felt relieved that he had run fast enough. Otherwise, things could have really gone wrong this time. He then entered the room. Upon entering, he immediately saw 2 crystal stones on the ground, each as big as a thumb and glowing fiery red. The moment he saw these crystals, Xianxia's face lit up with joy. These were indeed fire cloud crystals. Fire cloud crystals he had almost died to obtain inside. At this moment, Xianxia's face revealed an expression of deep satisfaction. Although the process was extremely perilous, it was good to have reaped some rewards in the end. Subsequently, he brought the fire cloud crystals into the planet, choosing to use one of the fire cloud crystals. This time, the sky was no longer filled with purple light, but instead bathed in a fiery red hue. The fire red engulfed the entire heaven and earth, and Xianxia also felt an intense heat. As he experienced all this, his gaze became fixed on a huge cave far in the distance. After all, this was where the next race would appear. During this period, Xianxia also noticed that the entire undead army had been revived, and 3 skeletons shrouded in black flames emerged. The weapons they held looked like massive black hammers, adding a touch of style. Apart from these skeletons burning with red flames, Xianxia also noticed a significant increase in the numbers of the undead army, including more skeleton archers and even 3 additional necromancers. On the orc side, Xianxia also found that Doroten's group had gained another Orcish witch doctor during this time. As for the human race, under the leadership of Qi, they were busy building their city-state and even creating weapons. But Xianxia only gave these developments a quick glance. His full attention was focused on the furthest point, the place where the newest race was located, because some creatures had already begun to appear there. Chapter 26, Diameter Source, Mission Completed. As a new being appeared, Xianxia immediately directed his attention towards it. At this moment, he clearly saw a group of people standing in front of the massive cave. Among them, the leader was particularly noticeable. He was clad in armor, holding 2 huge axes in his hands, with bulging muscles that filled out the armor, as if emitting an endless force. However, the only difference was that he and the people behind him were all rather short. And just at the sight of them, Xianxia instantly recognized this race. The dwarves, a race capable of crafting countless legendary artifacts. In other words, over time, with the presence of the dwarven race, everyone within the alliance could potentially have highly suitable weapons. While Xianxia gazed at the dwarves, the leading figure approached Xianxia with a group of his kin. Muladin Tongsu meets the Star-Lord. His voice was deep and resonant, giving off an illusion of piercing through space. Likewise, those dwarves behind him all spoke up as well. Upon hearing their voices, Xianxia nodded. Simultaneously, after the infusion of Xuanhuan crystal stone, the other 3 races had also been upgraded. They came before Xianxia one by one. Arthas, accompanied by the Skeleton King, meets the Star-Lord. Arthas walked forward, followed by 3 skeletons burning with flames. He kept his head bowed while speaking, clearly still not recovered from his previous defeat. Next came the orc trio. However, upon arrival, they cast looks full of hostility toward the dwarven faction. Their eyes flashed with the intent to fight. All of this fell into Muladin Tongsu's sight, causing him to coldly humph without saying much more. Finally, it was the human race's turn. Xianxia knew that the development of the humans was slow. However, this time they had improved quite a bit as well. In the end, Xianxia's gaze swept over them, and he slowly said, "Return and prepare yourselves. The next battle will arrive soon." Hearing about the impending battle, the orcs reacted most intensely. Delanton and the others clenched their fists tightly, assuring Xianxia. Muladin Tongsu also looked respectfully at Xianxia and said, "Star-Lord, please allow me to lead the next expedition." No sooner had his words fallen than the orc trio interjected before Xianxia could respond. "Why should you go? The Star-Lord has already agreed that our orc race will fight in the next battle." "That's right. You bunch of dwarves, just stay put on the planet." Insulted in such a manner, Muladin Tongsu naturally couldn't accept it. But just as he was about to argue back, Xianxia cut in. "Enough, stop arguing. You all will have your chances to fight. Go back now." Xianxia's words were commands to them, and they didn't dare to disobey. However, as they left, they each shot a harsh glare at the others. With their departure, Xianxia checked his attributes as well. Host, Planet Master Xianxia. Planet level, low. Planet name, none. Planet diameter, 8 kilometers. Planet species, none yet. Great union of 100 tribes races. Undead, orcs, humans, dwarves. When Xianxia saw the diameter, he froze for a moment. Goodness gracious, how quickly the planet's diameter had grown. It was increasing multiple times every step. Initially, it was only 2 meters, then 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, last time it was 4 kilometers, but this time it had directly expanded to 8 kilometers. This speed made Xianxia extremely happy. This meant that very soon, the diameter of his planet would reach dozens of kilometers. With such growth, Xianxia was exceedingly satisfied. Subsequently, his gaze also extended to the end of the planet. Just like before, as long as there was energy input, the next tribe would appear. Similarly, the system prompt sound was heard once again. Xianxia glanced over, and this time clearly saw that at the edge of the planet, somehow there was a waterfall. Below the mountainous waterfall stretched a dense forest. Yet there were no creatures within this forest. Xianxia was aware, just as always, sufficient energy was needed to awaken a new race. Although he still had 1 xuanhuan crystal stone, he wasn't in any rush to use it. Let the planet develop further first. He also named the planet, deciding on Great Union of 100 Tribes. After finishing everything, Xianxia left the planet. What Xianxia did not know was that at the moment he left, the Empress who had been floating in midair slightly moved her delicate hand. Time flew by. Very soon, after the mission was completed, Xianxia returned to Jinling City once again. Since the mission was done, Xianxia naturally wanted to return and submit it as soon as possible. When he arrived at the school, everything seemed unchanged, just like any other day. However, Xianxia noticed that the students around him were looking at him strangely. Given that he had been stared at like this before, he didn't pay much attention and headed straight for the mission submission desk. At the moment Xianxia approached the mission desk, those students waiting in line for missions immediately fixed their gaze on him with a slight change in expression. Isn't that the guy who got preferential treatment? I heard he went on a mission to Xuanhuan planet, and he actually survived? His luck is really good. With a planet of only 2 meters in diameter, he still managed to come back alive from Xuanhuan planet. Quick, go tell Xianxia that the guy with connections is back. One comment after another arose, and it seemed like everyone was genuinely shocked by Xianxia's return. Some students hurried off, obviously going to inform Xianxia. Xianxia didn't concern himself with these things, but walked straight toward the counter instead. He took out the task recording device and placed it on the counter. Mission submission. As the words left Xianxia's mouth, the student behind the counter saw him, and his eyes narrowed slightly, clearly surprised. You actually came back? Upon hearing this, Xianxia smiled immediately. What? Was I supposed to die on Xuanhuan planet? As his words echoed, the classmate's face turned awkward, but it quickly returned to normal. Looking at the mission recorder on the counter, he slowly said, Wait a moment. We must wait for Xianxia to confirm if your mission is complete. At this statement, Xianxia's eyebrows furrowed slightly. I don't understand. Aren't you the one responsible for the mission desk, not Xianxia? Why do I need to wait for him to submit my mission? Before the student could reply to Xianxia's words, a voice sounded behind him. Quite unexpected indeed, that you managed to come back alive. Chapter 27. You actually came back alive? Ho ho, what a surprise, you actually came back alive. A surprised and cynical laugh came from behind. The moment Xianxia heard this laugh, he had already guessed the identity of the speaker. This laughing person must be Xianxia. He was also the one the mission office mentioned they were waiting for. Xianxia didn't bother responding to Xianxia's arrival. He didn't even turn his head to take a look. But at this point, Xianxia was walking forward step by step and directly approached the counter of the mission office. He grabbed the mission device that was on the counter and started playing with it casually. His gaze then fell upon Xianxia. To be honest, I really didn't expect you to come back. Rumors say that the Marsian planet is extremely dangerous, yet you've returned alive. It seems you're not as incompetent as the rumors suggest. After Xianxia finished speaking, Xianxia remained silent, maintaining an expression of calm. This time, however, Xianxia clearly wasn't showing the same level of kindness as before. At least previously, there would still be laughter in his words, and they weren't nearly as offensive as they sounded now, even if they were all lies. Now, though, Xianxia showed no restraint and kept mocking Xianxia with his words. He then turned his attention toward the mission device in his hand. Coincidentally, there are many people here, so let's just have everyone see what happened inside the Marsian planet together. Saying this, he handed the mission device to the student at the mission desk. Project it so everyone can see. Hearing this, the student wasted no time in taking the device and began projecting it right away. In the meantime, students waiting nearby in line began to pay attention as well. Most of them had at least heard about Xianxia, the connections guy, going to Marsian on a mission. Everyone knew how perilous Marsian was, so seeing Xianxia return alive left some of them quite surprised. They were also curious about what kinds of powerful foes existed within this perilous planet. As the projection unfolded, what appeared first was Xianxia landing on Marsian. Following the footage taken earlier, it was clear from the images Xianxia had captured that the mountains on Marsian looked like they'd been scorched by fire. However, during filming, Xianxia had deliberately avoided capturing the undead, thus no such figures appeared in the footage. When the Martian environment was displayed, the students immediately burst into various discussions, mostly out of curiosity about Marsian. Not long after, a figure appeared on screen. It was the magician who had previously been seen riding his staff. The instant the mage showed up, he began incanting magic. In an instant, fiery rain poured down from the skies. What the hell? This magician is incredibly strong. Wow, no wonder it's called Marsian. These people are too insane. With such a terrifying Marsian, was it ultimately destroyed? But how did the connections guy escape from such a powerful mage? As the crowd grew more confused, chaos erupted in the projected video. After the chaos, heavy breathing sounds followed. The students then saw Xianxia frantically fleeing for his life. Logically speaking, the speed of the mage should have been fast, but Xianxia managed to narrowly run into the space tunnel just in time. Since Xianxia had intentionally avoided the undead, others couldn't see much besides him desperately running. With Xianxia successfully entering the space channel, the projection concluded. As soon as the projection ended, Xuanhuan was the first to direct his gaze toward Xianxia. I didn't expect your luck to be so good, relations guy, being able to successfully escape the mage's attack. His statement naturally sparked agreement among many of the watching students. Yeah, it was pretty evident. Relations guy bolted like a homeless dog. Shit, Mars Yun is way too dangerous. Even the slightest misstep could get you killed. This relations guy has far too much good fortune. It helped him flee. Amidst the rising chatter around him, Xianxia completely ignored everyone else's comments. Instead, he directly faced the student at the mission desk. The mission is done. Can I receive my reward now? When Xianxia said this, the student from the mission office didn't respond right away, but instead glanced at Shun Tianlin as if seeking guidance. Shun Tianlin chuckled at this point. Since the mission has been completed, the corresponding reward should naturally be given. After Shun Tianlin said this, the student from the mission office asked for Xianxia's card number and then transferred the 100,000 yuan mission reward to Xianxia. After receiving the 100,000 yuan, Xianxia once again directed his gaze toward the student at the mission desk. The next scene left everyone stunned. At that moment, Xianxia directly looked at the student from the mission office and said, "Could you let me take a look at the mission recording device? I plan to take on another mission." As soon as these words were spoken, the looks of the surrounding students towards Xianxia all became strange. Is he crazy? Didn't the Mars Yun planet mission scare him enough? To be honest, if I had experienced such a mission, I wouldn't recover in less than 10 days or 2 weeks. Who isn't saying the same thing? Yet this connections guy is actually thinking about taking another mission. Does he not fear anything? When did the connections guy become so diligent? This shouldn't happen. Not only the surrounding classmates were shocked, even Shun Tianlin's face revealed a flicker of surprise upon hearing these words. However, the surprised expression on his face quickly turned into a thick smile, one that sent chills down anyone's spine. I never expected our connections guy to be so diligent now. Since the connections guy is being so industrious, I'll put in some extra effort and select another mission for you. When Shun Tianlin finished speaking, the gazes of the surrounding students all changed noticeably. After all, it was Shun Tianlin who picked the last mission. Precisely because of the mission chosen by Shun Tianlin, Xianxia almost died inside. Now that Shun Tianlin offered to help Xianxia choose another mission, the students vaguely guessed what was coming. On the other hand, Xianxia seemed completely unfazed when he heard it. Seeing this, Shun Tianlin took up the mission recording device and started browsing carefully. This time, Xianxia scrutinized the device for a long while. It was clear that Shun Tianlin was meticulously selecting missions. Suddenly, Shun Tianlin's eyes lit up. I found one. Chapter 28, A Chaotic Planet. Go to the wilderness planet and record the scenes of the natives fighting. You will be rewarded with 100,000 credits. The moment Shun Tianlin read out this mission, gasps reverberated around. Wow, did I hear that right? The mission is actually to go to the wilderness planet. Going there is basically like signing one's own death warrant. Shun Tianlin sure is ruthless. Each chosen mission seems more outrageous than the last. If someone just 2 meters tall goes to the wilderness planet, they'll get killed within moments. Whispered discussions spread throughout the crowd. But at this moment, Shun Tianlin smiled as he turned to Xianxia. What do you think? Will you take on this mission? As soon as the words were spoken, Xianxia didn't hesitate in nodding in agreement. Accept. With just that single word, those around Xianxia looked even more peculiarly at him, some students even doubting whether Xianxia even realized how dangerous the wilderness planet truly was. Yet Shun Tianlin, hearing the response, without any hesitation, immediately grabbed Xianxia's finger and pressed it onto the mission device like before, seemingly fearing Xianxia would change his mind. After completing this, Shun Tianlin handed over the mission device to Xianxia. Family favor, let's hope you can come back alive from this. As his voice trailed off, Xianxia did not respond much. Taking the mission device, he left the task area under strange gazes from the group. Leaving the task hall, Xianxia planned to return home, rest for a day, and depart tomorrow. But just as he was about to leave, a video call from Qinfeng suddenly came through. When Xianxia answered the video call, Qinfeng's holographic projection appeared before him. At that moment, Qinfeng looked unusually stern, saying only a few words, "Come over here." Upon hearing that, Xianxia wasted no time, heading directly towards the office. Not long after, arriving at the office, when Xianxia entered the office, he saw Qinfeng sitting solemnly on the sofa staring at him. "Uncle, you called for me?" Qinfeng nodded, pointing to the adjacent sofa, and said, "Sit down first." As his voice rang out, Xianxia complied. Then Qinfeng spoke again. "Have you returned from Cloud Mars?" Xianxia nodded once more. Upon hearing this, a trace of surprise flickered across Qinfeng's face. "Good job. The fact that you've managed to survive returning from Cloud Mars shows not only luck, but also demonstrates how fast you are growing." But, Qinfeng paused, his expression turning serious. "I heard that your next destination is the wilderness planet?" Xianxia remained silent, simply nodding in response. Seeing this, Qinfeng sternly commanded, "Cancel the mission immediately. The wilderness planet is not somewhere you should go." This time, Xianxia replied, "Why?" In response, Qinfeng slowly explained, "Before I tell you why, let me ask you something. Do you know what happens when the inhabitants of certain unowned planets reach an immensely powerful level?" Faced with this question, Qin Yao responded. When the owner of a planet dies, the planet becomes unowned. And if the natives of such unowned planets grow strong enough, they gain the ability to leave their home planet and explore other unowned worlds. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng slightly nodded in agreement. That's correct. And where do you think they usually choose to go? Hesitant, Qin Yao guessed. To the wilderness planet? Exactly, to the wilderness planet. Qin Feng affirmed. You must realize that on a planet gathering so many strong warriors, it is incredibly perilous to intrude. And those are the elite from unowned planets. Under proper planetary leadership, they behave themselves decently. But once the Star Master dies, their inner darkness is unleashed, transforming them into nothing but pure violence and real evildoers. One could say that the wilderness planet serves as a massive concentration camp for countless malevolent beings. Do you think that a place so perilous would allow you to complete the mission even if your life isn't endangered? These words caused Qin Yao to fall into silence. He finally understood why everyone had given him such odd looks when Chun Tianlin mentioned the planet earlier. It was evident that the wilderness planet wasn't an ordinary place. However, after remaining silent for a moment, Qin Yao directly stated to Qin Feng, Uncle, despite its dangers, I still want to give it a try. When Qin Yao made this statement, Qin Feng clearly paused for a moment. He hadn't expected that even after all he had said, Qin Yao still hadn't abandoned the idea of going but instead decided to proceed. Qin Feng looked at Qin Yao and asked with evident confusion, I want to know where your confidence comes from? Or rather, why do you think you can survive the wilderness planet? Without hesitation at that moment, Qin Yao replied instantly. Because the diameter of my planet has already reached 4 kilometers. It was originally 8 kilometers, but Qin Yao chose to conceal it. Yet as soon as these words left Qin Yao's lips, Qin Feng immediately shot up from his seat on the sofa. Qin Feng stared intently at Qin Yao. You, what did you say? Seeing the astonished expression all over Qin Feng's face, Qin Yao continued. I found something peculiar about my planet. And right after I returned from Cloud Mars, the planet's diameter suddenly swelled to 4 kilometers. I suspect this is related to the powerful enemies I encountered. It seems their existence could stimulate an increase in the planet's size. Upon hearing Qin Yao's reply again, Qin Feng fell silent instantly. Firstly, Qin Yao's planet had increased in diameter far too quickly. It had only been a little over a month since the last time they had discussed it. Back then, the diameter was merely 1 kilometer, yet now it had skyrocketed to 8 kilometers, which was something he had never anticipated. And then there was this unusual planet. As per Qin Yao's statement, the encounter with those powerful beings had stimulated an increase in the planet's diameter. For this fact, Qin Feng had heard nothing before. Still, strange things were not uncommon in the universe, so he didn't dwell on it much. If everything really unfolded as Qin Yao had stated, encountering some powerful entities indeed stimulated growth in the planet's diameter, then perhaps this trip to the wilderness planet might be worth trying out. However, when the danger of the wilderness planet came to mind, Qin Feng earnestly turned to Qin Yao and said, Since encountering those strong opponents can boost the size of your planet, we could give it a try. But the wilderness planet is still too perilous. Before you go there, let me prepare some things for you. Chapter 29, The Dwarves' Request. After Qin Feng's words sank in, his gaze fell deeply on Qin Yao once again, as if he saw something from Qin Yao. Then he continued, You go back first. I'll have someone deliver the things to you. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao didn't say much. He had already deceived his uncle twice that day. He also felt a little uneasy. After saying thanks, he turned and left the office. Qin Feng's eyes remained fixed on Qin Yao until the latter's figure disappeared from sight. Then Qin Feng muttered softly, Big brother, it seems like he is heading towards an unpredictable situation. On the other side, as soon as Qin Yao returned home, he saw a package placed on the table. This must be the thing uncle gave him. Upon opening the package, the first thing he saw was a pair of shoes. A seemingly ordinary pair of shoes. The moment Qin Yao saw these shoes, he recalled how the natives on the unclaimed planet wore this type of shoe during his first visit there. These were boots that could enable brief flight, and Qin Yao knew their maximum flight time was 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, fuel would need to be replenished. They were called swift boots, and their sole function was for flight. It must be what uncle prepared to ensure he could escape immediately when encountering danger. Apart from the shoes, Qin Yao also noticed a transparent chip about the size of a palm. The instant Qin Yao picked up the chip, Qin Feng's projection appeared. This is my planet's communication chip. If you face insurmountable danger, activate the chip, and people from my planet will try their best to help you. In those short words, Qin Yao understood everything. This must be uncle's contingency plan to protect him. As for uncle's planet level, Qin Yao wasn't clear. But he heard from his father when he was young that uncle's awakened planet had a diameter of 51 kilometers, which was already considered extraordinary. With all the recent development, the diameter of the planet aside, the strong individuals on the planet must be terrifyingly powerful. Besides a pair of swift boots, there was only this chip in the package, with nothing else. But this was more than enough. His goal was to ensure that the 100 races would suffer defeat. And this battle was prepared for the orcs. With so many orcs to hold off the attacks, nothing unexpected should happen. After pondering briefly, Qin Yao took another look at the progress within the Grand Alliance of the 100 races. Progress continued steadily. Knowing they would soon engage the enemy, Qin Yao noticed the orc race's training was particularly vigorous. Moreover, there was the undead race. After one failure, even the always confident Arthas seemed like a changed person. He constantly trained the undead race, ready to reverse their fortunes in battle. As for the dwarf race, they were also training. Apparently, Mirrodin Bronzebeard was preparing for battle as well. Human development, compared to other races, seemed a bit slower. But Xianxia wasn't worried. Human development eventually grew very strong, so slower growth was quite normal. Lastly, he checked on the Empress. The Empress remained as she usually did, without much change, floating in the air and continuing her slumber. After scanning everything briefly, Xianxia decided to leave. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Star-Lord, please wait. Hearing the voice, Xianxia turned around toward the back. At this moment, he saw Muradin Bronzebeard walking over to him. When Muradin Bronzebeard arrived in front of Xianxia, he spoke directly. Star-Lord, can we ask a favor of you? Xianxia nodded slightly after hearing this. Speak. Muradin Bronzebeard continued. It's like this. Our race has some talented blacksmiths who can craft a lot of remarkable weapons. But we lack the materials needed for crafting. Star-Lord, could you possibly bring some materials over? Rest assured, Star-Lord. Weapons crafted by our race are reputed to be indestructible and will never disappoint you. Once Muradin Bronzebeard finished speaking, Xianxia instantly understood. He had previously thought about the dwarves' ability to create weapons. However, the basic requirement for crafting weapons was material. By logic, some minerals would appear on a planet after some development, but clearly, this planet of the 100 Races Alliance was still in its infancy. There was no possibility of mineral resources appearing yet, and crafting weapons would be quite difficult. Plus, the weapon crafting skills of the dwarf race were undoubtedly unmatched, so Xianxia immediately agreed. Xianxia looked directly at Muradin Bronzebeard and said, "Give me a list of the materials you need, and I will bring them over for you." Upon hearing this, Muradin Bronzebeard immediately became delighted, and it was clear he had been prepared, as he promptly handed over the list to Xianxia. After receiving the list, Xianxia gave some instructions and then left the Grand Alliance of the 100 Races. After briefly scanning through the list, Xianxia began to feel quite troubled. There were some things on it that he didn't know about, but he did understand a few others, such as refined iron, refined steel, ironstone, and coal. It was necessary to admit that his planet's development was too slow. They didn't even have coal mines yet. The price of coal wasn't particularly high, but Xianxia was well aware of how expensive these refined metals were. These weren't cheap at all, costing over 1,000 per pound. And as for the ironstone, each block cost 10,000 yuan. This only covered the materials he recognized. There were many more items on the list he didn't know, which were likely even more expensive. At this point, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. Looks like my path to making money is going to be tough and long. The next morning, Xianxia went directly to the space passage station, planning to head to the wild planet. Since this was his second time coming here, he was already somewhat familiar with the place. He walked straight to the counter. After being asked about his destination by the staff, Xianxia simply stated, "Wild planet." His voice wasn't loud, but it wasn't quiet either. In an instant, Xianxia noticed many eyes turning toward him in surprise, their faces showing disbelief. Is he serious? He's actually going to the wild planet. He just looks like a student, but is daring enough to go to the wild planet? Given his age, isn't he basically signing up for suicide if he goes to the wild planet? I've never seen a student who wants to go to the wild planet before. Does he even know how dangerous it is? Even the staff member asked again at this moment. The wild planet? Are you sure? Chapter 30. Exorbitant security fees, the terrifying wilderness planet. Are you sure you want to go to the wilderness planet? To ensure everything was correct, the staff here looked at Xianxia and asked again. Facing the inquiry, Xianxia didn't hesitate at all and nodded. After nodding, Xianxia handed over the mission device to the other party. This time was different from before. Although he had received the mission device, the staff added, "Sir, since your destination is the wilderness planet, you must pay an additional 50,000 yuan." Even though he had suspected it might cost a lot before coming, when he heard that it required 50,000 yuan, Xianxia was still startled. After all, the wilderness planet was a dangerous place, but requiring such a large amount of money was unexpected. Although feeling some regret, for the sake of this mission, Xianxia could only grit his teeth and make the payment of 50,000 yuan. Immediately afterward, the staff said, "Sir, since your destination is the wilderness planet, this spaceship will be private for you. There are many precautions to keep in mind. Please head directly to the spaceship now. Our staff will tell you everything there." Upon receiving the staff's response, Xianxia nodded and set off to find the spaceship under countless gazes. This time, it didn't take long to locate where the spaceship was. This spaceship was noticeably smaller than the ones he'd seen before, and on either side of the spaceship were equipped with some high-tech launch cannons. However, Xianxia wasn't very knowledgeable about these things, nor did he recognize them. Despite that, he could see the security level of this spaceship. When he boarded the spaceship, he noticed the interior environment was also different. Even inside the spaceship, there were quite a few launch cannons. At that moment, a member of staff approached Xianxia. "Hello, Mr. Qin. I am the staff member on this spaceship, and I will explain some precautions to you next. First, this spaceship is heading to the wilderness planet. Given its danger level, you must stay inside the spaceship throughout the journey. No matter what happens, do not panic and follow all the arrangements broadcasted." Secondly, the staff then started detailing a series of precautions. What Xianxia heard most frequently was the emphasis on following the broadcasts. In conclusion, whatever happened, one needed to follow the broadcast strictly. Regardless of what occurred outside, they were not to care. After explaining all this, the staff handed over a silver-white key to Xianxia. According to the staff's explanation, due to the high risk associated with the wilderness planet, this spaceship would not be able to linger for too long outside the planet. When necessary, Xianxia just needed to activate the chip on the key, and they would drive the spaceship to pick him up. Xianxia also asked a question. Since every spaceship traveling to another planet has its own space channel, The departure of the spaceship also means the disappearance of that space channel. Xianxia worried that after the spaceship left, the space channel might no longer exist. For this concern, the staff assured him not to worry. Even if the spaceship departed, a temporary space channel would be established before their leave. Having learned all of this, Xianxia entered a room as arranged by the staff. Surprisingly, inside the spaceship, Xianxia found that some sealed spacetime channels were equipped. Based on his guess, these should be because of the potential dangers associated with this mission. In case of unimaginable dangers or spaceship damage, he could use this space channel to leave. All of this made Xianxia feel somewhat uneasy about the upcoming journey to the wilderness planet. From the start until now, the staff had always been highly cautious, proving just how dangerous the wilderness planet really was. But now that he had already boarded the ship, thinking about it any further was meaningless. Attention, the spaceship is about to depart. Please rest in your room and avoid unnecessary movement. If you need anything, call a service person. The destination this time is the wilderness planet. Estimated travel time is around 38 hours. Please remain calm and get adequate rest. As the announcement played, Xianxia felt a bit dumbfounded. Goodness, he had thought the wilderness planet was far away, but this distance was ridiculous. 38 hours, almost 2 days and 2 nights. However, dwelling on this point wouldn't make much difference now. Considering the long 38-hour journey and the dangers associated with the wilderness planet, Xianxia decided to use the xuanhuan crystal stone after much deliberation. Every effort should be made to increase the size of the planet's diameter, thus enhancing the strength of the races in the 100 Races Alliance. At this thought, Xianxia immediately entered the 100 Races Alliance. The moment Xianxia entered the alliance, Gul'dan, Orgrim, and Durotan rushed over without delay. Lord of Stars, shall we engage with the enemy? Lord of Stars, we are ready. Lord of Stars, when will we be able to descend and fight the enemy? Their faces were filled with fighting spirit and immense confidence. Xianxia's gaze swept over them before he slowly stated, "The battle is about to begin. I must warn you that this time, the enemy is exceedingly powerful, and you must mentally prepare yourselves. Their power far exceeds what you can imagine." As Xianxia's words settled, Gul'dan and the other 3 nodded heavily. "Please rest assured, Lord of Stars, we will not let you down." Despite Xianxia already stating the seriousness of the situation, seeing their unwavering confidence, there was nothing more Xianxia could say. He could only let them experience firsthand just how formidable the enemies truly were. After giving them a few verbal instructions to prepare, Xianxia's eyes scanned around the entirety of the 100 Races Alliance. With a flash of contemplation, Xianxia's gaze directly moved toward the farthest distance, to the dense forest. Xianxia had some anticipation regarding this dense forest. It remained to be seen which race resided there. With great expectation, Xianxia directly utilized the xuanhuan crystal stone. Instantly, the entire sky was covered by a fiery glow. Simultaneously, streams of energy rapidly spread in all directions. Under this energy, Xianxia clearly saw that the diameter of the entire planet was also skyrocketing. Furthermore, on the lands of the undead race, orc race, human race, and dwarf race, they were all enveloped by a grayish light. Of course, Xianxia knew that with the injection of xuanhuan crystal stone energy, these races were developing at an astonishing rate. Ding! Host attention, a new race is being born. Chapter 31, A Rocky Road, an unexpected race is born. Ding! Host attention, a new race is being born. The system's voice rang out. Xianxia's attention was instantly captured, and once again he stared towards the forest. At this moment, Xianxia clearly saw that as soon as the system's voice echoed, those already tall trees became even taller, as if reaching for the sky. And at this moment, amidst the dense forest, Xianxia saw a figure with white hair. The figure was exceptionally beautiful, almost ethereal. Most importantly, her ears were pointed, and she had a pair of translucent wings on her back. She was flying around a large tree. Seeing this figure, Xianxia immediately recognized this race. Weren't these exactly the elves? The elven race. They were the embodiment of wisdom and beauty, and unexpectedly, the elven race had awoken. As Xianxia gazed at the figure also flapped her wings and gradually approached him. Soon, the figure came before Xianxia, knelt down on one knee, and spoke respectfully. "Kiranel Tiriath greets the Star-Lord." Xianxia nodded and looked down, but when he did, he nearly spurted blood from his nose. Good grief, Kiranel was dressed so scarcely, and with her stunning figure, it resulted in him seeing 2 very prominent peaks. In that instant, Xianxia hastily turned away. However, at this moment, Kiranel evidently noticed something and hurriedly stood up to come before Xianxia, asking with concern, "Star-Lord, what's wrong? Are you unwell?" Upon hearing this, Xianxia frantically waved his hands. "No, I'm fine. Go develop your people." With that, Kiranel smiled and left cheerfully. Throughout this time, Xianxia didn't dare to glance at Kiranel anymore. Goodness, she was practically a temptress. As Kiranel left, Xianxia gazed towards other races. This time, Xianxia saw among the undead, several more skeleton kings appeared. Among the orc clan, there were additional orc shamans. On the human side, development was rather slow, but Xianxia noticed the dynasty of Qi had passed. For the dwarf clan, there wasn't much change except the twin battle axes held by Muradin Bronzebeard glowed even brighter. Once thinking of dwarfs, something occurred to Xianxia. It was the matter about purchasing materials he had promised Muradin Bronzebeard, which he'd forgotten. This event would significantly improve the 100 Clans alliance. It had to be completed quickly. After a brief overview, his gaze finally rested on the Empress floating in the air. As always, the Empress remained asleep. Looking at the slumbering empress, Xianxia couldn't help but wonder how much energy it would take to awaken her. Then Xianxia checked his attributes again. Host, Planet Master Xianxia. Planet level, low level. Planet name, 100 Clans Alliance. Planet diameter, 16 kilometers. Planet species, none yet. 100 Grand Alliance races. Undead, beast race, human race, dwarf race, elven race. This time, Xianxia was astonished to find that the planet's diameter had reached 16 kilometers. That meant that with another star source type crystal, the planet's diameter could directly expand to 32 kilometers. This exponential growth speed made Xianxia whistle in amazement. There's no denying it. The planet's rapid expansion was somewhat terrifying. Meanwhile, following his usual habit, Xianxia glanced toward the distant distance, which was the edge of the planet. This time, what he saw was an extremely colossal door. This enormous gate seemed to stand firmly between heaven and earth, impossible to discern its entirety. Such a massive portal also heightened Xianxia's anticipation for the next race. Rumbling sounds suddenly echoed from outside at this moment. Upon hearing the rumbling sound, Xianxia immediately exited the 100 Clans Alliance and returned to his room. Just as Xianxia entered his room, a broadcast sounded. Attention, the starship is under attack, but don't worry, it's just a minor attack. You only need to stay in your room. As soon as the announcement finished, the rumbling sounds erupted once more. And at this moment, Xianxia even felt the entire starship shaking. Along with this, a series of collision sounds continuously reverberated in his ears. When Xianxia heard these incessant colliding sounds, he couldn't help but sigh silently. So many factions claimed that venturing to a barbaric planet was incredibly dangerous. But this road is also extremely dangerous. These continuous collisions are absolutely terrifying. Now, Xianxia finally understands why the staff asked him to pay 50,000 huashi coins when he came on board. Faced with such a situation, if it weren't for some starships that were well prepared, they wouldn't be able to handle it easily. After pondering for a while, Xianxia stayed in the room all the time. Because of the room's isolation of everything, the only things he could hear were the incessant collisions and feel the swaying of the starship. Apart from that, there was nothing to see. Even though he couldn't see anything, by hearing the constant collision sounds, Xianxia could guess that the collisions outside must be very intense. Such collisions lasted for about half an hour. Half an hour later, the announcement sounded again. The crisis has been resolved. Please rest well. As soon as the voice fell, Xianxia let out a long breath. Fortunately, the crisis was over. Otherwise, not to mention whether he could complete his mission, he might even die on the way. After a sigh, Xianxia lay directly on the bed intending to sleep. Just at this moment, rumble. The roars sounded again. Then came the broadcast warning about danger. This time, Xianxia was utterly speechless. They said let him rest well. How could he rest with these noises? He also began to suspect that perhaps the whole journey to the barren planet would be accompanied by endless collision sounds. Once he thought about it, Xianxia became rather dispirited. But there was no way out. After all, since he chose to take this mission initially, he should have foreseen all this. Also, now that he was already on the ship, all he could do was endure each attack. Other than that, there was nothing he could do. And then, Xianxia kept hearing the very common announcement, as well as the continuous collision sounds from the outside world. Xianxia didn't know how long this process lasted. Finally, after an unknown duration, the monotonous announcement rang again. Attention, we will arrive at the barbaric planet in 5 hours. Chapter 32 finally arriving at the wasteland planet. The moment this announcement sounded, Xianxia also let out a long sigh. This whole journey had been unbearably painful. Trying to sleep, but never getting any rest. The constant booming sounds and vibrations of the starship made it impossible for him to fall asleep. But finally, they were about to arrive. And just as the announcement ended, bang! Suddenly, another muffled sound rang out. And in that instant, Xianxia felt as if the world was spinning. He saw the entire starship violently shaking. Next thing he knew, the starship had flipped completely over. Attention, we've come under attack. Please do not leave your rooms. The announcement sounded once more. Upon hearing it again, Xianxia had become somewhat numb, but his heart was still shocked. What kind of attack could actually flip a starship? After this violent tremor, Xianxia felt like he was on a roller coaster. The entire starship kept rolling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the thunderous booms from outside continuously reverberated in his ears. With the accompanying sounds incessantly sounding off, Xianxia didn't know how much time had passed, his heart leaping up to his throat. At this moment, if something went wrong with the starship, he would surely die here. Fortunately, after some moments of continued rumbling, the announcement came again. Attention, we're about to set up a temporary space channel. All those traveling to the wasteland planet, please leave your rooms immediately and enter the space channel. Please note, we will only be docked here for 5 minutes. The moment the announcement ended, Xianxia wasted no time, darting out of his room in a flash. Wow, giving us only 5 minutes, how intense. When he stepped out of his room, he clearly saw a temporary space channel being built right in front of it. Soon, the temporary space channel was complete. Under the urging of the announcement, Xianxia directed Ogrim and the other two into the channel, and then he followed them in himself. Right after that, a loud boom echoed from behind. It seemed the battle wasn't over yet. Hearing the sound, Xianxia sighed inwardly. He decided then and there, if he didn't need to, he'd rather die than ever visit this wasteland planet again. As soon as he made this decision, the scene before him suddenly turned bright again. However, this brightness lasted only an instant. The next moment, his vision was filled with endless yellow sand. The high sky was covered by the swirling sandstorm, making this land appear dim and hazy. Beneath his feet lay rocks, and apart from these, Everything around looked desolate. Nothing could be seen. What place is this? I feel my blood circulation has quickened since arriving here. At this moment, Ogrim excitedly blurted out. Not just him. Even Xianxia noticed the excitement on the faces of the other two. On reflection, it was natural. After all, they were orcs, a warlike race. And here, surrounded by chaos, this place was like a heaven to them. Nevertheless, Xianxia understood the danger of the wasteland planet. Thus, Xianxia looked at the three of them solemnly and said, "Be careful. We've arrived on another planet now. The enemies on this planet are extremely powerful. Utmost caution must be exercised." Upon hearing Xianxia's words, the three nodded their heads. At this moment, Gul'dan looked at Xianxia and suggested, "Star-Lord, shall we call my clansmen over? With them, we'll be very safe." After Gul'dan spoke, the other two also glanced toward Xianxia, their eyes reflecting a querying look. Apparently, their thoughts aligned with Gul'dan's. Facing this, Xianxia shook his head, glancing at the three of them, wanting to say something, but ultimately decided against it. He originally intended to warn them to hide their strength when venturing outside, but knowing them, they definitely wouldn't listen. Preaching to the deaf was futile. It was better to remain silent. Let's move forward first. Xianxia gazed at the gray mist ahead and spoke heavily. The three of them nodded, each mounting their beasts, leading the way ahead while Xianxia followed behind. Naturally, Xianxia took out beforehand the items given by his uncle, fully prepared for anything. And so, the four slowly advanced through the haze caused by the swirling sands, unable to see much due to it. Because of this, their walking speed remained quite slow. In this manner, the group of four gradually moved forward step by step. At the same time, Xianxia also took out the mission device and began recording everything on this planet. Of course, just like last time, he directly excluded Gul'dan and the other two from the recording. The four of them aimlessly walked under the vast yellow sand. About an hour passed. Even though they had been walking for an hour, they still hadn't seen any living beings. This made Gul'dan and the other two ask curiously why there were no enemies. Being a warlike race, they had prepared a lot for this battle. But after walking for such a long time without encountering any enemy, they naturally grew anxious. Not only them, even Xianxia felt somewhat puzzled inside. Wasn't it said that the wasteland planet was full of danger everywhere? Then why had they walked for so long without encountering a single living being? Just as Xianxia was puzzled, suddenly, roar! The mounts under Gul'dan, Dwarven, and Ogrim simultaneously let out a low growl towards the front. In the instant the growl sounded, the three instantly became alert. Xianxia's gaze naturally looked forward. "Don't be nervous. I'm not a bad person." At this moment, a hurried voice came from the midst of the swirling yellow sand. As the sound rang out, Xianxia vaguely saw figures slowly walking out from amidst the swirling sand. Their entire bodies were tightly wrapped up, with only a pair of eyes exposed. His height was about the same as Xianxia's, and Xianxia did not sense overly strong dangerous fluctuations from him. However, at this moment, Gul'dan and the other two directly surrounded this person. Seeing this scene, the man clearly appeared very afraid. "No, don't attack. I'm not a bad person. I am just someone who arrived on this planet through spatial turbulence." Upon hearing these words, Xianxia's gaze immediately locked onto him. Of course, he was well aware of what spatial turbulence was. Spatial turbulence was akin to black holes in the universe, often appearing on unstable planets. It was just that, this person in front of his eyes had remained unscathed on the wasteland planet. That seemed unusual. At this point, Xianxia directly asked, "How long have you been here? Why are you looking for us?" Chapter 33. Are there good people on the barren new planet? As Xianxia's questioning voice fell silent, the person before him sighed deeply. I've already been here for over a month. I ended up here by accident, and during this time, I've been constantly looking for a way to leave. However, it's very unfortunate that there is no way out. With more than a month of understanding, I've discovered that this planet is full of dangers. So, I've already given up on leaving. All I want now is to find a safe place to live." As this person spoke, their words were filled with helplessness and bitterness. However, at this moment, Xianxia stared intently at the other party. "If you're looking for a safe place, then why are you looking for us?" After his words reached the other party, they quickly replied, "I know there's a safe place on this planet, but because of the fierce sandstorm, I lost my direction. So I thought that you all could help me look for this place together." The moment he finished speaking, he seemed to remember something and hastily added, "Don't worry, I won't let you all help for nothing. If you can help me find this place, I will give you a star source." At the sound of these words, he pulled out a star source. The instant Xianxia saw the star source, his eyes lit up. Of course, Xianxia didn't believe what the person in front of him said, but having a star source was something Xianxia needed more than anything else. With that, Xianxia grinned at the other person. "Coincidentally, we've just arrived on this planet too, and we also plan to go to the safe place you mentioned. We might as well travel together." Xianxia said this while giving Du Longtan a signal to relax. Even though Xianxia said it like that, the three of them, including Du Longtan, continued to protect Xianxia closely. Subsequently, Xianxia walked forward with the stranger in front of him. After all, even if the entire sky was covered with yellow sand, he had an idea about the general direction since he'd been here for a while. On the other hand, he was completely a stranger. From further understanding, Xianxia found out that his name was Su Lincheng, and he came from a power planet. Besides that, from Su Lincheng's mouth, they only learned some unimportant things. And naturally, all of this was recorded through the device. Thus, the group kept moving forward. Strangely enough, despite this being a wilderness planet, the team did not encounter any danger along the way. Rather, everything remained unusually peaceful. After approximately walking for another hour, An hour later, the originally spreading yellow sand began to reduce slightly. And at this exact moment, faintly piercing through the dense clouds of sand, Xianxia saw a huge creature appearing directly ahead. We've arrived. We've finally made it. At this exact time, a sound of excitement echoed from Su Linqing's mouth. Then he turned around and looked at Xianxia, laughing repeatedly. This is the secure place I mentioned. As long as we enter here, we'll be safe. After Su Linqing's words faded away, without any hesitation, he walked forward towards that direction. However, at this moment, he noticed that Xianxia and the others behind him did not follow suit. Currently, Xianxia cast a doubtful glance over. How come you all don't follow? According to the agreement, we've already helped you find where the city is located. Shouldn't you give me the star source? At the same instant those words of Xianxia echoed, Xianxia vaguely observed a flicker of coldness flashing in Su Linqing's eyes. To Xianxia's surprise, this Su Linqing acted so directly. Without any hesitation, he turned around and handed over the star source to Xianxia. Seeing the other party acting so straightforwardly, Xianxia even doubted whether the star source in his hand would turn out to be fake. After checking carefully though, Xianxia found out that the star source was not fake, it was real. Could it be that the other side was simply too direct? Could it be that he really misjudged him? Is it true that not everyone on the desolate planet is evil? Is Su Linqing a genuinely warm-hearted good person? Just as Xianxia was contemplating, Su Linqing laughed again. Let's go. Aren't you guys also thinking about entering and taking a look? His words interrupted Xianxia's thoughts. Regardless of whether Su Linqing in front of him was good or bad, he had to enter this city. Firstly, his purpose for coming here was to let the beast men experience failure. No matter what dangers lurk within this city, he must make a trip inside. He also wanted to see what tricks Su Linqing in front of him had in mind. At this moment, Xianxia glanced at Su Linqing and smiled. Let's go. As these two words fell, Xianxia directly signaled Du Longtan, Gul'dan, and Agram with his eyes. Upon seeing Xianxia's glance, the three of them exchanged looks filled with confusion. In fact, Du Longtan almost questioned whether there was something wrong with his eyes. Witnessing their reaction, Xianxia quickly said, let's go in and take a look. Hearing this, the three followed behind Xianxia, moving towards the massive city ahead. As for Xianxia, he naturally trailed behind Su Linqing. The group moved toward the enormous city. Moments later, an immense city came into view. What Xianxia didn't expect was that this colossal city had no gates, but instead stood open. It seemed as though the people here didn't care about such things. And Xianxia's group entered the city effortlessly. As they stepped into the city, the vast sky full of yellow sand gradually disappeared. Not that it vanished entirely, but because of the presence of the city, the sandstorm wasn't as severe as before. This also made it easier to see the surroundings. But when Xianxia looked around, his brows instantly furrowed in deep thought. Because at this moment, Xianxia realized that although this was a city, there were no buildings in sight. Looking everywhere, all he could see were empty plots of land. Beyond that, there was nothing. This couldn't help but make Xianxia turn and look at Su Linqing. What is going on? Didn't you say the city was very safe? Why do I see nothing? Just as Xianxia finished speaking, Su Linqing suddenly laughed, coldly. What an incomplete idiot. At this point, you're still asking me why you don't see anything? Truly, it's been a while since I've met someone as stupid as you. No sooner had Su Linqing spoken these words than he shouted loudly toward the surroundings without waiting for Xianxia to react. I've brought another fool. Chapter 34, Battle. I've brought another fool. Su Linqing's words echoed through the vast expanse of heaven and earth. Just as his voice trailed off, a tremor suddenly rippled through the entire land. When the shaking began, Xianxia noticed that the originally empty surroundings started to form raised platforms one by one. It was as if some sort of mechanism were at work. These platforms slowly rose upward. They formed a massive circular encirclement, completely enclosing Xianxia and the others within it. And each raised platform had a single seat on it. In addition to this, Xianxia also discovered that apart from the gate behind him that was open, 3 enormous iron gates had also appeared. Xianxia and the rest were precisely located directly in the center below these seats. Seeing all this, an image involuntarily surfaced in Xianxia's mind. It was the scene of an ancient arena. The sight before him was almost identical to such an arena. While Xianxia was observing his surroundings, Su Linqing's voice sounded again. It seems you aren't entirely stupid after all, since you've already spotted something amiss. Otherwise, do you really think I would hand over a star source so easily? At the conclusion of his words, he scanned the gazes across those in the audience. Then he shouted out loud, "Dear spectators, thank you for waiting. I now announce, the barbarian arena is about to begin." Right when Su Linqing's voice faded, one could clearly see small doors appearing behind the various seats surrounding them. One by one, figures emerged from these small doors. Xianxia observed that some looked quite similar to humans, but others had significant differences. For instance, there was a man covered entirely in fiery red with 4 arms and a tail. There was another wearing a metal orb on his head, and a tall, slim figure clad in blue armor who possessed 2 heads. It seemed that many strange and unusual beings had gathered here. Moreover, one thing was certain. They all radiated terrifying waves of power from their bodies. This proved they were no ordinary individuals, but rather formidable warriors. Upon witnessing their arrival, Xianxia became even more confident that he was indeed inside an arena, and that these people were here to spectate. They were strong individuals from various uninhabited planets. As these people kept arriving, Xianxia immediately addressed Du Longtan and the other 3 behind him. Alert your tribesmen and get them ready for battle. Among the beastfolk clans, there was always a unique way to communicate. So, without returning to the 100 Feet Alliance, they were still able to inform their clan members of the situation. At this moment, Lynching announced loudly once more. First, let me introduce both parties involved. Glancing at Xianxia, he continued, they are a group of fools I encountered on my journey. They are led by a Star Lord. With those words, all the spectators turned to look at Xianxia momentarily. However, they quickly diverted their gazes away with expressions of disdain. Clearly, they held Xianxia and his group in contempt. Lynching evidently noticed the lackluster emotions on the faces of the spectators in the stands. Instantly, he roared again. Everyone, please pay attention. Their opponents will be the Tele brothers, who have achieved a 10-match winning streak in our arena. True enough, when this statement was made, cheers erupted from the stands. It was evident that the Tele brothers enjoyed a high level of popularity. Next, let us give them the warmest applause as we welcome the Tele brothers onto the arena floor. Within moments, thunderous claps resonated throughout the air as the stands burst into applause. As the sound of applause intensified, the 3 colossal iron gates began to slowly open. Boom, boom. The earth trembled, as though some immense creature had landed. Without delay, Xianxia directed his gaze toward the direction of the enormous iron gates. At this moment, he witnessed 3 towering giants emerge from the 3 gates, each nearly as large as a mountain. On their heads sat enormous iron helmets, concealing their features, yet their physiques were unmistakable. Their height reached at least 5 or 6 meters, and the muscular definition on their bodies was incredibly intimidating. Each step they took left a resounding impact on the ground. Hearing this, Xianxia instinctively glanced back at Longtan and the others. Facing such opponents, Xianxia couldn't help but worry whether they stood a chance. Surprisingly, instead of showing any apprehension, the 3 greeted the prospect with looks of excitement. Indeed, facing enemies of this caliber, not only were they devoid of any fear, but they were also brimming with fighting spirit. They were even eager to rush forward. As Xianxia glanced at Longtan and the other 2, Lynching caught his gaze. Fool, let me explain the rules of battle to you. First, as a Star Lord, you have the authority to mobilize forces from your planet. The method of combat is rather simple. All your people need to do is knock down the Tele brothers, and then you may leave. In addition, you will be granted a pass to the barbarian planet. The rules were exceedingly straightforward, and upon hearing them, Xianxia nodded in agreement. Dear spectators, the battle officially begins. As soon as Lynching's words faded, he disappeared entirely from the arena. At the very moment he left, the Tele brothers began their advance with heavy strides directly toward Xianxia's group. Upon witnessing this, Xianxia swiftly retreated while addressing Longtan and the others. From here on out, it's all up to you. With these words, the passage to the 100 Clans Alliance was opened. In an instant, the beast folk, who had been waiting for this moment, surged forth like a flood wave descending rapidly from the 100 Clans Alliance. The beast folk had developed over a long period, and for the sake of this particular battle, they refrained from engaging in internal conflicts. This resulted in a substantial population among the beast folk. In the blink of an eye, at least 500 members of the beast races appeared behind each of Longtan and the others. Their numbers continued to swell rapidly. When such a vast number of beast folk came into view, the spectators in the stands burst into exclamations of astonishment. This Star Lord may look young, but he seems quite extraordinary. There are so many life forms on his single planet, and he's still so young. Indeed, that's no small feat. Nevertheless, none of this will matter. You're right, we mustn't forget their opponents are the Tele brothers. No matter how numerous they are, they'll make no difference before the 3 brothers. Chapter 35 for the Star Lord, Charge. For the Star Lord. At the moment the voices of Dwarven, Orgrim, and Gul'dan fell in unison, the 3 of them charged forward directly toward the Tele trio. It just so happened that there were 3 sides, and the Tele brothers were also 3 in number. Thus, each of them chose one enemy to battle. At this time, Xianxia had been standing at the back watching everything unfold. Similarly, Xianxia noticed that the undead race, the lovers race, the human race, and even the elven race within the 100 Races Alliance were all watching this battle. As the battle erupted, the Tele trio also became aware of Dwarven's charge at this moment. They all swung their fists, like a giant boulder, coming down from above. The attack arrived, yet the orcs showed no fear and continued charging forward. Moreover, due to the overwhelming numbers, it resulted in the instant when the Tele trio's fists landed, dozens of orcs were hammered away. Even more orc warriors were crushed into meat paste by this single punch. But despite all this, the orc tribe showed no signs of retreat. Rather, they charged forward even more fiercely. Finally, they reached the enemies. Because of the Tele trio's height, it caused the orc warriors to launch attacks on the enemy's legs. However, from afar, Xianxia clearly saw that the orcs' attacks against the enemy's legs failed to cause any damage whatsoever. Instead, with a casual swing of their legs, the Tele trio threw countless orcs away. Upon seeing this scene, Dwarven shouted loudly towards the rear. Warlocks! With these 2 words, the 2 warlocks behind began chanting spells simultaneously. With their chanting, Xianxia saw layers of green light envelop the bodies of the orcs. Under the flickering lights, their charging speed became notably faster. In addition to this, their attack frequency increased noticeably compared to before. At the same time, Orgrim and Gul'dan also chose to have the orc warlocks take action at this moment. Within the blink of an eye, a layer of green light covered the entire land. The battle became completely intense at this moment. Among them, the charges of Dwarven, Orgrim, and Gul'dan, these 3 leaders, were extraordinarily fierce. Qin Yao could clearly see them being hurled away numerous times by the Tila trio. Despite all that, they never retreated, continuing to relentlessly charge towards the enemy. Unfortunately, the power disparity in this battle was too obvious. Even though the orcs had very large numbers, they still could not gain any advantage. Under the attacks of the Tila trio, the number of orc warriors was rapidly decreasing. Upon seeing this point, those on the viewing platform shook their heads, disappointment evident in their eyes. This group is too weak. They cannot even break through the defenses of the Tila trio, let alone fight them. Indeed, such a battle has no meaning. Too boring. Voices kept sounding. They had lost interest in continuing to watch this battle. Though they had lost interest, at that moment, the battle in the arena was still ongoing. The orcs, who originally numbered nearly 2,000, gradually decreased to 1,500, then 1,500, and now, only less than 300 remained on the field. Despite all this, dwarven and the others continued leading their people charging toward the enemy, without the slightest intention to stop. The deaths of their comrades did not instill fear, but made them fiercer in combat instead. Even those who had originally lost interest regained some curiosity upon witnessing this scene. Their fighting spirit seems quite commendable. Even after so many have died, they show no sign of fear, truly impressive spirit. Without considering their combat prowess, the sheer fighting spirit they've displayed already commands my respect. Somehow, I suddenly want them to defeat the Tila trio, even though I know that's impossible. The discussion resumed. At this point, some people had already started cheering for dwarven and the rest of the orc warriors as they continued charging forward. Nevertheless, cheers are only cheers. Against absolute strength, they could still not overthrow the three towering figures before them. At this moment, looking at everything before him, Qin Yao felt like calling other races to assist the orc race. In the end, Qin Yao still chose not to intervene. Without considering whether their joint efforts could defeat the Tila trio, their appearance would likely cause discontent among the orc race. The orcs were born for battle, and their fate was to perish in it, an outcome they deemed the ultimate honor. Qin Yao's aim was to make the orcs realize their insufficiencies and understand the importance of cooperation. Helping them now would contradict this purpose. After pondering briefly, Qin Yao focused his attention back on the one-sided fight. His gaze then wandered around. With everyone's eyes fixed on the battlefield, this was the perfect chance for him to leave. Once this opportunity passed, there might be no way to leave again. Immediately, Qin Yao discreetly activated his swift boots. He glanced at the remaining orcs, now fewer than 200. He promptly shouted at them, "Retreat. They are not your match." Upon hearing this command, a hint of reluctance flickered on Dwarven's, Orgrim's, and Gul'dan's faces. It was difficult for them to accept such an exit. Nevertheless, faced with Qin Yao's order, they had no choice but to obey. Turning around immediately, a spatial portal emerged just in time to engulf them. Under its envelopment, the orcs vanished from the arena in an instant. At this critical juncture, those seated on the viewing platform were completely unaware. They hadn't anticipated that someone would choose to leave at such a crucial moment. This brief distraction allowed Qin Yao, aided by his swift boots, to soar into the air like a shooting star. The shooting star tore through the sky and sped off into the distance at unimaginable speed. By the time the spectators realized what had happened, Qin Yao had already dissolved into a fading shadow and disappeared over the horizon. Damn, he's escaping. Hurry up. We can't let him get away. Chapter 36, Safe Return. The battle was originally raging fiercely. However, suddenly Qin Yao turned around and ran away, which no one expected. Su Linsheng, who seemed to be the person in charge of this arena, immediately shouted loudly when he saw Qin Yao escape. In an instant, from beneath the arena, there emerged creatures with fish faces and human bodies, all wearing swift boots that allowed them to leap into the air and chase after Qin Yao. But Qin Yao had run off first. Although they were chasing him now, it was evident they couldn't catch up. As for those sitting around the arena as spectators, none of them had any intention of lending a hand. Thus, those who chased after him failed utterly to capture the fleeing Qin Yao. On his way, Qin Yao dashed forward without stopping. During the journey, Du Longtan came out at one point to identify the direction. After all, amidst the vast expanse of yellow sand, it's very easy to lose your way. However, Du Longtan rode a steed whose sense of direction was naturally superior to that of humans. Therefore, Qin Yao also arrived rather smoothly at the space channel. And on the way escaping, he informed the starship. Before reaching the space channel, Qin Yao turned his head and gave a long look at the endless yellow sands before directly entering the space channel. Since Qin Yao had informed them ahead of time. This time, when Qin Yao stepped out of the space channel, he was already aboard the starship. The first thing he saw was still that same staff member. When the staff member saw Qin Yao, their face showed a hint of surprise. Never would I have thought you could come back so fast from the wilderness planet, and still unscathed. At the sound, Qin Yao just smiled and didn't say much more, returning directly to his quarters. Soon afterward, the starship started, heading towards Jinling City. After getting back inside the room, Qin Yao immediately entered the Hall of 100 Races. Upon entry, he saw Du Longtan, Agrima, and Gul'dan standing in front of him with apologetic expressions. "Lord of Stars, we are sorry, it was our negligence." Their voices sounded much like Arthas's had before. After a loss, they recognized their own lack of power. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao slowly said, "I hope this time you can learn from this experience and not blindly rely on your confidence. I also hope you understand that if you were to team up with either the undead or the dwarves, whether or not you could win against them." As Qin Yao's voice rang out, they all simultaneously glanced toward other races. Seeing this scene, Qin Yao continued, I know you enjoy combat, but in the face of absolute power, one must remain calm. At the same time, remember, you are all members of the Hall of 100 Races. You need to learn cooperation and recognize its importance. With these words, Du Longtan and the others remained silent, as though pondering what Xianxia had just said. Seeing this, Xianxia didn't speak further, simply letting them return to rest. Thereafter, he exited the hall, lying down on the bed, recalling the entire expedition to the wild planet. It had undoubtedly been fraught with peril. Fortunately, the people seated in the arena audience did not intervene. Otherwise, even with the swift boots, it might have been hard to leave the wild planet. Also, it was thanks to the fact that Qin Feng gave him a pair of swift boots this time. Otherwise, today, he really would have fallen on the wild planet. Boom, boom, boom. While Xianxia was thinking about this, suddenly, the external thunderous sounds began again. With the thunderous roar resounding once more, the situation replayed itself similarly to before. The starship began to sway. To this, Xianxia had long grown accustomed. Not paying it much heed anymore, he calmly lay down and fell asleep while feeling the swaying starship. Time flew by. Xianxia didn't know how much time had passed. Only upon hearing the announcement alert did he realize they had arrived in Jinling City. Due to the restrictions of the starship, it couldn't enter the school premises and instead docked at the space transfer station. After leaving the station, Xianxia did not immediately return to school. At this moment, he remembered the materials the dwarves needed to forge weapons and decided to go check out the market. Through the recent excursion to the wild planet, Xianxia also realized the enemy's strength and that the Hall of 100 Races was still too weak. Although the Hall of 100 Races had quite a number of people, most of them were merely expendable cannon fodder. After all, development was relatively slow, and more powerful races hadn't yet emerged. Weapons forged by the dwarves would certainly be a significant boost. Thus, Xianxia also decided to take a look and see if he could buy some materials. In Jinling City, there was naturally a large market that gathered countless materials, and Xianxia walked straight over. Very soon, Xianxia reached the entrance of the grand market. He found a shop selling materials and walked in. Then, he handed the list given by Muradin Bronzebeard to the owner, asking how much it would cost to buy all these items. Ultimately, the price quoted by the owner startled Xianxia. The owner held up 2 fingers and announced the final amount, 2 million. Upon hearing such an astronomical price, Xianxia felt quite unwell. He had already guessed that these materials might be expensive, but he never imagined they would be this costly. He currently didn't even have 50,000, yet the owner was asking for 2 million, which was simply outrageous. With no choice, Xianxia used the hundreds of thousands on his person to purchase some relatively cheaper goods for the dwarves to use first. Spending those tens of thousands, he bought some fine iron and fine steel, which were then sent directly into the planet. Just as Xianxia entered the Hall of 100 Races, he handed these things to Muradin Bronzebeard and said, "Use these for now. I don't have enough money at the moment. When I have more, I will buy the remaining materials." On hearing this, Muradin Bronzebeard's face revealed a trace of confusion. "Lord of Stars, do you lack funds?" Xianxia, upon hearing this, nodded slightly with some perplexity. "Is that strange?" At this, Muradin Bronzebeard quickly said, "My lord, you misunderstood. What I mean is, if you are low on funds, you should just tell me." When Xianxia heard this sentence from Muradin Bronzebeard, he grew even more confused. Then, Muradin Bronzebeard directly took out something. Upon seeing this object, Xianxia's eyes sharply contracted. "This? You actually have this?" Chapter 37. A gold mine appears. An encounter with the campus beauty. In Muradin Bronzebeard's hand was a piece of gold shimmering with a brilliant golden luster. This piece of gold, roughly estimated, weighed at least a caddy or more. Xianxia clearly knew that gold circulated in this world too. In fact, it was even more expensive here than in his own world. Because gold wasn't just used for adornments. Its most important use was in the construction of starships and some weapons. It could be said that the value of gold was higher in this world. And according to Xianxia's estimation, the piece of gold before him was worth at least 500,000. Xianxia felt excited this time. Instinctively, he glanced toward the mountain cave where the dwarf clan resided. At this moment, Muradin Bronzebeard seemed to have guessed something and quickly smiled, saying, "Master of the Stars, don't misunderstand. Right now, I only have one such piece of gold." Upon hearing Muradin Bronzebeard's words, Xianxia immediately became disappointed. "Although having this piece of gold will allow me to buy some materials, if I want to buy all the materials on the list, there is still not enough money. I'll buy the materials when I have enough money." Muradin Bronzebeard nodded seriously upon hearing this and handed over the gold to Xianxia. As for Xianxia, he casually put the gold away and then left the Alliance of 100 Races. After stepping out of the shop, he began pondering why the dwarf clan had this piece of gold. Could it be that underneath the cave of the dwarf clan lay a gold mine? If so, did it mean that the Alliance of 100 Races could freely produce minerals now? Just as Xianxia was lost in thought, suddenly, "Xianxia." A voice came from behind. Xianxia turned around and looked back. At first glance, he saw a graceful figure standing behind him. The figure wore a white dress, perfectly accentuating her perfect figure. Coupled with her exquisite face, it drew the attention of many passers-by. She, of course, was Xianxia. "It really is you," Xianxia said, looking at Xianxia with surprise on her face. Hearing this, Xianxia smiled faintly. "What? The tone in your voice suggests I shouldn't be here." In response, Xianxia shook her head. "I only heard that you went to the savage planet. I didn't expect you to return so quickly and to come back safe and sound." Listening to Xianxia's words, Xianxia slowly said, "Indeed, this trip to the savage planet was extremely dangerous. Even now, Thinking about it makes me feel somewhat uneasy. Oh right, what are you doing in a place like this? Shouldn't you be working at the school? Xianxia softly responded. I came to buy some materials. Some creatures on the planet need these things, so I came to check them out. Upon finishing her sentence, Xianxia nodded slightly. Thus, the two started walking towards the school together. On the way, both of them fell into an unspoken silence, neither saying much. However, the silence didn't last too long. Surprisingly, it was Xianxia, the Ice Queen Beauty, who spoke first. Xianxia, going down this path isn't viable. With your current capabilities, you won't be able to defeat Qin Tianlin. Suddenly Xianxia's words puzzled Xianxia. Not able to defeat Qin Tianlin. What does this sentence mean? As Xianxia asked this question, confusion also appeared on Xianxia's face. Haven't you been trying everything lately just to secretly confront Qin Tianlin? Hearing similar words again made Xianxia even more confused. Why am I suddenly finding it hard to understand what you're saying? Both Xianxia's and Xianxia's doubts lingered. Then, she directly turned her gaze to Xianxia, asking, could it be that you're not secretly confronting Qin Tianlin because of the matter between the Qin family and your uncle? What does that mean? Is there any connection between the Qin family and my uncle? When Xianxia asked this, Xianxia immediately understood something from his completely baffled expression. Without further inquiry, Xianxia simply told him to go find Qin Feng and ask for clarification. Thereafter, she briskly entered the school. Watching Xianxia's retreating back, Xianxia was full of questions. It seemed like there was some huge secret he didn't know. At that moment, Xianxia hastened his steps as well. Instead of rushing off to the mission site, he went straight to the principal's office. Standing before the office door, Xianxia took a deep breath, mentally preparing for any unexpected situation. Knock knock. Xianxia tapped on the office door. Immediately after, Qin Feng's voice echoed from inside. Come in. Xianxia pushed open the door and entered the office. Seeing Qin Feng sitting there, looking at something, he seemed not to have noticed him yet, so he casually said, what's the matter, uncle? The moment Qin Feng uttered those words, Xianxia immediately called out. As soon as Xianxia's voice fell, Qin Feng froze for a moment, then quickly looked up and saw Xianxia. A clear expression of excitement could be seen on Qin Feng's face. Xianxia, you've returned so soon. Qin Feng quickly stepped up to Xianxia and looked him over carefully. When he confirmed that Xianxia wasn't injured, he exhaled in relief. How were the spoils from this savage planet mission? With Xianxia safely back, Qin Feng was naturally delighted and began asking questions. Hearing this, Xianxia recounted everything that had happened on the savage planet. After hearing it all from Xianxia, Qin Feng nodded in agreement. The journey was indeed perilous. However, thank goodness you made it home safe. As Qin Feng finished speaking, Xianxia gazed at Qin Feng. Uncle, there is something I'd like to ask you. Qin Feng nonchalantly waved his hand. Go ahead. In response, Xianxia continued. I've heard that you may have some ties with the Qin family, and it seems the Qin family might still have issues with you. At the instant Xianxia finished this sentence, Qin Feng suddenly fell silent. For a long time, he didn't utter a word. He slowly walked over and sat down on the sofa. After a long pause, he sighed deeply, raising his eyes to Xianxia. It seems you've learned about this after all. His voice trailed off. Then Qin Feng gestured for Xianxia to sit down. Xianxia did not hesitate and took a seat on the couch, looking at Qin Feng and waiting for his explanation. As Xianxia settled into his seat, Qin Feng was once again silent for a while, as if deliberating where to start. Before long, Qin Feng looked directly at Xianxia. Actually, if we are to discuss this, it has much to do with your parents. Chapter 38. The Secrets of the Past. My parents. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Xianxia was stunned. The memories of his parents were still a bit blurry. He vaguely remembered that when he was 3 or 4 years old, he started living with his uncle. It wasn't until later that he became independent. Over the years, he had also asked his uncle about what happened to his parents. The reply he always received was that his parents had gone missing and no one knew where they had gone. Now, hearing Qin Feng mention his parents again, Xianxia couldn't help but become curious. Qin Feng nodded and continued. Yes, in fact, your parents are one of the founders of this school. Hearing this, Xianxia was once again taken aback. Indeed, this was something he didn't know. Qin Feng then added, the founder of this school, apart from your parents, is someone else. He is the current vice city lord of Jinling City, Xianxia, father of Qin Tianlin. One could say that your parents and Xianxia had a very good relationship back then. It was even akin to brotherhood. Facing the secrets of the past revealed by Qin Feng, Xianxia remained silent, digesting the information. Primarily, this news was quite shocking. Firstly, his parents being the founders of the school was something he hadn't expected. Moreover, there was such a layer of relationship between his parents and Qin Tianlin's father. Seeing this, Qin Feng didn't rush. After taking a sip of water, he slowly said, to my knowledge, ostensibly, your parents had a very good relationship with Xianxia, but in reality, Xianxia was your parents' subordinate. Due to strength disparity, Xianxia had always respected your parents greatly. This time, when Qin Feng finished speaking, Xianxia finally opened his mouth. Uncle, you said the founders of this school were my parents and Xianxia, so why now? Xianxia's words weren't finished, but Qin Feng understood. At this point, Qin Feng explained, the reason I became the principal of this school is because before your parents went missing, they already sensed something amiss and handed over the school to me. Right after Qin Feng said this, Xianxia's eyes sharpened suddenly. What you're saying is my parents absolutely did not just simply go missing. When Qin Feng heard this, he also furrowed his eyebrows and nodded. Exactly. The matters of those years were complicated, and you will gradually understand them. As for your parents' disappearance, it's highly possible that someone tried to harm them. After these words, Xianxia fell silent. He originally thought that his parents' disappearance was normal. After all, in this world, due to people awakening on the planet, disappearances occasionally happen. Most of those who disappeared were likely caught in space turbulence. But now, after hearing Qin Feng's words, Xianxia kept this matter in mind. As Xianxia was pondering, Qin Feng sighed and said, this matter has been long buried in the past. It's better not to talk about it. Let's discuss current affairs. After Qin Feng spoke, Xianxia looked over intently. Under Xianxia's gaze, Qin Feng continued, I just said earlier, the founders of this school are your parents and xuanhuan. And now, as so much time has passed, your parents have never returned. This has led xuanhuan to begin eyeing this school. He wants me to hand over control of the school. Upon hearing this, Xianxia slightly nodded. Now he understood everything. The reason why Yin Qingxue had questioned him before, stating how pointless it was to keep fighting against Chen Tianlin, was because his father wanted to reclaim the school's authority. However, Xianxia had one part he didn't fully understand, and thus turned to Qin Feng to ask, Uncle, theoretically speaking, since the founders of this school were my parents and xuanhuan, from a legal standpoint, doesn't he have some right to claim ownership of this school? Just as Xianxia finished speaking, Qin Feng immediately let out a cold snort. Humph. What kind of person is he, xuanhuan? If it wasn't for brothers seeing his plight at that time and helping him, how would he ever have become the vice city lord of Jinling City today? As for the school, although on the surface it may seem like he has a share, in reality, during its establishment, the only names listed as the founders of this school were yours parents alone. After this statement, Xianxia could detect anger in his tone. Thinking about it, this made sense. After all, the school was practically unrelated to xuanhuan. It was merely due to his parents showing compassion and lending assistance that it was declared publicly that the school had some sort of connection to him. It was truly outrageous that he was now even thinking of taking back control of the school. While Xianxia was deep in thought, Qin Feng's voice came again. All right, stop worrying about these matters. I definitely won't let your parents' hard work fall into someone else's hands. You've just returned from the savage planet. Go back and take a good rest. If you need anything, feel free to come see me. Xianxia had originally wanted to ask some more questions, but hearing Qin Feng's words, he could only turn around and leave the office. After leaving the office, Xianxia went straight to the mission center. After all, there was still a mission that needed to be submitted. On the way to the mission center, Xianxia couldn't help but ponder over the reason behind his parents' disappearance. In theory, his parents were incredibly powerful. Even the current vice city lord of Jinling City was a protege, whose strength was indisputable. Yet, their disappearance appeared to have been intentionally orchestrated by someone. Who on earth could have such immense power as to dare harm his parents? As this thought crossed his mind, Xianxia still couldn't piece together any clues. After all, what happened those years ago was too far removed from him, and he hadn't gleaned much additional information from Qin Feng. He could only keep this matter at the back of his mind for the time being, hoping to explore it further when the opportunity arose. As Xianxia contemplated this, he had already arrived at the mission center. The same situation occurred once more as it had during his previous visit. Damn, am I seeing things? Isn't this the guy with connections? He should have died on the savage planet, right? How is he here all of a sudden? There's no way. A person who's only 2 meters tall couldn't possibly survive that planet. This doesn't add up. Maybe someone helped him complete the mission. That could explain it. After all, his uncle is the principal of this school. Amidst the whispers and discussions rising from the crowd, Xianxia paid them no heed. These kinds of murmurs were something he'd long grown accustomed to, so he naturally didn't pay them much attention. Walking directly toward the counter, the student inside was equally startled upon spotting Xianxia. Without saying anything, Xianxia took out the mission device and placed it on the counter. Mission submission. Chapter 39. A 2-meter diameter planet, capable of combat? Arriving at the mission office, Xianxia placed the mission device on the counter. Just as Xianxia's voice fell silent, the student inside the counter clearly hadn't reacted yet. After all, he clearly knew that the Xianxia before his eyes had gone to the wild planet to carry out a mission. How dangerous was the wild planet? Let alone some students, even some adults didn't dare to go there. But the Xianxia in front of him not only went, but also came back alive. This greatly surprised him. Facing the Xianxia in front of him, he tried hard to calm down and looked at Xianxia. As before, you need to wait for a moment. After these words were spoken, Xianxia didn't respond and waited silently. Inevitably, they were waiting for Chen Tianlin. The wait wasn't too long. Chen Tianlin gradually approached from behind. When he saw that Xianxia was standing safe and sound in front of him, he himself jumped a bit. It was quite evident that he never expected Xianxia to return unscathed. But after all, he was someone who had seen much of the world, and soon enough he calmed down and walked towards Xianxia step by step. Ho ho, it seems you are no ordinary person. There must be many secrets surrounding you. Who would have thought you'd actually come back alive this time? In response to Chen Tianlin's comments, Xianxia chose not to reply. Seeing this, Chen Tianlin gestured to the student in the counter to directly play the recorded images from the mission device. This time around, when the images started playing, countless students around focused their attention completely. After all, they were also curious about how Xianxia managed to survive and return from the wild planet. As the recording from the mission device began to play, everyone clearly saw an endless expanse of yellow sand presented in the footage. Following this, Xianxia encountered Su Liqing. Under Su Liqing's lead, he reached the Colosseum. And when so many guests appeared on the Colosseum grounds, there was without exception an outbreak of shocked cries. Wow, if I'm not mistaken, the double-headed man is an outlaw wanted on the Liang planet. I didn't expect him to show up on the wild planet. I've heard of this person as well. It's rumored that his strength is extremely powerful. It's not just him. Among these people, several others are also outlaws. No wonder the wild planet is considered a den of villains. Quickly look. 3 giants have emerged. The startled cries suddenly rang out. Next, the crowd saw the towering bodies of the Terra Trio emerge, resembling mountains. Seeing the Terra Trio again left those present astonished. Even though these were merely captured recordings, they could still feel the terrifying power emanating from the Terra Trio through the screen. Subsequently, they saw an extremely chaotic scene unfold in the footage. It was unclear whether it was due to the camera angle or the ferocity of the Terra Trio's offense, but this resulted in them only being able to see the tall bodies of the Terra Trio continuously throwing punches. Simultaneously, sounds of heavy blows could be heard. Indeed, they couldn't clearly see what exactly happened. But amidst the intense clashing sounds, they realized that an intense battle must have erupted within the Colosseum. This realization caused them to become perplexed. At this moment, the students' gazes unconsciously turned toward Xianxia. That doesn't make sense. Wasn't it said that his awakened planet has a diameter of only 2 meters? Could it be that some creatures have already been born within this 2-meter-wide planet? There are indeed some things that don't add up here. After all, we can all see that the fight was quite intense. Although we can't clearly see the details of what happened, it is certain that there were many people battling with these 3 giants. What exactly happened between them? Could it be that someone really helped him? Voices continued to echo, and even Shun Tianlin's gaze turned toward the Xianxia in front of him, confusion flickering in his eyes. And at this moment, suddenly, from the footage, a series of urgent chasing sounds could be heard. The students then saw that the 3 giant figures in the video weren't beaten down. Instead, Xianxia, stepping in rapid-moving boots, was sprinting forward furiously, eventually escaping into the space channel. Upon witnessing such a scene, everyone understood something. I see why he was able to survive coming out from the wild planet. It turns out he had help from the swift action boots. But, how could such a poor guy possibly afford a set of swift action boots? Don't forget, he is a relation-privileged individual. That's right, his uncle is the principal. Voices echoed one by one, and at this moment, Chen Tianlin looked at Xianxia with a smile on his face. Turns out your luck is pretty good. Upon hearing this, Xianxia immediately replied, whether my luck is good or bad has nothing to do with you. What I want to know now is, can you give me my mission reward? As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Tianlin couldn't help but smile. Sure, of course. In that case, your mission can be considered complete. While speaking, Chen Tianlin also gestured to the student inside the counter with his eyes. Upon seeing this, the student naturally transferred money into Xianxia's card. After finishing all of this, Chen Tianlin looked at Xianxia and asked with a smile, can you tell me if creatures have indeed been born within your planet? The question came, and Xianxia's face remained very calm as he spoke. Or do you think I fought off the enemies by myself? When these words reached Chen Tianlin's ears, his entire expression changed slightly. But deep in his heart, it was filled with shock. A person whose awakened planet had a diameter of only 2 meters could actually allow life to be born within their planet? What kind of freak was this man before him? Although Chen Tianlin thought this way in his mind, he quickly remembered another point. Xianxia might have completed the task, but he was still driven away by the creatures on the wild planet. Counting the previous mission on Xuanhuan planet, Xianxia had already been driven away twice consecutively. Even though Xianxia returned alive both times, these 2 retreats already proved everything. That is, although it is unknown why creatures would appear on his planet, he was still a useless individual. After 2 failures, even if he was the principal's nephew, this was an opportunity for the Chen family. Chen Tianlin thought briefly, then took another close look at Xianxia. Chen Tianlin didn't say much and decided to leave. But just as he was about to leave, the surrounding students suddenly changed expressions dramatically. What is he going to do? He just returned from the wild planet, doesn't he? Unbelievable. He's already failed 2 missions in a row. He wouldn't really attempt this again, would he? Chapter 40. Accepting another mission, Green Sea Planet. The sound of discussion continued to rise, and their voices were filled with disbelief. Because at this moment, they clearly saw Xianxia pick up the device on the counter that recorded missions. This meant that Xianxia was going to accept another mission. They had all witnessed the dangers he faced on the wilderness planet just moments ago. It was a close brush with death. None of them could have imagined that Xianxia would choose to accept another mission. Even Chen Tianlin, who was about to leave, was startled when he noticed Xianxia's actions. Goodness gracious. Originally, he also thought Xianxia wouldn't dare to accept any more missions. Otherwise, he would have already chosen a mission for Xianxia. What he absolutely didn't expect was that Xianxia started accepting missions again. This made Chen Tianlin doubt inwardly. Could it be that he isn't afraid at all? Or does he stand to gain significant benefits from carrying out these missions? That should not be the case according to reason. After all, his uncle is the principal of the school, so there's no way he could be in such dire need of money. Just as he was puzzled, Xianxia's voice sounded. Xianxia placed the device recording the missions back on the counter and said to the classmates, I'll take this one. Go to the Green Sea Planet and capture a firetail shrimp. When Xianxia's words rang out, all the students around couldn't help but focus their eyes. Did I hear wrong? Is he really going to the Green Sea Planet? This Green Sea Planet is famous for its abundant seafood production, and the planet is covered in seas, where there are many powerful sea clans. Although the Green Sea Planet produces delicious seafood, which makes countless people drool, everyone knows that in order to obtain delicacies, one must battle with the sea clans, and only after victory can one obtain the food. This Xianxia is crazy. He won't think that after completing 2 tasks, he can defeat the Sea Clans now, right? It's true that Xianxia completed 2 tasks, but don't forget, in both of those tasks, he was chased away every time after being beaten repeatedly. And this time it's on the Green Sea planet, covered in vast oceans. How could he possibly win against the Sea Clans? This is practically a suicide mission. What a lunatic. At this moment, when they heard the words coming out of Xianxia's mouth, everyone was dumbfounded. Tianlin included. He never expected that when Xianxia chose his own mission, he'd pick such a dangerous one again. This made Tianlin even more curious about Xianxia. He faintly felt that the Xianxia before him was definitely not as simple as he appeared. The star he awakened was surely fishy too. However, Tianlin didn't inquire too much. He merely took a deep look at Xianxia, then turned around and left. As he left, the classmates standing inside the counter did not question Tianlin, but directly processed Xianxia's mission acceptance formalities. Upon receiving the mission device, Xianxia left under everyone's gaze. After leaving, Xianxia returned home directly. The main reason why he chose to accept this mission to go to the Green Sea planet was due to the high reward for the mission, reaching the level of 10 million huaxia coins. And it was exactly what he needed most at the moment. Of course, there was another important point. Making one of the races within the 100 Races Union face the Sea Clans and fail. Xianxia's plan this time was to have the dwarven race step up first. As for the human race, let them develop a bit more. After a brief reflection, Xianxia returned to his residence. Then he took out a star core he had obtained previously on the wilderness planet. Once inside the 100 Races Union, Xianxia's first glance was toward the enormous portal far away. He was full of anticipation for the upcoming appearance of this race. Subsequently, he directed his gaze towards the direction of the dwarf race. Muradin Bronzebeard, Xianxia called out. Muradin Bronzebeard hurried over immediately. Upon arriving before Xianxia, Muradin Bronzebeard respectfully opened his mouth. Star-Lord, what do you require? Upon hearing this, Xianxia responded solemnly. Have your clan prepare. The next battle with an external force will be conducted by you. The instant Xianxia's words rang out, Muradin Bronzebeard's face revealed intense excitement. Please rest assured, Star-Lord. We will not disappoint you. As the words fell silent, Xianxia nodded slightly without saying much more. Following this, he directed his gaze toward the direction of the undead race. Since the last failure, Arthas had almost been training the undead day and night, even though he knew very well that enemies were still to come. But Arthas no longer hurried to volunteer for battle. It was clear that he had taken to heart the words Xianxia had spoken before. Next came the direction of the orc race. After their previous defeat, the orcs did not become overly dispirited. Combined with the orcs' reproductive speed, this led to many more orcs appearing in Doroten's group and the others. Moreover, Doroten's 3 factions were engaged in internal combat. It seemed as if their last failure spurred them on, causing them to constantly enhance their strength through civil wars every day. This was completely opposite to the undead race. Then there was the elven race. The elves always remained in the dense forest, and Xianxia did not know what they were up to. However, the elves were not a warlike group, so it didn't matter much when considering enemies from other planets. After glancing briefly at the 100 Races Union, Xianxia took another deep look at the slumbering Empress. The Empress had yet to awaken, seemingly due to insufficient energy within the 100 Races Union. While Xianxia felt some urgency about this, there was nothing to be done but proceed step by step. Following this, Xianxia directly took out the star core and prepared to use it. At the moment the star core was activated, the same scene as before began to unfold once again. Infinite purple light appeared in the sky above the 100 Races Union. The purple light enveloped the entire high heavens, even turning the sun hanging in the sky purple. Bathed in the purple light, Xianxia could clearly sense the planet's diameter expanding dramatically. As the planet's diameter expanded, a layer of gray light enveloped the territories of the undead, dwarf, orc, human, and elven races. Clearly, these races were undergoing changes as a result of the star core's energy being infused into them. For now, Xianxia paid little attention to these changes, focusing only on the anticipation of the next race's arrival. Xianxia's gaze shifted toward the distant horizon, and just as Xianxia was observing, suddenly, dawn. Chapter 41, The Giant, Alding. Boom. A tremendous sound suddenly echoed across the vast land. It was so intense that Xianxia felt as though there were an earthquake. Amidst the violent tremors, Xianxia's gaze immediately turned towards the colossal portal. The moment his eyes reached there, all he saw was a gale sweeping through, filling the sky with flying sand and gravel. At this moment, Xianxia also felt an extremely terrifying force spreading out in all directions. As this horrifying power continued to spread, the entire world shook once again. After the shaking stopped, Xianxia noticed a vague figure emerging behind the gusts of wind far away. When the figure took one step forward, Xianxia felt the ground shudder violently once more. In this violent trembling, Xianxia finally caught sight of the figure. This figure stepped out from the gate, towering high, at least 5 or 6 meters tall, similar in size to the 3 brothers Terra they had met before. And its body was covered in robust muscles that made it look as if it could possess boundless strength. At the very sight of this figure, Xianxia instantly thought of a word. Giant. That's right. The person standing right before him belonged to the race of giants. The appearance of the giants signified an immense combat power. Xianxia never expected to encounter a giant here. Just at that moment, the giant began to stride over toward Xianxia with heavy steps. Alding, I pay my respects to the Star Master. His voice thundered loudly, and Xianxia felt his eardrums hurting badly. After taking a thorough look at Alding, there was no denying how overwhelming this safety presence was. After a quick scan, Xianxia then let Alding return to rest. Saying rest, what Xianxia saw next was Alding simply leaning against the huge gate and closing his eyes. It looked rather simple. Then, Xianxia also discovered that the gray light covering the other races had dispersed. First were the undead. This time, Xianxia clearly saw Alaric holding a large sword. The entire blade was ice-colored, and the aura emanating from Alaric's body had evidently grown stronger than before. Apart from Alaric, Xianxia also noticed that Doroten and the 3 others of the orc clan now had weapons in their hands. Their weapons were battle axes, and their combat abilities had increased significantly too. On the human side, cannons of their own making appeared. This speed of development took even Xianxia by surprise. As for the dwarves, Mirrodin and Bronzebeard's double axes glimmered brilliantly, seemingly able to chop apart everything in front of them. Regarding the elven race, their attitudes didn't seem to have changed much. Clearly, this infusion of star essence not only awakened the race of giants, but also boosted the power of all the leading figures among the 100 races. Finally, Xianxia directed his attention toward the edge of the planet. This time, he noticed a massive tent at the end. The tent was black, and within it radiated an intensely sharp aura. Xianxia understood that the next race should be awakening soon. After scanning everything once more, Xianxia checked his attributes again. Host, Planet Master Xianxia. Planet rank, low level. Planet name, Alliance of 100 Races. Planet diameter, 32 kilometers. Planet species, none as of now. 100 Great Race Union. Undead, orc, human, dwarf, elf, giant. The diameter of the planet had surged up to 32 kilometers. Naturally, Xianxia was delighted. He had confirmed that as long as sufficient energy was injected, similar to a single star source, it could make the planet's diameter double. No matter how big the previous planet's diameter, it would double after energy injection. For instance, last time it was 16 kilometers, this time it became directly 32 kilometers. This meant that the next doubling would reach 64 kilometers. At this growth rate, it wouldn't take long for the planet's diameter to exceed 100 kilometers. Thinking of this, Xianxia's anticipation grew stronger. At this moment, the system's cold voice suddenly rang in his ear. Master, with just one more star source of energy injected, the Empress will awaken. At the moment the system's voice ceased, Xianxia's focus instantly shifted to the Empress who still slumbered deeply. The Empress was finally about to awaken. Having slept for so many days, she was finally close to waking. This made Xianxia even more expectant about the Empress's awakening. Eventually, after glancing over the entire 100 Races Union once more, he withdrew. Next, as usual, Xianxia headed to the space station and chose to go to the Green Sea planet for his mission. Of course, the process was the same as before. This time, the mission was to obtain the Flame Peacock Shrimp. Of course, this time he also encountered the attack of the Sea Clan on the Green Sea planet. And coincidentally, the Sea Clans were having an internal conflict at that moment. Xianxia very smoothly obtained a Flame Peacock Shrimp. Of course, it also led to a clash between the dwarves and the Sea Clans. However, in the end, the Dwarf Clan was defeated. Although the Dwarf Clan failed, Xianxia's mission was completed. After completing the mission, he returned to Jinling City. Just like before, under the incredulous gazes of countless people, he handed in his mission and took on a new one. It started with the Undead Clan, then the Beast Clan, and the Dwarf Clan. Next, through missions, Xianxia made the human and giant clans experience failure. This was so they could taste the bitterness of defeat and understand the importance of teamwork. Because of this, news spread around the academy. Xianxia also received a title, Victory Alone, mainly because whenever Xianxia fought, in 5 battles, every single one ended in victory. This caused more than a few people to mock him. But for all this, Xianxia didn't care in the slightest. After all, his goal had already been achieved. Unfortunately, these missions did not yield any star source energy, leaving Xianxia somewhat disappointed. All of this changed on this day. That day, he went to the sales counter intending to sell some items acquired during his missions. However, just as Xianxia arrived, Xianxia, who was working behind the counter, immediately saw him and approached. Will you not be going on any missions soon? As her voice echoed, Xianxia remained silent, instead fixing Xianxia with a puzzled gaze. What is it? At this question, Xianxia glanced around and spoke seriously. Don't you know yet? Upon hearing this, a confused Xianxia shook his head. I've been focused on missions lately. What happened? Did something major happen at the school? Just as Xianxia finished speaking and Xianxia was about to reply. Suddenly, Xianxia, I've booked a nice restaurant. Let's go eat. Chapter 42, Declaration of War. Xianxia was about to talk to Xianxia, but suddenly a voice rang out, instantly drawing the attention of countless people. Similarly, Xianxia and Xianxia's gazes also turned towards the source. What they saw was none other than Chun Tianlin, the well-known suitor of Xianxia. Chun Tianlin approached, holding a bouquet of flowers in his hands. The most important thing was that right in the middle of the flowers, there lay a transparent box, inside which was unmistakably a star core. Upon seeing this scene, cries of amazement immediately erupted around them. Wow, this Chun Tianlin sure spends big bucks, giving away star cores. It's not just this time. I've heard he gave her star cores before too, only for Xianxia to reject them all. With a father as the deputy city lord, a star core is already something very expensive for us, but he can pull one out effortlessly. There's nothing we can do with a powerful family like his. Voices resounded all around. At this moment, Chun Tianlin also approached with a beaming face. However, when he saw Xianxia standing in front of Xianxia, the smile on his face instantly froze. His smile became somewhat unnatural, with a glimmer of cold hostility in his eyes. After sparing a glance at Qin Yao, Chen Tianlin walked up to Yin Qingxue and continued smiling. Qingxue, I've booked the best restaurant in Jinling City. Let's go have dinner. As the words were spoken, Yin Qingxue once again returned to her usual aloof demeanor. She didn't even look at Chen Tianlin and merely spoke coldly. I don't have the time. Upon hearing these words, Chen Tianlin added, Qingxue, you don't have to worry. It won't take long. Just one meal. Plus I want to discuss some things related to the upcoming tournament with you. Even so, regardless of what Chen Tianlin said, Yin Qingxue remained expressionless. However, just as Chen Tianlin was about to say more, Qin Yao spoke up. Qingxue, haven't we agreed to discuss some matters regarding the planet? Let's go. The moment Qin Yao's voice rang out, innumerable faces in the crowd displayed looks of astonishment. They looked at Qin Yao, clearly surprised by his actions. No one had expected Qin Yao to dare speak up in such a situation. By speaking, Qin Yao essentially declared his opposition against Chen Tianlin. Upon hearing Qin Yao's words, Chen Tianlin slowly turned his head, looking at Qin Yao with icy disdain written all over his face. What do you think you are? Do you think it's your place to talk here? Don't you feel overly important because your uncle is the principal? I can clearly tell you that soon enough, this school will belong to the Chen family. As Chen Tianlin's words ended, Qin Yao remained calm while staring at him. What's got into you? Yin Qingxue obviously has no interest in you. Don't you see that? Being someone who doesn't matter, and yet still forcing yourself on as someone uninterested makes me embarrassed for you, if I were in your shoes. How come you act like everything's normal? Faced with Chen Tianlin, Qin Yao held his own without any weakness. Regardless of the identity of the other person, he retaliated directly. As a result of Qin Yao's words, Chen Tianlin became enraged. He, after all, was the son of the deputy city lord. Normally, everyone at school treated him with great respect, from students to staff. When had he ever endured such an affront? At that moment, Chen Tianlin stared straight at Qin Yao. What makes you worthy? If Qingxue wouldn't go with me for a meal, would she really leave with you? Why don't you take a good look at yourself first? In addition, before Chen Tianlin could finish his tirade, a cold voice interrupted abruptly. Qin Yao, let's go. At the moment these words were spoken, Chen Tianlin immediately fell silent, the shock evident on his face. Qingxue, his words remained unsaid as he watched Yin Qingxue walk toward where Qin Yao stood. Subsequently, Qin Yao followed behind Yin Qingxue as they headed directly toward the school gate. Every detail unfolded clearly before Chen Tianlin's eyes. Especially watching Qin Yao's retreating figure infuriated him. Chen Tianlin gritted his teeth and seethed, his face flushed red. How could it be that the goddess of his heart chose to walk off with such a waste of space? On top of all that, it happened publicly under the gaze of so many others, making him lose face immensely. Chen Tianlin's heart found it utterly unbearable. In that instant, Chen Tianlin barked furiously at the surrounding students. What are you looking at? Get lost. The students didn't possess Qin Yao's courage. After hearing Chen Tianlin's angry shouts, everyone quickly dispersed. At the same time, elsewhere, Qin Yao and Yin Qingxue had already left the school. Walking on the street, Yin Qingxue's voice came. You were a bit impulsive just now. Although I know you did it for me, what you did was essentially completely offending Chen Tianlin. Listening to Yin Qingxue's words, Qin Yao chuckled unconcernedly. I've already offended him before. And with the relationship between the school and the Chen family, there is no way that he and I could become friends. So rather than drag this out, it's better to offend him sooner. Upon hearing Qin Yao's words, Yin Qingxue slightly frowned in surprise. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but glance at Qin Yao. She found that the person sitting next to her at the moment seemed quite different from the old Qin Yao. Though his appearance remained the same, his personality seemed completely transformed. Regarding this, Yin Qingxue softly said, Chen Tianlin will definitely not let this matter rest. He won't be able to do anything to you, but you must be extra cautious. Hearing her words, Qin Yao nodded and then asked, by the way, what was it that you wanted to talk about earlier? Being reminded by Qin Yao, Yin Qingxue snapped back to reality. Then Yin Qingxue continued, what I want to say concerns the upcoming grand competition. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao reflected for a moment. He did indeed know about this grand competition. Every year, there was a citywide grand competition involving all schools in Jinling City. It's just that, recently, being busy with the training organized by the 100 clans caused him to forget about this matter. At this point, Yin Qingxue added, this year's competition differs from previous years. In previous competitions, each school only had 3 spots, but now 2 more spots have been added, making a total of 5. Besides that, this year's grand competition prize is also much richer. The word prize made Qin Yao light up with excitement instantly. What are the prizes? Chapter 43, Planet Diameter Measurer. Qin Yao's eyes lit up, but Yin Qingxue looked utterly speechless. Nevertheless, she said, I've heard that this time there will be star source rewards, and also an opportunity to study on another planet. That means the living beings of your planet can go to the planet you need to study. As her words echoed, Qin Yao, originally full of anticipation, lost some hope. He was aware of the star source rewards, but the learning experience on other planets didn't seem so relevant to him. After all, with so many races in the 100 Races Alliance, which planet should he choose to send his people for learning? Moreover, whether they could find a similar type of planet at that time was uncertain. It seemed Yin Qingxue noticed something and then added, not only that, the team that wins in the end will receive a gold cloud stone. At the moment these words reached Qin Yao, his spirit suddenly surged. Gold cloud stone. Of course, he knew about it. It was a kind of energy useful for planets. Once used within the planet, it would allow the planet to produce gold mines. This was truly a great thing. Hearing Qin Yao's startled cry, Xianxia continued. Although the rewards are rich, the opponents cannot be underestimated either. Besides, 2 more spots have been added this time, but I am certain one is for me and another for Chen Tianlin. And also, because you offended Chen Tianlin this time, plus your combat achievements and missions, participating in this grand competition may be relatively more difficult. After saying all this, Qin Yao nodded slightly. Indeed, although the rewards were rich, the premise was that he must participate in the competition. Chen Tianlin's father is the deputy city lord, and after having just offended Chen Tianlin, obtaining a spot indeed presented some difficulty. However, with such rich rewards, it was necessary for him to try hard. While Qin Yao was thinking, Xianxia blinked her beautiful eyes and also fell into deep thought. A moment later, Xianxia looked at Qin Yao. Oh, initially, the diameter of your planet was only 2 meters. Now, it must have grown quite a bit, right? Upon hearing this, Qin Yao nodded but did not rush to respond. Instead, he asked back, I remember your awakened planet had a diameter of 48 kilometers. Hasn't it increased significantly too? Xianxia did not hide anything and directly answered. Not bad. The current diameter of my planet is only 58 kilometers, an increase of 10 kilometers. And what about yours? Listening to Xianxia's words, Qin Yao was somewhat shocked. It had only been 3 months since their awakening, yet Xianxia managed to increase the diameter by 10 kilometers. This speed was definitely fast. Facing her inquiry, Qin Yao simply stated, now, my planet's diameter is 32 kilometers. What? 32 kilometers? This time, upon hearing this number, Xianxia's face filled with stunned astonishment. Such explosive growth obviously exceeded her expectations. After all, everyone knew Qin Yao's awakened planet diameter was only 2 meters. Yet, in just 3 months, it had surged to 32 kilometers. Though 32 kilometers might not sound like much, it represented tremendous growth in only 3 months. Such a terrifying rate of growth left Xianxia astonished. The main reason why Qin Yao did not hide his planet's diameter was because the grand competition was approaching. Everyone would soon know anyway, and hiding it now served no purpose. While Xianxia was still in shock, Qin Yao spoke solemnly. I'll head to the principal's office first, see if I can secure a spot. Upon hearing this, Xianxia, standing where she was nodded, seemingly still unable to recover from her shock. With shock all over her face, Xianxia watched as Qin Yao's figure disappeared. For a long time, only one word slipped out of her mouth. Truly monstrous. On the other side, Qin Yao returned to school again. Approaching the principal's office, he knocked on the door. But this time around, Qin Feng didn't let him enter immediately. Wait a minute. Hearing this, Qin Yao didn't worry but waited outside the door patiently. The wait wasn't too long. Soon, the door opened, and Qin Yao saw a figure step out. Deputy Principal Lu Chonghai. Likewise, Lu Chonghai noticed Qin Yao standing at the door. He glared at him briefly before leaving with a cold humph. Then Qin Yao entered the office. Close the door, came Qin Feng's voice. The moment Qin Yao closed the door, he heard a sigh. Alas, things have come faster than I anticipated. After the sigh subsided, Qin Yao looked at Uncle Qin Feng seated in his chair and asked, Uncle, was Vice Principal Lu just here to complain about me? Given Lu Chonghai's closeness to the Qin family and his recent attitude towards Qin Yao, it wasn't hard to guess what had happened. Uncle Qin Feng nodded after hearing this. Lu Chonghai has always been a vassal of the Qin family, and since you offended Chen Tianlin, it's quite normal for him to report you. However, you needn't worry about these things. As long as I'm here, they won't dare do anything to you. Qin Feng's tone softened as he finished speaking. He then turned to Qin Yao and asked, by the way, why did you come looking for me? Hearing this, Qin Yao immediately said, Uncle, I want to secure a spot in the grand competition. As soon as Qin Yao said this, he clearly saw Qin Feng's expression grow solemn. This time, Qin Feng didn't respond right away, but instead fell into a contemplative silence. Qin Yao stood patiently waiting. After a brief pause in which Qin Feng remained silent, a determined look finally flashed in his eyes. He raised his head and looked at Qin Yao, saying, although this might be somewhat difficult, I will try my best to help. The main problem is that, even though you've completed many tasks recently, there hasn't been a single victory against other life forms from alien planets. This could make it challenging. Moreover, you should know how important the success in the grand competition is to our school, right? Upon hearing this, Qin Yao nodded firmly. Don't worry, Uncle, I'm confident. When Qin Yao said this, Qin Feng noticeably hesitated. After all, everyone in the school knew Qin Yao's nickname, Lonely Seeker of Victory, someone who had never tasted triumph. Where was his confidence coming from? Unable to hide his curiosity, Qin Feng asked directly, how large is your planet now? What's its current diameter? This time, Qin Yao revealed the information without hesitation. 32 kilometers. Chapter 44. An emergency meeting called. How much? When Qin Feng heard Qin Yao's reply, he clearly jumped in surprise. Hearing this again, Qin Yao repeated, 32 kilometers. Tisk. After confirmation, Qin Feng directly gasped. His face was full of disbelief. Are you sure it's 32 kilometers? Did you make a mistake? Apparently, Qin Feng still had some doubts. At that moment, Qin Yao looked at a square instrument on the desk and said, Uncle, if you don't believe me, you can check. As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Feng immediately took over the instrument. It wasn't because Qin Feng didn't trust him, but mainly he couldn't believe it. In just 3 months, from a diameter of 2 meters, it had skyrocketed to 32 kilometers, something he could never have imagined. Remember, when Xianxia first awakened his planet, he was considered a school-wide waste. But now, having surged to 32 kilometers, such a surge speed was something even a genius couldn't achieve. Qin Feng held the device for measuring the diameter of the planet in his hands. Subsequently, a blue beam emitted from the device enveloped Xianxia. Soon, a number appeared on the device. 32.3 kilometers. At the sight of this figure, Qin Feng once again widened his eyes. At this moment, Qin Feng fully believed it. Qin Feng's gaze was firmly fixed on Xianxia. Initially, upon learning that the diameter of Xianxia's awakened planet was only 2 meters, he was about to be disappointed in Xianxia. But now, although 32 kilometers isn't too large, with such a huge increase in such a short time, this also proved that Xianxia was no waste. He was a genius. At the same time, Qin Feng thought about Xianxia's purpose for coming here this time. Then, Qin Feng immediately turned to Xianxia and said, "Rest assured, I will help you secure this slot regardless of anything." After saying this, Xianxia nodded vigorously. This was precisely why he chose to speak frankly. In this way, it would allow Qin Feng to assist him as much as possible in securing the spot. After hearing Qin Feng's words, while nodding, Xianxia also said, "Thanks, uncle. Please help with this matter." After speaking these words, Xianxia prepared to leave. However, before leaving, Qin Feng suddenly spoke up. "Wait a moment." Puzzled, Xianxia turned around. At this point, Qin Feng directly walked over with a box. "There's a star source inside. Take it and use it. Previously, you mentioned your planet was unusual, though I don't know exactly what it is, but with this star source, it should significantly improve your abilities." It had been quite a while since there was any enhancement to the planet. Now, seeing the star source right before him, Xianxia naturally didn't hesitate to accept. After thanking him, Xianxia took the star source and left immediately. The moment Xianxia stepped out of the office, Qin Feng's voice echoed across the school grounds. "All teachers and leaders of the school, please report to the office immediately. All teachers and leaders of the school, please report to the office immediately." His voice resonated through the sky. Some teachers could already be seen heading towards the office direction. At this point, within the principal's office, with the sound of the broadcast, one teacher after another had already entered the room. Among them were also school directors like Lu Chonghai. At the very moment everyone entered the office, Lu Chonghai looked straight at Qin Feng and asked, "Principal, you called us so urgently. Is there something important?" Upon this question, all gazes turned to Qin Feng. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Qin Feng solemnly stated, "I've convened you all today to discuss the issue concerning the competition slots." At the moment Qin Feng finished this sentence, Lu Chonghai gazed at him, recalling how he had just witnessed Xianxia entering the office. Within an instant, he grasped the situation. Subsequently, Lu Chonghai grinned and said, "Everyone should be aware of the 5 slots designated for this competition. And those slots have always been distributed according to the diameters of planets. The first slot will undoubtedly go to xianxia. She is a genius of our school. Next comes Chen Tianlin. His planet's diameter isn't bad either, though not reaching high level. It is certainly among the top mid-level ones. As for the other 3, their spots are determined based on the diameter they obtained during their awakenings." After finishing his statement, Lu Chonghai continued looking at Qin Feng and said, "These 5 slots are without any issues, so why is principal suddenly bringing it up now? Could there be changes to the slots?" Lu Chonghai obviously guessed what Qin Feng wanted to say, and thus preemptively laid everything out. Moreover, his words also gained the approval of some teachers. Vice Principal Lu is right. The 5 slots have already been determined and don't need any changes. Principal, you're not really thinking about changing the already set slots, are you? Voices continued to echo. Qin Feng cast a deep glance at Lu Chonghai, fully understanding what he implied. Even though many people were saying this, Qin Feng persisted. "I indeed called all of you here for the sake of these slots. Firstly, Yan Xingshue's and Chen Tianlin's slots remain unchanged. As for the other 3, I want to replace one slot." As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Chonghai laughed out loud. "Principal, don't tell me that you're planning to replace Xianxia." The moment he said that sentence, he went on. "Humph. Xianxia is now famous in our school with the title Lonely King. Who doesn't know him? A person like him going to participate would completely tarnish our school's reputation." This statement of his again drew support from several teachers. After all, it was simply a fact. Everyone knows that the diameter Xianxia awakened was only 2 meters, and he has the nickname Lonely King. Someone like him absolutely can't attend such a competition. That's correct. Anyone chosen randomly from the school who has awakened will definitely be better than Xianxia. Voices spread, causing Qin Feng's face to darken. He had anticipated all of this beforehand, but he hadn't expected that they would so unanimously oppose it. Right then, Qin Feng solemnly spoke. "What if I say Xianxia's planet's diameter now has reached 32 kilometers? At his voice, Lu Chonghai directly sneered coldly. "So what if it's 32 kilometers? There are plenty of classmates whose planets have reached that size. And moreover," Lu Chonghai originally planned to continue speaking. However, suddenly, his words abruptly cut off. Other teachers at this very moment instantly widened their eyes. "What? 32 kilometers? Chapter 45, The Empress Awakens." At this moment, when everyone in the office heard Qin Feng say that Xianxia's planet had already reached a diameter of 32 kilometers, they instantly lost their calm. This 32-kilometer planetary diameter, although not excessive, nonetheless caused them to reflect on one point. Originally Xianxia's planet was only 2 meters across, But in just 3 months, it had skyrocketed to 32 kilometers. Such an explosive growth rate was unheard of, even for them. Thus, all of them now lapsed into silence. However, one person broke the silence with a scornful humph. Humph, so what if it's 32 kilometers? There are plenty of students in the school who are more talented than him. Many have planets with diameters much larger than his. There was no doubt that the speaker was Lu Chonghai. In this instant, upon hearing Lu Chonghai's words, Qin Feng immediately directed his gaze towards him. Naturally, he understood why Lu Chonghai was so strongly opposed to Qin Yao representing the academy in the grand competition. The main reason was undoubtedly because Lu Chonghai was too close to the Qin family. Nevertheless, despite being aware of these facts, Qin Feng still firmly responded. Is Vice President Lu suggesting that I, as the principal, no longer have the authority to make this decision? The moment those words left Qin Feng's mouth, Lu Chonghai froze. But quickly he retorted. Principal, you can't say things like that. After all, the grand competition represents the entire school. Who wouldn't want our school to perform well? My statements are merely for the sake of the school. I hope the principal understands. When Lu Chonghai finished speaking, the other people present turned their gazes toward Qin Feng. It was evident that many of them were inclined to agree with Lu Chonghai's reasoning. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Qin Feng remained silent for a while. However, shortly after, determination flashed in his eyes. I can personally guarantee on behalf of Qin Yao that if his failure in this competition results in a decline in the school's standing, I will willingly resign from my position as principal. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lu Chonghai's face lit up immediately, but he pretended to be uneasy and replied, Principal, your words are too severe. After all, we are all concerned about the school's performance. If the principal has such confidence in Qin Yao, then let us trust in him once. Lu Chonghai's words might make an outsider think he was speaking on Qin Feng's behalf. After Lu Chonghai finished speaking, Qin Feng replied expressionlessly, Fine, the quota has been set. There is nothing else to discuss now. Everyone may return to their duties. The group took their leave after exchanging farewells with Qin Feng. Lu Chonghai, before departing, glanced deeply at Qin Feng, then turned away with a wide smile. A short while later, the entire office was empty except for Qin Feng. Qin Feng raised his head to look at the sky, a trace of seriousness flickering across his face. Qin Yao, everything depends on you now. At Qin Yao's residence, having obtained a star core, Qin Yao immediately returned home to use it. He intended to enter the alliance of 100 races. After roughly checking the developments among the various races, he found there hadn't been any major changes. Subsequently, Qin Yao activated the star core. After using it, a dense purple glow enveloped the entire sky. Soon afterward, the diameter of the entire planet began to grow rapidly. However, at this moment, Qin Yao kept his gaze fixed on the unconscious form of the Empress. Previously, the system had said that injecting one more unit of star core energy would awaken the Empress. This meant that this time, the Empress would awaken. However, upon closer inspection, Qin Yao realized that the Empress showed absolutely no signs of waking up. Instead, she floated silently in midair. At the moment, Qin Yao assumed it was due to the energy not being fully infused. Therefore, he redirected his attention to the farthest tent visible on the horizon. As he looked in its direction, faint silhouettes flickered within the tent. Accompanying these silhouettes was a sharp, piercing aura spreading through the air. This cutting edge was like having a blade held to his throat, making him feel breathless. Then, Qin Yao focused his eyes on the figures walking out step by step from the tent. They appeared weak, as though a slight breeze could blow them away. Furthermore, none of their faces were clearly visible. All of them wore black robes, even their faces hidden behind black masks. Qin Yao noticed that the leader's eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, and he held a blood-red blade in his hand. As Qin Yao watched, this group of people gradually approached him. With their approach, Qin Yao felt the sharp edge of their aura becoming increasingly intense. Perhaps this was what killing intent felt like. Soon, this group arrived right in front of Qin Yao. The leader bowed his head respectfully and said, Yi, pays respect to the Star Lord. Yi. This didn't seem like a name, but more like a code. As if sensing Qin Yao's confusion, Yi continued, Star Lord, we are the Assassin Clan. We don't have names, only codes. Upon hearing these words, Qin Yao immediately understood who these individuals belonged to. They were the Assassin Clan. Invisible killers, they were indeed a formidable force. Qin Yao was quite satisfied with the appearance of this Assassin Clan. Go back and rest. After Qin Yao spoke, Yi took the group of assassins away. As they left, Qin Yao's gaze swept around the surroundings. He looked over the different races present. Qin Yao realized that, after this infusion of star essence, the changes among all the races seemed minimal. What slightly surprised Qin Yao was the development of the human race. After long-term evolution, he hadn't expected the humans to reach the era of the Qin dynasty. This showed how remarkably fast their progress had been. At the moment, Qin Yao also checked the attribute panel. Host, Planet Master Qin Yao. Planet level, low grade. Planet name, the Alliance of 100 Races. Planet diameter, 64 kilometers. Planet species, none yet. Alliance of 100 Races clans. Undead, Beast Race, Human Race, Dwarf Race, Elf Race, Giant Race, Assassin Clan. As expected, consistent with his prediction, the planet's diameter had already reached 64 kilometers. This meant that with another star essence, the planet's diameter would exceed 100 kilometers. Once that happened, some minerals might begin forming on the planet. As Qin Yao was lost in thought about this, suddenly, a melodious female voice rang out. Xuanhuan pays respect to the Star Lord. Chapter 46. The Establishment of the Monster Academy. Xuanhuan, I greet the Star Lord. As the voice sounded, Xianxia looked toward its source. At this moment, he immediately saw a fairy-like figure standing before him bowing in respect. She was none other than the sleeping empress. He had been so preoccupied with observing the changes on the planet that he hadn't noticed her awakening. Xianxia directly asked as he looked at Xuanhuan before him. Do you remember who you are? Upon hearing these words, Xuanhuan opened her mouth, utterly confused, and said, Why does the Star Lord say such things? I only know my name is Xuanhuan, and I am a person from this planet. The moment she said these words, a wave of deep joy instantly spread across Xianxia's face. Because of her identity as the Empress, coupled with her being taken by him, it was inevitable to worry whether she would recall her past, including memories of her former Star Lord. But now, it was clear there was no need for concern. Just as the system had stated, Xuanhuan had forgotten all of her previous memories. This meant that Xuanhuan was merely a top-tier expert on the planet recovering her powers, and with her presence, it was possible to have her train the human race. Right then, Xianxia turned his gaze towards Xuanhuan and said directly, Xuanhuan, if I asked you to teach the humans, would you be willing? Upon hearing these words, Xuanhuan promptly responded, Whatever the Star Lord wishes, Moon Lady shall do. Yet right after her reply, she added a questioning tone. But, Star Lord, I've discovered that there are many races on the planet. Why not establish a school to educate them together? At the sound of Xuanhuan's statement, a sudden spark of insight lit up Xianxia's eyes. What a wake-up call. How had he missed this? As Xuanhuan mentioned, the 100 Races Alliance was still in its developmental phase, and more species would inevitably join in the future. Though there were leaders teaching within each race, they mostly focused on the abilities intrinsic to their own kind. But with the establishment of a school, they could learn other races' skills too. Such cross-learning could enhance their strength significantly. This decision was certainly an excellent one, and after Xianxia considered it thoroughly, he realized there was barely any downside, only benefits. Even the minor disputes bound to occur within the school were not something to fear. Rather, they should be encouraged because it would stoke competitiveness, allowing individuals to grow stronger faster. With this thought in mind, Xianxia immediately summoned all the leaders of the various tribes. Muladin Tongshu, Arthas, Dwarven from the 3 factions, Yuruchi, xuanhuan from the human race, and representatives from both the elves and giants were gathered together. Since these races had experienced failure before, they no longer looked down on each other. Instead, they silently bowed their heads. It seemed like each harbored a burning fire inside, a fire fueled by a desire for victory. After scanning through them, Xianxia spoke solemnly. I've given it some thought. We should establish a school within the 100 Races Alliance. Everyone remained silent upon hearing this. Then, Xianxia continued. It's simple. After the establishment of the school, leaders of your races such as Arthas, Dorotan, or Grim, Gul'dan, Muladin Tongshu will have to give classes at the school. The content of teaching isn't complicated. You just need to display the best aspects of your races. For instance, the dwarves can teach weapon-making techniques, while the undead can pass on some powerful magic of necromancers. Xianxia went on, enumerating the advantages of all these races. Unexpectedly, after hearing what Xianxia said, none of them raised any objections. If it had been earlier, after failing but before experiencing total defeat, they would surely have looked down on others' capabilities. But now, after going through a shared failure, they no longer despised other races. Everyone here had tasted the same failure. Once Xianxia finished speaking, his eyes swept over them again. Seeing no dissent from them, Xianxia continued. Since none of you have anything against it, let's settle on this plan. Afterwards, each of your clans will assign personnel to begin building the academy immediately. Hearing this, everyone nodded. As they remained silent, Xianxia added further. After the school is built, your people can go to study there. At the same time, you should not look down on techniques from other races. These are things your own race does not possess. When individuals in your race learn these skills, their strength will definitely increase significantly. As before, these individuals remained silent like students receiving instruction, without uttering a word. Seeing this, Xianxia continued unperturbed. After the school is established, there will inevitably be disputes among the various races. These disagreements are unavoidable, and as long as they're not too severe, you do not need to interfere. Similarly, there should be no direct confrontations over conflicts between younger generations instigated by leaders, such as yourselves. After he finished speaking, no one replied. Xianxia noticed this and directly barked sternly. Did everyone hear me? This time, when Xianxia's voice sounded, all of them snapped to attention. Yes, we heard. Everyone then responded in unison. Afterward, Xianxia informed them about some of the finer details regarding the construction of the academy. He also sketched out a rough design of the school, signaling the commencement of its building process. Due to the influence of the system, time accelerated, so the construction progressed rapidly. With numerous people involved, all races contributed to it. And because Xianxia personally oversaw the construction every day, no accidents occurred during the process, making the construction of the school go smoothly. After the school was built, each race also set up different specialized educational halls. There was the Dwarf Weaponry Hall, the Elf Perception Hall, the Undead Resurrection Hall, the Assassination Hall, and more. Of course, there was also the Warrior Academy founded by Xuanhuan. Next, Xianxia allowed each race to select individuals to enter the school. Among them, humans and beastfolk sent the most participants. Of course, since only one individual came from the giant race, they did not join. Once everything was prepared thoroughly, Xianxia finally named the school. It would be called the Monster Academy. Chapter 47. The Eve of the Great Competition. After the establishment of Monster Academy, Xianxia often entered the 100 Clans Alliance to check on the development of the school. Indeed, as expected, frequent disputes occurred between the major clans within the school. However, these quarrels were relatively minor and considered normal phenomena, so Xianxia did not interfere too much. In the following period, Xianxia stayed at home and observed the development of the 100 Clans Alliance. This time was relatively peaceful. The peace lasted for about half a month. On this day, Xianxia went to the school early in the morning. The reason was simple. Today was the day to leave the school and participate in the great competition. He headed straight to the school. When he arrived, he saw countless students gathered on the square. Xianxia's appearance also drew the attention of some students. Moreover, Xianxia noticed that their gazes towards him were obviously strange. There was even hostility evident in their eyes. Whispered discussions were not uncommon. Quick look, he's the one who replaced Shirley this time. A favoritism candidate for the school's great competition. Such a useless person. What qualifies him to replace Shirley? It's simple, his uncle is the principal. I've heard that for this competition, the principal even made a guarantee. If he fails, the principal would resign from his position. No need to guess. With someone like this favoritism candidate whose planet diameter is only 2 meters, he will definitely fail. The whispers continued, entering his ears. At first, Xianxia wasn't too concerned, but as their discussions grew louder, he learned that his uncle had actually made such a promise just to let him join this great competition, and he froze. He couldn't imagine that his uncle would stake his principal position to ensure his participation in the great competition. At this moment, Xianxia felt an increasing sense of gratitude toward Xianfeng. Just then, Xianfeng's video call came through. Upon answering, Xianfeng immediately said, "Come to the office right away." Upon receiving the message, Xianxia wasted no time and headed directly to the principal's office. Upon arriving at the office, Xianxia saw 4 figures besides Xianfeng. Among them were Xianxia and Chen Tianlin. The other 2 looked like students as well. Xianxia understood that they must be classmates participating in this great competition. Similarly, they also noticed Xianxia's arrival. Firstly, the 2 students Xianxia didn't recognize looked at him with clearly unfriendly gazes. And Chen Tianlin outright snorted. "Humph, with someone like you at the bottom of the rankings, I think our great competition doesn't need to happen. Having you around means we've already lost half the battle. After all, Lonely Warrior isn't a reputation earned falsely." Chen Tianlin showed obvious disregard for Qianfeng's presence and even laughed loudly. At this moment, Qianfeng coughed slightly. Only then did Chen Tianlin stop laughing. Qianfeng stood up, his gaze sweeping over Xianxia and the others before speaking. Today is the day of the great competition, and the significance of this competition to the school should not need much explanation. I hope all of you give it your all during the competition. Even if you eventually fail, it doesn't matter. You must show the school's spirit. Qianfeng's voice continued, and none of them said anything. However, Chen Tianlin kept snorting coldly, clearly disregarding what Qianfeng had said. Or perhaps, in his view, with someone like Xianxia around, they had absolutely no chance of winning. Subsequently, Qianfeng mentioned some more details regarding the great competition. Then he let everyone out of the office. Qianfeng walked alone at the front while Xianxia and the others followed behind. Xianxia walked forward with Xianxia. On the way, Xianxia quietly consoled him. "Don't think too much, Xianxia, that's just how they are. And the one you replaced, Shirley, is a good friend of theirs, which explains why they're so hostile towards you. It's natural." As her voice carried on, Xianxia silently nodded in response. However, the 3 behind him, including Chen Tianlin, glared at Xianxia fiercely, their eyes filled with hostility. Very soon, under Qianfeng's lead, they arrived at a huge square, and the 5 of them followed Qianfeng to the front. When they appeared, cheers erupted across the sky instantly. Xianxia, Xianxia, Chen Tianlin, Chen Tianlin. The cheers kept coming, but most of the cheering was for Xianxia, followed by Chen Tianlin. As for the other 2, although they also received some cheers, compared to Xianxia and Chen Tianlin, their popularity paled in comparison. As for Xianxia, nobody below the stage shouted his name at all. Some students were continuously shouting slogans about Lonely Warrior being unmatched. However, Xianxia had long been immune to these comments and did not take them to heart. Amidst the incessant cheers, Qianfeng waved his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. Then Qianfeng smiled at the students below and said, "The annual Jinling City Academy competition has come again. After our school selection, these 5 will participate in the competition. And this time, I hope that with all of your blessings, they can go to the competition site and bring glory to our school." Upon his words, cheers erupted from the crowd below once more. As before, no one called out Xianxia's name. In their eyes, Xianxia did not have the qualifications to represent the school in the competition. Xianxia was just a favoritism candidate, someone they looked down upon. There were usually many formalities during the pre-competition announcement, but Qianfeng could clearly guess something. Therefore, after briefly saying a few words, Qianfeng called for the Starry Sky ship, intending to take the participants away. During this period, the cheering from below never ceased. Too many people were cheering. Xianxia was the goddess of the school, the campus beauty, so it was natural for her to receive such high cheers. Chen Tianlin, with his status, who wouldn't want to flatter him? Amidst the deafening cheers, the massive Starry Sky ship descended slowly from the heavens. Chen Tianlin and the others greeted the students with smiling faces before boarding the ship. As Xianxia was leaving, he cast a deep look at Qianfeng. Qianfeng then smiled faintly, giving him an encouraging glance. Seeing this, Xianxia turned around without hesitation and stepped onto the starry sky ship, heading toward the destination of this great competition. Chapter 48. The powerful third middle school. There are 18 middle schools in Jinling City, and the destination for this grand competition is an unclaimed planet. Because this grand competition compares the strength of a planet. For this reason, the scene during the competition will be quite magnificent. Although there are some high-tech methods that can create battlefields, they are obviously insufficient to deal with the war involving 18 middle schools. At this moment, on the starship, the leading teacher also mentioned some precautions to the students. And Xianxia, sitting in the hall with his classmates, listened to the teacher's lecture. Take a look at these lists. These are the people from each school you need to watch out for. As the teacher spoke, he handed out several lists to Xianxia and the others. After receiving the list, Xianxia quickly glanced through it. Immediately, he saw a familiar name, Lin Wuyo. It wasn't because Xianxia had met Lin Wuyo before, but rather he had heard his name on Awakening Day. Lin Wuyo was undoubtedly one of the top geniuses. On the day of Awakening, his planet's diameter had already reached 50 kilometers. Moreover, according to the current data on the list, Lin Wuyo's planet's diameter had now reached 83 kilometers, which was quite exaggerated. In 3 months, his planet's diameter had increased by 33 kilometers. This was truly a genius among geniuses. Not only Xianxia was astonished by Lin Wuyo's genius. When others saw the name Lin Wuyo, they also exclaimed in shock. This Lin Wuyo will definitely be the biggest obstacle in our championship process this time. That's correct. And not only this Lin Wuyo, the other 4 participants from the third middle school also have planets over 50 kilometers in diameter. This is too terrifying. As their voices echoed, the teacher looked at them seriously and said, in this competition, strength is certainly important, but another point is equally critical. And that is strategy and troop deployment. Take the third middle school as an example. The overall strength of the third middle school is undoubtedly outstanding, but don't forget, 2 of you 5 are also geniuses. If you encounter the third middle school, as long as xianxia and Shun Tianlin avoid Lin Wuyo and face off against others instead, this means we will secure 2 victories. In that case, we just need 1 more win. Upon hearing these words, Shun Tianlin nodded and agreed. Yes, strategy and troop deployment are crucial. Xianxia, you're our captain. You will arrange the team deployment. Yan Xianxia slightly nodded and replied. After the lottery draw is over, based on our next opponent, we'll plan the matchup accordingly. As Yan Xianxia's voice faded away, everyone nodded. Subsequently, the teacher gave them some more instructions before allowing them to return to their rooms to rest. After all, it would take 5 hours to reach the location for the grand competition, and they needed to maintain proper rest to confront their opponents in peak condition. Everyone returned to their rooms. Xianxia immediately headed towards the 100 Clans Union upon arrival. When he entered the planet, his attention focused on the Monster Academy. Through the development of recent times, Xianxia found that the gap between various clans had significantly diminished. Some individuals had even become good friends. At the same time, Xianxia also noticed some remarkable geniuses. The human Jing Ku chose the Assassin Academy and followed the Assassin's clan to learn assassination techniques. With Yang Yuehua's guidance, Jing Ku's overall strength was rapidly improving. Not only humans, other clans also harbored numerous talented students. Moreover, Xianxia discovered that, not limited to students, even clan leaders had joined some academies to learn excellent aspects from other races. For instance, Muradin Bronzebeard sought the Giants clan to learn about strength. Indeed, while occasional minor frictions existed among the 100 clans, generally speaking, their development was progressing well. At least, the clans began learning the best features of other races. Right then and there, a grin spread across Xianxia's face. Subsequently, he shouted toward the crowd, "Everyone come here." Upon Xianxia's shout, leaders from all the races gathered in front of him. Unlike last time, when they came together, each of their faces displayed smiles. They were chatting happily, creating a rather harmonious atmosphere. As Xianxia's gaze swept over them, he slowly stated, "The reason I called you here is to inform you that we will have some battles later." The moment Xianxia finished his sentence, those who were laughing just moments ago became immediately serious. Their expressions turned incredibly solemn, fists clenched tightly as they gazed at Xianxia. After all, they were all people who had experienced failure, and now they were eagerly looking forward to a chance to turn the tables. It was precisely for this reason that they were now studying hard to learn the best aspects of other races, hoping to improve their own strength as much as possible in preparation for the next battle. And now, Xianxia's words meant that their opportunity had finally arrived. Looking at the solemn and serious faces of the group, Xianxia spoke gravely. "This time, I hope you won't fight alone among your various clans. I want you to cooperate. This time, our enemies are also quite strong." If it were before, upon hearing these words from Xianxia, they might have dismissed them. But now, after experiencing a failure, they understood the importance of cooperation. Thus, at present, they all nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Xianxia continued, "The grand competition is coming soon. You still have some time to prepare. This time, I don't want any surprises." Hearing this, everyone nodded vigorously. Then Xianxia dismissed them. However, just before they left, Xianxia turned his gaze toward Orling from the Giants clan and Empress Yang Yuehua. "You two stay behind." Upon hearing this, both halted and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia then asked the Empress seriously, "Yuehua, how far has your strength recovered?" Yang Yuehua paused and responded, "About 10% of my power should be restored." Upon hearing this, Xianxia nodded deeply. Yang Yuehua's strength was extraordinarily powerful. Even though only 10% of her power was restored, It was more than enough. Qin Yao then turned to Orling. Orling, since you've been with Xuanhuan recently, let her teach you some combat skills. When we face fierce battles against other planets, the two of you will be our trump cards. I expect no disappointments. Upon hearing this, both nodded simultaneously. Lord of Stars, rest assured. Satisfied, Qin Yao nodded approvingly. At that moment, a voice came from outside. Qin Yao, may I come in? Chapter 49, A well-devised plan. Qin Yao, may I come in? As the voice echoed, Qin Yao immediately moved to the door and opened it. The breathtaking beauty, Xianxia, came into view. Looking at Xianxia, Qin Yao softly asked, "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" This time, in response to the inquiry, Xianxia didn't say much but walked directly into the room. Though Qin Yao was quite puzzled, he did not utter any further words and followed her inside. Xianxia sat on the sofa, her eyes flickering. In a deep voice, she said, "The reason I've come this time is that I want you to help me with an idea." Upon hearing this, Qin Yao became once again perplexed. However, he said nothing more and continued to look at Xianxia. Under Qin Yao's gaze, Xianxia continued, "It's actually nothing major, just the matter of arranging troops. I'm the captain now, so arranging troops definitely falls under my responsibility. But since I'm not particularly good at this aspect, I wanted you to help me out." Upon hearing her words, Qin Yao let out a self-deprecating smile. "I'm afraid even if I wanted to help, I wouldn't be able to. First, people like Xuanhuan would never allow me to give advice. Secondly, even if I do say something, they definitely won't agree." Regarding this point, Xianxia had clearly thought it through long ago. She directly took out two devices from her hand, each no larger than a fingernail cap and completely transparent, and placed them on the table. This is an invisible communication audio device. As long as you wear this, even if you speak in a very low voice, I'll be able to hear what you're saying clearly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao showed some surprise. He naturally knew about such devices, only that they weren't cheap, and yet they offered little significant advantage in battle. Their main use was during negotiations. For ordinary people, one could say these were quite useless. To think, Xianxia would be willing to spend a large sum of money on something like this. At this moment, Xianxia evidently noticed Qin Yao's confusion and explained right away, "Well, this also has to do with my personal reasons. Because from the moment we step onto the starship, everything we do will be projected and transmitted back to the school. They will witness everything we go through, so..." Although Xianxia didn't finish her sentence, Qin Yao understood what she meant. Xianxia always presented herself as an icy beauty in front of others. This kind of image represented a sort of authority, but if she appeared hesitant or fumbling when making arrangements, it would indeed harm her image. And Qin Yao understood this point well too. Still, Qin Yao looked at Xianxia and asked, "You could have easily approached Xuanhuan for help with something like this. After all, she's always admired you. She'd surely be eager to help." At these words, there flashed a hint of disdain in Xianxia's eyes. "Xuanhuan behaves like a frivolous aristocrat. I don't like him, and though on the surface he appears eloquent, he is definitely inept when it comes to tactical arrangements. You are different. I've carefully reviewed all the videos of you carrying out missions across various planets. Even though every time you ended up being defeated and fled, I've realized that your escapes were not due to luck. Rather, before executing each mission, you must have planned everything out thoroughly. You can devise meticulous plans prior to executing missions, which is something Xuanhuan lacks. In terms of troop deployment, you inspire more confidence." Hearing Xianxia's speech, Qin Yao was entirely stunned. He never expected that Xianxia would have such a meticulous mind. Apparently, she'd watched every single video of his missions. But considering the situation now, after she had already spoken, Qin Yao nodded and picked up the invisible communication device. Then, looking intently at Xianxia, Qin Yao said seriously, "It's not difficult to make tactical arrangements. The first and most important thing is to first know our respective abilities within the 5 planets involved. Only then can we better allocate our opponents accordingly. The next step is to have Xuanhuan investigate the capabilities of the opponent's planet. This shouldn't be difficult for Xuanhuan. Once both sides' capabilities are known, it will also facilitate choosing suitable opponents to face in combat. And lastly, guess their order of engagement." When Qin Yao finished his explanation, Xianxia was utterly taken aback. She had thought the process of arranging troops would be somewhat complicated, but she hadn't expected it to be this intricate. Moreover, previously, she hadn't thought about these things either. Now, hearing Qin Yao's detailed explanation made her feel even more convinced that entrusting this task to him was a wise decision. At that moment, Xianxia looked at Qin Yao and said seriously, "Since we need to investigate the capabilities of each other's planets, let's start with you. What are the energies on your planet, and what are the abilities of its living beings?" This time, faced with Xianxia's sudden inquiry, Qin Yao was completely stunned. He really hadn't expected that Xianxia would suddenly ask him this question, and it caught him off guard. After all, there were many races within his planet, so how should he answer? After some consideration, Qin Yao looked at Xianxia and said solemnly, "Well, I'm not quite sure how to answer this. Just understand this. No matter what kind of tough enemy you encounter, give it to me to handle." Upon hearing this, Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and she gave Qin Yao a deep look. Previously, she had always felt that Qin Yao was not an ordinary person. Now after hearing Qin Yao's words, it further confirmed this point. Likewise, she realized that Qin Yao didn't want to say more. At that moment, Xianxia also nodded without asking too much. "I'll prepare a detailed list for you later. You just take a look." Hearing this, Qin Yao slightly nodded. Immediately after, Yin Qingxue stood up and left the room. As Yin Qingxue stepped out of the room, the very moment she exited, a door far away opened. Chen Tianlin emerged from it. At this instant, Chen Tianlin spotted Yin Qingxue walking out of Qin Yao's room. In that moment, a strong flash of anger and hostility appeared on Chen Tianlin's face. There was even an impulse to kill Qin Yao right then. But just as Chen Tianlin's face was filled with anger, Yin Qingxue clearly noticed something and turned her head to look at Chen Tianlin. Chen Tianlin, by coincidence, there's something I want to ask you. Originally, Chen Tianlin's expression was rather dark, but when he heard Yin Qingxue calling him, his face instantly lit up with a bright smile. Like Boiling Yang, a character from Pleasant Goat, he eagerly trotted over. Qingxue, how may I assist you? Chapter 50. Arrival at the Unclaimed Planet. The great competition begins. Yin Qingxue's planet within the story contains ice element energy, and her race is that of the Extreme Ice Clan. Chen Tianlin's planet's energy is spiritual power, and his race is humans with extraordinary mental strength. Guo Qin's planet energy is strength, and his race is humans with terrifying power. Shen Hai's planet energy is speed ability, and his natural race is humans who possess great speed. Looking at the list Yin Qingxue handed over, Qin Yao quickly skimmed through it, gaining a rough understanding of the 5 members of the small team. Something that Qin Yao didn't expect was that the strongest one wasn't Yin Qingxue, but rather Chen Tianlin. The spiritual force contained in Chen Tianlin's planet, if developed to its peak, would be very powerful. However, given Chen Tianlin's character, this means that even such good spiritual force wouldn't develop to a very high level. Upon gaining a brief understanding of each person's planetary abilities, Qin Yao had a general grasp. Very soon, an announcement came through, indicating their arrival at the destination. The group left their rooms and headed to the hall. There was a spatial tunnel in the hall. Under the guidance of their teacher, they directly exited from the spatial tunnel onto the unclaimed planet. When they arrived on this unclaimed planet, Qin Yao noticed it was a huge primordial forest. Everywhere on the ground were towering ancient trees. In the midst of these dense towering trees stood a vast open space. On this open land was a grand structure, resembling a building from Jinling City. This should be the venue for the competition. Looking toward the venue, the teacher spoke. Next, you need to go inside the venue and draw lots to decide your opponents. As for the process, there will be a supervisor explaining it to you. Listening to the teacher's words, Qin Yao and the others nodded before stepping towards the venue. Along the way, they saw numerous starships landing. Subsequently, people disembarked from the starships and, like Qin Yao's group, moved towards the venue. They arrived at the venue shortly after. Before entering the venue, Yin Qingxue took out her student ID, swiped it at the entrance, the door opened, and she walked in. Those behind Qin Yao followed suit. After entering the venue, Qin Yao realized just how enormous the place was. What met the eye first was an expansive hall. There were also some people sitting inside the hall. It was obvious they were all students who had come to participate in the competition. As Yin Qingxue walked in, many of the students immediately focused their attention on her. Look, she's Yin Qingxue, the school flower of school number 1. I must say, rumors about Yin Qingxue's beauty are true. Today's meeting confirms it. She's so beautiful. If I face her during the competition, I wouldn't be able to bring myself to attack her. You're talking nonsense. She isn't only the school flower of school number 1, but she's also a genius. Even if you were to attack, you couldn't beat her. The one behind Yin Qingxue is Chen Tianlin, isn't he? He's the son of the deputy mayor. Chen Tianlin is not bad too. He looks quite handsome and comes from a good family. Not right. Look, the person behind Chen Tianlin is clearly more handsome than him. He is the famous undefeated one from school number 1. During the planetary awakening, his planet's diameter was only 2 meters. The reason he could attend this competition is because his uncle is the principal of school number 1. Oh, so he's that relation-based entrant. Commentary echoed around the room. To these remarks, Qin Yao and Yin Qingxue remained extremely calm. In contrast, the other 3 smiled. Indeed, Chen Tianlin behaved like someone familiar with everyone, greeting the crowd nonstop. Folks, if we meet during the competition later, please take it easy on me. While Chen Tianlin spoke, Qin Yao and his group found seats to sit down. Before Qin Yao sat, however, Chen Tianlin rushed over and coldly barked at him. Waste, go sit in the corner, don't obstruct my view here. Hearing this, Qin Yao did not hesitate as he himself planned to cooperate with Yin Qingxue. As for Chen Tianlin, who only knew how to boast verbally, Qin Yao paid no mind to him. But when they saw Qin Yao making no rebuttal against the rebuke, classmates present began to jeer, further looking down on Qin Yao. Despite this, Qin Yao completely ignored them, closing his eyes instead, choosing to meditate in silence. Yet, suddenly, Qin Yao abruptly opened his eyes. And at this moment, everyone's gaze turned toward the entrance of the hall. At this moment, everyone felt an overwhelming pressure. In their sight, they saw a towering figure. The figure was tall and seemed to be filled with boundless strength, with a perpetually stern expression. His eyes looked straight ahead without any deviation. Those behind him also exuded an extraordinary aura. Evidently, they were all genius students. It's the group from school number 3. Indeed, the students from school number 3 are just like the rumors, monsters. The one leading must be Lin Wuyao. I heard that Lin Wuyao's planet diameter has already reached 83 kilometers, which can rival some adults' planets. I just hope we don't encounter someone from school number 3 in the first round. It would be embarrassing to get eliminated so quickly. Just by sensing the aura emanating from Lin Wuyao, I'm already feeling anxious. Facing him is unthinkable. At this moment, voices erupted as countless people were stunned by the presence radiated by these 5 individuals from school number 3. obviously filled with apprehension. Qin Yao also cast a glance toward Lin Wuyao. Indeed, Lin Wuyao was powerful. This was something Qin Yao clearly sensed. It's no wonder he was the one who initially awakened a planet with a diameter of 50 kilometers. Lin Wuyao's terrifying aura naturally signified that the energy within his planet was extraordinary. However, what puzzled Qin Yao was that when looking at Lin Wuyao, he faintly noticed a shadow enveloping him. This shadow was ethereal and flickered on and off, making Qin Yao think it might have been an illusion for a moment. Next, as the group from school number 3 arrived, more students from other schools started showing up as well. Soon, all 18 schools, 90 students in total, were present. When all the students had gathered, a middle-aged man holding a cardboard box entered with a beaming smile on his face. Students, I believe you're all eagerly anticipating the upcoming grand competition. I won't bother with unnecessary pleasantries. Now, please send one person from each of your teams to draw lots and determine your opponents for the next match. Chapter 51, The Lottery Ceremony. The method of the lottery was rather traditional, just like the paper box held by the middle-aged man. Inside the paper box, there were 18 numbers. By drawing the name of the opposing school, one would select their opponent. As the middle-aged man's voice faded, a representative from each of the 18 teams stepped forward to draw lots. And naturally, on behalf of school number 1, it was Xianxia. As each representative came up, the middle-aged man shook the paper box in his hand. Thus, the lottery began. During the lottery, Qin Yao clearly saw that many students were praying. Their eyes kept glancing towards the group from school number 3. Obviously, everyone knew that the favorite for this championship was school number 3, and they all prayed not to meet school number 3 this time. Since the lottery process was quite simple, it also proceeded rather quickly. After completing the draw, Xianxia quickly returned to the team. He handed the number over to Xianxia, playing an exceptionally qualified boyang. Xianxia received the number and examined it. During this period, she was also somewhat nervous. Facing other schools was alright, but if they faced school number 3, the odds were indeed quite low. When Xianxia opened the number, she clearly saw a digit. Number 3. Upon seeing the number, Xianxia looked around her surroundings, wanting to check who had drawn number 3. However, the number on the tickets in everyone's hands only displayed single digits. No one knew who had drawn number 3. At this moment, Xianxia seemed to have noticed something, immediately laughing and saying, Xianxia, don't worry, leave this to me. I will go and find out who our opponent is. No doubt about it, with the status Xianxia carried, he really did have the convenience for such intelligence-gathering tasks. With the fall of Xianxia's words, Xianxia said, while finding out who our opponent is, inquire about the energy levels within their planets as well. This will help with planning our battle strategies. Upon hearing this statement, Xianxia nodded repeatedly, showing obvious delight on his face. Rest assured, Xianxia, leave this to me, he assured. His words fell, and his gaze turned toward the rear, displaying a look of smug pride. It was evident he intended to show off before Qin Yao. But much to his disappointment, at this very moment, Qin Yao had closed his eyes tightly, seemingly asleep. Upon witnessing this scene, Xianxia couldn't help but emit a derisive cold snort. Meanwhile, people from other schools were also looking around, trying to figure out who their opponents might be. Only the members from school number 3 remained extremely calm. After all, being the favorites for the championship, whoever the opponent, they had to battle them through once anyway. Therefore, they didn't put too much thought into it. Following the end of the lottery, the middle-aged man laughed again. The lottery has now concluded. The competition will officially start this afternoon. We have already prepared rest rooms and offices for discussion of strategies for you all to use at your leisure. May you all achieve good results. Upon concluding his speech, the middle-aged man turned and left the hall. With his departure, the representatives from school number 3 rose first to leave the hall. Next were Xianxia and her team. Of course, Qin Yao also left at this time. As for the students from other schools, some were conversing, discussing who their future opponents might be. By this time, Qin Yao and his group had found the assigned office. Everyone stepped into it. Qin Yao directly located a sofa and sat down. Xianxia, at this moment, turned toward Xianxia, repeating earnestly, Xianxia, I will immediately go and investigate the situation. You take a good rest first. Hearing these words, Xianxia nodded slightly, uttering a word of gratitude for his efforts. Just hearing these 3 words brought immense joy to Xianxia's heart. Between leaving moments, he glanced at Xianxia and another companion. Oh, the 2 of you should come along with me as well. Such a task, which allowed them to act on behalf of Xianxia, they readily accepted without any hesitation. Originally, Xianxia also wanted to invite Qin Yao, though he considered Qin Yao's help negligible. But more importantly, he didn't want to see Qin Yao alone with Xianxia. But noticing how exhausted Qin Yao looked after arriving in the office, eyes already closed, Xianxia decided it wasn't worth calling such a useless person along. Thus, Xianxia left the office with others. Right after they left, Xianxia, through the window, gazed out towards the dense forest outside, muttering softly, I hope we don't encounter the geniuses from school number 3 in our first match. Otherwise, we may very likely get knocked out in the first round. As her words faded, Qin Yao smiled faintly. Truthfully, no matter who we face, it's all the same. After all, we're here for the championship this time. No matter who the opponent is, we have to face them. Even if it's the students from school number 3, it's the same. Upon hearing Qin Yao's words, Xianxia was completely taken aback. She hadn't expected that Qin Yao was truly here for the championship. Previously, her intention was merely to come to this competition and observe some of the genius students from other schools. After all, besides school number 3, which was the heavy favorite for the championship, there were also some schools whose strength was roughly on par with theirs, school number 1. This meant that the difficulty of winning the championship was not small at all. But now, Yin Qingxue had heard confidence in Qin Yao's voice, confidence she herself lacked. This made Yin Qingxue even more puzzled. What kind of means did this mysterious Qin Yao possess? How could he be so confident about succeeding in this grand competition? Yin Qingxue turned her head and looked at Qin Yao. She discovered that after speaking one sentence, Qin Yao had closed his eyes once again. At that moment, Yin Qingxue stopped asking questions. She then sat on the sofa beside and fell into a waiting state. Meanwhile, Chen Tianlin returned swiftly. Within just half an hour, he brought Xinxun and the others back. There was a strong sense of joy reflected on his face. As he entered the office, he grinned at Yin Qingxue and said, "Qingxue, don't worry. Our opponent this time is school number 12. The strength of this school number 12 is rather average. Even their captain has a planet with only a 30-kilometer diameter. When we face them, it will be like crushing them effortlessly." Hearing these words, Yin Qingxue exhaled in relief. Among the many schools in Jinling City, school number 12 ranked near the bottom. It was indeed quite easy to face them in the first round. Still, to ensure everything went smoothly, she gently asked the resting Qin Yao, "How should we arrange things?" Because the office was relatively large, none of Chun Tianlin's group heard what Yin Qingxue had said. In response to Yin Qingxue's question, Qin Yao's deep voice rang out. "All 3 of you going is enough? No special arrangement needed." Chapter 52. The rival appears. Qin Yao, who has been excluded. Yin Qingxue originally came to inquire about the subsequent deployment of troops, but when she heard what Qin Yao said, she was also momentarily stunned. Immediately after, Qin Yao's voice rang out again through the invisible device. "School number 12 is at the bottom in terms of rankings, and the students' abilities are quite average. You, along with Chun Tianlin and Xinxun, can win 3-0 without any unnecessary battles. Of course, Chun Tianlin won't let me appear on the scene either." Sure enough, the moment Qin Yao stopped speaking, Chun Tianlin placed a white instrument about the size of a thumb on the table. "Qingxue, these are the detailed materials I've found for the other 17 teams. As for this big match against school number 12, I think the 3 of us, you, me, and Xinxun, should be enough. We don't need strategic planning. Of course, that good-for-nothing doesn't need to participate. We wouldn't want him making a fool of himself." After finishing his speech, Chen Tianlin smiled broadly at Yin Qingxue. "Of course, Qingxue, you're the captain. You can make the arrangements." Upon hearing this, Yin Qingxue couldn't help but glance at Qin Yao, who was standing far away, seemingly unfazed. At that moment, she nodded her head. "Then it's decided. The 3 of us will take the stage." The moment Yin Qingxue confirmed this decision, Chen Tianlin immediately turned his gaze towards Qin Yao, with an overwhelming disdain in his eyes. "Humph, you useless good-for-nothing had some luck by encountering school number 12. But don't get it twisted, it's not because I care about you. It's just that I don't want you going on there to embarrass all of us." Faced with Chun Tianlin's mockery, Qin Yao acted as if he didn't hear anything and did not respond at all. Seeing this, Chun Tianlin coldly snorted once more and then left with Xinxun and the others. Since there was still some time before the big match, and Chun Tianlin was someone who couldn't stay idle for long, he naturally wasn't willing to linger around in the office. And just as they left, Yin Qingxue handed over the thumb-sized instrument on the desk to Qin Yao and said, "Qin Yao, this isn't acceptable." Not mentioning Chun Tianlin, many students and teachers in the school already have biases against you. And since you didn't even show up for the first battle, they'll surely think you lack the capability. Later, the principal will definitely face some criticism as well. Upon hearing these words, Qin Yao nodded nonchalantly, showing no particular reaction. Indeed, he had thought about all these issues too. However, compared to these, he had another crucial point to ponder upon. Thereupon, Qin Yao opened his eyes and told Yin Qingxue, "It doesn't matter. If they like talking, let them talk. Although my actions might invite external comments, it's actually not necessarily a bad thing for our team. After all, no one knows exactly how strong I am. They're clueless on how to deal with me, and probably only consider me a good-for-nothing with a planet radius of merely 2 meters." Just as Qin Yao finished saying this, Yin Qingxue suddenly fell silent. Looking at Qin Yao, who was roughly the same age as her, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. How vast could Qin Yao's heart be? Every day being gossiped about, being pointed fingers at. But Qin Yao remained unbothered, living very relaxed, like nothing happened. If this situation were to happen to her, she doubted whether she would be able to bear it. As for Qin Yao at the moment, he had already started reviewing the detailed materials of other schools brought by Chen Tianlin. First was this upcoming rival, school number 12. Indeed, according to the materials, school number 12 had relatively general overall strength, and there was nothing much worth noting about them. Besides school number 12, Qin Yao also reviewed the information of other schools. The most important material undoubtedly came from school number 3. However, Qin Yao didn't expect that all the profiles from school number 3 were blank. Only the sizes of their respective planets were mentioned, whereas their specific abilities within their planets were completely missing. Upon seeing this, Qin Yao unconsciously narrowed his eyes slightly. School number 3 was indeed not ordinary. He also needed to begin thinking carefully about how to face school number 3 when the encounter comes. Just like that, time passed rapidly. The countdown for the grand competition was approaching closer. Chen Tianlin and the others also returned to the office. After everyone returned, a voice came from the broadcast inside the office. "The grand match officially begins. Next, please proceed to the venue if your numbered team is called." For those teams who are not participating in the current matches, you may watch the contents via the projection in the office. The first round of competitions has officially begun. Please welcome the two teams holding number 1 to take the stage. As the voice in the broadcast faded, a massive projection appeared right at the front of the entire office at this moment. What was presented in the projection was a huge open space. Soon after, one could see 5 people successively walking out from both sides of the open area. Karma Yao had seen these individuals before in the materials he reviewed earlier. They were also schools that ranked quite low. Naturally, their strength was rather average. However, Xianxia noticed that they all wore helmets on their heads. At this moment, as boiling sheep Tianlin, it seemed he was worried Xianxia wouldn't understand what it meant. He explained immediately. Xianxia, they're wearing helmets connected to their respective planets. There is also a spatial channel inside the helmet. As long as you put on the helmet, the creatures within your planet can walk out. When we compete later, we'll also wear such helmets. Of course, some waste of spaces don't need them because their planet's diameters are only 2 meters. As Tianlin finished speaking, Xianxia nodded slightly without saying much, but focused her gaze on the competition in the projection. As she gazed, an announcement came from the projection. The announcement naturally included the names of both parties, the diameters of their planets, and so on. Subsequently, members sent by both parties stepped onto the stage for the contest. It was exactly as Tianlin had said. The creatures from each side descended through the spatial channel connected to the helmets. Next, the grand competition began. This match between 2 bottom-ranked schools lacked any remarkable excitement. There were fewer creatures in their respective planets. In the end, middle school number 8 emerged victorious, concluding the match. With the end of their battle, it quickly came time for the next round. That was the combat between those marked with number 2. Once again, this fight ended relatively quickly, allowing middle school number 6 to advance to the next round. Right at the instant their battle concluded, the announcement resounded. Please welcome contestants number 3 to take the stage. Chapter 53, Tianlin's entrance. Please welcome the number 3 contestant to the stage. As the announcement ended, Xianxia walked straight out of the office. Naturally, Tianlin followed behind her. Although Xianxia didn't have to fight, he still had to make an appearance. So Xianxia left the office with the others and walked towards the grand competition venue. Just as they were about to arrive at the grand competition site, they passed through a hall. Inside the hall, there were staff members who placed helmets on their heads and explained the usage method. It was essentially just connecting with the planetary system. There was nothing else complex about it. Thus, this group of 5 people arrived at the grand competition venue. Upon reaching the venue, they immediately noticed 5 figures coming toward them from the opposite side. And when these people saw that their opponents included Xianxia, resignation showed clearly on their faces. After all, they came from one of the bottom-tier schools. While the number 1 middle school wasn't among the top elite, it was definitely a pillar school, certainly far above their level. When both teams finally gathered, a voice came from overhead. Please welcome the first group contestants onto the stage. As the voice concluded, Xianxia stepped forward to the competition area. From the opposing side, another figure also approached. The two met in the middle of the grand competition ground, performed mutual salutations, and then living entities appeared from their respective spatial passages. From Xianxia's spatial passage emerged an old woman with white hair. Xianxia had seen this woman before, but now she emitted even more chilling vibes than last time. Yet Xianxia only summoned this one being, while her opponent directly conjured up 10 different forms. With that, the battle commenced instantly. Xianxia's summoned being suddenly held an ice blade in her hand. Then, without warning, she blurred into a shadow-like form and rushed fiercely toward her adversaries. Next, Xianxia witnessed this entity transforming into a martial arts master, continuously striking at the group of 10 enemies. Despite the vast numerical advantage of the opponent, against Xianxia's summoned spirit, they could only defend themselves. Unfortunately, Xianxia's summoned entity proved too powerful. Thus, the battle quickly came to an end within a mere blink of an eye. Her opponents were annihilated. What followed next was Tianlin's entrance. Tianlin wielded mental energy. He summoned 4 entities which immediately started manipulating large rocks from their surroundings, hurling them at the opponents. Under such relentless attacks involving boulders flying everywhere, the fight ended rapidly as well. For the third match, Xianxia's combat was rather effortless too, considering the stark difference in strength between both sides. This caused the confrontation to conclude exceptionally swiftly. Following the conclusion of the battle, the loudspeaker announced again. Contestant 3 has advanced smoothly. Please return to the waiting room. Upon hearing the announcement, Xianxia and the others went back accordingly. Though this round of battles didn't stir much sensation on site. Back at Jinling No. 1 Middle School, a significant wave of excitement rippled across. Wow, Xianxia is really strong. Our school's gifted student indeed crushed the competition utterly. Not only Xianxia, but Tianlin and Xun are also very powerful. I've seen the favoritism here. The person chosen because of connections? They're just filling the slot anyway. The matches would have been done without him even showing up. That's true. His presence isn't necessary at all. Maybe I could handle it if given a chance. If it weren't for his uncle being the principal, how could he participate in the contest? On the massive square filled with people, all eyes gazed at the giant projection screen at the front displaying the just-ended battle. Not only did countless students watch, even the school leaders attentively viewed everything unfold. Currently at the forefront of the student crowd, Deputy Principal Lu Changhai couldn't help but sneer upon seeing all this. Seems like Xianxia going or not doesn't matter at all. It's evident that his participation is meaningless. As deputy principal, coupled with his ties to the Qin family, naturally some followers surrounded him. Hearing this, many voices echoed in agreement. Yeah, Xianxia attending completely lacks significance. Why? In my opinion, this excellent training opportunity should have gone to better performing students in our school. Absolutely. His talent is poor, so letting him participate wouldn't bring any improvement, pure waste of opportunities. Uninterrupted whispers kept reverberating. However, Qin Feng, the principal of the school, remained remarkably calm throughout. He already foresaw everything happening currently. Moreover, even before deciding to send Xianxia for the grand competition, he'd anticipated all this. Thus, at the moment, he didn't have much of a reaction. Because Qin Feng clearly knew that the grand competition had just begun, and encountering some weaker opponents was quite normal. After several rounds of elimination, they would face stronger adversaries. By then, Qin Feng believed that Xianxia's performance would certainly surprise everyone. Similarly, Qin Feng himself was also looking forward to the energy within Xianxia's planetary system. All along, he wasn't sure what exactly the energy inside Xianxia's planetary system was. At this moment, at the grand competition site, after a day of competition, half of the teams were directly eliminated. Under the arrangement of on-site staff, after resting for a day, the remaining 8 teams gathered again in the hall where they first arrived on the first day. This time, Xianxia also noticed that there were significantly fewer people in the hall. After all, those who had already lost didn't want to stay here and chose to leave. Originally, there were 18 teams, but now only 9 remained. When everyone was seated, the middle-aged man reappeared. Once again, he held a paper box in his hand. The middle-aged man looked at everyone with a smile and said solemnly, "Before we proceed with the draw, I have a piece of information to share. That is, due to team distribution, the number of participants for the next round of draws is unequal. Therefore, we will select the team from the last round that finished in the shortest amount of time. This team will automatically advance to the next round." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze at the scene turned towards the direction of number 3 middle school. Indeed, in their view, the promotion slot would definitely go to them. Sure enough, the next words from the middle-aged man confirmed everyone's guesses. The middle-aged man smiled toward the direction of number 3 middle school and said, "Just as everyone guessed, the students from number 3 middle school have advanced smoothly to the next round." Although such a good opportunity was given to number 3 middle school, when hearing about number 3 middle school's smooth advancement, all the students on the scene sighed with relief. This meant that they wouldn't have to face the formidable opponent from number 3 middle school in the upcoming matches. Chapter 54, a new rival of equal strength. Without the strong opponent of number 3 middle school, all the classmates present sighed in relief. After all, none of them wanted to face such a terrible opponent ahead of time. With number 3 middle school out of the way, just like before, everyone started to draw lots. Among them, this time it was still Qin Tianlin who went to draw lots. Plus, without number 3 middle school as an opponent, they were more relaxed and not as worried as before. Very soon, after everyone finished drawing lots, it could be seen that Qin Tianlin came back with the lottery numbers. Subsequently, everyone chose to leave the hall and return to the office, which was also the restroom. As usual, Qin Tianlin took Xinxun and the others directly to investigate information about their opponents. With their departure, Yan Xingshue's gaze looked at Qin Yao and opened her mouth, saying, "After the last round of elimination, the next opponents are not weak. We need to carefully strategize for the next battle arrangement." Hearing this, Qin Yao nodded. "If there are no unexpected situations, there shouldn't be much of a problem. I've roughly looked through those people's data. Comparatively speaking, our overall advantage is still very good. Don't worry too much." Listening to Qin Yao's words, Yan Qingxue did not respond, but gave him a deep look. It was mainly because she was somewhat curious about Qin Yao. She had no idea what kind of energy was inside Qin Yao's planet or how strong the beings within his planet were. Just as Yan Qingxue was thinking about this, the door to the lounge opened. Then, it could be seen that unlike his usual cheerful demeanor, Qin Tianlin walked into the lounge with a somewhat serious expression. Qin Tianlin looked at Yan Qingxue and said, "I found out clearly. This time, our opponent is extremely strong. They are number 6 middle school." At the moment these words fell, Yan Qingshue's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Of course, she also knew about this number 6 middle school. Although its overall strength wasn't as terrifying as number 3 middle school, compared to them, it was not too bad, one might say equally matched. And at this moment, after learning about their opponents, every piece of information about number 6 middle school instantly appeared in Qin Yao's mind. This included the energy within the planets of those 5 individuals and their respective overall strength. After pondering briefly, Qin Yao gave Yan Qingxue a nod. Yan Qingxue immediately understood. Thereupon, Yan Qingxue sat further away and declared solemnly, "Since we now know our opponents, let me arrange the strategy for the upcoming battles." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded, moving closer toward Yan Qingxue. As for Qin Yao, they saw him merely as a filler and didn't bother paying attention to him. At this time, Qin Yao quietly spoke through a hidden instrument. "The captain of number 6 middle school is Li Fei, also the strongest existence on this team. Li Fei's planetary energy is flame energy, completely opposite to my extreme ice. Dealing with this Li Fei is my responsibility." While Qin Yao was saying this, on the other side, Yan Qingxue was also repeating these words aloud. When her words subsided, Guahai couldn't help but ask, "However, we don't know Li Fei's exact timing for entering the game. This would make it quite difficult to prepare for him." Xinxun, listening beside, nodded as well. Indeed, although we know about Li Fei's energy and strength, guessing when he will appear on the field isn't easy. Following their voices fading away, Qin Yao once again said. From the previous match, it can be seen that Li Fei is rather cautious. The most important moments in team battles are the first and third rounds. Based on Li Fei's cautious nature, it's not hard to deduce that he will definitely place himself in the most crucial position, the third round. By then, I'll only have to act in the third round. The words transmitted via the device entered Yin Xingshue's ears and were then relayed by her. At the moment Yin Xingshue's words concluded, Shen Tianlin, known as Boiling Sheep, filled his gaze towards Yin Xingxue with admiration. Xingxue, you're really something. To be able to figure this out is impressive. I have a feeling that under your strategic planning, we will definitely win. Hearing Chun Tianlin's words, Yin Xingxue did not reply, as the device was already transmitting Qin Yao's voice again. As for number 6 middle school's first contestant, it must definitely be Zhang Wei from their team. His power ranks second among the entire group. Li Fei surely wants to secure a good start, so the first person on their side must be him. Let Chen Tianlin deal with it. Once his words landed, Chen Tianlin repeatedly nodded and patted his chest confidently, saying, Rest assured, Xingxue, I won't let you down. As his words faded, Qin Yao began making further arrangements. Among them, Guahai would be the second to enter the field, with his planetary energy being speed. According to Qin Yao's estimation, an enemy whose energy was that of a wizard had been arranged against Guahai. As for Xinshun, he would be the fourth one to step into the field, and Qin Yao had lined up a strength-based opponent for him. And as for himself, Qin Yao would naturally be the last one to step in. At the moment when Qin Yao's entire arrangement was spoken out by Yin Xingxue, Chen Tianlin looked entirely filled with admiration, saying, Xingxue, you're just too amazing. Remembering all their energies so clearly, you've truly worked hard. While speaking, Chen Tianlin even turned his head to glance at Qin Yao, snorting coldly. I feel like our team only needs 4 people. This useless fellow has no role at all. Every time he is made to appear last, it's clear he's just here to make up the numbers. Upon hearing this, Xinshun and Guahai were originally planning to agree. But right at this moment, Yin Xingshue's voice came. These are just my temporary arrangements and thoughts. We cannot rule out the possibility that Li Fei might change the order of appearance on the spur of the moment. In such a case, everyone should adapt flexibly. As Yin Xingxue spoke, her gaze deeply scanned Qin Yao in the distance. After this military deployment, Yin Xingxue felt she had underestimated Qin Yao. Regardless of whether subsequent battles would go exactly as Qin Yao predicted, just based on his ability to deduce these things before the fight commenced, it sufficiently demonstrated how meticulous he was. Meanwhile, Yin Xingxue also found herself very curious. That was, why did Qin Yao always insist on placing himself as the last participant? If the end result turned out as he estimated, it would mean they were very likely to finish the battle with a 3-0 win. In that scenario, Qin Yao still wouldn't have had a chance to compete. And thus, it would lead outsiders to gossip more, labeling him as merely someone filling up the spots. What was Qin Yao's purpose behind this move? Yin Xingxue pondered for a while, but could not come up with any clue. Subsequently, everyone also fell into a brief waiting period. Very soon, the announcement rang out. Please invite the number 1 contestant to the battlefield. Chapter 55, A Perfect Battle Formation Secures Victory. Please invite the number 1 contestant to enter the battlefield. Due to the draw, Chen Tianlin had been assigned number 1. This meant they were the first to appear on the scene. As the announcement concluded, everyone stood up and headed towards the competition site. Just like before, after putting on the helmets specifically designed for the competition, everyone arrived at the competition venue. At the same moment, 5 students from School 6 also reached the location. Both sides observed each other from afar, detecting a strong fighting spirit in each other's eyes. It was clear that both parties were ready for battle. Please invite the first contestant from both sides onto the field. The prompting voice sounded again. And the moment it did, people from both sides stepped forward simultaneously. Clearly visible was that the student stepping out from the opposing side was Zhang Wei. Upon seeing that the one who stepped out was indeed Zhang Wei, a flicker of surprise appeared on Chen Tianlin's face. It's exactly as Xingxue predicted. On the contrary, when Zhang Wei saw Chen Tianlin, a trace of caution clearly crossed his eyes. It was evident that he felt quite insecure about facing Chen Tianlin. But now with the opponent already chosen, there was no time to dodge. Zhang Wei's only option was to do his best to confront this fight. Both parties entered the competition ground. With their entrance, the battle commenced. Perhaps due to Yin Xingxue being present as an observer, Chen Tianlin unleashed all his power as soon as the match started, pummeling Zhang Wei relentlessly. Zhang Wei's energy within his planet wasn't weak. But alas, he was up against Chen Tianlin. Coupled with the fact that Chen Tianlin launched a storm-like assault right from the start. This resulted in Zhang Wei being unable to withstand the attack. Under the overwhelming assault by Chen Tianlin, the battle quickly ended. Naturally, the result of this battle was Chen Tianlin's decisive victory through crushing Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei's strength wasn't insignificant, but unfortunately, the energy within his planet was suppressed by Chen Tianlin, and with some fear already in his heart regarding Chen Tianlin, this led to him being defeated rather swiftly. After Chen Tianlin's victory, he turned around and came back, a grin written all over his face as he looked at Yin Xingxue. Xingxue, you are truly amazing. The first opponent was indeed Zhang Wei. Because of the victory, Yin Xingxue also nodded gently with a soft smile. You've worked hard. Tianhai, it's your turn next. As these words were spoken, Guahai gave a heavy nod. As the broadcast sound rang out, Guahai immediately stepped forward. From the direction of School 6, another figure emerged at the same time. It was none other than the magician from School 6. With his appearance, Chen Tianlin's eyes widened. He looked at Yin Xianxia with pure admiration. Xianxia, you're too incredible. You correctly predicted the second battle as well. You don't fail to impress, my goddess. Faced with Chen Tianlin, who was acting like a sheep, Yin Xianxia didn't respond, but instead cast a sidelong glance at Qin Yao. She knew that all of this was entirely thanks to Qin Yao. Being able to accurately match opponents whose energies counteracted each other naturally greatly increased their chances of winning. This couldn't help but make Yin Xianxia admire Qin Yao's intelligence. In contrast, on the other side, upon seeing that the opponent was Guahai, Li Fei's complexion became disconcerted. Although the magician's attacks were potent, they had a fatal flaw, needing a spell-casting prelude. However, Guahai's planet excelled in speed, which made it difficult for the magician to successfully release powerful magic. Just as Li Fei was worried, the battle began. Indeed, as Li Fei had envisioned, the match ended in the same way, with a complete crushing. Numerous figures darted out from within Guahai's planet, like gusts of wind, giving no opportunity for the opponent to release any spells. Because of this, under the relentless pressure from the life forms within Guahai's planet, the battle ended without much suspense. Another successful victory. Moreover, such an easy win brought Yin Xianxia great joy. Regarding the upcoming battle, Yin Xianxia could already predict that it would definitely be Li Fei taking the stage. After all, Li Fei had already failed twice, and if he failed again this time, they would have to go home. Sure enough, as Yin Xianxia took a step forward, Li Fei also approached her. The energy within Yin Xianxia's planet was extremely cold energy. Li Fei's was fire. Extreme cold and fire naturally counteract each other. But whether it was extreme cold suppressing fire or fire suppressing extreme cold, it depended on the enlightenment level of the life forms within each person's planets. For this point, Yin Xianxia was very confident. When Yin Xianxia took a step forward, as Li Fei watched Yin Xianxia approach, he didn't immediately attack, but instead said something first. I already have a feeling that we will fail in this big competition. But I'm very curious. How could you accurately predict the order of appearance on my side? How did you manage it? As his words echoed, Yin Xianxia remained silent. However, 3 icy figures descended from her planet. The appearances of these figures were identical, and the energy radiating from them was extremely terrifying. In previous battles, Yin Xianxia had only sent out 1 figure to face her opponents. Now there were as many as 3, proving how seriously she took this fight. On the other hand, Li Fei didn't show any carelessness either, summoning all the entities within his planet. Then both sides began an intense battle. At the moment the fight broke out, the 2 geniuses engaged in an extremely fierce combat. But ultimately, this battle ended with Yin Xianxia emerging victorious. 3 fights resulted in 3 complete victories. Naturally, Yin Xianxia and her team were thrilled. After all, they had successfully advanced to the next round this time. The smooth defeat of School 6 by School 3 left countless people amazed. Given that their powers had been roughly equal, everyone thought the outcome would be more balanced. Yet, the match ended with a decisive 3-0 result, completely unexpected. Especially within Nanjing City's #1 high school. When the students witnessed the end of the battle, cheers erupted from everyone present. Wow, they won again. There's no denying that Yin Xianxia and the others are simply too powerful. Not only that, I think the arrangement of forces this time was excellent. Their planetary energies completely suppressed the opponents. Exactly. Whoever arranged the troops so well must surely be Yin Xianxia. Yin Xianxia is incredible. She looks good, is talented, and so meticulous. And look at that deadweight who can do nothing, just a waste of space. Haha, if going is just for looking, then I'd say even I could have done that. Chapter 56. New rules for the competition. After seeing Yin Xianxia and her team achieve victories smoothly, aside from their classmates, even the school leaders who were watching couldn't help but express admiration. This Yin Xianxia is truly impressive. Not talking about talent or anything else, just by this tactical deployment, it's enough to show how smart she is. Indeed, although both sides' strengths were almost equal, in the end, they achieved an overwhelming victory, all thanks to Yin Xianxia's perfect strategy. Praises kept coming. At this moment Lu Changhai gave a deep look at Qin Feng. With such an outstanding leader, I imagine any team would win no matter who went with him. Do you think so, Principal? Everyone understood what Lu Changhai was implying with his words. Of course, Qin Feng also understood, but his gaze shifted toward the people projected back in the restroom, and he frowned slightly. Was he doubting that all these strategies truly came from Yin Xianxia? He did know something about her. She rarely spoke much on ordinary days, always looking cold and distant. Could it be that under her icy exterior lay such meticulous thought processes? At the same time inside the restroom, Xianxia, you're amazing. You are simply my idol. Chen Tianlin showered compliments all over Yin Xianxia. After all, this perfect victory completely depended on such a perfect strategic arrangement. Shenshun and Guahai were also praising Yin Xianxia. As for Qin Yao, he sat naturally on the sofa, completely ignored. And Yin Xianxia herself didn't respond much to their praise. She just said one simple sentence. Everyone go back and rest now. There's still a major competition tomorrow. With those words, she walked straight towards the exit. Just before she left the door, she glanced deeply at Qin Yao again, as if expressing gratitude. As Yin Xianxia left, Chen Tianlin and others let out a cold humph at Qin Yao, then turned around and left as well. However, Qin Yao, being the party concerned, remained very calm. For those arrangements, they mainly relied on his habit of reading a lot in his past life. But now thinking about it, it doesn't matter much. The focus still lies on the upcoming draw tomorrow. Early the next day, they gathered once more in the hall. After another day of competition, only 5 teams remained. At this point, the middle-aged man who appeared before holding a box showed up again. Upon his appearance, everyone became tense. After all, everyone knew the upcoming battle would become crucial. The middle-aged man swept his eyes across the crowd with a smile and chuckled lightly. First, congratulate you all for making it this far. This has proven your exceptional capabilities. Of course, what I am about to say next, I hope you all can prepare yourselves for. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately perked up. The middle-aged man continued. Because there are 5 teams now, this leads to a less favorable draw situation. Considering that school number 3's strength will surely be formidable, after lengthy deliberation, we have come up with a solution. That is, in tomorrow's big match, 2 teams will face school number 3 simultaneously in a relay-style competition. When these words came out, the scene instantly erupted in commotion. Everyone was aware of school number 3's terrifying power. Now, however, 2 teams were going to face school number 3 together in a relay match. This meant that under the advantage of the relay format, they would stand a real chance of winning. Realizing this, anticipation flickered across the students' faces. At this moment, upon hearing this solution, Xianxia also felt somewhat surprised. Looking over at the direction of school number 3, he noticed that their expressions remained entirely composed, as if they didn't care at all. This was understandable. After all, they had come here to win the championship and thus wouldn't be overly bothered by whoever faced them. As countless students reacted, the middle-aged man continued. In this lottery box, there are 3 identical numbers. This means that the teams who draw the same number will face school number 3 together. Please send 1 representative from each team to draw lots. With the middle-aged man's words concluded, Xianxia and the rest stepped forward to draw lots. The drawing process went smoothly. Xianxia drew another number 1. Subsequently, everyone dispersed, due to the reduced number of remaining teams. On the way back to the restroom, Xianxia had already inquired about their next opponent. Inside the restroom, Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said, Xianxia, our next opponent is secondary school number 2, and they are even stronger than us. As Xianxia finished speaking, Xianxia instantly recalled all the detailed information about secondary school number 2. At this moment, Xianxia looked at Xianxia and others and said, secondary school number 2 has a formidable strength, so we need to carefully plan for the upcoming battle. After Xianxia's words were spoken, Xianxia quickly responded, Xianxia, you make the arrangements. After all, last time we won solely due to your perfect strategic deployment. We all trust you. As soon as these words were spoken by Xianxia started speaking. Of course, these words were transmitted through her hidden communication device. Xianxia said, secondary school number 2 is very strong, and considering their previous tactical planning against school number 6, they will surely be prepared. Therefore, we cannot use ordinary tactics this time. My idea is that I'll go straight in the first match. School number 2 will probably expect me to go third and place their strongest player in the first position to secure an opening victory. In that case, I will win. Xianxia will go second, which will serve to frustrate them. Pausing after these words, Xianxia continued. As for the third round, Guahai will fight. Then Xianxia. I've arranged this simply because after failing in the first round, secondary school number 2 will likely focus on the third round, meaning we will smoothly win the second one. However, we will most likely lose in the third round. As for the fourth round, Xianxia's strength isn't weak, and as long as he doesn't face school number 2's 2 strongest players, there is still a good chance of winning. Xianxia's words ended there. After Xianxia concluded her speech, it left Xianxia and the others utterly stunned. Each of them looked at Xianxia with eyes filled with admiration. Xianxia, you're incredible. No wonder you're my ideal goddess. This strategy is flawless. With your perfect arrangement, Xianxia, we're sure to succeed. Chapter 57. Promoted again, a perfect arrangement. The great competition arrived as scheduled. Everything was the same as before. Everyone gradually arrived at the scene of the great competition. Naturally, they also saw the 5 individuals from school number 2 ahead. And on the faces of these 5 people, there was an unmistakable aura of self-confidence. As the cue sound rang out, at this moment, a figure emerged from both sides simultaneously. From the direction of school number 2 walked a very strong-looking man. Xianxia knew him. His planetary energy was strength, and his defense was astonishingly formidable. In previous battles, there were even cases where opponents couldn't break through his defense. The reason why school number 2 sent him onto the field was because they believed that Chun Tianlin would be the first to fight from school number 1. Although the mental power controlled by Chun Tianlin's planet was extremely terrifying, it wasn't mastered perfectly enough. It would undoubtedly pose challenges to deal with this opponent. However, what the people from school number 2 didn't expect was that the one who appeared from school number 1's side was not Chun Tianlin, but Xianxia. The moment Xianxia stepped into the field, the captain of school number 2's expression completely changed. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated that Xianxia would be the first to enter the match. Xianxia's power was strong, especially her ultimate ice energy, which was beyond comprehension. Upon seeing Xianxia step onto the stage, he already guessed that this battle was likely to be over soon. Indeed, his guess was right. From the very start, Xianxia demonstrated overwhelming suppression. Though the opponent had extraordinary defense, extreme cold could freeze all living things entirely. This led to these creatures being forced to endure passive attacks without any resistance. He eventually fell in defeat. After Xianxia concluded her battle, she returned to the team. Looking at Xianxia's return, Chun Tianlin naturally praised her highly. Xianxia, you're so strong. You've utterly crushed your opponent. Not only are you powerful, but you've planned everything meticulously, truly deserving to be my idol. Following these words from Chun Tianlin, Yin Qingxue calmly replied, keep going. With Yin Qingxue's encouragement, Chun Tianlin became invigorated and leaped up for the next round. Next, the second battle erupted. School number 2 sent a female student. Seeing this female student, Chun Tianlin once again displayed intense joy on his face. Conversely, the members of school number 2 grew somber. This female student was quite powerful within all the teams of school number 2. In fact, to some extent, her abilities surpassed even Yin Qingxue's. She was placed in the second position specifically to defeat Yin Qingxue. Her planet possessed perceptual energy, a very powerful type of energy that could sense other energies. Especially with such cold-based energy like Yin Qingxue's, its effectiveness would significantly decrease when facing this girl. Moreover, the sentient beings from her planet might foresee Yin Qingxue's attacks. Thus, she was deliberately chosen to counter Yin Qingxue. But no one from school number 2 expected that their entry arrangement would change completely. Chun Tianlin's planet contained spiritual energy, which was unaffected by perceptive energy. And to some extent, this spiritual energy actually surpassed the perception energy. This resulted in Chun Tianlin having the upper hand from the beginning of the battle. As the two entered the great competition area, the battle broke out instantly. Both began manipulating everything they could around them and clashed against each other. Nevertheless, since the planet's powers were almost equal but the energy types held suppression advantages, the inevitable result was Chun Tianlin's victory. When Chun Tianlin triumphed, that meant school number 1 already claimed 2 victories. They just needed one more win to win the whole event. However, everyone knew exactly who their third opponent was. It was Liang Fan, the strongest individual from school number 2 and the team captain. There was no doubt about this fact. Liang Fan's power was incredibly great, and he was one of the genius students from school number 2. Yet, Xianxia had foreseen this situation well in advance for the third match. Hence, Guahai was dispatched. Guahai was relatively weaker. Fighting against Liang Fan offered absolutely no chance of success. Ultimately, the battle between Guahai and Liang Fan naturally ended with Liang Fan's crushing victory. Quickly moving to the fourth match. Whether it was due to Xianxia predicting all of this beforehand or merely making accurate guesses, school number 2's fourth participant had rock energy inside their planet. Their sentient beings could turn everything into rocks. However, Shinshin's planet's energy was force. So, for Shinshin's side, this opponent's energy was just like sandbags. The battle erupted quickly. From the very beginning of the clash, Shinshin took an absolute advantage. When Liang Fan from number 2 middle school saw this scene, his expression instantly turned gloomy. He had already foreseen the result of the battle. Liang Fan looked far away towards Yin Qingxue and said in a low, deep voice, Yin Qingxue, you have a very smart strategist this time. If it weren't for him, you would never have one. As soon as his words fell, Chun Tianlin snorted coldly. What kind of so-called strategist? The main reason is that our Qingxue is just too powerful. All your little tricks were seen through by our Qingxue long ago, don't you know? With his voice ringing out, Yin Qingxue did not respond much, but her eyes couldn't help but glance at Xianxia. She clearly understood everything about this situation. If it hadn't been for Xianxia, this great competition would not have been so easy to win. At this moment, the battle on the great competition site had also come to an end. Naturally, this battle ended with Shun Chen's victory. However, those people from number 2 middle school obviously showed some dissatisfaction. After all, their overall strength was clearly stronger than Yin Qingxue's group. But ultimately, they lost due to the arrangement of soldiers, which naturally made them bufu cheat, unwilling to accept defeat. As the fight ended, Yin Qingxue, with no change in her expression, opened her mouth. Go back first and watch the next big competition. The next one would be number 3 middle school, the hot favorite for the championship, standing alone against the combined forces of 2 schools. And the winner will be their next opponent. For this reason, after hearing Yin Qingxue's words, everyone walked towards the restroom. Meanwhile, in number 1 middle school of Jinling City, when they saw Yin Qingxue's team winning again, the square erupted in cheers. Even the school leaders had satisfied expressions all over their faces. Good, defeating number 2 middle school was really well done. Number 2 middle school's overall strength is strong, so it's extremely commendable for them to have come this far. Especially Yin Qingxue's smart mind has impressed me greatly. Indeed, if it hadn't been for her perfect troop arrangements this time, they definitely couldn't have defeated number 2 middle school. Chapter 58, the final battle, facing Third High. At this moment, inside the lounge, the group who had already finished their battles were watching the fight from Third High. The competition had begun. From the moment Third High's team took the stage, they radiated an overwhelming aura of strength. Certainly, it was a relay battle. But one person from Third High could take on 3 people and still emerge victorious every time. Even more impressively, by the end, the last member of Third High had not once fallen back, showcasing immense power. In fact, the strongest member of Third High, Lin Wui, didn't even have to participate, and the match concluded. It could be said that in this battle, Third High demonstrated complete dominance. After witnessing the battle firsthand, the entire lounge fell silent immediately, and the atmosphere inside became rather heavy. Third High was too strong. Their strength had far exceeded everyone's expectations. However, after observing their performance, Xianxia remained relatively calm. We've come this far already, and that's no small feat. What we need to do now is display the spirit of our school. Upon hearing this, Chun Tianlin, who rarely agreed with Xianxia, nodded in approval without arguing back. Chen Tianlin then turned his gaze to Yin Qingxue and asked solemnly, "Qingxue, you make the arrangements." With these words, Yin Qingxue gave a slight nod. Then, she repeated aloud what she had heard through the hidden earpiece. "There is no real meaning in strategizing for this battle against Third High anymore. All we can do is try to secure as many victories as possible. From previous battles, it's evident that Lin Wui always wants to give others a chance to participate, which means he will likely choose to be the last one to appear. What we must aim to do is win the earlier matches." As Yin Qingxue paused briefly, she continued, "My plan is to go first myself, followed by Tianlin in the second round. These two matches must be won at all costs. Only then will we stand a chance." After her words, Chen Tianlin spoke up, "But even if we win both fights, we're still short one victory. The strength of Third High's members is clear. Guahai and Shunchen surely aren't a match for them. And let alone there's also someone else dragging us down." Upon hearing Chen Tianlin's words, Yin Qingxue glanced towards Qin Yao standing some distance away, eyes flickering. At this moment, she could only pin her hopes on Qin Yao. Of course, all of this was based on them doing their best to secure victories in the first two rounds. Even right now, Yin Qingxue didn't feel confident, even if they wouldn't face Lin Wui. Turning toward the group, Yin Qingxue announced firmly. As Qin Yao said, "Reaching this point is already quite impressive. Our goal is to fight with spirit." Just as the sound faded, Chen Tianlin took out several transparent boxes. Looking directly at Yin Qingxue, Chen Tianlin said seriously, "Despite the formidable opponent, we've made it this far, so we have to put everything on the line. These are star sources. We'll each take one. Hopefully, it enhances the energy of the planet and adds a bit more chance for victory." Hearing this, Yin Qingxue did not refuse this time around, because she fully understood how terrifying the upcoming challenge from Third High truly was. One by one, they accepted the star sources. As for Qin Yao, naturally, Chen Tianlin completely ignored him. After all, the last place finisher, an optional deadweight, wasn't worth putting much thought into. "Students, take notice. Tomorrow we'll see the final showdown between First High and Third High. Everyone, prepare yourselves." As the announcement ended, Yin Qingxue said calmly, "Let's rest. Try your best to assimilate the energy from the star sources." Hearing this, no one said much. They simply nodded resolutely before leaving the lounge. Naturally, Qin Yao also left. As for tomorrow's battle, he indeed had a bit of anticipation. For tomorrow would mark his first, and probably last, appearance during this grand competition. Unfortunately, there was no way to determine the precise type of energy contained within Third High's planets. Otherwise, they might have been able to prepare more effectively. Back in his room, Qin Yao quickly reviewed the developments within the 100 Clans Alliance. He informed them of his intention to fight the next day, asking them to prepare. Having done so, Qin Yao exited the Alliance platform. Time passed swiftly. Before they knew it, another night had slipped by. Early the next morning, Qin Yao and the others headed directly to the venue of the competition. They also saw Lin Wui leading 5 individuals. Yet, confidence shone clearly across every one of their faces. It seemed, to them, the championship of this year's grand competition was already assured, like their trophy waiting to be claimed. It was no wonder, after all, Third High had been crushing their opponents all the way. As for First High, they relied on strategic placement to win. But now things were different. Third High's overall strength was simply too powerful. No amount of strategy could counter that. Precisely because of this, they exuded such confidence. "Participants, please prepare." The voice rang out. Yin Qingxue stepped forward, heading straight toward the battleground. At the same time, a figure approached from the opposite side. When Yin Qingxue saw this person, her expression remained calm as she looked at him. However, when he glanced at Yin Qingxue, he sneered coldly. "Yin Qingxue, I didn't expect you to be the first one out. It seems your First High really wants to secure at least one victory." She did not respond to his words. Instead, she immediately opened a spatial channel. From it emerged numerous entities. These beings all shared an identical appearance, dressed in ice-blue robes, wielding ice blades, with long icy hair flowing over their shoulders. And there were many of them, exactly 20. Seeing these 20 figures, even Qin Yao was startled. After all, each one already possessed formidable power. Now, there were 20 of them. Evidently, Yin Qingxue also recognized the strength of her opponent, and thus took no chances. Likewise, Yin Qingxue's opponent was equally shocked upon seeing so many figures. Instantly, various creatures emerged from his planet. These entities all wore metallic armor, each wielding a sharp sword, exuding an aura of killing intent from their bodies. Thus, the battle erupted instantly. Through this, Qin Yao witnessed Yin Qingxue's true abilities. Certainly, her opponent's strength was noteworthy, but under the overwhelming attack of those many glacial entities, Yin Qingxue gradually began to gain the upper hand. Ultimately, the match ended with Yin Qingxue emerging victorious, but at great cost. Of the creatures that emerged from the space channel, more than half were killed. This demonstrated just how brutal the battle truly was. Regardless, Yin Qingxue had ultimately won. Chapter 59, The Final Battle. Chen Tianlin appeared for the second battle. This time, Qin Yao also witnessed that Chen Tianlin spared no effort for victory. His opponent was very strong. But this time, the beings within Chen Tianlin's planet attacked like crazy. Throughout the fight, the two had been evenly matched. Neither side gained an advantage over the other. However, in the end, with relentless assaults from the beings within his planet who disregarded life and death, Chen Tianlin eventually won the match. With Yin Qingxue's victory added to the tally, they had now won 2 rounds. Although they had already won 2 battles, The remaining members of school number 3 remained extremely calm. On the contrary, Yin Xingshue's side, their expressions were all serious. Initially, the overall strength between the 3 high schools was almost balanced. But now, both Shi and Qin Tianlin found it so arduous to defeat their opponents. How much more difficult would it be for Guohai? Especially considering there was still Lin Wui, the grand finale waiting at the end. After finishing his battle, Qin Tianlin walked over. He looked at Guohai and said solemnly, "Do your best." The two nodded heavily upon hearing this. Shortly after, their fights broke out. In the end, Guohai was crushed by Shen Chun. The beings within Shen Chen's planet were all slaughtered. At the moment when Shen Chen's defeat was announced, Qin Tianlin, though he had mentally prepared for this, still sighed deeply. Alas, we've truly done our best. Xianxia, let's go back. Not only Qin Tianlin. At this point, those from school number 3 also turned toward Yin Xingshuo and her group, jeering loudly. Haha, do you still want to continue? Or perhaps you think a person with a planet diameter of only 2 meters can defeat the top genius of Jinling City? The champion of this contest is destined to be ours from school number 3. The jeers continued. Meanwhile, back in Jinling City, students from school number 1 gathered on the square, watching everything happen on screen, sighing regretfully. Yin Xingshuo, you've already done exceptionally well. That's right. To reach this stage and secure a runner-up place is commendable. There's nothing anyone could do. Who would have thought that the opponents were from school number 3? They're just too strong. You can come back now. The remaining battle has no meaning. After all, the rival is Lin Wui. Not even Yin Xingshuo could possibly win against him. Not to mention this connection-based guy. There's no need to make a fool of yourself. By the way, what a fortunate run for this tag-along. Never even fighting once, but securing a second-place trophy. Haha, this is what anyone else could have done, really means. Voices of fellow students kept echoing. Indeed, they had completely lost hope in this fight. Because their opponent was Lin Wui, the genius across all of Jinling City. And from their side, there was only one left. The supposed waste whose planet diameter was only 2 meters. Not just the classmates felt this way. Even school administration leaders, upon seeing such a scene, shook their heads. In their eyes, this match held no chance of success or necessity to continue. At this moment, Lu Chonghai smirked as he addressed Qin Feng, the principal. Director, the current score is tied at 2-2. If Qin Yao cannot win this battle, then he will indeed become a burden. And you, don't forget the words you once spoke. As these words fell, teachers around them all cast curious looks at Lu Chonghai, their faces filled with disapproval. Come on, the opponent was Lin Wui. None of the students across Jinling City could stand up to him. Yet Lu Chonghai dared say Qin Yao was a burden if he couldn't beat Lin Wui. It might as well be said directly that Qin Yao was already considered a burden from the start, since this battle didn't need to go any further. With Lu Chonghai's voice fading, Qin Feng did not respond at all at this moment. Qin Feng fixed his gaze intently on the projection of Qin Yao, feeling some anxiety himself. Even he, as Qin Yao's uncle, did not expect too much from this next battle. After all, Lin Wui was far too powerful. He was the most dazzling genius in all of Jinling City. How could Qin Yao possibly stand a chance against him? At the same time, at the venue of the big competition, inside the hall, the teams that had already been defeated gathered together, staring at the projection screen. Voices began to murmur among them. Looks like this match is about to end. I knew even before the competition began that the championship was bound to go to school number 3. Yeah, who would expect anything less with Lin Wui representing the last team member? Haha, forget Lin Wui. Probably anyone from here taking the stage could beat the individual from school number 1. I've heard about this person from school number 1, supposedly named Qin Yao. He's a well-known waste from school number 1. During his planetary awakening, the diameter of his planet was only 2 meters. The main reason he could participate in this grand competition is because his uncle is the principal of school number 1. Ah, so he's a connection-based person. Haha, it's killing me laughing. A planet with a diameter of only 2 meters. How wasteful can someone be? However, there is one thing that must be said. There's a smart tactician in school number 1. If not for their excellent troop deployment, we wouldn't have lost to school number 1. Exactly. When we faced school number 1, I felt something was off. They completely analyzed our strength and applied corresponding energy suppression, predicting things so accurately that I even suspected if there might be a mole within our team. Laughter and ridicule continued endlessly. At this moment, at the venue of the grand competition, Qin Tianlin and his group were already preparing to leave because, in their view, school number 1 had already achieved quite commendable results. They didn't want Qin Yao to take the stage and lose face. But upon hearing their words, Yin Xingshuo remained silent. She turned her eyes directly toward Qin Yao without uttering a word. At this moment, she expected the person before her to bring her a surprise. Because Yin Xingshuo was one of the few who knew the actual size of Qin Yao's planet diameter. Right at this time, the protagonist, Qin Yao, acted as if he hadn't heard them. He took a step forward and moved toward the stage. Seeing this scene, Qin Tianlin laughed coldly multiple times. Waste, you really intend to disgrace yourself? The opponent is Lin Wui. To walk onto the field like this shows how shameless you are. The mocking voices rang again, but Qin Yao remained silent, continuing his way ahead. Meanwhile, when Lin Wui saw Qin Yao actually dared to fight, he also showed some surprise. Following that, Lin Wui stepped out as well. As both of them simultaneously arrived at the venue, a loud announcement echoed through the air. Lin Wui, planet diameter 90 kilometers. Qin Yao, planet diameter 64 kilometers. Chapter 60, the terrifying Lin Wui. Not surprising from Lin Wui. His planet's diameter has already reached 90 kilometers. Lin Wui is somewhat too insane. It's been less than 3 months since his last awakening, yet the diameter of his planet has already increased by 40 kilometers. He is simply a monster, just like his brother. At this moment, when the announcement was heard, countless students in the hall were all shocked. The extent of Lin Wui's genius had somewhat exceeded their expectations. But right at that time, Xianxia, planet diameter 64 kilometers. As soon as this announcement rang out, the entire hall fell deathly silent. Everyone's eyes widened to their fullest extent, and disbelief was written all over their faces. Wow, what? 64 kilometers? Didn't they say his planet was only 2 meters wide when he initially awakened? How could it now be 64 kilometers? No, this absolutely cannot be true. There is no way someone could increase their planet's diameter this much in less than 3 months. Could the detection instruments be broken? In 3 months, he increased the diameter of his planet by 64 kilometers. What does this mean? At this moment, they were all dumbfounded. If Lin Wui raising the diameter of his planet by 40 kilometers in 3 months was considered a prodigy, then what Xianxia did, raising it by 64 kilometers in 3 months, was beyond imagination. This was the prodigy among prodigies. At the same time, at Jinling City No. 1 Middle School, on the faces of the students, there was nothing but expressions filled with disbelief. Their pupils dilated, and their faces brimmed with astonishment. 64 kilometers, how could this be possible? He wasn't supposed to be called betting dog for victory? How come the diameter of his planet reached 64 kilometers? This doesn't seem normal at all. Never have I heard of anyone increasing their planet's diameter so fast. What's going on? Even if one used star sources every day, it shouldn't be possible to enhance the planet's diameter so quickly. Not only them, the fire rescue leaders were also flabbergasted upon hearing the number 64. All along, they knew Xianxia was merely a waste, a person whose planet had a diameter of just 2 meters. Now that it could reach 64 kilometers, this was something they never expected. Even Lu Chonghai couldn't help but tighten his eyes after hearing this number. His gaze was firmly locked onto the projection of Xianxia, his eyes filled with disbelief. After all, this was quite an exaggerated phenomenon. Xianxia is still so young, and the diameter of his planet has already reached 64 kilometers. If allowed to continue growing at this rate, he might even surpass his father. However, very soon, he came up with something, and a cold sneer flashed across his face. Humph, even at 64 kilometers, it's still far from Lin Wui's 90 kilometers. He still isn't a match for Lin Wui. Lu Chonghai's words drew nods of agreement from everyone present. Indeed, though Xianxia's planet diameter had grown rapidly, compared to Lin Wui, there was still a noticeable gap. At this moment, Qin Feng also revealed a hint of surprise upon hearing the number, because he clearly remembered that the last time Xianxia was measured, his planet's diameter was only 32 kilometers. But within less than half a month, the diameter of his planet had already expanded to 64 kilometers. The speed of this growth left even him astonished. Simultaneously, he became more and more excited about the upcoming battle between Xianxia and Lin Wui. Even though there was still some disparity between them, perhaps he really might win. Meanwhile, at the competition site, what? 64 kilometers? No, this can't be true. Absolutely impossible. Upon hearing the announcement, Chen Tianlin immediately burst into a cry of shock. Evidently, he never imagined that Xianxia's planet diameter would have increased so drastically, even reaching 64 kilometers. This was something he had never anticipated. Always, he had regarded Xianxia as nothing but a wastrel, someone who always finished last, and a disgraceful underachiever. But now, with a planet diameter of 64 kilometers, this figure far exceeds his own. If such a person was considered a wastrel, then what exactly would he himself be classified as? Why, with such a terrifying planetary size, would he keep failing during missions? Yan Qingxue was similarly surprised. Previously, Yan Qingxue had inquired about Xianxia's planet diameter. At the time, she learned that it was 32 kilometers. Now, it had reached 64 kilometers. Such an exaggerated growth rate made even her feel astonished. At that moment, her gaze fell upon Xianxia at the competition site, her beautiful eyes twinkling, revealing an anticipatory look. Even Yan Qingxue herself didn't know why, but she somehow felt that Xianxia might be able to defeat Lin Wui. Just as everyone was shocked by Xianxia's terrifying planet diameter. At the competition site, Lin Wui, standing opposite Xianxia, slightly narrowed his eyes and looked at Xianxia, giving a light laugh. Looks like you're not as bad as the rumors say. At such a young age, your planet's diameter has already reached 64 kilometers. You can indeed be considered a little prodigy. After saying that, Lin Wui moved his body a little, continuing, but this is what makes it interesting. If you were just a waste, it would be too boring. As his voice faded, the void behind Lin Wui distorted. Then, a space tunnel appeared, and as soon as the space tunnel emerged, clumps of black mist began to seep out. The black mist quickly spread all around. From within the space tunnel, figures began to flash one after another. In the blink of an eye, these figures hovered above the ground, akin to a large army, targeting Xianxia ahead. These figures were pitch black and non-corporeal, floating in the air like phantoms. The aura emanating from these figures made people feel their hearts race. It's demon energy. Upon seeing the thick fog, Yan Qingxue exclaimed in surprise. Chen Tianlin also showed a change in expression upon hearing this. Demo energy. That's extraordinary energy, the highest grade of energy. No wonder no one has been able to force Lin Wui to give his all in actual combat. Turns out the energy inside his planet is demon energy. Exclamations continued to echo. The power of demon energy clearly shocked them once again. and this led them to involuntarily lose confidence in Xianxia for the upcoming battle. Although Xianxia's planet diameter reached 64 kilometers, the energy contained within Lin Wui's planet was demon energy. Chapter 61. A Grand Alliance Battle Amongst the 100 Clans. A dense army of ghosts swirled within the endless black mist. The undead army that appeared from Lin Wui's spatial channel numbered more than 50 in total. Coupled with the terrifying aura emanating from these ghostly legions, it clearly demonstrated just how formidable the creatures on Lin Wui's planet were. However, Xianxia, at this moment as Lin Wui's opponent, displayed an expression of calmness. As for the ghostly armies, he merely gave them a passing glance. These numbers of ghostly legions, standing before him, were simply far too few. There was no need to summon the entire 100 clans. Xianxia directly ordered Dalantan, Orgrim, and Gul'dan to lead their tribes out through the spatial channel. At first, only Dalantan and the others emerged. Upon seeing the three of them, Lin Wei revealed a flicker of disdain on his face. If the living beings on your planet consist only of them three, then there is no need to continue this fight. To Lin Wei's words, Xianxia did not respond at all. Through the spatial channel, countless orcs continued to appear one after another. In just the blink of an eye, behind Dalantan and the others, over 100 orc warriors had gathered. When Lin Wei saw so many orcs appear, his eyes narrowed sharply. This number was way too large. He was well aware that increasing the population of living beings on a planet was incredibly difficult. Even assembling those more than 50 ghostly legions had cost him great effort. But now, the number of enemies in front of him had already exceeded 100, and the number kept growing exponentially. The orc race reproduced very quickly. Moreover, during this time, Xianxia had specifically instructed them. There had been no internal wars between the three tribes, resulting in the rapid and continuous expansion of the orc forces. From an initial count of 100, they surged to 500, then 1,000, until finally, behind Dalantan and the other two, there stood at least 1,000 orc warriors. This meant that altogether, the orc army totaled 3,000 strong. Just the sight of these three individuals standing on the ground provided an immense visual impact and a sense of overwhelming pressure. Seeing such a terrifying number, even Lin Wei lost his composure at this moment. After all, these numbers were just too excessive. Similarly, in the hall, the students watching the battle also widened their eyes upon seeing this scene. Isn't the number of these living beings excessively high? Just looking at it, there are definitely several thousand. Not to mention, what kind of energy exists on Xianxia's planet that could result in so many living beings emerging? The most crucial point is that Xianxia is just a student like us. Yet now, the number of living beings on his planet has reached this amount, a phenomenon never heard of before. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't have imagined that Xianxia, who was clearly their contemporary, had so many living beings within his planet. At the same time, Xianxia, witnessing the densely packed army of orcs, her face flashed with a hint of astonishment. Following which, she focused fully on observing the next stages of the battle. Because she knew Lin Wei's strength was formidable. Even though the number of living beings within Xianxia's planet wasn't small now, defeating Lin Wei wouldn't be easy. At this moment, on the main battleground, looking at the tightly packed army of orcs in front of him, after feeling surprised, Lin Wei's face showed a fleeting smile. The numbers are indeed impressive, but we don't yet know about their strength. With his voice trailing off, Lin Wei vigorously swung his arm forward. Charge! The instant his word landed. On the other side, sounds simultaneously burst forth from the mouths of Dalantan and the other two. For our Star Lord. Charge! Their voices thundered, shaking the heavens and earth. With the sound fading away, the trio furiously charged forward. Behind them naturally followed the dense ranks of the orc armies. Thus began the most crucial battle. This great battle could be said to involve terrifying quantities on both sides. Both parties rushed headlong into each other. Those more than 50 ghostly legions wielded black daggers that materialized in their hands as they charged forward. Even facing an enemy of over 3,000, they cared not in the slightest. Their speed was even greater as they held the daggers and plunged ahead towards the enemy lines. Simultaneously, the trio led by Dalantan charged in as well. In an instant, both parties clashed fiercely within the enemy camp. Due to their numerical advantage, in nearly no time, the ghostly legions were overwhelmed and engulfed. Only the orc army remained. But the next second, in the midst of the orc army, streaks of black shadows suddenly flickered. At this moment, Xianxia clearly saw that the ghostly legions who had already been killed previously actually revived in the next second. Instead, the daggers held by the ghostly legions slashed through the bodies of the orc army. Instantly, black mist surged out from the bodies of the orc army, and immediately after, their forms crumbled to ashes, declaring their deaths. A swift sweep ended within a blink. In an instant, hundreds of orcs were wiped out from the vast and mighty orc army. Meanwhile, those ghostly legions remained unscathed, gathering together once more. When Lin Wei noticed this, he smirked coldly at Xianxia. I forgot to tell you, having more numbers holds no significance against me. As his words carried over, Xianxia's expression remained unchanged. Oh, revival is not something only you can do. The moment these words were spoken, Altheris swiftly led his forces into battle. At the same time, outside the main competition site, Xianxia observed everything on the battlefield and frowned deeply. It won't work. The beings from Lin Wei's planet can die and be reborn. Normal powers cannot truly kill them. Nearby, Chun Tianlin nodded solemnly in agreement. Indeed, while the quantity of life forms from Xianxia's planet may have the upper hand, It's apparent they can't handle those ghostly legions. Not right. What is that? Before Qin Tianlin could utter more, he suddenly exclaimed in shock. Yan Qingxue's gaze immediately followed his. In that moment, she saw with perfect clarity, through Qin Yao's spatial channel, ranks upon ranks of skeletons appeared. The number of skeleton warriors broke past 100 in an instant. And apart from the skeleton warriors, there were also skeleton archers wielding bows and arrows. There was also the figure of the skeletal king enveloped in dark flames. And further behind, the necromancers. When these entities appeared, Lin Waya caught sight of them and narrowed his eyes sharply. Because in that moment, he sensed perilous vibes emanating from the skeletal king and the necromancers. At precisely that point, Arthas roared in order to Doroten and the others. Orc brothers, retreat for now. Let us handle them. Chapter 62. The Power of the Ghostly Swordsman. Brothers of the orc race, retreat first, and let us deal with them. Just as Arthas' voice fell silent, almost without hesitation, the people of Doroten's group immediately retreated to the rear. If it were before, they would definitely not have listened to Arthas. But after experiencing one failure, they also realized the importance of cooperation. Adding to that, these ghost armies in front of their eyes were truly something they could not handle. For this reason, they began to quickly withdraw. As they withdrew, those skeleton armies began charging forward. Hundreds of undead forces madly charged ahead. Lin Wuyin was also commanding the ghost armies to charge once again. In an instant, both sides collided together. The attack method of the ghost armies was still the same, using daggers directly on the bones of the undead army. The undead army was instantly annihilated. Upon seeing such a scene, Lin Wuyin coldly laughed. I said it, numbers mean nothing to me. The beings on your planet are but ants, having no effect at all. Just as Lin Wuyin intended to say more. Suddenly, he noticed that the slain undead army slowly started reviving at this moment. All of this, naturally, was the doing of Arthas far away. In the blink of an eye, the undead armies that had been killed revived entirely, and they continued rushing toward the ghostly army. This sight made countless spectators wear looks of puzzlement on their faces. What's going on? Why can the living creatures on Qin Yao's planet revive? The living beings on Lin Wuyin's planet can revive completely because those beings are ghosts, having no physical form and cannot be truly killed. But how is it that now the creatures from Qin Yao's planet are reviving? You see, that old man with white hair is chanting something. Perhaps it is him who is reviving the skeletons. This Qin Yao is no ordinary person, and the creatures on his planet are peculiar as well, accompanied by the constant murmurings from the crowd. When the skeleton army began charging, the skeleton king joined the battlefield at this moment. Through development, the number of skeleton kings has reached 10. Regarding these skeleton kings, Qin Yao also anticipated greatly. He had never seen them in action before and did not know their abilities. Leading the way, the skeleton king wielded a massive black hammer and charged at the front. In the blink of an eye, it rushed into the ghostly army. Next thing everyone saw was the skeleton king not needing to make a move itself. Its body burned with flames, directly enveloping the surrounding ghost army. The ghost army had their entire bodies instantaneously covered by flames. Then, their bodies began burning rapidly. Conversely, although their attacks landed on the skeleton king, clearly, the skeleton king wasn't just any corporeal being. The attacks that landed on the skeleton king could not harm them whatsoever. On the contrary, the ghostly army was directly consumed right at this moment. And right then, there was no revival after the ghostly army was burned. It seemed like they were indeed killed. When this scene came into view, Lin Wuyin immediately became unsettled. How is this possible? His gaze firmly fixed on those towering skeleton kings, filled with exclamation in his voice. How could they possibly kill the ghost army? At this point, not just Lin Wuyin, even Qin Yao, the Lord of the Star, wore a look of perplexity on his face. Arthas noticed this and directly explained. Lord of the Star, those skeleton kings are themselves a kind of soul, somewhat similar to his ghost army. The only difference is, the flames burning on the skeleton kings can burn souls, which is why such a scene is created. Qin Yao nodded upon hearing this, and followed by casting his gaze toward Lin Wuyin. Although all the undead army was wiped out, Qin Yao knew that the living creatures within Lin Wuyin's planet were not limited to these alone. Sure enough, after a brief shock, Lin Wuyin quickly reacted. And through this collision, Lin Wuyin's face obviously showed a serious expression. Indeed, he had become utterly serious by now. With this seriousness came thick black gas constantly emerging from his spatial passage. Subsequently, several figures rapidly descended. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yao clearly saw these figures. There were a total of 10 figures. All of them wore armor, each wielding a long sword, emitting a terrifying sword aura from their bodies. As soon as these 10 emerged, it seemed as if the entire world trembled slightly. The overwhelming pressure was like a mountain descending, enveloping the undead army. Arthas reacted swiftly at this moment. Charge, skeleton kings. Advance, skeleton archers. With a loud command, the skeleton kings charged forward, heading straight for the 10 figures. Clearly, Arthas had realized one thing. The creatures from Lin Wuyin's planet were all restrained by the flames burning on the skeleton kings. Arthas planned to let the skeleton kings weaken these 10 first. However, as the skeleton kings rushed over, the 10 of them simultaneously swung their long swords. Under Lin Wuyin's order, each sword was wielded rapidly. As the swords were swung, visible black sword energy quickly coalesced. These black sword energies then fell down, heading straight toward the skeleton kings. Seeing this, Arthas showed no fear of the skeleton kings being killed. He didn't even issue an order to retreat. But at that moment, the sword energies flashed. They all struck down. What Arthas did not expect was that these sword energies did not harm the skeleton kings or kill them. Instead, they transformed into a giant cage. The cage completely enclosed all the skeleton kings inside. When he saw this, Arthas's expression turned grave. This was indeed something he hadn't anticipated. Nevertheless, he ordered the skeleton archers to shoot arrows hastily. In an instant, hundreds of skeleton archers drew their bows and fired arrows towards those 10 figures. Clang. But when the arrows hit these people, they either sparked against their armor or passed straight through their bodies. Upon seeing this scene, Doroten immediately gave orders to the orc shamans. Soon after, the orc shamans bestowed some buffs upon the skeleton archers. Upon observing the arrows shot by the skeleton archers this time, they pierced through the armor. Yet, they still couldn't injure the figures, passing through once again. At this point, Lin Wuyan, upon seeing everything, sneered once more. It's useless. My ghostly swordsmen are impossible to hit with attacks. Chapter 63. The dwarf clan goes to war. As Lin Wuyan had said, these wraith swordsmen were indeed overly powerful. Even with the buff's assistance, back then the attacks of those skeleton archers could only pass through the bodies of the wraith swordsmen, utterly unable to deal them any substantial damage. And right at this moment, Lin Wuyan directly issued an order to attack against the wraith swordsmen. In just a flash, these wraith swordsmen had already raised their black long swords in unison. With the instant the long swords were raised, one could see sword chi condensing on the blades. Next, these wraith swordsmen simultaneously unleashed their sword chi. In an instant, 10 streams of sword chi howled as they passed by. The terrifying sword chi left behind bottomless ravines even on the earth it traversed. Coupled with the fact that the speed of these sword chi was extremely fast, this left the skeletons completely unable to react. The sword chi slashed through everything, annihilating countless skeletons in one confrontation, including the skeleton archers. In merely one attack, the skeleton army was greatly weakened. Lin Wuyan, upon seeing this scene, also revealed a deep smile on his face. Undoubtedly, the life forms within your planet are extraordinary, but compared to my wraith swordsmen, they fall short far too much. His words resonated with many onlookers who nodded in agreement. The life forms within Lin Wuyuan's planet are too strong. Not only are they strong, the main issue is that those life forms seem intangible. Attacks landing on them cause no damage whatsoever. Xianxia being able to persist till now is quite an achievement. Indeed, if I were facing Lin Wuyuan, I would probably have been defeated long ago. It seems the result of this battle has already been decided. Inside the hall, numerous onlookers spoke up. Even though this battle was not yet over, it was as if they already knew the outcome. After all, the strength of the life forms within Lin Wuyuan's planet had reached a monstrous level, and since they didn't have physical form, they couldn't be attacked. This led many to believe that this battle was already over. And just at this moment, at the competition site, as Lin Wuyuan's voice trailed off, Xianxia remained very calm. Looking at Arthas beside him who wanted to continue reviving the skeleton army, Xianxia stopped him. There's no need to continue the revival. It holds no significance, so we will leave the rest to the others. Upon hearing this from Xianxia, Arthas nodded. Without hesitation, Arthas immediately ordered all undead to fully retreat. When Lin Wuyuan saw this, a hint of a smirk appeared on his face. So, you've given up? Just like before, once again Xianxia did not respond. Meanwhile, inside his spatial passage, various figures were descending rapidly. These figures were relatively short, but each clad in armor, wielding bright weapons. Especially their leader who held 2 massive axes, looked rather formidable. Haha, finally, it's our turn to make an appearance. The arrival was none other than Muradin Bronzebeard. He had personally witnessed the beginning of the battle within the alliance of hundreds races and had been anxiously waiting ever since. But Xianxia never gave the order for them to enter the battlefield, thus he continued to wait patiently. Finally emerging, he appeared visibly excited. And at this moment, when the dwarf clan appeared, countless people across the expanse narrowed their eyes sharply. More beings appear? Yan Qingxue observed the dwarf clan, and her beautiful eyes tightened noticeably. Beside her, Shen Tianlin was equally startled by the sight. What is happening? How many life forms does his planet contain? This is truly too eerie. A string of life forms keeps appearing, and in such great numbers. I truly suspect whether his planet's life forms are infinite. Witnessing the appearance of the dwarf clan, nobody could remain calm. After all, throughout, everyone thought Xianxia was a waste. But when thousands of orcs and undead emerged from his planet, everyone was thoroughly shocked. Now, with the dwarfs appearing again, it further made them question exactly how many life forms existed on Xianxia's planet. Not only the spectators, but even Lin Wuyuan at the competition site, upon seeing the dwarf clan, showed expressions of shock. He hadn't expected there to be so many life forms on this person's planet. And right at this moment, Muradin Bronzebeard had already led many dwarves charging towards the wraith swordsmen. And as they charged, orc shamans behind them added some buffs. This caused the dwarves to emit a brilliant red light. Muradin Bronzebeard charged at the front, his great axe high in the air, hacking down on the group of wraith swordsmen ahead. Similarly, those wraith swordsmen also joined the battlefield. Another large-scale battle began right at this moment. With the onset of the fight, the dwarves revealed their terrifying strength. Because previously, everyone had witnessed the power of the wraith swordsmen. But now, when the long swords of the wraith swordsmen hit the armor of the dwarves, they could only produce sparks and couldn't affect them at all. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Wuyuan couldn't keep calm anymore. Because he realized that the wraith swordsmen were being suppressed in the battle. The main reason was that their attacks couldn't break through the dwarves' defense. especially that man with 2 axes who fought extraordinarily fiercely. His great axe crashed down upon the armor of the wraith swordsman. Snap! Instantly, a crisp sound echoed. Next, one could see that the armor of this wraith swordsman had been split open. And clearly knowing that the wraith swordsman had no physical form, Muradin Bronzebeard redirected his target after destroying one piece of armor, attacking another wraith swordsman. Under Muradin Bronzebeard's terrifying assault, the armor of these wraith swordsmen was shattered. When Lin Wuyuan saw this, he not only wasn't worried but also smirked coldly at Xianxia. Even if you can break their defenses, what difference does it make? Since the wraith swordsmen have no physical form, you cannot harm them. As Lin Wuyuan's words fell, Xianxia didn't respond. Instead, inside the space passage, a graceful figure slowly descended. Great Wind God, please grant me the power of the wind. Chapter 64, Wind God's Power, a heavenly deity descends. At the moment Muradin Bronzebeard shattered the armor of those spectral swordsmen, a chanting voice suddenly rang out. Then everyone saw a stunning figure appear. Behind the figure were a pair of wings that flapped continuously. It was none other than the elf Kel'Thuzan. The moment Kel'Thuzan appeared, she immediately began to chant magic. Instantly recognizing what would follow, Muradin Bronzebeard led all the dwarves in a retreat. It seemed at this point that Lin Wuya also sensed something ominous and quickly ordered the spectral swordsman to withdraw. However, it was evidently too late. As Kel'Thuzan finished her chant, wild winds erupted around them. Accompanying the howling wind, sand and stones flew everywhere, and an incredibly massive tornado swept in, instantly enveloping all the spectral swordsmen. Although powerful, the spectral swordsmen were far too fragile against the forces of nature. The tornado stretched from heaven to earth, as if seeking to destroy everything. As it swept through, it stripped away the armor of the spectral swordsmen. This resulted in their bodies being rapidly shredded under the force of the tornado within the blink of an eye. In just moments, the 10 spectral swordsmen vanished entirely from the world. When all of this unfolded, an instant silence fell over everyone. Even the crowd inside the hall were dumbfounded. What kind of power is this? Those spectral swordsmen didn't even have physical forms, yet they were torn apart. Even though we're so far away, I could still feel the terrifying power of that wind. Some of the life forms on Xianxia's planet are too strong. It seems we underestimated Xianxia. Now that the spectral swordsmen have been defeated, does that mean Lin Wuya is going to lose? No, that's impossible. I once fought with him, and Lin Wuya has told me about even stronger cards on his planet. Cards that are hundreds of times stronger than the spectral swordsmen. Wow, if the spectral swordsmen are this powerful, then what would something hundreds of times stronger look like? Terrifying. In this moment, when they witnessed the death of the spectral swordsman, Yin Qingxiue and the others gazed silently at the competition scene before them. They finally understood the frightening strength of the creatures on Xianxia's planet. Especially Qin Tianlin. He wished he could disappear into the ground. He remembered how he used to mock Xianxia's planet for being only 2 meters in diameter, claiming its solitude as a sign of victory. But now, countless formidable creatures emerged from his planet. Even Lin Wuya seemed near defeat. Despite all this, Xianxia never refuted his claims, showing unimaginable maturity. As everyone focused on the competition area, Lin Wuya looked at the shredded remains of the spectral swordsman and grew somber. Clearly, even he hadn't anticipated the strength of the creatures on Xianxia's planet, as even the spectral swordsman couldn't handle it. Without hesitation, Lin Wuya fixed his gaze on Xianxia in the distance and said gravely, I can't help but be curious about the beings on your planet. Likewise, I still can't comprehend the energy your planet harbors. To have forced me to this point speaks volumes of your own strength. Upon hearing Lin Wuya's words, Xianxia remained silent, merely watching him. However, a sense of foreboding rose in Xianxia's heart. He sensed that Lin Wuya was about to make some grand move. Suddenly, it should end here. For words resonated from Lin Wuya's mouth. As soon as the words echoed, a deafening roar sounded. The moment the sound arrived, everyone turned their eyes toward its source. They saw the spatial passage above Lin Wuya violently trembling. Along with the trembling came thick, sticky black liquid dripping down. In no time, an extremely dense black mist surged upward, cloaking the land in infinite darkness. Beneath rolling darkness, everyone watched as a dark figure slowly emerged from the space tunnel connected to Lin Wuya's planet. The instant the figure landed, a towering pressure erupted from the figure, spreading out wildly. This sent an overwhelming oppressive sensation rippling through the countless spectators. So powerful. At this moment, even a sound could be heard from the mouth of Muradin Bronzebeard. Muradin Bronzebeard's strength has always been formidable, and he is also the leader of the dwarf race. Now, just the aura alone made him feel how powerful it was, which further confirmed how strong the creatures emerging from Lin Wuya's spatial tunnel were. Right at this moment, Xianxia saw that on the ground stood a shadowy black figure. The figure looked about the same size as an average person. It stood calmly in place, with wisps of dark energy swirling up endlessly around its body. At this time, a look of deep pride also appeared on Lin Wuya's face. Being able to bring out the Spirit King means this battle can be declared over. As his words rang out, he issued an order for the Spirit King to attack. Then, the Spirit King's hand swung down. Splash! Suddenly, sounds burst forth, and everyone saw that in the high sky, there was a pitch-black colossal palm appearing. With a roar, it swept down directly towards the earth. Bang! In an instant, a dull explosion erupted as the massive palm landed. The entire ground violently shook. Under the shock wave caused by this collision, even the Skeleton King was instantly shattered. and those skeleton armies and skeleton archers were more than halved in an instant. The terrifying power released by this single palm strike dumbfounded everyone present within the 100 races. However, at this point, Muradin Bronzebeard took a step forward and immediately shouted loudly, "Kel'Thuzan, join me in battle, others fall back." As his voice sounded, the people behind him all retreated promptly. Kel'Thuzan, too, realizing the might of the Spirit King ahead of him, didn't hesitate at all, beginning to chant magic. "Almighty wind god, grant me the power of the gale." Upon the conclusion of the chant, fierce winds once again surged out from all sides and swept toward the Spirit King. Moreover, right at this moment, Muradin Bronzebeard suddenly raised his twin axes, radiating brilliant light throughout his body. Even in the high sky above, thunder roared loudly. Abruptly, a sound came from Muradin Bronzebeard's lips. Heavenly Descent. Chapter 65. The Powerful Ghost King, Xianxia's Choice. Boom. The sky above roared with thunder, and below, darkness enveloped the land as tornadoes swept through. In an instant, this place seemed to have transformed into a hell, a terrifyingly dreadful hell. After Muladin Tongshu shouted loudly, the thunder in the sky once again burst forth with brilliant light. Soon after, Xianxiao saw that Muladin Tongshu's body was rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a dwarf into a 2-meter giant. His solid muscles bulged with veins popping out, giving one the impression that he possessed boundless strength. The terrifying aura emanating from him wildly spread in all directions. Those who felt this power trembled involuntarily. During Muladin Tongshu's transformation, one could see the tornadoes sweeping across the world heading straight toward the Ghost King. They even completely surrounded the Ghost King. The rampant winds tried to tear apart the Ghost King's body. One must know that these tornadoes had easily shredded the ghostly swordsman before. Their power was indeed fearsome. But, at this moment, Xuanhuan clearly noticed that although the tornado swept around the Ghost King, it only left a few scratches on him. And those scratches almost healed instantly. All of this happened too quickly. During the chaos, Lin Wuyao saw everything, and his smile grew even more pronounced. Haha, it's useless. The Ghost King is far stronger than you imagine. Even if you all gang up on him, it'll be futile. Lin Wuyao's words were filled with confidence, revealing just how terrifying the Ghost King's power truly was. As soon as his words fell, Muladin Tongshu had already lifted his double axes and charged at the Ghost King. Seeing this, the Ghost King waved his fist forward. With axe against fist, it appeared obvious that the axe should overpower the punch. However, everyone then witnessed that when this massive axe struck the Ghost King's fist, it merely emitted a single spark. Next, Muladin Tongshu was forcefully thrown back. At this very moment, watching all of this unfold, Xianxiao's eyes couldn't help but narrow. This Ghost King's strength was indeed somewhat beyond his expectation. Even Xuanhuan and Muladin Tongshu combined couldn't do much against it. As Xianxiao contemplated, Muladin Tongshu had already charged towards the Ghost King once again. However, it was clear that he wasn't a match for the Ghost King, getting blasted away time and again. Such scenes unfolded, unsettling everyone. Yin Xingxue, who had been spectating silently, sighed inwardly. Sigh, they ultimately cannot defeat it. This Ghost King's strength is truly overwhelming. At this point, Chen Tianlin didn't say anything, but he nodded heavily. At the same time, within Jinling City No. 1 Middle School, when all the students saw what unfolded on screen, their expressions also became grave. Lin Wuyao is too strong. The power of the creatures inside his star has surpassed that of some adults. Xianxiao has already done well. Being able to hold on until now was something none of us anticipated. Yeah, I originally thought Xianxiao would lose as soon as the battle started, but he managed to last till now. There's no way around it. How can you expect anyone to beat Lin Wuyao? Even if Yin Xingxue fought, she probably wouldn't be able to overcome him. The students felt helpless. After all, Lin Wuyao's power was immense. Additionally, they were astonished by the strength that Xianxiao displayed. Initially recognized as the acknowledged waste of the school, yet now, Xianxiao had continuously pressured Lin Wuyao to summon powerful beings one after another. This was something they hadn't foreseen at all. The school administrators' faces mirrored the gravity of the situation as well. Each gazed upwards at the ongoing fight, remaining silent. Even Lu Chonghai fell quiet at this juncture. He also hadn't anticipated that Xianxiao's strength would reach such heights. However, soon enough, he seemed to have thought of something else, suddenly displaying a flicker of a smile on his face. Regardless of how strong Xianxiao was, he was sure to lose in this battle. If he lost, that meant he had become deadweight, and that signified Qin Feng would inevitably have to resign from his position as principal. However, the current Qin Feng differed from the norm as his face lit up with smiles. It was a smile brimming with satisfaction. Having personally witnessed Xianxiao's rapid growth, the outcome of this competition no longer held any significance to him. At the combat site, the crushing fight persisted. With its formidable strength, the Ghost King repeatedly hurled Muladin Tongshu away. By now, Muladin Tongshu was battered and bruised all over. Yet despite this, he never stepped back, but instead continued charging recklessly towards the Ghost King. Xianxiao watched all of this, also realizing that perhaps this battle was about to end. Muladin Tongshu was certainly no match for the Ghost King. Now, among those within the 100 Clans alliance who hadn't yet made a move, neither the Thief Clan nor the Human Clan would be able to defeat him. As for the Giant Clan, it was also uncertain. After all, Muladin Tongshu's current strength was too powerful. Even so, he could only be on the defensive side. The only one capable of defeating the Ghost King was probably Yang Yuehua. However, when Yang Yuehua initially appeared on the unclaimed planet, she caused quite a sensation. Xianxia was also somewhat concerned that Yang Yuehua's appearance might cause some degree of chaos. But then, thinking about how Qin Feng had even wagered his own position to secure his participation in this contest, if Qin Yao lost this battle, Lu Changhai would surely become relentless. Even if he fought with all his might in this battle, the opponent would certainly not let it go easily. It was the same year. A determined look flashed in Qin Yao's eyes. At that moment, Qin Yao shouted loudly at Muladin Tongshu, who was preparing to charge again, "Come back. All of you, return to the planet immediately." Even though the members of the 100 Clans Alliance were reluctant, they all knew that the Ghost King before their eyes was absolutely an enemy they couldn't handle. Thus, everyone returned inside the 100 Clans Alliance. Watching the departure of these beings, Lin Wuyao's smile grew more intense. "What? You're planning to give up? Truly speaking, the development of your planet impresses me greatly. I'm looking forward to our next encounter." As Lin Wuyao spoke, he also intended to send the Ghost King away. Similarly, countless people who witnessed this scene believed that this grand competition was about to end. The might of the Ghost King was etched deeply into everyone's mind. But, just as everyone thought this grand competition was going to conclude, suddenly, buzzing, the surrounding void began to violently tremble. Accompanying the trembling of the void, an overwhelming pressure instantly spread across the entire land. Even Lin Wuyao's expression changed dramatically when he sensed it. This aura. Chapter 66, The Terrifying Power of Yang Yuehua. At the competition site. Originally, the Ghost King emerging from Lin Wuyu's planet was so powerful that everyone believed victory was already secured. But at this moment, an unexpected burst of energy instantly caused a change in the expressions of all present. The energy spread, causing the heavens and earth to tremble violently. This overwhelming aura kept soaring and filled the air. Everyone felt the immense pressure. At the same time, all eyes turned toward the source of the energy. Right then, they clearly saw a graceful figure slowly descending. Dressed in a long gown, she swayed gracefully in the air, giving the impression of a celestial being descending from the heavens. As soon as this figure landed, everyone present was struck with deep astonishment. At that moment, inside a luxurious office, several figures sat. They were the official personnel for this competition. In front of them was an extremely large projection screen showing live images of the competition site. When they saw Yang Yuehua on the screen and felt the terrifying energy emanating from her, the group was utterly shocked. Is this really one of the life forms from his planet? This energy is far too powerful. Even the life forms from my planet couldn't match it. What is her true identity? Is she really just a student? At this moment, they were completely stunned by the energy radiating from Yang Yuehua. After all, this energy even made them feel threatened. Remember, this competition was merely a test among students. Before, they had thought Lin Wuyu was already very strong. But now, with the appearance of Yang Yuehua, they were thoroughly astounded. Right now, anyone who saw Yang Yuehua appear and felt her energy fluctuation could only be filled with shock after shock. At the competition site, seeing this figure, Chen Tianlin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This energy is just too terrifying. Could she really be one of the life forms from Qin Yao's planet? Faced with his exclamation, Yin Qingxue did not respond. Her beautiful eyes were filled with both shock and confusion. Her gaze fixed on Yang Yuehua, she muttered softly. Why does this figure seem so familiar? At the same time, when Lin Wuyu saw Yang Yuehua, his expression changed dramatically. His eyes locked onto Yang Yuehua, and suddenly he seemed to recall something. And at this very moment, Yang Yuehua directly targeted the Ghost King right ahead. The Ghost King obviously sensed the danger already. Before Yang Yuehua could make her move, the Ghost King struck first. An endless mist of dark magic surged from the Ghost King's body. In an instant, the entire sky was covered by this energy. The Ghost King gripped his fist tightly and smashed down powerfully towards Yang Yuehua. A punch delivered, terrifying powers surged wildly, causing even the void to tremble incessantly, as if about to break apart any moment. This colossal fist, under the watchful gazes of countless spectators, charged straight towards Yang Yuehua. However, Yang Yuehua simply remained composed when seeing it. As the punch was about to hit, Yang Yuehua let out a cold snort. Humph. With one word spoken, brilliant light enveloped her entire person instantaneously, and another overwhelming aura erupted. The energy rotated fiercely, actually shaking the incoming punch apart into pieces. Then, looking at the Ghost King, Yang Yuehua raised her jade-like hand before slowly bringing it down. Boom. Instantly, loud rumblings echoed through the heavens above. Under these intense reverberations, everyone distinctly saw an enormous palm form high up in the sky, blocking out the sun. The palm roared forward, destroying everything in its path, triggering a cascade of extraordinary phenomena in the air. This massive palm descended directly upon the Ghost King below. Pow! When the palm struck the ground, a heavy sound erupted. Everyone clearly saw a colossal palm print left on the earth. At the center of the palm print lay a mass of black gas. As for the Ghost King, he had clearly been killed instantly by Yang Yuehua's palm strike. The fight happened fast and ended faster. When people saw the Ghost King get slapped dead, every single onlooker couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Their eyes looked at Yang Yuehua filled with awe and terror alike. The strength of Yang Yuehua was far beyond what anyone could have imagined. At the moment inside the hall, all the students gazed at Yang Yuehua, their faces brimming with deep shock. This is simply too powerful, isn't it? That was the Ghost King, Lin Wuyu's ultimate trump card, and now he's been killed with a single palm strike. How is this even possible? The death of the Ghost King means that Xianxia has won this battle, doesn't it? Does this mean the champion of this great competition is first middle school? A dark horse. Xianxia is absolutely the most powerful dark horse in history. At this moment, their exclamations of shock continued to ring out. Even though they had witnessed everything just moments ago, they still couldn't believe it. After all, the strength of the Ghost King was something they had clearly seen. But now, he had been killed with a single palm strike. Meanwhile, inside Jinling City's first middle school, the students there had also come to their senses at this point. They realized that victory in this battle belonged to their school, first middle school. And the one who brought this victory back was none other than Xianxia, the very same relation-based admission nobody liked. At this moment, the students all cried out in unison. Xianxia, Xianxia. Xianxia's name echoed throughout the entire school. Even many teachers joined in, primarily because the creatures from Xianxia's planet were excessively powerful, and this result far exceeded their expectations. However, Lu Chonghai could not share in the joy. His face turned grim. This outcome obviously surpassed his expectations as well. Now that Xianxia had won, it meant that Qin Feng wouldn't have to resign, didn't it? Thinking about this, Lu Chonghai's heart was filled with an unsettling feeling of acceptance. Meanwhile, Qin Feng himself was oblivious to all of this, because his own heart was brimming with shock, deep, profound shock. He had not anticipated that the beings from Xianxia's planet would be so extraordinarily powerful, especially the last entity that appeared. It was simply absurdly strong. Similarly, from this moment on, Qin Feng realized that the name of Xianxia would undoubtedly echo throughout all of Jinling City, and more people would take notice of Xianxia. With this thought, Qin Feng's expression became serious. He knew that with Xianxia demonstrating his true abilities this time, the events of the past would inevitably resurface. He hoped Xianxia could handle them. Chapter 67 Victory. We won. We actually won. Chun Tianlin's voice echoed across the entire competition venue. He seemed to have forgotten his previous estrangement with Xianxia, shouting Xianxia's name repeatedly. Because Xianxia's victory represents the victory of number 1 high school. Guahai and Shunshin also had looks of excitement on their faces at this time. They had not held any hope for Xianxia before. But now, seeing Xianxia defeat Lin Wuyao, defeating the number 1 genius of Jinling City, they were beyond thrilled. Yan Xingshue's face was also filled with smiles at this moment. She had not anticipated this victory in battle either. After all, facing Lin Wuyao, plus those extremely powerful beings inside Lin Wuyao's planet, even she couldn't win. But now, Xianxia had actually successfully defeated Lin Wuyao. At this moment within the competition venue, Lin Wuyao looked dazedly at everything in front of him. However, there wasn't a trace of disappointment on his face, only sadness. His eyes stared intently at Yang Yuehua, and Xianxia let Yang Yuehua return. But, just then, Lin Wuyao suddenly dashed towards Yang Yuehua. Yang Yuehua, don't you recognize me? His sudden approach made Yang Yuehua want to counterattack, but she was stopped by Xianxia. This sentence from Lin Wuyao confused Xianxia as well. What is going on? Does Lin Wuyao know Yang Yuehua? For safety, Xianxia sent Yang Yuehua back directly. Although Yang Yuehua returned to the planet, Lin Wuyao immediately rushed to Xianxia's front. Xianxia, tell me, why is Yang Yuehua on your planet? This can't be. Absolutely impossible. Seeing Lin Wuyao's worried appearance, Xianxia became more confused internally. Do you know her? In response to Xianxia's question, Lin Wuyao nodded heavily. Yang Yuehua is the most skillful dancer on my brother's planet. But 3 months ago, my brother's planet was besieged and attacked together. My brother was killed, and all the creatures on the planet were wiped out. Later, I learned through many inquiries that Yang Yuehua led a group of strong warriors to an unclaimed planet, but in the end, she was still killed. When Lin Wuyao finished speaking, Xianxia felt a shock. At this moment, he remembered that when he was on the unclaimed planet, those axe-wielding people indeed said something about the owner of Yang Yuehua's planet being named Lin something. It was just too long ago, and he didn't pay much attention at the time, so he didn't take it seriously. But now, reminded by Lin Wuyao, Xianxia instantly connected the dots. The Lin Wuyao in front of him is actually the younger brother of that planet's master, which means he has recognized Yang Yuehua. To avoid letting more people know about Yang Yuehua, Xianxia could only lie to Lin Wuyao. Yes, this person is the empress I saw when I was on the unclaimed planet. It's just her appearance. The energy in my planet is special, and since the empress at that time looked so beautiful, I decided to make the creatures in my planet change into her appearance. After Xianxia finished speaking, Lin Wuyao remained silent, still frowning deeply. Clearly, he did not believe anything Xianxia said. But now, since the other party had already said this, there was nothing he could do. Lin Wuyao looked at Xianxia and said solemnly, "After we go back, can we talk privately?" Xianxia could see that Lin Wuyao was very persistent about this matter. If he refused right away, Lin Wuyao would certainly inquire secretly. If Lin Wuyao really found out something, things might get complicated. Right away, Xianxia nodded. No problem. Upon receiving Xianxia's reply, Lin Wuyao took another deep look at the direction of the space channel. Then he turned and left. With Lin Wuyao's departure, a broadcast sounded in the sky. The competition is over. Congratulations to the students of number 1 high school for winning the championship of this competition. Please have all the students from number 1 high school come to the stage. Next, we will hold the award ceremony. With the sound of the broadcast, Yan Qingxue and the others came running over, their faces full of excitement. Chen Tianlin, Guahai, and Shin Shun came directly in front of Xianxia at this moment. Led by Chen Tianlin, he looked at Xianxia seriously and opened his mouth. Xianxia, I'm sorry for what happened before, I underestimated you. I apologize to you. As Chun Tianlin's voice fell, Guahai and Shun Chen apologized to Qin Yao at this time as well. Looking at the three who were apologizing, Qin Yao was surprised. He truly hadn't expected that Chen Tianlin would apologize to him. Chen Tianlin had always been a proud person, and now that he was apologizing voluntarily, it was evident that he'd wrestled with his pride quite a bit. Faced with Chun Tianlin's apology, Qin Yao naturally accepted it graciously. What have you done before? I don't seem to remember. As Qin Yao's words faded, the three of them, Chun Tianlin included, understood what Qin Yao meant. They all broke into broad smiles. Yan Qingxue took in everything, and smiled as well. That someone like Chun Tianlin would apologize to Qin Yao was something she hadn't anticipated. And just at this moment, a few figures approached from the distance, smiling as they walked towards Qin Yao's group. Upon seeing their approach, a look of anticipation also surfaced on Qin Yao's face. After all, after such hard work, they were finally about to receive their rewards. This competition not only had star essence as a reward, but also precious things like golden cloud stones. When those people arrived, the one leading the group said, "Young ones, your strength is impressive." While he spoke, his gaze was locked on Qin Yao, clearly showing that Qin Yao's performance today had caught his attention. At this point, Chun Tianlin chimed in. "Uncle Wang, stop with the pleasantries already. We're all waiting for our rewards." Hearing these words, Uncle Wang couldn't help but glare at Chun Tianlin. "You, always so impatient. The reward isn't going anywhere. It'll definitely be given to you." With that, he took some boxes from the hands of the staff. First came a transparent box containing star essence. Next was a box wrapped in gilt. There was no need to guess. This must surely be the box containing the golden cloud stones. After handing out all the items, Uncle Wang took out some cards. This card represents your opportunity to study on other planets. Once you've decided which planet you want to learn on, you can use this card at the space station and inform the staff. At that time, someone will guide you there. Chapter 68. The Birth of a Gold Mine, Facing Choices. After receiving the reward, everyone naturally boarded the starship back home with joy in their hearts. The moment Qin Yao stepped onto the starship, he took out the golden cloud stone without delay. The golden cloud stone was the perfect item to generate gold mines within a planet, and he couldn't wait to use it. He used the golden cloud stone directly. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with layer upon layer of golden light. When the light fell, Qin Yao noticed that Muradin Bronzebeard had the strongest reaction. The man immediately looked towards a certain place in the 100 Clans Alliance. Qin Yao followed his gaze. He saw a radiant gold mine had already appeared. However, the size of the gold mine was rather small, only about 10 meters in diameter. At the very moment the gold mine appeared, a cold voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "Ding, gold mine detected on the planet. Please make a choice, host." Choice 1. Increase the gold mine's area 5-fold. Choice 2. Similar to a race, when the host uses star origin, the number of gold mines will double. The moment the system's voice faded, Qin Yao did not hesitate at all and said straight away, "I choose 2." Although the first choice could greatly expand the gold mine's area, making him rich overnight, Qin Yao clearly knew there would be many places to spend money in the future. Choosing the second option meant that this would allow the gold mine to be utilized for a long term. It would just start a little slowly. The moment Qin Yao made his decision, Muradin Bronzebeard had somehow already arrived in front of Qin Yao. With excitement written all over his face, Muradin Bronzebeard repeatedly asked Qin Yao, "Star-Lord, can you entrust me with managing this gold mine?" "Star-Lord, rest assured, I will reasonably exploit the gold mine and use it for weapon production." Upon hearing those words, Qin Yao didn't refuse. After all, the dwarf race was known for being professional miners. Perhaps under the leadership of Muradin Bronzebeard, the gold mine might even regenerate. Thus, Qin Yao agreed to Muradin Bronzebeard's request right then and there. After receiving Qin Yao's reply, Muradin Bronzebeard left happily. As he departed, Qin Yao's eyes flickered, scanning the surroundings of the planet. This time, Qin Yao discovered that no signs of the awakening of the next race had appeared at the edges of the planet. According to past patterns, whenever a previous race awakened, some buildings or houses of the next race would appear. But it had been a long time since the last appearance of the rogue race, and still, there were no visible buildings or houses. Naturally, Qin Yao started to become curious. "System, why can't I see the emergence of the next race?" This time, the system's response was swift. "System, because the next race about to awaken is very powerful, which means a single unit of star origin energy will not suffice." Hearing the explanation from the system, everything became clear to Qin Yao instantly. That is to say, the more powerful the race, the more star origin energy it required. A race so powerful that even a single unit of star origin energy wasn't enough to awaken it, naturally sparked a strong curiosity in Qin Yao. Without hesitation, Qin Yao took out one unit of the rewarded star origin and chose to use it. As the star origin was used, a misty purple glow once again enveloped the entire high heavens. Following that, overwhelming surges of power began to spread downwards. With the dispersal of the energy, the same scene as before happened again. Above each race, a layer of gray light enveloped them. Indeed, with the infusion of the star origin's energy, these races began to undergo changes. Not only that, Qin Yao also noticed at this moment that even Yang Yuehua was shrouded in a layer of mist. Yang Yuehua sat cross-legged, evidently in deep meditation. After a quick scan around, Qin Yao directed his gaze toward the border. Right at this moment, the system's voice sounded again. "Ding, host, note that a new race is waking up. Please prepare the energy." The moment the voice faded, suddenly, rumbling sounds echoed loudly. Endless clouds of dust surged forth, engulfing the entire 100 Clans alliance in an instant. Such a grand commotion during awakening increased Qin Yao's anticipation of this race significantly, with the dust swirling everywhere. As the dust gradually settled, Qin Yao's gaze immediately swept toward the border. Yet, when his gaze met what was there, he was dumbfounded. After such a huge noise and having spent 2 units of star origin without awakening yet, this race must surely be incredibly powerful. But at that very moment, when Qin Yao directed his gaze there, all he saw was a straw hut. An extremely ordinary-looking straw hut. The straw hut stood silently on the ground, and from it, Qin Yao could not sense any fluctuations of energy. That's all. It looks pretty ordinary. Qin Yao stared at the straw hut, his face showing a mix of incomprehension and confusion. According to the system, this race should be very powerful. But why was there just a straw hut? After thinking for a long time, he still had no clue. At this point, he could only wait until obtaining another star origin to uncover what kind of being resided inside this straw hut. In the meantime, Qin Yao glanced at the other races. He noticed that they were still shrouded in gray light, clearly indicating their development was not yet complete. Therefore, Qin Yao decided to exit the 100 Clans alliance. However, before leaving, he took a look at his attribute panel. Although this one race hadn't awakened yet, Qin Yao noticed something interesting. The planet's diameter had doubled again. From the previous 64 kilometers, it had surged to 108 kilometers. This meant that with another star origin, the planet's diameter could reach 200 kilometers. But just as this thought crossed his mind, the system poured cold water over it. System. Now that the planet's diameter has reached 100 kilometers, the next increase will require 2 star origins. When the diameter reaches 200 kilometers, 3 star origins will be required, and so on. After hearing the system's explanation, Qin Yao didn't say much. Though the number of star origins required was increasing, it was still acceptable to him. Indeed, if only 1 star origin was always needed, then the increase in the planet's diameter would have been too fast. After pondering briefly, Qin Yao left the scene. He went straight to bed and fell into a deep sleep. Although this grand competition mainly involved the living creatures within the planet, as the Star Lord, he had thought too much during the battles, which left him both physically and mentally exhausted. This nap was incredibly comfortable. It wasn't until the announcement rang out that Qin Yao opened his eyes. There is 1 hour until we arrive at Jinling City. Students, please prepare to disembark. Chapter 69. Return, clearing the waste. Qin Yao. When stepping down from the starship, countless students standing in the square all shouted the name, Qin Yao, at that moment. The previous labels of connections, Lonely Victor, and Waste were all thrown away. Instead, there was a heroic cheer akin to welcoming a hero. After all, in that crucial final battle, it was Qin Yao who defeated Lin Weiyuan, the top genius of Jinling City. If not for Qin Yao's intervention, their number 1 high school wouldn't have won the championship. Therefore, through his formidable strength, Qin Yao earned the respect of countless classmates. Faced with the overwhelming voices coming from the front, even Qin Yao was momentarily stunned. Primarily, he was always surrounded by various derogatory terms in the past. But now, things were completely opposite. He had transformed from being a waste into a heroic figure. It was then that Shun Tianlin reacted first, waving his arm while lifting up Qin Yao's arm with the other hand, interacting with so many classmates. Of course, apart from those shouting Qin Yao, there were also other names being cheered. In this battle, all 5 of them, including Qin Yao, were contributors. Amidst the cheers in the sky, the 5 of them took steps toward the position where the school leaders stood. Seeing Qin Yao and others approach, every face of these school leaders revealed deep smiles. There was only one person with a grim expression, and naturally, that person was Lu Chonghai. As Qin Yao approached, Qin Feng stood up first, smiling as he looked at everyone. You are all the pride of our number 1 middle school, and you will be students who can be inscribed in history. Though brief, this statement proved everything. Other school leaders also congratulated Qin Yao and his team at this time. Then Qin Feng said again, all right, the 5 of you come with me to the office. I have something to tell you. Once Qin Feng finished speaking, Yin Qingxue and others were already prepared to leave. Just at that moment, Qin Yao suddenly spoke. Qin Yao fixed his gaze on Lu Chonghai, glaring intensely, and said word by word, Vice President Lu, don't you have anything to say? Upon hearing this, all eyes immediately turned to Lu Chonghai. At this moment, they obviously realized something. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, Lu Chonghai clearly looked uneasy, his expressions becoming more abnormal. What to say? What do I have to say? But at this point, Lu Chonghai pretended not to understand. Seeing this scene, Qin Yao smiled, without any hesitation opening his mouth directly. Vice President Lu once said, if I became the burden of this competition, my uncle would resign. I assume Vice Principal Lu must have watched this competition, right? Does Vice President Lu still find satisfaction in my performance during the grand competition? Did I turn out to be the drag you spoke about? With Qin Yao's words echoing, Lu Chonghai fell silent instantly. The surroundings also became extremely quiet. No one expected that facing the prestigious vice principal of the school, Qin Yao wouldn't hold back in the slightest, uttering such words. Hearing this, Qin Feng similarly flashed a look of surprise on his face. However, at this time, he didn't say much, seemingly allowing Qin Yao to handle it himself. While Lu Chonghai remained silent, Qin Yao continued. We both know each other's thoughts well, Vice President Lu. Moreover, this time I didn't become a burden but even led the team to victory. You should be quite disappointed, right? And since you made such statements before, aren't you now embarrassed to remain in the school? Another set of words dropped, causing Lu Changhai's complexion to redden instantly as he stared intently at Qin Yao. Evidently wanting to speak but unable to rebut anything against Qin Yao's speech, he found himself unable to respond. Thus, all he could do was glare silently at Qin Yao without saying a single word for a long while. At this situation, Qin Yao, upon noticing, directly shouted loud, "Security! Hurry up and escort this troublemaker out. Our school doesn't need someone like him." Given such a large commotion had happened already, the security guards had arrived a long time ago. But now, after hearing Qin Yao's words, they did not move up immediately. At this moment, Qin Feng also shouted loudly, "What are you waiting for? Escort him out for me." Following Qin Feng's words, the group of security officers quickly acted. They moved straight in front of Lu Changhai. "Please step aside, Vice Principal Lu. Don't make us take action," came the voice of the security. And with so many people watching, this caused Lu Changhai's face to become extremely unpleasant. But he knew deep down that he was at fault. Lu Changhai could only give Qin Yao a deep look, then let out a cold humph and left the school. As they watched Lu Changhai leave, everyone's gaze immediately turned to Qin Yao. They noticed that today's Qin Yao seemed like a completely different person. The old Qin Yao never acknowledged any of their mockery, no matter what. Yet now, faced with a vice principal, Qin Yao showed no mercy and had driven him away. At this moment, they all felt how strange the Qin Yao in front of them was. His decisiveness was striking. After all, Lu Changhai was still a vice principal. Even Yin Qingxue and Chun Tianlin, who were standing beside Qin Yao, began to look at him with odd expressions. They noticed that since defeating Lin Weiyuan, Qin Yao seemed like a new person. Compared to before, his actions had become much more decisive. Qin Yao himself paid no attention to their gazes. The reason why his previous self had never cared about anything was mainly due to keeping hidden everything inside his own starship. But now things were different. After a great battle, all his strength had been exposed. Of course, there was no need for him to keep hiding or endure those sneers anymore. At this time, Qin Feng casually scanned around. Finally, his eyes settled on Qin Yao, filled with admiration. As an uncle, Qin Feng also felt that the Qin Yao in front of him was different from before. And such a Qin Yao was exactly who he wanted to see. At this moment, after scanning everyone briefly, Qin Feng said solemnly, "All right, everyone go back." After these words, Qin Feng looked at Yin Qingxue and others and continued, "Follow me to the office. I will tell you each one's future plans." Hearing Qin Feng's words, it was clear that they understood something. Nodding one by one, they followed behind Qin Feng with anticipation. Chapter 70. The Stingy Principal's Reward. First of all, I personally witnessed the strength you displayed in this major competition. I, as the principal, am very proud of your strength. Of course, this is also the result of your own efforts. When they arrived at the office, Qin Feng said some trivial formalities. After Qin Feng finished speaking, Chen Tianlin obviously couldn't sit still anymore. "Principal, let's get to the point. After all, we won the championship, which has brought great influence to the reputation of #1 middle school." Qin Feng obviously knew that the relationship between Chun Tianlin and Qin Yao had improved a lot since they were classmates. In response to Chun Tianlin's teasing, he just smiled. "Rest assured, there will definitely be rewards. I've decided to give each of you 1-star source." Chun Tianlin was initially hopeful, but upon hearing that the reward was merely 1-star source, he immediately became disappointed. "Principal, you're too stingy. Give us something good." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng gave him a disapproving look. "Do you think everyone is as rich and powerful as your Qin family?" After the teasing, Qin Feng coughed lightly, his expression turning serious. "Next, let's talk about the main matter." As soon as the main matter was mentioned, everyone became serious. Then Qin Feng continued. "The major competition has ended. Based on previous year's competitions, videos of your related battles are sure to sweep through various universities. At that time, some universities will certainly come here wanting to recruit you into their schools. I just want to inform you that during this period, you can take the time to think about which university you want to attend. I will also send you specific information about some universities so you can consider it back home." With Qin Feng's words, no one spoke up at this moment. Qin Yao clearly knew that only by entering university would one truly enter the ranks of development. The teaching at universities is vastly different from middle school. And those teachers within universities, they are some top-tier strong figures. Especially the teachers in the 4 great academies. The living beings on their planets are exceptionally powerful. These 4 academies, if you can enter even one of them, your future growth will undoubtedly be unimaginable. Even if it's not one of the 4 academies, as long as you can enter some relatively ordinary universities, the quality of teaching there is unimaginable. Especially under the guidance of specialized course teachers, the development of life forms within the planet can undergo a qualitative leap. Thus, entering university marks a watershed moment. It's the dream of countless people. Hence, with Qin Feng's words, everyone fell into deep thought. Each person was considering where they would go if given the chance. While Qin Yao and others were contemplating, Qin Feng had already taken 5-star sources and approached. Although 5-star sources are quite expensive, compared to the fame Qin Yao's victory has brought, they pale in comparison. "Alright, I'm just giving you a reminder. Take the star sources and go home and think first." Upon hearing this, Yin Qingxue and others took the star sources and left. As for Qin Yao, he did not leave, but sat down on the couch. During this time, Yin Qingxue looked at Qin Yao, seeming like she wanted to say something to him, but seeing that he had no intention of leaving, she could only choose to leave herself. After everyone had left one by one, Qin Feng's gaze turned toward Qin Yao. "This time, you shone brightly in the major competition. The power displayed by those living beings, as well as the development of your planet, has really come as a big surprise. Facing Qin Feng's words, Qin Yao did not respond. He wasn't really sure how to reply, so he just smiled awkwardly. Similarly, seeing Qin Feng's reaction, he did not press further with questions. Instead, he said solemnly, Qin Yao, this time, based on the brilliance you showed in the major competition, I'm sure that people from the 4 great academies will surely come looking for you. Do you have any thoughts on which academy you'd like to attend? Upon hearing these words, Qin Yao shook his head. I haven't decided yet. Seeing this, Qin Feng added, I suggest you go to Tianyin University. Although Tianyin University ranks last among the 4 great academies, this isn't because the quality of teaching at Tianyin Academy is poor. On the contrary, the quality of education at Tianyin Academy is actually quite good. The only issue is the educational focus at Tianyin Academy. They mainly teach how to enhance the strength of the various races within the planet and do not overly emphasize planetary development. Additionally, someone at Tianyin Academy is a close friend of your father. If you go, you'll have someone to watch over you. The instant Qin Feng finished speaking, Qin Yao's eyes brightened instantly. Teaching the enhancement of the strength of races within the planet is most important for me right now. As for planetary development, I have the system. There's absolutely no need for others to teach me. However, the improvement of the strength of this race is clearly not enough yet. Especially the undead and the orcs, there are too many of them, and their combat power is relatively low. If they could learn some formations from ancient times, it would definitely greatly increase their combat ability. After a brief moment of thought, Qin Yao nodded. But just as Qin Yao was about to say something, the sound of knocking on the door suddenly rang out. The knock interrupted what Qin Yao was about to say. Come in. Qin Feng returned to his desk and spoke. In response to his voice, the office door opened, followed by a hearty laugh. Haha, old Qin, it's been a while since we've seen each other. Upon hearing that laughter, Qin Feng seemed to remember something, and his brows furrowed immediately. Qin Yao also looked toward the doorway. He saw a middle-aged man dressed in a suit, who looked very robust and energetic, walk in with a smile on his face. And next to him was another person. It was Chen Tianlin. Looking again at the middle-aged man, and then at Chen Tianlin, Qin Yao instantly felt that they looked very similar. The person who could make Chen Tianlin follow behind him willingly, and call himself Uncle Qin. Could it be Chen Tianlin's father? The vice mayor of Jinling City? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Qin Yao was startled. He couldn't help but think about how he had sent Lu Chanhai away earlier. And Lu Chanhai was from the Chen family. Now Chen Tianlin's father had come calling. It must surely mean he was here to seek accountability. Moreover, there was an expression of helplessness on Chen Tianlin's face. This only further confirmed Qin Yao's suspicion. The vice mayor before him was definitely here to demand retribution. Just as Qin Yao was thinking this through, Qin Feng, sitting at his desk, also became serious. He looked at the middle-aged man and said gravely, Vice Mayor Chen must have come for a reason. Chapter 71. The Deputy City Lord here to demand an explanation? The person who arrived was none other than Qin Fushan, the Deputy City Lord of Jinling City, and also the father of Qin Tianlin. As Qin Feng finished speaking, Qin Fushan smiled and said, Your school has shone brightly in this grand competition. Naturally, as the Deputy City Lord, I have come to congratulate you. In response to Qin Fushan's words, Qin Feng chose not to reply, but waited for Qin Fushan to continue. Sure enough, after his words ended, Qin Fushan turned his gaze toward Qin Yao. This young man must be Master Qin's son, right? Indeed, a remarkable youth with an extraordinary bearing. Qin Fushan's comments left Qin Yao bewildered. Wasn't Qin Fushan here to raise accusations? Why was he suddenly praising him instead? Qin Feng was equally puzzled. He clearly hadn't expected Qin Fushan to praise Qin Yao. Nevertheless, Qin Feng directly addressed Qin Fushan. Deputy City Lord Chen, speak your mind. I can tell you outright that the control of this school will never fall into your hands. Qin Fushan shook his head repeatedly after hearing this. Old Qin, this is completely unjustified. It was merely a joke I made before. Now, under your management, your school has achieved the championship in the great competition. Of course, I wouldn't have anything more to say. And it represents the hard work of Master Qin. My previous actions were merely out of concern that you might not manage the school well. But now it seems clear that I worried needlessly. At the same time, I just wanted to meet Master Qin's son. That's all. As these words came from Qin Fushan, this only made Qin Feng even more confused. After all, knowing Qin Fushan, Qin Feng was sure there was more to it. What Qin Feng didn't expect was that, after uttering another sentence, Qin Fushan simply turned around and left. Even Qin Yao noticed a look of confusion on Chen Tianlin's face. Clearly, even the son was bewildered. Thus, Qin Fushan's abrupt departure left Qin Yao and Qin Feng looking at each other, astonished. However, Qin Feng soon realized something. He looked at Qin Yao and chuckled softly. It seems this Qin Fushan isn't here to demand answers. The reason for his amicable attitude is entirely due to the strength you displayed during the competition. Perhaps after careful consideration, he realized offending you would yield no benefits, so he decided to do nothing. Hearing this, Qin Yao subconsciously nodded. Maybe this was the only plausible explanation. At this point, Qin Feng continued. Alright, think carefully about the school matters. I have something else to deal with. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao slightly bowed his head and left the office. When he exited, he saw from afar that Qin Fushan and Qin Tianlin, the father-son duo, were obviously engaged in heated discussion. Qin Yao paid little attention to their conversation. As long as Qin Fushan didn't trouble him or uncle, it was fine. Currently, Qin Yao left the school directly, planning to return home. After all, Obtaining a star source this time meant the next race could finally awaken. For this race, it cost 3 star sources, so he had to find out what kind of race it was. Thinking about this, Xianxia unconsciously quickened his steps. He quickly stepped out of the school. Xianxia. The moment he stepped out of the school gate, a pleasant voice echoed from behind. Turning around, Xianxia saw Xianxia standing gracefully. As she caught Xianxia's attention, Xianxia directly asked, "Have you thought about which school you're going to attend?" Without hesitation, Xianxia replied, "Tianyun School." Upon learning that Xianxia was going to the Tianyun Academy, disappointment flickered visibly in Xianxia's beautiful eyes. Xianxia couldn't help but ask, "Which academy are you considering attending?" Xianxia slowly responded, "If possible, I'd like to go to King Daxwifyu. I know a little about King Daxwifyu. Their main subject focuses on planetary development. Since I have many gaps in my knowledge of planetary development, I wish to study there." The moment her words ended, she glanced once again at Xianxia, then hurriedly lowered her head. She didn't add any more. All of this was noticed by Xianxia, who asked, "What's wrong? Just say what's on your mind." Being questioned like this, Xianxia trembled noticeably. Even Xianxia observed a faint blush on her face as she looked down. "Well, after we enter our respective schools, can we still meet often?" Xianxia's question was very soft, almost inaudible to Xianxia. When he heard it, Xianxia was also stunned for a moment. Well, what was the matter with Xianxia? An ice-cold beauty in her usual self actually turned shy now? Although Xianxia didn't quite understand why Xianxia was like this, he still chuckled and said, "Of course we can meet. Moreover, Tianyun Academy and King Daxwifyu are relatively close. As long as we want to meet, we can meet anytime." As Xianxia's words came to an end, Xianxia clearly let out a deep breath. However, she still dared not to look up at Xianxia, but instead glanced at him sideways. It seemed there was something else she wanted to say. Seeing this, Xianxia said again, "Say what you want to say." "Nothing, there's nothing." Xianxia hurriedly muttered a few words, then the whole person hastily left. Xianxia looked at Xianxia's retreating figure, full of doubts. He really couldn't figure out what Xianxia was thinking. But right now, he had other urgent matters to attend to. So Xianxia didn't think more and quickened his pace back home. Soon, Xianxia returned home. The first thing he did was enter the 100 Clans Alliance. After a quick scan around, he found that there were no significant changes within the 100 Clans Alliance, and all the races continued to develop. He also noticed that the fluctuations of energy emanating from xuanhuan had clearly become stronger. Evidently, after absorbing the energy from the previous star source, xuanhuan had assimilated quite a bit of it. After taking a glance, Xianxia focused his gaze on the thatched hut at the border. For this thatched hut, it would require a full 3-star sources to activate the race sealed within. This made Xianxia incredibly expectant. Without hesitation, Xianxia immediately took out the star source and chose to use it. In an instant, ethereal purple light filled the entire sky. Besides that, gray lights flickered over the rooftops of each clan's residences. And xuanhuan started to sit cross-legged again, cultivating once more. At this time, Xianxia kept his eyes fixed on the thatched hut, waiting for the emergence of the beings inside. Suddenly, the system's cold voice sounded. "Attention, host, a new race is about to appear." Chapter 72, Xianxia. Greetings to the Star Lord. "Host, please note, a new race is about to appear." The cold system voice echoed in his ear. At the sound of it, Xianxia's face instantly lit up with great anticipation. Without hesitation, he cast his gaze toward the edge of the planet. In the direction of his sight, Xianxia saw a beam of light emanating from within a thatched cottage. The light soared into the clouds, so brilliant that it resembled daylight. Moreover, the wave of energy emanating from the thatched cottage was extremely terrifying, and Xianxia could clearly feel it. He also noticed that xuanhuan had turned her attention there as well. Evidently, this energy had caught her notice. As Xianxia watched, the light inside the thatched cottage slowly dissipated. Together with the fading light, a figure emerged from within. Dressed in a black robe with a wide-brimmed hat obscuring his face, the figure carried a long sword on his back. Under Xianxia's watchful gaze, the figure stepped forward. "Xianxia, greetings to the Star Lord." Xianxia arrived before Xianxia, saluting respectfully. Looking at the present Xianxia, Xianxia couldn't help but ask, "Are you a swordsman?" Xianxia shook his head, replying to the Star Lord, "Xianxia is not exactly a swordsman. The energy flowing within me is chi of battle." At these words, Xianxia's eyes immediately sharpened. Chi of battle. This meant that now, battle chi had already appeared on the planet. Xianxia standing before him was a warrior. This explained why 3-star cores were consumed. It was because Xianxia himself was a warrior. Within him flowed battle chi, a transcendent kind of energy, indicating another powerful warrior had emerged within the planet besides xuanhuan. This development would be unimaginable for the union of 100 races. With another deep glance at Xianxia, Xianxia dismissed him. After Xianxia retreated, Arthas, Durotan, and Muradin Bronzebeard, all the chieftains of their races, arrived. And Xianxia learned that after the infusion of star core energy, Arthas and Durotan had both significantly improved their strength. They had even gained some exclusive abilities. Upon hearing this, Xianxia nodded approvingly. Among all members of the Union of 100 Races, the humans' development seemed slowest for now. But Xianxia wasn't worried about this either, since the strength of humanity was indisputable, just that their development cycle was longer. Especially in later stages, humanity's technological advancement was beyond what he could imagine. Finally, after roughly examining each race's progress, Xianxia discovered that a new gold mine had also been added. Satisfied, Xianxia exited the Union of 100 Races. After exiting, Xianxia suddenly received a video call. Xianxia glanced at it, noticing it was from an unknown number. Curious, Xianxia answered the video call. Next thing, in the video screen appeared a familiar figure, Lin Wuya. The moment the call connected, Lin Wuya said, Xianxia, are you free this afternoon? I wish to meet you. Regarding Lin Wuya's words and intentions, Xianxia fully understood them. It was clear that meeting Lin Wuya was unavoidable. Thus, without much hesitation, Xianxia directly nodded. Yes, let's decide on a location. Lin Wuya replied. Let's meet at the trading ground. Fine. Xianxia responded and left right away. That Lin Wuya knew xuanhuan was something Xianxia hadn't expected at all. After all, xuanhuan was supposed to have died, yet now she had reappeared on his planet. This was clearly strange. Moreover, Xianxia had one worry. If Lin Wuya recognized xuanhuan, then perhaps the group of people armed with large axes who hunted down xuanhuan previously might recognize her too. Thinking about this, Xianxia involuntarily became tense. Back then, those people possessed immense power, even overwhelming someone as fearsome as xuanhuan. Not to mention Xianxia himself. If they somehow found out that xuanhuan was still alive and currently residing on his planet, things could turn grave if they were to come looking for him. While lost in thought, Xianxia quickly reached the trading ground. From afar, he saw Lin Wuya standing by the gate of the trading area. Xianxia strode over. The two entered a tea house. Once seated, Lin Wuya directly looked at Xianxia and said, Xianxia, I want you to tell me the truth. The truth. Xianxia was momentarily startled. You mean xuanhuan? Lin Wuya nonchalantly nodded. Yes, ever since I saw xuanhuan that day, my intuition has told me that the xuanhuan I saw is definitely the same person as in my memories. Upon hearing this, Xianxia directly and firmly denied it without any hesitation. You're overthinking this. I can clearly tell you that xuanhuan was indeed killed back then. Go ask around at the first high school if you want. A lot of people witnessed that earth-shattering battle. Even though xuanhuan was incredibly strong, she was ultimately killed for sure. When Xianxia finished speaking, Lin Wuya fell silent. Indeed, before coming here, he had already investigated. A lot of people personally witnessed xuanhuan's death, but his inner intuition told him that there was something fishy about this matter. At that moment, Lin Wuya continued asking Xianxia, I remember you once mentioned that xuanhuan on your planet was someone who could freely transform due to her special abilities. But what puzzles me is why do creatures on your planet, whose age is roughly the same as yours, possess such immense power? Hearing Lin Wuya's words, Xianxia simply chuckled. What's wrong with that? Don't the ghost kings on your planet count as powerful too? Moreover, I can plainly tell you this. There's another incredibly powerful being besides her on my planet. Initially, Lin Wuya seemed like he wanted to say something else, but when he heard Xianxia's statement, he instantly became quiet. Firstly, there were so many powerful entities on Xianxia's planet. Secondly, if everything was just as Xianxia described, then perhaps the xuanhuan he saw was merely a transformation. And the xuanhuan at the time even tried to attack him because she didn't know who he was. Could it really be that he was mistaken? In an instant, countless doubts filled Lin Wuya's mind. This also made Lin Wuya look extremely grave. Just as he was deep in thought, Xianxia raised his head and directly asked Lin Wuya, You've questioned me so much. Now, it's my turn to ask you one thing. Chapter 73, Zero Stone. When Xianxia's voice trailed off, Lin Wuya immediately nodded. You can ask. Seeing this, Xianxia went straight to the point. What I want to know is, what exactly happened on your brother's planet? Why was he chased by such a powerful enemy? Upon hearing these words, Lin Wuya's expression changed, and he fell silent once again. However, this time his silence didn't last too long. Lin Wuya furrowed his brows and said, I'm not entirely sure of the details, but from what I've heard, it seems to have something to do with the Zero Stone. Zero Stone. Xianxia immediately became confused upon hearing this. Lin Wuya nodded. Yes, the Zero Stone. I haven't seen it myself, but I've heard that the Zero Stone has tremendous effects, especially for planets. Apparently, after using it, various mines can be produced within a planet, and some star sources or other kinds of energy may also appear. Similarly, gold mines, diamond mines, meteoric iron deposits, and so many more would be abundant. In addition, it could greatly enhance the overall energy of the planet, even boosting the strength of all living beings there. After Lin Wuya finished speaking, Xianxia instantly fell into deep thought. Goodness, this was the first time he had ever heard about the Zero Stone. If what Lin Wuya said was true, this Zero Stone seemed like some kind of omnipotent stone. With the Zero Stone around, anything a planet needed in terms of minerals and energy bodies would be possible. No wonder then that despite how powerful the creatures on Lin Wuya's brother's planet were, they ended up being chased. All of this must be because the Zero Stone was simply too extraordinary. Just as Xianxia was pondering this, Lin Wuya spoke again. By the way, you should be careful recently. Although the life forms on your planet aren't xuanhuan herself, their appearance is identical to her. It's inevitable that they will attract attention. I don't need to remind you how strong those who are hunting her might be. If they discover you, based solely on the power of the life forms on your planet, there's no way you'd be able to predict or prepare for an unavoidable battle. As Lin Wuya finished speaking, he stood up. Hearing Lin Wuya's words, Xianxia sank into deep contemplation. Indeed, he had thought of this before. If he were discovered, the consequences would be serious. And worse still, it might even endanger his uncle. At present, perhaps only one place could protect him: the 4 great academies. The strength within the 4 great academies was unimaginable, and countless strong individuals emerged from them. As long as he stayed inside the 4 great academies, his safety would definitely be secured. Thinking of this, Xianxia decided that if possible, he would head to the 4 great academies as soon as possible. Vacation was approaching quickly. After vacation, it would be time to go to university. But this vacation lasted 2 whole months. Where should he go during these 2 months? Considering this, Xianxia couldn't help but start to feel a headache. However, worrying about it now wouldn't accomplish anything, so he decided to just take things step by step. Getting up, he stopped contemplating and left the tea house. Initially, Xianxia planned to return home, but just as he was nearing home, Xianfeng suddenly sent a message. Xianxia, come back to school quickly. People from the 4 great academies have arrived. He was just thinking about matters related to the 4 great academies earlier, and now here they already were. Without any hesitation, Xianxia responded, quickening his pace and rushing directly toward the school without stopping at all along the way. In no time, he reached the school. Upon arrival, the first thing he saw was the massive square filled with several starships. Each of these starships bore unique names. Among them, prominent ones included Tianyun, Qing University, South China, and Jiaodong. Naturally, these were the names of the 4 great academies. Of course, besides these academies, Xianxia also noticed several academy starships belonging to other schools docked in the square. Many students surrounded those starships, admiration evident on their faces. Even people from the 4 great academies have come. They must be here for Xianxia and Yen Kingsnow's group. That's for sure. After all, they are the most powerful group of students in Jinling City. The 4 great academies, they're the academies I dream of entering. It's truly enviable. One comment followed another. Right at that moment, they noticed Xianxia walking into the school. Immediately, a number of students gathered around him, saying repeatedly, Xianxia, why did you arrive so late? People from the 4 great academies have been here for quite a while. That's right, Xianxia. They've probably been waiting for you. Hurry to the principal's office. Xianxia, you must try your best. We're counting on you to help us in the future. One comment after another echoed. It was evident that their attitude toward Xianxia had become significantly more friendly. Some were even smiling. This was naturally due to Xianxia's remarkable performance during the competition. Not only did it rid Xianxia of labels such as connection-based admit and waste, but it also earned him their respect. Xianxia waved to his classmates, exchanged greetings, and then headed straight for the principal's office. Before he even reached the principal's office, sounds of voices could be heard emanating from within. Then, the door to the office opened wide, revealing a room filled with people. Among them were Yen Qingsnow, Chen Tianlin, and others. The moment Xianxia appeared, Chen Tianlin noticed him and shouted immediately, "Look quick! Xianxia has arrived." Chen Tianlin's voice was so loud it was almost as if he wanted to make sure no one missed it. At the instant Chen Tianlin finished speaking, all the people standing in the office turned their attention to Xianxia. Before he could react, they rushed out of the office, surrounding him instantly. Xianxia, we are from Tianyun Academy. We watched your match video and discovered that the life forms on your planet are extremely powerful. Moreover, we speculate that you surely want further development in terms of spiritual beings. Come to our Tianyun Academy. Xianxia, we are from Qing University. Qing University focuses on guiding the development of planets. Although the life forms on your planet are strong, planetary development shouldn't be overlooked. Come to Qing University. As long as you come, Qing University is willing to offer you 1 star source per month along with 300,000 alliance coins. Xianxia, we are. Suddenly, representatives from various academies surrounded Xianxia, each continuously saying something. It was at this moment that Xianxia finally understood why Chen Tianlin had shouted so loudly just now. Primarily because every word these people said made it clear how intense their offers were, making one's head spin. Chapter 74, Final Choice. Everyone, please quiet down. As the group from the school was incessantly introducing themselves to Xianxia, Qianfeng finally stepped forward. Qianfeng directly said to these people, it's up to them which academy they want to go to. Let them consider it themselves. I'm sure they've already formed some ideas in their minds. After Qianfeng finished speaking, the group finally calmed down. Xianxia smiled and looked at them, then entered the office. And right after entering the office, he saw Chen Tianlin looking at him with a mischievous smile on his face. Xianxia immediately understood everything. It was because Chen Tianlin couldn't bear the continuous introductions from those people that he intentionally led Xianxia out. At the moment Xianxia entered the office, the others followed suit. They all looked at Xianxia, clearly waiting for him to respond. Under their gaze, Xianxia didn't hesitate much and directly said, letting me enter your academy is simple. I only have one condition. Upon hearing this, everyone brightened up. Qianfeng's gaze also turned expectant when he looked at Xianxia. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xianxia directly stated, I need to immediately enter your school and stay there throughout the 2-month vacation period. Moreover, you must provide me with certain things like star energy and union coins that you mentioned earlier. Right after Xianxia's statement, unexpectedly, all of them spoke up immediately. Without exception, they all agreed without hesitation. This left Xianxia somewhat taken aback. He had expected it not to be this smooth, but never imagined they would agree so readily. There wasn't even the slightest hesitation. However, Qianfeng, upon hearing Xianxia's words, paused momentarily. His eyebrows slightly furrowed as if he had guessed something. And now, as the main party, Xianxia looked at the people in front of him, then announced after regaining composure, regarding which academy to join, I've made my decision. Upon hearing this, everyone focused their attention on him. After all, through the video, they had witnessed how powerful the creatures on Xianxia's planet were. Even Lin Wuyo was no match for them, proving just how formidable the creatures within Xianxia's planet were. If Xianxia joined their academy, the future would definitely be unimaginable. Under everyone's gaze, Xianxia decisively said, "Because of my father and my own doubts regarding the development of the creatures on the planet, I wish to join Tian's Academy." As soon as Xianxia's words were spoken, an exclamation quickly rang out. Haha, Xianxia, your decision is absolutely correct. Rest assured, if you join Tian's Academy, I guarantee the creatures within your planet will experience a qualitative enhancement. The person who exclaimed naturally belonged to Tian's Academy. After hearing Xianxia's response, those from other academies were inevitably disappointed. At that moment, the person from Tian's Academy further instructed, "Xianxia, wait a moment, I'll notify the administration immediately. I'll ensure they prepare everything for you. 3 days. In 3 days at most, I promise you'll enter the academy." After saying this, he greeted Qin Feng briefly, then hurriedly left. With his departure, Qin Feng turned to the remaining school representatives and said, "Since Xianxia has decided on an academy, focus your efforts on these 4 instead." After finishing his statement, he looked at Xianxia with a significantly solemn expression. "Xianxia, follow me." Upon hearing this, Xianxia followed Qin Feng out of the office. He directly accompanied Qin Feng to the deputy principal's office. Due to Lu Chonghai being driven away last time, the deputy principal's office had been vacant ever since, with no one using it. During the walk to the deputy principal's office, neither Xianxia nor Qin Feng spoke much, as if both could predict what was about to happen next. Finally, as they reached the office, Qin Feng directly asked Xianxia, "Is there something bothering you? Why are you so eager to rush to Tian's Academy?" Given Qin Feng's inquiry, Xianxia realized he had surely guessed something, and considering such matters couldn't be concealed, Xianxia simply disclosed the information. Only, the content he revealed was the same as what he told Lin Wuyo. Xuanhuan originated from the transformation of the creatures on his planet. Of course, it would be impossible to tell Qin Feng that Xuanhuan was acquired through a system, since such information might seem too implausible to believe if leaked out. After hearing Xianxia's words, Qin Feng's expression became even more solemn. "If it's really as you said, that Lin Wui's planet was attacked because of the Ling stones, then this is understandable. Because the function of Ling stones is simply too immense." After Qin Feng finished speaking, he paused and continued. "And regarding the person in your planet who looks exactly like Xuanhuan, since Lin Wei has already discovered something, then the group of unknown enemies with the large axes might have already known. And your choice to go to Tianyun Academy is for its protection, right?" Upon hearing this, Xianxia nodded indifferently. "Yes. I'm worried that those unknown enemies might come after me, and if they do, I don't want to drag you into trouble, uncle." At these words, a look of relief appeared on Qin Feng's face. "Rest assured, your uncle isn't that weak yet. They dare not attack recklessly, and if they do, I won't fear them. It's you whose safety is most important. Your decision isn't wrong. Going to Tianyun Academy would ensure better protection for you." Listening to Qin Feng's words, Xianxia nodded without adding much more. Now that the conversation had reached this point, both sides understood each other well. Then Qin Feng gave some additional instructions before turning around and leaving. Xianxia also chose to return home. There were only 3 days left before he went to Tianyun Academy. In other words, if nothing happened within these 3 days, he would be safe. Time flew by. These 3 days passed unusually quietly. During this time, Xianxia also ate a meal with Yan Qingsno, Shen Tianlin, Guahai, Shin Shun, and others, saying their final farewells. It wasn't until the afternoon of the 3rd day. Qin Feng sent a message, informing him that the interstellar vessel for Tianyun Academy had arrived and asking him to visit the school one last time. Upon receiving this news, Xianxia quickly packed a few clothes and set off. The previous 3 days had been expectedly peaceful, but when walking towards the school, Xianxia inexplicably felt restless. This shouldn't happen. Why am I feeling so uneasy when I'm about to head to Tianyun Academy? Chapter 75 Ambushed on the Way. Wow, this is the starship of Tianyun Academy. It's so majestic. I heard that this starship is here to pick up Xianxia. How enviable. Xianxia has truly entered Tianyun Academy, one of the 4 great academies. Who would have thought that Xianxia, whom we once looked down upon, would eventually enter one of the 4 great academies? This just goes to show how well Xianxia was hiding his abilities. Despite having such great strength, he didn't reveal it until the day of the competition. The school square was crowded with students, and these students all gazed at the extremely large starship in front of them with envious expressions on their faces. At this moment, Xianxia walked in through the school gate. Upon seeing Xianxia, the envy on the students' faces became even more intense. After all, everyone knew that as long as one could enter any of the 4 great academies, it meant an infinite future. However, the threshold for the 4 great academies to admit students was too high. Before they demonstrated extraordinary talent, the only way to enter one of the 4 great academies was by passing the examination. Even so, it was very difficult. But Xianxia naturally didn't need to go through that process. With the strength Xianxia showed in the competition, he was already qualified to enter one of the 4 great academies. As Xianxia approached the starship, he also saw Qin Feng and some people from Tianyun Academy walking towards him. "Xianxia, I've informed the Academy side about your entry into Tianyun Academy. Not only did the Academy side agree to your request, but every month they will also give you a star source and 300,000 union coins." Listening to the other party's words, Xianxia naturally felt a surge of joy inside. Not to mention other things, just the value of this star source alone was enough to attract him. At this moment, Qin Feng turned his gaze toward Xianxia, but he didn't say much. He simply stared at him like this. Meanwhile, Xianxia also spotted several familiar figures among the crowd far away. Yan Xianxia and Shen Tianlin were obviously among them. Under their watchful eyes, Xianxia looked at the representatives of Xuanhuan Academy and said, "Let's go. Let's go," he responded. Subsequently, under the countless gazes watching them, the two boarded the starship. The moment Xianxia stepped onto the starship, he began looking around. He discovered that this starship was not too different from ordinary starships. The only difference was that it had slightly more space. While Xianxia was observing the surroundings, a voice rang out. "Once you enter Xuanhuan Academy, I believe we will definitely see each other frequently. I am the director of the admissions office at Xuanhuan Academy. You can call me Gao Ming or Director Gao." As Gao Ming spoke, Xianxia nodded upon hearing this. Simultaneously, he curiously asked, "By the way, are we going to pick up other students?" Gao Ming waved his hand after hearing this. "No need. This time we're only here for you. After all, others all wanted to stay home for a while longer. Only you want to go take a look at the school first." Xianxia couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. Seeing this, Gao Ming added, "Jingling City is a bit far from Xuanhuan Academy. Calculating by time, it will take roughly 30 hours. During this period, you can rest or eat at the cafeteria if you like, all free of charge. And as for what to pay attention to when you get to school, someone will inform you then." Hearing Gao Ming's words, Xianxia slightly nodded and turned towards the resting room. But, just as Xianxia turned to leave, rustle. The entire starship suddenly reversed violently, causing many items in the cabin to fall to the ground. Fortunately, Xianxia reacted quickly, grabbing the rail beside him at the instant of the reversal and thus avoided being thrown. At the same time, he glanced over and saw that Gao Ming remained perfectly still where he stood, completely unaffected by the reversal. However, his brows were knitted tightly, looking quite serious. After the starship reversed once, it seemed to be evading something, swaying left and right continuously. At this moment, Gao Ming took out his communication device and directly asked, "What exactly is going on?" Quickly, a reply came through the broadcast. "Director Gao, we're under attack." In just those few words, a sharp gleam shot out from Gao Ming's eyes. Who is the attacker? Faced with the inquiry, a voice came through the broadcast again. "Too far away, can't see clearly for now." After hearing the answer, Gao Ming didn't respond. At this moment, Xianxia stepped forward in front of Gao Ming. "Director Gao, what's the situation?" Director Gao said solemnly, "Someone is actually attacking the starship of Xuanhuan Academy. What kind of people could they be?" Gao Ming's words drew Xianxia's agreement. Indeed, as one of the 4 great academies, its reputation is well known, and the starship even bears the name of Xuanhuan Academy. Now, someone dares to attack the starship of Xuanhuan Academy, so they must have made preparations. After a brief moment of thought, Xianxia spoke again. "Why not launch a counterattack? Regardless of who they are, we are from Xuanhuan Academy. What do we have to fear?" After Xianxia finished speaking, Gao Ming shook his head. "Because we are Xuanhuan Academy, our name alone ensures that we typically face no attacks at all. And this starship is merely for picking up students and has no combat capability." Once Gao Ming finished speaking, he then addressed the communication device. "Reveal our identity to them." Moments later, a voice came through the broadcast in response. "Director Gao, it doesn't work. Even after knowing who we are, they continue their attacks without stopping." The broadcast had barely ended when another cry suddenly erupted. "Gee, Gao Director, their starship bears a massive horse emblem." At the sound of these words, Xianxia saw Director Gao visibly tremble with shock, his mouth uttering an incredulous exclamation. "What? A horse emblem? They're from the Tianfu organization." Gao Ming quickly reacted upon guessing the attacker's identity, immediately opting to notify Xuanhuan Academy. Certainly, it was evident that he fully understood the strength of their opponent. Without any hesitation, he relayed the entire situation back to Xuanhuan Academy. Upon witnessing the seriousness on Gao Ming's face, Xianxia felt a growing sense of confusion within. What kind of force could possibly make even a teacher from one of the 4 great academies look so grave? On the spot, Xianxia looked directly at Gao Ming and asked, "Director Gao, what exactly is this Tianfu?" Chapter 76, Tianfu appears. In response to the inquiry, Gao Ming pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. "This Tianfu, how should I explain it to you?" Tianfu is an organization that gathers many powerful star masters and has no rules or restrictions. The strength of this organization is so formidable that even the 4 great academies have some fear of them. Based on my understanding of Tianfu, they usually have a goal when they move. But why are they targeting us now? Just as Gao Ming finished his sentence, a series of figures instantly appeared in Xianxia's mind. They were a group of people wielding axes. And as if confirming Xianxia's suspicion, at this moment, a resounding voice came from outside. "We don't want to be enemies with Tianfu Academy. We only hope you will hand over Xianxia." As soon as the voice was heard, Xianxia immediately confirmed his inner thoughts. They were the group of people wielding axes. They had come here looking for him, or more accurately, for xuanhuan. Upon hearing this voice, Gao Ming's expression tightened, and he couldn't help but glance down at Xianxia. Though there was a hint of confusion on his face, he quickly said, "Tell them that the Xuanhuan Academy people are on their way. They should step aside immediately." As for Xianxia, he is already a student of Xuanhuan Academy. What they're doing now is tantamount to declaring war on Xuanhuan Academy. Gao Ming did not ask too much about the reasons from Xianxia. Instead, he ordered them to leave directly. This let out a sigh of relief from Xianxia. If they really handed him over, then he would surely be doomed. After Gao Ming said this, he began to contact various parties at Xuanhuan Academy, seemingly wanting to find something out. And just at this moment, the broadcast sounded again. "Director Gao, the spaceships of Tianfu surrounded us." Upon hearing this, Gao Ming's expression darkened, and he said promptly, "Find an unclaimed planet immediately." After the order was issued, Gao Ming learned everything from the Xuanhuan Academy side. At this point, he looked at Xianxia and asked directly, "In your planet, has one of your beings been hunted by someone from Tianfu before?" Upon hearing this, Xianxia nodded without saying much. Then Gao Ming continued, "I won't ask too much about the specific reason. You should know the original purpose of these people from Tianfu was for 0 stones. Now that they have found you, it must also be because of the 0 stone, since they didn't get it initially." Upon hearing this, Xianxia was shocked inside. If the 0 stone hadn't been obtained, wouldn't that mean xuanhuan knew its whereabouts? That was the 0 stone, something that could change the development of a planet. If he obtained it, the development of the planet would definitely be unimaginable. But, upon thinking of this, Xianxia shook his head. Rather than contemplating these things, it was better to think about how to survive under the pursuit of Tianfu. Soon, Xianxia felt the spaceship falling rapidly. Then, a spatial corridor appeared. Originally, Gao Ming did not want Xianxia to go down. However, considering that the other party came for his sake, and out of curiosity and doubt about this Tianfu, he decided to go down with Gao Ming. According to what Gao Ming said, the spaceship had been flying for several hours, far away from Jinling City. Even if people from Xuanhuan Academy came at the fastest speed, it would take at least 5 hours. What they needed to do was to endure for 5 hours. The spatial corridor opened. Xianxia walked off the spaceship with Gao Ming. They arrived on this unclaimed planet. Ahead, one could see more than 10 people holding large axes. At this moment, Gao Ming looked at those people and said sternly, "People from Xuanhuan Academy will arrive shortly. You'd better leave right now. Otherwise, not only you, but also the Star Master behind you will be hunted." Facing Gao Ming's words, the leader of the group merely smiled. "Gao Yuansu, do you think all this talk means anything? Since I've chosen to confront you, I must have made full preparations. It's unnecessary for you to scare me with such words. Xuanhuan Academy needs at least 5 hours to arrive." Apparently, he knew Gao Ming well, responding with a full smile. Gao Ming also laughed upon hearing this. 5 hours? Do you think a bunch of you small fry can last for 5 hours? Just as these words were spoken, the space behind Gao Ming began to distort. This was a sign of a space corridor flashing, indicating that some beings were about to emerge from it. Seeing this, the group of people holding axes paid no attention at all. To tell you the truth, we from Tianfu never make moves without preparation. It's not just your Xuanhuan Academy that can call for help. After these words were spoken, the group fell silent. Each of them radiated a terrifying power, their large axes glowing with an extremely brilliant light. As the lights flickered, they surged forward straight toward Gao Ming. And at the very moment they charged, Xianxia's eyes suddenly narrowed sharply. In that instant, he caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow flashing from Gao Ming's spatial corridor. Rumbling. The entire ground began to violently shatter at this moment. And as it shattered, the earth in front of Gao Ming rapidly bulged upwards. On the other hand, those rushing forward saw this, and their expressions instantly changed. Its earth element, fall back quickly. As soon as the words fell, the group reacted with incredible speed, vanishing from their original positions within a flash. And just at the moment they left, a towering peak erupted from where they had originally stood. However, this mountain was merely formed due to the bulging of the earth moments ago. Seeing this massive peak right before his eyes, even Xianxia was deeply shocked. In the blink of an eye, such terrifying destruction had been caused. Truly worthy of being a teacher at Xuanhuan Academy. At this time, ahead of Gao Ming, a figure clad in a soil-brown armor appeared. An intense, heavy aura emanated from him. Then, one after another, figures kept flashing out of Gao Ming's spatial corridor. All of them gathered beside the one wearing the soil-brown armor. Xianxia looked over carefully, realizing immediately that the auras exuded by this group were clearly distinct from one another, and even the colors of their armors varied. Soil brown, fiery red, golden yellow. Recalling the terrifying strike earlier, Xianxia instantly grasped something. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth attributes. The 5 great elements. And he finally understood why the people called Gao Ming Gao element. This was mainly because the energy within Gao Ming's star sphere was composed of elements. Chapter 77, Killing Machine, the giant race appears. Inside the ownerless planet, the battle erupted. The 5 beings that emerged from the Gao Ming planet corresponded to the 5 elements. Next, Xianxia clearly witnessed what true combat looked like. The strength of the axe-wielding group had been witnessed by him before. But now, in the face of constant attacks by the 5 elements, they could only retreat continuously. From the sky full of flames, then the sweeping winds, and the fierce attacks of the red-gold element, the axe-wielding people were retreating further and further. Moreover, Xianxia also discovered that some of them had already been killed. However, just as Xianxia was watching, suddenly, Gao Ming shouted loudly at Xianxia, "They are buying time. You must immediately board the starship and leave." At the moment Gao Ming's voice fell silent, Xianxia obviously also realized this point. It was clear that they were no match for those beings inside the Gao Ming planet, yet they kept fleeing. It was evident they were trying to hold back Xianxia and his companions while waiting for reinforcements. And just at the moment when Gao Ming's voice faded away, those originally fleeing individuals seemed to have sensed something and burst out laughing right away. "Haha, you realize it's time to run now? It's too late." As the words sounded, the void in the high sky twisted. Then a spatial channel opened up. The moment the spatial channel opened, an overwhelming force of pressure surged forward. Upon sensing this terrifying power, Gao Ming's gaze suddenly became focused. This force, could it be? As Gao Ming's voice trailed off, Xianxia clearly saw a peak directly falling from the sky. Boom. When the peak landed on the ground, a deep sound rang out instantly. The massive fluctuation of power grew crazily at this moment. Xianxia's gaze followed. He then realized that this was not actually any peak, but a giant. A giant comparable in size to a mountain. This giant wore armor with a big 9 carved onto it. It's the killing machine. Gao Ming's voice sounded at this point, though it carried a heavy weight this time. The moment this killing machine appeared, Xianxiao saw Gao Ming order those 5 figures to attack the opponent. And then, Xianxiao finally understood why even someone as powerful as Gao Ming would show such seriousness upon facing the killing machine. An explosive attack ensued. Firstly came the shattering of the earth, which started rising again as it did before. Only, at the instant the earth began to rise, the killing machine clenched its fists and slammed them down hard. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The fist struck the ground, causing an ear-splitting roar. Vast clouds of dust rolled up into the sky. That protruding peak was crushed instantly by the killing machine's punch at this very moment. Following this was the whistling gale. Yet, this terrifying wind proved ineffective against the killing machine. Even when engulfed by flames or submerged under floods, the machine remained unaffected. Even when surrounded by a rain of fiery gold stones. The terrible burst of strength from the killing machine shattered those stones without hesitation. Witnessing this scene caused Xianxiao to unconsciously suck in a cold breath. After all, these elements were extremely powerful and had just driven the axe-carrying group back. Yet now, they failed to affect the giant before their eyes. Now, he finally understood why Gao Ming had appeared so solemn upon seeing the killing machine. At this time, Gao Ming's voice echoed. The killing machine can be said to be a naturally gifted killer. They are a race born for slaughter. Fully covered in heavy armor, devoid of any sense of pain, and possessing immense strength. In short, many attacks cannot do anything significant to them. I didn't expect that the Tianfu people could send the killing machines here. After Gao Ming finished speaking, Xianxiao blinked her eyes and gazed deeply at the killing machine in front of her. Suddenly, a bold idea sprouted in her mind. Currently, Xianxiao turned towards Gao Ming and said, Director Gao, the killing machine in front of us is indeed powerful, but I think it isn't invincible. I want to try. You? Gao Ming immediately paused after hearing Xianxiao's words. After all, the power of the killing machine in front of them was so strong that even he couldn't defeat it. Xianxiao was just a student. How could she possibly stand a chance against it? Before Gao Ming could say more, Xianxiao had already opened the space channel, and she contacted Erlba of the giant race. After the development of these planets, Erlba's size has also grown significantly compared to before. It has reached over 10 meters in size, and its strength has also increased. Xianxiao was just thinking of first seeing whether Erlba could defeat the killing machine before their eyes. Bang! A tremendous explosion suddenly rang out, and Gao Ming saw yet another giant appear on the ground. The moment he saw this giant, Gao Ming's expression instantly changed. He immediately looked at Xianxiao beside him, his eyes full of shock. Before this, the school had thoroughly investigated the living beings inside Xianxiao's planet, and had carefully watched the combat video of the grand competition. But he could not recall a single mention of a giant appearing during the competition then. Could it be that this giant just appeared inside the planet? But how much time had passed since the competition? And already, a new being had been born? Moreover, the power fluctuation emanating from the giant before them was clearly no weaker than that from the killing machine. At the same moment, it wasn't just Gao Ming. Far away, those people holding large axes all stared with widened eyes at this moment. What is this? Is that giant coming from Xianxiao's planet? That can't be right. He's just an ordinary student. How can there possibly be such a powerful creature on his planet? Don't forget, xuanhuan exists within his planet. There are too many secrets surrounding this kid. We must take him away today, no matter what. As both sides were shocked by Erlba's appearance, these two giants in the world were staring at each other. Both were giants, and the power fluctuations they emitted were equally terrifying. Because of this, as they stared at each other now, their powers kept ascending, causing constant sonic booms in the surrounding void, as if it might shatter at any moment. Suddenly, the two locked onto each other and charged at the same time, unleashing fearsome powers. With their charge, the earth shook violently. Boom boom. Chapter 78. The killing machine is annihilated. Bang. Inside the ownerless planet, a huge, muffled sound suddenly erupted. Amidst this deafening roar, Ibis and the killing machine's fists collided in a powerful clash. After the thunderous impact, Xianxiao clearly saw both Iba and the killing machine being forced to retreat several steps at the same time. Given their colossal sizes, this also caused their feet, when they struck the ground upon retreating, to trigger continuous explosions of sound. This further stirred up clouds of dust. Ibis' single punch managed to force the killing machine back, which made Gao Ming, who had been observing the fight, involuntarily narrow his eyes. He was fully aware of how strong the killing machine was, especially its monstrous strength. But now, it had been pushed back just like that. Doesn't this mean that the giant creature that emerged from Xianxiao's planet possesses equally terrifying strength? Similarly, those people far away holding axes who witnessed this scene couldn't help but tighten their gazes. They were too familiar with the killing machine's capabilities, yet now, it had been forced back. This caused them to glance at each other, shock flickering across their eyes. This person is no ordinary being. Let's not even talk about how he obtained xuanhuan. Just this giant's strength alone is quite surprising. It seems that everything related to him must be reported as soon as possible. There's no need to report it. The Star-Lord probably already knows. They might be discussing something right now. While they were talking, at the battlefield, after repelling each other, Iba gave the killing machine a deep look, then moved his arms around slightly, steadied his body, and prepared for the next attack. As for the killing machine, although it was knocked back this time, it acted as if nothing happened. Its expressionless face still stared at Iba, its eyes looking somewhat hollow, devoid of any emotion. Following this, both of them exchanged another glance before once again charging towards each other. And their style of attack was rather primitive. They attacked using their fists. Their power erupted once more, creating a powerful rumbling sound. This time, different from before, one of Iba's punches landed directly on the shoulder of the killing machine. Even though the shoulder had armor, Iba's punch carried such tremendous force that it shattered the armor completely. Although this punch didn't pierce through the killing machine's shoulder, the power left a deep wound visible to the bone. During the moment of collision, the entire bodies turned sharply, causing the killing machine's punch to miss. Though one punch missed, the other hit Iba's body. However, since its shoulder was already wounded first, this punch merely managed to force Iba to step back and didn't cause much damage beyond that. It was instead the killing machine that received significant injuries. When seeing this, Xianxia's eyes couldn't help but contract. There's no denying that Iba, despite his massive build, was actually pretty smart. He seemed to have realized that the current killing machine wasn't very clever in thought, so he decided to adopt this way to counterattack it. And just as Xianxia was thinking this, Iba charged towards the killing machine again. Next was an awe-inspiring spectacle. Every collision between Iba and the killing machine generated loud, thundering sounds. In addition, Iba always relied on his robust body to endure the killing machine's attacks, while his punches managed to inflict fatal damage. Over time, this led to the killing machine becoming severely battered all over. Despite this, the killing machine remained standing at the spot. Just like a true killing machine, it showed no sign of pain and rushed forward toward Iba. Looking at Iba now, some wounds could also be seen on his body. Though not as severe as the killing machine's, he was still bloodied. Seeing the killing machine rushing forward again, Xianxia's eyes tightened, and he immediately shouted loudly, "Iba, return." Iba had originally intended to charge forward, but upon hearing Xianxia's voice, without any hesitation, he entered the 100 Races Alliance via the space tunnel. At the very moment Iba stepped into the space tunnel, both Gao Ming present and the distant axe-bearing men experienced a sudden change in their expressions. Because at this point, they clearly observed flashes of numerous figures appearing out of the space tunnel. However, in the instant these shadows touched the ground, they disappeared directly. In addition, they also sensed sharp and piercing energies flashing through the heavens and earth. But they were unable to pinpoint the source of these energies. At this moment, with its target gone, the killing machine simply remained stationary at its spot. And just in that instant it stood still. Suddenly, a cold gleam flashed from behind it. The gleam landed directly on an existing wound on its body. A soft sound rang out. In a flash, a splash of blood sprayed from the killing machine's back. With the strike delivered, the figure vanished once again. It was only at this moment that the killing machine reacted, launching an attack towards the rear. However, the assailant had already disappeared, rendering its punch a wasted attempt. Next, what unfolded was a battle akin to a teasing game. Faced with the assassin clan's attacks, the killing machine couldn't find or lock onto any opponent, leaving itself standing there like a punching bag enduring all assaults. Over time, this led to the killing machine being covered in wounds. Its blood pooled beneath its feet, forming a river of crimson. Yet despite such damage, the killing machine did not fall. Still, everyone present knew that in this passive, beaten-down kind of combat, it was merely a matter of time before the killing machine would collapse. Indeed, after withstanding countless attacks, the giant that loomed like a mountain eventually crashed to the ground with a deafening thud. Bang! As a heavy, muffled sound echoed, the killing machine lay motionless on the vast land. As for those flickering shadows, they too disappeared into the void, retreating into the Space Union. The fight concluded, the killing machine slain. At this moment, Gao Ming's gaze was fixated on Xianxia. He never could have imagined that within this seemingly ordinary student's planet resided such a terrifying being, capable of taking lives silently and effortlessly. Equally shocked were the group of axe-wielding figures stationed far away. They looked upon the fallen killing machine on the ground, then shifted their eyes toward Xianxia. At this very moment, they subconsciously swallowed their saliva. What kind of monster is he? Chapter 79, Reinforcements arrive. The killing machine was annihilated by a joint effort of Elba and the assassin clan. The powerful beings within Xianxia's planet far exceeded everyone's expectations. No one had anticipated that this battle would end with such an outcome. And just at that moment, Gao Ming reacted the fastest. His eyes locked onto those from Tianfu far in the distance. Kill them for me. With one loud shout from Gao Ming, the 5 figures behind him rushed violently toward the group from Tianfu. On the other side, the people from Tianfu, seeing those rushing figures, their eyes tightened, immediately saying, "This won't do. Their power is too strong. The killing machine has even been killed now. We must retreat. We've just received news that the people from Tianjian Academy have arrived. We need to leave." After some discussion, they didn't hesitate a bit, looking back at the spatial channel before stepping into it, leaving this realm. Right as they left, rumbling, the sky above erupted in thunderous roars. Then, Xianxia clearly saw starships descending from the heavens. All these starships bore the inscription Tianjian. They were undoubtedly from the Tianjian Academy. Xianxia also noticed that these starships were much smaller than regular ones. Moreover, around each starship were plasma launchers and other weaponry. Indeed, all of these starships were designed for battle. As the starships slowly descended from the skies, figures began continuously emerging from the starships. The people from Tianfu have already fled. You came too late. Upon seeing them land, Gao Ming bluntly criticized. Among them, a man in his 30s or 40s, full of spirit, upon hearing Gao Ming's words, smiled teasingly. Gao Ming, you're becoming useless. You couldn't even defeat a few waste products from Tianfu. Upon hearing this, Gao Ming let out a cold humph. I don't care about the waste products from Tianfu. Haven't you seen the dead killing machine lying on the ground? Even without Gao Ming pointing it out, they had already seen the lifeless killing machine on the ground. They were fully aware of its strength. Even the leader took a closer look at the corpse of the killing machine. Gao Ming, you couldn't have possibly killed this killing machine, could you? With these words, all eyes turned towards Gao Ming, because they had already discerned that the wounds on the killing machine were definitely not left by Gao Ming. To this, Gao Ming shook his head. It was him. Gao Ming's gaze shifted to Xianxia. Simultaneously, everyone from Tianfu turned their gazes towards Xianxia as well. Their faces were filled with looks of doubt. This should be the first genius of Jinling City, you mentioned earlier. But even if he is a genius, at most he is still a student. Could he truly have killed the killing machine? It does seem quite impossible. Amidst the numerous skeptical voices, the leading figure walked over to Xianxia, carefully observing him, a reminiscing expression flickering in his eyes. He does somewhat resemble Big Brother Qin. Upon hearing this, Xianxia's eyes focused intently on the other person. Since the other had said such a thing, it meant that he knew Xianxia's parents. However, before Xianxia could say anything, the other continued. I know you have many questions about your parents. All of these doubts will become clear to you as you enter Tianjian Academy. So, there's no need to rush. As his words ended, Gao Ming also approached. Xianxia, this is Teacher Wu Feng. Upon hearing this, Xianxia replied. Teacher Wu, good day. Wu Feng casually waved his hand. All right, nothing else needs doing now. Let's all go back. With these words spoken, he deeply looked at Xianxia again before boarding the starship. Similarly, the others all glanced at Xianxia once more. Clearly, they didn't believe Xianxia possessed the ability to kill the killing machine. In response, Xianxia didn't provide further explanations. Whether he possessed such power would eventually come to light. Thus, led by Gao Ming, Xianxia boarded the starship, heading towards Tianjian Academy. This time, protected by so many individuals, they encountered no danger during the journey. Everything remained calm. Throughout this journey, Xianxia kept thinking about one matter. It was about Ling Stone. Previously, Gao Ming had mentioned that Ling Stone had not yet fallen into the hands of Tianfu. Surely, the reason they sought him was to learn the whereabouts of Ling Stone from xuanhuan. In that case, xuanhuan must know the whereabouts of Ling Stone. This is Ling Stone we are talking about, a kind of energy that's 100 times better than Star Source. Without delay, Xianxia directly entered the 100 Races Union and found xuanhuan. By sensing the fluctuations of energy emanating from her, Xianxia realized that xuanhuan's strength had significantly improved. Looking at xuanhuan, Xianxia asked straight away, Yuehua, do you know anything about Ling Stone? Ling Stone. Upon hearing this, Yuehua instantly furrowed her brows. It seemed like she was reminiscing about something. But as she reminisced, an intense look of pain spread across her face. Xianxia quickly reassured her. Never mind. It's all right if you don't remember. After hearing Xianxia's words, Yuehua stopped thinking about it. With an apologetic expression, Yuehua said to Xianxia, Master of Stars, I'm sorry, I can't recall what Ling Stone is. In response, Xianxia casually waved his hand. It's fine. I just asked randomly. It doesn't matter if you don't remember. After consoling Yuehua for a while, Xianxia exited the 100 Races Union. Yuehua was currently in a state of amnesia. For her, those memories were too painful to recall now. There was also another concern for Xianxia. If Yuehua truly recollects where Ling Stone is, would she then remember everything that happened before? That would be really counterproductive. Though Ling Stone is undoubtedly excellent, it pales in comparison to Yuehua's value. Regarding the matter of Ling Stone, Xianxia decided to temporarily keep it buried deep in his heart. We will wait for the right opportunity to deal with it. In any case, there's no way this information can come out of Yuehua's mouth. Otherwise, she would really have to regain her memory. After pondering over it simply, Xianxia left the resting room and came into the main hall. He just happened to see Gao Ming drinking coffee in the hall. When Xianxia walked into the hall, before he could say anything, the broadcast suddenly sounded. We are approaching Tianjian Academy. Chapter 80, Arrival at Tianyun Academy. Tianyun Academy. The 4 large characters, glowing with brilliance, were hung high above the gates. When Xianxia stepped down from the starship, he immediately saw those 4 large characters. He also saw the skyscrapers within Tianyun Academy and some of the buildings. There were also some devices which he had never seen before. We're here. This is Tianyun Academy. Standing in front of the academy's gate, Gao Ming turned to Xianxia and smiled. Upon hearing this, Xianxia nodded slightly. At this moment, Gao Ming continued. Let's go. I'll show you around the school first. Then we'll head to the dormitory to rest. After hearing this, Xianxia didn't say much and simply followed behind Gao Ming as they walked forward. Once inside Tianyun Academy, Xianxia noticed that there weren't many students around. In fact, along this entire route, very few students were seen. Gao Ming also informed him that the school was already on vacation and most of the students had gone home. Xianxia naturally understood this too. With a new semester approaching, it was only natural for the school to be on break. Next, under Gao Ming's lead, they wandered throughout Tianyun Academy. Gao Ming also introduced Xianxia to some of the teaching buildings and task locations. After roughly understanding them, Gao Ming led Xianxia towards the dormitory. On the way to the dormitory, Gao Ming said, By the way, your entrance into Tianyun Academy naturally represents our invitation. But as long as one is a student of Tianyun Academy, there are tasks assigned. Tasks. Qin Yao immediately became confused upon hearing this. Gao Ming, seeing this, nodded and continued. Yes, entering Tianyun Academy means becoming a student here. But every student has rules to follow. That is, each month, one must take on a task from the task location. Naturally, tasks are divided into simple and difficult ones of various levels. For simple tasks, a student needs to accept one each month. If it's a more difficult one, then a task can be accepted once every few months. All these details need to be understood by yourself at the task location. After speaking for a while, Gao Ming paused and added, accepting tasks is mandatory. If any student doesn't complete their tasks, they will receive a warning the first time, punishment the second, and if they don't complete the tasks 3 times, they will be directly expelled. Hearing this from Gao Ming, Qin Yao couldn't help but whistle. Good grief. Qin Yao had assumed that coming to school would mean ascending to great heights. But he hadn't expected there was still the risk of being expelled. However, these matters did not have much impact on himself. He originally needed to frequently carry out missions, allowing the new races within the 100 clans to taste the bitterness of failure. Soon, under Gao Ming's leadership, they arrived in front of a tall building. At this point, Gao Ming handed over a room card to Qin Yao. Your room is 301. You can go up by yourself. Oh, if you have any questions, you can come find me anytime. And although it isn't currently the start of the school year, I've already arranged with the school on your behalf. As long as you're at the school, you'll receive corresponding star sources and alliance coins monthly. Of course, you will definitely have to do tasks. Listening to Gao Ming's words, Qin Yao nodded his head. This was self-evident. After all, they couldn't just give rewards without you doing anything, right? Besides, receiving 1 star source as a reward was a good thing. Thank you, Director Gao. I've taken note. Qin Yao expressed his gratitude, and then went upstairs directly. Upon reaching the dormitory building, he took the elevator straight up to the 3rd floor. Finding the corresponding room, he took out the room card and entered. What met his eyes was spotless cleanliness. It was a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment, far better than the basement he had previously stayed in. Looking around, Qin Yao also discovered that the room was equipped with a lot of facilities. Not only did it offer food ordering services, but it could even directly contact the space station to inform them about going on a mission and arrange for a starship accordingly. This was the privilege of Tianyun Academy students. This naturally made things much easier. After briefly inspecting the room's environment, Qin Yao lay directly on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. After all, he had been on the starship for so long and hadn't slept much. He felt quite exhausted, and thus fell into a deep slumber immediately. This sleep lasted an unknown length of time. Qin Yao woke up hungry. Subsequently, he went to the canteen to eat. It must be mentioned that the food at Tianyun Academy's cafeteria was also excellent. After a hearty breakfast, Qin Yao again wandered around the school, familiarizing himself with it. From this point onwards, life became rather boring. It was almost like being at home, sleeping every day, or occasionally checking on the development of the various races within the 100 Clans Union. Apart from that, day after day passed with nothing to do. And all of this monotony continued until it was broken half a month later. Knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door rang out. Qin Yao clearly saw the person outside the door through the living room TV. It was a student. Qin Yao simply instructed the robot to go and open the door. A robot was a standard feature in every dormitory. This world wasn't like the one he used to know, where robots were rare treasures. Here, robots were almost everywhere, in hallways cleaning up and even tidying up rooms daily. Each dorm also came equipped with a standard robot, which could be used for tasks they didn't feel like doing themselves, like picking up food or opening doors. The door opened, and a voice spoke up. This is your reward for this month, 1-star source. As for the alliance coins, they've already been deposited into your bank account. Oh, by the way, there's only half a month left. This month will soon end, but you haven't carried out your task yet. The voice trailed off, and the door closed. Immediately afterward, Qin Yao saw the robot bring in a star source. Looking at the star source, Qin Yao considered for a moment and decided not to rush into using it. After all, a single star source couldn't expand the diameter of a planet. 2 would be required. Qin Yao decided to wait until he had 2 star sources before using them. After taking the star source, Qin Yao thought it over and decided to head to the mission office to check things out. Such monotonous days filled with boredom had begun to make Qin Yao weary. It was time to visit the mission office and take a look around. After briefly tidying up, he left. Since he had already become very familiar with the school during this period, he naturally knew exactly where the mission office was. He walked out of the dormitory building and headed straight toward the mission office. On the way, Tianyun Academy appeared relatively empty, with very few students around. When he arrived at the mission office, he noticed it was much more impressive than the one at Jinling High School. Stepping into the mission office, Qin Yao said directly, "Hello, I'm here to take a mission." As his voice faded, the classmate who was looking down searching for something slowly raised their head. But the moment they looked up, Qin Yao's eyes narrowed sharply. "It's you." Chapter 81, Slave Planet. "It's you." Both of them almost spoke in unison. Then both fell silent, staring at each other with wide eyes. Qin Yao didn't expect to see Lin Waya here. Yes, the classmate working at the mission desk was none other than Lin Waya, the former #1 genius of Jinling City. Similarly, Lin Waya hadn't expected to see Qin Yao at this moment either. Qin Yao looked at Lin Waya and spoke first. "How did you end up here?" Lin Waya was about to ask the same thing, but after hearing Qin Yao's words, he paused for a second and then smiled and said, "I used to be the top genius of Jinling City. Why can't I come here? But speaking of which, it's surprising that you're already here." Qin Yao heard this and chuckled softly. It's nothing much. I just wanted to get here early to familiarize myself with the environment. At this, Lin Huaya also nodded. I have the same idea, wanting to come here as soon as possible to get accustomed to the surroundings. After a brief casual chat, Lin Huaya turned to Qin Yao and said, Are you here to take on a mission? Qin Yao nodded. Then Lin Huaya took out the mission device and flipped through it. Because the school hasn't opened yet, there aren't many missions right now, and simple ones are scarce. Oh yes, let me explain the classification of mission levels to you. There are 4 types of missions: simple, difficult, nightmare, and hell. Right now, most of the tasks are nightmare level, and there's only one difficult one available. Would you like to give it a try? Upon hearing this, Qin Yao didn't hesitate too much and nodded directly. Let's go with the difficult one. After all, having just arrived, Qin Yao wasn't sure of the specific difficulty of the missions here, whether they were the same as those back at Jinling City No. 1 Middle School. Just taking on a difficult mission as a trial would suffice. It could also help complete his monthly task. At this moment, Lin Huaya continued. In my view, this mission isn't too bad. On the Blue Cloud planet, there is a group of ordinary people who have completed their tasks. You just need to bring them back. By the way, the people of Blue Cloud planet have always been rather warlike, and they don't respect outsiders. You may need to use force to gain their respect when you go. As Lin Huaya explained, Qin Yao unconsciously nodded. This mission seemed decent enough. By the way, how much is the reward for the mission? 400,000 alliance coins. Upon hearing this amount, Qin Yao lit up immediately. Goodness, 400,000 alliance coins. What a hefty reward indeed. After briefly understanding the mission, Qin Yao directly took the mission device and headed back to the dormitory. After all, from the dormitory, it was easier to contact the space station. Thus, Qin Yao could more conveniently head over there. After returning to the dormitory, he contacted the space station directly. The space station allowed Qin Yao to come over anytime and depart for the Blue Cloud planet. After learning all these details, Qin Yao wasted no time and immediately rushed toward the space station. Since the journey to Blue Cloud planet was relatively safe, the starship used was just an ordinary starship. Having boarded such a ship many times before, everything was familiar to him by now, and the process went smoothly. On this journey, Qin Yao was slightly worried about one thing: the people of Tianfu. Comparatively, the people of Tianfu were more dangerous. If they found out he had left Tianyun Academy, an interception along the way might prove problematic. However, fortunately, there was no real need to worry too much about that. The journey remained extremely smooth until arriving at the Blue Cloud planet. When stepping out of the space tunnel, Qin Yao got quite a shock when he appeared on the Blue Cloud planet, mainly because what lay before his eyes was quite unexpected. Standing on the whole street and observing around, Qin Yao suddenly felt at a loss for words. Glancing around, this place seemed backward, almost like ancient times. Though there were some peddlers shouting on either side of the streets, what Qin Yao saw were also people pulling carts. They were like slaves, being dragged forward like animals. Even worse, the people sitting on the carts thought they were moving too slowly, so they whipped these individuals with whips. Although the bodies of these pulled people were already battered and bruised, the ones sitting on the cart showed no sympathy whatsoever, instead seeming to derive enjoyment from it. Even passerby pedestrians seemed to have become accustomed to this scene and observed coldly without interference. All this came into Qin Yao's sight, stunning him. Could such phenomena still exist in this era? This was something Qin Yao had never anticipated and couldn't possibly accept. This further strengthened Qin Yao's determination. He must bring these people back. Take these slaves back. At that moment, Qin Yao looked around and found a nearby vendor to ask directly. Hello, may I ask where the nearest slave trading place is? As soon as these words were spoken, the vendor's eyes immediately lit up, and he looked at Qin Yao with glowing eyes. You are planning to buy slaves, right? Qin Yao did not respond. This was taken by the vendor as a default affirmative. Without further ado, the vendor quickly said, just follow this street all the way to the end, take a turn, and you'll see it. Say you're here for cloth purchases. Upon hearing this from the vendor, Qin Yao did not respond, but locked onto the direction and walked straight toward it. On the way, Qin Yao saw too many slaves treated worse than animals. Each of them could no longer be called human beings, bound with ropes, in unimaginable agony, their entire bodies covered with wounds, looking so incredibly distressed. Yet, no one cared about their feelings. The whips continued to relentlessly fall on them. Seeing this, Qin Yao's heart already felt like it could barely bear it, desperate to rescue these people immediately. But Qin Yao knew that doing so would be meaningless. Without addressing the root cause, such atrocities would continue endlessly. Suppressing his inner fury, step by step, Qin Yao moved toward the end of the road. When turning the corner, he indeed saw a sign hanging that read slaves. Qin Yao locked on the direction and headed straight over. Upon arriving at the entrance, a shifty-eyed man approached with a broad smile. Hello, have you come to buy slaves? When these words were heard, this time Qin Yao nodded. Yes, I need quite a lot. I'd like to meet someone who can make decisions. At these words, the man's smile became even broader. Without giving it much thought, he after all reasoned that who would start trouble in a place like this. The man then led Qin Yao straight into the courtyard. The moment Qin Yao entered the courtyard, he saw an image difficult to accept. At the sight of all this, Qin Yao was almost overwhelmed with rage. Chapter 82, The Powerful Xianxia. Within the courtyard, there were cages placed about. Inside those cages were imprisoned humans who looked extremely tormented. Some were just skin and bones. Others had open wounds, looking unbearably pitiful. Of course, there were also those who seemed to have been captured as slaves more recently. They looked relatively normal, but still under supervision by others, seemingly being taught a lesson. What Xianxia didn't expect was that there were far too many slaves here, hundreds of them at least. This revelation stirred immense indignation within Xianxia's heart. However, very soon, he was led into a room by someone. "The boss, we've got some big business." Upon hearing this, a man with a bulky frame and a face full of coarse flesh stepped out from the room. The man immediately noticed Xianxia, his eyes lighting up with greed. "So, are you here to buy slaves?" Xianxia remained silent. The man went on. "Let me tell you, my slaves don't come cheap. And you see, they're all obedient. Additionally, you get a 1-month trial period. If you're not satisfied, you can return them for a refund anytime." Once again, Xianxia stayed quiet. This caused a slight furrowing of the man's brows. But upon remembering the prospect of lucrative business, he refrained from saying anything extra and asked directly, "How many slaves do you plan to purchase? And what do you intend to use them for? For mining, or perhaps as suicidal combatants?" At hearing these words, Xianxia's eyes immediately widened. "Suicide squads." After Xianxia echoed this question, the man enthusiastically explained further. "Yes, basically cannon fodder used in death missions, no other purposes." Once Xianxia understood all of this, something snapped within him. He made no hesitation and immediately summoned xianxia. Sing. In an instant, a dreadful sword intent surged around. With the howl of the sword intent, the void became sharply condensed. Before the fat-headed person could react, a streak of a sword shadow flicked past, instantly slaying the individual who had previously led Xianxia in. Everything happened so abruptly. That fat man hadn't even realized what occurred. Only after seeing the body lying on the ground did he shout loudly, "Someone's causing trouble." As soon as these words left his lips, moments later several figures emerged from the room, encircling Xianxia and xianxia. Moreover, at that moment, they opened spatial rifts, evidently prepared for a great battle. The fat man then glanced at Xianxia with a smirk, coldly remarking, "Tsk, coming here to stir things up? You must be getting quite restless." While saying this, he issued orders to the people surrounding them. "Attack! Capture him for me. Remember, don't kill him." As the order rang out, spatial channels twisted around. Subsequently, countless figures dropped from the spatial channels. These figures carried varying amounts of energy, either through brute strength or magic, their types extensive. But upon noticing their emergence, Xianxia's face grew grim. "Dispose of them." Upon receiving the order, xianxia transformed into a mere fleeting shadow instantly. "Wah? How fast is he? Who exactly is he?" Judging from appearance, it looks like he's a mere student. Yet why would such a terrifying creature exist within our planetary system? Don't underestimate him. Go together. When they noticed xianxia disappearing from his original location, everyone let out a cry of astonishment. Following this exclamation, various life forms from their planet began attacking xianxia simultaneously. But before they managed to execute their moves, zing, a piercing sound reverberated from the sky again. Everyone clearly saw xianxia leaping into the air, his longsword radiating brilliantly dazzling light. As the light flashed, his gaze locked onto the individuals below. Without any hesitation, xianxia wielded his sword downwards powerfully. Swoosh. Instantly, a fierce wind howled. The power of this single stroke of the sword grew explosively. In the sky, it morphed into an enormous shadow of a sword. With its howling descent, a massive celestial sword rapidly came crashing down. The terrifying aura emanating from the colossal sword sent terror into the hearts of those beneath, their faces showing nothing but absolute horror. Primarily because xianxia's strike was overwhelmingly fearsome, leaving no space in their minds for resistance. As the single blade struck downward, boom, it raised endless thunderous roars throughout the sky. And under this thunderous roar, the people within the planet were instantly shredded by a single sword strike, including the Star Lords. Their strength was originally mediocre. Otherwise, they wouldn't be working in a place like this. This led to their inability to withstand xianxia's attack at all. All of this happened too fast, so fast that it ended right after the fat man's words had fallen. What? How could this happen? Looking at the corpses scattered across the ground, the fat man was utterly stunned. However, he reacted quickly. He evidently realized something and immediately opened a spatial channel, attempting to summon the living beings inside the planet. But just as he opened the spatial channel, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck, followed by an involuntary shiver through his entire body. With trembling eyes, he looked down. At this moment, he saw a cold longsword resting against his neck. Please don't kill me. I'm just someone working here." At this point, the trembling voice of the fat man echoed from his mouth. After all, xianxia had just killed many people with one stroke of his sword. He clearly knew that the person before him wouldn't hesitate to kill, making it very easy to take his life as well. As his words died down, Xianxia slowly stepped forward. Xianxia looked at him and coldly asked, "You said you're just a worker?" The fat man nodded tremulously. Yes, I run a branch here. Branches like this exist in great numbers on the Lanyan planet. Most of the slaves are confined in the free and easy Wanderer City." Upon hearing about slaves, Xianxia immediately questioned, "Slaves? I want to know, why treat those who come to work as if they are slaves?" His words caused the fat man to let out a cold snort. But then, he noticed that something wasn't right. Realizing this, he quickly changed his tune and explained, Because they are unawakened commoners from the planet. In Lanyan, these people have no value except for being slaves." Chapter 83, Xiaoyao City. When Xianxia learned everything from the fat-faced man, he nodded. Looking at him again, he asked, "I want to know, These slaves have obviously passed the stipulated time and reached their contractual term. Why haven't they been released? Upon hearing this, a look of helplessness flashed across the fat-faced man's face. Frankly speaking, they are just a group of people who haven't awakened on their planet. Moreover, it wasn't me who wouldn't let them go, but rather the regulations issued by Xiaoyao City. According to what they say, the reason they don't allow them to leave is because they would be useless once they do, creating no value. It's better for them to stay here as slaves. As soon as these words left his mouth, Xianxia fell silent. In reality, all of this stems from Xiaoyao City. If one wishes to take these slaves away and solve the root problem, then Xiaoyao City must be visited. After learning this, Xianxia gave Xianxia a glance. Xianxia immediately understood its meaning. At that moment, he casually swung the long sword in his hand. A single strike, a streak of blood appeared in midair. The fat-faced man was cut down and lay in a pool of blood. Although this person wasn't the mastermind, staying here had undoubtedly harmed countless slaves. People like him naturally had no need to be kept alive. Having dealt with the fat-faced man, Xianxia turned around and looked at the slaves imprisoned in the cages. Let them go. Hearing this, Xianxia's figure flashed. In an instant, he arrived in front of the cages. His long sword dropped freely. As the light of the sword flickered continuously, all the cages were split open. But even though the cages were destroyed, Xianxia noticed that the slaves just stood there dazedly or lay on the ground without any intention of leaving. Seeing this, Xianxia felt full of helplessness in his heart. This happened entirely due to the prolonged oppression they faced. This forced them into being unable to resist, not knowing how to fight back anymore. Xianxia's gaze swept over them. He said gravely, I know you've endured too much oppression, but I hope you can pull yourselves together. Because this time I'm here to take you away. Even though Xianxia said this, there was still no change in the eyes of the slaves before him. They remained calm and indifferent. It was as if leaving here meant nothing to them. However, just when Xianxia was about to leave after saying something, suddenly, a slave who was likely captured very recently looked at Xianxia and said, Young man, we thank you for your actions. But doing this has no meaning, and we cannot possibly leave. And if we could leave, we would have done so long ago. To start with, in order to leave the planet, we need a starship. And the starships are controlled by Xiaoyao City. No slave dares to approach Xiaoyao City, let alone leave from within it. Moreover, Xiaoyao City contains numerous powerful warriors. With just you alone, it is impossible to defeat them. After these words were spoken, it became clear why the group of slaves showed no expression upon hearing that he was going to save them. It was because, fundamentally, they knew they could never go to Xiaoyao City to board a starship and leave. This also further confirmed that the real source of this calamity was none other than Xiaoyao City. At that moment, Xianxia glanced at the slaves again and said, Please trust me. Wait for me here. I will come and take you back to reunite with your families. As the sound faded, this time, Xianxia clearly saw some excitement and longing flash in the eyes of some of the slaves. However, this glimmer of excitement and longing quickly turned into intense fear. Seeing this, Xianxia did not wish to say more and walked straight out. Due to the backwardness of the Lanyan planet, it led to the fact that there were no flying vehicles capable of reaching Xiaoyao City. One could only go by primitive means. After asking around, Xianxia learned that to reach Xiaoyao City, he needed to go to the bus station. Following the directions, he made his way to the station. The moment Xianxia arrived at the station, his whole demeanor seemed shaken. Indeed, the station was quite large. However, unlike normal stations, the transportation here was rather outdated, resembling carts drawn by horses. Except it wasn't horses, it was 5 people pulling the cart. Upon seeing this, Xianxia was so incensed that he wanted to destroy the station outright. If he had to ride in such a vehicle to Xiaoyao City, there was no way he could accept it. Hello, where would you like to go? Let me help you choose a slave-drawn carriage. A staff member clearly noticed Xianxia and quickly approached, smiling at him. In response, Xianxia shook his head slightly. No need. I'm just having a look. With that, he turned and left the station. It was a joke. Aside from these carriages being pulled by people, how slow could their speed possibly be? Besides, he couldn't bear to ride in such vehicles. Coupled with their slowness, it was better for him to make his way on foot. And with the presence of swift boots, his own speed wouldn't be too slow. He bought a map of Lanyan planet here, then immediately set off towards Xiaoyao City on his swift boots. Along the way, he saw many slave-drawn carriages. The people pulling them were treated like beasts of burden, not daring to pause even for a second. Yet despite this, they had already been whipped raw all over by the owners of the carriages. When Xianxia saw all of this, he moved even faster, eager to reach Xiaoyao City as soon as possible. Because the swift boots required an energy source, and since he carried some ordinary energy reserves, these were more than sufficient to sustain the swift boots, thus alternating between swift travel and energy replenishment. After about half a day of flight, from far away, Xianxia could see a massive fortress sprawled across the land. This was the main base for the slaves. Glancing out, there were far too many slaves in sight. Glancing once more at these wretched slaves, Xianxia suppressed his rage and walked in the direction of Xiaoyao City. Stepping inside Xiaoyao City, upon arrival, he found the streets surprisingly bustling. He even caught glimpses of beings from other planets. At that point, Xianxia understood. This must be a slave planet, a place where people from other planets come to pick out slaves. As Xianxia was taking in his surroundings, he suddenly noticed that many people on the street were rushing toward one particular direction, their faces brimming with excitement. Witnessing this, Xianxia stopped one passerby and asked curiously, Hello, what's happening up ahead? Chapter 84, The Grim Slave Battle. Hello, what happened up ahead? In response to Qin Yao's inquiry, someone immediately answered with excitement. Just by looking at you, I can tell you're new to Free and Easy City. Today is the day that Free and Easy City's Mayor Qin Free and Easy will come to watch the gladiatorial arena. I've heard that anyone who catches Mayor Qin's eye might have the chance to join the city mansion. Once you join the city mansion, it truly represents endless wealth and honor. Who wouldn't want to check it out? With these words said, he quickly ran off. After learning all of this, Qin Yao blinked and looked toward the front. He then took a step forward as well. The further ahead he went, the more people he could see heading in that direction. At the same time, he noticed a large arena appear up ahead. All these people were making their way into the arena. Seeing this, Qin Yao naturally followed suit. However, just as he was about to enter the arena, someone wearing armor blocked his path. Have you paid? You're about to go in. This man clearly had a fiery temper, yelling directly. After the words were spoken, Qin Yao gave him a glance. Pay? Upon hearing this, the man sneered coldly. Humph. Entering the arena definitely requires payment. Do you think it's free to enter? Hurry up and pay. 10,000 alliance coins will do. As he spoke, he took out a money scanning device. Seeing this, Qin Yao did not hesitate, paying immediately. Only after receiving the payment did the person lower his hand, allowing Qin Yao entry. Upon entering the arena, Qin Yao saw an ocean of people, along with a massive combat stage. Due to the lack of assigned seating, most people sat down wherever they pleased. Furthermore, many others were still continuously entering the arena. As more spectators arrived, the entire arena gradually filled up. Qin Yao sat among the crowd, observing everything below. Suddenly, let us welcome our mayor of Free and Easy City with the loudest applause. Upon hearing this, thunderous applause erupted throughout the arena instantly. Amidst this roaring applause, Qin Yao clearly saw that high above, there appeared a slave-driven chariot. Unlike regular chariots, these slaves wore pairs of rapid boots on their feet. On the chariot sat a robust figure, with a face full of smiles. It was none other than Qin Free and Easy, the mayor of Free and Easy City. At that moment, Qin Free and Easy was waving, as if greeting everyone. At the same time, his voice echoed. Thank you all for coming to the annual arena competition. I won't make many formalities. Let's let everyone fully enjoy the rest of the competition. Once these words fell, Qin Yao saw that a grand dais emerged on the large platform of the arena. And when the dais appeared, it emitted an extremely dazzling light. The brilliance flickered, revealing a throne-like seat, crafted entirely of pure gold. It was extravagantly luxurious without bounds. Under countless gazes, Qin Free and Easy directly seated himself upon it, basking in the adoration of the crowd. Simultaneously, inside the arena, a man wearing rapid boots appeared. He held a microphone, shouting joyfully. Welcome everyone. The mayor has already said all that needed to be said. Therefore, I hereby announce the official commencement of the annual competition. Next, let's watch an exhilarating match. When these words resounded, the spectators sitting in the stands seemed to know exactly what would happen next, all cheering wildly. After the cheering subsided, Qin Yao observed the various gates of the arena below bursting open. With the opening of the gates, countless individuals rushed out. These individuals, however, were all battered and bruised, their expressions vacant, looking like living dead. They weren't some awakened beings of the planet. Instead, they were a group of slaves. A group of clearly beaten down slaves. This group of slaves surged into the arena. Once again, cheers erupted through the vast skies above, as though such a battle was highly entertaining for them. But seeing all of this, Qin Yao furrowed his brow deeply. He hadn't expected that the opening ceremony of the arena would be conducted in such a manner. While Qin Yao was frowning, the chaotic melee inside the arena had already begun. The eruption of chaos made the entire scene look exceedingly grim. These were all ordinary individuals who had been beaten mercilessly. Additionally, they lacked weapons, fighting in a numbed state. Such battles even made Qin Yao feel an irresistible urge to intervene. However, Qin Yao clearly knew that even if he were to act now, it wouldn't solve any problems. After all, even the Lord of Free and Easy City was here. What difference would his intervention make? The core issue wouldn't be resolved this way. It could only truly be addressed by the Lord of Free and Easy City. But now, the competition had already begun. So those who would next appear in the competition would each have a certain level of strength. And while he himself possessed notable abilities, he couldn't possibly take on so many people at once. For the moment, the only option was to wait for an appropriate opportunity to act. Even though everything before his eyes was deeply unsettling, he could do nothing but force himself to endure it. He just stared silently at the brutal fight raging below. Around him, besides the deafening cheers of the crowd, there were also murmurs of discussion. Let me tell you, the annual gladiatorial competition really is the most thrilling thing here. Who says otherwise? Fights like these are where the real excitement lies. And when they engage in chaotic battles like this, the victor has the chance to become the Lord's personal chauffeur. That's true. Being personally selected as the Lord's chauffeur is their fortune. Listening to these words of praise and admiration, Qin Yao couldn't help but wonder if the people around him were deranged. How could they harbor such thoughts? As for the grand brawl, after seeing it, Qin Yao didn't want to look anymore. Finally, after an indeterminate amount of time had passed, Qin Yao noticed that the arena was littered with bodies. Some still twitched sporadically. Only one man remained standing, drenched in blood, trembling uncontrollably. Though victorious, no trace of joy appeared on his face, only a vacant stare, resembling someone entirely devoid of life. At that moment, the same voice rang out again. Let us congratulate this slave on his victory. At the same time, let us give this winner our loudest applause. This victor will become the esteemed Lord's dedicated slave. Let us congratulate him. Chapter 85. Such a terrifying spirit power. After the gruesome slave battle ended, the originally blood-soaked arena was quickly cleaned up. Then, we could see that the host holding the microphone was shouting excitedly. The combat is over. Next, let's start the official grand competition. First, let's give the warmest applause to welcome the spirit power practitioner from Xuanhuan planet. As his voice faded away, we saw the iron gate in the arena burst open. Then out came a group of people with bald heads wearing long robes. These people were expressionless, extremely calm, but around them radiated faint streaks of light. They stood at the center of the arena. At this moment, the host continued. Next, let's welcome their opponents, the witches from xuanhuan planet. As we all know, witches from xuanhuan planet are very powerful, especially those black magics, which are far more potent than ordinary mages. As the host spoke, Xianxia saw a group of people whose entire bodies were covered by robes. Their looks couldn't be seen, they were completely concealed. However, the aura emanating from them indicated an evil presence. When Xianxia saw the appearance of both teams, he naturally felt puzzled. Wasn't it said that the ultimate winner could enter the mayor's mansion and become one of Chen Xiaoyao's subordinates? But these people were obviously from other planets. They had their own star rulers. What were they doing coming to join the city lord's mansion? Even if he didn't know exactly what kind of place their planets were, they should be better than Xuanhuan planet, right? So why would they choose to join the city lord's mansion? This point made Xianxia completely baffled. And while Xianxia was deep in thought, he also realized that the fight below had already broken out. The battle just started when that group of bald heads, a group of creatures from Xuanhuan planet, immediately revealed extremely formidable capabilities. Despite the opponent's black magic being incredibly strong, the strength of this group of creatures from Xuanhuan planet was even greater. Xianxia discovered that the energy used by this group of creatures from Xuanhuan planet was mental power. Mental power has always been one of the stronger types of energy, just like Chen Tianlin before. Because of Chen Tianlin's carefree attitude towards life, he neglected developing on his planet. That's why the beings on his planet didn't have such strong powers. But despite that, they weren't weak. Mental power indeed becomes increasingly powerful as it grows stronger. The people participating in this current match clearly have much stronger powers. Although the black magic of those witches isn't weak either. Mental power can directly manipulate someone once it locks onto you, unless your willpower is so strong that it's almost terrifying. Otherwise, there's no way you'll wake up from their mental control. And this battle ended without any suspense. In the end, the group of creatures from Xuanhuan planet won the fight. Even though the witches from xuanhuan planet are strong, unfortunately, they encountered the powerful spiritual creatures from Xuanhuan planet. This battle, we congratulate the victory of the creatures from Xuanhuan planet. Next, let's give the warmest applause to welcome the Titan clan from Titan planet. As soon as the sound died down, thunderous applause erupted instantly. Soon after, the ground began to tremble. With the tremors of the earth, mighty giants wielding massive weapons stepped out. Their weapons were incredibly large, resembling colossal ship anchors. Coupled with their enormous size, merely the entrance of this group of titans exuded an intense pressure. Seeing the entrance of these Titan clansmen, Xianxia was equally astonished. These titans clearly possessed remarkable strength. Perhaps, he might visit the Titan clan himself, letting Elba learn some fighting techniques from the Titan clan. As the Titan clansmen appeared, the battle ignited again. Next, Xianxia witnessed the creatures from Xuanhuan planet collectively unleashing their spirit power. There were only 3 titans present, yet they exerted all their strength now, a stark contrast from earlier when they were facing the witches. This confirmed the formidable strength of the Titan clan. To interfere with their minds through spirit power required an even more potent spirit power. As the battle erupted, Xianxia noticed that although the titans, with their immense size, seemed to possess outstanding combat abilities, now that they were overwhelmed by numerous waves of spirit power, they were unable to unleash their full potential. And thus, the result of this great battle was once again a victory for the creatures from Xuanhuan planet. My goodness, who would have thought that not even the mighty Titan clan could match up to them? Let's congratulate the beings from Xuanhuan planet. Next, let's give the warmest applause as we introduce their opponents. The battles continued. Xianxia remained seated in the spectator seats, observing the unfolding combat as it proceeded. Combat erupted. The creatures from Xuanhuan planet were extraordinarily powerful. Although the matches were fought in a relay-style tournament, still, no one was able to defeat them. As the fights persisted, the beings from Xuanhuan planet had already won 8 consecutive battles. At this moment, Xianxia heard shocked whispers echoing around him. My goodness, these people from Xuanhuan planet are truly too strong. No, it's not their strength, but their spirit power that's truly terrifying. Indeed, with overwhelming spirit power, they can control everything and leave their opponents completely helpless. Under such powerful spiritual creatures, defeating them is far too difficult. Now that they've won 8 straight matches, this means they only need to win 2 more battles to secure ultimate victory. When that happens, they'll be able to join the city lord's mansion and even make a request to the city lord. How enviable. One voice after another echoed, allowing Xianxia to understand everything. He realized that this grand competition required 10 rounds of battles. Only those who could consecutively win 10 rounds in the relay-style tournament would achieve victory. This condition was quite strict and relatively difficult. Yet, despite this, many chose to participate in this grand competition, all for the chance to join the city lord's mansion. Or perhaps, what exactly was so appealing about joining the city lord's mansion? Just as Xianxia was pondering this, the group of beings from Xuanhuan planet had already won yet another battle. All they needed now was one more victory, and they would claim ultimate triumph. However, just as the host was about to say something, Xianxia suddenly spoke from his high seat. The final phase of this year's grand competition, I believe, should change its format. Chapter 86, A Sea of People Strategy. I want to change the final stage of this year's grand contest. Suddenly, when Xiaoyao's voice sounded, everyone's gaze was immediately drawn to him. Under the attention of the crowd, Xiaoyao smiled and continued. I believe all of you have witnessed the strength of these people from the Longyun planet. Although there is still one group of contestants yet to appear, they have already informed me that they are forfeiting. Perfectly timing. I also intend to change the rules of past contests. Now I declare, anyone in the stands who believes they can defeat them may step down now and challenge them. As Xiaoyao finished speaking, in the arena, those individuals from the Longyun planet directly looked toward the spectators. In an instant, anyone their eyes fell upon immediately lowered their heads. It was as though some kind of invisible force enveloped them, causing them to be unable to look up and meet their gazes. After a full circle of their piercing looks, the beings from Longyun finally withdrew their glances. With the withdrawal of their focus, countless onlookers from the stands let out a sigh of relief. Terrifying, these people are absolute psychopaths. I just glanced at them and already felt overwhelming fear inside. Who can deny it? Facing a group like this, who has the courage to stand against them? Yes, they've already won 9 consecutive matches. This only proves their formidable strength. Who would willingly invite failure by challenging them? Voices began to echo throughout, further affirming that these creatures from Longyun were placing immense pressure on the gathered audience. Thus, time passed, but not a single person stepped forward to fight. At this moment, Xiaoyao also scanned his surroundings. Then he said solemnly, it appears no one wishes to be their opponent. In that case, we can announce the results. As the words echoed out, the host below noticed and prepared to say something. But right as he was about to speak, a voice came from the audience. Wait a moment. Upon hearing these 3 words, instantaneously, everyone turned their eyes to locate the source. Yet, upon seeing the speaker, confusion spread across each face. Who is this? Was the voice really him? No way. He looks just like a student. It can't possibly be him. A mere student, intending to challenge such a powerful group of creatures. Has he gone mad with schoolwork? Indeed. Voices continuously rose, with expressions of bewilderment painted on everyone's faces. The one who spoke, none other than Xianxia, a youth who looked unmistakably like a student. Similarly, not just them, but even when Xiaoyao noticed Xianxia, surprise flickered over his features. Young man, was it you who just spoke? Certainly, you've seen the fierce battles they just waged. Do you truly believe your planet's beings can defeat them? Facing Xiaoyao's inquiry, Xianxia responded without hesitation. I'd like to try. Though I'm just a student, I wish to take on the challenge. As soon as these words escaped, a sudden burst of laughter rang out from Xiaoyao. Haha, heroes have always emerged among the young. Regardless of your planet's strength, the mere fact that you have the courage to face them makes me greatly respect you. If so, go ahead and step down. While Xiaoyao was speaking, expectation and appreciation sparkled in his eyes. Indeed, Xiaoyao favored strength, although he currently had no idea how strong Xianxia truly was. However, his display of courage already earned his respect. And precisely at the moment Xiaoyao finished speaking, while Xianxia was making his steady way towards the arena, immediately, countless gazes followed him. Perhaps before, they had some doubts. But now, observing Xianxia's actions, any confusion vanished. Their gaze directed at Xianxia gradually carried hints of admiration. After all, everyone witnessed firsthand the incredible power of these creatures from Longyun planet. This left them without the bravery to face them. But now, someone was willing to voluntarily challenge them, and more astonishingly, it was a student. This impressed Xianxia's courage upon them. In this manner, Xianxia entered the arena, his eyes fixed firmly on these beings from the Longyun planet. Equally, they were observing him. However, their eyes brimmed with disdain and scorn. Naturally, they didn't consider this unexpected student from Earth worth noting. As for all these things, Xianxia completely ignored them. He had watched numerous battles before and was well aware of the strength of spiritual power. In each of their battles, they almost always controlled the opponent's brain to disable their fighting ability. Since that was the case, he would overwhelm them with numbers. Let's see whose side is stronger, their spirit force or his manpower. The moment this thought arose, coinciding with the host announcing the start of the match, Xianxia immediately summoned the Sorin tribe, along with Durungtan and the others. With Xianxia having a student-like appearance, many people had fixated on him, curious about what skills he might possess. Under everyone's gaze, in an instant, the army of beastmen appeared. 100, 500, 1,000, 2,000. Almost in the blink of an eye, the number of beastmen troops reached 3,000. Even the entire arena was nearly filled with the beastman army. At the sight of so many creatures appearing at once, everyone in the stands was thrown into chaos. Wow, I'm not seeing things. Are there really this many creatures? Honestly, he may be just a student, but owning so many creatures on his planet shows that he's still a genius among students. Indeed, the presence of several thousand creatures exudes great energy. Voices laced with shock continued to rise. Right at this moment, even Xiaoyao saw it, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. It seems this kid wants to use a sea of people strategy to defeat these spiritual force experts. After speaking, Xiaoyao shook his head. But this kid is still somewhat naive. If only this were a large army of titans, perhaps it could truly achieve something. But clearly, that's impossible here. Just as Xiaoyao was muttering to himself, suddenly, a figure rushed to his side, looking at Xianxia with grave concern. City Lord, we have a problem. Chapter 87, the final backup. Lord of the city, something has happened. Xianxia was originally watching the next competition, but suddenly a voice interrupted him, pulling the smile off his face. He turned to look at the person who had just spoken. There was no need for Xianxia to speak. The intangible ripple emitted from Xianxia alone caused that person to tremble all over. He stammered and said, Just received news that a slave exchange in one city has been overturned. Upon hearing this, Xianxia instantly furrowed his brows. What kind of person? Have you found out? That person quickly replied, We're still investigating. After they overturned the slave exchange, they disappeared directly. As these words were uttered, Xianxiao's expression hardened immediately. You are truly useless. Can't even investigate this clearly. I'll give you half a day. If you cannot find out, then go be my slave. Xianxiao's words frightened the other party so much that his face turned pale. Daring not to say more, he hurriedly turned around and left. As they departed, Xianxiao's attention finally turned back to the arena below. In his line of sight, the grand competition within the arena had already begun. The beings from Longhua Star, upon seeing those dense army surrounding them, did not show any concern at all. At this moment, Xianxiao had already commanded the Sou army to charge forward. Instantly, the ground began to violently shake. With the earth shaking, countless Sou soldiers went madly rushing towards the group of beings. However, at the exact instant they charged, these beings suddenly lifted their hands. As their hands rose, an invisible light began spreading rapidly. This spreading light amplified abruptly in the air. It expanded like a massive cloud mist, completely enveloping the entire Sou army. Next, an extremely bizarre scene occurred. Those Sou soldiers who were originally charging suddenly stopped right where they stood. Their eyes became blank one by one. When everyone saw this scene, the spectators on the seats all shook their heads. Useless. Even with large numbers, trying to deal with these powerful psychic entities serves no purpose. Indeed, there are plenty of people, but their mental strength is evidently not strong enough. It seems this battle will come to an end soon. As expected, after all, he is just a student. How can he possibly be a match for these powerful creatures? Voices of discussion echoed, everyone assuming that this grand competition had come to an end. Even Xianxiao, upon seeing it, believed the same thing. But at this very moment, the Sou army had fallen into a state of blankness under their control and was about to start attacking their own kind. Just at this critical juncture, Zhun, a harsh Shin sound suddenly split through the heavens. Upon the sound, everyone present felt their spirits jolt. An expression of surprise flashed across Xiaoyao's face. Following closely, Xianxia appeared. Facing the psychic force covering the sky, with one powerful swing, his sword cut down. The flashing sword image caused endless reverberations in the void. Everyone clearly saw an immensely huge sword shadow fall rapidly. This sword shadow seemed as if it would split this world apart directly. Pang! A dull explosion sounded, and this sword shadow heavily landed on that cloud mist of psychic energy. Powerful sword intent radiated outwards. At this time, this cloud mist broke apart in response to the attack. Those Sug soldiers who were previously dazed also came back to their senses. They again rushed towards these mentally strong opponents. All these things happened so quickly. The moment the psychic cloud mist was broken, these beings reacted immediately. And within an instant, they took action. Qin Yao observed three of them stepping forward decisively. Like before, they extended their hands, their gazes fixed intensely on Xianxia. The rest continued to control the Slu army. The Shou army had just regained clarity, yet in an instant, they once again fell into a daze. As for Xianxia, the moment he sensed the spread of psychic power, he realized the trouble. Without the slightest hesitation, he rapidly moved aside. But he had just stepped away, and the speed of the psychic cloud mist was even faster. In just the blink of an eye, the psychic cloud mist enveloped Xianxia. Xianxia, who had been dodging rapidly, suddenly froze where he stood. While Xianxia was stunned, his body stiffened, continuously struggling. Only his struggles weren't large in amplitude, and he soon appeared to be controlled once again. This ultimately led to him being controlled entirely. The occurrence of this scene caused those who still harbored hope for Qin Yao to shake their heads again. To be honest, the student before us isn't that bad. But at the end of the day, their mental power is just too terrifying. Yeah, looks like the battle is still about to conclude. However, this student's planet and its creatures have impressed me a little. Indeed, though he's only a student, the beings from his planet are quite powerful. He's a genius among students. One voice after another continued to echo. In the eyes of the crowd, the creatures from Qin Yao's planet were indeed not weak. If facing an ordinary opponent, they could surely win. But alas, they met formidable mentally strong beings. Under these beings, even the most powerful foes cannot display all of their abilities. At this moment, Chen Xiaoyao sitting on the high platform saw everything. He looked towards Qin Yao, shook his head, and was about to get up and leave. After all, a slave exchange had been overturned, which was a big deal. Combined with his subordinates' incompetence in handling matters, it made Chen Xiaoyao somewhat worried. He decided to personally investigate what happened. And, right as he was about to stand up, suddenly, Chen Xiaoyao slightly narrowed his eyes, immediately shifting his gaze downward. At the same time, countless people in the viewing stands also changed expressions. What's going on? I suddenly felt an extremely cold, killing intent. I clearly sensed it too, but the fight within the arena has already been settled. So where does this killing intent come from? The mentally powerful beings don't exude any killing intent themselves, so where is it coming from? Could it be that this student still has a backup plan? But that doesn't seem right either. We've witnessed the entire battle. If he had any backup plans, we would have seen them. Right now, apart from the controlled individuals, there aren't any other living creatures present. No. Look quickly, what is that? Chapter 88. Xianxia's request. Everyone originally thought that the competition had come to an end. However, a sudden wave of icy killing intent spread out, making everyone immediately widen their eyes in shock. Moreover, they clearly saw the living beings inside the arena tremble violently when they sensed this chilling aura. Before they could react, cold daggers were already pressed against their necks. At this moment, everyone finally realized where this terrifying killing intent was coming from. They saw hooded figures holding daggers appear before these creatures. When did they get here? Completely unnoticed. These people are like ghosts, appearing suddenly, and no one noticed them. Do these living beings also belong to his planet? He is just a student, yet there are so many powerful living beings within his planet. It's almost ridiculous. A student with such abilities must surely come from one of the 4 great academies. Yes, only the 4 great academies would admit such prodigies. Xianxia, as the city lord, watching everything unfold before him, had a flash of brilliance in his eyes. In that instant, he pieced everything together. He recalled the appearance of the group of assassins. That was when the man wielding the long sword emerged. Taking advantage of the strange sword energy, the assassins had slipped out at the same time. Realizing this, Xianxia couldn't help but smile slightly on his face. This smile caused him to appreciate the current Xianxia even more. A mere student, whose planet not only housed so many powerful beings, but who also possessed such wisdom, managed to devise such a method. Indeed, all of it lined up exactly with what Xianxia had guessed. From the very start, he intended to rely on the assassin clan to resolve the battle. These things, whether they were Soren or Jianxia, Sword 13, were merely diversions. After all, the speed of the assassin clan was extremely fast, akin to phantoms, making them nearly impossible to detect. Plus, with so many sub-people armies serving as cover, they couldn't possibly be noticed. Attempting to control them via spiritual force naturally became nearly impossible. As Xianxia pondered, the creatures from Longhua planet also sensed the danger. When they attempted to use spiritual force to manipulate the situation, the daggers held by the assassin clan had already fallen. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere. Accompanying the gushing blood, these creatures collapsed one after another. This announced the end of the battle. Yet, even though the fight had ended, there was no thunderous applause. Instead, silence reigned, endless silence. The silent crowd fixed their gaze intently on Xianxia. They hadn't anticipated that the final battle would turn out like this, nor had they imagined that those powerful spirit-imbued creatures would ultimately fall. God, what am I seeing? Is he really just a student? With this kind of power, and with powerful creatures in his planet, he's absolutely no ordinary student. It seems he's already stronger than some adults. And not only are the creatures in his planet powerful, but he, as the Star Master, is also incredibly smart. And that's what made all this possible. No one expected the final battle to end in such a result. After the silence, a chorus of astonished cries rang through the sky. Most importantly, none of them had foreseen any of this. After all, they'd all witnessed how strong those spiritual creatures were. But now, it had turned into this. They were actually defeated by a student. Right at that moment when everyone was exclaiming in astonishment, a crisp clap of applause suddenly resounded. Haha, heroes do indeed emerge among the youth. The laughter accompanied by clapping sounds continued to echo. Once everything fell silent, all spectators came back to their senses, applauding enthusiastically for this mighty student. At this moment, the host also regained his composure. Seeing the creatures continuously leaving through the spatial passage, he excitedly shouted. As the city lord said, truly, heroes emerge among the youth. We never expected the final outcome of the match to conclude in such a manner. Let us give the warmest applause for our ultimate victor. As his words echoed, the applause surged again. Above the entire arena, applause and cheers melded into one harmonious wave. Now, none of them dared to underestimate Xianxia anymore. Instead, everyone cheered for him with enthusiasm. After cheering for a moment, Xianxia stood up. Xianxia raised his hand, signaling. The entire arena fell silent instantly. Following that, Xianxia looked at Xianxia with a beaming smile. Young man, what's your name? Xianxia. Xianxia responded with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Xianxia nodded. Then, Xianxia, would you like to join the city lord's office? As the words trailed off, Xianxia fell into silence. Everyone thought for sure that Xianxia would readily agree to join without hesitation. But now, Xianxia remained silent. At this moment, the host assumed Xianxia might not know the benefits of joining the city lord's office. Immediately, he turned to Xianxia and explained. Xianxia, do you realize why so many people choose to join the city lord's office? It's because our backing comes from Tianfu. You must have heard of Tianfu. Just by joining Tianfu, you can dominate anywhere in the universe. As these words were spoken, Xianxia's eyes narrowed immediately. At that moment, he finally understood why so many people wanted to join the city lord's office. It all came down to its connection to Tianfu. And because he now understood this, it was even more certain he wouldn't join the city lord's office. If it had been before, perhaps he might have considered it. But looking at things now, there was no way he could join the city lord's office. After all, Tianfu was currently eager to obtain him. At that very moment, Xianxia raised his head and said seriously to Xianxia, City Lord, I'm just a student right now, and I haven't thought about those matters yet. I only want to make one request to the City Lord. Hearing Xianxia's reply, Xianxia furrowed his brow slightly. However, with so many people watching, He still smiled as he turned to Qin Yao and spoke. That is natural. After all, the victor has the right to ask me for one thing. Speak up. I'm curious what your request is. Not only Qin Xiaoyao. At this moment, everyone in the audience also looked toward Qin Yao with curiosity. Under the gaze of the crowd, Qin Yao directly extended both hands, pointing at the slaves in the air and outside the arena. I wish, City Lord, that you set these slaves free. Chapter 89. Entering the City Lord's mansion. I want the City Lord to release these slaves. Whoosh. When Qin Yao finished speaking, the entire arena fell silent in an instant. The gazes of everyone present widened their pupils in astonishment. This person must be crazy, daring to say such a thing to the City Lord. Doesn't he know that Lanyun Planet is essentially a slave planet? I've never heard of someone on Lanyun Planet asking the City Lord to release slaves. What does he think he's doing? He's angering the City Lord. Upon hearing Qin Yao's words, everyone at the scene was stunned. The host himself turned pale with fright, shaking his head repeatedly at Qin Yao. Then, he quickly turned and looked anxiously toward Qin Xiaoyao. City Lord, he's talking nonsense. It must be nonsense. What he probably meant is that he wants to buy these slaves. As he said this, he frantically gave Qin Yao meaningful glances. But Qin Yao showed no fear as he repeated his previous statement. I hope that the City Lord can set these slaves free. Once again, after Qin Yao reiterated his request, the whole arena became quieter than ever. Countless eyes were now fixed on Qin Xiaoyao standing on the elevated platform. Fear was evident in everyone's expressions. It seemed like they all worried greatly about what would happen next. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Xiaoyao's face was filled with stern seriousness. He stared down at Qin Yao from above. Qin Yao met his gaze without hesitation or fear. Soon. Haha. You have courage. Qin Xiaoyao let out a hearty laugh, revealing a smile on his face. This made many people who had been fearing the worst sigh in relief. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyao declared, Our City Lord's word is worth 1,000 gold coins. Since I've promised that the winner could make any one request of me, and you have already voiced your wish, well, our City Lord shall grant it. Upon hearing these words from Qin Xiaoyao, Qin Yao felt more at ease. The current Qin Xiaoyao, who had become the City Lord of Xiaoyao City, must possess a certain amount of strength. If he absolutely refused to release the slaves, there was indeed nothing Qin Yao could do. Especially, if by chance he became angry enough to act, Qin Yao might very likely fall here. Since the other party has already spoken this way, the matter was thus resolved. After making that statement, Qin Xiaoyao added, Since you want to take some of the slaves, I assume it must be because you're fulfilling a task assigned by your school. You should have a list of names, right? Hearing this, Qin Yao nodded. Yes. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyao continued. Just as I thought. Clearly, you're talented, and I also wish to inspect your list of names. Come with me to the City Lord's mansion. I'd like to entertain you properly, my gifted student. The moment these words escaped Qin Xiaoyao's mouth, Qin Yao paused again in silence. Here, amidst so many people in the arena, even if Qin Xiaoyao intended to act against him, he'd certainly have to think twice. However, if Qin Yao followed him to the City Lord's mansion, the situation might not be as predictable. At this point, Qin Xiaoyao seemed to understand Qin Yao's thoughts and chuckled. What? Are you afraid? That's unlike you. With these words, a look of firm determination flashed in Qin Yao's eyes. Since City Lord is so kind-hearted, a visit won't hurt. As these words left Qin Yao's mouth, Qin Xiaoyao also felt somewhat surprised. He could guess that the Qin Yao before him was quite smart and certainly understood the situation. Still, for him to actually agree now, it was somewhat unexpected. With a laugh, Qin Xiaoyao commanded, Bring young Master Qin Yao to the City Lord's mansion. As he spoke, a slave-driven carriage entered the arena and stopped before Qin Yao. Looking at the dazed slaves inside, Qin Yao shook his head. No need for the trouble, I'll walk. And with that, he departed from the arena directly. Seeing this, Qin Xiaoyao didn't comment much, sitting in his special carriage and departing under the eyes of everyone. As Qin Yao and Qin Xiaoyao gradually distanced themselves, every single person among the audience sighed. This Qin Yao may have great courage, but he seems foolish. Though beings on the planet are strong, following the City Lord back to the mansion is just asking for death. Exactly. Wasn't that remark tantamount to declaring war on the City Lord? So judged by today's events, he will most probably end up falling into trouble at the City Lord's mansion. A pity. On the other hand, after leaving the arena, Qin Yao was led directly to the City Lord's mansion. Even though Xiaoyao City was quite large, the distance between the City Lord's mansion and the arena wasn't far. The City Lord's mansion was located right in the center of the entire Xiaoyao City. Qin Yao could already see a massive castle from afar. As he stepped forward, he approached the entrance of the castle. Then, some servants emerged with their heads bowed and stood before Qin Yao. Mr. Qin Yao, the City Lord is waiting for you inside. Without saying much, Qin Yao followed the servants into the castle. Upon entering the castle, Qin Yao finally understood what luxury meant. Glancing around, there were all sorts of gold, crystals, and many high-tech products that even he had never seen before. This confirmed something more. This Qin Xiaoyao, as the City Lord of Xiaoyao City, must have made an unimaginable amount of money over the years. And every single penny of this money came from exploiting slaves. There was no exaggeration, it was all ill-gotten gains. Under the guidance of the servant, Qin Yao arrived at a magnificent hall. In the middle of the hall stood an 8-people table. The table was covered with exquisite dishes. These dishes looked extremely appetizing. However, Qin Yao's attention wasn't on the food but instead, his gaze swept around, and he did not spot Qin Xiaoyao. At that moment, Qin Yao turned to the servant beside him and asked, Where's the City Lord? Hearing this, The servant hurriedly replied. The city lord will be here shortly. Please wait just a little while. After hearing his words, Xianxia didn't continue asking questions. Regardless of whether entering the city lord's mansion was dangerous or not, he was already here. Thinking about it now wouldn't mean anything. Moreover, to complete his task, he had to come to the city lord's mansion. Xianxia sat down at a random spot and began waiting. This time, the wait wasn't long. A moment later, a voice rang out from outside the hall. If I'm not mistaken, you're the one who caused a commotion at the slave exchange earlier, right? Chapter 90, a map of linked stones? If I'm not mistaken, the one who caused chaos at the slave exchange should be you, right? While Xianxia was waiting, he heard the voice of Xianxia from behind. Upon hearing this voice, Xianxia's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. If the other person said so now, that meant he already knew everything, didn't it? Without further hesitation, Xianxia nodded. In an instant, when Xianxia saw Xianxia nodding, a terrifying killing intent suddenly locked onto him. I won't elaborate on what you did in the arena. How dare you cause chaos at the slave exchange? Do you know that your death is certain? When these words reached his ears, Xianxia suddenly turned around and looked straight at the other person. Xianxia's expression remained very calm. I know the consequences, but I cannot bear to see those slaves live such cruel lives. After this sentence came out, a cold smile appeared on Xianxia's face. So that means you're planning to take their place, huh? But Xianxia shook his head instead. Actually, today I've come to make a deal with you. Xianxia originally planned to kill Xianxia. However, upon hearing Xianxia's mention of a deal, an expression of surprise surfaced amid the coldness on his face. Although you're just a student, judging by the creatures on your planet, you are quite a talent. To be honest, I really am curious, what kind of deal do you want to make with me? Xianxia was merely curious, and had little interest in making deals with people like Xianxia. After all, as just a student, how much could he offer for a trade? Yet in the next moment, after one sentence fell from Xianxia's lips, Xianxia immediately lost his composure. Ling stones. At the sound of these two words, Xianxia's eyes instantly narrowed sharply. He fixed his gaze completely on Xianxia. What did you say? Ling stones were incredibly rare among so many resources. They could even be called unicorn feathers or phoenix hairs. Under the heavens, no matter who you are, you simply couldn't resist the allure of ling stones. This even more confirmed why Tianfu would go as far as risking enmity with the Tianyun Academy to take him away. Seeing the shocked expression all over Xianxia's face, Xianxia slowly said, You didn't hear wrong. It's about ling stones. There's no need for me to explain the value of ling stones, is there? And since you're from Tianfu, you can certainly investigate whether there's currently any internal contention within Tianfu regarding a single ling stone. The moment these words were spoken, Xianxia went silent. There was no need for Xianxia to say it. Of course, Xianxia had heard rumors about this before. Given how significant ling stones were, not knowing about them was virtually impossible. Only due to his own insufficient strength within Tianfu, he was merely aware of the event but was in no position to participate in it. But now, hearing about ling stones from a mere student, how could Xianxia remain calm? As the city lord, he still possessed basic reasoning skills. Therefore, after initially being shocked, Xianxia also calmed down and asked, How did you get this information? In response, Xianxia solemnly said, Because I have access to information about the ling stones, so naturally, I know about it. Upon hearing this statement, Xianxia became even more unable to keep his cool. You're just a student. How could you possibly know the whereabouts of ling stones? At this point, Xianxia understood clearly. Unless he clarified everything, Xianxia wouldn't believe him. Subsequently, Xianxia recounted the trial information he gathered on the unclaimed planet. Additionally, he mentioned how the group from Tianfu attacked xuanhuan and her companions. Though, he omitted saying that he took xuanhuan away and instead stated that a map had fallen off her. After Xianxia finished recounting his story, Xianxia once again fell into silence. He had vaguely heard that in the past, someone from Tianfu had mobilized forces to attack a planet, all for the purpose of seizing ling stones. And now, standing before him was this student who could recount everything accurately. This indicated that perhaps he truly knew about it. After briefly considering, Xianxia shifted his gaze back to Xianxia. Where's the map? Hearing Xianxia's words, Xianxia let out a breath internally. Since the other party had responded like this, it meant they were already half-hooked. Maintaining his calm, Xianxia gazed at Xianxia and said, Since we're talking about a deal, naturally, I will present my conditions. Once these words were spoken, Xianxia immediately burst out laughing. You actually think you're in a position to negotiate terms with me now? I could kill you right here and now, and you'd be powerless to stop me. Xianxia gave a non-disputing nod in agreement. Indeed, City Lord Qin's abilities speak for themselves. But I think, between the importance of ling stones in my life, which one do you consider more valuable? Even if you kill me now, do you think you can obtain the map of the ling stones? At the sound of Xianxia's words this time, the chill on Xianxia's face suddenly turned into a broad smile. Haha, just joking. Don't be so sensitive, young man. Let's eat first, talk while we eat. After careful consideration, Xianxia naturally wanted to get the map of the ling stones. At that moment, his attitude became much friendlier. Seeing this, Xianxia sat down without hesitation. He even put on an air of confidence. All this was seen by Xianxia, making him believe a little more. As soon as they sat down, Xianxia couldn't wait to speak. Young brother Xianxia, what are your terms? Hearing this, Xianxia replied very directly. Very simple. I need to take all the slaves away from Lanyun planet. Impossible. Before Xianxia could finish, Xianxia's resolute voice already rang out. Though the value of ling stones is high, It's not enough to take away so many slaves. Besides, this kind of matter isn't solely decided by me. Xianxia continued, glancing at Qin Yao. Don't forget, I have Tianfu Academy behind me. Otherwise, how could I possibly run Lanyan Planet with only my own strength? Listening to Xianxia's words, Qin Yao remained silent. What he had mentioned before was merely a test. Now hearing his firm rejection, Qin Yao realized it wasn't possible. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yao spoke directly. Then how about this? I'll only take away those slaves whose contracts have reached their specified time. After all, their time has expired. It's completely immoral to force them to stay on Lanyan Planet. Upon hearing these words, Qin Xianyu let out a long sigh. Alas, Brother Qin, it's not that I don't want to do it this way, but there are still many reasons why we cannot. You simply know too little. Chapter 91 Deal? Chen Xiaoyao gazed at Qin Yao and said earnestly. Actually, I don't do this because I am willing to. And doing it your way doesn't make too much sense either. Even if you manage to take them away this time, they will still come here fearlessly to work. All of this is because they are a group of people without an awakened planet. They hold such a low position in this world that only by working on other planets can they maintain their living. After finishing his sentence, Chen Xiaoyao abruptly sipped a mouthful of wine before continuing. Although what I do may not be appropriate, I offer more money here. And behind me stands Tianfu. I've already explained many times, so you should understand all of it now. As the words of Chen Xiaoyao faded, Qin Yao fell silent. That's right, they're just a bunch of people who don't have an awakened planet. One might say they're trash. For people like them, apart from taking huge risks to work on other planets, there's no other choice. If luck is good, they can return home according to the schedule. But with bad luck, it'll end up like the situation on the Lanyan planet. These things may look terrible, but they cannot be stopped. Especially since behind Chen Xiaoyao stands Tianfu. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yao looked at Chen Xiaoyao and said, I know this kind of thing cannot be stopped by my power alone. I only hope Lord City Master Chun could set their departure time according to those people's contracts. Certainly, this time, I choose to take away those slaves whose contracts have expired, which is quite normal. After all, their contracts have expired. Keeping them here isn't proper at all. Upon hearing these words from Qin Yao, Chen Xiaoyao remained silent, and his face showed an expression of extreme embarrassment. Seeing this, Qin Yao didn't comment much, choosing to eat instead. This was already his own bottom line. If Chen Xiaoyao wouldn't agree, then he couldn't obtain the map of Ling Stones. Of course, during this period, Yang Yuehua would use her fuzzy memory to draw some relatively remote planets and complex terrains based on it. Finally, after an unknown amount of time had passed, Chen Xiaoyao sighed deeply. Well, after being the bad guy so many times, I'll be the good guy once this time. Having spoken, Chen Xiaoyao continued looking at Qin Yao. I'll instruct someone to prepare immediately and send them off on the spaceship. Hearing Chen Xiaoyao's response, Qin Yao also flashed a faint smile. That troubles you, Chen Xiaoyao. Chen Xiaoyao did not respond, but stared greedily at Qin Yao. Naturally, Qin Yao understood his meaning. Lord City Master, don't rush. You know, this map is my greatest ace. How could I possibly hand it over to you right now? I need to see their spaceship appear in Xiaoyao City, and then I'll give it to you. Upon hearing these words, Chen Xiaoyao abruptly stood up. Are you messing with me? At this, Qin Yao slowly replied unhurriedly. Lord City Master, don't forget that I'm currently on your territory. How could I dare play tricks on you? This way, I'm merely protecting myself. Qin Yao's words caused the anger on Chen Xiaoyao's face to subside somewhat. Indeed, he realized this point. After all, this was Xiaoyao City. He was the city master of Xiaoyao City, and the Qin Yao in front of him was just a wet behind-the-ears student. Naturally, he wasn't worried about Qin Yao scheming. Just in case, this waiting period could allow a thorough check on the situation. Whether everything was truly as Qin Yao had stated. Currently, Lin Wuyan smiled slightly while looking towards Qin Yao. If so, elder brother Qin, take your time eating. I will send someone to arrange everything immediately. Following this statement, Chen Xiaoyao turned around and left the hall immediately. As he departed, Qin Yao let out a long sigh of relief. If it hadn't been for sitting face to face with Chen Xiaoyao earlier, he surely would have noticed by now how soaked his back had become from sweat. After all, everything he'd said was filled with too many lies. Chen Xiaoyao, as the city master of Xiaoyao City, was definitely someone full of cunning. He could guess, Chen Xiaoyao's hasty departure must be to investigate everything. Of course, regarding this, he wasn't overly concerned. What worried him most was whether Chen Xiaoyao would tamper with the spaceship or intervene halfway through. After all, such a person shouldn't be trusted with much credibility. The moment Chen Xiaoyao got the map of Ling Stones, going back on his word would be inevitable. Thus, he needed to carefully consider what to do. Time flew by. This day quietly passed. This day, Qin Yao stayed overnight at the Lord Mayor's mansion. However, because he still had some cards up his sleeve, this resulted in Chen Xiaoyao not doing anything to him. The next morning, haha, brother Qin, the people you asked for are all ready for you. Chen Xiaoyao found Qin Yao and said with a beaming smile on his face, why don't we go take a look outside? Upon hearing this, Qin Yao nodded. Subsequently, the two of them walked toward the outside together. At the very moment they stepped out of the city lord's residence, Qin Yao immediately saw a crowd standing there. Most of them looked disoriented and vacant, completely like zombies. Of course, among them, Qin Yao also spotted the slaves who had caused an uproar at the slave exchange market before. Glancing around, roughly calculating, there were at least 500 or 600 people here. Seeing this, Qin Yao was deeply shocked. These certainly weren't all of them, but being able to bring back 500 or 600 people was already quite an achievement. Right then, Qin Yao took out the mission device and obtained the names from the mission list. He let Chen Xiaoyao's people cross-check. Finally, when everything was verified correctly, Chen Xiaoyao awkwardly smiled at Qin Yao. Brother Qin, can I have the map now? In response, Qin Yao remained utterly calm. I want to see the starship. Hearing this, it was evident that Chen Xiaoyao was trying hard to suppress the anger inside him. But since the map was in Qin Yao's hands, he had no choice but to follow. After Chen Xiaoyao gave the order, a starship appeared in midair. Moreover, the space channel had already been opened. Looking at the open space channel, Qin Yao shouted loudly to the group of slaves in front of him. All of you get on the starship. I will take you away from here. As his words rang out, these slaves remained expressionless and did not move an inch. Seeing this, Qin Yao furrowed his brows instantly and shouted again. Is it that you don't want to return home? Do you not wish to see your families? Or do you prefer staying in this place where life is worse than death? If you want to leave, quickly board the starship. Chapter 92, Arrival at Xianxia Planet. At the mention of going home, this news sparked a glimmer of hope in the eyes of the slaves, who had previously looked dazed. Subsequently, they walked straight towards the space tunnel. During this time, Chen Xiaoyao watched all this unfold without saying much. After all, they were still on his turf. When most of the slaves had boarded, Chen Xiaoyao could no longer hold back. Young brother Qin, can I have the map now? Without hesitation, Qin Yao handed him a sheepskin scroll. The moment Chen Xiaoyao got the map, he quickly opened it to examine its contents. Meanwhile, Qin Yao had already boarded the starship with the other slaves. As the starship was starting up, someone approached Chen Xiaoyao and whispered, City Lord, should we intercept them? Chen Xiaoyao shook his head. There's no need. Too much commotion will attract unwanted attention. We'll move against them halfway through their journey. With that, Chen Xiaoyao turned his focus back to studying the map. Elsewhere at the same time, Qin Yao looked around the crowded starship lounge and addressed the people directly. Although you are now on a starship heading home, the journey ahead won't be peaceful. Listen carefully to everything I'm about to say. Given the gravity of returning home, upon hearing Qin Yao's words, the group of former slaves nodded solemnly in unison. Continuing, Qin Yao stated, On the way, we'll make a detour. When that happens, you must obey my orders. Now, go rest immediately. Clean yourselves up properly. You don't want your families seeing you like this. Also, wait for my next order. Following his instructions, the crowd dispersed to prepare. Meanwhile, Qin Yao headed toward the cockpit. Upon entering, the pilot instantly shouted at him. What do you think you're doing? Unauthorized personnel are not allowed in here. Dealing with such resistance was simple for Qin Yao. Without hesitation, he summoned xianxia, Sword 13. With one swift stroke, Sword 13 killed one of the pilots. This shocked the remaining 3 pilots, as none had ever seen someone act so decisively. From then on, those pilots who initially resented Qin Yao kept quiet. Looking over the situation, Qin Yao said sternly, Let me see the route map. A pilot promptly brought up the route plan. Studying the navigation chart, Qin Yao came up with an idea. He then told the pilots, You know the tricks of Chen Xiaoyao well enough. He will definitely attempt to ambush us mid-journey. And if you don't want to die, follow my arrangements closely. Hearing this, the pilots nodded in agreement. They knew exactly what kind of person Chen Xiaoyao was. Seeing their compliance, Qin Yao continued. It's very simple. When the starship reaches this position, open the space channel. Set the ship to autopilot. If you also wish to survive, leave with me through the space channel and head to another planet. After hearing these instructions, the pilots once again nodded in approval. Having reassured them, Qin Yao exited the cockpit. Upon leaving the cockpit, Qin Yao contacted Lin Wuyao immediately. Once Lin Wuyao appeared on the screen, Qin Yao directly stated, Wuyao, this time I brought back a large number of slaves. I'm concerned that people from Lanyan planet may intercept our starship. I intend to transfer to another starship on the nearest planet. However, I currently lack sufficient funds, so I wonder if you might have any suggestions? Lin Wuyao clearly sensed the severity of the situation. After some thought, he responded, This shouldn't be a problem. Your mission is to bring the slaves back, which falls under our Tianyun Academy task. The Alliance coins you spend on this will be covered by the Academy. Just present your task device to the staff upon arrival at the starport. I'll file a report upwards as well. After receiving Lin Wuyao's response, Qin Yao nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your help. With these words, Qin Yao hung up the call. Settling down into the hall, Qin Yao waited patiently. The waiting went on for what felt like an eternity. Finally, a broadcast voice rang out. Attention, we will soon arrive at Xianxia Planet. All slaves prepare to disembark. All of this had been arranged in advance by Qin Yao. As the announcement concluded, Qin Yao saw one of the slaves stepping out of the rest area and taking their position in front of the space tunnel. Simultaneously, the 3 pilots also approached Qin Yao. Everything has been done as you instructed. The space tunnel will activate upon arrival at Xianxia Planet, allowing us to leave together. The starship will continue its journey without us. Hearing this, Qin Yao nodded in satisfaction. If that's settled, let's go. With that said, Qin Yao walked toward the space tunnel and looked at the slaves, his voice stern. Once we arrive at Xianxia Planet, stay where you are and wait for me. The slaves responded with vigorous nods. Next, Qin Yao led them into the space tunnel. They soon arrived at Xianxia Planet. After gathering all the slaves, Qin Yao guided them to the spaceport. Just as Lin Wuyao had mentioned, presenting the mission device secured them a seat on the starship. Qin Yao managed to smoothly lead them away. As for the few pilots, Qin Yao didn't bother further. At the moment when he boarded the starship and departed from Xianxia Planet, Qin Yao let out a deep sigh of relief. One could say they were halfway safe now. Next, Qin Yao kept changing starships along with these slaves. Meanwhile, inside the mansion of Lan Yun Planet City Lord, Xianxia was still examining the map. However, just then, an urgent voice came from outside. City Lord, it's terrible. We've dismantled the slave-holding starship, but found no one inside. Upon hearing this, Xianxiao's eyes immediately narrowed. An ominous feeling surged strongly within him. Instinctively, he glanced at the map in his hand, intensifying his foreboding even more. Could it be? Xiaoyao's body suddenly trembled violently. He immediately yelled at the person. Hurry! Investigate the locations marked on the map immediately. Hurry! Chapter 93, Nightmare Level Task. When Xiaoyao learned that there was no one in the starship where Qin Yao was located, his eyes widened completely. His first thought was about the authenticity of the treasure map he had. He also asked his subordinates to investigate it. However, the result they got was that the places marked on the map were just some relatively remote planets, with nothing else beyond that. In an instant, upon receiving this news, Xiaoyao's face bulged with veins. An overwhelming surge of anger erupted throughout his entire body. Qin Yao. Find him immediately. No matter where this Qin Yao is, you must locate him. On the other side, Qin Yao had already led many people back to the city where Tianyun Academy was located. Since they were from different cities, Qin Yao eventually saw them all onto their starships before choosing to leave. Of course, the money for all this came from the school. After all, he himself didn't have that much money. Then he returned to Tianyun Academy and went directly to the quest hall. When Lin Wui saw Qin Yao approaching, his face instantly brightened with a smile. You're finally back. I thought you weren't going to make it. How about it? Did you complete the quest? Upon hearing this, Qin Yao smiled as well. The process was a bit complicated, but thankfully, I managed to finish the task. Saying this, he handed over the mission device to the other person. After checking it, Lin Wui saw the recorded images within the device showing the slaves boarding the starship and leaving, then nodded. Okay, since you completed the mission, tell me your bank card details. I'll transfer the money to you right now. Just as Lin Wui's words fell silent, when Qin Yao was about to say something, suddenly, Lin Wui, a voice called out from behind them. Both Qin Yao and Lin Wui turned their gaze towards the caller. A middle-aged man in his 40s approached them. Teacher Zhang, what brings you here? Lin Wui clearly knew who he was. This teacher Zhang appeared somewhat flustered as he said, hand me the device that records the missions quickly. Although Lin Wui wasn't sure what happened, upon hearing teacher Zhang's request, he still handed over the device. Soon after, while examining the contents, a look of bewilderment crossed teacher Zhang's face. What's going on? I distinctly remember there being a difficult mission on here, to rescue the slaves from Lan Yun Planet. Why does it show as if it doesn't exist anymore? Upon hearing this, Qin Yao's heart sank. Surely the effort he put into completing this task wouldn't be invalidated? At that moment, Qin Yao hurriedly asked, Teacher Zhang, what's wrong with this mission? After listening, Teacher Zhang replied at once. We just received some information. The danger level of Lan Yun Planet far exceeds the original evaluation of the task. Therefore, we've decided to upgrade the difficulty of this mission to nightmare level. As he spoke, he looked toward Lin Wui. So, how about this particular mission? After hearing this, Lin Wui glanced at Qin Yao. Teacher Zhang, you're too late. He has already finished this task. It's been completed. Teacher Zhang was about to say something, but suddenly, what? He seemed to just realize what had happened, his pupils narrowing sharply as he stared fixedly at Qin Yao. You've completed this task? Faced with the question, Qin Yao remained incredibly calm, nodding his head. Yes, I was just about to submit my mission report. Once Qin Yao confirmed this, Teacher Zhang continued staring at him without saying anything more, until Qin Yao took the initiative to speak. Teacher Zhang, surely this task won't be cancelled, will it? This time, Teacher Zhang did not reply but asked a counter question. What's your name? Qin Yao answered. Teacher, my name is Qin Yao. I'm a new student at the academy. After hearing this, Teacher Zhang nodded. Qin Yao, noted. Continuing, he instructed Lin Wui. This mission surpassed its original rank. Give him 50 million union credits. After these words, both Qin Yao and Lin Wui broke into smiles on their faces. Naturally, Lin Wui nodded several times. Understood. Following this, Teacher Zhang took another deep look at Qin Yao before departing. With his departure, Lin Wui immediately focused his attention on Qin Yao. Qin Yao, congratulations again on this mission. You accomplished a nightmare-level task from the start, and you earned 50 million union credits. That's my whole year's salary. While speaking, Lin Wui was also documenting this mission. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao simply laughed. Haha, you're just too lazy. With your abilities, you could definitely handle missions like these. This statement made Lin Wui fall silent for a moment. He reflected on the difficulty grade of the mission. Had it reached nightmare level? Could he complete it even if he went himself? Subsequently, Qin Yao informed Lin Wui of his bank card number. After a series of operations by Lin Wui, Qin Yao successfully received 50 million union credits. With these 50 million union credits, Qin Yao naturally left happily. Including the assets he had saved previously, he now owned over 1 million union credits. In other words, these union credits were more than enough to buy in Star Origin. Although he could afford the Star Origin, Qin Yao did not plan to purchase one. The most important thing at present was to buy materials for crafting weapons so that the dwarf race could make as many weapons as possible for use by other races. This would enhance the combat capabilities of the other races as much as possible. While Star Origins were crucial for him, they merely served to elevate the evolution of his races and expand the diameter of his planet. Since there were already quite a few races on his planet, and its diameter had exceeded 100, there was no need to spend money buying more star origins. After all, the Academy sent 1 star origin each month, which was sufficient for his needs. Currently, improving the overall strength of the races within his planet was the top priority. After a brief consideration, Xianxia returned to the dormitory. As the days passed one by one, in the second month, Xianxia also completed another task. This mission wasn't difficult and relatively safe. Upon fulfilling the school's assigned tasks, naturally came the Academy's reward. Together with the previous reward, he now possessed 2 star origins. According to the system's prior explanation, when the planet's diameter broke through 100, more star origins would be needed. And now, the number of star origins in his possession was sufficient. Xianxia decided to use them to expand the planet's diameter and see if new races might emerge this time. Xianxia entered the 100 Races Alliance and directly chose to use the star origins. He looked forward to the changes that these star origins would bring to his planet, because this was the first time he had chosen to use 2 star origins at once. Chapter 94, High-Speed Development of the Planet. With the use of 2 star sources, instantly, a thick and luminous mist filled the sky above the entire 100 Races Alliance. Soon after, a layer of gray fog enveloped all races within the alliance. Each race was absorbing the energy brought by these 2 star sources. In addition to this, Xianxia noticed that the entire planet was expanding rapidly. This expansion was very obvious. Xianxia also had some guesses about it. Previously, the planet's diameter was 108 kilometers. This injection of the 2 star sources meant that the planet's diameter would become 216 kilometers. This was an immense leap in advancement. Bang! Suddenly, a thunderous sound interrupted Xianxia's contemplation. Following the source of the sound, Xianxia discovered in astonishment that the explosion came from the direction of the human city. Although layers of gray mist had already enveloped the humans, below them, fierce battles were already underway among the humans. Countless humans were engaged in combat with firearms and spears. Upon seeing this, a look of surprise appeared on Xianxia's face. He was surprised at how quickly the humans were developing. They had already reached the stage of internal conflict, surpassing various dynasties. This meant that before long, humans could begin to develop true technology. Once that happened, it would be the real flourishing era for the humans. Additionally, Xianxia noticed that Xuanhuan and Xianxia's powers were becoming increasingly terrifying, especially Xuanhuan. As Xianxia looked toward Xuanhuan, there was concern in his heart. He worried that as her power increased, if she suddenly remembered the past, what would she do? Would she leave? After all, Xuanhuan was currently very powerful, even stronger than Xianxia. And with her increasing power, in the future, she would be able to reach the level of an empress. If Xuanhuan did not leave then, for the 100 Races Alliance, it would absolutely represent a top-tier force. This infusion of the 2 star sources brought another change. New giants appeared in the giant race. Xianxia discovered that besides the original Erlba, another giant now emerged. The strength of the giant race didn't need further explanation. They were an incredibly formidable existence. Now with another giant appearing, their strength would grow even more. Similarly, other races saw significant improvements. However, compared to the giants, these advancements were relatively smaller. At the same time, Xianxia also happily discovered that even the gold mines surged during this time. From the initial 1 gold mine to 2 previously. With the usage of 2 star sources now, the number of gold mines directly soared to 8. 8 gold mines, though small ones, certainly had decent output. Ring. Attention host, a new race is awakening. Please prepare sufficient energy. Suddenly, the system's cold voice echoed in his ears. The moment that cold voice rang out, Xianxia immediately rejoiced. Because when Xianxia last appeared, it cost several star sources. Now, after fully using 2 star sources, a new race had appeared. To completely awaken this race, at least another star source would be required. The system had mentioned before that the stronger the beings, the more star sources were needed. Now, this new race at least required 3 star sources, which meant that its strength must be considerable too. Xianxia became excited instantly. Also, he started looking towards the edge of the planet. When he gazed over, he paused briefly in astonishment. Because right there, a huge nest was visible. Inside the nest lay 3 enormous eggs. These eggs were massive, each over a meter high. Moreover, their outer shells weren't the ordinary white color. One egg was ice crystal blue, with cold wisps swirling around it. Another was flame red, surrounded by dancing fire flames. The last egg was pitch black, giving off an incomprehensible feeling. 3 eggs. Should be that certain strong races are going to hatch from inside them, muttered Xianxia quietly, making a guess. To make these 3 eggs hatch or awaken, star sources were necessary. Though Xianxia was eager, under current circumstances, he could only wait. Thus, Xianxia remained in the 100 Races Alliance, observing the developments of the various surrounding races. During this time, Xianxia also checked his console. Host, Planet Lord Xianxia. Planet rank, low. Planet name, none. Planet diameter, 216 kilometers. Minefields, 8 gold mines. Species on planet, none. Alliance of 100 races. Undead, beast race, human race, dwarf race, elf race, giant race, assassin clan, warrior clan. When Xianxia saw the planet's diameter at 216 kilometers, he felt as if he were in a dream. After all, at the very beginning, the planet's diameter was only 2 meters. But now, it had already reached over 200 kilometers. This was something he hadn't even dared to think about before. At the same time, Qin Yao realized that if they wanted to increase the planet's diameter further, then 4-star sources would be needed next. This was certainly going to be a rather long process. However, having already reached 216 kilometers, he was indeed quite satisfied. While checking the attributes, the development of each race also completed one after another. Each race reported to Qin Yao as usual, providing updates on their progress. After understanding the general situation, Qin Yao chose to retain Muradin Bronzebeard. Muradin Bronzebeard looked respectfully at Qin Yao and asked, "My Lord of Stars, do you have any orders?" As soon as the words came, Qin Yao immediately said, "The number of gold mines has now reached 8. What is the daily output?" Upon hearing this, Muradin Bronzebeard thought for a moment and then spoke firmly. Because these are small gold mines, and crafting weapons consumes gold. After accounting for these factors, the total usable amount from the 8 gold mines should be around 1 catty, Chinese pound. On hearing this reply, Qin Yao was slightly taken aback. Goodness, 1 Chinese pound a day even after various deductions. This weight was no trivial amount, and 1 catty a day translates to 30 pounds a month. Just imagining it made Qin Yao happy. After all, 30 catties of gold, converted into alliance currency, was an astronomical sum. At this point, Qin Yao told Muradin Bronzebeard, "Speed up the production of weapons and materials. I will purchase more supplies." Muradin Bronzebeard nodded heavily in response. "Please rest assured, my Star Lord." Subsequently, Qin Yao checked the alliance of 100 races again before stepping back out. The moment he stepped out, an abrupt notification sounded. "Attention, tomorrow is the commencement ceremony." Chapter 95, Opening Ceremony. "Attention, tomorrow is the opening ceremony. All students please gather on the North Playground at 8 o'clock in the morning." The broadcast sounded, and Qin Yao was somewhat surprised upon hearing it. Is it really going to be the start of the school year so soon? These 2 months have gone by too fast. After learning that there would be an opening ceremony ritual tomorrow, Qin Yao tidied up a bit and went to sleep early. The next morning, accompanied by the sound of the broadcast, Qin Yao left the dormitory. The moment he stepped out of the dormitory building, he could already see many more students on the roads that used to be relatively quiet. On their faces, one could see expressions filled with curiosity. It was clear that they were all newly admitted freshmen. Qin Yao took a quick glance around before heading straight for the North Playground. By this time, he had become very familiar with everything within the entire school, so naturally, unlike the new students, he didn't need to ask anything. When he arrived at the North Playground, he saw countless students waiting. "Qin Yao, you're late." At that moment, behind him came Lin Wuyan's voice. Hearing this, Qin Yao turned his head and saw Lin Wuyan walking over step by step. Upon seeing this, Qin Yao couldn't help but tease him. "You're saying that? Aren't you just here as well?" "Hee. I'm late because I was gathering intelligence." "Gathering intelligence?" Qin Yao looked at Lin Wuyan with doubt. Lin Wuyan nodded. "That's right. And this time, you'll never guess. Besides you, some geniuses also came. Especially one person who is a monster. The diameter of the planet he awakened initially is actually 60 kilometers." At the moment when Lin Wuyan said these words, Qin Yao's whole being became fixated with concentration. After all, Lin Wuyan back then only managed 50 kilometers. Even with that, it caused a citywide announcement and was even hailed as the #1 genius of Jinling City. But now, someone has appeared with a planetary diameter of 60 kilometers. Isn't that simply insane? However, just as Qin Yao felt shocked, Lin Wuyan glanced deeply at Qin Yao. "But for you, awakening to 60 kilometers probably doesn't mean much. After all, your planet's diameter was originally only 2 meters, yet the creatures inside those planets possess ridiculous combat power." While the two were chatting, they both continued walking forward. Similarly, other students also kept arriving gradually. With the arrival of so many students, the playground transformed from initially empty to crowded. Very quickly, a huge broadcast voice rang out. "Welcome to Tianyun Academy." As the voice echoed, the students clearly saw that a massive spacecraft appeared above them. Standing on the spaceship was a figure. This figure was an elder, with white hair and a smiling face waving to the students below. At this moment, Lin Wuyan explained again. "He's our school principal. What exactly his name is I don't know, but the students call him Principal Qing. Our principal can be considered as someone who shows up rarely, like the dragon showing its head but not its tail. Throughout the year, this opening ceremony is the only time we see him. As for normal times, we simply cannot find him." Listening to Lin Wuyan's explanation, Qin Yao nodded. Next was the principal giving some introductory remarks. During the listening, Lin Wuyan was incessantly criticizing, saying that the introductory remarks were utterly meaningless and were merely formalities. Qin Yao also agreed with this point thoroughly. The opening ceremony was indeed such, mainly a formality, nothing else. Yet, this ceremony was indispensable. Following, first came the principal's speech, then the vice principal, director. With a series of speeches delivered, this opening ceremony had progressed from 8 o'clock in the morning to 12 o'clock. There were even quite a few students who could barely wait any longer. Just at that moment, the principal standing on the spacecraft finally said something. "Next, go back to your respective classes. Your class information has already been sent to your identity cards." With these words of the principal, the opening ceremony of this year was officially announced to be concluded. Those classmates who couldn't wait started running away immediately at this moment. Lin Wuyan looked at Qin Yao and asked, "Which class are you in?" Qin Yao, upon hearing this, took out his identity card, on which a clearly written 1 character could be seen. "Good thing, we're both in class 1. Let's go together." Upon hearing this, Qin Yao slightly nodded, and the two headed directly towards class 1. Because they had been in the school for quite a long time, they were quite familiar with the place by now. Thus, it was easier for them to locate their class. When they reached the classroom, they already saw several students present. However, besides those students, Xianxia also noticed a figure sitting in the corner. The reason this figure was so noticeable was because several students were standing around him. These students were fanning him with fans and offering him fruits, behaving like servants. Yet, from their appearances, they looked like students too. At this moment, Lin Wuyin clearly had also noticed them. Lin Wuyin gave a deep glance at that person and said, "It's him, the one I mentioned earlier whose planet has a diameter of 60 kilometers. He's called Xuanhuan, also the #1 prodigy of Yunhai City. Legend has it that all 4 great academies once invited him, but in the end, he chose Tianyun Academy." Upon hearing this, Xianxia didn't say much. He just casually picked a seat and sat down. As Xianxia and Lin Wuyin took their seats, more and more students gradually arrived. When the classroom was almost full, suddenly, ahem, a light cough suddenly rang out. Everyone turned their gaze to see that the one speaking was indeed Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan casually ate a grape, his haughty eyes scanning over all the students. "Quiet down, please. My name is Xuanhuan, and from now on, I will be your class leader. Of course, if you encounter any trouble in the future, feel free to come find me for help." His tone was filled with an authoritative manner that brooked no questioning, as if his words were commands, beyond dispute. Every single student capable of attending Tianyun Academy was undoubtedly a genius. Thus, none paid attention to what Xuanhuan had just declared. But despite being one of the 4 great academies, Tianyun still followed the natural occurrence of having some troublemakers. This was inevitable. When Xuanhuan realized that no one was taking his words seriously, he abruptly stood up. I don't care what you think. I insist that you remember. I am the leader of Class 1, and my name is Xuanhuan. When my planet awakened, its diameter reached a staggering 60 kilometers. Just based on this point alone, it's something none of you could ever compare to. Chapter 96. Terror. When Xuanhuan finished speaking, every student in the class couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Their eyes inevitably turned towards Xuanhuan at this moment. And Xuanhuan was also enjoying being under such attention, his smile becoming even broader. "You guys don't worry. As long as you're at school in the future, no matter who you provoke, you can come to me. I can protect all of you." Xuanhuan's words rang out one after another. Suddenly, "Little stone, who are you going to protect?" A burst of laughter came from outside the classroom. But with this laughter, the once triumphant Xuanhuan became deflated like an eggplant that lost its vitality, silenced immediately. He quickly sat down, not daring to say a word. Clearly, he was extremely afraid of the person who had spoken. At the same time, the man who had just spoken began walking into the classroom. Upon seeing the figure approach, let alone others, even Xianxia's face revealed a look of surprise. Because this person was none other than the principal who had spoken before. Didn't people say that the principal was a mysterious person who only showed up occasionally? Why did he suddenly appear? Xianxia looked at Lin Wuyu with a questioning gaze, clearly asking. Lin Wuyu shook his head in confusion, showing that he didn't know either. In the meantime, Xianxia's gaze shifted toward the principal. Earlier, they hadn't noticed it. But upon looking now, there was something intangible, yet powerful emanating from the principal. This power made him feel somewhat disoriented. Especially the principal's eyes. They were so deep, giving a feeling that could easily draw someone in. This led Xianxia to speculate about the principal despite his seemingly old appearance. His strength must be incredibly formidable. While Xianxia was observing, the earlier Xuanhuan involuntarily lowered his head and muttered something as the principal approached. "Principal, surely you aren't here to say that you'll be our teacher this time?" As soon as these words left his lips, everyone's eyes fixed on the principal. Under everyone's gaze, the principal smiled and nodded. "That's correct. For the next half year, I will teach all of you." It seemed like the principal recognized Xuanhuan as well, adding humorously after the declaration, "Little stone, your father has asked me personally to take good care of you. You haven't forgotten that, have you?" Xuanhuan remained silent in response to the principal's words, or perhaps didn't know what to say. The principal continued, "Enough introductions. I've given them too many times. All you need to know is that I'll be your teacher for the next half year. In addition, I'll provide special instruction based on the life forms present on your planets." The principal wasted no time in further chatter, directly continuing. "Next, follow me to test the current diameter of your planets." When the principal said this, Xuanhuan abruptly stood up. "Haha, I absolutely love measuring stuff like this." Xuanhuan's tone was full of confidence. Apparently, he had great faith in the size of his planet's diameter. But the principal chuckled. "Little stone, everyone here is a genius. Be careful that your planet might not measure up to theirs." Hearing this, Xuanhuan's eyes darted across all the students present. "Principal, don't fool me. I know my own talent, and I'm confident in it. I dare say that among those present, aside from you, no one's planet diameter surpasses mine." Upon hearing Xuanhuan's assertion this time, the students remained silent. Some even implicitly agreed with Xuanhuan. After all, if someone had initially awakened with a planet having a diameter of 60 kilometers, he had every right to be self-assured. Without further remarks, the principal headed straight for the door. Naturally leading the charge, Xuanhuan sprinted ahead. Xianxia and Lin Wuyu exchanged glances and followed outside. During this period, Lin Wuya still remembered to ask Xianxia, "Xianxia, how big has your planet grown now?" "Let me tell you, the diameter inside my planet has already exceeded 100 kilometers, and Ghost King has also grown significantly stronger. If we were to fight again this time, I doubt you would be able to defeat me so easily." Listening to Lin Wuyu's words, Xianxia merely smiled without replying. Last time defeating Ghost King relied on Yang Yuehua's assistance. Now Xianxia was confident. Even if Xianxia appeared, he could defeat Ghost King. Led by the principal, the group arrived at a huge venue. At the center of the hall stood an enormous transparent crystal ball. At this point, the principal instructed, "Place your palms on the crystal ball." As soon as the words were spoken, Xuanhuan could barely contain himself and stepped forward directly. "I'll go first." You might be quite surprised. Accompanied by his voice, Xuanhuan approached the crystal ball. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he placed his palm on the crystal ball. The moment he touched it, some numbers appeared on the crystal ball. Xuanhuan, initial awakening planet diameter 60 kilometers. A line of text slowly emerged, followed by another line. Xuanhuan, current planet diameter 150 kilometers. Hiss. Heaven. 150 kilometers. This is simply outrageous. Not even half a year has passed since his last awakening, yet his planet's diameter has already reached 150 kilometers. This is truly terrifying. His planet grows more than 10 kilometers per month. It's insane. Upon seeing Xuanhuan's planetary diameter, cries of astonishment continuously rang out. They were clearly shocked by Xuanhuan's current planetary diameter. After all, in less than 6 months, the diameter of his planet had grown more than doubled, which was indeed terrifying. Even the principal, upon seeing this, approvingly nodded. Amidst the continuous cries of astonishment around him, Xuanhuan wore a proud smile on his face. "Rest assured, with me as your big brother, you guys will definitely not suffer any losses in the future." Before Xuanhuan could continue speaking, he was cut off by a direct rebuke from the principal. "Hurry up and get back in line. Don't waste everyone's time." Rebuked by the principal, Xuanhuan immediately fell silent. Following that, the test continued. Xianxia noticed that among the students present, the smallest initial planet size was still 40 kilometers. One could say that these students before his eyes were all extraordinary. At the same time, Xianxia also observed that Lin Wuyu's planet diameter had already reached 120 kilometers. That's an enormous increase in just 2 months. As more and more classmates completed their tests one after another, it was soon Xianxia's turn. Chapter 97, shocking the whole scene. "You're not bad. Your planet's diameter actually reached 120 kilometers." As Xianxia was walking towards the crystal test ball, Xuanhuan's gaze turned to Lin Wuyu, with a proud smile on his face. And before Lin Wuyu could say anything, Xuanhuan spoke again. "You're not bad among so many people. How about you become my follower? As long as you follow me, I guarantee you'll live in luxury." Xuanhuan's sudden statement left Lin Wuyu momentarily speechless. But soon, he noticed Xianxia walking towards the crystal ball. At that moment, a cunning gleam flashed through Lin Wuyu's eyes. "I already have a boss." Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan immediately snorted coldly. Who is he? How dare he compete with me for followers?" After hearing this, Lin Wuyu looked at Xianxia with a mischievous grin. "Him over there." The moment Lin Wuyu said this, all eyes turned towards Xianxia instantly. After all, Lin Wuyu's planet had already reached a diameter of 120 kilometers, making him quite strong among the students. Now, however, he claimed to have a leader. At that moment, Xianxia felt uncomfortable under everyone's gaze. A quick glance revealed Lin Wuyu's mischievous smile, and Xianxia immediately understood everything. "Smart kid, digging a pit for me, huh?" At this point, Xuanhuan's eyes also focused on Xianxia. Xuanhuan scrutinized Xianxia from top to bottom, his expression constantly flashing with peculiar emotions. "You? Are you his leader? I want to see what qualifications you have to be his leader." As Xuanhuan spoke, he stepped closer, apparently wanting to clearly see the person who dared to be Lin Wuyu's leader. It wasn't just Xuanhuan. Everyone's eyes were now fixed on Xianxia, including the principal. There was an enigmatic glimmer in the principal's eyes, clearly hinting that he knew something but chose not to say it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Xianxia slowly placed his palm on the crystal ball. Then, a row of numbers appeared on the crystal ball. Xianxia, initially awakened planet 2 meters. The moment these words appeared, everyone's pupils widened instantly. Did I see that right? Is the equipment malfunctioning? Otherwise, how could it possibly be only 2 meters? Indeed, I've never seen anyone with a planet that has an initial awakening diameter of just 2 meters. It's either someone who hasn't awakened their planet, or at least a few kilometers. What does this 2 meters mean? Seeing the number 2 meters displayed above, no one could remain calm. After all, he was Lin Wuyu's leader. Surely, the diameter of his planet should far exceed Lin Wuyu's. But now, it turned out that the diameter was only 2 meters? This was beyond their wildest imagination. Not only them, even Xuanhuan was stunned upon seeing the glaring number at that moment. However, it didn't take long. "Ha, did I see correctly? It's 2 meters? How did such a weakling end up at Tianyun Academy? He's nothing but a waste." After a series of mockery, Xuanhuan turned his attention back to Lin Wuyu. "Are you sure he's your leader?" Facing Xuanhuan's questions, Lin Wuyu remained completely calm without responding, even displaying a sly smile, as if watching a good show. Similarly, Xianxia paid no attention to the doubts and jeers around him. Suddenly, "Look, what is that?" A startled cry rang out loudly. In the instant the cry echoed, everyone's eyes focused intently in the direction. When they looked at the crystal ball, each of their pupils couldn't help but widen. Xianxia, current planet diameter 216 kilometers. A conspicuous number appeared on the crystal ball, stunning everyone utterly. Xuanhuan's mouth hung wide open, and the astonishment on his face grew increasingly intense. The entire room fell into deep silence at that moment. All expressions mirrored the same emotion, shock, an overwhelming sense of astonishment, mainly due to the enormous disparity. Initially, they saw that Xianxia's initial awakened planet diameter was merely 2 meters. Yet, The current planet's diameter had astonishingly reached 216 kilometers. What did this mean? Keep in mind, even Xuanhuan, a genius, currently had a planet diameter of only 150 kilometers. And this was only possible because Xuanhuan's initially awakened planet had been 60 kilometers in diameter. It represented his future upper limit. However, Xianxia was different. His planet's diameter was only 2 meters initially, but now it had reached 216 kilometers. In half a year, it had grown by more than 200 kilometers. At this moment, their gazes toward Xianxia were like looking at a monster. Even when they saw the number presented on the crystal ball, the principal's eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment. He slightly narrowed his eyes and looked at Xianxia, but he didn't say much. And as everyone was immersed in deep shock, at this moment Xianxia turned around as if nothing had happened and walked away. Xuanhuan was clearly still not recovered, having no idea what to say. At this time, the principal turned to Xuanhuan and chuckled softly. Little stone, you need to know that there are always better people out there. As the principal's words faded, Xuanhuan finally snapped back to reality. Did you know this all along? In response, the principal continued to smile and said, before, you all thought that the initial awakened planet's diameter meant everything. And now, I guess this idea should change, right? As he spoke, everyone nodded in unison in agreement. All right, now I have some understanding of your planet's diameters. Next is, the principal's words were yet to finish. Suddenly, I want to challenge you one-on-one. Xuanhuan's voice rang out loud and clear. Everyone saw that Xuanhuan's eyes were locked onto Xianxia, filled with anger. Clearly, the planet diameter Xianxia had just shown made Xuanhuan quite irritated. All along, he had been the genius, surpassing others in everything. But now things were different. Xianxia had suddenly emerged. A person whose initially awakened planet was only 2 meters, but whose current planet diameter had astonishingly reached 216 kilometers. This was something Xuanhuan couldn't accept. Just as Xuanhuan's words fell, the principal turned and looked at him, speaking solemnly. Little stone, don't rush. The next step I'll put you through is combat training, where you will all have the opportunity to challenge anyone here, even me. Chapter 98, a unique training plan. Xuanhuan had originally been unable to accept that the diameter of Xianxia's planet was higher than his. He also thought about challenging Xianxia. Now, with a word from the principal, Xuanhuan's face instantly showed excitement. He even made a throat-slitting gesture towards Xianxia. But for all this, Xianxia simply ignored it. There was no need to pay too much attention to someone born with a golden spoon in their mouth. Because the more you notice them, the more they will take advantage. At this point, the principal scanned over everyone and said sternly, follow me. Then he left the area directly. Seeing this, Xianxia and the others followed suit. On the way, Lin Wuyu walked side by side with Xianxia. He said with a smile, Xianxia, remember to hold back when we encounter each other later. Can xuanhuan not come out? Upon hearing this, Xianxia rolled his eyes immediately. Do you still have the nerve to say this after digging a hole for me just now? After these words were spoken, Lin Wuyu fell silent at once. Lin Wuyu didn't say anything further. At this moment, the principal spoke again. When you duel later, I only want to assess the strength of the creatures within your planets, not watch you fight endlessly. While saying this, the principal glanced at Xuanhuan meaningfully. As a result, Xuanhuan scratched his nose uncomfortably without uttering more words. Soon, under the lead of the principal, they came to an empty classroom. There was nothing in the room except for the walls. The principal went to one wall and pressed it. In an instant, everything changed dramatically before their eyes. Everywhere around them revealed blue skies and white clouds above what was previously an empty classroom. Even insect chirps, bird calls could be heard, along with towering trees surrounding them. It felt like within the blink of an eye, they'd entered a primordial forest from the original classroom. Seeing the surrounding environment, quite a few students showed curious expressions, clearly indicating they hadn't seen such things before. Xuanhuan alone remained calm, as if he'd witnessed these sights earlier. At this moment, the principal's voice rang out again. This is the simulated battlefield of the primordial forest, where your contests will take place. Now, please tell me the types of energy within your planets, and I'll arrange your opponents accordingly. At these words, Xuanhuan promptly replied, Principal, there's no need for me to explain, and I challenge Xianxia. To this, the principal surprisingly agreed without argument, nodding slightly. You and Xianxia prepare, you two go first. When these words were uttered, Xuanhuan's excitement grew more evident. It seemed he'd already planned how he was going to beat up Xianxia. Regarding the principal's decision, Xianxia did not comment much either. Instead, he glanced at Xuanhuan. This Xuanhuan was obviously from an impressive background. Perhaps Xianxia could use some strategy to obtain something from him. At this thought, Xianxia couldn't help but reveal a mischievous smile. Thus, this competition was going to be quite interesting. While Xianxia was contemplating, other students were continuously coming forward to report the energies on their planets to the principal. This process ended quickly. Once everything was done, the principal's gaze swept over both Xianxia and Xuanhuan. You two, enter the battlefield. Upon hearing this, neither Xianxia nor Xuanhuan hesitated and gradually walked towards the depths of the dense forest. As they walked toward the deeper woods, Xuanhuan cast a sidelong glance at Xianxia, smirking coldly. If you know what's good for you, surrender now. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. Becoming my subordinate right now will surely be better than after I defeat you. Xuanhuan's every word exuded confidence. Evidently, despite Xianxia's planet having a diameter of 216 kilometers, far surpassing his own, Xuanhuan wasn't worried at all. He had absolute confidence in the creatures within his own planet. Until now, Xianxia had not responded to Xuanhuan's provocations. However, This time, upon hearing Xuanhuan finish speaking, Xianxia also opened his mouth. With a faint smile, Xianxia looked straight into Xuanhuan's eyes and spoke heavily. It seems you are very confident in yourself. How about we make a bet? At this proposal, Xuanhuan's eyes sparkled. What do we bet? Xianxia. Simple, let's bet on star essence. At this, Xuanhuan also didn't refuse. Alright, then 2 star essences as stakes. To this, Xianxia also nodded in agreement. After agreeing on the bet, they reached deep into the dense forest. Above Xuanhuan, a spatial passage slowly opened. His gaze looked at Xianxia. Summon the creatures within your planet. Otherwise, you might not have the chance. Even though Xuanhuan was always confident and somewhat arrogant, his identity as a genius meant that his strength wasn't weak either. Xianxia didn't underestimate him in the slightest. He directly intended to send xianxia into battle. Zhun. In an instant, a shrill Zhun sound rang out. The people far away all felt a shock in their ears at this moment, as if they had temporarily lost their hearing. What's this? So terrifying sharpness. I feel like I'm about to be cut in half. Are these the creatures from his planet? They look extraordinary. With xianxia's appearance, countless murmurs continuously arose. Even Lin Wuyu took a deep look at xianxia, because during his previous fierce battle with Xianxia, there was no sign of xianxia. At this point, the principal continued to observe xianxia with narrowed eyes. As the principal, he immediately felt the energy fluctuations emanating from xianxia. This made him murmur under his breath. It's a warrior-type creature, so we're going to have some exciting moments. His words had just ended. In the center of the battlefield, Xuanhuan focused his eyes on xianxia, sensing the wave of aura emanating from him. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. So it is a warrior-type creature. No wonder your planet's diameter has grown so quickly. As he finished speaking, a ripple spread through his spatial passage. Following the ripples, an immense power erupted instantly. This power spread wildly, giving everyone an overwhelming sense of pressure. And right at this moment, Xuanhuan's voice came again. Since that's the case, let's see whose warrior-type creature is stronger. Chapter 99, Betting Agreement. As Xuanhuan's voice faded out, bang, a muffled sound suddenly struck the ground, triggering an enormous boom. At the same time, an extremely pure power spread out, causing the surrounding trees to break one after another at that moment. When the dust in the sky slowly dissipated, everyone saw a man standing naked to the waist. This person's body was not overly towering, but his muscles were very solid. Just standing there gave off the feeling of being able to shatter everything. With his appearance, Xuanhuan nodded contentedly. This is Tonghu, one of the many powerful fighters within my planet. I hope the beings on your planet can play well with Tonghu. As Xuanhuan said this, he gradually stepped back. Xianxia didn't say much either, and he also retreated, giving xianxia and Tonghu a battlefield. And at the moment both of them retreated simultaneously, it marked the start of the battle. The fight erupted instantly. Xianxia and Tonghu stared at each other. However, at the outbreak of the fight, neither chose to make a move first, but locked onto each other instead. Yet from their bodies emanated strands of white qi, which swirled and roared, stirring up strong winds around them, creating the impression of a grand battle imminent. Suddenly, zing, xianxia and Tonghu both moved at the same time, together with their actions. In just a split second, what everyone saw was trails of afterimages flashing across the sky. Accompanied by the flickering afterimages, xianxia violently swung his sword down. The might of one stroke directly condensed into a sword shadow in midair. The howling sword shadow rushed over with an overwhelming force toward Tonghu far away. In the blink of an eye, Tonghu's reaction was equally fast. Facing the falling sword shadow, Tonghu's arms burst forth with dazzling golden light. Amidst the flashing lights, he gripped his fists tightly, followed by delivering a mighty blow. The moment the fists flew out, a surging force like a mountain roared through. Right after, the fist collided with the falling sword shadow. Clang! The collision between the fists and the sword shadow did not explode as expected. Instead, it was akin to the clash of metal objects, splashing sparks in midair. After one collision, neither gained the upper hand. Immediately after, everyone saw xianxia and Tonghu moving like phantoms, constantly flashing. They could no longer even see each other's moves clearly. All they could witness were the continuously splashing sparks. The battle was extremely fierce, moving from the ground to the sky, landing again on the waterfall, and finally returning once more. Neither knew how many rounds they had fought, yet none managed to prevail over the other. Seeing this, the students observing from around couldn't help but lose their calm. Man, the beings inside their planets are simply too powerful. This is nothing less than a fight between peak warriors. If we weren't aware beforehand, no one would know that the masters of these two powerful warriors are actually students. There's no denying that the beings within Xianxia's planet are indeed very strong. Yeah, I've heard about Xuanhuan. Although the beings on his planet aren't many, they're all immensely powerful warriors who can achieve feats such as defeating 100 opponents alone. Yet now, their battle is evenly matched. But that doesn't seem right. I also investigated Xianxia before. I remember the beings on his planet are numerous. Why didn't he choose to send all of them out? As their voices rose continuously, Lin Wuyi spoke. That's because Xianxia's opponent is Xuanhuan, and since Tonghu is a warrior, numbers hold no advantage against him. Deploying large numbers would be inferior to directly engaging in battle with the strongest fighting force. Lin Wuyi's words earned approval from the principal. Correct. In an evenly matched situation, any numerical advantage is futile. Only battles between the most powerful beings can determine the ultimate outcome. However, talking of this, I do have some curiosity. How did so many different beings appear within Xianxia's planet? How exactly did he manage that? Just as the principal's voice faded out. Suddenly, boom, a loud explosion erupted suddenly. And precisely at the moment the explosion sounded, a sweeping shockwave surged outward. As the shockwave swept through, everyone clearly saw that the two originally in fierce combat were simultaneously sent retreating at this point. After enduring a long series of clashes, it was evident neither could gain an advantage over the other. At this moment, as the master of his own star, Xuanhuan blinked, shifting his expression as he gazed towards xianxia. A flash of shock flickered across his face. He had not expected xianxia's strength to be so powerful. This was naturally because he knew Tonghu all too well and was fully aware of Tonghu's prowess. Yet now, the combatant before him could match Tonghu blow for blow, proving that xianxia was indeed formidable. His inner arrogance would not allow him to accept this fact. Promptly, he shouted loudly towards Tonghu. Tonghu, are you done playing around? At the sound of these words, Tonghu's gaze suddenly sharpened. Xuanhuan's words were like a command. In this moment, Tonghu's entire body radiated with infinite brilliance. The shimmering light, glowing golden, resembled a dazzling sun shedding brilliant light. And Tonghu himself appeared like a majestic golden Buddha, exuding sanctity and boundless power. Great Buddha Palm. Suddenly, 3 words echoed from Tonghu's mouth. With the fall of these 3 words, gale-force winds howled around them. The surrounding trees swayed, and in an instant, this realm descended into chaos. Tonghu thrust out a palm. Because his body was already glowing a radiant gold, this palm strike unleashed even more brilliance. At the very moment his palm struck out, a colossal palm print appeared, at least 100 meters in size, resembling a mountain peak as it crushed its way toward xianxia. The sight was terrifying, evoking a sense of impending destruction of everything in its path. My goodness, isn't this palm just ridiculously exaggerated? This must be a technique uniquely comprehended by Tonghu. It said only creatures with highly pure energy on planets, and those with excellent innate talents can grasp such techniques. Who would have thought that the Tonghu before us has actually mastered a technique, further proving how powerful Tonghu truly is. Tonghu's single palm strike will likely decide the winner. Just as the murmurs were rising continuously, suddenly, one sword breaks the Milky Way. Chapter 100. One sword can break the Milky Way. One sword to break the Milky Way. Just as everyone was shocked by the terrifying force of Tonghu's palm, a sound suddenly echoed in the high sky. At the instant the sound rang out, everyone immediately felt their hair stand on end, with an indescribable pricking pain throughout their bodies. Under this sensation of pricking pain, they all looked up towards the sky. In that same moment, they saw an incredibly dazzling and brilliant light. Everything within the light was so resplendent and blazing. That pricking sensation came from the source of this brilliance. As the light gradually dissipated, they saw xianxia hovering midair. He continuously sketched patterns with his longsword. Accompanying the tracing of his sword, numerous sword shadows kept flashing behind him. The sword shadows rotated like stars, swiftly gathering toward the heavens. Zhong. Suddenly, a piercing zhong sound resonated. As the sound erupted, people saw these sword shadows rapidly coalescing as they soared to the heavens. In the blink of an eye, an enormous sword shadow 100 meters in size took form. This massive sword shadow abruptly swung down in the high skies. Huazlala. The clouds in the sky were cleaved apart just like that, with xianxia's sword. An unimaginable and terrifying power spread downward at incredible speed. Heavens, what is this kind of power? Is this really just a being from within a classmate's planet? The terror of this sword strike is beyond imagining. Initially, I thought Tonghu's comprehension of martial techniques was already abnormal, but now xianxia has also grasped a martial technique. They two are simply more bizarre than one another. Looking at the massive sword shadow slowly descending from the high heavens, countless students' faces were already filled with expressions of shock. After all, the strength of a celestial body's inhabitants largely relates to the Star Master. Under the cultivation by the Star Master, many planets undergo rapid development. Then it comes down to the individual being's understanding. Rarely can any being comprehend powerful martial techniques. But right now, both Tonghu and xianxia had unleashed incredibly fearsome martial techniques. How could they not be shocked? Retreat. Just as the classmates were stunned, the principal's voice suddenly rang out. As soon as the voice appeared, the students immediately reacted. After all, given such a horrifying attack, if there was a collision next, the resulting shockwave would undoubtedly be immense. Therefore, these students quickly chose to retreat at this time. Even so, their eyes remained fixed on the center of the battlefield. Because they were extremely eager to know the result of this clash. They also understood that this collision would decide the outcome of this battle. Before everyone's eyes, that incomparably huge golden hand crashed through space, heading straight for xianxia. Simultaneously, the shadow of the sword that seemed capable of breaking the sky also plummeted swiftly. Ka. Even though the two forces hadn't collided yet, the sheer destructive power already began shaking and fracturing the void endlessly. This terrible force pervaded the surroundings, making those who had retreated far away still feel an overwhelming pressure. Under this pressure, they chose to retreat once again. And just at this moment, suddenly, Hong Long Long, a deafening roar suddenly thundered across the skies. The source of the sound roared loudly, ceaseless fluctuations crazily sweeping around the vicinity. Those towering ancient trees turned to powder instantly during this instance. Especially in the collision's center, chaos reigned to its peak, what could be described as earth-shattering. That incomparably immense sword shadow descended. Despite the giant hand also being vast, under the power of this single sword stroke, it crumbled like paper at first impact. When the hand shattered, Tonghu himself was directly hurled away by the force. Yet, that sword shadow showed no signs of weakening. On the contrary, it sped towards Tonghu. Everyone clearly saw how terrifying the might of this sword strike was just now. Now, as this sword struck towards Tonghu at great speed, no one could imagine what would happen next, nor the magnitude of destruction this strike could unleash. Xianxia, at this time, also widened his eyes. He hadn't anticipated that Xianxia's sword strike would be so formidable that even Tonghu's deadly move couldn't withstand it. Faced with the impending attack targeting Tonghu, Xianxia hastily opened a spatial passage after the initial shock. With the opening of the spatial passage, a scorching heat immediately spread. The heat surged, and in this instance, the high sky was instantly reflected in fiery red. As the intense heat spread and the flames soared, a flame-enveloped figure suddenly burst out from within Xianxia's planet. Facing the longsword that was heading towards Tonghu, this figure waved his hand mightily. A mass of flames rapidly flickered, forming a sea of fire ahead. The sea of fire roared, burning through this land and sky. And just then, the sword shadow arrived. However, the moment the sword shadow entered the sea of fire, it was melted in an instant, taking only a brief moment to be completely consumed. With that, the terrifying sword intent in this world disappeared, leaving behind only the soaring, towering heat that continued to rise endlessly. The high heat swept through, and amidst the raging fires across the skies, stood a solitary figure. Clad in fiery red robes, he appeared as if he were a fire god emerging from a forge, radiating such oppressive heat that even looking at him made one feel excruciatingly hot all over. He glanced coldly at Tonghu and berated him directly. "Don't embarrass yourself if you haven't mastered your skills." Faced with his rebuke, Tonghu dared not respond in any way and could only lower his head, crestfallen. At this moment, he turned his gaze toward Xianxia. "Star Master, how shall we deal with this person?" Upon hearing this, a glint of icy killing intent flashed in Xianxia's eyes. He had originally thought that with Tonghu alone, Xianxia could be handled. But now it had come to this. This outcome was something Xianxia, who was always proud, could not accept. Then, locking his cold gaze on Xianxia, Xianxia said frostily, "Feng Xian, I need you to kill him." Hearing this, Feng Xian immediately nodded. "Master Star, rest assured, he is already a dead man," Feng Xian replied. His words echoed, and Feng Xian's eyes shifted, staring at Xianxia. His entire body began to emit flames, which surged higher and higher. Sensing the frightening fluctuations emanating from Feng Xian, expressions of shock appeared on the faces of the surrounding classmates. This Feng Xian appears far stronger than Tonghu. The fact that Xianxia could fight evenly with Tonghu doesn't mean he can withstand Feng Xian. Xianxia must surely be the strongest being on Qin Yao's planet. If he is defeated, it will mean Qin Yao's failure. It seems there's no way for him to win against Xianxia. Chapter 101, Final Battle. Feng Xian's sudden appearance made everyone feel like the result of the battle was already determined. But at this very moment, Xianxia's eyes blinked, and he took a deep look at Qin Yao. There was no trace of fear in Xianxia's eyes. Instead, he charged towards Feng Xian with lightning speed. And just as he approached Feng Xian, Xianxia's longsword started sketching continuously, forming colossal sword shadows before him. These sword shadows whirled and turned, the overwhelming sword intent once again roaring forth, enveloping Feng Xian in an all-encompassing manner. However, when Feng Xian saw these sword shadows, his face remained remarkably calm. In fact, his eyes flickered with a hint of disdain. As the sword shadows approached, he casually waved his hand. In an instant, a sea of fire erupted before him. This sea of fire, like a monstrous beast, rushed straight towards the incoming sword shadows. Boom! With a loud explosion, the encroaching flames devoured the sword shadows completely. The scene was exceptionally magnificent, further proving the terrifying power of Feng Xian's attack. After effortlessly neutralizing Xianxia's attack, Feng Xian's gaze shifted and fell upon Xianxia. "Though your strength is commendable, it is still far too insufficient to contend with me. The battle should end now." As Feng Xian spoke, his hands began shifting swiftly. Following these movements, clusters of flames began leaping from his body. In the blink of an eye, these flames engulfed the entire sky above. Steam rising, the scorching heat skyrocketed rapidly, spreading throughout the entire land. People far away sweated profusely, feeling as though they were inside a blazing furnace. When the sky-high flames coalesced and surged together, Feng Xian's eyes locked onto Xianxia as he roared, "Fire Quan!" The two characters transformed into sound waves, endlessly dispersing around. At the exact same moment, a piercing shriek rang through the heavens. "What is that? It looks like a giant phoenix." Impossible. This skill rivals the ability of transforming fighting spirit into a horse, yet Feng Xian has truly managed to achieve it. He is incredibly strong. That's a fire phoenix. A strike as terrifying as this probably exceeds the attacks of countless adult beings on other planets. The exclamations rose in unison, causing everyone to reveal expressions filled with awe and astonishment. And just as the fire phoenix, enveloped in flames, screamed and charged towards Xianxia, Xianxia roared again. One sword opens the tianhe. Just as before, a terrifying and shrill ringing sound erupted. Along with the sound, an immensely gigantic sword shadow descended, directly cutting down toward the fire phoenix. Although Xianxia's strike was extremely fearsome, upon seeing it, Feng Xian remained perfectly calm, as if he completely disregarded it. And at that moment, those who were watching all fixed their undivided attention on the two killing moves in the air. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the colossal fire phoenix howled as it passed by, generating such intense heat that even the void itself warped bit by bit. The fire phoenix moved at an incredible speed, rushing directly toward the enormous sword shadow. That sword shadow, seemingly determined to slay the fire phoenix, thundered downward with an incomparable momentum. The two were about to collide. But suddenly, the giant fire phoenix soared past, crushing everything along its way, including the colossal sword shadow. In the instant the sword shadow was swallowed up, Xianxia violently spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Moreover, his entire body shot downward from the sky like a kite that had its string severed. When they witnessed this scene, all the students around shook their heads. It seems he is still lacking. Can't help it. Their abilities weren't on the same level from the start. Feng Xian is far too strong. Xianxia has fallen in this battle. Xianxia's defeat also announces Qin Yao's failure. It looks like this battle will end here. As voices kept rising, Lin Wui, upon hearing these sounds, coldly chuckled. He was confident in Qin Yao. Though he wasn't very familiar with him, Lin Wui knew that Qin Yao couldn't possibly lose so easily. At this time, the huge fire phoenix still hovered high up in the sky. Feng Xian, just like Xuanhuan, looked arrogantly toward Xianxia. But before Feng Xian could open his mouth, Xuanhuan already sneered at Qin Yao. Qin Yao, are you still unwilling to admit defeat? As long as you concede, I won't take your star source. I only need you to recognize me as your elder brother. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao acted as though he didn't hear anything, choosing not to respond. Instead, Qin Yao glanced toward Xianxia. Go back. Hearing this, Xianxia nodded heavily without saying anything more, immediately returning to the 100 Clans alliance. Clearly, he knew he wasn't Feng Xian's match. The moment Xianxia left, Xuanhuan's smile grew even wider. Haha, it seems you have given up. After his voice trailed off, Qin Yao still chose not to respond as he had before. However, at this point, a surge of energy suddenly spread forth. Energy ascended, and suddenly thick, dark clouds rolled over the high skies. As the dark clouds swept across, thunderous rumbles resounded. Who? Being a powerful individual, Feng Xian instantly sensed this horrifying aura. Moreover, the moment he felt this presence, his body hair stood up, and he continuously scanned his surroundings. But he saw nothing. Yet on the high skies, the rolling dark clouds continued to burst with ear-splitting roars. Abnormal phenomena abounded, plunging the heavens and earth into violent quakes. Sensing this aura, the students all underwent drastic changes in expression, fear showing on their faces. What is happening? Such a terrifying aura. Heaven, what kind of person is this? This feeling, it's terrible. I can barely breathe. Voices constantly echoed, while at the same time, the principal revealed a peculiar look on his face. He observed Qin Yao's space passage with great interest. At this time, Lin Wui was the only one who seemed aware of everything. Upon sensing this terrifying anomaly, his smile deepened. It appears the fight should be over now. At the moment his words faded. Kacha kacha kacha. The void trembled violently, and everyone saw a breathtaking figure descend from the high skies. Why you? Who are you? Chapter 102, a lower dimensional strike. You. Who are you? The moment that graceful figure appeared, Feng Xian's entire face instantly changed. And it wasn't just him. When this figure appeared, everyone present lost their calmness. One by one, their gazes turned toward the figure in the air, as if they were looking up with admiration. They all felt a powerful pressure from her presence. A pressure so overwhelming that it made their breathing labored. This figure was none other than xuanhuan. Xuanhuan descended from the sky, capturing the attention of everyone. As Xuanhuan slowly descended and eventually hovered in midair, her gaze swept around the surroundings. Wherever her eyes landed, everyone instinctively bowed their heads. Only the principal could meet her gaze. In the very instant when Feng Xian lowered his head, he suddenly roared with anger. Who exactly are you? After his roar, Xuanhuan remained silent, calmly staring at Feng Xian. Just a single glance caused Feng Xian's inner fury to surge even more strongly. Enraged, he erupted without hesitation, his massive hand fiercely smashing down. In an instant, a huge fiery phoenix let out an ear-piercing scream in the air. Then flames surged skyward, covering the entire heavens. The colossal fire phoenix directly swooped down on Xuanhuan. Facing the charging fire phoenix, Xuanhuan's expression didn't change. It was as though she didn't see it. All of this fell under Feng Xian's watchful eye. He sneered coldly. Humph, seeking your own death. At the same moment his voice faded, his pupils abruptly constricted. For right then, Xuanhuan moved. Her jade-like hands slowly swayed. As her hands danced in the air, rustling, violent winds howled through this realm, extraordinary phenomena appearing everywhere, turning into surging tidal waves, wildly rampaging across this land. When her delicate hand finally came down, a colossal palm coalesced in the sky. It was a vast palm, almost encompassing heaven and earth. It seemed like everything under this palm would be reduced to nothingness. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, the colossal palm gradually descended. At the same time, the massive fire phoenix charged forward. Though this fire phoenix was enormous and emitted a terrifying aura, in comparison to the giant palm, it appeared so tiny and insignificant. Thereafter, Under the countless gazes, the enormous palm struck downwards with thunderous force. Boom boom. Deafening sounds resounded throughout the world. In the midst of the collision in the sky, endless clouds of dust billowed. Despite the haze of dust spreading everywhere, everyone still clearly saw what happened at the center of the collision. What is going on? So strong. Who exactly is this person? Could such a terrifying fire phoenix be killed just like that? Right in front of everyone's eyes, the gigantic fire phoenix high in the sky instantaneously shattered upon contact with the hand. As for the formidable high temperatures emanating from the fire phoenix, they seemed weak and pale before the tremendous palm. Furthermore, after shattering the fire phoenix with one strike, the massive palm continued its advance towards Xuanhuan. Seeing the whistling palm descending towards him, Xuanhuan's complexion drastically changed. He had seen clearly the power of this single strike. Now he could barely imagine the horrifying destruction it would unleash if it hit him. Without any hesitation, Xuanhuan immediately tried to escape through the space tunnel. However, just as he was about to escape, the descending palm accelerated and enveloped his back. Watching this palm about to land on Xuanhuan. At this critical moment, although Xuanhuan was extremely unwilling, he hurriedly shouted out, "Stop! I concede defeat." Upon hearing these words, the giant palm that could have annihilated Xuanhuan froze midair. Precisely because the palm stopped, it allowed Xuanhuan to safely enter the space tunnel. As for the suspended colossal palm, it dissipated effortlessly as xuanhuan casually waved her hand. At this very moment, xuanhuan became the focal point of everyone's attention. Each individual gazed at xuanhuan, unconsciously swallowing saliva. They originally thought that the battle was over. After all, Xuanhuan had shown such formidable strength. But they hadn't expected xuanhuan to turn out even stronger. Even one palm nearly annihilated Xuanhuan directly. At this moment, Xianxia, as the party involved, witnessed all of this and remained very calm. All of this was within Xianxia's expectations. Originally, xuanhuan was very powerful. Although Xuanhuan possessed considerable strength, in the end, he was still inferior to xuanhuan. It could also be said that the current xuanhuan was no longer a being from her own planet. Instead, she was a powerful being who had grown on another planet. It was truly a lower-dimensional strike. "Xuanhuan, come back." Xianxia looked up at xuanhuan in midair and softly spoke. After his words fell, xuanhuan didn't respond. She flew through the air like a celestial maiden, heading directly into the space channel. With xuanhuan's departure, the crowd finally let out a long breath of relief. Because at this moment, they felt that the terrifying pressure which had filled the world had vanished without a trace. As xuanhuan left, everyone's gaze shifted toward Xianxia. In the end, xuanhuan was originally a being from Xianxia's planet. The reason why she became so powerful was entirely due to Xianxia, the Star Master. "Haha, I told you he is my boss." Just as everyone was still reacting, Lin Wuya suddenly shouted loud with excitement evident across his face. After all, Xianxia deserves a great deal of credit for how powerful xuanhuan became. Brush. Suddenly at this moment, two beams of light shot towards Xianxia. This was Xuanhuan, pale-faced, throwing two star cores towards Xianxia. Faced with the star cores, Xianxia naturally wasted no time in choosing to accept them. After all, these were his rightful spoils of war. Having obtained the star cores, Xianxia left quite satisfied. Everything was over, and his purpose had been achieved. And in fact, he wasn't thinking about defeating anyone, but purely aiming to obtain the star cores. Of course, if there were any more such good opportunities in the future, he would certainly choose to place bets with others again. After all, the allure of star cores was too strong. With Xianxia's departure, the principal's voice sounded at this moment. "Alright, the contest is over. Everyone else, prepare yourselves." Chapter 103. The Rapid Development of the Human Race. With the battle between Xianxia and Xuanhuan coming to an end, all the students were given a glimpse of Xianxia's true strength this time. From being someone whose initial planet's diameter was only 2 meters, he could now defeat Xuanhuan. This was simply a miracle. As the principal's voice rang out, the other students also joined the battlefield one by one. Among them, Xianxia took a quick look around. Of course, the strongest was Lin Wuyuan. Lin Wuyuan was the prodigy student of the entire Jinling city. When he himself faced Lin Wuyuan initially, if it weren't for xuanhuan's help, there was no way he could have defeated him. After roughly observing everyone once more, Xianxia found the principal. "Principal, I'm a bit tired. Can I go back and rest?" Since he had just been through a fierce battle, the principal clearly understood that Xianxia needed some rest. At that moment, the principal nodded. "There are no more classes left anyway. Go back and rest first. Don't forget your class at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'm quite interested in the sentient life on your planet." Upon hearing this, Xianxia gave a slight nod in agreement. Subsequently, without any further hesitation, Xianxia turned and left. As Xianxia departed, the major competition continued to proceed. Xianxia headed toward the dormitory immediately. Upon returning to the dormitory, he instantly entered the 100 Races Alliance. After entering the 100 Races Alliance, a cold system notification tone suddenly rang out. "Ding, the host can choose to develop a specific planet." The system answered because Xianxia had previously inquired about this. Although the human race developed quickly, it had not been particularly useful all along. This led to Xianxia becoming somewhat anxious, wanting to accelerate the development of the human race. This was also why he returned so urgently. Inside the 100 Races Alliance, with the help of the system, Xianxia directly used both star cores completely. As soon as the star cores were used, clusters of purple clouds began swirling above the city of the human race. The clouds rose up in steam, and the purple mist enveloped the entire human city. At this moment, Xianxia clearly observed the rapid development of the entire human city. What had originally been a race involved in fierce battles accelerated forward like a movie on fast forward with the infusion of the star core energy. As the energy was consumed, Xianxia watched clearly as the city of the human race had already advanced to modern society. From initial developments in hydrogen bombs and atomic bombs, it rapidly progressed until it reached the age of nuclear weapons. When the human race developed to this stage, Xianxia noticed how the dense purple clouds gradually thinned. The thinning clouds seemed as if they had been fully absorbed. The human city that was developing rapidly before stopped progressing. It wasn't necessarily stopping altogether, it just became slower due to the absence of additional energy input. Additionally, Xianxia noticed something else. The human race had now fragmented into various self-governed units, similar to his original world. Moreover, they had even formed different countries with their respective leaders. Seeing this, Xianxia fell into deep thought. Certainly, there were advantages in letting each country continue developing independently. But inevitably, this would lead to a series of factors such as resource grabs and conflicts. However, upon careful consideration, Xianxia felt this wasn't necessarily problematic. Competition and grabbing resources could drive their rapid development, pushing them to surpass one another. After scanning the situation within the human race, Xianxia discovered that apart from advanced weaponry like nuclear weapons, there were many other sophisticated weapons present. Some peak-class armaments. Seeing this, a broad smile spread across Xianxia's face. If a planetary war were to break out in the future, he could simply deploy these advanced weapons. Bang! While lost in thought, Xianxia suddenly heard a loud sound emanating from within the city of the human race. Turning his gaze, he saw two nations had already started fighting. In the distance, between the two sides lay an enormous mine. Upon seeing the mine, Xianxia's smile grew even wider. This indicated that mineral deposits and natural resources were autonomously forming within the planet now. With this kind of development, sooner or later, the planet would naturally produce star cores. Regarding the chaos within the human city, Xianxia merely glanced at it, but didn't intervene excessively. To allow them to develop independently, Xianxia decided against interfering. Let them experience internal wear and tear for now. Shifting his gaze, he looked towards several glowing eggs in the distance. For these 3 eggs, Xianxia's heart was equally filled with anticipation. It was just that he only had 2 star sources, and they were both used on the human city. If he wanted to successfully hatch, or rather awaken these 3 eggs, he would have to quickly obtain more star sources. Although the school rewarded him with star sources every month, it was nowhere near enough for his needs. Whether it was for the expansion of a planet's diameter, the awakening of the 100 races, or the development of various races, Xianxia needed star sources. While Xianxia was contemplating this, suddenly, an idea struck him. Perhaps, I can use the same method as before to get star sources. With this thought, Xianxia instantly perked up. It was a good plan. Xianxia decided he would try it tomorrow. Thinking about this, Xianxia then exited the 100 Races Alliance. After all, he was quite tired after everything today. Lying down on his bed, Xianxia fell asleep immediately. The next morning, Xianxia got up early, left the dormitory, and walked towards the classroom. But, as soon as Xianxia stepped out of the dormitory, he instantly noticed many eyes watching him. Apart from stares, there were also whispers. Quick, look, that's Xianxia. He's the one who defeated Xuanhuan. Is that true? Xuanhuan is a genius among geniuses. Could he really have been defeated? I heard that this Xianxia initially had a planet with a diameter of only 2 meters, but during yesterday's test, it reached over 200 kilometers. That's not possible. How could that be real? Exactly. No one has ever heard of someone starting with a planet diameter of 2 meters and increasing it so much in half a year. It must be false. He doesn't even look like a genius. Whispers continued to come one after another. Though Xianxia heard them, he ignored them completely. After all, back at Jinling No. 1 Middle School, he had already grown immune to such talk. Looking toward the classroom, Xianxia walked directly in its direction despite the gazes fixed upon him. Chapter 104. Continue the wager. Based on yesterday's live combat, I have a general understanding. In response to the living beings on your planet and its future development, we will also gradually provide you with a specific plan. Inside the classroom, the principal looked at the many students and asked. As his voice rang out, the principal further delivered some official remarks. Xianxia even felt a bit drowsy, until the principal's voice suddenly came. Xianxia, come here for a moment. Upon hearing this, Xianxia immediately became alert, standing up and walking over. At this point, the principal told the students in the class, you may go ahead and engage in free activities. Subsequently, Xianxia followed the principal out of the office. Once inside the office, the principal directly said to Xianxia, regarding your planet, I've reviewed a series of battle videos from you, but I still can't figure out what kind of energy exists within your planet. Go ahead and explain. Hearing this, Xianxia directly responded. In fact, regarding the planet's energy, I'm not entirely clear about it myself. After this statement, the principal immediately asked, is it a type of energy that doesn't currently belong anywhere? Or is it perhaps due to the multitude of beings on your planet causing the energy to undergo some mutation? With this inquiry, Xianxia didn't hesitate before nodding. Truly remarkable. Able to serve as the principal of Tianyun Academy, his insight was undeniable. He had hit the nail on the head instantly. As for the energy on his planet, the system had previously mentioned that due to the various races involved, the energy had become exceedingly complex. This depended on the balance of energies required by each race. So, do you have any rough ideas about the beings on your planet? The principal turned toward Qin Yao and continued questioning. Hearing this, Qin Yao shook his head. I haven't really thought about these matters yet. Right now, I am just letting them develop autonomously. To which the principal replied, in that case, if you have time, create a video showing how the beings on your planet are trained or conduct battles and send it over. Although this is the first time I'm encountering a situation like yours, I believe I can provide you with some concrete methods. No, they wouldn't be classified exactly as methods. Let's call them suggestions instead. Listening to the principal's words, Qin Yao nodded deeply. Thank you, principal. That's settled then. You can return for now. You may choose not to attend classes in the coming days. Upon hearing the principal's words, Qin Yao acknowledged, turning around and leaving. Naturally, he would take the principal's words seriously. After all, through the principal's advice, he could genuinely enhance the strength of the various races. However, these matters weren't urgent. What mattered most at present was to get as much star essence as possible. Just thinking of star essence made Qin Yao, who had just left the principal's office, suddenly feel excited inside. Without the slightest hesitation, he headed straight for the training arena. The training arena was the place for practicing and comparing skills. Similar to the location they visited earlier under the principal's guidance, that was the training arena. Here was Xuanhuan Academy, one of the 4 great academies. Naturally, there were numerous training arenas. Additionally, by now Qin Yao was well versed in the locations across the school, so he found the training arena without difficulty. Stepping into the training arena, upon entering, he saw an immense battlefield surrounded by countless people. There, in the center of the battlefield, numerous mages could be seen chanting powerful spells. Magic collided intensely, triggering fierce winds and shaking the earth. The trees swayed ceaselessly. Amidst their spell clashes, murmurs constantly spread around the spectators. Wow, no wonder he's Chunfan's younger brother. The beings from Chunxing's planet. Their proficiency in magic is terrifying. Yes, they have been dominating throughout the fight. It's incredible. If this continues, the beings on that planet will soon surpass even Chunfan. It's impossible. Though he has excellent talent and grows rapidly, don't forget, that's Chunfan. Chunfan is exceptionally gifted. The title of the Academy's top mage isn't baseless. Such murmurs continued nonstop. Qin Yao also directed his gaze toward Chunxing, the Star Master. Indeed, just as the discussions among the crowd suggested, the magical beings on Chunxing's planet were extraordinarily powerful. They completely dominated their opponents. Under Qin Yao's watchful eyes, the battle was nearing its end. The student who fought against Chunxing had already been defeated and retreated hastily. After his victory, Chunxing scanned the surroundings with an arrogant look on his face. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? His words resonated, but there was no response from the crowd. Firstly, given Chunxing's current strength, weaker individuals couldn't possibly defeat him. As for those powerful individuals, even if they could defeat Chunxing, they would hesitate to challenge him out of consideration for Chunfan. However, Chunxing seemed unaware of all this. When he noticed no one responded among the crowd, he let out another cold snort. Truly a bunch of wimps. Chunxing spat out these disdainful words and was about to leave. But at this moment, Qin Yao couldn't hold back any longer. Wait. The moment this voice sounded, all eyes instantly turned toward Qin Yao. Who is this person? I've never seen him before. Judging from his appearance, he seems to be a freshman. A freshman? Probably so. Otherwise, how could someone have the guts to challenge Chunxing? Haha, just a freshman. He's bound to go there and get crushed by Chunxing. That's true, but don't forget, freshmen always think they're geniuses, considering themselves the most brilliant geniuses in the world. They won't learn their lesson until they experience the cruelty of society. Voices of discussion rang out. Chunxing also turned his gaze toward Qin Yao. He too had guessed that Qin Yao must be a freshman. Shaking his head, Chunxing said, looks like you, this freshman, think you're some kind of genius. But that's good. Let me, your senior, teach you what a real genius means. As Chunxing spoke, the beings within his planet, those mages, were gradually emerging from the spatial tunnel. However, right then, Qin Yao suddenly interjected. Wait. Chunxing cast a puzzled look at Qin Yao. Afraid already? Qin Yao didn't reply, but directly said, since we are sparring, it would be too dull without any wager. Upon hearing this, Chunxing's face also showed a trace of curiosity. Wager? Seems like you're quite confident. In that case, tell me, what kind of wager do you propose? Hearing this, Qin Yao directly responded, 2-star sources. Chapter 105. High-tech battle, human race invincible. 2-star sources. At the moment when Qin Yao announced the stakes, the onlooking students completely lost their cool. Did I hear that right? How confident can he be? How dare he stake star sources? He's overconfident. He's just a freshman. This isn't confidence, it's blind arrogance. It's as if he's giving away the star sources. But I think it's good this way, at least it will teach him a lesson. Voices of discussion rose again. As for Chunxing, upon hearing the stakes, his entire demeanor froze in shock before he agreed casually. Since you're so confident, let me see where your confidence comes from. After saying this, he gave orders to the magicians. Remember to hold back and don't let this younger classmate suffer too much. Rather than being confident, Qin Yao seemed less confident compared to Chunxing, who absolutely appeared the most confident at that moment. Without any hesitation at that point, Qin Yao directly opened a space tunnel. With the distortion of the space tunnel, it was clearly visible that one by one, fighter jets were flying out from the space tunnel. The number of these fighter jets was substantial. Initially, there were only a few, but within the blink of an eye, the number of fighter jets had reached 40 or 50. SSS. What is this? His planet seems to be a technology planet. yet he has managed to have so many fighter jets. But this doesn't seem right. A technology planet generally takes a long time to develop. After all, the technology inside cannot develop overnight. That's true, but this person is a freshman. Why does his planet suddenly have so many fighter jets? The quantity does not match his age. There is indeed something strange. No wonder he dared to challenge Xuanxia. It turns out he has an ace up his sleeve. One by one voices continued to emerge. When Xuanxia saw Xianxia, his face showed a trace of surprise. However, soon enough, the expression on his face turned cold. Consequently, he issued a series of attack commands to the magicians. With his attack order given, the magicians started chanting spells. Spell chants filled the air, the surroundings howled with fierce winds, and clusters of flickering flames appeared high up in the sky. These flickering flames transformed into fire rains falling across the heavens. As the vast fire rain poured down, instantly it surged towards the fighter jets in a manner covering the skies and filling the earth. Seeing the situation, the fighter jets did not even need Xianxia's command to act accordingly. One could observe the fighter jets unleashing furious firepower. Sounds like da-da-da-da echoed across the sky. Bullets shot forth, resembling raging fire dragons madly encircling and surging toward the descending celestial fire rain. Simultaneously, some fighter jets initiated barriers at this time. It was a layer of pure white barrier, encompassing all the numerous fighter jets within its protective boundary. Accompanied by the fiery dragons spraying, intense collisions erupted between the vast fire rain. In the sky, incessant collision sounds reverberated. Despite the abundance of fire rain, the bullet spray from the fire dragons was similarly plentiful. After colliding midair, they exploded into fireworks, directly canceling each other out high above in the air. However, despite that, there were still some fire rains falling. Nonetheless, these fire rains fell onto the fighter jets, only to be cancelled out by the white barrier. Thus, both sides' assaults continuously concluded without achieving dominance over one another. The magicians' attacks proved futile against the fighter jets. This made the self-assured expression on Xuanxia's face weaken somewhat. And before Xuanxia could react further, the fighter jets in the sky had already launched an attack against the magicians. This attack wasn't merely a sweeping torrent of fire dragons as before, it was a barrage of missiles falling this time. One could say, in an instant, dozens of missiles went berserk, heading fiercely towards the magicians. As the missiles descended, the reaction from the magicians was swift. They all chanted spells together and flashed off into different spaces, leaving their original positions. Seeing this, Xuanxia couldn't help but mock with a laugh. Metal blocks are still metal blocks. No matter what they resist, they are still nothing but lumps of iron. Xuanxia originally intended to continue speaking, but then, his voice abruptly cut off. Not just him, everyone present clearly saw the same thing happening. Those missiles were not merely exploding, they were now chasing after the magicians who had already teleported away. Even when the magicians performed spatial flashes several more times, they still could not escape the lock-ons of those missiles. Once again, a barrage of missiles surged toward them. Seeing this, the magicians ceased dodging. Instead, they began chanting their spells together, and around the group of magicians, blue barriers continuously formed. The barriers flickered, completely enveloping them, and an unbroken flow of magic circulated over the surface of the barriers. The instant the barriers appeared, the missiles roared in. Boom boom. Next came ear-splitting explosions that rang out incessantly. Amidst the explosions, everyone clearly saw endless clouds of smoke rising from the point of impact. The billowing smoke howled, spreading all around, even making it impossible for countless people to open their eyes. But despite this, their gazes were firmly fixed on the collision center. They also wanted to see if the defense of these magicians could withstand such a multitude of missile attacks. The power of each missile was great, but these students who were watching from afar were at a sufficient distance. Thus, they only felt a wave of heat and did not experience too much of a strong impact. Gradually, when the dust slowly settled, that blue light once again appeared before everyone. This meant that no matter how dense the missile attack was, it had ultimately failed to affect these magicians at all. However, before the onlookers could fully react, another round of missiles whistled down from the sky. Again, this dense swarm of missiles headed towards the magicians. These magicians also decisively chose to defend themselves, because they knew well enough that dodging would be impossible. Next, the same thing happened again. After the thunderous explosions, these missiles still failed to break through the barriers. At this time, Xianxia issued orders once more, directing the fighter jets to drop more missiles. Subsequently, a cycle occurred as if predestined. Fighter jets attacking, magicians defending. This situation persisted for an extremely long time until finally, Xuanxia could no longer hold back. Enough! Chapter 106. This newcomer is unusual. Originally, in Xuanxia's view, dealing with a newcomer could be done effortlessly. But now, he has been constantly on the defensive, which Xuanxia cannot accept. At this moment, Xuanxia shouted loudly to the magicians who had just resisted a round of attacks. Finish it. Upon hearing these two words, the magicians glanced at each other. Immediately after, incantations arose from their mouths. Great God of magic, please bestow upon us supreme magic. Forbidden magic, meteor shower from the sky. The moment the incantation ended, suddenly, boom boom, above the high skies, there came an extremely loud rumbling sound. And simultaneously with the sound, an overwhelming power pressure spread madly towards the ground. Under this pressure, countless students, even though they were far away, still felt an immensely terrifying destructive force. This made them all choose to retreat. It was evident that they also feared the coming forbidden magic. Heavens! Chen Xing is really angry. Yes, just before, Chen Xing didn't use forbidden magic. But now, against a newcomer, he has used forbidden magic. From this perspective, the battle should end. Forbidden magic, with its strength, is beyond our imagination. That is the existence capable of destroying heaven and earth. Voices of discussion kept sounding. At this time, without anyone saying anything, Xianxia also felt the horrifying destructive force that fell from the air. Without any hesitation, Xianxia immediately ordered the fighter jets to return. And when the fighter jets returned, another one flew out. However, this fighter jet clearly looked much larger than the previous ones. Much larger. Right when the fighter jet appeared, a vast darkness suddenly covered the sky above. The darkness rapidly descended. It was a huge meteorite. It truly seemed like a meteor shower falling from the heavens. This incomparably large meteorite already looked enormous while it was still far away in the sky. As it continued to descend, its immense size increasingly filled everyone's vision. Seeing a meteorite comparable to a colossal peak fall, everyone instinctively swallowed saliva. A rich smile appeared on Chen Xing's face. Just as everyone thought that the battle was about to end this way, the helicopter that had just flown out of the space tunnel suddenly fired a very large missile. The volume of the missile had reached an exaggerated degree. Even more shockingly, there was a single character written on it. Hydrogen. This missile locked onto the falling meteorite in the sky, charging directly towards it. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the speed of the missile crazily increased. In an instant, the missile collided with the meteorite. Boom, boom. Instantaneously, the deafening thunderous explosion resounded through heaven and earth. In the high sky, a giant mushroom cloud rose. With the rise of the mushroom cloud, a catastrophic shock wave instantly spread toward all directions. What? Suddenly, cries of alarm rang out from below. At this moment, all classmates stared wide-eyed. Because right now, they clearly saw that the moment the shell collided with the meteorite, that terrible destructive force actually shattered the meteorite. Even after being shattered, that endless destructive force continued to wildly spread. Down below, even though those students had retreated a great distance. At this moment, swept by the shock wave, they were all instantaneously thrown flying, including the surrounding trees and mountains, all instantly turned into nothingness, leaving behind a desolate stretch of land. Yet, despite all this, that immense shock wave continued to wildly expand outward. The void continuously twisted, giving off the sensation that it might break apart at any moment. Originally, this was a virtual combat space. With such a terrifying force sweeping through, the virtual space was almost unable to bear the impact. But, right as the virtual space was about to collapse, suddenly, buzz, buzz, everyone heard a buzzing sound arise. As the buzzing sound faded, they saw that around this virtual combat space, a faint yellow light began to rise. These lights connected into a net, protecting the entire virtual combat space inside. This finally resisted this terrifying destructive force, preventing the destruction of this virtual combat space. This, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the defense shield of the virtual combat space. That's right. This is the defense shield, and it said that it only activates when the destructive force reaches a certain level. This means that the destructive power unleashed by the life forms on the newcomer's planet has reached the extent capable of destroying the virtual combat space. My goodness, what kind of mutant is he? Just a newcomer, yet the life forms on his planet possess such terrifying destructive power. Moreover, they even managed to withstand forbidden magic. His opponent is Chen Xing. Not to mention newcomers. Even some geniuses could be easily defeated by Chen Xing. There is certainly something unusual about this newcomer. One shout of astonishment after another kept rising at this time. As these voices faded, the calamity in the sky was slowly dissipating. At this moment, Chen Xing had obviously widened his eyes, with a flicker of fear showing in his gaze. This was completely different from the confident expression he had earlier. He had never imagined that the life forms within a newcomer's planet would unleash such a terrifying destructive force. But, just as Chen Xing was shocked, suddenly, his body trembled once more. Likewise, at this moment, all the classmates' expressions suddenly changed. Because, at this time, 2 fighter jets had appeared in front of those magicians without anyone noticing. The gun muzzles of the fighter jets were pointing directly at those magicians. Although magicians can teleport and defend themselves, everyone knows that magicians are powerful, but their biggest drawback is that they need to chant spells. Now, at such a short distance, if the fighter jets were to attack, the magicians wouldn't have time to chant their spells and would be hit directly. In this case, the magicians would be killed instantly. Yet at this time, apart from seriousness, everyone's face also showed deep shock, because no one expected how those 2 fighter jets had appeared. What exactly is going on? When did these 2 fighter jets appear? Everyone was full of doubts, restless. All of this had already surpassed their imagination. And at this moment, Xianxia, who was personally involved in this matter, remained extremely calm. Xianxia's gaze looked at Chen Xing, whose face was filled with disbelief, and slowly spoke. Do you still want to continue? Chapter 107, Awaken, Fire Dragon. Shall we continue? Xianxia's voice became the only sound in this world. This sound reached Chen Xing's ears, leaving him completely unresponsive for a good while. He couldn't believe that he had lost. And worse, he had lost to a newcomer. This was something Chen Xing could not accept in his heart. But no matter how unwilling he was inside, the fact was right there before him. Chen Xing dragged his face down and threw out 2 star sources without looking back before walking away. As for the flying star sources, Xianxia naturally accepted them without hesitation. After getting the star source, Xianxia naturally felt great. He then looked around. The contest of today is over. If any of you are dissatisfied and wish to challenge me, bring your star source tomorrow. When his words fell, these students all looked at Xianxia with ill intentions. After all, Xianxia was just a new student, their junior. Now hearing Xianxia's words, they all felt they were clearly being looked down upon. Where do you think you're going? Stand still. I want to see what tricks you have. I challenge you today. These seniors couldn't help themselves and stood up immediately, shouting angrily at Xianxia. However, in response to their words, Xianxia shook his head. I've said it already, if you want to challenge me, it's tomorrow. I can only have one match per day. Tomorrow, at this place. Those who want to challenge, bring your star source. Having spoken these words, Xianxia didn't even listen to what those people continued to say, turned around and left. As Xianxia left, the gaze of these classmates towards Xianxia's back was filled with nothing but cursing sounds from their mouths. But for all these, Xianxia had already heard none of it. Even if he heard, he wouldn't care. Because right now, there was something more important he had to do. That was to use the star source. Hastily returning to the dormitory, after entering the 100 Clans Alliance, he directly chose to use the star source. And the use of the star source was targeted, using both star sources together. In an instant, above the 3 eggs appeared beams of misty light. Accompanied by the flickering light, Xianxia saw that on the surface of the egg, which was burning entirely with flames, actually had symbols flashing. Ding! Host has consumed the power of 1 star source. Would you like to consume another star source to awaken this egg? Suddenly, the cold system voice rang out. Upon hearing the system's voice, Xianxia froze instantly. Looking at the 3 eggs in front of him, Xianxia became speechless. System, your meaning is that I cannot awaken all of them at once. Even awakening 1 egg requires 2 star sources. The system's response was swift. Yes. Upon hearing this, Xianxia suddenly did not know what to say. Regardless, consuming too many star sources was quite costly. Previously consuming so much, Xianxia originally thought using 1 star source would be enough to awaken these eggs. Unexpectedly, it now took 2 star sources to awaken even 1 egg. Fortunately, he had 2 star sources on hand. Facing the system prompt, Xianxia straightforwardly replied, use it. Upon saying these 2 words, Xianxia saw extremely pure energy being injected into the egg, with symbols flickering. This process went very quickly. Moments later, crack, a crisp sound resounded. Upon hearing the system's voice, Xianxia immediately became incredibly anticipative. His eyes stared firmly at the egg. This was after all what cost him a lot of star sources to successfully awaken. Xianxia's gaze fixated. From the egg, a small head gradually emerged. The head looked adorable, with some crystal clear scales. And the moment Xianxia saw this little head, a word instantly popped into his mind. Dragon. That's right. Despite the small size of this creature, this head was exactly the same as the dragon heads in ancient tales. This represented that this was a dragon egg. Dragon represents strength, limitless strength, a being capable of calling wind and rain. Xianxia never expected that this was a dragon egg. Just as Xianxia was excited, the mini dragon had hatched out. Moreover, the dragon was completely fire red in color, which matched Xianxia's previous guess. This should be a fire dragon. The fire dragon, after hatching out, adorably rubbed against the corner of Xianxia's clothes, seemingly trying to make Xianxia happy. Indeed, watching the cute little fire dragon in front of him, Xianxia liked it immensely. Only, this fire dragon's volume was too small. So, Xianxia opened his mouth to ask, System, this fire dragon is too small. Is there any way to make him grow quickly? System, you can use star sources. Upon hearing this, Xianxia was left speechless. What the heck? Turns out this thing's a gold-guzzling beast. As if sensing Xianxia's exasperation, the system's voice rang out once again. Host, do not underestimate this fire dragon. Once he grows, a single breath of his flame could destroy a city, and he will even be able to summon wind and rain. Not even regular attacks can break through his defense. Xianxia did not refute the system's statement. Nor would he have, as he also clearly knew how powerful a grown fire dragon would become. But the key was how to make it grow. And just how many star sources would it take? He was in desperate need of star sources now. Now with a little fire dragon that relied on star sources for growth, how could he afford it? And right now, there was only 1 little fire dragon. There were still 2 eggs waiting to awaken. When they awakened, that meant 3 dragons to manage. Just imagining having 3 dragons felt daunting. It would require immense resources to raise these dragons. Suddenly, while worrying about star sources, an idea flashed in his mind. Xianxia's gaze turned to the egg encased in ice crystals. He then asked aloud, System, this egg contains life from my planet. Can I give it away? System, of course you can. And neither its method of awakening nor the star sources required for its growth will change. Hearing the system's reply, Xianxia nodded. Indeed, he had already thought of someone for this egg. Xianxia. Since Xianxia's creature from her planet related to extreme cold, this ice-type dragon egg suited her perfectly. Also, Xianxia couldn't bear the excessive consumption of star sources. He could simply give this dragon egg to her. Thinking of Xianxia made Xianxia smile unconsciously. For some reason, after so long without seeing Xianxia, he truly missed her. Chapter 108, a long-awaited reunion. Early the next morning, Xianxia didn't go to class. The principal had previously said that he needn't rush to attend classes. Besides, for the need of star essence, Xianxia directly headed toward the arena. Upon arriving at the arena, countless eyes turned to look at him. After all, yesterday, everything Xianxia went through during the competition was still fresh in everyone's minds. A part of this attention was due to the strength of the creatures from Xianxia's planet. Most importantly, it was because of what Xianxia had said when he left. a freshman dared to taunt his seniors. It was nothing short of a slap in the face. When they saw Xianxia coming, all the students were flustered. What the hell? He actually dares to show up. He doesn't give us a second thought. Is there anyone willing to discipline this arrogant freshman? Let him know who the seniors are. Don't think just because you defeated Xianxia, you're invincible. Voices filled with dissatisfaction arose continuously. However, regarding these voices, Xianxia paid them no mind and continued walking forward as he spoke. Just like I said yesterday, whoever is boo-foo cheap, feels wronged, and wants to challenge me. Come here with your star essence. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, suddenly, a figure stepped forward. Humph, defeating only one person like Xianxia has made you so conceited. If you defeat Sun Aotian, will you think you can soar above the clouds? Today, I want to see what skills you, this freshman, have. This speaker had a crew cut and a very robust body, as if brimming with endless strength. Naturally, Xianxia did not recognize him, but the onlookers quickly identified him. It's Hansheng. Hansheng is a tough one. Although not ranked in the top 10, overall, he can place within the top 20. I remember Hansheng's planet's energy source is mineral-based. Yes, the creatures on Hansheng's planet are not known for their attacks, but for their defenses. I also recall, many people tried to defeat Hansheng before, but eventually, the creatures in his opponent's planets almost died from exhaustion without being able to harm the creatures on Hansheng's planet. If we talk about pure defense, Hansheng is undoubtedly one of the best in the academy. This freshman's creatures possess powerful attacks. This seems like an attack between spear and shield. Let's see which side prevails. Aren't you guys overestimating this freshman? At least his opponent is Hansheng. Discussion rippled around. At this moment, Hansheng cast a serious gaze towards Xianxia and said, "Direct your creatures to use their strongest attack. Otherwise, you may not get another chance." With these words spoken, 3 figures emerged from his planet. Strangely enough, these 3 individuals looked exactly alike, as if carved from the same mold. Their build was akin to winter melons, short but very stocky. Standing calmly in front, their eyes steadily focused on Xianxia. At this point, Xianxia wasted no time, immediately calling forth his fighter jet. Without hesitation, the fighter jet unleashed missile attacks on the trio. Oddly enough, the trio didn't retreat. Instead, they stood firmly where they were, placing their hands together. Coinciding with the instant their hands joined, their bodies transformed into stone right then and there, emanating dazzling light. Meanwhile, the missiles landed. Bang! A tremendous explosion resounded as the missiles hit the stones. There was no impact, no splash, only a dull thud. Beyond this, nothing happened. Seeing this, Hansheng coldly looked at Xianxia and said, "I've already told you to use the strongest attack." Upon hearing this, Xianxia remained silent. He truly believed Hansheng's words. Their defense was simply terrifying. Without further delay, he called out a huge fighter jet. Just like before, the fighter jet came out and fired a hydrogen bomb at the trio immediately upon arrival. As soon as the students around noticed the hydrogen bomb falling, instinctively, they retreated far away. Yesterday, they witnessed firsthand how terrifying the destruction of a hydrogen bomb could be, even triggering the virtual combat space's protective shield. But now, despite seeing the hydrogen bomb descend, Hansheng, standing afar, showed no concern. Those 3 also repeated the same defensive posture as before, transforming into stone. Boom. Suddenly, an immense, thunderous roar exploded, causing chaotic devastation once again under the enormous explosion. A protective shield even appeared in the air. This terrifying destructive power spread ceaselessly. But, even though this destructive force was incredibly frightening, everyone was shocked to find that such a horrifying attack couldn't harm those 3 people at all. Hiss. No wonder it's Hansheng. This defensive power is simply monstrous. The virtual protective shield was activated, yet they remain unscathed. How exaggerated is this defense? It's an unimaginable terror. Hansheng's creatures within his planet have evidently grown much stronger compared to before, which proves that during this time, Hansheng's planet has developed enormously. At this moment, shouts of amazement were continuously heard. They were all shocked by this terrible defensive power. Meanwhile, seeing all this, Hansheng revealed a trace of a smile on his face. "So, this is your strongest attack? If that's all there is, I suggest you'd better surrender now. As long as you apologize for your remarks yesterday, I won't demand your star essence." To Hansheng's words, Xianxia acted as if he hadn't heard them, and instead looked toward the fighter jet in the sky. "Release it." The pilot inside the fighter jet clearly heard something and began operating. Right then, Xianxia also looked at the onlookers and said, "The next attack will be extremely terrifying. I advise you to enter your planets." Xianxia's sudden statement made all the students present dumbfounded. What? Did I hear wrong? He actually asked us to retreat into our planets? How terrifying could the next attack be? And with the protective shield already up, how could this freshman be so confident? I want to teach him a lesson. It's all just empty talk. He'll be defeated soon. Sneering voices continued to arise. Clearly, they didn't take Xianxia's words seriously. At this point, Xianxia no longer intended to explain further, because an enormous missile was slowly descending. There were 3 words written on the missile. Little boy. Chapter 109. The terrifying power of the little boy. The massive missile slowly descended. Everyone clearly watched the missile inscribed with the words, "little boy," as it fell. At first, they did not take it seriously because they did not sense overly intense fluctuations from it. As for the one sentence Xianxia had mentioned earlier, they naturally paid no attention to it either. After all, he was just a freshman, and with the protective shield in place, they certainly weren't worried about anything. However, at this moment, when little boy hit the ground, Han Sheng felt an inexplicable tremor within him. And at that time, he saw Xianxia turn around and directly enter the planet space. When he noticed this, the perplexity on Han Sheng's face grew stronger. Could his strike truly be so terrifying? Just as everyone was watching Little Boy. Suddenly, Little Boy landed directly on the 3 people below. Boom. An enormous explosion erupted. The moment the thunderous sound reached them, everyone felt as if everything before their eyes was frozen. Boundless heat and fierce power instantly spread everywhere. The surrounding trees, mountains, rivers, and even the earth crumbled at that moment. As for those 3 individuals, they also turned into powder along with the explosion of Little Boy. In this instant, Han Sheng, without a trace of hesitation, entered the planet space immediately. Simultaneously, a vast and ferocious shockwave swept over. This caused the students' faces to drastically change. What's going on with this energy? Why do I feel my heartbeat accelerating? Quickly enter the planet space. Look, that freshman and Han Sheng have already entered the planet space. This represents that this strike will be infinitely terrifying. In an instant, cries of astonishment continued to echo through the land. Those students also took measures to respond at this time. One by one, they chose to enter the planet space. It was right at the moment they entered the planet space. Boom boom. The explosions intensified. Endless destructive force spread outwards like the apocalypse, eradicating everything along the way. And at this time, the defensive shield appeared. But, when this terrifying force swept through, the defense dome of the virtual combat space directly shattered. Dome. Another powerful explosion sounded. This time, above the entire school, the enormous noise reverberated endlessly. At this moment, inside the principal's office, the principal was studying some specific teaching plans for the students in the class. Dome. The sudden explosion made him change expression abruptly. Moreover, he felt the whole building shake. In an instant, he acted without any hesitation and rushed out of the office immediately. Just as he ran out of the office, a voice broadcasted in the air. Earthquake! Earthquake is coming. Everyone, go to the open area on the playground immediately. The broadcasting sound persisted continuously, and soon after, a large number of teachers and students could be seen running out from classrooms or dormitories. Since the entire earth was shaking, it was evidently an earthquake. In the face of natural disasters, regardless of how strong your abilities may be, you are powerless against nature's forces. Precisely because earthquakes are terrifying, none of the teachers and students hesitated and came outside at once. When the crowd gathered in the square, the principal looked solemnly at the surroundings. However, something made the principal confused. If it were really an earthquake, there should have been stronger seismic vibrations, yet he hadn't experienced anything more horrifying. Furthermore, the initial trembling sensation seemed to be fading. There was also the loud sound heard initially. What was that? Suddenly, shouts of surprise rang out. At this moment, everyone's gaze focused there. They clearly saw an incredibly massive mushroom cloud rising up. It seems to be in the direction of the virtual combat space. What happened? The virtual combat space has protection from the defensive shield, so why does such a large mushroom cloud appear? In theory, it should be, but why does the mushroom cloud appear? And I feel that the loud noise we heard earlier was coming from the direction of the virtual combat space. Does that mean this isn't an earthquake, but rather caused by someone? Initially, upon seeing the giant mushroom cloud, everyone merely guessed. But as discussions and speculations increased, especially when mentioning human involvement, everyone opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Even the teachers, including the principal, stared incredulously at the direction of the mushroom cloud. They fully understood what this represented. Originally, there was a defensive shield within the virtual combat space. Even if there were some extremely terrifying attacks, the defensive shield would still be able to withstand them. But now, a massive mushroom cloud had appeared from the direction of the virtual combat space. Could it mean that the defensive shield couldn't withstand this attack? If that were the case, then it would signify that the person capable of breaking through the defensive shield must be incredibly powerful. This thought brought a look of deep anticipation to the principal's face. If it truly were a man-made attack that broke through the shield, then the strength of the beings on the opposing planet must be extraordinary. As the principal was pondering, suddenly, a student came running over, full of panic. Principal, the virtual combat space has been destroyed. Someone was sparring inside and directly destroyed the virtual combat space. As soon as these words were spoken, a commotion resounded throughout the area. The virtual combat space has been destroyed. So that means all of this, the earthquake and the giant mushroom cloud, was man-made. Who could it possibly be? Who could cause such horrifying destruction? Could it be Sun Aotian? Or Chen Fan? Perhaps it's their clash. Otherwise, I can't think of anyone else in our school who could generate such frightening destructive power. Shocked voices continued to echo. This left all the students utterly astonished. At this moment, the principal quickly recovered. He was fully aware of just how terrifying an attack capable of shattering the defensive shield must be. It also signified just how strong the attacker was. Without hesitation, the principal shouted, "Come with me and take a look." Upon hearing this, the teachers followed closely behind the principal, rushing straight into the virtual combat space. After all, something creating so much noise certainly piqued their curiosity. Besides the teachers, there were also many students. An existence capable of shattering the defensive shield intrigued them greatly as well. Chapter 110, Catastrophe. Devastation. The kind of devastation that comes after a catastrophe. There was an incredibly enormous crater on the entire ground. Everything around was barren, making it hard to imagine what had happened here. At this moment, various space portals opened up. Then one by one, students came out. However, when these students saw the scene in front of them, each and every one of them widened their eyes. Oh, did another planet invade us? What happened? I remember just now it wasn't the freshmen battling with Han Sheng. I remember too. And before that, the freshmen even made us hide. So it must have been impossible. Even the protective shield is gone. No matter how strong the creatures from a single novice's planet might be, they can't possibly possess such terrifying destructive power. What exactly is going on? We didn't see anything. Looking at everything around, everyone was dumbfounded. Because of the terrifying shockwave just now, they chose in the first instance to enter the planetary space to evade that terrible impact. But now, inside the planetary space, they could see such a sight, leaving them shocked within. After all, it had only been a few minutes back and forth. As all the classmates were astonished, ahead, 2 space channels opened up. Then could be seen Xianxia and Han Sheng both walking out from the spatial channels at the same time. Xianxia's expression was very calm. But Han Sheng, seeing all of this, gaped, completely incredulous. This? Han Sheng was shocked to the point where he didn't know what to say anymore. After all, this scene right in front of him had already completely surpassed his imagination. He hadn't bothered looking around for those 3 figures because he knew that faced with such terrifying destructive power, those 3 people definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Subsequently, Han Sheng's gaze fell on Xianxia. He didn't speak, but the astonishment in his eyes said it all. You've won. In the end, Han Sheng didn't choose to continue fighting with Xianxia, because with such terrifying attacks, not even the defensive barrier could hold it off. Even if this battle continued, it would be meaningless. After saying some words, Han Sheng proved to be very honest and immediately threw out 2 star sources. Having obtained the star sources, Xianxia naturally became happy. However, Xianxia did not rush to leave, but instead let his gaze sweep over those classmates. Tomorrow, I will come again. At that time, anyone among you who isn't satisfied can bring star sources to challenge me. This time around, no one responded to Xianxia's words. Because this attack which even the defense couldn't withstand, none of them dared to fight it either. If it had been earlier, they would surely have scoffed at a rookie. But now, upon witnessing all this, they were completely stunned by the strength of the life forms from Xianxia's planet. And as a result, they naturally didn't dare to comment any further. Xianxia, after scanning through, seeing no one dared to say much, also refrained from speaking more. Happy with the 2 star sources, he left. The instant Xianxia left, the principal rushed over hurriedly with a group of people. When the principal and his company looked at the desolate scene before them, they were equally startled. After all, the current view was quite alarming. The principal immediately asked about what happened here. Soon enough, he learned everything. Upon learning that the scene in front of him was caused by Xianxia, the principal as well as the face of all the teachers revealed deep expressions of surprise. It seemed like the principal realized something at this point. Without hesitation, he hastily left, and the rest of them were still staring at the scene before them blankly. Meanwhile elsewhere, Xianxia headed towards the dormitory. But just as Xianxia was about to enter the dormitory, Lin Wuyu suddenly rushed out in a fluster. Lin Wuyu obviously noticed Xianxia, immediately approached Xianxia, and urgently asked, "What happened? What's going on? Did you feel it just now? It was like an earthquake." Seeing Lin Wuyu's sleepy appearance, Xianxia knew he must have stayed up late. Then, Xianxia smiled and said, "Nothing. Where was there an earthquake? If there really was an earthquake, you'd have died long ago. I think you were dreaming." As the voice rang out, Lin Wuyu slowly nodded. "Seems like it really was just a dream. I probably was dreaming. By the way, where are you heading?" Upon hearing this, Xianxia replied calmly, "I just witnessed a grand battle. All right, you go back and sleep. I have something else to do." Initially, Xianxia had planned to return to the dormitory, but thinking for a bit, he directly walked toward the school gate instead. While walking towards the gate, Xianxia dialed Yin Xingshua's number. Yin Xingshuo appeared before him shortly, and Xianxia noticed that Yin Xingshuo didn't seem as cold as before. There was even a hint of a smile on her face. "Xianxia, why did you suddenly contact me? Is there something you need?" Her words echoed and Xianxia immediately said, "I have a gift for you. Are you free now?" Hearing this, Yin Xingshuo was momentarily stunned, but she reacted quickly, hurriedly replying, "I have a class in the afternoon. How about I come to find you tomorrow?" Shaking his head upon hearing this, Xianxia said, "No problem. I'll go see you. By the time I reach your school, your class should be over." All right. Seemingly wanting to say more, Yin Xingshuo ultimately only responded with one word. After hanging up, Xianxia wasn't sure if it was the joy from acquiring the star sources or something else, but after the call with Yin Xingshuo, he felt much lighter-hearted. Without too much hesitation, he headed directly toward the space station. Although Tianyun Academy was a certain distance from Qing University, thanks to the starship at the space station, the journey only took half a day. Since both the city where Tianyun Academy was located and the city where Qing University was situated had large populations, there were many starships heading to Qing University, so he barely had to wait before boarding one bound for Qing University. This time though, he had to pay for the ride. Most previous trips were mission-related. Now things were different because he was going to see Yin Xingshuo. Spending 20,000 Union coins, he boarded the starship bound for Qing University. At first, everything was fine after boarding, but gradually Qin Yao found himself inexplicably feeling tense and expectant. Throughout the journey, he kept imagining what he'd say when meeting Yin Xingshuo. Would she like the gift he prepared? His nervousness grew worse as they approached Qing University. In the end, after half a day, the announcement came through the loudspeaker. There will be 1 hour until we reach our destination. Chapter 111. Reunion with the school beauty deskmate. Qing University, among the 4 great universities, may not rank first, but it's far better than Tianyun Academy. Due to lacking an identity card, Qin Yao couldn't enter Qing University at all. He attempted to call Yin Xianxia, but she didn't pick up. She must be in class, he thought. Xianxia left a message for Yin Xianxia and then waited outside anxiously. The wait lasted about 10 minutes. Soon after, Xianxia received a reply from Yin Xianxia that her class had ended. Even Xianxia himself wasn't sure what was going on. Upon receiving this information, his anxiety only grew stronger. He even stood in one place, taking deep breaths continuously. Strange, I'm just meeting a classmate. Is there really a need to be this nervous? Xianxia muttered helplessly to himself. His eyes stared straight ahead, looking around the campus in an attempt to spot her figure. Very quickly, Xianxia spotted the familiar figure among the throng of many students. She wore a pure white long dress, her face delicate, exuding an icy demeanor that kept people at bay. Yin Xianxia was too prominent. Trying not to attract attention was impossible. Similarly, many students gathered around due to her appearance, making her a dazzling highlight. Watching Yin Xianxia approach step by step, Xianxia was already preparing to wave and greet her. However, suddenly, a figure stepped before Yin Xianxia. Due to the distance, Xianxia couldn't hear their conversation, but he saw a hint of repulsion cross Yin Xianxia's face. And Yin Xianxia also wanted to leave, but that figure stubbornly blocked Yin Xianxia's way. By the time Xianxia saw this, he already intended to rush over. Unfortunately, this was Qin University. Relations between the four major academies were already tense. And without an identity card, he could never gain entry. Could he really let Yin Xianxia be bullied like this? Just as Xianxia was feeling anxious, suddenly, an overwhelming chill swept through the area. As the coldness surged, Xianxia immediately noticed a layer of ice crystals enveloping Yin Xianxia's body. The shimmering ice caused those around her to retreat fearfully, including the figure who had previously blocked her path. Upon this, Yin Xianxia started walking toward the school gate. As Yin Xianxia approached step by step, she also noticed Xianxia's presence. The moment she saw Xianxia, the chill surrounding her vanished completely. Even the distant, unwelcoming aura that characterized her seemed to weaken considerably. Yin Xianxia swiped her identity card and approached Xianxia. Sorry for keeping you waiting. I'll treat you to dinner. It's a good chance to try some local specialties. Upon hearing this, Xianxia did not refuse and nodded accordingly. However, as they were about to leave, Xianxia sensed a strong hostile gaze. Glancing over, he saw the same figure who had earlier obstructed Yin Xianxia. His eyes locked onto Xianxia intensely, and he made a throat-cutting gesture, an obvious provocation. Xianxia watched him, feeling equally annoyed. At this point, Yin Xianxia clearly noticed something and spoke up. Ignore him. He's just some second-generation rich guy who's extremely bothersome. Let's go eat first. With Yin Xianxia's words echoing, Xianxia nodded in agreement, and together they departed from the Qin University entrance. Since this was Xianxia's first visit to the city, he knew nothing. Thankfully, Yin Xianxia was here. Under Yin Xianxia's guidance, they arrived at a restaurant. Yin Xianxia directly handed the menu to Xianxia. What do you want to eat? Xianxia glanced at the menu and was startled. Goodness, prices were so high. Having been away from dining out for quite a while, these costs were truly extravagant, easily reaching into the thousands per dish. In that moment, Xianxia handed the menu back to Yin Xianxia. You've been here longer. You choose. After hearing this, Yin Xianxia nodded and casually ordered a few dishes via the robot server. Then she turned to Xianxia. By the way, you said before that you wanted to give me a gift? Xianxia slightly inclined his head. Yes, and you absolutely can't refuse this present. Hearing this, excitement flickered brightly in Yin Xianxia's beautiful eyes. Just as she was about to say something, suddenly, her eyes froze. Her entire gaze became firmly fixed on the dragon egg covered in ice crystals that Xianxia retrieved from within the starship. This is a dragon egg. Yin Xianxia's voice trembled. Even her expression revealed tremendous shock. This was the first time Xianxia had seen Yin Xianxia in such a state. Do you know about this? Yin Xianxia stared intently at the dragon egg, unwilling to look away for even a moment, fearing it might disappear in the next second. I've seen some introductions in the library. Dragon eggs generally only appear on high-level planets, and must be accompanied by a combination of time, place advantages, and enormous resource investments to make it possible for a dragon egg to appear on a planet. But even so, the probability is extremely small. The appearance of a single dragon egg surpasses the price of 0 stones, and often leads to conflicts between planets over its possession. Fortunately, since the two were in a private room, they weren't worried about being discovered. But hearing Yin Xianxia's words, Xianxia was also shocked. He didn't know the value of a dragon egg, but he was very clear about how precious the 0 stones were. He never would have guessed that a dragon egg could be so expensive. At the same time, he saw Yin Xianxia's fond expression toward the dragon egg, revealing her strong desire to possess it. Seeing this look on Yin Xianxia's face, Xianxia felt somewhat pleased as well. Regardless of how valuable this dragon egg was, if Yin Xianxia liked it, that was all that mattered. Right then, Xianxia pushed the dragon egg towards Yin Xianxia. This is my gift to you. If you want to hatch it, though, you'll need star sources, which I unfortunately can't provide. And, before Xianxia could finish speaking, Yin Xianxia interrupted directly. No, this dragon egg is too precious. I can't accept it. If this dragon egg were sold, it would fetch at least billions. I absolutely cannot accept it. Though Yin Xianxia claimed she wouldn't accept it, her whole demeanor clearly showed her fondness. But due to the dragon egg's immense value, she couldn't take it. Seeing this, Xianxia said, you don't need to overthink this. The reason I'm giving it to you is because I actually have another one. And you know, hatching a dragon egg requires a lot of star sources, which I simply can't afford. Since we're classmates, just take it as a gift. As soon as Yin Xianxia tried to say something else, Xianxia cut her off immediately. If you really don't want it, then I might as well throw it away. Upon hearing the word throw, Xianxia suddenly became anxious. How can you just throw it away? Although she understood what Xianxia meant, she still hesitated, considering the great value of the dragon egg. Seeing this, Xianxia urged again, just accept it quickly. Otherwise, once others find out, it might cause trouble. Chapter 112, The Qin University Challenge. A dragon egg is too precious. Xianxia has been declining it all along. But finally, under Xianxia's persuasion, she accepted it. Now that the dragon egg has been given to her, as for hatching and so on, it's up to her. Then, the food was served. Xianxia talked with Xianxia while they ate. Xianxia found that Xianxia, the beauty who used to be cold as an iceberg, had obviously changed. Although not talkative, at least she wasn't icy anymore. After a simple meal, Xianxia got up and sent Xianxia back to school. On the way, Xianxia said, Xianxia, you should participate in the Academy's peak competition. The Academy's peak competition? Xianxia was puzzled upon hearing this. Seeing this, Xianxia was also somewhat surprised. Don't you know? What have you been doing at school lately? You don't even know about this. Upon hearing these words, Xianxia also felt helpless. At this moment, Xianxia explained again. The peak competition is led by the 4 academies, plus some other schools joining in, resulting in a contest. I don't know where exactly it will be held. The location of each peak competition changes every time. But I've heard that the reward for the peak competition is very generous, and it also affects the ranking among the 4 prestigious universities. The competition has always been fierce. Listening to Xianxia's explanation, Xianxia nodded slightly. I haven't heard of it yet. Let me ask when I get back. Hearing this, Xianxia also nodded slightly. Since it concerns the rankings of our respective academies, the selection will be stricter. I also need to work hard for this peak competition to see if I can be selected. Upon hearing this, Xianxia quickly said, with your talent, you will definitely be able to. Regarding this, Xianxia shook her head. I can't guarantee that. There are too many geniuses in the school. However, now with this dragon egg, after I hatch it, it will likely increase my chances. The two continued talking like this, unknowingly arriving at the entrance of Qin University. But once they reached the entrance of Qin University, both were originally saying something to each other. Suddenly, both fell silent. Everyone looked at the college gates, unsure of what to say. In the end, Xianxia spoke up first. It's getting dark, go back soon. His voice faded, and Xianxia didn't respond. She nodded, glanced at Xianxia, turned around intending to leave. You, a person from Tianjian, actually dared to come to the front gate of Qin University. Your nerve isn't small. Just then, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Following this, several figures walked out from within the school, directly surrounding Xianxia and Xianxia. As they were surrounded, a figure stepped out from the crowd. This person was none other than the one who had stopped Xianxia earlier in the day. What do you want, Xianxiang? Upon seeing Xianxiang, an extremely terrifying chill immediately spread throughout Xianxia's body. The chill howled, even turning her eyes ice cold, clearly showing her anger. At this moment, Xianxiang simply said, Swear, it has nothing to do with you, just go. This person is a student from Tianjian Academy, now appearing at the entrance of Qin University. It's challenging the students of Qin University. As soon as Xianxiang finished speaking, the surroundings instantly echoed with countless agreements. That's right. A useless person from Tianjian Academy dares to wreak havoc at the entrance of Qin University. When did people from Tianjian dare to show up at Qin University's entrance? Truly without regard for life or death. Today, we must give him a lesson. As voices continued to rise around them, the chilling aura emanating from Xianxia kept rising continuously. That icy coldness made everyone around shiver involuntarily. Xianxia stared coldly at Xianxiang and said, He is my friend. What's wrong with my friend sending me back? When the words rang out, Xianxiang ignored Xianxia's words. Xianxiang's eyes fixed firmly and said, Waste of space. If you're a man, don't hide behind a woman. As soon as those words came out, Xianxia was about to say something when she suddenly felt a warmth on her arm. Looking back, Xianxia saw Xianxiao shaking his head at her. Upon seeing Xianxiao's gesture, Xianxia immediately panicked. She clearly knew what Xianxiao would do next and wanted to stop him. But, even before Xianxia could say anything, Xianxiao blinked his eyes, looked up towards Xianxiang. If you say I'm here to provoke you, then fine. What do you want? As soon as these words came out, even Xianxiang was taken aback. He couldn't imagine that this person from Tianjian Academy would be so bold, standing in front of the Qin University gate and saying something like that. Does he even know the meaning of death? Or is he just getting impatient? However, this suits his fancy. At that moment, Xianxiang's gaze locked onto Xianxiao, and he directly said, Humph, how dare you say something like that? Admittedly, I admire your courage. But I wonder how your planetary power measures up. Xianxiang's words were crystal clear. He was challenging Xianxiao. Without a hint of hesitation, Xianxiao met Xianxiang's gaze and said, It doesn't matter. But challenges are boring. Why don't we make it interesting with a wager? Upon hearing this, Xianxiang's eyebrows rose slightly, as he looked at Xianxiao with intrigue. What kind of wager do you have in mind? Xianxiao replied without delay, Simple. 2-star origins, what do you think? As soon as these words came out, Xianxiang showed no hesitation, immediately nodding. No problem. With that, Xianxiang continued, Let's head to the virtual combat space. Saying this, he swiped his identity card and entered the school grounds. Since Xianxiao had been invited by someone else, he didn't need to swipe his own identity card, but simply followed them inside. Along the way, Yin Qingxue whispered a word of caution. Qingyao, you're acting too impulsively. This Chunsheng is extremely strong, and the energy on his planet is quite peculiar. Listening to Yin Qingxue, Qingyao smiled faintly and said, relax, I've got things under control. And there are 2-star origins involved, such precious items. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't agree. Hearing Qinyao's words, Yin Qingxue originally wanted to add more. But at that moment, she remembered the scene from when Qingyao fought Lin Wui before. That terrifying woman might really be able to defeat Qinsheng, for all she knew. So, Yin Qingxue chose not to voice further concerns. In no time, everyone arrived at the virtual combat space. However, within the virtual combat space, students were clearly in the middle of their own sparring sessions. Facing them, Chunsheng let out a direct shout. Clear the space for me. Today, a waste of life from Xuanhuan Academy dares to challenge me, so I will properly teach him a lesson. Chapter 113. A battle representing the academy. At the moment when Chunsheng finished speaking, in an instant, the gazes of the students around them turned to Qingyao. The looks they gave Qingyao were very peculiar, filled with confusion and disdain, but mostly the latter. Haha, did I hear that right? When did the people from Xuanhuan Academy have the guts to come to Qing University and challenge us? He must be tired of living if he dares to come here. Maybe he was fooled by someone. Xuanhuan Academy really has no shame. Wanting a challenge, yet instead of sending Sun Ao Tian, they send this useless person to die. One after another mocking voice sounded, showing nothing but contempt for Qingyao. Or perhaps it was because of Qinyao's identity, a student from Xuanhuan Academy, which made them despise him. Facing the murmurs around him, Qingyao acted as though he hadn't heard them, walking straight forward. Meanwhile, Chunsheng also stepped out slowly. During this period, cheers echoed all around. All those cheers were directed at Chunsheng. Although Yin Qingxue would cheer too, her voice was quickly drowned out by the sea of voices from the crowd. Soon, both of them arrived at the center of the virtual combat space. Chunsheng immediately looked at Qingyao and coldly said, you're fighting in my territory, so call out the creatures within your planet first. To this, Qingyao didn't hesitate either. He directly sent out a fighter jet. And it wasn't just any ordinary fighter. It was one capable of deploying the little boy missile launcher. He did this to avoid hearing his classmates' derisive remarks, wanting to awe everyone present with such destructive power. When they saw the fighter jet fly out, Chunsheng's face revealed a touch of surprise. No wonder you could enter Xuanhuan Academy. The creatures inside your planet are technological creations. Not only Chunsheng, even Yin Qingxue, who knew Qingyao somewhat well, froze momentarily upon seeing the fighter jet emerge. She realized that the creatures within Qinyao's planet had once again increased. At this very moment, Chunsheng's expression changed abruptly, letting out a cold snort. Humph, if technology is your trump card, then today you will die. As he spoke, a space channel behind him twisted gradually. Then, a man dressed in a long robe with red hair walked out. The man held a golden scepter that continuously emitted streaks of lightning. Upon seeing this man appear, discussions surged among the crowd. Ah, it's actually Nu Lei. Chunsheng is thinking about ending this battle quickly, huh? That's good. Let this useless person from Xuanhuan Academy witness the gap between them and Qing University. No, it's not just Nu Lei. Suddenly, at that moment, another figure emerged from Chunsheng's space area. Uncannily, this new figure almost exactly resembled Nu Lei, the only difference being his green hair. Moreover, in his hand, he held a green fan. And they weren't just two. As they landed, two more figures successively descended. Their faces were identical, yet their hair colors differed. In addition, each of them carried unique weapons. They all glared coldly at the airborne fighter jet, exuding icy killing intent. Nu Lei, Kalu, Xuanhuan, Bei Ai, all four of them have appeared. Damn, doesn't Chunsheng take this too seriously? He's already let all four of them show up. It seems this battle will become meaningless. Letting all four of them appear at once. What kind of game is this now? To tell the truth, if I were the student from Xuanhuan Academy, I'd definitely choose to forfeit without hesitation. Yes, after all, there's no need for this fight to continue. Surprised cries kept rising. Clearly, they understood the terror these four possessed. Likewise, Yin Qingxue's eyes widened significantly upon witnessing the sudden appearance of these four, deep concern appearing on her face. At this moment, their arrival created an invisible pressure emanating from their bodies. That pressure forced the surrounding spectators to step back. And at this time, Chunsheng's eyes flickered as he glanced at Qingyao with a half-smile, saying, make your move, you only have this one chance. Otherwise, you will die immediately. Chunsheng's words were filled with confidence. And upon hearing Chunsheng's sentence, all the students around nodded in agreement, clearly agreeing with what Chunsheng had said. Now, Qingyao, as the party involved, still wore a calm face after hearing Chunsheng's words. Although the oppressive feeling emitted by those four was indeed not weak, it was not enough to make him surrender directly. At this moment, he immediately gave the fighter jet an order to attack. Subsequently, a little boy slowly fell from the fighter jet. The moment the little boy fell, Chunsheng seemed to sense something, and his heart suddenly beat wildly. An instinctive intuition told him that this strike was extremely terrifying. In an instant, he hurriedly shouted at Kalu, stop this. As soon as the sound came out, Kalu's expression remained very calm. He looked up at the falling little boy. Then, he casually swung the green fan in his hand. Whoosh. In an instant, fierce winds howled, and this space-time abruptly saw strong winds sweeping through. The surrounding trees instantly turned to powder at this time. This endless wind directly blew towards the little boy falling in the air. Endless fierce winds rushed over, distorting even the void. as if it could not bear such a terrifying wind. And what happened next was even surprising to Xianxia, because at this moment, he clearly saw that the little boy originally falling was directly blown away with the howling wind. It even flew straight into the high sky. So strong was the wind that it transformed the little boy into a star, flying directly towards the horizon. Boom. Just when the little boy disappeared into the horizon, a tremendous explosion erupted. The explosive sound reverberated, and the immense destructive power burst forth again. Even though the little boy didn't land on the ground this time, the terrifying destructive power it contained was unimaginable. Precisely because of this, the current devastation sweeping around felt like an impending apocalypse. The scene that occurred previously at Xuanhuan Academy happened again. The only difference was that the enormous shockwave was in the sky and did not leave much impression on the students watching below. But the apocalyptic scene made them open their eyes wide. You guys look, the protective shield has appeared. Chapter 114. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. What an incredibly terrifying strike is this. It's actually forcing a protective shield to appear. Thank goodness the attack was blown away. Otherwise, if it had landed on those 4 individuals, it surely would have annihilated them instantly. This freshman looks far from ordinary. No, the protective shield appears to be breaking apart. In an instant, cries of alarm erupted continuously, completely shocking everyone. They all clearly knew what the defensive shield represented. But now, the shield seemed about to break, leaving them utterly unable to imagine how horrifying the previous attack had been. What lay before them was a great calamity. The calamity swept over, creating countless extraordinary phenomena. The sky cracked, space collapsed, and at that moment, the defensive shield dissipated into nothingness. A colossal mushroom cloud arose, ascending at this very moment. One might say that not only within the virtual combat space, but even across the entirety of Qin University, they felt the impact of this massive explosion. Just as it had happened at Xuanhuan Academy before, countless people left their classrooms, feeling the vibrations of the earth and showing profound expressions of awe. Meanwhile, within the virtual combat space, since the virtual combat space had shattered, a vast open area was exposed. As the calamity gradually dissipated, the sense of shock it left in the hearts of everyone present still refused to fade. Even Xuanxia felt a tinge of trepidation. Fortunately, at a crucial moment, Kailei managed to blow away that terrifying strike. Otherwise, should the attack land unimpeded, he could barely fathom what catastrophic results it would cause. Xuanxia's heart was also stirred with some surprise. That person before him, so obviously younger than him, why could the creatures from his planet unleash such an atrocious attack? After pondering for a bit, Xuanxia realized that this was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. Immediately, Xuanxia looked coldly at Xianxia and said, "This should be the strongest attack the beings on your planet can launch. One must admit, this kind of attack is indeed exceedingly powerful. But no matter how strong it is, without landing on the target, it is meaningless." At the instant Xuanxia's words faded, golden light from Nulei's staff intensified dramatically. In the midst of flashing light, thunder roared by like a dragon. The thunder transformed into a thunder dragon that swiftly swallowed towards the fighter jet in an eye blink. Facing such speed, the fighter jet was unable to resist in any way. After a muffled sound rang out, the fighter jet was immediately obliterated by the thunder dragon. After doing all that, Xuanxia once again cast a chilly gaze towards Xianxia. "Show me all you've got." As his words echoed, Xianxia remained silent. But at this moment, Xianxia's face looked exceptionally grave. Losing one fighter jet was acceptable, but losing its pilot was something he simply couldn't accept. Fighter jets could be manufactured again, but cultivating a skilled pilot required too many resources. At this moment, anger began to swell up inside Xianxia. His eyes locked firmly onto Xuanxia. Without hesitation, he opened the planetary space. Ting! An ear-splitting ting sound instantly reverberated through the heavens. Everyone at this moment saw a cold glint cutting through the skies. Accompanying the flashing of the cold glint, the light spun around and shifted dramatically. Xianxia appeared right in front of everyone. Especially with the terrifying sword intent emanating from Xianxia, it caused all the students who originally wanted to cheer for Xuanxia to all experience a jolt in their minds. Upon Xianxia's appearance, he evidently felt the rage brewing within Xianxia, the Star Lord. Without delay, Xianxia increased the light of his long sword significantly. With one mighty slash downward, he targeted the 4 figures below, splitting the Milky Way with the sword. The sound reverberated high up in the skies, and then came an invincible force following the words. At this moment, everyone clearly saw an immense sword shadow appearing in the air. Once the sword shadow emerged, it rushed down toward the 4 people below with an overwhelming momentum to destroy everything. The might of this single strike was unimaginable. As the sword shadow descended, Kailei quickly waved his fan. In a flash, fierce winds erupted, and an invisible storm swept against the descending sword shadow. But this time, the winds capable of scattering anything, upon touching the sword shadow, were directly pierced through by the sword shadow. At the same time, seeing this situation, Nulei's staff shone brightly, and the thunder crackled sharply in the sky. The thunder dragon reappeared in the air. The thunder dragon whistled as it charged directly towards the huge sword shadow. But the same scene as before occurred again. The sword shadow flickered and severed the thunder dragon. At the same time, Ibe lifted a large horn in his hand. The horn sounded, and water ripples danced in the sky. A water dragon coalesced, roaring furiously towards the sky and heading straight for the sword shadow. But once again, it was destroyed by a single sword slash. What an incredibly powerful attack. Who is he? Is he really a student? Why are the beings within the planet so powerful? As they continuously counterattack, they can't seem to handle this single sword strike. It's exceedingly strong. Just as everyone was shocked by Xianxia's terrifying strike, suddenly, a humming sound abruptly erupted from Xuanxi's mouth. Initially, the sound wasn't loud, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into a deafening sound wave. Everyone instantly covered their ears at this moment. Even so, they still felt intense pain in their ears, as if they were about to burst. They also saw that enormous sound wave directly enveloped the towering sword shadow. The sound wave attack was so strong that it even distorted the void along its path. In the instant the sound wave collided with the sword shadow was actually twisted. After being twisted, it forcibly cancelled out with the sound wave. This realm of chaos returned to calm once again. It was as if nothing had happened at all. But everyone's action of covering their ears proved everything, proving that Xianxia's attack just now required all four of them working together to withstand. When they managed to resist that sword shadow, Xianxia quietly let out a sigh of relief. He had been somewhat worried that they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Now that they had successfully resisted, Xianxia's mind became much calmer. At this point, Xianxia looked at Xianxiao and coldly smiled. Do you have any other tricks? Facing Xianxia's words, Xianxiao didn't respond. The attacks from these four individuals were indeed challenging just now. They could use such methods to counter Xianxia's strike. And seeing Xianxiao remain silent, Xianxia smiled again. Since you have no more tricks, then it's my turn next. As the words faded. In a flash, Nulei, Ibei, Huanxi, and Keilei simultaneously raised their weapons. The weapons gleamed, plunging this realm into endless chaos. Rumbling. Tremendous roars resounded through the universe, as if the entire world had descended into a great calamity. Suddenly, roar. Chapter 115, The Ace Plate. Roar. A roar echoed through the air. Following this, everyone clearly saw two giant dragons descending upon Xianxia. One was a colossal thunder dragon, its body flashing with lightning, emitting a continuous crackling sound. The other was naturally the water dragon. The two water dragons attacked Xianxia from both sides, trying to bite and tear at him. Xianxia reacted quickly, his long sword constantly swinging in rapid motions. Sword shadows drew arcs in the sky, zing, accompanied by an ear-piercing metallic ringing. These sword shadows severed the two giant dragons midair. But just as the dragons were cut in half, a massive tornado suddenly surged up from below. In the blink of an eye, the tornado enveloped Xianxia, and this was merely the beginning. Terrifying sonic attacks swept in again, directly bombarding Xianxia. The previously severed dragons reformed at this moment and once again charged towards Xianxia. In the span of just a few moments, Xianxia was overwhelmed by four deadly attacks. Despite Xianxia's notable strength and relentless sword swings, he was still tightly bound by the four overwhelming assaults, even streams of blood flowing from his ears. At the sight of this scene, students who had been watching around began shouting Qianxia's name loudly. Qianxia, Qianxia. No wonder Brother Qianxia is so strong. Come on, Brother Qianxia called out all four people. The destructive power they unleashed was unimaginable. Nevertheless, this student from Xuanhuan Academy did a good job holding out until now. So what if he held out until now? The final result will be the same. Amidst the discussions, Yan Qingxue indeed knitted her eyebrows, anxiety filling her beautiful face. And at this moment, because of the enormous noise generated, some teachers had arrived. Looking at the current situation, every one of these teachers revealed expressions of shock. An old man among them wearing glasses, with a head full of white hair, surveyed his surroundings, and ultimately rested his gaze on Xianxiao. Who is this student? I haven't seen him before. After the words fell, someone quickly responded. Vice Principal, he is a student from Xuanhuan Academy. Yes, it seems that somehow he mustered the courage to come challenge Qin University. All these commotions are created by him. Hearing the student's words, this vice principal's eyes blinked rapidly, doubt flickering within. Looking at Xianxiao, for unknown reasons, he felt there was something familiar about the person standing before him, but couldn't recall where. As more teachers arrived, they only saw Xianxia surrounded in midair by the lethal techniques. It looked like Xianxia was about to lose. At this critical moment, Xianxiao shouted aloud. Return. With those two words spoken, though somewhat unwillingly, Xianxia swiftly moved aside, transforming into a streak of light heading back toward the interstellar space channel. Seeing all this, Qianxia burst into laughter. Haha, looks like you've decided to give up. Well then, all you need to do is admit Qin University is stronger than your Xuanhuan, and regarding star energy, I won't take yours either. His voice trailed off, naturally followed by a number of jeers agreeing with his statement. However, Xianxiao chose to completely ignore all these sounds. Instead, he called Yang Yuehua forward. While calling Yang Yuehua, Xianxiao also realized something. Namely, while his planet housed many different races currently, if they faced some powerful beings, their combat capability was still far from sufficient. Take Xianxia for example. Xianxia was strong, but not strong enough to reach such levels yet. As for Yang Yuehua, she was his trump card. He didn't want her to appear every time there was a big battle. From now on, all the races should be strengthened further. While Xianxiao was pondering, splash splash, a gentle breeze swept across the sky. With the wind's arrival, everyone at this moment felt a sense of pressure, an intangible pressure. This pressure immediately made those students feel shortness of breath, almost dizzy. Not only them, even the teachers who rushed here, when they sensed this presence, their faces changed too. This presence. Could it really be emanating from a student's planet? I just saw a shadow flicker out from his dimensional portal. Could it possibly be a being from his planet? If this is truly the case, then this person's planet isn't simple at all. Voices resounded. At this moment, with the spread of the aura, they clearly saw that an elegant figure had appeared in the air at some point. The figure floated above, overlooking everyone below as if gazing down upon all living beings. Although the aura emanating from xuanhuan was extremely terrifying, xianxia at this moment directly shouted to the four of them, "Kill her for me." As soon as his voice came out, their attacks fiercely surrounded xuanhuan. Two giant dragons roared angrily and rushed directly toward xuanhuan. The enormous dragon hurricane also enveloped xuanhuan. There were also quite terrifying soundwave attacks. A similar scene occurred again at this moment. The only difference was that this time the enemy was not xianxia, but xuanhuan. At this moment, xuanhuan instantly became the focus of everyone. Under their gaze, xuanhuan extended her delicate hand. She calmly watched as the two giant dragons charged toward her. Just before the dragons arrived, xuanhuan's seemingly ordinary palm casually reached out in front of her. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly rang out. And in the instant this muffled sound rang out, every face below immediately tightened. Because at this moment, they clearly saw that the two giant dragons were now like chicks held in xuanhuan's single hand. Meanwhile, the roaring tornado and the terrible sound wave attack surged toward xuanhuan. Facing this level of attack, xuanhuan merely let out a cold snort. Humph! This single word directly transformed into an immense, horrifying shockwave. The shockwave swept around, twisting the surrounding void with signs of fracturing. As for the incoming attack, it shattered completely under the power of this cold snort. Moreover, after shattering everything, this sound directly enveloped the four individuals below. This one sound seemed to pierce through everything, forcefully impacting their bodies without giving them any time to react. Bang bang! Muffled sounds of impact continuously resonated. Upon seeing this, everyone was completely stunned. What just happened? Chapter 116. Destroy this land. In the face of the powerful attack from the four individuals, xuanhuan simply let out a cold snort, and it was already neutralized. When everyone saw the four people, Shi, Nu, Ai, and Lu, all being thrown back in that moment, all the onlookers were dumbfounded. Whether teachers or students, their eyes were fixed on xuanhuan floating in the air. What just happened? Did she just throw those four off like that? It seems like she didn't even do anything. Is this the kind of power a living being within a student's planet should possess? That's not right. This person is still a student of Xianxia Academy. What's going on here? The creatures in her planetary system must be excessively strong. Voices kept sounding, and everyone was thoroughly startled by what they had seen. Even the teachers, and even the vice principal himself, could only stare dead at xuanhuan. Especially the vice principal, after looking at xuanhuan, his gaze shifted to Xianxia. For this student of Xianxia Academy standing before him, he felt more and more familiar, but for the life of him, he couldn't recall where he'd seen her before at this critical moment. And at this time, xianxia, who was directly involved, however, had an expression as dark as coal. This result was also something he did not expect at all. After all, from the beginning, he did not hold back, but summoned Shi, Nu, Ai, and Lu all together. And yet now, they had been defeated? Then, how many other powerful beings exist within the planetary system of this student of Xianxia Academy? This revelation made even xianxia feel uneasy inside. Originally, against a student from Xianxia Academy, he was very confident. But through prolonged confrontation, he increasingly felt there was an unfathomable depth to this person before him. Xianxia, 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 xianxia. Right at this moment, when the surrounding classmates realized what had happened, the cries resounded through the sky. The sound was deafening. Though xuanhuan's strength was very formidable, ultimately, xuanhuan's role was as the star lord of a student from Xianxia Academy. They naturally did not wish to see a student from Xianxia Academy defeating one of their own Qin University students. Thus, they cheered xianxia on with all their might, wanting him to defeat Xianxia, letting Xianxia understand the gap between Xianxia Academy and Qin University. Because of this, the cries for support and encouragement grew louder and louder. Originally, xianxia's heart was having difficulty accepting it all. Especially now, even some teachers from the school had arrived, making it more crucial for him to defeat Xianxia. At this moment, his gaze sharpened, and he directly looked at one of the four people and barked, "Use your ultimate move." Upon hearing the command, besides Nu Lei, wrathful thunder, fear flashed visibly across the eyes of the other three. Even now, despite being grievously injured, they were desperately trying to escape. But clearly, it was already too late. Nu Lei extended both hands at this point. His palms were directly placed on two people. Next, something unexpected happened before everyone's eyes. People clearly saw that there was a tremendous force emanating from Nu Lei's palms, causing absorption. Consequently, the two people in front of him were absorbed instantaneously, leaving behind puddles of blood. Then came the last one. Though the remaining person tried to resist, it was already too late. Ultimately, he was also absorbed. And, after absorbing the other three, Nu Lei underwent a significant transformation. His hair turned pitch black, and a drum-like ornament appeared on his back. He held a small hammer in his hand. Standing in place, the energy fluctuations emanating from his body surged wildly. When the onlookers sensed this energy, their faces invariably showed expressions of shock. The omen has appeared. This rumored to be xianxia's strongest attack. I didn't expect that the omen truly existed. One can evidently sense the intensity of the energy coming from the omen, much stronger than before. It might be able to kill her this time. We must defeat her. Otherwise, Qin University will lose to Tianyun Academy this time around. Voices continued to echo incessantly. At this moment, they clearly understood something. Likewise, Yin Qingshu noticed the appearance of the omen, and her beautiful eyes contracted slightly. A deep look of worry spread across her delicate features. Although she knew about Yang Yuehua's terrifying strength, she was equally aware of the capabilities of the omen. Hence, she harbored little confidence regarding the battle to come. Her worried expression was not lost on the vice principal standing beside her. The vice principal, knowing the gifted student before him, asked, "You seem very concerned about this student from Tianyun Academy." Without a moment's hesitation after hearing this, Yin Qingshu nodded. "Yes, we used to be in the same school, but he ultimately chose Tianyun Academy." As Yin Qingshu's words settled, the vice principal gave a slight nod. But suddenly, he seemed to recall something, and his eyes flashed with surprise. I remember you're from Jinling City." Faced with the vice principal's excited expression, Yin Qingshu was also somewhat taken aback. Nevertheless, she nodded as a response to the vice principal's words. And at the exact moment Yin Qingshu nodded, the vice principal's gaze immediately turned to Qin Yao. At that moment, the vice principal appeared to have recalled something, turning his shock into a smile. I see now. Who would have thought? You are actually his son." Murmuring these words, the vice principal didn't say much more, but instead directed his attention back to the battlefield. Wherever his gaze fell, Nulei's hateful glare locked onto Yang Yuehua, floating in the air. Following this, the small hammer in his hand struck the drum behind him. Bang! A deep sound suddenly resounded. With the echo of the deep sound, one could clearly see the void ahead distort, giving birth to an incredibly massive wooden dragon. The entire body of the wooden dragon shimmered in gray, emitting a force capable of tearing apart heavens and earth. And in the instant it appeared, the wooden dragon abruptly soared into the sky. It roared furiously to the heavens, causing the void to collapse and strong winds to howl, evoking a scene reminiscent of the end of the world. This enormous wooden dragon directly charged toward Yang Yuehua. It was unclear whether the wooden dragon was simply too fast, or if Yang Yuehua hadn't noticed it. The wooden dragon swept past, and under everyone's watchful eyes, it had directly enveloped Yang Yuehua within its grasp. In the blink of an eye, Yang Yuehua vanished from the world, tightly encircled by the dragon. Moreover, the wooden dragon continued to contract rapidly, as if trying to crush Yang Yuehua into nothingness. Let's see how you escape this time. Chapter 117, Loathing. This time, I want to see how you escape. As Yang Yuehua was trapped, Qianxia's confident voice rang out again. Seeing this scene, those students all breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the battle is over. Although the battle is over, I have noted down this student from Tianyun Academy. The strength of the living beings within his planet is too strong. Yes, the power of the creatures on his planet indicates that he has done an excellent job as its star master. And he is younger than Qianxia. If he continues to grow, he might truly surpass Qianxia in the future. The murmurs of the classmates continued. Certainly, in their view, the battle had ended. However, at this moment, the vice principal remained calm while observing everything before him. Being the vice principal, well-versed and experienced, he naturally could tell that the battle wasn't over yet. Sure enough, right under the gaze of the vice principal, rumbling, a sudden roar came from the wooden dragon. Following that, the huge wooden dragon shattered into splinters like wood dust, and revealed inside was Yang Yuehua. Everything happened so quickly. When Qianxia saw Yang Yuehua again, his expression drastically changed. This can't be. You were clearly trapped by the wooden dragon. How could you possibly get out? At this point, not only Qianxia but also many students who witnessed Yang Yuehua emerging unscathed were startled. Meanwhile, Qin Yao looked up at Yang Yuehua and said solemnly, "End it." With these three words echoing, Yang Yuehua received the order. Buzzing. In an instant, above, dazzling light shone brilliantly around Yang Yuehua. The light was as bright as daytime, making everyone unable to open their eyes. Only some powerful teachers could barely make out Yang Yuehua slowly extending a finger. The finger descended towards the loathing below. Yinchi finger. These three words resounded like bells, echoing continuously through the air. With the reverberation of the sound, what everyone saw was a finger as large as a celestial pillar falling with an annihilating presence. Even though it was just one finger. But when people saw the finger fall, they felt an intense sense of danger. It was as if they would die the next second. Retreat. Everyone retreat, immediately. Suddenly, the voice of the vice principal rang out. Moreover, he directly took a number of students and retreated far away. If even the vice principal was retreating, these students didn't dare take any chances and chose to retreat as well. And as they retreated, their hearts were filled with shock. This was the vice principal. Such a terrifying vice principal actually told them to retreat? Doesn't this mean that the attack from the woman in the sky was extremely horrifying? At the same time, on the other side, watching this finger-sized like a divine pillar fall, Qianxia's face underwent a dramatic change. Even he himself didn't know why, but his whole body was trembling incessantly. Block him. Despite sensing the danger, Qianxia still refused to give up and kept shouting at Loathing. On the other hand, seeing the descending giant finger, Loathing wielded his small hammer relentlessly, producing sound after sound. With the rise of these sounds, everyone saw countless wooden dragons howling through the skies. In just the blink of an eye, dozens of wooden dragons appeared in the air. The wooden dragons roared angrily, dashing upwards instantaneously. Simultaneously, the giant finger fell from the air. As the finger crashed down, It caused the void to shatter, the heavens to echo with thunder, and endless strange phenomena manifested across this world. And everyone's gaze fixed onto the collision's center point. Because everyone knew, the following clash would determine the final result of this battle. Exactly under the watchful eyes of all present, the finger collided with countless wooden dragons. Crack, crack, crack. Clear sounds erupted. The towering finger exhibited crushing power as soon as it collided with the wooden dragons. As it swept through with the continuous sound, the wooden dragons disintegrated nonstop. In almost the blink of an eye, all the wooden dragons in the air had been completely shattered. And after having destroyed these wooden dragons, the enormous finger descended once more toward the loathing figure below. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the finger froze the palm, loathing raised midair. He seemed as if awaiting death, incapable of any movement, standing motionless where he was. What are you doing? Move quickly. Xianxia watched as loathing failed to act, and became frantic in his shouts. After all, the power of such a single finger was too terrifying. He couldn't help but imagine the horrifying destructive force this finger would unleash if it struck loathing. But, Xianxia realized that despite his frantic shouting at loathing seemed as though he hadn't heard anything and still chose not to move. Meanwhile, the finger in the sky continued to approach relentlessly, as loathing remained unmoved. Xianxia had no options left. Without hesitation, he grabbed loathing and turned to enter the planet's space. The moment they entered the planet's space, boom, a massive sound erupted across the heavens and earth. That unfathomably enormous finger directly carved an unfathomably deep trench into the ground. By then, Xianxia had already left. Now, within this realm, only Xianxia and xuanhuan remained. It was they who bore the focus of everyone's eyes. As people looked at them, they instinctively swallowed hard. What is this thing? A monster? Is it? One strike, just one strike, and Xianxia gave up resistance and fled into the planetary space. So this means our Qin University has lost the battle. Isn't this guy just way too strong? No, it's not that he's too strong. It's that Xianxia is too weak. If Yi Tianqian were here, he could annihilate him in seconds. Right? Call Yi Tianqian immediately. Upon seeing Xianxia retreat into the planetary space, everyone understood the ultimate result of the battle. Naturally, this indicated Xianxia's defeat. After marveling for a moment at Yang Yuehua's strength, their inner arrogance refused to accept this outcome. After all, for so long, Tianyan Academy had always been the underdog. When had they ever dared to come challenge Qin University and won? This was something they absolutely could not tolerate. So now, each of them began yelling loudly at Qin Yao. Defeating Xianxia doesn't prove much. Why don't you fight Yi Tianqian? Exactly. If Yi Tianqian were here, he'd crush you effortlessly. You're just picking on weaker opponents. What use is that? Chapter 118. You guys can come at me together. I'm in a hurry. Although Qin Yao defeated Xianxia, at this point, those people clearly wouldn't acknowledge the result. After all, they couldn't accept someone from Tianyin defeating them. As countless voices clamored against Qin Yao, a dejected-looking Xianxia emerged from the planet's space. The outcome of this battle was a loss for him, something he could not accept. But now, with the truth laid out before him, even though his heart resisted it, there was nothing he could do about it. At that moment, he tossed 2 star sources and, under the gaze of countless eyes, slinked away. Qin Yao casually took the star source into his hand. His expression calm, he scanned over the faces of the surrounding students. Originally, they were quite dissatisfied with Qin Yao, but now, as his gaze fell upon them, these people instantly quieted down, none daring to say anything more. Seeing this, Qin Yao slowly said, "Since you're all upset, then call your so-called Yi Tianqian over. Of course, remember to tell him to bring the star source." Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. Even though he was on someone else's turf, Qin Yao still said these words, instantly angering all these classmates to the extreme. You think you're so great. All you did was beat Xianxia. That's right. Just wait. Yi Tianqian will be here soon, and you'll see. Today we'll show you the might of Qin University's students. Voices continuously echoed around. The teachers nearby heard this, but did not intervene. After all, the vice principal was present, and it wasn't yet their turn to speak. Likewise, towards the arrogance of this Tianyin student, they felt a bit displeased. At this moment, the vice principal, with slightly narrowed eyes, gazed at Qin Yao. He did not stop any of this, seeming instead to anticipate something. Murmurs also sounded from his mouth. This temperament, it's very much like his. Accompanying the vice principal's muttering voice, Qin Yao in the distance had already sent Yang Yuehua back. And with Yang Yuehua's departure, Qin Yao himself sat directly on the ground without the slightest bit of urgency. After all, it wasn't often one visited Tianyin Academy and could earn large amounts of star source. Of course, he was willing to take his time. Thereafter, Qin Yao entered a state of waiting. During the wait, occasional murmurs of discontent spread among them. Their glances carried full hostility. The wait lasted an extremely long time. Qin Yao was almost unable to endure the delay. Looking at the students, Qin Yao suddenly stood up. When will your Yi Tianqian arrive? I need to go back. I've waited long enough. If none of you step up, I'm leaving. These words caused immediate panic among the group of students. Right. How come Yi Tianqian hasn't arrived yet? In theory, he shouldn't have been late. If he knew about this, he would have arrived immediately. It's likely Yi Tianqian is currently within his own planet. Possibly the beings on his planet are going through a critical development period. But what should we do now? We can't let him leave, can we? No. We must stop him. Amidst everyone's growing anxiety, suddenly, someone shouted at Qin Yao. Aren't you amazing? Dare you challenge all of us? Don't worry, if you win, we'll give you the star sources. Once these words were spoken, they resonated deeply. All the students looked at Xianxia. That's right. Do you dare to challenge all of us? Don't even consider all of us. Do you dare to challenge 10 of us? Voices kept echoing. Upon hearing these voices, the vice principal's expression turned grim. His gaze swept across the surrounding teachers, disappointment clear in his eyes. He couldn't have imagined that today's students were like this. A group of students turning out this way has a lot to do with their teachers. Planning for many to bully one person. This clearly means having no face, so why do they sound so righteous? At this moment, the vice principal couldn't help but want to speak. Just as he was about to, Xianxia's voice suddenly interrupted. Xianxia stood up and grinned at everyone, saying, "That's what you said. All of you can come at me together. I'm in a hurry." This sentence, after ringing out, ignited an explosive rage among the students who had been unable to bear it for a long time. At that instant, each of them quickly advanced toward Xianxia. Moreover, they directly surrounded him entirely. The vice principal had originally intended to stop everything. However, when he heard Xianxia mention coming at him together, this made the vice principal curious as well. What tricks does this young man still have up his sleeve? Why is he so confident? All of this, of course, was a good thing for him. The strength of these students before him was average, and naturally, the creatures within their planets were nothing special either. Moreover, there were star sources to be obtained. This was truly an extraordinary opportunity. Of course, he would not refuse such a chance. Looking at the 10 people who had moved to surround him, a hint of a smile appeared on Xianxia's face. This is what you all said yourselves. Don't forget to hand over the star sources once you lose. Xianxia's actions had already angered the group of students greatly. Now, hearing his words, they became even more intolerant and directly opened their planetary spaces, preparing to fight with Xianxia. The battle was about to erupt. But at that very moment, something unexpected happened. Xuanhuan, do you have any shame left? How dare you allow so many people to gang up on a student from Tianyuan Academy? A sudden roar thundered through the skies. The students who were originally prepared to fight Xianxia were suddenly startled, retreating one after another. This sudden voice also caused countless people to change their expressions. Upon hearing this voice, the vice principal's face revealed a bitter smile. Didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. With a sigh, he turned his head slowly to look. Similarly, everyone's gaze also shifted toward the rear. Where their gazes fell, a middle-aged man, full of rage, approached step by step. As the middle-aged man walked closer, those around felt an immense pressure. Under this terrifying pressure, they instinctively stepped back. Step by step, the middle-aged man advanced forward, and as he passed by Vice Principal Xuanhuan, he shot him a fierce glare. "Humph, looks like you've forgotten what happened in the past, haven't you?" Upon hearing these words, Xuanhuan had intended to say something, but that sentence made him fall silent instantly. At this moment, the middle-aged man turned his attention to Xianxia and couldn't help but shake his head. "Young man, you're just like your father, troublemaker wherever you go." Chapter 119, Wu Feng arrives. As the middle-aged man's voice rang out, no one at the scene dared to utter a word. After all, even Xuanhuan, the vice principal, had been silenced by just one of his sentences, let alone others. At this moment, Xianxia looked at the middle-aged man approaching and a hint of helplessness showed on his face. Because Xianxia knew that with this person's arrival, it would clearly be impossible for him to earn any star source anymore. The person was none other than Wu Feng, someone he had met briefly before, who also had some connection to his father. However, Xianxia was unclear about the exact relationship between Wu Feng and his parents. Wu Feng gradually approached Xianxia, looking deeply at him, and said, "Stop fooling around, come back with me." Upon hearing this, Xianxia did not say much but indicated the surrounding students with his eyes. Seeing this, Wu Feng immediately understood everything and coldly sneered. "Today, I, Wu Feng, am taking someone away. Let's see who dares to stop me." Though the voice was not loud, it clearly echoed in everyone's ears. Especially when those classmates heard the sound, they felt mentally disoriented, almost on the verge of fainting. However, there were still some teachers who stood unhappily in front of Wu Feng. "Do you know who you are? This is Qing University's territory. How can you just come and go as you please?" "That's right. No matter who you are, you will stay here today." As these teachers' voices arose, each of them seemed ready to open the planet space. But Wu Feng, seeing all of this, paid no attention whatsoever. Instead, he even revealed a smile on his face. "It seems your people from Qing University have become quite brave lately. So be it. I haven't acted for a long time, and my hands are itching. Who wants to go first, or do you want to fight together?" Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. Just like the previous Xianxia, their tone was very reckless. Even though they were on Qing University's territory, neither of them cared, instead acting arrogantly. It was precisely because of Wu Feng's single sentence that ignited the anger of those people even more. However, just as they were planning to step in to block Wu Feng, a voice rang out again. "Everyone move aside." 3 words resounded, and the group of teachers turned their gaze. At that moment, they saw that the speaker was Vice Principal Xuanhuan. This made these teachers anxious. Why are we letting them leave? Yes, they openly challenged us at Qing University. They should receive a lesson. Exactly, they need to know that Qing University isn't a place for anyone to bully. As voices arose, Xuanhuan's entire face darkened to its utmost point, and there was also a terrifying aura emanating from him, spreading towards all directions. I said, "Let them leave." This time, that group of teachers clearly sensed that terrifying pressure. Although they were still extremely reluctant in their hearts, they chose to step aside now. Looking at the cleared path, Wu Feng smiled. turning to look at Qin Yao. Kid, after causing so much trouble, it's time we go back. With that, Wu Feng walked straight ahead. Seeing this, Qin Yao naturally followed. Although he was rash, it wasn't worth fighting those teachers. Being able to leave with Wu Feng now was definitely the best option. Under the gaze of countless people, the two walked forward like that. When Wu Feng passed by Sun Yaotian, he quietly said, "If you have time, you can go back and take a look. And I hope you never forget that matter." With these words, Sun Yaotian didn't respond at all. His face remained gloomy as he watched Wu Feng and the other walk away. "You little brat, you really know how to stir up trouble by challenging them over here at Qin University." Leaving the virtual combat space, Wu Feng couldn't help but mock a bit. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao immediately rebutted, "Don't talk nonsense. I didn't come to cause trouble. I just came to meet a friend. It was them who disliked me and took the initiative to approach me." After hearing this, Wu Feng shook his head again. "You. If it weren't for me receiving the message, no matter how strong you are, you would find it difficult to leave alive today." Before Qin Yao could respond to his words, Wu Feng noticed Qin Yao glancing toward somewhere. Following his gaze, Wu Feng saw a student dressed in casual attire, with striking eyebrows and clear eyes. The student stood still there, seemingly forming a barrier around him that isolated everything. Moreover, Wu Feng also sensed a strong fighting spirit surging in Qin Yao's eyes. Upon seeing this, Wu Feng patted Qin Yao and solemnly said, "This person is Yi Tianqian, a formidable opponent you will encounter in the future." Hearing the voice, Qin Yao did not respond but turned around and followed Wu Feng to walk towards the outside. "By the way, Mr. Wu, I feel like that vice principal just now knows my father. What exactly happened back then?" As soon as these words were uttered, Wu Feng suddenly fell silent, and there was a flicker of reminiscence and admiration in Wu Feng's eyes. Wu Feng remained quiet for a long time, seemingly unwilling to talk about this matter, and thus walked straight ahead without further discussion. Seeing this, Qin Yao didn't dare to inquire further. But this incident was now deeply buried in his heart, and when he had time, he would definitely look into it thoroughly. There seemed to be an enormous conspiracy behind all this. It was as if everyone knew his parents, but no one would tell him. Why was this? Wu Feng had arrived via the Tianyun Academy's starship. The two of them also boarded the starship and embarked on their journey back. Throughout the trip, Wu Feng did not say a single word. Qin Yao, knowing better, refrained from asking any more questions. Once they reached the lounge, Qin Yao immediately entered the space of the 100 Clans Alliance. Primarily, Qin Yao had noticed something, the issue with the strength of the living beings on the planet. Although there were many life forms on the planet now, their power levels varied greatly. His greatest trump card was xuanhuan, but surely, he couldn't always reveal his trump card every time he faced someone in battle. This naturally called for someone with relatively strong combat abilities. When it came to such a person, Qin Yao had someone else in mind. Xianxia. Xianxia was already quite powerful. Compared to xuanhuan, however, there was still a gap. After all, xuanhuan was a dimension-diminishing bug. Taking the star sources with him, Qin Yao approached where Xianxia was recovering. He did not disturb him, but took out 2 star sources and chose to use them instead. In an instant, Xianxia's body trembled violently, radiating a brilliant glow throughout his frame. Furthermore, several sword shadows appeared behind him. Witnessing this, Qin Yao grew increasingly excited in his heart. He wondered just how strong Xianxia would become after absorbing the 2 star sources. Chapter 120. The Hero Returns. After Xianxia absorbed 2 star sources, his overall strength experienced an incredibly exaggerated leap. Even the extent of Xianxia's power was something he himself could have never imagined. Naturally, this made Qin Yao extremely happy. Then, things became rather calm. With Wu Feng leading the way, they arrived at Tianyun Academy without incident. The moment Qin Yao stepped down from the starship, in an instant, he discovered countless eyes gazing in his direction, and whispers of discussion began to arise continuously. "Quick, look, it's him. He went to Qin University alone and even challenged Xianxia of Qin University. I've heard that he even defeated Xianxia. Haha, I've heard the same thing." It seems those Qin University students couldn't accept that he defeated someone from their academy, so they stopped him from leaving. It's a real pride boost. I never would have thought that one day, a student from our Tianyun Academy could actually defeat a student from Qin University. And if I remember correctly, he is just a freshman, yet he can defeat Qin University students. Truly impressive. Who would say otherwise? I've also heard that before this, he challenged some strong seniors in our school and defeated all of them. Now, he went to Qin University. Does this mean he thinks there are no more students in our school who can match him? Whispers continued to fill his ears. Naturally, Qin Yao noticed the admiration in the gazes of those students. It was evident that this unintentional action had won their respect. Amidst the crowd, he also spotted Lin Wui. As Qin Yao gradually descended from the starship, Lin Wui immediately ran over with a broad smile on his face. Lin Wui directly gave Qin Yao a thumbs up. "Brother, you're really my big brother. To think, as a freshman, you dared to go to Qin University and challenge them. I don't even know what to say." Upon hearing these words, Qin Yao felt somewhat speechless. Isn't this something that just happened? How did everyone find out so quickly? Hearing this, Lin Wui explained. It's simple. Messages between the 4 universities almost always interconnect. There are friends from each school within the system. Plus, the event you pulled off this time was extremely sensational. This caused the news to spread very fast. "Qin Yao, let me tell you, right now you've become a celebrity at our school." Lin Wui was clearly very excited, even cutting Qin Yao off before he had a chance to speak, continuously saying various things. After a pause following Lin Wui's speech, he added, "By the way, the principal instructed that once you return, you should go see him. He's probably waiting for you in his office right now." Hearing Lin Wui's words, Xianxia nodded slightly. He then proceeded together with Lin Wui to the principal's office entrance. Lin Wui chose not to enter, but instead waited by the door. Xianxia entered the office alone. At first glance, he saw the principal sitting solemnly on a long chair. The principal also noticed Xianxia. The moment he saw Xianxia, a thick smile appeared on his face. You're truly someone who never knows how to rest." Though the principal said this, there wasn't a hint of reprimand in his tone. Facing the principal's words, Xianxia could only touch his nose, unsure of how to respond. At the same time, the principal's expression turned serious. He looked at Xianxia and said, "By the way, you must have heard about the college Apex tournament, right?" Upon hearing this, Xianxia slightly nodded. He'd learned this previously from xianxia. Seeing Xianxia nod, the principal continued, "The start time for the college Apex tournament is approaching. This time, you must definitely participate. At the same time, I hope that during this period, you will quickly enhance the capabilities of the life forms within your star. Even if you cannot secure the first place in the Apex tournament, under no circumstances should we be dead last." After finishing his sentence, the principal sighed again. Clearly, the past performance of Xuanhuan Academy in the college Apex tournament wasn't very good. Faced with the principal's words, Xianxia could only nod, unsure of what else to say. After all, those participating in the peak level competition were geniuses among geniuses. Even though he had xuanhuan as a trump card, he didn't possess absolute confidence in victory. As Xianxia remained silent, the principal added, "During this period, I'll do my best to assist you so the life forms within your star gain the improvement they need. By the way, how about the things I asked you to prepare earlier?" Upon hearing these words, Xianxia suddenly froze. Looking at Xianxia stammering, the principal naturally guessed something. At this moment, he said to Xianxia, "Now, enter your planet and record videos of the various races. Your planet is already quite special, so I must conduct a thorough study." It was clear that the principal did this for him, or perhaps for the sake of the Apex tournament. Hearing these words, Xianxia didn't hesitate much. He directly sat on the couch and immediately entered the planet of the 100 clans. As the principal instructed, he just needed to document each race's characteristics and combat methods. The rest would be studied by the principal himself. Following that, Xianxia began recording from the skies above the 100 clans. Starting with the beast race, then the undead race, the elf race. Finally, Xianxia even recorded that little fire dragon. After all, Xuanhuan Academy's teaching philosophy mainly focuses on guiding others in how to make the creatures within their planet stronger. Moreover, this time the principal was personally instructing. Faced with such a great opportunity, how could he possibly refuse? After recording everything, Xianxia handed over the device to the principal. Upon receiving the device, the principal looked at Xianxia and said, "That's it. This trip to Qing University must have been exhausting for you. Go back and rest. Tomorrow, come find me. I'll carefully study the creatures in your planet today." Hearing the principal's words, Xianxia nodded. He then turned around and walked out of the office. The instant Xianxia left the office, Lin Wui's voice suddenly rang out. "How about it? Did the principal talk to you about the Apex tournament?" In response, Xianxia didn't deny it and nodded. Seeing this, Lin Wui helplessly sighed. "Sigh, you're too lucky. Normally, the Apex tournament requires a selection process, but because of your demonstrated strength, you don't need to participate in the selection. You can directly enter the Apex tournament." Clearly, Lin Wui was extremely envious that Xianxia could directly join the Apex tournament, but he had no other recourse. After all, this kind of thing relies solely on one's own strength, leaving Lin Wui only capable of envying. Lin Wui let out an exasperated complaint, then looked at Xianxia as if he was about to say something. But suddenly, urgent mission, urgent mission. Chapter 121, urgent mission, urgent mission, urgent mission. Suddenly, a hurried announcement echoed from the sky. At the sound, all the students in the school immediately changed expression. Even Xianxia's face showed a hint of bewilderment. Because having spent so much time at the school, he had never encountered an urgent mission before. Just then, the voice in the sky announced again. "Senior students, please go to the mission office immediately to carry out the urgent mission." The voice rang out again. Xianxia and Lin Wui glanced at each other. Without any hesitation, the two headed toward the mission office in perfect unison. Upon arriving at the mission office, they saw a dense crowd of students. All were looking at the large screen above the mission office. Xianxia's eyes also focused on it, where he saw these words. "Urgent mission. The son of the city lord of Tianyan City, Zhang has been kidnapped by people from the xuanhuan planet. Rescue him within 24 hours. Reward, 2 star sources, 1 million union coins." The brief description alone made Xianxia widen his eyes. This mission reward was undoubtedly one of the best he'd ever seen. Not mentioning the star sources, just the union coins alone amounted to 1 million. Xianxia felt a twinge of excitement. Even Lin Wui beside him couldn't help but mutter, "Wow, the rewards for this mission are insanely generous." Just as Lin Wui finished speaking, murmurs began around them. The rewards may be great, but who wants to commit suicide by going to xuanhuan? Exactly. The xuanhuan planet is inherently full of danger, especially with the creatures on the planet, insane beings. I wouldn't dare to go. Not only that, the given time frame for the mission is too short. Even if we set off right now, it would take 20 hours, leaving us with only 4 hours to save Xianxia. This is impossible. If it were an ordinary planet, we might be able to accomplish this, but xuanhuan planet? It's simply not possible. I heard this isn't just our school's mission. 3 other prestigious academies also received this task. Amidst the ongoing discussions, Xianxia didn't hear anything about the dangers, but rather the fact that 3 other top universities had also received this mission. Hearing this, Xianxia started to feel anxious. And time was also pressing. Right there, and then, Xianxia directly walked towards the mission counter. Hello, I want to accept this mission. These words instantly drew the attention of many students nearby. After all, they had been here for quite some time, yet no one dared to accept the mission. But now, someone suddenly volunteered to accept it, which couldn't help but grab everyone's attention. Under everyone's gaze, they clearly recognized Xianxia. This person seems to be the student who challenged Qin University recently. He looks like a freshman. He sure has guts to take up this mission. Haha. Probably after defeating some students from Qin University, he gained some confidence. In my opinion, missions like this should be handled by teachers. The risk for students is too great. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Xianxia turned his focus back to the mission desk and said, Hurry up, time is running out. Quickly let me accept this mission. It was only then that the person at the mission desk reacted. He looked at Xianxia, wanting to say something, but was interrupted by Xianxia's urging again. With no hesitation, he handed over the mission device to Xianxia. Upon receiving the mission device, Xianxia wasted no time, turning around and sprinting away, even without saying goodbye to Lin Wui. Lin Wui rushed to catch up behind, shouting, Xianxia, did you not hear them say how difficult this mission is? You must be cautious. If you encounter any insurmountable difficulties, remember to inform me. Though I can't help much, I'll find a teacher to assist you. Lin Wui's voice faded into the distance. As for these warnings, Xianxia had already begun ignoring them, running quickly towards the space station. The mission was too urgent. Not only was there a strict time limit, but it was possible that students from the other 3 schools had already set off. If he delayed any further, they could very well take the lead. If that happened, those 2 star sources and 1 million union coins would be gone forever. As for the danger, he could predict that himself. After all, such an extravagant reward wouldn't be offered unless the mission was extremely perilous. However, none of these mattered to him. As the saying goes, wealth and honor are found in dangerous situations. What he wanted were those rewards. And as for those dangers, he would deal with them when they came. With Xianxia's thoughts settled, he also arrived at the space station. Because of his earlier haste, he hadn't prepared anything in the dormitory. Now he could only personally rush to the counter to buy a ticket. Hello, I'm going to the xuanhuan planet. Xianxia spoke and handed over the mission device. However, after hearing Xianxia's response, the staff member clearly hesitated. Moreover, she looked up and down at Xianxia. Are you sure you want to go to the xuanhuan planet? Her words had barely finished before Xianxia grew even more anxious. Yes, it's the xuanhuan planet, please hurry. The staff member seeing this originally intended to say something more, but looking at the anxious Xianxia, she ultimately chose not to speak and directly arranged things for Xianxia. Since there were fewer starships traveling to the xuanhuan planet, Xianxia didn't have to wait long. An empty starship was immediately ready. Xianxia directly boarded the starship, heading straight for the xuanhuan planet. When boarding the starship, there were naturally some precautions mentioned. To Xianxia, these were things he already understood well. Directly entering the restroom, he immersed himself in sleep. After all, since so many people said that the xuanhuan planet was extremely perilous, he naturally needed ample rest and preparation. He must complete the mission in the shortest possible time and bring back the son of the city lord. Time flew by. After Xianxia woke up, he made arrangements within the 100 Races Union. Whether it was the beast race, the undead race, the human race, or even xianxia and others, these races all made thorough plans to ensure everything went without a hitch. Soon, the announcement came. Please note, we will arrive at the xuanhuan planet in 1 hour. As soon as the announcement ended, Xianxia simply tidied up and stepped out of the room. Before him was a space tunnel about to open. An hour passed quickly. The announcement sounded again. We've arrived at the xuanhuan planet. Please leave through the space tunnel ahead. Chapter 122, The Eerily Mysterious xuanhuan Planet. Successfully arriving at the xuanhuan planet, Xianxia observed his surroundings and a deep look of confusion instantly appeared on his face. This xuanhuan planet was evidently much smaller than the planets he had previously visited. Up ahead stood an enormous city. Apart from that, the surrounding areas were filled with waterfalls, high mountains, and nothing but the chirping of birds and buzzing of insects that gave a person the feeling of being in an idyllic paradise. This led to some puzzlement within Xianxia's mind. According to hearsay, the xuanhuan planet should be incredibly dangerous and perilous with harsh conditions. However, everything here looked completely different from what he had imagined. More like a paradise outside the world. No, something's not right, Xianxia muttered. Even though the environment here was great, there was an inexplicable strong sense of unease welling up inside him. It was absolutely not as ordinary as it seemed. Moreover, since many people said the xuanhuan planet was dangerous, it certainly wouldn't be simple. Everything should still be approached with caution for now. After pondering for a moment, Xianxia looked toward the city in front of him and started walking step by step toward it. Though this was an unknown planet, time left for him was obviously insufficient. The previous journey on the starry ship to the xuanhuan planet had already taken nearly 20 hours. With the mission requiring only 24 hours, he thus had only 4 hours left. Although rushing into the city so abruptly might be risky, he no longer had any other options. Xianxia took a step forward and entered the city. What puzzled Xianxia even more was that the city gates were wide open, unguarded, as if welcoming anyone to enter without worry. And the moment Xianxia stepped into the city, the scene before his eyes startled him completely. To his dismay, Even blood started trickling down his nose uncontrollably. Primarily because what came into sight were countless women. There wasn't a single man in sight on the street, just women. More importantly, these women all dressed rather provocatively, exposing their white and long legs. Their chests were barely covered with thin straps. Moreover, they each had exquisite features. Looking at all this, where could there possibly be danger? It was entirely like stepping into a colossal harem. Suppressing the heat rising within, Xianxia wiped away the blood from his nose. Before Xianxia could move further forward, two provocatively dressed women swayed over toward him. Alone, handsome? Surely you're visiting the xuanhuan planet for the first time? Our xuanhuan planet is known to be very hospitable. How about letting us two sisters take you around the city? Even before Xianxia could respond, these two women flanked him from both sides, ready to move forward. As they walked, they added, "We on the xuanhuan planet are quite warm-hearted. Since you've come alone, we assume you must be extremely tired after your journey. Let us show our hospitality by taking you to taste the local delicacies." While speaking, they whispered close to his ears, making Xianxia momentarily unsure what to do. He even felt rather comfortable inside, not wanting to argue. Under such mysterious influence, Xianxia found himself accompanied by them into a tavern. All the staff members inside this tavern were women, also dressed provocatively. Interestingly, there weren't any diners. These two women brought Xianxia directly upstairs into a private room. In the room, apart from a huge dining table, there was also a bed. One of the women smiled sweetly and said to Xianxia, "You've had a tough journey, haven't you? Why don't you rest for a while? The food will be ready soon." By hearing her voice, Xianxia unknowingly nodded. Then, these two women directly laid Xianxia on the bed, but they didn't take off his clothes. Afterwards, these two women giggled slightly, spoke a few sentences, and turned to leave the room. Xianxia, lying on the bed, wore a smiling face, yet the smile had a strange feel to it. A kind of euphoria enveloped him. Even in Xianxia's mind, he was fantasizing about how he would interact with the two women when they returned. Suddenly, "Be cautious. This is the xuanhuan planet." A faint voice passed through the wall. Even though the sound was extremely weak, Xianxia heard it and suddenly became fully alert. Xianxia immediately leaped up from the bed. Looking around, his face was filled with confusion. What happened? Why am I here? Xianxia tried hard to recall. He vaguely remembered that everything was normal at first. But when those two women arrived, he felt as though his mind was being controlled. It was as if by some unseen force that he followed them here. Realizing this, Xianxia shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. There was no doubt that he had fallen under some kind of spell earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up here so easily. Then and there, Xianxia moved to the wall and spoke in a low voice. "Hey, fellow from the next room. Are you also here to rescue Xianxia?" The reason he instantly snapped out of it just now, besides the faint sound through the wall, was also because the speaker was a man. It was precisely due to this that he regained his senses so quickly. When Xianxia finished speaking, a response came from the other side. "We are from Qin University Academy. Judging by your tone, you're also here to save Xianxia." Upon hearing the self-introduction from the other side, Xianxia didn't feel anything unusual. They were merely here on the same mission. Right then, Xianxia directly said, "We must be extremely careful. This place is far from simple. Moreover, we obviously don't have enough time. I suggest following my plan from here on." As Xianxia's words faded, there was no reply from the other side. Continuing, Xianxia added, "We should continue our disguise so they don't discover us, allowing us to uncover Xianxia's location. Otherwise, within such a short time, no one will be able to rescue him." This time, after Xianxia finished speaking, the other side paused briefly. After a long silence, a single word rang out. "All right." The moment the word fell silent, Xianxia was about to say more. However, suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the door. Without hesitation, Xianxia swiftly laid back down on the bed, and he put on an expression of foolish grinning. At this moment, the two women returned. "Handsome, thank you for waiting. Let me serve you dinner next." Chapter 123, The Night Attack Plan. The two women returned and were carrying some delicacies and wine. They entered the room and glanced at Xianxia first. Upon seeing that Xianxia still had a foolish smile plastered across his face, the smiles on their faces became even more pronounced. They placed the food in their hands onto the table, then approached Xianxia, supporting him up. They guided him to stand before the table. "Handsome guy, try our local fine wine." As she spoke, one of them directly poured a glass of wine. Xianxia hesitated as he looked at the wine glass. But if he voiced any refusal at this moment, it would surely expose himself. Though somewhat unwilling, Xianxia placed both arms on their shoulders, fully indulging in an embrace from either side. Despite the suddenness of Xianxia's move, the two women did not stop him. Instead, the smiles on their faces deepened further. After performing these actions, Xianxia finally spoke. "On the way here, I saw many doorways decorated with lights. It seems like something major is happening, perhaps because Xianxia's actions had let them lower their guard." In response to his inquiry, one of the women replied, "Our handsome guy truly has good eyesight, for indeed there is a significant event occurring. Because tomorrow is the wedding day of our city lord. Our city lord has found a good husband and will get married tomorrow. At that time, we'll accompany our handsome guy together." Her words faded away, and another woman picked up the wine cup and offered it to Xianxia. "Handsome guy, let us drink first. As they say, a fleeting spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Although it's daytime now, ever since I laid eyes on you, brother, I felt as though we've known each other for ages. I truly like you. We absolutely cannot waste time." As soon as she said this sentence, agreeing voices followed suit. "That's right, brother, we absolutely can't waste time. I truly like you too." As she spoke, she handed the wine glass straight towards Qin Yao's mouth. At this point, Qin Yao clearly saw a flicker of urgency in their eyes. Connecting the dots with what happened earlier, Qin Yao learned his lesson this time. And having already obtained useful information from their mouths, it was no longer necessary to stay here any longer. Immediately, Qin Yao opened the planetary channel. Swish. Before the two women could react, a dull sound followed. Subsequently, the two women fell to the ground. For these two women, Qin Yao didn't let xianxia kill them outright. After all, it wasn't necessary. Of course, this also counted as showing respect for beauty. Casually glancing once at the two fallen women, Qin Yao turned to look at xianxia. Check out the situation next door. After all, he himself was just an ordinary person who hadn't reached the stage where he could draw energy from planets yet. Such tasks naturally should be assigned to xianxia. Hearing this, xianxia directly focused his gaze next door. A streak of light flashed over his eyes, as if he'd seen through everything. Xianxia then spoke. They've already taken care of those two women. After finishing his statement, Qin Yao asked again, is there anyone watching around? Xianxia shook his head after hearing this. There's no one paying attention inside the inn, but I can feel a lot of gazes outside the inn. Listening to Xianxia's words, Qin Yao slightly nodded his head. Subsequently, he left the room and headed directly toward another room. Upon opening the door, an extremely terrifying presence immediately enveloped him. With the atmosphere spreading, Qin Yao promptly declared, I'm from next door. Just as Qin Yao opened his mouth, that terrifying presence around him disappeared instantly. The duo dragged Qin Yao straight into the room. Upon entering, Qin Yao immediately noticed the two women lying in pools of blood. From what we learned from these two women, tomorrow, so-called City Lord will hold her wedding with Zhang Chun. Zhang Chun is currently in the City Lord's residence. The two directly said, looking at Qin Yao. Qin Yao nodded upon hearing this. About what I know matches this. But we're short on time. We certainly can't wait until tomorrow. My suggestion is, tonight when it gets dark, sneak into the City Lord's residence and bring Zhang Chun out. After all, we don't know the power level of the City Lord of xuanhuan planet. To ensure safety, this is the best choice. Upon hearing this, the duo nodded. I agree with this approach. Now, let's leave here first. Outside, I still have some classmates. All of this must be told to them. Besides, it's not safe here now. Relatively speaking, outside the city is safer. However, Qin Yao shook his head. No, there are people keeping watch right now. If we hastily leave the tavern, we'll be discovered immediately. You can inform your classmates via video. Of course, you can also let them go to the City Lord's residence to investigate the situation. Upon hearing Qin Yao's words, the two people almost immediately nodded in agreement without hesitation. One of them looked at Qin Yao with confusion written all over his face. Brother, you seem quite young, yet you think so deeply. Could it be that you're a student from South China Academy or Xiaodong Academy? They directly ruled out Tianyun Academy, as it had always been at the bottom among the four major academies. Thus, they did not associate Qin Yao with Tianyun Academy. However, Qin Yao shook his head after hearing this. Talking about these things now is meaningless. Let's focus on getting Zhang Chun out first. As soon as his voice rang out, the two people finally snapped back to reality at that moment. All right, we will immediately inform the people outside of everything. After receiving their response, Qin Yao also left the room and returned to his own room. The moment he entered the room, Qin Yao immediately opened the planetary space channel, allowing the members of the assassin clan to appear. In an instant, the entire room was filled with an intense killing intent. All 10 assassins bowed their heads respectively. Greetings, Star Lord. Hearing this, Qin Yao spoke solemnly. I have a task for you all. Go to the City Lord's residence right away and find out where Zhang Chun is. Zhang Chun should be easy to locate. He's a man, and the City Lord's residence should predominantly house women. As he spoke, Qin Yao showed them a glimpse of Zhang Chun from the mission device. Listening to Qin Yao's instructions, they all nodded. Without any hesitation, they turned around and left the tavern. While he himself couldn't leave the tavern, they naturally could. After all, the assassin clan was inherently skilled at stealth, making it relatively simple for them to remain undetected. The reason he acted this way was naturally because he didn't trust the people from the other academies. Likewise, they definitely wouldn't trust him either, even though they were cooperating at the moment. But ultimately, to take Zhang Chun away, a fierce battle would definitely break out. Rather than wait for that, it would be better to first figure out everything inside the City Lord's residence. Chapter 124 Xuanhuan. When they arrived at xuanhuan planet, it was already dusk. As time went by, an hour passed. The night slowly descended. Qin Yao remained waiting in the room. After another half an hour of waiting, Qin Yao stepped out of the tavern. The two people from the neighboring table had left half an hour ago. Taking advantage of the descending night, Qin Yao entered the city. What was once a bustling city had now become much quieter, moving in the shadows. Soon, an assassin appeared before Qin Yao. Starchild, we've found Zhang Chun. And not just Zhang Chun, we also saw quite a few others. They seemed to all be students. Upon hearing the assassin's words, Qin Yao nodded. Other students must have been from the other three great academies. It seems like they've already made their move. Therefore, Qin Yao directly instructed the assassin to take him to the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion was easy to find. Right at the center of the city stood a large castle. When they reached the front of the castle, Qin Yao curiously noticed that there wasn't even a single guard by its entrance. Starchild, this way. With one word, the assassin directly led Qin Yao to leap into the castle from the side. Under the moonlight, Qin Yao saw the castle divided into several levels, and each level was pitch black. At this moment, the assassin said, Zhang Chun is in a room on the first level. Should I take you there now? As the sound faded away, Xianxia hesitated. This was all too smooth, unnaturally so. But right now, he clearly didn't have the time for such thoughts. Xianxia nodded. Then he moved towards the room where Zhang Chun was held. All along, Xianxia maintained caution, fearing being discovered. However, his worries were clearly unnecessary. Surprisingly smoothly, they arrived at the room where Zhang Chun was detained. As soon as Xianxia entered the room, he saw a figure lying on the bed. He was indeed Zhang Chun from the mission device. You came so quickly. Just then, a voice sounded from behind. Xianxia turned around and saw the two individuals from Qin University who he'd encountered earlier. Looking at them, Xianxia stayed silent. They continued. Wait a bit, others will arrive shortly. Let's get Zhang Chun out first. The current Zhang Chun is sleeping deeply, almost like he's drugged, so we can't take him yet. Hearing this, Xianxia nodded. The wait didn't last long. Soon, several figures appeared from outside the door. Though Xianxia didn't recognize them, the two Qin University students did. That's Lu Tian from Xiaodong Academy and Lin Fan from Xuanhuan Academy. They've come personally. But something's wrong. Our people from Qin University haven't arrived yet. Their words echoed when the members of Xiaodong and Xuanhuan Academies approached. Lu Tian looked at the two from Qin University, slowly saying, People from Qin University? He turned his gaze to Lin Fan. You're from Xuanhuan Academy. His eyes then fell on Xianxia. If that's the case, you should be someone from Tianyun Academy, right? Upon these words, the faces of the two Qin University students immediately changed. Both pairs of eyes locked onto Xianxia. You're from Tianyun Academy? You do know your school has produced a psychopath, right? I heard someone from your school challenged ours, and even defeated Brother Xianxia. In response to their words, Xianxia didn't immediately respond, but instead said, Now isn't the time for this conversation. We should figure out how to leave here. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden scoffing voice resounded. How do we leave here? You need to think about how you yourself will leave. A waste from Tianyun Academy. You don't deserve to compete with us for Zhang Chun. When the voice stopped, the two students from Qin University quickly rushed over. Indeed, the person who spoke was a student from Qin University. Accompanying his voice, neither the Xiaodong nor Xuanhuan Academy members had anything to say. This meant they had already silently agreed with those words. For a while, the atmosphere in the entire room grew quiet. It was clear they all somewhat looked down on people from Tianyun Academy. Seeing this, Xianxia didn't bother with any more talk. He took direct steps to the bed, intending to take Zhang Chun away himself. This act instantly angered the others. What are you trying to do? A mere student from Tianyun Academy does not deserve to complete the task. You'd better not touch him, or you won't be leaving here alive. Voices filled with hostility sounded one after another. With the room pitch black, none of them could clearly see each other. But Xianxia acted as if he hadn't heard a word, walking straight to the bedside. However, just as Xianxia was about to lift Zhang Chun up in his arms. Haha, you students are really naive. A little trickery, and we lured you all over here. Suddenly, a pleasant laugh echoed, sending shivers through everyone's body. At this moment, the entire room lit up instantly. The transition from darkness to light happened in the blink of an eye, and this left every student on the scene utterly stunned. Xianxia turned his head immediately. On the upper balcony, Xianxia saw a woman exuding allure. She was clad in revealing clothes, her beauty unmatched, and her figure naturally perfect to the extreme. Her hidden charms were almost visible, extremely tempting. At this point, the woman's enchanting eyes flickered as she swept her gaze over Xianxia and the others below. Let me introduce myself. I am Qin Yuyan, the city lord of Xuanhuan Planet. Xuanhuan Planet welcomes your arrival. As Qin Yuyan spoke, she wasn't forgetful enough to flash a seductive gesture towards Xianxia and the rest below. Yet at this moment, there was no mood among the group to appreciate any of it. Because with Qin Yuyan's command came action. Outside the door, many women suddenly walked out. Each woman smiled, encircling Xianxia and the others within their midst, looking at them as if they were some sort of delicious feast. At this moment, Qin Yuyan continued, using such a small figure like Zhang Chun, I've attracted so many delicate and handsome students here. How clever I am. You must all still be virgins, right? Oh dear, tonight will be hard work for me. Later, I'll surely keep you all company nicely. Hearing Qin Yuyan's words, Xianxia and the others suddenly fell silent. This kind of good thing, yet now looked upon by all as a nightmare. And just then, an alarmed cry suddenly rang out. It's you. Chapter 125. The sight of an enemy brings extra fury. It's you. A sudden cry of surprise rang out, instantly catching everyone's attention. Following their gaze, they clearly saw that the person who had spoken was none other than Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia's eyes were wide open as his entire focus was fixed on Xianxia. His expression carried an air of disbelief. As the light brightened, Xianxia at this time also noticed Xianxia. You, how did you come here? Xianxia's gaze towards Xianxia was filled with signs of fear, but he didn't say anything, which left the other two individuals from Qin University puzzled. Big Brother Chun, who is he? Big Brother Chun, he's just someone from Tianyun Academy. As the words flowed, they seemed to recall something, and their gazes shifted towards Xianxia. At a glance at Xianxia, their pupils immediately widened. Could it be? So you're the student who challenged Qin University? Upon hearing these words, even the students from Xiaotong and Huanan were startled in this moment. They turned their gaze towards Xianxia. Regarding everything that had happened at Qin University, they naturally knew. After all, a student from Tianyun Academy challenging Qin University was quite a significant news story. Moreover, Qin University ultimately suffered defeat. Right now, as one of the main parties involved, Xianxia remained calm, observing all this with composure. Towards their remarks, he maintained silence without further comment. At present, none of these matters were important. What mattered was how to take Xianxia away smoothly. Meanwhile, the discussions below were heard loud and clear by Qin Yuyan up on the loft. Qin Yuyan blinked her beautiful eyes, focusing them on Qin Yao below, and a radiant smile crept across her lips. Looks like there's another genius here. This is perfect. I've always adored geniuses. Accompanied by Qin Yuyan's voice, she casually waved her hand. All right, bring these young gentlemen over here. Her words triggered actions among the women surrounding Qin Yao, rapidly manipulating with their hands. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yao felt dizzy, surrounded by blossoming peach flowers everywhere, feeling himself amidst a peach orchard, inexplicably moving step by step forward. Though aware internally that he had fallen for a trick, he could do nothing, feeling completely devoid of bodily control. Inside, anger surged and roared, but to no avail. And just then, a sound resonated within his mind. Star-Lord, wake up! Wake up! Suddenly hearing a voice by his ear, Qin Yao seemed to momentarily regain bodily control, but this feeling quickly disappeared. Swish! As a sharp sound tore through the air, Yang Yuehua appeared before Qin Yao's sight. Yang Yuehua emanated an extremely terrifying aura fluctuation. With the flow of energy came a crisp sound of glass shattering. Next thing Qin Yao realized was that everything vanished before him, replaced by the brightly lit hall once again. Just then, Qin Yuyan too noticed the awakened Qin Yao and the standing by Yang Yuehua. Her final gaze focused on Yang Yuehua. Interesting creature, you can break the illusion, Qin Yuyan said, with energy surging all over her body, a sign she intended to act personally. By now, Qin Yao noticed Chen Sheng and others inexplicably walking towards Qin Yuyan, bodies writhing with struggles, evidently realizing things weren't right, but unable to regain consciousness just yet. At this crucial moment, Qin Yao turned to glance at Zhang Chun on the bed, nodding slightly to Yang Yuehua. Almost instantaneously, Yang Yuehua grasped the situation. She sharply raised her head, looking at Qin Yuyan in the sky, coolly remarking, "Tch, just a woman relying on men to elevate herself. I'll show you something today." With her words, Yang Yuehua forcefully swung her arm. Instantly, fierce winds roared, generating a formidable shockwave that spread out. Qin Yuyan, upon seeing this, tightened her gaze. From this powerful aura, she sensed an overwhelming pressure, an absolutely terrifying pressure. She had already prepared her countermeasures. As such, Yang Yuehua let out a thunderous roar. Swoosh swoosh. Another fierce wind swept across as Yang Yuehua brought down her palm. An instant later, thick mist engulfed the entire hall. Steam rose, encompassing every individual inside. Seizing this critical moment, Yang Yuehua casually took Qin Yao and the unconscious Zhang Chen away, breaking the window to leave the hall. Qin Yuyan had been on guard for Yang Yuehua's attack, but the sudden sound of breaking glass made her instantly understand everything. With a great wave of her hand, the mist that had previously filled the air dissipated in an instant. Before anyone could react, however, boom. A thunderous explosion echoed through the skies, shaking the heavens and earth. Fierce flames blazed brightly, causing the entire castle to tremble. As the deafening explosion subsided, the few who had been trapped in the illusion quickly came back to their senses, immediately engaging Qin Yuyan in fierce combat. Meanwhile, outside the castle, Yang Yuehua, carrying Qin Yao and the unconscious Zhang Chun, soared high into the sky. Qin Yao turned his head to look at the burning castle ablaze with fire, a faint smile involuntarily spreading across his face. It was undeniable how perilous this situation had been. Had it not been for Yang Yuehua, there would have been no escape for him. Back then, none of the beings within the 100 Clans Alliance could wake up from the enchantment. Except for Yang Yuehua. One might say that Yang Yuehua was the wild card, a factor beyond Qin Yuyan's expectations. And it was thanks to Yang Yuehua's presence that disaster had been avoided. As for the huge roar that resounded throughout, naturally, it originated from Yang Yuehua herself. Primarily, Qin Yao couldn't bear to watch the students meet their doom here. After brief contemplation, Qin Yao turned his gaze towards Yang Yuehua. "Let's go. There's no need to linger here." Hearing Qin Yao's words, Yang Yuehua slightly nodded her head. They increased their speed immediately, heading straight towards the space channel. Thanks to Yang Yuehua's strength, their journey was peaceful. They arrived at the starship uneventfully. The moment they reached the starship, Qin Yao glanced at the time. There was still an hour left before the 24 hours elapsed. Without hesitation, Qin Yao took out the mission device and registered both himself and Zhang Chen inside. This marked the completion of their task. Otherwise, rescuing Zhang Chen within the span of 24 hours would have been impossible, since the round trip alone would take about 40 hours. Chapter 126, Little Fire Dragon Evolves. Cool. My big brother is truly amazing. I've heard that people from the 4 great academies went, but only you completed the mission. Riding on a starship, they arrived at Tianyun Academy. As soon as they disembarked, they heard a congratulatory voice. There was no need to look. Qin Yao already knew who it was, Lin Wuya, because when he returned, he had already told Lin Wuya about what happened. Supporting Zhang Chun, who was still unconscious, Qin Yao stepped down from the starship and glanced around. Besides Lin Wuya, there were many others gathered around. He actually completed it. The mission this time was on xuanhuan planet, and he succeeded. It's incredible. I'm really curious about how he left xuanhuan planet. And he's a freshman. This is an impossible task. I can't even guarantee I could complete such a task smoothly. Indeed, and this freshman previously challenged Qin University and even defeated someone there. A genius. Absolutely a genius. The murmurs from the crowd kept echoing. At this moment, Xianxia noticed that the principal and a middle-aged man approached with smiling faces. The principal stood before Xianxia and said with a smile, "Young man, you've truly impressed me." After finishing speaking, the principal continued by introducing him. "This is the city lord of Tianyan City, also the one who issued the mission." The city lord of Tianyan City was a middle-aged man, his square face giving an impression of integrity. The city lord looked at Xianxia and smiled warmly. "Truly, young heroes arise through the ages. I never would have thought that my unruly son would be brought back by a student. Good job." As the city lord spoke, Xianxia didn't say much. Apparently, the city lord understood something at this point, then smiled and took out 2 star sources to hand over to Xianxia. "The mission rewards are definitely not lacking for you. As for the league coins, I think they've already been transferred to your account. Here are 2 star sources." Looking at the star sources in front of him, Xianxia couldn't help but smile broadly. At that moment, he accepted the star sources and handed over Xianxia, who was still unconscious, to the city lord. He also noticed that this time, he indeed received a sum of league coins. Afterwards, the principal chatted with the city lord for a while. They eventually watched the city lord leave. As the city lord departed, the principal turned towards Xianxia with a full smile and said firmly, "All right, go rest first. Come find me in my office early tomorrow morning. Regarding the development of the creatures on your planet, I have some ideas." Upon hearing these words from the principal, Xianxia felt an immediate sense of anticipation. After all, the creatures on the planet were always numerous but unable to develop comprehensively. As for the 100 clans, he did not have a clear direction for their development. However, now that the principal mentioned having a plan for development, how could Xianxia not be eager? "Thank you, principal." After expressing gratitude to the principal, Xianxia turned and left. As Xianxia walked away, Lin Wuya quickly followed after. Meanwhile, the other students stared at Xianxia's departure. Watching the new student walk away, it was something none of them expected. A mission that none of them dared to take. This new student had accomplished it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Wuya swiftly caught up to Xianxia and bombarded him with questions. Xianxia, tell us quickly, what exactly happened inside the xuanhuan planet? How did you rescue Xianxia? Everyone says the xuanhuan planet is extremely dangerous. How dangerous is it really?" And Lin Wuya seemed like an unending chatterbox, showing immense curiosity about everything that happened to Xianxia on xuanhuan planet and continuously asking question after question. However, Xianxia chose not to respond to any of those inquiries. After all, he couldn't quite explain how the xuanhuan planet truly was. If you said it was perilous, that was indeed correct. It was easy to fall into illusions. But despite its danger, the place housed so many beautiful women, making it a sought-after paradise for many. It all depended on personal perspectives. In regard to this, Xianxia didn't choose to elaborate further. Instead, he was pondering over something. How to use these 2 star sources. And Lin Wuya continued trailing behind Xianxia, incessantly asking questions. Only when Xianxia entered the dormitory did Lin Wuya stop asking. Since Xianxia had gone inside, there was clearly no possibility for Lin Wuya to ask further questions. Once back in the dormitory, Xianxia immediately entered the union of the 100 races. Holding the 2 star sources, Xianxia observed the developing 100 clans, uncertain which one to choose for development. Currently, Jin Shirsan's strength was sufficient, and Yang Yuehuan naturally had no issue. The human race was also doing well in this regard. It could be said without hesitation that at present, the human race was undoubtedly the most powerful attacking clan among all races within the 100 clans. Even Yang Yuehua couldn't compare. After all, those terrible nuclear weapons were the end for the enemies. Just as Xianxia hesitated, he suddenly felt something brushing against his leg. Looking down, he saw a cute little fire dragon. As if sensing what Xianxia intended to do, the little fire dragon showed great affection. At this sight, Xianxia waved the star source in his hand in the air. "Is this what you want?" The little fire dragon, as if understanding Xianxia's words, nodded vigorously at him. Without further delay, Xianxia made up his mind. Truly, he didn't know which race to cultivate using the star sources. Now, the little fire dragon had come over. Moreover, he was quite looking forward to seeing how the little fire dragon would grow. Thus, he tossed the 2 star sources to the little fire dragon. What Xianxia didn't expect was that, facing the 2 star sources, the little fire dragon immediately opened its big mouth and swallowed them whole. This was entirely different from how other races absorbed star sources before. Right when the little fire dragon swallowed the star sources, the originally cute fire dragon collapsed directly onto the ground at this moment. Flames of light rose around its body. With the rising flames came a wave of searing heat that spread instantly. It permeated throughout the entire union of the 100 races. Even members of other races, feeling this intense heat, became incredibly overheated. Similarly, Xianxia felt the same way. This heat was as if it was burning the internal organs, not merely external warmth. Such an amount of heat was like igniting the entire union of the 100 races. Even the undead race, with no flesh or blood, found themselves uncomfortably hot. And just as Xianxia watched the little fire dragon in anticipation, suddenly, rumbling. Chapter 127. The Development of the Future Planet. Rumbling. With an enormous sound echoing high in the sky, the scorching heat swept across the entire 100 races alliance. And at the moment the rumbling stopped, Xianxia clearly saw the little fire dragon in front of him. At this time, it suddenly became much larger. Its volume increased more than tenfold, even reaching a size of over a dozen meters. In addition to that, the scales on its body were emitting some light. Whoosh. Accompanied by the howling of a fierce wind, the fire dragon soared into the sky. It then opened its massive mouth. A flame spewed out from its mouth. The flame roared and instantly enveloped the rocks ahead. Even under this terrifying heat, Xianxia could see the stones melting. Seeing this, he couldn't help but gasp involuntarily. Goodness gracious, this flame's temperature is simply too extreme. And this, naturally, proves just how terrifyingly powerful the fire dragon has become after devouring 2 star sources. Naturally, Xianxia was very satisfied with this. Looking at the fire dragon flying and soaring in the sky, Xianxia nodded contentedly. He then quickly glanced at the other races within the 100 Races Alliance. Afterward, he exited the planet. After tidying up briefly, Xianxia fell asleep directly. Early the next morning, after getting up, Xianxia left the dormitory and rushed straight to the principal's office. Because the principal had previously said that he had already developed some insights and research regarding the creatures within his own planet. This was exactly what he currently needed most, figuring out ways to enhance the strength of those races, which was especially crucial. With a deep sense of anticipation, Xianxia quickly arrived in front of the principal's office. He knocked on the door. The principal's voice came from inside. Come in. Xianxia stepped into the office. The principal immediately noticed Xianxia. At once, a smile appeared on the principal's face. Take a seat first. I am extremely curious about the creatures within your planet. And through my research, I will gradually explain my thoughts to you. As the sound faded, Xianxia also sat down on the sofa. With Xianxia sitting down, a huge projection appeared on the wall in front of him. An image appeared in the projection. The content in the image was naturally the 100 races. The beast people race, the undead race, the dwarves race, etc. All of them were on the screen. At this moment, the principal pointed to the beast people race and said, based on the video you gave me, I can see the future development path for this beast people race. It's actually quite simple. The beast people are a warlike race, and there's no need for you to stop them. If they keep having internal conflicts, they will inevitably improve. It's just that they belong to the category of being simple-minded, yet physically strong. To enhance them, you must let them learn more combat techniques. In this way, their individual power can be improved, thereby increasing their overall strength. After hearing the principal's words, Xianxia didn't respond, but fell into silence. Mainly, he was contemplating the matter discussed by the principal. Indeed, as the principal mentioned, although the beast people race had large numbers, each individual was simple-minded and physically strong. They would charge blindly into battle every time. If we follow what the principal suggested, improving the capabilities of the beast people race one by one and preventing them from being reckless, it wouldn't be bad. While Xianxia was deep in thought, the principal's voice sounded again. The principal said, there's also the undead race. The development trajectory of the undead race is almost identical to that of the beast people race. But the biggest advantage of the undead race is that they can resurrect. However, despite this ability, single individual development shouldn't be underestimated. There's no need for me to explain too much. You should be able to understand this. Hearing this, Xianxia nodded. When the principal talked about the direction of development for the beast people race, Xianxia had already considered this concerning the undead race. Following this, the principal continued. Among them, the dwarf race is what you should pay attention to. You must make full use of the advantages of the dwarf race. I'm referring to the dwarf's talent in forging. The combat abilities of the creatures on your planet have already been sufficient, so the dwarves don't need to go to war anymore. In the future, you can entrust the task of forging weapons to the dwarf race. Let them fully utilize their strengths. These words from the principal made Xianxia feel as if a whole new world had opened before him. Originally, the dwarf race's strength wasn't fighting. He hadn't really thought about this until now. Upon reflection, if the dwarf race focused entirely on crafting weapons, perhaps many weapons would already have been forged by now. At the same time, he also made a decision. He had a bit of money now. He would go out later to buy some materials needed for crafting weapons and let the dwarves do the forging. This would also enhance the other races in a similar way. Next, the principal went on to elaborate a series of development directions for the other races. Among them, the development path for the elf race was to rely on their strengths, their control over elements. They should strive toward becoming more adept in elemental manipulation. And then there were the giant and assassin races. Their cases were much alike. According to what the principal said, what he had researched so far was only how to leverage the strengths of these people. Because, having never seen so many races before, he couldn't provide particularly precise developmental paths right away. Additionally, regarding xianxia, xuanhuan, and the human race, the principal offered no specific developmental directions. By the principal's admission, he wasn't sure how to develop those 3 races either. After finishing his speech, he took a sip of water from his seat, and then turned to Xianxia, pausing for a moment before continuing. I'm sure you've noticed that all the developmental paths I proposed are based on utilizing their inherent strengths. Since there's still much about these races that I need to further research, this is all I can say for now. Upon hearing the principal's words, Xianxia nodded deeply, saying, Thank you, principal. The principal waved it off at this remark. No need to thank me. You're my student after all. In the future, if you happen to notice anything different or worthy of special attention among these races while executing missions outside, make sure you document them. Only with that information can I help you better. After his statement, Xianxia once again gave a deep nod. Although the principal didn't say too much, what he shared was extremely useful to him. Subsequently, they exchanged some more details about the planet's development. When the conversation came to a satisfactory close, Xianxia departed. One thing now lay before him: purchasing the materials and letting the dwarves craft the weapons. Chapter 128, Kidnapped. After leaving school, he headed straight for the trading area. Now with a few million alliance coins in his possession, it was already enough to splurge on some items. Just as the principal had said before, he should make full use of the advantages of the dwarven race. Only by doing this could he further enhance the strength of other races to a greater extent. As he pondered these thoughts, Xianxia quickly arrived at the trading area. He then entered a shop, purchasing a large amount of materials as previously mentioned by Muradin Bronzebeard, and placed the materials within the planet of the 100 Races Alliance. Upon finishing all this, Xianxia set out to return to his dormitory. Because the principal had just said so much, he needed to go back and arrange the development of those races within the 100 races. The trading area here in Tianyan City was still some distance from Tianyan Academy. However, Xianxia wasn't in any rush, strolling slowly. All along the way, he was also contemplating how to arrange everything concerning the 100 races. Gradually, Xianxia came to a turning corner. As he went past it, suddenly, a loud thud sounded close to his ears. In the instant that this heavy sound occurred, Xianxia felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. Then immediately everything went black, and he passed out. For a very long time, Xianxia didn't know how long he had been unconscious. When he finally opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. Moreover, he was bound to a chair. Xianxia also felt a dull ache in his head. He struggled to recall what happened. What he remembered was deciding to return to the academy when suddenly, as if he'd been attacked, he passed out. Also, he realized he must be inside a starship. There was a swaying sensation throughout the room. Hee, you sure woke up fast. At that moment, a voice laughed through the intercom. Upon hearing the laugh, Xianxia instantly became alert. Who are you? As he spoke, the voice in the intercom replied. Who I am, you'll know when we arrive at our destination. As for you, don't bother trying to open the spatial channel of your planet. Indeed, while the other party was speaking, Xianxia was attempting to open a spatial channel. But at that moment, he felt disconnected from the spatial channel, as if something had severed it. At this point, Xianxia faintly remembered hearing Lin Wuyao talk about this before. Some advanced technology could cut off the connection between a star master and their planet. Maybe this is exactly what's happening now. Xianxia was curious who exactly had attacked him. Since the person acted against him, they were obviously his enemy. Tianfu? The term popped into his mind first. Because to the people in Tianfu, he possessed information regarding Ling stones, and they wouldn't let him off. But upon further thought, Xianxia shook his head. That shouldn't be possible. Tianfu wouldn't stoop to sneaky actions like this. Could it be Qin University people then? Did they take offense because he challenged them and want to punish him this way? Xianxia contemplated for half a day, but could not figure out who might target him. But this made Xianxia realize something. Even though the beings on his planet were incredibly strong, he, being a star master, was still only human. This situation was too dangerous. After consideration, Xianxia decided that once he left this situation, he would secretly arrange for bodyguards to protect him. Otherwise, the risk was simply too high. However, all these were things to come. Looking toward the future still depended on whether he could get out of this situation. At the moment, Xianxia looked around. Xianxia asked the speaker, even if you won't tell me anything, can you at least tell me what time it is now? This time, the person on the other end of the intercom didn't hesitate much. Telling you wouldn't matter anyway. It's 7 p.m. now, rest assured. In 10 hours we'll reach the destination. What you need to do now is close your eyes and sleep. Upon hearing this, Xianxia helplessly responded, Brother, do you really think I can sleep in this state? I'm all tied up. Besides, I need to use the restroom. In response to Xianxia's words, the voice in the intercom spoke again. You're not pulling any tricks. No matter what you need to do, it has nothing to do with me. I will not release you. With his words, Xianxia tried opening his mouth to say a few more things. But this time, there was no response from the intercom towards Xianxia's words. Upon seeing this, Xianxia decided to stop his further inquiries. What he needed to do now was figure out how he could get out of here. Currently, with his connection to the planet severed, it was surely impossible to reach out to its living beings. Just as Xianxia thought about this, his eyes suddenly widened in realization. Although he couldn't connect with the living beings on his planet, he could attempt to contact someone else. That person was xuanhuan. Xuanhuan wasn't one of the living beings within his own planet after all. It was just like before on Phoenix Tether Planet. She remained unaffected by control mechanisms. But this was all merely a guess at this point. Xianxia called out to Xuanhuan within his heart. He called and called for what felt like forever. Yet no response came. At this moment, a hint of panic crept into Xianxia's mind. After all, right now, he was just an ordinary human being, utterly incapable of escaping. His greatest reliance was on Xuanhuan. If even Xuanhuan couldn't hear his cries, then today truly would spell his doom. And when Xianxia began losing hope, suddenly, Star Master. The sound of Xuanhuan's voice filled him with pure relief. Xuanhuan, can you come out? In response to Xianxia's question, Xuanhuan answered without delay. Though there is a barrier that separates us, it means nothing to me. Should I come out now? Hearing Xuanhuan's words reverberate in his mind, Xianxia shook his head. No need to rush. Come out in 2 hours. Because during his idle chatter with the man on the intercom earlier, Xianxia had learned the current time. In 2 hours, it would be close to 9 o'clock, a likely time when the captors would be asleep. Then Xianxia could let Xuanhuan out and use her assistance to find them. With the confirmation that Xuanhuan could emerge, Xianxia's spirits lifted. As long as Xuanhuan was around, there was no reason for him to worry anymore. The only thing troubling him at present was the physical discomfort from being tied up, but under these circumstances, there was nothing much he could do. All that was left now was a long period of waiting. During this entire stretch, there was not a single word transmitted through the intercom. After quite some time had passed, Xuanhuan's voice once again rang in his mind. Star Master, shall I come out now? Chapter 129, The Black Hand Behind the Scenes. Come out. Hearing Yang Yuehua's voice, Xianxia also said a word. Shua. In an instant, a figure flashed out. When Yang Yuehua appeared, seeing the current Xianxia, her pretty face also showed a look of confusion. Star-Lord, what are you doing? Are you playing some kind of bondage game? Upon hearing this, Xianxia was immediately speechless. Don't talk about that now. Untie me. It's too uncomfortable being bound like this. As the words fell, Yang Yuehua waved her hand casually, and the ropes that were binding him turned into nothingness at this moment. Xianxia moved his body, then said to Yang Yuehua, Yuehua, can you see how many people are on this starship now? Hearing Xianxia's words, Yang Yuehua looked around, and a layer of light enveloped her eyes. Soon, Yang Yuehua said, Star-Lord, there are 4 people currently visible. 3 of them are weaker, while the other one is somewhat skilled. After hearing this, Xianxia nodded slightly. Can you capture this person? In response, Yang Yuehua displayed extreme confidence. It's very simple. Saying this, Yang Yuehua disappeared from her original spot. With Yang Yuehua leaving, Xianxia began moving his body in place as well. Since he had been tied up for such a long time, his body felt quite uncomfortable. But, before Xianxia had the chance to stretch much, suddenly, pang, a soft sound rang out, and at this moment, there was already a person lying on the ground. This person was a middle-aged man, his face swollen and bruised, clearly having just been brutally beaten by Yang Yuehua. You, how did you do it? The middle-aged man looked at Xianxia, showing deep shock on his face. Clearly, your planet has been isolated. Why can the beings within your planet still come out? Faced with his words, Xianxia didn't choose to respond, but gave a cold laugh instead. Can you now tell me who sent you? Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man defiantly snorted. Humph, even if you kill me, I will not tell you. As his words reached Xianxia's ears, a cruel smile appeared on Xianxia's face. He raised his head and looked at Yang Yuehua. Yuehua, make him talk. Upon hearing this, a similar smile appeared on Yang Yuehua's originally beautiful face. But the smile on Yang Yuehua's face caused the middle-aged man to tremble visibly with fear. You, what are you going to do? In response to his trembling inquiry, Yang Yuehua did not reply. Instead, she slowly raised her palm. As Yang Yuehua raised her palm, a clump of gray mist gathered in her palm. This gray mist then directly merged into the middle-aged man's body. In just an instant, a painful scream echoed throughout the room. Immediately after, Xianxia saw the middle-aged man convulsing uncontrollably, even experiencing spasms. There was blood continuously spilling from his mouth. It was evident that this middle-aged man was enduring great suffering. However, Yang Yuehua's face was filled with self-assured calm. Sure enough, just 3 to 5 minutes passed. I'll speak, please let me go. Trembling voices sounded again. Seeing this, Yang Yuehua waved her hand. That clump of gray mist instantly emerged from the middle-aged man's body. At this moment, the middle-aged man finally returned to normal. He was constantly wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth. Seeing this, Xianxia said nothing more, but continued to wait patiently. Not long after, the middle-aged man looked up at Yang Yuehua fearfully, then shifted his gaze to Xianxia. It's Xianxia who sent me. Xianxia. Hearing this name, although Xianxia found it somewhat familiar, he couldn't recall where exactly he'd heard it. Seeing this, the middle-aged man continued. He's the city lord of Xianxia City. As soon as these words were spoken, Xianxia's eyes widened, and he immediately remembered who this Xianxia was. It was none other than the city lord of Xianxia City whom he had deceived before when rescuing the slaves in order to take them away. Recalling all this, Xianxia asked the middle-aged man again, why did he send you to capture me? At this moment, the middle-aged man didn't hesitate. Apparently, he was fully aware that hesitation would result in consequences. The middle-aged man said, because you tricked him earlier with a fake treasure map. Enraged, he sent us to capture you for revenge. Hearing the middle-aged man's answer, Xianxia nodded, and he exhaled deeply inside. If it was merely because of this, he could accept it. He had been guessing before that it might be related to Tianfu. After all, behind Xianxia was Tianfu. If it was really people from Tianfu who came to capture him, the matter would be very serious. But now he learned that all this was solely due to Xianxia's own actions, so the matter wasn't as severe. However, someone like Xianxia who harbored resentment and sought revenge for even minor slights. If he couldn't get back at him this time, and Xianxia managed to escape instead, then Xianxia certainly wouldn't leave it at that. One must quickly deal with such a person to eliminate any future trouble. But his current self obviously wasn't strong enough to deal with Xianxia yet. He would have to wait some more. After pondering briefly, Xianxia gave Yang Yuehua a subtle nod. Yang Yuehua immediately understood what Xianxia meant. She casually waved her hand. Bang! A dull sound followed, and the middle-aged man in front of them was directly killed by Yang Yuehua with one palm strike. There was no longer anything left to say regarding this kind of person after getting the information he needed from him. With the death of the middle-aged man, Xianxia thought carefully. He originally planned to return, but now it appeared that Xianxia was too much of a threat and needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. After consideration, he decided to visit Xianxia City and meet with this Xianxia. With this thought in mind, Xianxia immediately let Yang Yuehua take him to the cockpit. With Yang Yuehua around, no matter their strength, he had nothing to worry about. Upon reaching the cockpit, Xianxia informed them that he wanted to leave at the next place they could stop. With Yang Yuehua present, they didn't dare say anything extra. Much later, Xianxia finally left the starship. Of course, before leaving, he also let Yang Yuehua completely destroy this starship so that the pilots wouldn't be able to send any warning signals. On a new planet, Xianxia subsequently bought a ticket to Xianxia City. During this period, Xianxia also discovered that he had re-established contact with the planet. The reason for this, Xianxia also knew, was mainly because the middle-aged man had died, causing the originally isolated technology to disappear. Next, Xianxia boarded the starship according to schedule and embarked on the journey toward Xiaoyao City. Chapter 130. A terrifying mission, searching the entire universe for someone. No, there are so many beings on his planet. If they were to develop solely based on their virtues, it wouldn't be enough. Perhaps I can use this method. Inside the principal's office of Xuanhuan Academy, the principal was continuously pondering various developmental directions for the beings on Xianxia's planet. Suddenly, it seemed like he thought of something, and a deep smile appeared on his face. Immediately thereafter, the principal hurriedly left his office and went directly to Xianxia's dormitory. However, upon arriving at the dormitory, he found that Xianxia wasn't there. As a result, the principal sought out Lin Wuyan. Do you know where Xianxia went? In response to the principal's inquiry, Lin Wuyan paused to think, then shook his head. He didn't say. Should I give him a call? After hearing this, the principal nodded. But this time, when Lin Wuyan made the phone call, no one answered. At once, Lin Wuyan said aloud, "No one is answering. He's probably busy." Lin Wuyan perhaps paid it no mind, but when the principal heard this, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. This was because he remembered how Xianxia had been intercepted while coming to school before. Additionally, Xianxia had offended people from Qin University, and under normal circumstances, a call like this wouldn't have gone unanswered unless something serious had occurred. Having lived for so many years, the principal instantly detected the oddity in the situation. At that moment, the principal looked at Lin Wuyan and said, "Come with me." Seeing the serious expression on the principal's face, Lin Wuyan was inwardly puzzled but did not ask any further questions. Moreover, during their journey, the principal made several more phone calls. Eventually, the principal brought Lin Wuyan to a massive projection room. Lin Wuyan knew this place well. It was an enormous projection room that, aided by technology, could accurately locate someone. The instant they entered the projection room, the principal immediately asked, "How's it going? Have you found him?" At his words, the staff there began operating swiftly. Then, on the massive projection screen, images appeared. "We last saw him at the trading area, but he never returned." Upon watching Xianxia's movements in the footage, the principal's frown deepened yet again, and the concern on his face grew even heavier. If Xianxia had disappeared near the school, the principal wouldn't have worried much. But Xianxia's last known location was at the trading district, a rather chaotic place, which only heightened the principal's concerns. Just then, a sudden exclamation rang out. "We found him." These three words barely echoed before the picture on the massive projection changed. In the video, the principal and others clearly witnessed a blurry figure appearing behind Xianxia. Next, a punch was thrown, and Xianxia collapsed unconscious. The person who threw the punch took Xianxia away. "What? Xianxia has been taken away. It's over. It must have been his enemy who took him. Principal, please come up with a solution quickly. Xianxia is definitely in great danger now." Lin Wuyan's urgent voice kept sounding out. Upon hearing Lin Wuyan's words, the principal remained silent. He understood all too well how severe the situation was, especially when noticing that the figure in the footage had clearly come prepared and had severed the connection between Xianxia and his own planet. This meant that regardless of how powerful Xianxia might be, without his planet, he would merely be an ordinary human. It emphasized just how perilous Xianxia's current situation was. At that moment, the principal wasted no time, shouting repeatedly at the staff there, "Hurry, find out who this person is." With the principal's voice fading, the staff helplessly shook their heads. "Principal, the person in the footage clearly knows our academy's search methods and has prepared extensively. We won't be able to determine who he is within a short period." At these words, the principal responded sternly, "I don't care about your reasons. No matter how long it takes, find this person for me." The principal was clearly agitated. After all, Xianxia was an exceptional student, a promising seed, and held signs of being able to break through the current predicament of the academy. That was why the principal was extremely anxious upon learning that Xianxia had been abducted. After giving a series of instructions to the projection room staff, the principal hastily turned and left the room. Naturally, Lin Wuyan urgently followed after him. Following the principal, Lin Wuyan hurriedly came to the mission office. Seeing the principal approaching, those who were about to take on missions all stepped aside and looked at the principal with expressions of confusion, because this was their first time seeing the principal come here. Upon the principal's arrival, he directly spoke to the student at the mission counter. Post a mission, the student immediately took out a mission device to record it. "Principal, please tell me what the mission is." The principal continued, "Find a person and bring him back safely." As he spoke, he took out a palm-sized device. This contains details about his appearance. Hearing this, the student quickly followed suit. After finishing, the student looked at the principal again and asked, "Principal, what is the reward?" This time, the principal did not hesitate and directly said, "As long as you can bring him back, you will be given 3-star sources and 2 million union coins." Upon hearing these words, a wave of commotion arose. The faces of the students were filled with shock. "Wow, I didn't hear wrong, did I? 3-star sources are being offered. To think that previously, even the son of the city lord only got 2-star sources and 1 million union coins. That's right. Who exactly is the person the principal is looking for to offer such a generous reward? Whoever it is, I'm already interested in this mission." Cries of astonishment kept sounding. At the moment they learned of the principal's mission reward, everyone was shocked. With such an extravagant reward, they couldn't imagine who the person the principal was looking for could be. But there was one person at the scene who knew everything. That person was naturally Lin Wuyan. Lin Wuyin also knew that the person the principal was looking for was Qin Yao. Still, he never expected that the principal would be willing to spend so much just to find Qin Yao. To be honest, Lin Wuyin felt somewhat envious. However, what Lin Wuyin felt most was worry. He was very worried that something unfortunate might happen to Qin Yao. While Lin Wuyin was deep in thought, the principal's voice rang out again. Post the mission immediately. I need to see him as soon as possible. Chapter 131. Qin Yao's plan, re-entering the free city. Release the mission immediately. I need to see him as soon as possible. The principal's slightly anxious statement echoed. Precisely because of this sentence, the students once again realized the seriousness of the matter. The classmates at the mission station didn't dare to be the slightest bit lax at this moment. Subsequently, the mission was released. A mission personally released by the principal with a reward of 3-star cores and 2 million alliance coins. This one event spread like a bomb throughout the entire school in an instant. And it wasn't just Xuanhuan Academy. Messages between the 4 major academies had always flowed rather freely. With the situation escalating so much now, there was no way the other schools wouldn't know about it. Because of this, everyone from all 4 academies became aware of the news. Particularly concerning how the principal offered such a generous reward, many people couldn't help but guess. Who exactly was this person? So valuable indeed. At that moment, inside Qing University, Yin Qing like usual, planned to head back to her dormitory after her class ended. However, while Yin Qing was walking along, she could constantly hear the murmurs of passers-by around her. Did you hear? The principal of Xuanhuan Academy has gone so far as to offer 3-star cores and 2 million alliance coins as a reward to find a person. Such a big deal? Of course I've heard about it. It's just that, I've also heard this person might be a student. How could a student have the principal issue such a direct order? What kind of background does this student have? These kinds of discussions Yin Qing had heard countless times. At first, Yin Qing didn't pay too much attention. But until later, a single sentence reached Yin Qing's ears, completely upending her calm demeanor. I heard the student who went missing this time seems to be the same person who challenged our Qing University last time. As these words echoed, Yin Qing, who had been walking originally, instantly froze in place. Her gaze shot directly towards the speaking classmate. That classmate originally intended to say more, but at that moment, he suddenly sensed an intense chill, causing him to instinctively glance towards Yin Qing. Yin Qing coldly asked, "Who did you say earlier?" Being scrutinized by Yin Qing like this, the classmate was somewhat frightened. He hurriedly began speaking. "It's what I've heard too. The student who went missing from Xuanhuan Academy was the same student who challenged our academy last time." Once those words left his lips, a wave of cold intent surged out from Yin Qing in an instant. Even around her body, streaks of ice crystals began flashing. Without any hesitation, Yin Qing took off running out of the school without delay. Worry filled her eyes. Deep down, she prayed endlessly, praying that nothing would happen to Qin Yao. She had naturally guessed who the lost person was. After all, throughout, no students from Xuanhuan Academy ever dared to come to Qing University for challenges. Except Qin Yao was the first, which made Yin Qing realize quite a lot. Therefore, she worried even more about Qin Yao. Yin Qing swiftly arrived at the spaceport and directly boarded the starship headed towards Xuanhuan City. At this very moment, Qin Yao, the party involved. For everything happening externally, Qin Yao was completely oblivious, since he had already successfully returned to the free city. Upon re-entering the free city, Qin Yao saw many slaves on the road. Naturally, Qin Yao's heart felt some unease in light of this situation. But being currently alone and weak, he knew there wasn't much he could do despite his sympathy. Thus, Qin Yao tried not to look at them, lest he acted on impulse and ruin significant plans. As for communication devices, he had not opted to turn them on, primarily because of caution. There were inevitably technologies within the free city capable of detecting communications. If someone found him, his predicament would worsen drastically. Having traveled to the free city this time, Qin Yao thought extensively about various specific strategies along the way. First, regarding Lord Xianxia of the free city, there was no doubt about his strength. Even with Yang Yuehua at his disposal, Qin Yao knew his chances against Xianxia were slim. Hence, frontal combat was off the table. What Qin Yao devised was to stay within the free city for some time. He aimed to understand Xianxia's preferences first, and then act accordingly based on his likes. Also, being hidden right now allowed him more convenience to carry out whatever plan he intended. After briefly reviewing his plan in his mind, Qin Yao entered the free city. He found a hotel and walked straight in. He wanted to use the hotel's busy and miscellaneous environment to gather information. The moment Qin Yao entered the hotel, a staff member greeted him with a full smile. "Hello, are you here to stay?" Qin Yao nodded briefly and directly transferred 10,000 credits to the other party. "I'll stay for 10 days. During this time, unless I call you, don't disturb me." Qin Yao appeared very aloof and cold. Though somewhat dissatisfied, the staff maintained a smiling face. After all, Qin Yao was being quite generous. Besides, many of those who came to Xianxia City had odd tempers. As long as they paid, it mattered little to him, especially with someone so generous. Thus, despite Qin Yao's unfriendly attitude, the staff responded with obsequious smiles. "Sir, rest assured. I guarantee no one will disturb you." Hearing this, Qin Yao slightly nodded his head. He then followed the staff into the room. At the same moment elsewhere, inside the city lord's residence, Xianxia, as the city lord, wore an extremely grim expression. In front of him lay a crumpled map. Naturally, this was the map Qin Yao had previously handed over to him. The very map that nearly drove Xianxia mad with rage. "City lord, City Lord, there's trouble. Suddenly, an urgent voice echoed from outside. With the sound, Xianxia looked up. The messenger immediately informed. We just received word that Tianyun Academy has issued a task regarding Xianxia's. They've already sent people out to look for him. Upon hearing this, rather than becoming upset, Xianxia's tightly furrowed brows relaxed significantly, and a grin spread across his face. Now that they were searching for Xianxia, this meant Xianxia had indeed been captured by his men. Thinking about this, the grin on Xianxia's face grew even broader. Lifting his head to look at the person in front of him, he asked, has the group tasked with capturing Xianxia not yet reported back? The person shook his head in response. Not yet, but there shouldn't be any issues. After all, Xianxia has vanished, that much is fact. The City Lord will soon have his revenge. Chapter 132, Start the Plan. Inside the Xiaoyo City Hotel, listening to the noisy sounds downstairs, Xianxia quickly tidied up and walked downstairs. As for the preparation, naturally it was to disguise himself a bit, so as not to be easily recognized. After all, he had been here once before. If he were to be recognized, Chun Xiaoyo would surely know immediately, and he himself would be in real danger at that time. After some disguise, Xianxia entered the tavern. Looking down at those people who were eating and drinking heartily and talking loudly, Xianxia began searching for his target. Soon enough, he noticed two people at a table drinking wine, and from their clothing, it was clear that they were the guards of the City Lord's mansion. Seeing them, Xianxia instantly had some ideas. Without any hesitation, he approached them with a smile on his face. Excuse me, I just arrived here and am unfamiliar with the place. Could I inquire about something from you? Upon hearing this, the two merely glanced coldly at Xianxia, full of disdain in their eyes. They didn't say much and chose to completely ignore Xianxia. Seeing this, Xianxia did not get angry. Instead, he shouted to the staff here. Boss, bring a few signature dishes, put it on my tab. This move by Xianxia immediately drew the attention of the two again. A smile also appeared on the face of one of them. As the saying goes, a guest is welcome. Young brother, you're too distant. Sit down. As the saying goes, money can make even devils grind. Besides, Xianxia was being so generous. This made the two develop a little fondness towards Xianxia. But upon hearing their words, Xianxia casually shook his head. When I see the two elder brothers, I have a feeling of instant familiarity. Let's drink first. Once the two heard this, taking advantage of their slight drunkenness, they both laughed. Next, Xianxia refrained from asking any questions and continued drinking with them. In fact, when both of them eventually got drunk like mud, Xianxia still said, Elder brothers, I've been staying here these days. Today we hit it off so well, I don't know if I'll be able to meet the two elders tomorrow. Upon hearing this, both of them laughed with red faces. Rest assured, we'll meet tomorrow. Subsequently, Xianxia talked with them a bit more before seeing them off. While he had also consumed a fair amount of alcohol, initially he was drinking. But later, using some tricks, he remained sober. The reason why he specifically targeted them was because they were people from the City Lord's mansion. Naturally, they were also quite knowledgeable about Chun Xiaoyo. However, directly inquiring about everything related to Chun Xiaoyo would certainly raise suspicion. Hence, Xianxia wasn't in too much of a rush. In the following few days, the two men from the City Lord's mansion came to the hotel as per the agreement. Moreover, Xianxia very warmly invited them for food and paid every time. During these few days, Xianxia did not say much or ask too many questions, simply accompanying them for drinks. It wasn't until the fourth day that Xianxia was already waiting for them early. When the two saw Xianxia, they all greeted him with smiles. One of them directly said to Xianxia, Young brother, I remember when we first met, you wanted to find out something. Now that we've been drinking together for several days and have gotten acquainted, go ahead and speak freely about what you need help with. The other person also nodded continuously upon hearing this. That's right, having you treat us to drinks and meals every day makes us feel uneasy inside. Hearing their words, Xianxia waved his hand and smiled. No rush, let's drink while we chat. Upon hearing Xianxia say this, they nodded as well. Following which, as usual, the three sat together to drink wine. Not until the third round of drinks did Xianxia decide to open his mouth. Xianxia looked directly at them and said, Elder brothers, to be honest with you, I've come here to buy slaves. Upon hearing Xianxia say that he intended to buy slaves, these two individuals lit up immediately. I thought it was some big deal. Turns out it's just about buying slaves. This matter can be entrusted to me. Tell me, how many slaves do you wish to buy? At the sound of their voices, Xianxia deliberately showed an expression of difficulty at that moment. Indeed, Xianxia's expression prompted the two to urgently inquire. What's wrong, young brother? Is there some difficulty? Yes, young brother. Given our good relationship, if there's any difficulty, just tell us straight. This time, following their voices, Xianxia sighed deeply again. Alas, I've heard that buying slaves in Xiaoyo City is relatively difficult, as if the city lord of Xiaoyo City does not agree. Upon hearing this, one of them burst out laughing immediately. Haha, young brother, you're overthinking it. The city lord would never disagree. Moreover, our city lord has been in a great mood recently. As soon as these words were spoken, Xianxia quickly asked, By the way, I heard that the city lord of Xiaoyo City is very powerful. I also admire strong individuals. Do you happen to know the city lord? What is he like? I would like to pay him a visit. Once they heard that Xianxia wanted to meet Chun Xiaoyo, their faces lit up with even wider smiles. One of them immediately said, This is easy. We'll help you arrange it. To be honest, Lord City doesn't have many likes, but he adores powerful people. Upon hearing this, the other person nodded repeatedly and added, Exactly. Especially the strong ones in the Colosseum. Normally, when Lord City has nothing to do, he will go to the Colosseum to watch the matches. Upon learning this information, an audacious plan formed in Qin Yao's mind instantly. And based on what was said, he had indeed guessed some things already. During his previous visit here, the city lord of Xiaoyo City, Chen Xiaoyo, had clearly demonstrated his admiration for power. Now that these two had personally confirmed it, Qin Yao started to have some ideas. However, naturally, he wouldn't reveal any of these thoughts. He pretended to nod. The Colosseum sounds impressive. I'd like to take a look as well. Upon hearing this, they immediately responded. It's simple. Just follow us to the Colosseum tomorrow. Qin Yao, hearing this, quickly said, if so, then I owe both of you a favor. Hey, don't mention it. With how well we've gotten along, it's no big deal. Come on, drink. Let's drink. Neither of them seemed to sense anything suspicious. Qin Yao watched silently and continued drinking with them. While he appeared to be drinking on the surface, he was actually strategizing in his mind, pondering how to implement the next step of the plan against Chen Xiaoyo. Chapter 133, The Dominant Elba. The next morning, Qin Yao arrived directly at the arena. As for following those two people to the arena, that was naturally impossible. If they took him to meet Chen Xiaoyao, even though he had disguised himself, there was a high chance of being recognized. After paying the entrance fee, Qin Yao sat down in the stands and waited. This time at the arena, it was somewhat the same as last time, but also different. The same part was that Chen Xiaoyao's entrance style was exactly the same as before. What was different was that there were no longer scenes of slave battles like before. Qin Yao could accept this change fairly well. Before coming, he had already prepared himself to watch slave battles. Fortunately, he didn't have to witness such things. While Qin Yao was looking down at the arena, the figure of the host appeared. With a beaming face, the host said some opening words, and then continued. Next, let us welcome today's newly registered powerhouse from the giant race, Elba. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue instantly erupted into thunderous applause. Accompanied by endless cheering, a colossal shadow, as big as a mountain, slowly emerged inside the arena. This figure was exceptionally tall and robust, exuding an aura of infinite strength. Seeing him stride out, a faint smile involuntarily appeared on Qin Yao's face. Because this Elba was none other than a member of the giant tribe from the 100 Tribes Alliance. And this was all according to his plan. Chen Xiaoyao had always preferred the strong. So, Qin Yao intended to capture his attention using powerful warriors. As Qin Yao gazed down at Elba, various murmurs began around the crowd. Heavens, isn't this guy way too bulky? It seems he possesses infinite strength. Getting hit by someone like him might mean not dying immediately, but you wouldn't live long either. Haha, seems like it'll be worth watching today. Amidst continuous chatter among the audience, the host of the arena shouted again. Next, let's welcome Elba's opponent who is known to possess the strongest force, Xuanhuan. As soon as these words echoed out, another figure walked out from the opposite side of the arena. Though not as towering as Elba, Xuanhuan's arms were extremely muscular, clearly indicating significant strength within him. With Xuanhuan's appearance, the battle commenced smoothly. Qin Yao glanced briefly at Xuanhuan before turning his eyes back towards distant Chen Xiaoyao. Inside the arena, fierce combat unfolded. Elba delivered an overwhelming punch with full power. Upon seeing this, Xuanhuan responded excitedly and countered with a punch of his own. Bang! A heavy sound reverberated through the air. In the very moment of the resounding thud, it was clear to see that Xuanhuan was immediately sent flying. He collided heavily against the wall and fell unconscious. Meanwhile, Elba stood still without so much as a waver. The battle started quickly and ended just as swiftly. At this point, the host cried out multiple times. Heavens! The famed Xuanhuan, possessing the strongest force, was actually thrown off like this. How immensely powerful must Elba be? Let's offer our most enthusiastic applause to congratulate Elba for his victory. As the sounds ceased, immediate applause akin to thunder broke out across the spectators' stands. Right then, the host also looked toward Elba. Elba, do you want to continue fighting? Without the slightest hesitation, Elba answered firmly. Continue. The two enormous syllables resonated through the sky, igniting more jubilant cheers from the crowd. Indeed, this raw display of brute power was truly mesmerizing. The battle proceeded. Throughout, Qin Yao's eyes often wandered toward distant Chen Xiaoyao. As for Elba in the arena, Qin Yao wasn't overly concerned about him. He trusted in Elba's abilities fully. The main focus now was on Chen Xiaoyao, because when Elba had earlier hurled Xuanhuan away with one punch, Qin Yao noticed that Chen Xiaoyao's expression hadn't changed at all. This signified that Elba hadn't yet caught Chen Xiaoyao's attention. However, Qin Yao was not overly anxious regarding this point. It was fine to play it slow. Thereafter, the battle went on. After defeating Xuanhuan, Elba subsequently bested several more opponents. Still, throughout this period, Qin Yao noticed that Chen Xiaoyao's demeanor remained completely unaltered. All this changed only during the 8th match. When Elba threw his enemy far with one punch, Qin Yao noticed that Chen Xiaoyao's face finally showed a look of interest. Upon catching sight of this slight change in demeanor, joy flared up within Qin Yao's heart. This means Elba's strength has already caught Chen Xiaoyao's attention. Next, the 9th and 10th matches began one after another. Ultimately, Elba relied on his powerful strength to directly defeat his opponents. After defeating those people, thunderous cheers erupted from the stands. Goodness, isn't Elba too strong? He's had 10 straight victories. The city of Xiaoyo hasn't seen such a powerful fighter for a long time. And what's most crucial is that in all 10 matches, Elba completely dominated every single opponent. He's really formidable. Up to now, no one has been able to make him use all his power. Amidst the continuous cries of astonishment, suddenly, Chen Xiaoyao, who had been sitting all along, stood up. As Chen Xiaoyao rose, the entire stands instantly fell silent. Xianxia smiled down at Elba below and said with a chuckle, "Your strength is quite impressive." Faced with the inquiry, Elba didn't say much, just standing there in silence. At this moment, Xianxia spoke again. "Do you want to join the city master's house and serve me?" As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately sparked envy among countless spectators. Goodness, he's going to join the city master's house so easily. This Elba's luck is too good to be spotted by Master City. It can't be called luck for Elba, it's only because of his power. Indeed, Elba's strength is overwhelming, naturally earning Master City's admiration, accompanying the sounds of envy. At this time, Elba also looked up at Xianxia in the air. Subsequently, he did not hesitate much. "I am originally a free being. I heard about the arena here where one can earn money. If I can join the city master's house, will you take care of my food?" Elba's response made Xianxia momentarily stunned. "Haha, of course. As long as you join the city master's house, you can eat as much as you like." Chapter 134, Plan unfolds. "Haha, of course you can. As long as you join the city lord's mansion, you can eat as much as you want." With Xiaoyao's words trailing off, it was officially announced that Elba had joined the city lord's mansion. Though there would be more trials to come, the current Xiaoyao no longer had much interest. Xiaoyao looked down at Elba and laughed. "Follow me back, and let me see how much you can eat." Afterward, Elba followed Xiaoyao away from the arena, heading toward the city lord's mansion. Meanwhile, Xianxia had already left. Since the first step of the plan had been achieved, there was naturally no need to linger any further in the arena. However, when Xianxia didn't expect it, upon returning to the inn, Xianxia immediately spotted the two men he had been drinking with before. They both looked at Xianxia and started speaking. "Brother, where did you go? We agreed to bring you to the arena today. Yeah, we even planned to introduce you to the city lord himself." At these words, Xianxia responded with a laugh. "Two elder brothers, I am truly sorry. I got too curious about the arena and went by myself. Come, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's drink." Upon hearing about drinking, their eyes instantly lit up. They stopped asking questions and happily drank with Xianxia. Meanwhile, inside the city lord's mansion, Xiaoyao treated Elba quite well, specially arranging a large table full of dishes for him. Xiaoyao sat nearby watching Elba eat. At this moment, Elba showed no hesitation and began devouring his food ravenously. Watching Elba enjoy the meal so heartily, Xiaoyao couldn't help but smile. However, being the city lord, basic safety was always considered. While Elba was eating, Xiaoyao also opened his mouth and asked, "Elba, you just mentioned that you are a free creature. What do you mean by that?" Upon hearing this, Elba replied, "The Star Lord used to take me to other planets for war. But on our way back, we were attacked, and I ended up stranded on another planet. Later, I heard money could be made here, so I came." Although Elba explained this rather briefly, his words did not raise any suspicion in Xiaoyao. This was something he naturally understood. Elba was indeed a free being. In fact, one might say that Elba's experiences were similar to his own. Coupled with Elba's apparent naivety, Xiaoyao lowered a significant amount of his guard. However, Xiaoyao suddenly narrowed his eyes at this point. He remembered something. That was what Elba had said earlier. Xiaoyao looked at Elba again and asked, "Oh, you mentioned that you fought alongside the Star Lord and returned. Do you know what the Star Lord brought back?" At this moment, Elba grabbed a chicken leg and started chewing. As he chewed, he mumbled, "There seemed to be some glowing things, though I don't remember clearly what they were. And during the attack, our starship fell onto another planet." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao's face instantly lit up with joy. The glowing things Elba mentioned must have been some kind of star matter or energy. This made Xiaoyao feel somewhat urgent inside. He then said, "Do you remember where that place was?" As the sound rang out, Elba deliberately put on an expression of thoughtfulness. I think I have a vague impression, but I can't draw the exact location. You'll probably have to figure it out once you get there." Hearing Elba's words, Xiaoyao immediately nodded repeatedly. Good. Finish eating first. Rest well tonight, and tomorrow I'll take you to check it out. As long as we really find those glowing things you mentioned, I promise to give you good food every day." Elba, being a glutton, immediately lit up at hearing these words from Xiaoyao. "Are you sure?" Looking at the seemingly simple Elba, Xiaoyao burst into laughter. "Don't worry, I may not have much else here, but I definitely have plenty of food. You eat slowly, and later someone will guide you to your resting area." After finishing speaking, Xiaoyao rose and left. Elba continued feasting. Thus, time passed little by little. When night gradually descended, Elba had already been arranged a resting place. Elba simply sat in the room, without resting, as if waiting for something. And his wait did not last too long. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared in the room. Naturally, this figure was xuanhuan. Upon seeing xuanhuan, Elba directly recounted everything that had happened today, including all the questions Xiaoyao had asked. After hearing it all, xuanhuan responded, "Just continue executing what the Star Lord previously told you." Elba nodded seriously upon hearing her words. Subsequently, xuanhuan dissipated into a fleeting shadow and vanished from the scene. Meanwhile, inside Xiaoyao's quarters, Xiaoyao's eyes abruptly focused after just having fallen asleep. He immediately sat cross-legged and scanned his surroundings with heightened senses. However, he sensed nothing amiss. This caused Xiaoyao to frown slightly. Could it be an illusion? Within the inn, Star Lord, this is all the information Elba has provided. Xuanhuan relayed everything she had learned from Elba to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded after hearing her report. Involuntarily, a faint smile surfaced on Xianxiao's face. It now meant that the second step of the plan had also been accomplished. As for today's conversations between Elba and Xianxiao, They were naturally pre-planned instructions given to Elba beforehand. The intention was to attract Chen Xiaoyao's attention through the lure of treasure. What Qin Yao hadn't expected was how effortlessly Chen Xiaoyao had fallen for it. Since things were proceeding smoothly, Qin Yao could start preparing the final plan. Having sent Yang Yuehua back to the 100 Races Alliance, Qin Yao began calculating meticulously. Although it seemed like Chen Xiaoyao fell for the ruse quite easily this time, he must still prepare thoroughly as a precaution. After all, with Chen Xiaoyao's strength on full display, any minor misstep could alert him. Once Chen Xiaoyao becomes suspicious, attempting anything further would only be more difficult. And if he wanted to truly deal with Chen Xiaoyao, Qin Yao thought of one thing. That was to rely on humanity's advanced weapons. Even Yang Yuehua couldn't rival Chen Xiaoyao in battle. But the advanced weapons of humanity required no explanation. Such weaponry was even more terrifying than Yang Yuehua's attacks. All would hinge on what happens tomorrow. Chapter 135, the final step of the plan. The next morning, outside the city lord's mansion, a colossal starship appeared. And underneath the starship, many people had already gathered. These people were naturally all Chen Xiaoyao's followers. They waited by the entrance of the city lord's mansion, anticipating the arrival of Chen Xiaoyao. Very soon, Chen Xiaoyao emerged alongside Elba. Elba clearly had just eaten something, with grease around his mouth and an air of satisfaction. Chen Xiaoyao also wore an unremitting broad smile on his face. When he reached the starship, Chen Xiaoyao laughed aloud. Everyone, board the ship with me. Today, I'm taking you all to strike it rich. Upon hearing this, everyone naturally felt ecstatic. Thereafter, Chen Xiaoyao led the way onto the starship, followed by Elba. Last were the members from the city lord's mansion. This time, Chen Xiaoyao brought a large contingent, nearly 40 or 50 people. Among them was a figure who seemed somewhat out of place compared to those around him. He was none other than Qin Yao. When Chen Xiaoyao approached earlier, Qin Yao's heart was filled with anxiety, fearing that he might be discovered. Fortunately, the present Chen Xiaoyao was visibly exhilarated, or perhaps more accurately, he hadn't expected any outsider to infiltrate this group. Qin Yao's ability to join the party owed much to two individuals from the city lord's mansion whom he had befriended through frequent drinking sessions. Naturally, these weren't wasted efforts. Besides, joining wasn't considered a big deal, so they agreed without much hesitation. Subsequently, Qin Yao boarded the starship together with those from the city lord's mansion. Once inside the starship, Qin Yao realized just how large and luxurious it was. Compared to the previous starships they'd traveled in within space, this one was incomparably grander. When everyone finally made it aboard the starship, Chen Xiaoyao spoke up. Go rest first and preserve your energy, for what's coming will be taxing. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded and headed toward the resting quarters. Similarly, Qin Yao followed the crowd into the resting area. During this time, Qin Yao noticed that Chen Xiaoyao was talking with Elba. Clearly, Chen Xiaoyao was seeking some information about the location where the previous starship crashed. Naturally, Qin Yao had preemptively devised a plan for this. That was simply allowing Elba to lead Chen Xiaoyao astray while buying some time. As the group arrived at the restroom, Qin Yao was surprised to find that each room was separate. However, this was beneficial as it facilitated the execution of the subsequent plan. Inside his private room, Qin Yao refrained from activating the communication system. He worried there might be devices aboard the starship capable of detecting communications. Since the plan had progressed so far, being discovered now would be disastrous. Afterward, Qin Yao acted like any ordinary traveler and settled down for rest inside his cabin. Before resting, though, he instructed the human faction to prepare high-tech weapons, namely, nuclear weapons. Thus, time flowed slowly. Looking at the clock, Qin Yao saw that over 20 hours had passed. Without needing to guess, he knew Chen Xiaoyao must be extremely anxious by now. Calculating the moment, Qin Yao chose to act. He opened the channel of the 100 Races space and had the humans transport a nuclear weapon aboard. Luckily, the cabin was spacious enough. Otherwise, the weapon wouldn't have fit. Because of the advance notice given to the humans, this particular nuclear weapon was already set on a countdown. 5 minutes to detonation. Watching the ticking timer, Qin Yao grew increasingly expectant. Whether the following part of the plan succeeded would depend entirely on the outcome of the next 5 minutes. It was a long wait after the 20-odd hours that had already elapsed. But now, as the final 5 minutes ticked down, Qin Yao found them painfully drawn out. For minutes. At 4 minutes remaining, Qin Yao briefly tidied up his belongings. 3-minute countdown began. Upon reaching 3 minutes, Qin Yao again opened the spatial channel of the 100 Races Alliance and immediately walked inside. After all, this was a nuclear weapon, a force of unimaginable power. If an explosion happened, everything around would be obliterated into nothingness. The only refuge was the planet belonging to the 100 Races Alliance. The planet could be considered a glitch, an independent space. Even if the nuclear bomb went off, its effect on the planet would be minimal. Regarding Chen Xiaoyao, yes, theoretically, he could escape using a similar method. However, at the very instant of the nuclear explosion, Chen Xiaoyao wouldn't react quickly enough. Added to the devastating aftermath of the nuclear blast, even if Chen Xiaoyao wished to enter the safe zone, it would be too late. Right then, Qin Yao stood inside the 100 Races space channel. He did not choose to close the spatial channel because Elba hadn't returned yet. Elba, as a creature within the planet, could sense the opening of the planet's spatial channel anyway. Even over short distances, Elba could instantly enter the planet's space. Standing inside the spatial channel, he looked at the countdown. There was only 2 minutes left. At this moment, Qin Yao's heart also grew anxious. If Elba really couldn't make it in time, then it meant he would surely be blown up. 1 minute. When there was only 1 minute left, and Elba still hadn't come back, Qin Yao became so anxious that he wanted to rush out and shout for Elba. But doing so would naturally draw Xiaoyao's attention. Although Qin Yao was extremely worried now, all he could do was wait. 30 seconds. In the last 30 seconds, Qin Yao almost decided to shut down the spatial channel. 20 seconds. At this point, Qin Yao prepared to give up. Though he was extremely reluctant, there wasn't anything else he could do. If he didn't close the channel soon, the whole planet might get damaged by the explosion. 10 seconds. Qin Yao started closing the spatial channel. And just at that instant, a towering figure, as if warping through space itself, appeared right in front of the spatial channel. Hurry! Qin Yao shouted loudly. Without hesitation, Elba rushed into the spatial channel with everything he had. Then Qin Yao wasted no time in closing the spatial channel. As the spatial channel closed, Qin Yao stood on the land of the 100 Races Alliance, tightly gripping his fists, with a face full of tension. After all, whether or not they could kill Xiaoyao depended entirely on whether this plan would succeed. If they managed to kill Xiaoyao, it would eliminate a major threat. But if they failed, letting Xiaoyao escape by luck this time, then Qin Yao would surely face even greater danger in the future. Just as Qin Yao waited anxiously, suddenly, boom. Even though Qin Yao was within the 100 Races Alliance, the massive roar of the explosion outside was clearly heard by him. More than that, the terrifying shockwaves from the explosion swept through. Even though the planet was located in another space, it shook violently throughout. Feeling this vibration, Qin Yao kept muttering under his breath. It must succeed, it has to succeed. In his heart, he hoped for the best outcome. Chapter 136, Xiaoyao dies. Boom. The deafening roar lasted for a seemingly endless amount of time. Qin Yao stood within the alliance of 100 tribes, feeling as if her hearing had completely failed. She could hear nothing. Thus, after what felt like an eternity, finally, the noise outside began to gradually fade away. At this point, Qin Yao looked at xuanhuan and said, "Go out and check the situation." Upon hearing this, xuanhuan nodded and left through the space channel. Truth be told, Qin Yao also wanted to go outside and check the specific conditions. But she was now just an ordinary person, and if she went outside, her body would simply not be able to withstand it. Even forget about her. Probably even Xianxia's body wouldn't be able to endure it. Only xuanhuan could venture out. As xuanhuan departed, Qin Yao fell into an anxious wait. The wait continued for a short while longer. xuanhuan returned once more. xuanhuan directly handed a camera device to Qin Yao. Qin Yao began reviewing the images. She could clearly see that everything outside had already turned into a great calamity. All were fragments, debris, no corpse could be seen. The starship had long been blown apart. And as for Xiaoyao, he naturally could not be found either. Seeing all this, a trace of a smile unconsciously appeared on Qin Yao's face. Xiaoyao was evidently dead. After all, this was a nuclear weapon explosion. In such a critical moment, he surely couldn't have entered the planet's spatial realm. Although he might have sensed the danger of the explosion in the instant it occurred, by then it was already too late for him to escape. Because the range of the nuclear explosion was unimaginable. Glancing around, Qin Yao let out a long breath. In that case, the threat posed by Xiaoyao had finally been resolved. With that in mind, Qin Yao decided to return. However, since she was now inside the planetary space, there was no way for her to leave. She could only wait for someone to come and retrieve her. Qin Yao then activated her communication device. And at the very moment she did so, Qin Yao became completely dumbfounded, because she clearly saw an enormous number of missed calls. Among them, some were from the principal. Mostly, though, they were from Lin Wuyuan. He had placed hundreds of them. There were also over 100 from Xianxia. Upon seeing this, confusion spread across Qin Yao's face. What happened? Did something major occur? I was gone for only a few days. Why are they acting like this? Puzzled, Qin Yao decided to first call Lin Wuyuan. This time, it connected quickly. Lin Wuyuan's image appeared right before her. Qin Yao, are you alright? Qin Yao, where are you now? Where have you gone? Qin Yao. A series of questioning voices continuously rang out. Qin Yao even noticed Lin Wuyuan seemed to be running. Wait, hold on. Can you tell me what exactly happened? With Qin Yao's inquiry, Lin Wuyuan stopped asking questions and began explaining. It's because the principal was looking for you, but upon realizing you weren't at school, further investigation revealed that you'd been abducted. That caused worry for the principal. In fact, to find you, the principal issued a mission. Hearing these words, Qin Yao gave a slight nod, comprehending everything. But what she hadn't anticipated was that being absent for just a few days could create such a significant uproar. Even the principal had personally given out a mission for her. Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Yao, and her eyes immediately lit up as she glanced towards Lin Wuyuan. You just mentioned the principal assigned a mission? Upon hearing this, Lin Wuyuan nodded. Yes, a reward of 3-star sources and 2 million alliance coins. Upon hearing Lin Wuyuan say these words, Qin Yao was utterly shocked. What a bounty, truly generous. Precisely due to this, Qin Yao suddenly remembered something. Qin Yao gazed at Lin Wuyuan and said, Wuyuan, I'm very safe right now. Just come and pick me up later. As for this mission, Qin Yao didn't finish her sentence, but her half-closed eyes conveyed a clear meaning. When Lin Wuyuan saw the look on Qin Yao's face, the man who had previously been running instantly came to a halt. Naturally, in the first instance, Lin Wuyuan grasped what Qin Yao was thinking. Haha, Qin Yao is Qin Yao. You're impressive as always. I understand your thoughts. Send me your coordinates now. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao sent the coordinates. Qin Yao then intended to hang up the call. But, right when Qin Yao was about to disconnect, Lin Wuyuan suddenly remembered something and quickly spoke to Qin Yao. That reminds me. Xianxia is currently at school. and she worries about you every day. Give her a call. With that statement, Lin Wuyuan hung up. As the call ended, Xianxia involuntarily pictured Yin Xingshua's face in her mind. She truly hadn't expected that this time, Yin Xingxua would go directly to the school looking for her. Did that mean Yin Xingxua liked her a little bit too? But Xianxia knew this wasn't the time to think about such things. Xianxia immediately dialed Yin Xingshua's number. The moment the call connected and she saw Yin Xingxua standing before her on the screen, her heart was filled with pain. Yin Xingxua looked utterly exhausted now, her complexion ashen and pale, and she had visibly lost weight. Xianxia, where are you? Yin Xingshua's voice wasn't excited, it only trembled. Looking at Yin Xingxua, Xianxia felt even more guilty for making her worry so much. Without hesitation, Xianxia quickly reassured her. I'm completely safe now. You don't need to worry about me. I've already asked Lin Wuyuan to come pick me up. Upon hearing this, Yin Xingxua clearly sighed deeply in relief. Xianxia continued. Take good care of yourself. I'll be back soon. As Xianxia finished speaking, Yin Xingxua nodded, saying a simple, okay, then hung up the phone. Sigh. Staring at the disconnected call, Xianxia let out a sigh. She didn't know whether she should feel happy or sad. What made her happy was Yin Xingxua worrying so much about her. It meant Yin Xingxua cared for her. What made her sad was Yin Xingxua looking so gaunt, probably having been very heartbroken these days. This was undoubtedly a form of guilt. Inadvertently, Xianxia became even more eager to see Yin Xingxua. Still, no matter how anxious she felt, there was nothing she could do but wait for Lin Wuyuan to come. Next, Xianxia stayed inside the alliance of 100 tribes, waiting for a long time. She waited so long that she even took a nap within the alliance. Finally, after an unknown amount of time had passed, Lin Wuyuan called. I'm right below your coordinates. Hurry and open the space channel. Hearing this, Xianxia immediately activated the space channel. Not long after, she spotted a massive starship. She promptly boarded it. The first thing she saw on the starship was Lin Wuyuan, visibly overjoyed. Haha, I knew you'd be fine. Tell me what exactly happened. Chapter 137, quite famous. After giving Lin Wuyuan a brief summary, Xianxia chose not to say anything more. Instead, he turned around and went straight to rest. After staying in the 100 Clans alliance for such a long time, he felt a bit unwell himself. Of course, the most important thing was that his mind was now full of thoughts about Yin Xingxua, leaving no time to think about anything else. Time flew by. When Xianxia woke up again, they were already about to arrive at Tianyun Academy. He got off the starship with Lin Wuyuan. The moment he stepped off, he saw the woman who had been haunting his dreams, Yin Xingxua. Yin Xingxua stood out in the crowd, extraordinarily beautiful. Despite the cold aura radiating from her, it only added to her beauty, making her even more captivating and aloof. Similarly, Yin Xingxua noticed Xianxia as well. The moment she saw him, her eyes became slightly red. At that moment, Xianxia could no longer contain himself and sprinted directly towards Yin Xingxua. Yin Xingxua also came forward quickly. Then, under countless gazes, Xianxia tightly embraced Yin Xingxua. They held each other firmly, ignoring the stares of the people around them, immersing themselves in their own world. They embraced each other for a very long time. Eventually, it was Lin Wuyuan who spoke up, bringing them back from their world. I think it's enough now. There are so many people watching. We've eaten enough dog food. Upon hearing this, Xianxia instantly noticed that Yin Xingshua's face turned slightly red, and she shyly lowered her head. Seeing this, Xianxia chuckled and said, Thank you for worrying about me. As his voice rang out, Yin Xingxua replied softly, Don't. There won't be a next time. Hearing this, Xianxia nodded solemnly. Rest assured. He then reluctantly parted ways with Yin Xingxua. Alright, let's go. The principal must be waiting impatiently in the office. Lin Wuyuan said at this point. Xianxia glanced at Yin Xingxua and said, Wait for me for a while. I'll be right back. Yin Xingxua slightly nodded without saying much. Right then, Xianxia followed Lin Wuyuan toward the principal's office. Soon, upon entering the principal's office, they immediately saw the principal pacing anxiously. When he noticed Xianxia approaching, he hurriedly asked, What happened? Did you get injured? Where did you go? In response to the principal's inquiry, Xianxia truthfully recounted everything that happened in Xiaoyao City. Of course, this included some details about how he had been abducted. After learning all this from Xianxia, the principal frowned slightly and nodded. Although the process was extremely perilous, fortunately, nothing dangerous happened to you, which is good that you're back safely. So why don't you rest first? I have some ideas regarding your planet. Come see me tomorrow. This time, after the principal spoke, neither Xianxia nor Lin Wuyuan chose to leave. Their eyes fell on the principal simultaneously. Being watched like this by Xianxia and Lin Wuyuan, the principal showed a hint of confusion on his face. What do you two want to do? Just as the principal finished speaking, Lin Wuyuan broke into a sly smile and said, Principal, I remember you said that whoever brings Xianxia back safely would receive a reward. The moment Lin Wuyuan said that, the principal immediately understood everything. He swept his gaze over Xianxia and Lin Wuyuan, especially when he noticed the mischievous grins on their faces. The principal suddenly had the feeling of being duped. Or perhaps because Xianxia had returned safely, his mood was quite good, so he didn't say much either. Instead, he turned around and took out 2 star origins. He casually handed over the star origins to Xianxia and Lin Wuyuan, shaking his head with a smile and saying, That's enough. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? 1 star origin for each of you. Don't be ungrateful. Lin Wuyuan's return of Xianxia this time was somewhat opportunistic. Now, with the gain of star origins, both of them naturally wouldn't object or complain and happily left. Upon happily receiving the star origins and leaving, Qin Yao immediately chose to contact Xianxia. However, this time he only received Xianxia's message. She said, "Qin Yao, I will go back first. I've been away from school for too long, and I need to return for studies. Let's meet again next time." Upon receiving Xianxia's message, Qin Yao's heart immediately filled with a sense of loss. However, this could be understood. After all, she had to go back to school and couldn't accompany him every day. Now that Xianxia had left, Qin Yao didn't really want to return to the dormitory. After thinking for a moment, he directly headed towards the virtual combat space. At present, the most important thing for him was still to earn Star Origins. After all, the 100 Clans Alliance needed Star Origins badly in order to develop, and going to the virtual combat space was the best way to obtain Star Origins. Taking a step forward into the virtual combat space. During this time, Qin Yao also noticed that some people were constantly staring at him. But Qin Yao directly ignored those gazes. He chose not to respond. Whether they praised him or criticized him, it had nothing to do with him. Let them talk. He went straight to the virtual combat space. Just as he arrived there, Qin Yao noticed that there was an ongoing battle within the virtual combat space. However, the fight was clearly almost over. Seeing this, Qin Yao wasn't in a hurry and waited for the battle to end. Soon, the battle ended. Qin Yao immediately stepped forward. He completely ignored the person who had just won and looked around, then spoke up directly. "I'm back. Is there anyone willing to challenge me? If you can defeat me, I'll give you Star Origins. Of course, if you lose, you have to give me Star Origins." As Qin Yao finished speaking, he was waiting for their response. But at that moment, "You're insane. You're a freak. Who would be willing to fight with you?" "Exactly, you've already challenged Xuanhuan at Tsinghua University. Why would any of us willingly give you Star Origins? A person who defeated Xuanhuan and even had the courage to go to Tsinghua University. Now you're here looking for fights with us. Isn't this a dimensional mismatched attack? Just give up. We will not fight with you." Voices kept echoing. When Qin Yao heard their words, he was utterly stunned. He was just a freshman. Now they, faced with a challenge from a freshman, refused to accept it? If they wouldn't fight with him, how was he supposed to earn Star Origins? Chapter 138, The Evil Spirit Operations Room. Initially, Qin Yao had intended to earn some star sources in the virtual combat space. But in the end, because of his plan to challenge Qin University, the students were unwilling to fight against him. Having no other choice, Qin Yao could only decide to return. Upon returning to the dormitory, Qin Yao was about to check out the 100 Clans Alliance. And at that moment, as soon as he entered the 100 Clans Alliance, he saw Muradin Tongshu standing there with an excited look on his face. Muradin Tongshu eagerly said to Qin Yao, "Star Lord, didn't you give me some materials before? Now I have successfully crafted some weapons using them. Would you like to take a look?" As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yao also felt some anticipation. "Let's go and see." Subsequently, under Qin Yao's lead, they directly headed towards the area of the dwarves. The moment they entered the dwarven territory, they clearly saw that in some forge furnaces, weapons were still being crafted. At this time, Muradin Tongshu pointed to a massive axe and said, "Star Lord, this is the weapon I made for the giant race. This weapon weighs over 1,000 caddies and is specifically customized for the giants." Qin Yao glanced at it and realized immediately that there was no need to try it. It was evident just from looking that this axe must be extremely heavy. Then Muradin Tongshu continued, "And this one here, it's a staff for the elven race. With this staff, elves can sense the elements in the world more effectively and use them accordingly." Following Muradin Tongshu's introduction, Qin Yao looked over and noticed a water blue staff. And subsequently, Muradin Tongshu kept introducing different kinds of weapons. It cannot be denied that all these weapons were indeed very good, custom-made for other races according to their unique traits. After seeing those weapons, naturally, Qin Yao was very pleased inside. According to what the principal mentioned earlier, based on the strengths of each race, the goal was to promote development among all the races. From what Qin Yao observed now, the dwarves were developing quite well. The weapons produced by the dwarves greatly enhanced the combat abilities of the various races, serving as a major boost to the overall strength of the 100 Clans Alliance. Moreover, not only was the dwarf clan progressing, races such as the orcs and the undead were also moving toward positive directions. Seeing the thriving development of the 100 Clans Alliance at this point, Qin Yao couldn't help but feel satisfied. In such circumstances, it wouldn't be long before the great races within the 100 Clans Alliance would experience significant leaps in strength, if not complete transformations. After another round of inspection within the 100 Clans Alliance, Qin Yao then exited the 100 Clans Alliance space. As soon as he left the space, Qin Yao started to worry about something, the star sources. Previously, he could gain star sources through battles. However, unexpectedly, his reputation spread quickly, leaving no one willing to wager star sources against him anymore. Though missions could provide star sources, the rewards were generally from rather challenging missions, which took too much time. Nothing came as swiftly as what he once enjoyed. Now, he needed to find a faster way to obtain star sources. After some contemplation, Qin Yao had no clear ideas yet, and finally decided to call Lin Waya. Surprisingly this time, unlike how Lin Waya usually answered instantly, he did not pick up. Only after about 10 minutes did Lin Waya call back. The moment the video call connected, Qin Yao immediately saw Lin Waya looking utterly exhausted. Qin Yao asked without hesitation, "Waya, where did you go? Why do you look so tired?" Lin Waya responded briefly, "I was simulating challenges against evil spirits." Evil spirits? Upon hearing this, Qin Yao became even more confused. Truthfully, during the entire duration he had been in school, this term was something new to him. As if sensing Qin Yao's confusion, Lin Waya explained further. It's hard to explain in a few words. Why don't you come meet me? I'm at the evil spirit operations room. Regarding these evil spirits, Xianxia was filled with doubt. After Lin Huai suggested this, Xianxia immediately agreed and went straight to the evil spirit operations room. This place, the evil spirit operations room, was completely unknown to him. He only found out after asking around. Additionally, Xianxia discovered that the location of the evil spirit operations room was somewhat remote. In a corner of Tianyun Academy lay a large room. At the entrance to the room stood a group of students waiting in line. Among them, Xianxia also spotted Lin Huai's figure. Naturally, Lin Huai noticed Xianxia as well. At that moment, Lin Huai quickly walked over. He looked at Xianxia and said, "It seems like you're quite unfamiliar with this place. This is normal though, because the evil spirit operations room was just recently opened, and it only opens for half a month each time. Since you weren't here before, not knowing about it is pretty normal." After Lin Huai finished speaking, Xianxia did not respond immediately. Seeing this, Lin Huai continued, "In fact, this evil spirit operations room is similar to an ordinary virtual combat space. The only difference is that the virtual combat space is used for battles. But this evil spirit operations room is for challenges." Challenges. Upon hearing this, Xianxia felt even more confused. Lin Huai nodded upon seeing Xianxia's puzzled expression. Yes, it's for challenges. In the evil spirit operations room, the creatures within the planet need to challenge the evil spirits simulated by technology. These evil spirits are incredibly powerful and very intelligent. Of course, if one can defeat the corresponding evil spirit, they can also earn star sources as a reward. Initially, Xianxia wasn't very interested, but when Lin Huai mentioned the star source rewards, Xianxia's eyes lit up immediately. No matter how difficult it might be inside, the star source reward alone was enough to attract him. Without hesitation, Xianxia quickly asked, "How do I get inside?" Lin Huai replied, "It's simple. You see the queue now, right? You have to wait until someone inside the evil spirit operations room can no longer bear it and comes out. Then those in line can enter. But don't worry, most people won't last long inside the room. That's because the evil spirit operations room doesn't evaluate the Star Lord, but rather the strength of the creatures within the planet." After listening to Lin Huai's explanation, Xianxia nodded. Then, both of them joined the queue together. "Oh, I can't go in because I've already been in there once today. A person only gets one chance per day." Even though Lin Huai said this, he still queued up alongside Xianxia. While waiting in line, Xianxia became extremely eager to know what was inside the evil spirit operations room. What exactly was in there? Chapter 139, A Strange Battle Room, Ample Rewards. Waiting in line. During this time, Xianxia also thought it would take a very long time. After all, there were a lot of people waiting in line here. But what Xianxia didn't expect was that although there were many people queuing up, it only took about 5 minutes for someone, looking completely exhausted, to come out. As a result, Xianxia's waiting wasn't prolonged for too long. Half a day passed, and it was Xianxia's turn. As Xianxia was about to enter, Lin Wuyi reminded him, "Use your ID card. I'll wait for you outside." With a nod, Xianxia took out the ID card and swiped it at the entrance. Then entered the evil spirit battle room. Upon entering the evil spirit battle room, Xianxia immediately felt an intense heat wave. At the same time, his vision went dark, as if he had crossed through some sort of barrier. Then, his sight returned to clarity. However, the light was somewhat dim. Xianxia scanned the surrounding environment and got quite a shock. From the outside, the evil spirit battle room looked unimpressive. Yet, inside it was unexpectedly vast and intricate. The structure inside resembled a high tower. Xianxia roughly counted some features and noticed that there were 5 levels in total. Each level had a small door, and around Xianxia, there was no one. He also saw some crestfallen individuals walking out from some rooms. Evidently, they had failed. Xianxia also observed one more thing. On the first level, there were dozens of small doors. On the second level, there were just over 10, which indicated that the higher up, the fewer doors there were. Especially on the 5th level, Xianxia found that there were only 3 small doors on the 5th level. Although Lin Wuyi hadn't mentioned anything earlier, judging by those who emerged from the small doors, it could be guessed that the upcoming trials needed to be taken inside these small doors. Xianxia walked towards a room where a fellow student had just exited. As he was about to step in, suddenly, right in the middle of the hall, a massive screen appeared. On the screen, there were clear large words written. First place, Sun Aotion, 4th level survival time, 23 hours, gained reward, 3-star origins. Second place, Chen Fan, 4th level survival time, 20 hours, gained reward, 2-star origins. Third place, Lu Zhengyun, 4th level survival time, 15 hours, gained reward, 1-star origin. Fourth place. Seeing the rewards displayed on the giant screen, Xianxia instantly understood something. This was the star origin reward Lin Wuyi had mentioned earlier. It turned out that this reward was calculated based on the amount of survival time. As for this person named Sun Aotion, Xianxia had also heard of him before. He seemed to be the strongest student at Tianyun Academy. But could he only last a mere 23 hours? So, what kind of terrifying things must be present within this evil spirit battle room? With doubts lingering and anticipation for the star origin, Xianxia promptly entered that room. Swiping his card to enter the room, he saw a rather small room. And within, there was only a space channel present. It seemed designed for someone to enter the space channel. Immediately, Xianxia headed into the space channel. The moment he entered the space channel, he suddenly felt as if something had connected with the 100 Clans Alliance. The living creatures within the 100 Clans Alliance seemed like they could appear at any time. At this moment, Xianxia clearly noticed that everything around had undergone immense changes. It was no longer the small room from before. Instead, it was akin to the virtual battle space environment. Surrounded by towering mountains and flowing streams, it looked much like a primeval forest. Xianxia looked around, but did not discover anything particularly special, finding it all fairly ordinary. Precisely because of this, Xianxia became even more puzzled. How could such an ordinary place cause so many students to fail to hold on? Just as Xianxia was feeling confused, suddenly, boom boom boom. In the distance, fierce vibrations came rumbling from the ground. Xianxia immediately felt a fear akin to an earthquake, with the booming sounds continuing endlessly, stirring up a cloud of dust throughout the dense forest. Rolling clouds of dust flew everywhere, accompanied by a stifling atmosphere. It was as if 10,000 beasts were stampeding. This made Xianxia instinctively guard himself. In the next instant, Xianxia's pupils sharply contracted. He finally understood why those previous students couldn't survive even 5 minutes. Because right ahead, countless ferocious beasts were charging madly. Lions, tigers, elephants, wild boars, densely packed, seemingly endless. There were at least tens of thousands. My goodness. With so many ferocious beasts charging over, regular students would definitely not be able to hold out. When Xianxia looked at the rushing beasts, he also noticed something strange about them. Their eyes were all blood red, giving off an extremely evil vibe. Although Xianxia had some doubts about this, it was clearly not the time to dwell on such thoughts. Looking at the beasts rushing over, Xianxia immediately summoned the 3 tribes led by Du Longtan. Even though there had been a civil war among the orc race recently, their development had been incredibly fast. In fact, the number of orcs had almost reached 10,000. Thus, in the face of such a situation, it was best for the orc tribe to take action. As soon as Du Longtan and the others appeared, there was no need for Xianxia to say much. They immediately saw the charging ferocious beasts. Right away, the 3 tribes directly issued orders to attack. And those orc shamans, in perfect harmony, began to cast layer upon layer of buffs on the orc warriors rushing forward. The orc race was inherently a warlike people. Now that they finally had a chance to fight, each one of them was extremely excited. And thus, the great army of orcs clashed with the herd of ferocious beasts. The moment the clash erupted, Xianxia noticed that the combat strength of the orc race had clearly improved significantly compared to before. Moreover, they all had weapons in their hands. Without a doubt, those weapons were the work of the dwarf race. The orc army charged into the ranks of the ferocious beasts and began slaughtering recklessly. Though the orc race was very brave, given the sheer number of ferocious beasts, there were still casualties on the orc side. But even with casualties, it didn't make them sorrowful. Instead, it made their fighting spirit grow even more terrifying. It was like their comrades' blood had ignited them. Because of this, the orc race naturally took the upper hand in this great battle. As for Du Longtan and the other 2, their performances were extraordinarily fierce. Each of them rode a mount, fiercely attacking the ferocious beasts. Facing these irrational ferocious beasts, Du Longtan and his companions were simply too powerful. Xianxia, as the Star Master, watched from the sidelines. At the same time, he felt somewhat confused. That is, Lin Wui had previously said that the evil spirits were quite intelligent, so why was it like this? Chapter 140, smoothly passing the first level. Inside the demon spirit battle room, the orc army was in fierce combat with those ferocious beasts. However, although the battle appeared intense, the orcs were obviously at an absolute advantage. Although orcs may not be too smart, they still have some reason. On the other hand, these beasts attacked in a very primitive manner without any strategy at all. This caused the battle to become a one-sided fight where the orcs dominated. Since both sides had roughly similar numbers, under the leadership of Dwarven and others, the orc army continued to suppress the ferocious beasts. During this time, Xianxia was simply observing from the side. He didn't need to worry about being attacked by the ferocious beasts army, since there were hordes of orcs protecting him up front. Under such an attack method, the orc army continued advancing relentlessly. The number of ferocious beasts dwindled gradually, until eventually, there were only a few ferocious beasts left. At this point, the battle came to an end. As the fighting concluded, Xianxia looked at the bodies scattered everywhere. There was little joy on his face. Instead, he wore an expression of doubt. After all, Lin Wui had mentioned that evil spirits were quite intelligent. So why were things different now? Could it be that he came to the wrong place? Xianxia pondered for a moment, but found no answers. Thus, Xianxia instructed the orc army to proceed forward. This time, they traveled for a long period without encountering any demon spirits. It was utterly calm. By the end, Xianxia even saw an enormous light curtain. It seemed like the end. On this large curtain, there was a round identity card. There was also a star source on the card. The moment Xianxia saw the star source, his face lit up with immense joy. He hadn't expected that there would be a star source at the end of the first level. Without hesitation, Xianxia directly took the star source. He also grabbed the round identity card. Upon examining the identity card, he saw a line of text. Through this text, Xianxia learned the gist. This was indeed the end of the first level. The ferocious beasts he had encountered before were the enemies of the first level. The circular identity card in his hand was the key to access the second level. To enter the second level, one had to pass through the first level at minimum. Understanding this, Xianxia's anticipation grew stronger. Aside from expecting what lay ahead in the second level, he also anticipated the rewards of the second level. After all, there was a star source as a reward on the first level, so the second might offer something similar. Additionally, when Xianxia picked up the identity card, he noticed that the huge curtain of light now showed a faint outline of a portal. Xianxia sent the orcs back to their planet, then stepped into the portal. His vision went dark for a moment. When he reappeared, he was already back in the room. Following this, Xianxia left the room and headed towards the second level. As he approached the second level, he glanced once more at the massive screen in the center. There was no change in the rankings displayed. And naturally, his name wasn't listed yet either. After all, he had just completed the challenge of the first level, and to appear on the rankings was simply impossible at this stage. Upon reaching the second level, Xianxia observed that the rooms of the second level were much fewer than those of the first level. While passing by the doorways, he could see beams of light coming from the centers of the rooms. This meant that someone was inside. With this knowledge, Xianxia waited. But the wait didn't last long as a fellow classmate soon walked out, sweat dripping down his face. As this student walked out, Xianxia immediately entered the secret chamber. Once inside, the environment wasn't much different from before. Xianxia didn't spend time paying attention to details. All he could think about was the star source. Then he decided to step inside. Just as Xianxia prepared to enter the second level, a video call suddenly came through. Answering the call, he immediately saw Lin Wui on the screen, looking extremely bored. "Big brother, it's been 2 hours already. When will you come out?" Lin Wui complained dissatisfiedly. Facing the inquiry, Xianxia was somewhat surprised. "It's been 2 hours already? I thought it didn't take too long." Hearing this, Lin Wui replied immediately. "It's been more than 2 hours already. I thought that if it was your first time entering, around an hour would be enough. So why have you stayed for so long? Oh, by the way, did you manage to pass the first level?" Upon hearing this, Xianxia answered immediately. "Yeah, I passed. Isn't the first level supposed to be pretty simple?" The moment Xianxia said this, Lin Wui's face immediately showed a look of intense speechlessness. "Big brother, do you know that just the first level alone makes 80% of the students in the academy afraid? How can you take it so lightly? Are you even human?" In response to these words, Xianxia merely smiled. "So, did you fail to pass?" Upon hearing Xianxia's question, Lin Wui's face instantly brightened with a broad grin. "What are you talking about? Of course I passed. It's just that I failed at the second level. You have to be extremely careful at the second level. Those evil spirits are truly terrifying." Xianxia nodded slightly after hearing this. "I understand. Why don't you head back first? I feel like the second level won't be too difficult either. Don't wait too long for me." Hearing this, Lin Wui quickly said, No, don't rush it. I'm telling you, stay in there as long as possible this time. You must endure. I'm waiting for you to make it onto the rankings." After chatting idly with Lin Wui for a few more sentences, Xianxia ended the video call. At the same time, he became much more cautious about the upcoming second level. After all, he knew Lin Wui's strength quite well. If even Lin Wui found it difficult and failed at the second level, then this proved that the second level was definitely not simple. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia entered the second level. It was just like entering the first level before. His vision went dark momentarily, and then clarity returned. But at this moment, when he saw the surrounding environment, Xianxia was startled. Because unlike the first level, which had been characterized by high mountains, flowing streams, and primitive forests, the second level presented a completely barren landscape. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but cracked earth and stifling hot winds. Nothing else remained. Only endless desolation stretching to the horizon. Being in such a place made Xianxia feel incredibly insecure. Without hesitation, Xianxia summoned Dwarven and his team from the 100 Races Alliance. However, when Dwarven led the orc army out, Xianxia froze. Because now, the faces of Dwarven and the other orcs were filled with evident signs of fatigue. What happened? Chapter 141. Something strange must have happened. What's wrong? Shouldn't you have rested for a long time? Looking at Dwarven and the other orcs, Xianxia's face was full of confusion. Similarly, in response to Xianxia's inquiry, Dwarven and the others also had expressions of bewilderment on their faces. Dwarven and the others all looked at Xianxia. Dwarven asked, "Star-Lord, didn't we just enter a moment ago?" Gul'dan also chimed in. "That's right. We just entered. There was no rest at all." Their responses made Xianxia pause. After all, the time within the 100 Races Alliance is different from the outside world. Even though he had not been in the second layer for long, it had been several days within the 100 Races Alliance. It had clearly been several days, so why did they seem like they hadn't rested at all? As this thought occurred, Xianxia immediately focused his eyes. At this moment, he realized one point. The issue with the Evil Spirit War Room. It was precisely because of the problem with the Evil Spirit War Room that many people were unable to keep the creatures within the star continuously fighting. Just as Lin Wuyuan had previously said, the Evil Spirit War Room most tested the creatures. It should be that inside the Evil Spirit War Room, the passage of time within the star changes too, preventing the creatures within the star from receiving extended periods of rest. This caused many individuals who, despite having very powerful creatures within their stars, were unable to stay inside the Evil Spirit War Room for extended periods within a short amount of time. With these thoughts, Xianxia nodded slightly. These issues didn't affect him much. After all, his star was the 100 Races Alliance. There were far too many creatures able to fight. After considering these factors, Xianxia directly told Dwarven and the others, "You go back first." Upon hearing this, Dwarven and the others didn't say much either and chose to leave. As the orcs departed, Xianxia started pondering which race should be sent into battle next. Suddenly, caw! A shrill cry rang out from the sky. Xianxia looked up at once. At this moment, he could clearly see an endless swarm of huge flying creatures coming from the far horizon. These birds were enormous, so large that they blocked out the light from the sky entirely wherever they flew, leaving darkness in their wake. Moreover, Xianxia noticed that the eyes of these flying creatures, like the beasts he had previously encountered, glowed a blood red. A dense aura of evil emanated from them. although there was some doubt about the eyes of these flying creatures. But as the flying creatures were rapidly approaching, Xianxia dared not hesitate. He immediately summoned the undead. Arthas led countless undead out from the 100 Races Alliance. Arthas, eliminate them. Xianxia gave the command directly. With the command issued, Arthas promptly began to deploy his troops. Although the number of the undead race was less than the orc race, the quantity was still considerable. Most importantly, within the skeleton race, there existed undead archers. For the undead archers to deal with these flying creatures was quite easy. Very quickly, the army prepared fully. Countless skeleton armies stood at the forefront, drawing the fire of those flying creatures. The skeleton archers, however, were protected in the center and had readied their arrows. There was also the skeleton king. Despite the skeleton king's significant strength, facing enemies in the sky left them powerless. Thus, currently, the role of the skeleton king was to act as cannon fodder. After all, ultimately, Arthas would be able to resurrect them. And there were also the necromancers. They were also prepared. In this manner, the undead army waited solemnly for the arrival of the enemy. Soon, the distance between those flying creatures and them grew shorter and shorter. At this moment, Arthas shouted loudly, "Fire cover!" The 4 words echoed, and the undead necromancers received the order. They all chanted incantations simultaneously. Immediately afterward, fires burned across the sky. Fiery rain fell from above. These fiery rains fell onto the bodies of the flying creatures in the air. Subsequently, it became clear to see the entire body of those flying creatures was engulfed in flames, with the smell of roasted meat spreading around. Shoot arrows. At this moment, Arthas issued another command again. The skeleton archers, at this time, all drew their bows and shot arrows. In an instant, a shower of arrows rained toward the flying creatures in the sky. Then Xianxia saw that countless flying creatures fell endlessly. Combined with the attacks from the undead necromancers earlier, this resulted in the flying creatures sustaining heavy losses even before they could approach. Unfortunately, the number of flying creatures was simply too overwhelming. There were still quite a number of flying creatures charging over. This was when the role of the skeleton warriors became evident. The flying creatures went on a frenzied charge at the skeleton warriors. Skeleton warriors kept dying repeatedly. However, in the moment they were killed, Arthas had already begun chanting spells. Those slain skeleton warriors instantly revived. With the resurrection of the skeleton warriors, the rain of arrows from the skeleton archers reached their targets once more at this time. The ensuing battle continued almost in the same way, although the numbers of these flying creatures were many. Thanks to the existence of the skeleton archers, they were no more than moving targets. After an unknown period, there wasn't a single flying creature left in the sky. This naturally marked the end of the battle. Looking at the ground covered with corpses, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. Immediately after, he said to Arthas, "Go back and rest first." Given the lesson from the orcs, Xianxia didn't dare let the undead army stay out for too long either. Every moment of rest they could get would be beneficial. In case there were any aerial enemies in the 3rd layer, they would need them for battle. Hearing Xianxia's words, Arthas waved his hand, immediately bringing all the undead army back into the 100 Races Alliance. As Arthas and his forces departed, Xianxia gazed forward, walking step by step towards the front. Because Xianxia knew that in order to enter the 3rd layer, he had to reach the end. Also most importantly, star essence. If his guess was correct, then at the end of the 2nd layer, there would surely also be star essence. At the moment, what concerned him the most was indeed the star essence. Of course, while heading towards the end of the 2nd layer, Xianxia also maintained vigilance. No one knew what kind of enemies might exist in the 2nd layer. Still, Xianxia's concerns were unwarranted. He encountered no dangers along the way. He arrived at the end smoothly. However, when reaching the end of the 2nd layer, Xianxia's expression suddenly tensed. What is this? Chapter 142. Do you know who I am? What's going on? It's already been 6 hours. At this moment, outside the demon spirit combat chamber, Lin Wuyo had waited a full 6 hours already. At first, he didn't feel anything unusual and assumed Xianxia could only last 2 or 3 hours at most. After all, who, when entering for the first time, could remain inside for very long? Even Sun Haoyan, the genius of Tianyun Academy, he also heard about it. Sun Haoyan managed to stay inside for just 5 hours during his first attempt. But now, Lin Wuyo had waited a full 6 hours. This made Lin Wuyo, who was originally not worried, start to feel anxious. He turned his head and looked at the demon spirit combat chamber behind him, murmuring repeatedly, "Big brother, come out quickly." But then again, honestly speaking, I don't actually hope you come out so fast. Better to break Sun Haoyan's record in one go. Lin Wuyo both wanted Xianxia to come out quickly and didn't want him to do so. The former was naturally because he had been waiting for too long. As for the latter, if Xianxia could last for a long time inside, there might be a chance to break Sun Haoyan's record. However, these were just Lin Wuyo's own musings. Because he'd gone inside himself and clearly understood that breaking a record during your first entry into the demon spirit combat chamber would be incredibly difficult. At this moment, inside the demon spirit combat chamber, Xianxia stood at the end of the 2nd level, his expression somewhat serious. Because before, when he was on the 1st level, he saw a transparent light screen. But now, what lay before him was a pitch-black light screen. The light screen was black as ink, and when he looked at it, there was an almost indescribable feeling of gazing into an abyss. This sensation made Xianxia extremely uneasy inside. He also realized that the danger level of the 3rd level would far surpass that of the 2nd. After a short period of deliberation, Xianxia naturally noticed the circular identity card placed on the light screen, which was the key to accessing the 3rd level. What pleased Qin Yao was that this circular identity card carried a full 2-star sources. Without any hesitation at this moment, Qin Yao directly claimed the 2-star sources. After all, these were 2-star sources. Now the total number of star sources in his possession had already reached 4. Meanwhile, Qin Yao also speculated. Previously, on the first level, there was 1-star source. Now, on the second level, there are 2-star sources. Following this trend, then the third level should have 3-star sources, the fourth level 4-star sources, so then the fifth level. Just imagining that the fifth level might have 5-star sources filled Qin Yao with even more anticipation. As for what dangers awaited on the third level, Qin Yao no longer cared at this point. As long as enough star sources waited for him, regardless of how great the danger, he would risk everything to proceed. Deciding immediately, grabbing the key, he entered the light screen. When he reappeared, he was already in a room on the second level. Looking around once, Qin Yao walked toward the third level. The rooms on the third level were significantly fewer compared to the second level. In fact, since arriving on the third level, Qin Yao had already waited for several hours. Even so, he still hadn't seen a single room open. At this point, even Qin Yao began to grow anxious internally. He even entertained thoughts of leaving. After all, continuing to wait like this for a long time wasn't a solution. Because the round identity card had mentioned earlier that during the next entry, as long as he brought the identity card, he could still enter the corresponding floor. After pondering, Qin Yao decided to leave. But, just as Qin Yao was about to leave, suddenly, a door opened. A rather thin student stepped out. The moment he stepped out, without any hesitation, Qin Yao headed straight into the room. But, right as Qin Yao was about to close the door, suddenly, a hand grabbed the door. That previously thin individual also coldly stared at Qin Yao at this moment. What are you trying to do? His tone was filled with hostility. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao's original anticipation transformed into calmness. He simply stared at the other person. When you've left, naturally, I must go in. Upon hearing this sentence, that skinny classmate immediately snorted coldly. So you're trying to snatch my room? As the words echoed, Qin Yao chuckled outright. Snatching a room? Is your name written on the door of this room? It's obvious you couldn't endure anymore. Why can't I enter? Facing Qin Yao's smile, this individual before him had his gaze become even sharper. He locked eyes with Qin Yao intensely. Do you know who I am? Upon hearing this sentence, Qin Yao nearly burst out laughing. Who you are has nothing to do with me. I only know that since you couldn't hold on any longer, I am simply going inside. The quarrel between the two instantly drew quite a bit of attention. Most were from the first level. After all, many classmates, upon entering the first level, couldn't deal at all with the ferocious beasts within. This resulted in them coming out very shortly after they went in. Thus, as soon as they exited, they saw Qin Yao and another person arguing on the third level. If I'm not mistaken, that person should be Xiaofan from the 4th year. It really is Xiaofan. He's one of the top 10 in our school. He's arguing with someone. Who is the other person? He looks unfamiliar, like a freshman. But that doesn't make sense. How could a freshman possibly have the ability to reach the third level? It's him. I recognize him now. It's Qin Yao. Indeed, he's a freshman, but don't forget, he also challenged Qin University. What? He's the one who dared challenge Qin University. This is going to be good. The strongest freshman in history versus one of the top 10 ranked students. And it looks like they're arguing over a room. Let's see how their competition ends up. Xiaofan's temper isn't very good. This might actually lead to a fight. Voices of discussion echoed from below constantly. And right at this moment on the third level, Qin Yao and Xiaofan were still in a standoff, neither willing to give up. Qin Yao was calmly looking at Xiaofan before him. Xiaofan was glaring fiercely at Qin Yao. Both were locked in a standoff, yet neither spoke. Suddenly, Qin Yao's palm shot up, landing directly onto Xiaofan's hand with a slap. Qin Yao's unexpected move left Xiaofan completely unprepared. The hand that had been holding onto the doorframe was slapped away. The door then slammed shut immediately after. In the instant the door closed, an enraged shout erupted. Just wait until I get my hands on you. Chapter 143, a not quite human, not quite ghostly thing. Hearing the roar from behind, Qin Yao chose to pay little attention to it. Instead, he headed directly towards the third level. The matter was simple enough. If he lacked the ability to stay in the evil spirit combat room, then not allowing others to continue entering was rather overbearing. Qin Yao didn't concern himself much with this. Thus, he entered the third level. As he had seen through the second level's light curtain previously, he understood that the third level wouldn't be simple. Consequently, as he entered the third level, Qin Yao remained on guard. As before, when he stepped into the third level, all went black. What Qin Yao hadn't expected was that after the initial darkness, there wasn't any light, only an enduring pitch black. It was impossible to see anything in such absolute darkness. Qin Yao could hardly perceive his surroundings and knew not where the danger lay. Though no enemies had appeared yet, Qin Yao dared not let down his guard for a moment. He immediately summoned the people of the assassin clan. The assassins were naturally suited to operate at night. Their sight, hearing, and other abilities were far beyond those of normal people. In the darkness, their skills came to the fore. After calling out the assassins, Qin Yao's heart gained some reassurance. After all, the assassin clan possessed significant strength. And, the moment the assassins appeared, suddenly, a blood red eye materialized straight ahead. Seeing this red eye, Qin Yao was shocked. Good grief. In this pitch-black environment, seeing something like this couldn't fail to be terrifying. Moreover, the most horrifying part was that this one pair of red eyes seemed to just be the beginning. Soon after, these blood-red eyes multiplied. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 10 pairs, 100 pairs. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia found himself facing countless blood-red eyes. These eyes stared at him, making him feel spine-chilling. Such a scene was incredibly frightening, especially so in the dark environment. The most crucial matter was that these blood-red eyes were gradually moving closer to him. At that moment, without hesitation, Xianxia summoned the fire dragon. Roar. Upon its appearance, a loud roar resonated through the pitch-black world. Subsequently, Xianxia said to the considerably grown fire dragon, "Illuminate this place and kill them." Upon hearing this command, the fire dragon seemed extremely excited. Perhaps it was happy after a long wait to finally be able to come out, or thrilled at fighting for the first time. In line with Xianxia's order, almost instantly, the fire dragon opened its mighty mouth. An overwhelming wave of heat followed, so intense that even the void near its mouth seemed to dissolve, striking fear into all present. Then, without any delay, the fire dragon spat flames towards those blood-red eyes. In an instant, fire lit up the sky. Endless flames gushed out of the dragon's mouth. And in that very second, Xianxia also realized what these blood-red eyes belonged to. They resembled a soul, intangible but with blood-red eyes, drifting slowly towards Xianxia. However, before they reached him, the fiery flames engulfed them instantly. Although these beings lacked physical form, similar only to souls. Even now, as they were surrounded by the flames, Xianxia clearly heard piercing screams akin to those of rats. Simultaneously, Xianxia noticed the sheer terror of the fire dragon's flames. This flame wasn't ordinary. Under the scorching blaze, those not quite human, not quite ghostly things were constantly being consumed. But, regrettably, there were far too many of them. Despite the great fire that swept through, there were still plenty left over. Xianxia glanced upward at the airborne fire dragon. It seemed a bit exhausted. Thus, Xianxia issued orders to the assassins to attack. What followed was an endless spectacle of sparks shooting amidst the darkness. As more and more of these things were being exterminated, finally, the fire dragon had regained sufficient strength. Another burst of flames erupted. Unbiased coverage ensued, through the combined efforts of numerous assassins and the fire dragon. Ultimately, these creatures were rapidly decreasing. In the end, they were all annihilated. When Xianxia saw the blood-red eyes disappear, he let out a long sigh of relief. After all, with those terrifying things gone, he no longer felt as scared. Even in the darkness, those entities were already quite unsettling. But now, since they had all been dealt with, there was nothing left to fear. At the same time, Xianxia noticed the fatigue of the assassin clan and the fire dragon hovering in the air. Thus, he allowed them to rest inside the union of 100 tribes. Now that the enemies had been eliminated, all he had to do was keep moving forward. Based on his experience from the previous levels, walking straight would lead him to the end. Then, he could leave this place. Next, Xianxia advanced steadily in the dark. Because it was dark, he moved rather slowly. Step by step, no danger appeared. After a long while, at what seemed like the end of the corridor ahead, he spotted a streak of light. Though the light wasn't very bright, it was strikingly noticeable in the darkness. Upon seeing the light, Xianxia involuntarily quickened his pace. After all, if his guess was correct, 3 star sources awaited him at the end of the 3rd level. The thought of the star sources made Xianxia even more anticipatory. After all, the reason he came to this so-called evil spirit combat room was for the star sources. He hastened his steps towards the end. Yet, as he got closer to the end, for some inexplicable reason, his heart began to feel tense. It was as if the end wasn't an exit, but an enemy instead. But that didn't make sense, because faintly, Xianxia could see a circular identification card hanging at the end. This meant that he had reached the end of the 3rd level. Just as Xianxia was puzzling over it, suddenly, boom, 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 a tremendous roar rang out. As the thunderous noise spread, Xianxia could distinctly feel the entire ground shaking violently. In just the next instant, looking ahead, Xianxia's pupils shrank sharply. What is this thing? Chapter 144, An Unusual Mech Giant. What is this thing? The rumbling sound continued to rise. At this moment, Xianxia clearly saw that right ahead of him, there was a body as large as a giant slowly standing up. This enormous body, even when standing still, gave people an extremely strong sense of oppression. Most importantly, the whole body of this giant was emitting light. It was a mech. In just a moment, Xianxia recognized what this colossal thing was. It was completely like a giant dressed in a mech suit. Or perhaps, the mech was incredibly huge, and the person inside controlling it was relatively small. Even so, this massive mech also gave Xianxia a very strong feeling of oppression. For this reason, Xianxia was stunned. Because previously, in the lower levels, he hadn't encountered anything like this. When encountering enemies, he would usually walk unobstructed to the end. But now, after killing those neither human nor ghost things, there were still enemies? Moreover, Xianxia also noticed one point. The eyes of the mech giant in front of him were also blood red. What was going on? As he stared at those blood red eyes, confusion filled Xianxia's heart. But, Xianxia knew this was not the time to ponder these questions. At this moment, Xianxia immediately summoned Erlba and another giant. Bang! Bang! As they landed, dust erupted from the ground in all directions. Terrifying power exploded accordingly, and Xianxia discovered that both Erlba and the other giant had huge axes in their hands. There was no doubt that these massive axes were works of Muradin Bronzebeard. Kill him. Upon hearing this, Erlba and the other immediately charged towards the mech giant ahead. Just as they charged forward, the giant mech suddenly raised its arms. Guns emerged from within its arms. Rat-a-ta-ta. Instantly, bullets shot out like fiery dragons from its arms. These bullets, akin to fiery dragons, rained down furiously upon Erlba and the other. Unexpectedly, Erlba and his companion instantly squatted down halfway and placed the enormous axes in front of them horizontally. Thus, all the incoming bullets were blocked off during this period. Furthermore, the axes in Erlba and his companion's hands remained completely unaffected. Seeing this, Xianxia internally praised the craftsmanship of weapons made by the dwarf clan. While admiring, Erlba's battle continued. The mech giant, realizing his first attack had been ineffective against Erlba and his group, abruptly opened its mechanical mouth. From within, a missile directly appeared. The missile aimed straight for Erlba. Though Erlba's size was rather large, his reaction at this moment wasn't sluggish in the slightest. To Xianxia's surprise, Erlba actually treated his axe like a racket, smacking the incoming missile with it. Bang! Upon contact, a dull explosion echoed. That single missile soared into the sky. Boom boom. Exploding midair, a thunderous boom resounded. Smoke spread across the sky. Right at this instant, the earth began to tremble. Accurately speaking, Erlba, at this time together with the other giant, wielding their large axes, had rushed forward. Accelerating their speed under the cover of smoke, they struck down simultaneously on the giant with full force. Not knowing what the mech giant was thinking or if it was restrained by something. Facing Erlba and his group's attacks, it froze in place at this time, causing Erlba and his group's attacks to directly hit the mech giant. Creak. A piercing sound rang out at this time. Being giants themselves, Erlba and the others wielded terrifying strength, and they also possessed the weapon forged by Muradin Bronzebeard for them. As a result, under such attacks, the mech of the mech giant was directly dismantled. Subsequently, something that was neither human nor ghost flew out from inside. Looking at this thing, Erlba crushed it with a single foot, and thus, it marked the end of the battle. The battle ended so quickly that even Xianxia, the Star Lord, didn't expect it. At this moment, Xianxia realized that he had always underestimated the strength of the giant race. Moreover, the giant race was not only powerful but also very intelligent. This realization made Xianxia extremely happy. After contemplating, Xianxia promptly allowed Erlba and the other to return and rest. After all, no one knows what enemies will come next. Subsequently, Xianxia's gaze turned to the end of the place. Just to be safe, Xianxia didn't rush over immediately. What if there were still enemies left? He'd be done for. However, it became quite clear that Xianxia's worries were unnecessary. After waiting a while and finding no enemies still, Xianxia finally walked toward the end with ease. When he reached the end, the first thing Xianxia saw was an extremely large light screen. Naturally, this was the screen for the 4th level, Radiant, completely different from this layer. Still, Xianxia merely glanced at these things briefly, because all his attention now was focused on the star sources. As he had guessed, there were indeed 3 star sources on the 3rd level. And precisely because of this, Xianxia felt more anticipation for what was to come on the 3rd level. Based on his estimation, there would be 4 star sources on the 4th level. At this point, Xianxia was somewhat anxious, eager to enter the 4th level. Thus, he directly picked up the circular identity card along with the star sources. Now he possessed 7 star sources already. Xianxia was inwardly overjoyed. If he could get the star sources from the 4th level, then the number of star sources would surpass 10. Thinking about this made Xianxia even more eager inside. So, passing through the light screen, he returned once again to the secret room of the 3rd level. But Xianxia didn't linger. He intended to head directly to the 4th level. Although after a long time he was a little tired. Facing the easily obtainable star sources, his heart was brimming with anticipation. Today, by whatever means necessary, he had to secure these star sources. Right away, Xianxia was the first to leave the 3rd level room. Glancing briefly at the stairs leading to the 4th level, he stepped upward. But, just as Xianxia was about to ascend to the 4th level, a cold voice suddenly sounded from behind. Humph. You actually dared to show up again? Do you know how long I've been waiting for you? Chapter 145. A new bed. So exciting. Do you know how long I've waited for you? A cold voice sounded from behind. When Xianxia heard this voice, he remembered that earlier someone named Xiaofan said something about making him wait. After hearing the voice, Xianxia slowly turned around to look at the other person. What do you want to do? At this moment, Xiaofan was staring unkindly at Xianxia. I know who you are, Xianxia. Don't even ask me what I'm here for. Since you just took my room, you should have thought about what you would face. If you have the guts, follow me to the virtual combat room. Upon hearing these words, Xianxia shook his head in disinterest. Boring. If you want to go, you go by yourself. Their conversation naturally caught the attention of many people below. Huh? What's going on? What are they doing? I heard it's because Xianxia took Xiaofan's room and Xiaofan couldn't stand it. Took the room? According to Xiaofan's character, it's probably because he couldn't stay in his own room. Then Xianxia entered, and now he's mad about it. To be honest, Xiaofan has always been quite domineering, but that's good. Xianxia isn't someone who can be bullied either, so it looks like we're about to see a good show. As everyone below was discussing fervently, above, Xiaofan was glaring intently at Xianxia and directly said, I know what you're thinking. You don't have star sources, right? How about this? Same as before, 2 star sources as the bet. The moment he heard about star sources, Xianxia's eyes immediately widened. Deal. At that moment, outside the demon spirit combat room, Lin Wui let out a yawn full of sleepiness. He turned to look at the demon spirit combat room behind him, revealing a puzzled expression on his face. What's going on? It's been all night. Why hasn't he come out yet? Lin Wui started to get anxious, because he had been waiting since yesterday afternoon until this morning. More than 10 hours had already passed. Lin Wui originally thought that Xianxia would emerge after waiting just a few hours at most. but he never imagined that the wait would last an entire night. Yawning once more, Lin Wui stood up. Looking at the demon spirit combat room, he shook his head. All right, I'll go back and take a nap first. Just as Lin Wui was about to leave, suddenly, he saw a familiar figure walking out from the demon spirit combat room. The moment he spotted the figure, Lin Wui's face lit up with joy instantly. Brother, you're finally out. Of course, the one walking out from the demon spirit combat room was Xianxia. However, facing Lin Wui's words, Xianxia chose not to respond. At this point, Lin Wui asked again. Quick, tell me, which level did you reach inside? What do you think of the demon spirit combat rooms? And also, Lin Wui wanted to ask more questions. But at this moment, he noticed Xiaofan, who looked very upset, standing behind Xianxia. Clearly recognizing Xiaofan, seeing the latter come out looking furious while keeping his eyes on Xianxia, made Lin Wui's heart race with suspicion. Right away, he quietly asked Xianxia, what's the deal? Did you take his room? This time, facing Lin Wui's inquiry, Xianxia remained silent and only nodded. With Xianxia's nod, Lin Wui instantly understood everything. And at this moment, a hint of worry appeared on his face. You need to be careful. This Xiaofan is not simple. Moreover, I've heard that the beings within his planet are technological. These powerful tech-based beings are incredibly terrifying. You must be cautious. Upon hearing Lin Wui's words, a look of interest flickered across Xianxia's face. Technological beings. He truly hadn't encountered much of them before. However, he also felt somewhat anticipatory. If the tech-based beings from Xiaofan's planet were stronger, or if the human races from the 100 Races Alliance were stronger. Most importantly, being able to obtain star sources from Xiaofan's hands. This was certainly a good thing. Thinking about this, Xianxia unconsciously quickened his steps. Lin Wui, who had been sleepy all night, instantly woke up upon realizing Xianxia was about to have a big battle with Xiaofan. Quietly following Xianxia, he moved toward the virtual combat space. Meanwhile, there were also many people who noticed the enraged Xiaofan. They then glanced at Xianxia and began speculating among themselves. What's the matter? It seems like this freshman Xianxia will have a fierce battle with Xiaofan. It seems that there was some friction between the two of them inside the demon spirit combat room. If it were someone else, I wouldn't think much of it. But since it's Xiaofan, this seems quite normal. Also, Xiaofan has always had a bad temper and never liked anyone taking his room. Truly, Xianxia has quite some guts. Haha. Although Xiaofan has a bad temper, the creatures on his planet are ridiculously powerful. Maybe it's because after this freshman went to Qing University for a challenge, he gained enough confidence. It's been such a long time since we've seen such an exciting showdown. As various voices continued to sound around, they followed at a distance behind Xianxia and Xiaofan, planning to witness the upcoming battle. Initially, there weren't many people. However, more and more people gradually trailed behind Xianxia and Xiaofan, making the scene increasingly grand. It seemed as if everyone wanted to see whether this top freshman could triumph against Xiaofan. After all, no one dared to challenge Xianxia in the virtual combat space before. This further confirmed Xianxia's formidable strength. Now, with the even stronger Xiaofan emerging, the crowd naturally looked forward to this battle with great anticipation. Compared to others, Xianxia currently appeared calm and composed. Step by step, he headed toward the virtual combat space. Soon, Xianxia and Xiaofan simultaneously reached the entrance of the virtual combat space. Xiaofan glared fiercely at Xianxia. Just you wait. Xiaofan snorted coldly and made a move to step inside. But, just as Xiaofan was about to enter the virtual combat space, suddenly, wait! Two sharp words echoed from behind. Xianxia turned his head in confusion. To his surprise, he saw the principal. And at the moment he spotted the principal, his confusion deepened. Principal? What are you doing here? Likewise, Xiaofan also stared at the principal in bewilderment. Principal, don't stop me from this fight. He needs a lesson. Chapter 146. Earth-shaking big secret. Originally, Xianxia and Xiaofan had already agreed to fight. However, the sudden appearance of the principal now made Xiaofan suddenly anxious. Because he had also inquired about some information on Xianxia, and learned that Xianxia's teacher was none other than the principal. Now, with the principal's unexpected arrival, he assumed that the principal had come to stop this battle. Not only Xiaofan thought so, even Xianxia herself was a bit worried. She silently prayed that the principal had not come to stop her. Otherwise, she would lose 2 star sources. Under the watchful eyes of both, the principal shook his head. Rest assured, I will not stop your match. I came here just to have a few words with Xianxia. Upon hearing this, Xiaofan quickly responded. That's good. That's good. It was obvious that Xiaofan had absolute confidence in his own abilities. At that moment, Xianxia also looked towards the principal, revealing a look of confusion on her face. What kind of matter could possibly make the principal so urgent to talk right now? You come with me first. As the words sounded, Xianxia didn't ask too many questions and directly followed the principal away. Following the principal, they arrived directly at the principal's office. The moment they entered the office, the principal spoke again. Close the door. Xianxia complied. At that point, Xianxia also looked at the principal with full curiosity. Principal, what is it? So mysterious. In response to Xianxia's inquiry, the principal seriously gazed at Xianxia. How many levels did you pass in the demon spirit combat room? Although Xianxia still felt somewhat puzzled about the principal's question, she still truthfully replied. 3rd level. I was about to enter the 4th level, but Xiaofan stopped me. Hearing this, the principal slightly nodded. Then, in your opinion, how are the demon spirits' strength inside the demon spirit combat room? Xianxia answered again. I feel they're very average. Honestly speaking, I expected much from their strength. but after seeing them, I realized their power is relatively weak. The reason those students can't persist must be due to the lack of living creatures within their planets. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stopped there. Upon hearing her words, the principal nodded indifferently. What you said makes sense. Indeed, there aren't many living creatures on their planets. They won't be like you, who has numerous living creatures within your planet. After saying these words, the principal paused and continued. However, don't assume that the demon spirits you've encountered are truly weak. I can clearly tell you, they aren't real demon spirits. Powerful demon spirits only exist on the 5th level. Listening to the principal's words, Xianxia remained silent, sitting on the sofa, quietly listening as the principal continued. A deep feeling came over her that this time the principal had come to her for something big. At this moment, the principal continued. Actually, according to the rules, I shouldn't tell you these things, because you are still a student. Upon hearing these words, Xianxia couldn't sit still any longer. Time and again, when she wanted to know something, the elders around her always found reasons not to tell her, citing that she was young or she was still a student. Now that the principal said the same thing, she couldn't help but resist. Principal, what is it? Please don't make it so mysterious. Facing Xianxia's inquiries, the principal continued calmly. Let's talk about the demon spirits first. Have you ever heard of demon spirits before? Hearing this, Xianxia shook her head. The principal then continued. The reason you haven't heard of it isn't because there are no demon spirits in the world. On the contrary, on the other side of the world, there is a common enemy to all humanity, and an extremely powerful one. They are the demon spirits. When these words were spoken, Xianxia fell into deep silence immediately. A common enemy to humanity? Demon spirits? If what the principal said was true, that humanity had a powerful enemy, then why had she never heard of it? And neither had she heard others speak about it? Thinking about this, Xianxia became more perplexed. At this moment, the principal's voice sounded again. The reason you don't know is because there's a rule in this world. That is, we cannot tell the students who have yet to graduate, meaning the existence of demon spirits is not disclosed to you. So, you all don't know. However, despite you being unaware, all schools try little by little to make you students understand the existence of demon spirits through methods such as the demon spirit combat room. After finishing his speech, the principal took a sip of tea and looked at Xianxia. He continued, this point might be hard for you to understand now, but in the future, you will surely go to the battlefield. It doesn't matter if I tell you early. Of course, it depends on your performance in the demon spirit combat room. You are so far the fastest one to reach the 3rd level. That's why I see your ability. So I'm telling you this and prepare you mentally. Meanwhile, when you enter the 5th level and face the real demon spirits, some countermeasures should be prepared. Hearing these words, Xianxia nodded with a half understanding. Indeed, everything the principal said today would take her a long time to digest. In addition, was it that the principal called her here just to tell her these things? What about the true demon spirits on the 5th level? If the previous levels have no demon spirits, then what are they? And how powerful are the demon spirits on the 5th level? Xianxia looked at the principal curiously, hoping to get an answer from him. However, facing Xianxia's curious gaze, the principal appeared very serious this time and obviously didn't intend to say more. That's all. When you enter the demon spirit combat room next time, pay attention to the eyes of those demon spirits. Go, proceed with your match. Xianxia's curiosity had been aroused, but now, the principal suddenly asked her to leave. This made Xianxia very frustrated inside. Since the principal didn't want to say more, she couldn't ask either. Besides, no matter what kind of demon spirits there were, star sources were most important to her. Thereafter, Xianxia got up to bid farewell to the principal and then left the office. The principal looked at Xianxia's retreating figure and his expression instantly became serious. How much longer can the front line hold? Sigh. Now the front line is tight, and the 4 great academies are selecting young forces from the schools. Hope you can hold on and protect our home. Chapter 147. The Showdown Between Technological Beings. Hey, I thought you wouldn't dare come. When Xianxia returned to the virtual combat space entrance, he already saw Xiaofan waiting for him. And before Xianxia could say anything, Xiaofan smirked coldly. However, as for Xiaofan's words, Xianxia chose to ignore them completely and walked straight into the virtual combat space. Seeing this, Xiaofan snorted and a flash of anger crossed his eyes. He then stepped into the virtual combat space as well. Upon entering the virtual combat space, one could see it was already filled with students. In fact, the student who was originally fighting in the center was gone now, seemingly clearing the space for Xiaofan and Xianxia. At this moment, Xiaofan entered the virtual combat space and moved forward. He glanced at Xianxia disdainfully. Seeing this, Xianxia also stepped forward. The onlookers noticed this and couldn't help but start murmuring among themselves. It seems the rumors are true. Xianxia took Xiaofan's room, so Xiaofan came after him. This is going to be a good show. One is ranked in the top 10 in the academy, and the other is the strongest new student ever. This is truly something to look forward to. This kind of battle is interesting. To be honest, even though the fight hasn't started yet, I think Xianxia won't stand a chance against Xiaofan. Exactly, he's just a freshman, no matter how strong, still just a newcomer. How could he possibly win against Xiaofan? You know, the creatures from Xiaofan's planet are powered by technology. Their destructive power is terrifying. As murmurs rose all around, Xianxia and Xiaofan locked eyes with each other. Xiaofan looked at Xianxia with icy determination. If you lose later, I won't take your star resources. All you need to do is apologize to me in front of the entire school. To this, Xianxia merely replied with an unbothered, "Oh." This single word made Xiaofan furious. So arrogant. We'll see if you can keep that cool demeanor once the fight starts. As these words spread, the spatial passage behind Xiao Fan began to distort. Clearly, an enraged Xiao Fan was about to make the first move. But before Xiao Fan could strike, suddenly, boom boom boom, a massive roar reverberated throughout the battlefield. With the roaring sound, everyone clearly saw a huge protective dome appearing around the virtual combat space. Once the protective domes emerged, the surrounding students were all startled. What's going on? Why is the protective dome activated so early? That shouldn't happen, should it? Protective domes only activate under extremely powerful attacks. Why now? It must not be self-triggered. There's probably someone activating it manually behind the scenes. Phew. That means whoever is controlling it knows this next battle will be absolutely terrifying. So they've activated the shield preemptively. Wow. Even before the fight begins, the protective dome shows up. It's certainly rare. The sudden appearance of the protective dome left everyone shocked. After all, with the battle yet to begin and the defensive field already triggered, it strongly indicated how fierce the ensuing collision would be. As everyone was stunned, in the center of the battlefield, click click click, crisp sounds rang out continuously. Then, the crowd clearly saw several armed figures emerge from Xiao Fan's space tunnel, each wielding a long spear. There were many of these spear-bearing figures, at least 40 or 50 upon quick count. All of them were fully armed, and their spears emitted a glowing light. The moment these soldiers appeared, they immediately aimed their weapons at Xianxia. At this point, Xiao Fan smiled coldly. Just let you see what true technology really is. While Xiao Fan was speaking, Xianxia watched the spear-wielding soldiers calmly. Following that, Xianxia summoned a race of human beings from the 100 Races Alliance. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, thunderous sounds erupted again. These sounds instantly drew the attention of many observers. As they focused their eyes towards the sound, their expressions tightened immediately, because right there and then, they saw two helicopters fly out from Xianxia's planetary space. Upon seeing those helicopters, everyone present was taken aback. So his realm also uses technology. Helicopters? This means the beings inside Xianxia's planet also use advanced technology. But it shouldn't be. I remember the beings in Xianxia's planet were a few powerful people. When did they have technology? This is not the time to talk about that. Don't you think this fight seems different from what we imagined? Yes, Xiao Fan's side is technology, but it's just a line of gunners. On Xianxia's side, those are helicopters. There's no comparison at all. The crowd was shocked, and so was Lin Wuyo, because he knew Xianxia very well and understood the beings within Xianxia's planet. In his memory, there were no technological beings on Xianxia's planet. But what about now? What was even harder to believe was Xiao Fan. Looking at the fighter jets hovering in the air, Xiao Fan's pupils dilated, and with an expression of disbelief, he stared at Xianxia. Why does your planet have technological beings? Facing Xiao Fan's question, Xianxia didn't respond at all, but directly gave the order for the helicopters to attack. With Xianxia's command given, in an instant, the helicopters in the sky began dropping bombs on the gunners below. At this point, the gunners also started firing wildly. However, on one side there were gunners, and on the other side there were fighter jets. The outcome of this battle was clear even to a common person. Boom. A huge explosion erupted. And thus, after the explosion, most of the gunners below were instantly killed or injured. As for the attacks from the gunners, they didn't cause any damage to the fighter jets in the air. In fact, they hadn't even hit them. Boom. Another loud explosion echoed. Following that, the remaining gunners were bombed again, suffering significant losses. One could say the battle began quickly and ended just as fast. The gunners were all bombed to death now. All of this unfolded right before Xiao Fan's eyes. Xiao Fan's face turned exceedingly dark. His gaze was locked on Xianxia, and he truly hadn't expected that there would be technological beings on Xianxia's planet. However, faced with such circumstances, Xiao Fan gave Xianxia a cold look. Fighters? It's not like only you can have them. Chapter 148, Technology also dominates. In the clash between technological beings, Xiao Fan had originally been brimming with confidence as he unleashed countless creatures from within the planet. But he never would have thought that in the end, what he faced was a bombing attack by fighter jets from Xianxia's planet. Still, Xiao Fan was no ordinary student. After failing once in their collision, Xiao Fan immediately devised a response strategy. With his cold scoff subsiding, fighter jet sounds also rang out from his planetary space. Subsequently, everyone clearly saw fighter jets emerging from within his planet. There were a total of 5 such fighter jets. Moreover, these fighter jets had already prepared for battle the moment they appeared. At this sight, the onlooking classmates surrounding them all revealed anticipatory expressions. After all, they had always known that Xiao Fan's planet housed technological beings. Having been consistently pressured by Xianxia until now, it was finally time to see Xiao Fan go all out. Similarly, upon the emergence of those fighter jets, a hint of confident smile appeared on Xiao Fan's face as well. At that moment, raising his head and gazing towards Xianxia at a distance, he let out another cold snort. I'm curious to see if your technological beings are stronger or if mine surpass you. Upon saying that, he issued an order to attack to those beings. In an instant, those fighter jets launched a barrage of bullet attacks against 2 fighter jets inside Xianxia's planet. Due to being already at a disadvantage numerically, both fighter jets inside Xianxia's planet opted directly for missile attacks. In the blink of an eye, the missiles zoomed toward those 5 fighter jets. But when Xiao Fan saw this, he merely chuckled coldly. One could clearly see that the 5 fighter jets were launching missiles as well. Boom. Suddenly, loud explosions echoed through the virtual combat room. Flames soared high into the sky, mushroom clouds rose up. That terrifying destructive force swept across. Even under the protection of the shield dome, The onlooking students still felt the powerful shockwave. As the shockwave swept through, the sky above the virtual combat room continuously boomed. The magnificent sight of mushroom clouds left countless students awestruck. However, when the dust settled, one could distinctly see the 2 helicopters from Xianxia's planet already reduced almost completely to rubble. Just at seeing this scene, Xiaofan's grin widened further. Haha, I'd love to see how you plan to beat me next. The laughter echoed loudly, and hearing it, the surrounding students nodded in agreement. Indeed, if we're just comparing technology, there aren't many people in the entire school who can rival Xiaofan. Don't forget one point, the strength of technological beings is very terrifying, and their destructive power is immensely strong. Perhaps this time around, even if Xianxiao unleashes powerful beings from his planet, it wouldn't matter much. This so-called strongest newcomer should be defeated. His journey has been too smooth. Indeed, it's about time he tasted failure. The murmurs from the surroundings continued. Almost everyone believed that Xianxiao was sure to lose this battle. However, there was one person who remained relatively calm amidst all this. This person naturally was Lin Wuyo. It mainly stemmed from how well he knew Xianxiao, and how he clearly understood the true extent of power of the beings inside Xianxiao's planet. Even though the present duel involved only technological beings, Lin Wuyo was fully aware how terrifying xuanhuan, from within Xianxiao's planet, could be. And just as numerous people continued to chatter incessantly, at this very moment, as the main character, Xianxiao remained exceptionally calm. His eyes slightly narrowed, glancing at Xiaofan full of pride. Since the other party wanted to play, then he would simply accompany them properly in this game. Thinking of this, Xianxiao immediately directed the technological beings within his planet to fly out. Initially, only a single fighter jet flew out of the spatial channel. Seeing the fighter jet emerge, Xiaofan burst out laughing. Haha, even if you've already realized the result yourself, why are you still repeating past mistakes? Regarding Xiaofan's words, Xianxiao seemed like he didn't hear anything. But Xiaofan's words did cause the surrounding students to instinctively nod at this moment. After all, they had all clearly witnessed everything that happened before. The technological beings within Xiaofan's planet were obviously stronger than those fighter jets inside Xianxiao's planet. Likewise, some people harbored doubts. So, why did Xianxiao still let the fighter jet come out, even though he obviously knew the result? Just as everyone was puzzled, suddenly, the next scene made everyone stare with wide eyes instantly. Because at this moment, they clearly saw another helicopter flying out from within Xianxiao's planet, followed by a second one, a third one, a fourth one. One could say that in the blink of an eye, there were already at least 20 helicopters hovering in midair, and the number of helicopters was still increasing rapidly. In the end, the number of helicopters in midair reached at least 40. Seeing the densely packed fighter jets in the sky, Xiaofan completely lost his calm demeanor. How is this possible? Isn't it supposed to be extremely difficult to cultivate technological beings? How can your planet have so many fighter jets? His astonishment was also shared by the students around him. After all, they all clearly knew how difficult it was for a planet to cultivate technological beings. Indeed, technological beings were extremely powerful, and their destructive power was quite terrifying. But they had a significant drawback. It was extremely difficult to cultivate a technological being. Yet now, so many fighter jets had emerged at once from within Xianxiao's planet. How could this not shock everyone? As everyone was plunged into boundless astonishment. At this moment, the main character Xianxiao looked calmly towards the 5 fighter jets in the distance without any hesitation and immediately issued the order to attack. In an instant, boom, roars echoed continuously. And amidst these deafening roars, one could still clearly see missiles being fired continuously from among so many fighter jets. Although the fighter jets inside Xiaofan's planet were desperately resisting, they were ultimately overwhelmed by the numerical disparity and directly submerged by the missiles. When this all came into Xiaofan's view, a concentrated look of anger immediately appeared on his face. Xiaofan fixedly glared at Xianxiao. I will kill you. Chapter 149. The laser cannon appears. After a single collision, Xiaofan was thoroughly enraged. At this moment, Xiaofan roared furiously at Xianxiao. Immediately after, his space began to warp. With the distortion of space, countless pairs of eyes were instantly drawn. Under everyone's gaze, they clearly saw several people dressed in mechas walk out. However, these people in mechas were not the focus. The key point was that when they walked out, each of them was pushing an enormous weapon. This weapon resembled an anti-aircraft gun, but was obviously much larger. There were many of these weapons. There were 10 cannons in total. As soon as these weapons appeared, cries of shock instantly arose around them. Hiss! They've appeared. Xiaofan's ace in the hole, the laser cannon. It seems this battle is about to be decided. The power of the laser cannon is unimaginable. No wonder the defensive shield suddenly appeared, because this laser cannon has the power to shatter the shield. In an instant, the cries of surprise melded into one continuous wave. When countless students saw the laser cannon, their faces also showed expressions of intense fear. Not to mention them, even Xianxiao, upon seeing those laser cannons, frowned deeply. From those laser cannons, he felt an extremely strong wave of danger. And before Xianxiao could react, Xiaofan had already issued an order for the laser cannons to attack. In an instant, beams of light shot out from the 10 laser cannons, directly toward the fighter jets hovering in the air. In the blink of an eye, it became clear to see that those fighter jets floating in the air were instantly shattered. Rather than being shattered, they were cut directly in half. Those terrifying beams, having destroyed the fighter jets, then continued straight toward the protective shield in the sky. Crack, crack, crack. The terrible beams struck the defensive shield. Even the defensive shield was breaking apart non-stop at this moment, seemingly unable to bear it. This further confirmed just how powerful these laser cannons were. Simultaneously, all the fighter jets in the air were destroyed by the laser cannons at this time. Upon seeing this, Xiaofan's face showed an intensely concentrated grin. He stared at Xianxia and sneered coldly. Humph, are you still unwilling to concede? As the words echoed, Xianxia chose not to respond. Indeed, the power of the laser cannon had somewhat exceeded his expectations. However, judging from the current situation, the battle should come to an end now. Xianxia immediately ordered the fighter jet, transporting the little boy to fly out. The fighter jet slowly emerged. Xianxia looked at Xiaofan and smiled faintly. I suggest you retreat into the planet right away. Listening to Xianxia's words, Xiaofan looked at him with disdain across his face. Stop pretending to be mysterious. You're bound to lose in this battle. In response to Xiaofan's confident remarks, Xianxia did not bother to reply. Instead, he looked at the fighter jet in the air and gave the order to drop its payload. As the order was given, instantly, a little boy fell down like that. In the instant the little boy fell, Xianxia shouted loudly to Lin Wuyu far away. Enter the planet's space immediately. The sound rang out. Though full of confusion, Lin Wuyu didn't hesitate at all at this moment. And as he entered the planet's space, he didn't forget to shout loudly to the surrounding classmates. Enter the planet's space. After saying that, Lin Wuyu entered the planet's space. Meanwhile, some of the students followed obediently while others remained clueless and confused, unaware of what was happening. At the same time, Xianxia naturally entered the planet's space as well. Just as Xianxia entered the planet's space, Xiaofan directly gave the order for the laser cannons to fire on the falling little boy. In an instant, the laser cannons fired. The moment they collided with the little boy, boom boom boom, an ear-splitting explosion resounded throughout the entire virtual combat space. The massive explosion reverberated, unleashing an indescribable destructive force that wildly spread to every corner. At this moment, everyone felt the ground violently shaking beneath them. The trembling earth, combined with the terrifying destructive force, caused them no hesitation but to enter the planet's space immediately. The moment they entered the planet's space, shockwaves swept through the land below, completely destroying the laser cannons beneath. Seeing everything unfold, Xiaofan's face turned filled with anguish. But now, he knew there wasn't any time for regret. Because this terrifying destructive force was simply too strong. It left him with no hesitation, forcing him to directly enter the planet's space. One could say that at this moment, there was no one left in the entire virtual space. Everyone had entered the planet's space. As everyone departed, the entire virtual combat space began to violently tremble. Those waves of terrible destructive power wildly spread out in all directions, to such an extent that the entire academy, at this moment, fell into endless shaking. An enormous mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, capturing everyone's attention. At this time, inside the Xuanhuan Academy control room, the staff members, gazing at the colossal mushroom cloud in the sky, all sighed deeply in relief. Thank goodness the principal instructed us earlier to activate the defense shield ahead of time. Otherwise, the explosive power would have been even more terrifying. No, I heard from the principal before that all of this was caused by a freshman. That's impossible, right? How could a freshman produce such formidable destruction? At this moment, everyone within the school turned their eyes towards the virtual combat space. Another earthquake-like event like this left them more stunned, wondering just who had caused it. Meanwhile, within the virtual combat space, the terrible shockwave seemed to last for an unimaginably long time. Finally, the clouds of dust in the sky gradually dissipated. Some students also started walking out from the planet space. But when they saw the scene of devastation before their eyes, each of them couldn't help but be shocked. My God, what on earth happened here? What went wrong? Is this the end of the world? I've never seen the virtual combat space destroyed to this degree before. The defense shield itself was shattered. How horrifying must Xianxia's previous attack inside the planet have been? Inconceivable, terrifying beyond belief. An attack of this magnitude could annihilate some smaller planets, right? Whispers of shock filled the air at this moment. As these voices sounded, Xianxia and Xiaofan both emerged from the planet space, as if by tacit agreement. Chapter 150 finally entered the 4th level. The virtual battlefield was in utter chaos. Xianxia and Xiaofan almost simultaneously emerged from the planetary space. But, when Xiaofan stepped out and saw all of this, he was utterly shocked. He had never imagined that Xianxia's previous strike would be so terrifying. Not only were the living beings within his planet killed, but even the protective shield was shattered. Not just him, the students around them who were watching were also completely terrified by what they saw. Such a horrifying attack, and this strongest new student. This time, Xianxia, as the strongest new student, directly defeated one of the top 10 geniuses of Xuanhuan Academy. Now, everyone's gaze turned toward Xianxia, their eyes filled with expressions of astonishment. Although the previous attack was made by the creatures within Xianxia's planet, without Xianxia as the planet master, those creatures wouldn't have been nearly as powerful. Precisely for this reason, all the people present looked at Xianxia with overwhelming shock in their eyes. And right at this moment, the protagonist, Xianxia, remained unusually calm. Xianxia calmly gazed toward Xiaofan in the distance. My star source, Xiaofan, having lost, had fully witnessed the might of the creatures inside Xianxia's planet. Even though it was difficult for him to admit, this time he had truly lost. And most importantly, he had lost in the area where he was most proficient. Currently, Xiaofan could not accept this reality. However, this outcome had already been decided. Without hesitation, Xiao Fan threw 2-star sources over to Qin Yao. After obtaining the star sources, Qin Yao left with immense satisfaction. Of course, there was another person who was quite happy. That person was naturally Lin Wuyao. As Qin Yao walked over, Lin Wuyao immediately gave him a thumbs up. So strong. In response, Qin Yao did not choose to react too much and directly departed from the virtual combat zone. After all, he had spent such a long time inside the evil spirit combat room, so he was very tired and sleepy. Now, what he wanted most was to return to the dormitory quickly and have a good sleep. While leaving the virtual combat space, Qin Yao could clearly hear some discussions starting up among the people around. And these discussions were all about the massive explosion from earlier. For all of this, Qin Yao paid no attention. Lin Wuyao also noticed Qin Yao's fatigue and chose not to ask too many questions. Thus, Qin Yao directly returned to the dormitory. Although he now had a few star sources in hand, there wasn't really time to let any races within the alliance of 100 tribes absorb them, primarily because he was so tired right now. After a quick tidy up, he lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Time flew by. Soon, when Qin Yao woke up again, it was already the morning of the next day. He didn't even know how long he slept. After waking up, the first thing he did was leave the dormitory. Then he went straight to the virtual combat room. After all, his next destination was the 4th level. Most importantly, if his guess was correct, then there would be 4-star sources in the 4th level. Although he currently had 7-star sources are always good things, and who would ever complain about having too many? He quickly entered the evil spirit combat room, since he had the key to enter the 4th level beforehand. Therefore, entering the 4th level now would be much easier. Upon entering the evil spirit combat room, he could clearly see that many people were leaving the 1st floor with drooping heads. There were also students coming out of the 2nd floor. Clearly, they had all experienced failure. Qin Yao quickly reached the 4th level. It was still yesterday's room. After Xiao Fan experienced a failure, he didn't continue competing with Qin Yao for this room. After entering the room on the 4th level, everything here was still pretty much the same as before. Still, Qin Yao was extremely eager about what awaited him on the upcoming 4th level. Star sources were one aspect. The other was the headmaster's talk with him earlier about humanity's common enemy being the evil spirits. But until now, he hadn't heard anything like that. Furthermore, the principal had said that only the evil spirits on the 5th level counted as true evil spirits. Yet Qin Yao distinctly remembered that Sun Ao Tian, ranked 1st in Tianyun Academy, couldn't even access the 5th level. This meant the 4th level had held them back for an extremely long time. Naturally, this also proved that the beings on the 4th level were extraordinary. After pondering briefly, looking at the spatial passage before him, Qin Yao took a deep breath and stepped forward into it. Everything went black before his eyes, followed by an explosion of dazzling light. This time, when Qin Yao regained his vision and took in the surroundings, even he was momentarily stunned. Unlike the places he had entered before, the environment on the 4th level was dazzlingly radiant. The blinding light seemed to illuminate everything. Moreover, what left Qin Yao most astonished was this. In the previous 3 levels, encounters with spirits would happen only after some movement. But now, the enemy hovered right there in midair ahead. If anything, it wasn't exactly an enemy. It was more like a humongous eye. This eye glowed with blood-red hues, tinging even the radiant light around it crimson. It was incredibly vast, nearly the size of a meteorite, suspended motionlessly in the air. A mere glance induced an overwhelming sense of oppression. As Qin Yao stared at the giant eye, he wasted no time summoning Xianxia. What place is this? This oppressive aura is unbearable. The moment Xianxia emerged, his brows furrowed tightly as he looked around with extreme vigilance. Qin Yao had already sensed a certain heaviness upon entering this realm. He thought it might be an illusion initially. However, hearing Xianxia's words confirmed it. It wasn't an illusion. Here, even an ordinary person could feel this intense oppressiveness. How much more so for someone like Xianxia, a skilled warrior. Qin Yao noticed that Xianxia's gaze was fixed warily on their surroundings. Almost immediately, his attention landed on the colossal eye floating above them. And when he locked eyes with the massive eye, Xianxia's expression turned even more serious. Seeing this, Qin Yao promptly asked, "What do you think? Can you handle it?" Upon hearing Qin Yao's inquiry, Xianxia shook his head. "I have little confidence, and my strength feels suppressed right now. But rest assured, Master Star, I will spare no effort." Chapter 151, Sword 13's Desperate Counterattack. The moment Sword 13's voice fell silent. Suddenly, humming, from the huge eye in midair, a sound wave suddenly descended slowly. The sound wave swept through and rippled across the sky, creating a series of ripples. This humming sound was extremely terrifying. It caused the entire void to continuously vibrate as if it could break at any moment. Right when this hum began, Sword 13's longsword suddenly erupted with dazzling light. Bathed in the radiant glow, Sword 13 let out a loud cry and swiftly brought down his sword in a powerful slash. As a result, a colossal sword shadow remained in the air. The sword shadow shimmered, as if attempting to destroy everything before heading straight toward the sound wave. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, the sword shadow collided with the sound wave. The tremendous destructive force made the entire void tremble violently. And at the moment this strike met the sound wave, a clear resonant sound was also heard. However, Sword 13 had clearly underestimated the terrifying power of this sound wave attack. His summoned sword shadow rushed forward, but upon colliding with the sound wave, that sound wave immediately released an overwhelming oppressive force. Moreover, the sound wave continued to spread rapidly towards Sword 13. Sword 13 saw it all and didn't dare to be careless for a moment. He swung his long sword ceaselessly, and behind him, there appeared a massive sword shadow. The sword shadow surged, releasing a terrifying sense of sword energy that kept blossoming endlessly across the heavens and earth. At this point, a resounding shout came from Sword 13's lips. One sword breaks rivers and mountains. With these words, he fiercely delivered his strike. Ting! A shrill ringing sound instantly erupted high in the heavens. Under this terrible noise, even Xianxia could clearly feel the sharpness of the sword intent. The sword intent howled, and Sword 13 directly hurled forth a massive sword shadow. This immense sword shadow seemed as though it could annihilate the entire world. This incomprehensibly huge sword shadow then surged directly towards the descending sound wave at a speed beyond imagination. Just in an instant, the sword shadow collided with the sound wave. This time, unlike before, the initially formidable sound wave no longer easily overpowered the opposing side. Instead, following an ear-splitting explosion, the massive sword shadow forcefully penetrated the sound wave. Subsequently, it was clearly visible that this incredibly vast sword shadow was directly rushing toward the giant eye in the air. Yet, just as the sword shadow was about to hit right in front of the eye, the massive eye blinked. An enormous shockwave instantly spread outwards. This shockwave felt like a force of calamity, wildly pervading its surroundings. That sword shadow was shattered instantly by this attack. Whoa! When Xianxia saw this scene, even he couldn't help but be startled. My goodness, this eye really is extremely powerful. Remember, Sword 13 had already absorbed star essence, significantly boosting his own strength. But now, even facing a mere eye, despite exerting his full potential, there was still nothing he could do against it. At this moment, Sword 13 also realized the strength of this enormous pair of eyes in the sky. Currently, a determined look crossed Sword 13's face. He took a deep look at the massive eye in the air. Then, he turned his head to Xianxia and said, Star Master, with the move I'm about to use next, I might need some rest afterward. As soon as these words were spoken, before Xianxia could react, it could already be seen that Sword 13 was emitting extraordinarily brilliant light. Surrounded by this rising brilliance, around Sword 13 there were swirling wisps of ethereal mist. Even if Xianxia was just an ordinary person, right now he too could distinctly feel that Sword 13's strength was skyrocketing rapidly at this very moment. Sword 13 remained enveloped in radiant light for an unknown length of time. Mansword has won. Finally, a great shout emerged from Sword 13's mouth. Following this, Xianxia clearly observed Sword 13's sword slowly floating up into the air. At that moment, Sword 13 himself also turned ethereal. What Xianxia didn't expect was that immediately after, Sword 13 actually merged into his sword in an instant. And at this moment, this sword shone brighter than ever. Ting! The sword trembled slightly, producing a piercing metallic ring. Accompanied by the sound, Sword 13, who had become one with the sword, immediately darted towards the large eye in the air. The speed of the sword was too fast, causing Xianxia to barely see anything anymore. All Xianxia could see was a streak of light. The light flickered, and in an instant, it rushed towards the giant eye. The eye blinked and unleashed its attack. Next, as a mere observer, Xianxia witnessed an extremely fierce battle. The aura bursting forth from the long sword was terrifying beyond measure. Even blood-red droplets could be seen trickling down from the powerful eye. Not only was the eye injured, but Xianxia could also clearly sense that Sword 13's own energy was rapidly waning. For an unknown duration, the collision between Sword 13 and the eye continued. In the end, Xianxia observed that after another intense clash, Sword 13's longsword was hurled far away. And at this very moment, the longsword once again emitted brilliant light, even showcasing shimmering beams of 7 colors. Amidst the flashing lights, there were faint illusions of numerous other swords encircling the main one. The next instant, zing! A shrill metallic ring echoed through heaven and earth. This colossal longsword, together with so many sword illusions, charged directly toward the enormous pair of eyes. Simultaneously, the huge eyes kept blinking as if attempting to unleash some potent attack. Yet, when the eyes continuously blinked, what neither Xianxia expected was that at this moment, Sword 13's speed had surged once more. So much so that he didn't give the eye any time to react. Before the eye could even execute its assault, Sword 13, now embodied as this longsword, pierced straight through the enormous eye. And at the very moment the eye was pierced, Xianxia distinctly saw that the originally massive eye began to shatter. Its disintegration resembled complete annihilation. The great eye turned to ashes, dissipating into the wind within this space. At this point, the battle concluded. Everything returned to tranquility, as if nothing had happened. However, at this time, the suspended longsword in the sky spoke for everything. Suddenly, Xianxia noticed a figure falling rapidly from midair. Seeing this, Xianxia grew immediately anxious. Sword 13. Chapter 152. The planet expands again. Xianxia. Seeing Xianxia fall, Xianxia became extremely worried. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately rushed over to him. He reached out and caught Xianxia. It could be seen that Xianxia was already covered in injuries all over his body, and he had already passed out. This further proved that the attack, just now, the one that killed the huge eye, was something Xianxia had barely endured. Looking at the unconscious Xianxia, Xianxia didn't hesitate a moment, directly choosing to place him inside the 100 Races Alliance. After doing all this, Xianxia finally let out a long breath of relief. Now he had personally witnessed the power of the malevolent spirits on the 4th floor. The principal had said it before, The malevolent spirits on the 5th floor were even more terrifying, and those kinds of malevolent spirits were the true ones. At this point, Xianxia thought for a moment. This situation also proved that with the current strength of the beings within the 100 Races Alliance, even Yang Yuehua probably wouldn't be able to defeat the malevolent spirits on the 5th floor. Xianxia thought again and decided that he would only enter the 5th floor when his own strength was sufficiently powerful. Moreover, he had to leave the malevolent spirit combat room as soon as possible. After all, the malevolent spirit combat room couldn't help Xianxia's injuries recover quickly. Of course, before that, he still needed to go to the end and grab the key to the 5th floor. Thus, Xianxia chose to continue moving forward. And this time, Xianxia didn't encounter any danger. He arrived at the end of the 4th floor very smoothly. When he got there, through the light screen, Xianxia saw that the other side of the light screen was gray and blurry. However, Xianxia wasn't concerned about these things anymore. Because on the 4th floor's light screen, apart from a completely round identity card, there were 4 star sources. The moment he saw the star sources, Xianxia was almost excited enough to jump up. Dude, the 4th floor really did have as many as 4 star sources, just like what he had guessed. At that moment, Xianxia extended his hand and took the star source. Happy and satisfied, he left. Once back in the room, he realized he now had 11 star sources, and this trip to the 4th floor had made him realize the power of the 4th floor's malevolent spirits. Most importantly, they weren't even the true malevolent spirits. This left him uncertain about the 5th floor. Xianxia decided to first enhance the 100 Races Alliance before entering the 5th floor. When stepping out of the room, Xianxia saw many people standing below. This made Xianxia curiously look around. Because usually, whenever a lot of people gathered, it was because someone was arguing. And if there was an argument, that meant there was an opportunity for him to obtain star sources. However, much to Xianxia's disappointment, no one was arguing, everything was calm. And Xianxia noticed that everyone's eyes at that moment were focused on the central light screen. Xianxia also looked curiously toward the light screen. At this moment, Xianxia clearly saw that nothing about the names on the light screen had changed significantly. The first place was still Sun Aotian. But, as Xianxia continued looking, he froze. For on the 10th place, he saw his own name. Xianxia, 4th floor time, 3 hours, reward, none. Even though he hadn't received any rewards, this indicated that he had made it onto the list. With a bit more effort, he could move up a level, meaning he'd be receiving rewards soon. After taking another glance, Xianxia went downstairs. At this moment, he also heard the murmurings of those people. This Xianxia, I remember he's a freshman. A freshman can endure such a long time on the 4th floor. It's quite astonishing. Indeed. You know, Sun Aotian and others practically go to the 4th floor every day, accumulating their time to make it onto the list. But this freshman called Xianxia actually lasted so long. As a newcomer, that's really not easy. As those murmurs kept rising. At this point, Xianxia finally understood why Sun Aotian and the others could spend such a long time on the 4th floor. It turns out everything came down to cumulative time spent on the 4th floor. That means that making it to the list through the 4th floor would be difficult for him. After all, Xianxia was unconscious, and the other creatures naturally wouldn't be able to stand against the huge eye. As for Yang Yuehua, she is reserved for dealing with the people on the 5th floor. If something unexpected happens while fighting the eye on the 4th floor, who knows when the next chance to enter the 5th floor will come. After a brief moment of thought, Xianxia ignored the people who were still discussing and left the malevolent spirit combat room. As soon as he stepped out of the malevolent spirit combat room, Xianxia returned to the dormitory without delay. He now had more than 10 star sources, and with the upcoming entry into the 5th floor, it was time to enhance the 100 Races Alliance. Upon entering the 100 Races Alliance, Xianxia took a quick glance around and noticed that the orc and undead races had yet to fully recover. This was somewhat ridiculous. After all, he had spent an entire day in the dormitory. According to the timeline within the 100 Races Alliance, they should have been fully recovered by now. But why hadn't they? Perhaps this had something to do with the malevolent spirit combat room. After taking a quick scan, Xianxia checked the current attributes of the 100 Races Alliance. Host, Planet Master Xianxia. Planet level, low. Planet name, 100 Races Alliance. Planet diameter, 256 kilometers. Planet species, none for now. 100 Great Races Alliance. Undead, orcs, humans, dwarves, assassins, giants, elves, fighters. Taking a brief glance, Xianxia then retrieved 5-star sources, as enhancing the diameter of the 100 Races Alliance would require exactly 5-star sources. Xianxia winced a little when he took out the 5-star sources, but there was no other choice. To enhance the 100 Races Alliance and prepare for entering the 5th floor, Xianxia could only use them. With a firm resolve, he used the 5-star sources. Instantly, a grayish glow enveloped the entire 100 Races Alliance. As the glow spread, all living beings within the 100 Races Alliance began absorbing the energy from the star sources. Xianxia also noticed that Xianxia, who was unconscious, woke up and started absorbing the star source energy. Seeing this made Xianxia quite happy. After all, Xianxia's injuries would heal faster now. Next was Yang Yuehua, who also began absorbing the star source energy, her body glowing with ethereal light. Suddenly, ding, a new race is waking up. Please host, prepare energy quickly. Chapter 153, Epic Change. Ding, a new race is awakening. Please prepare energy immediately. Within the 100 Races Alliance, after Xianxia had used 5-star origins, the system notification rang. Hearing the sound from the system, Xianxia was suddenly filled with joy. He hadn't heard this sound for quite a long time. Immediately afterwards, he could feel the whole planet expanding continuously. As the planet expanded, Qin Yao noticed that compared to before, this expansion felt much clearer. It was even happening at an alarming rate right before his eyes. After all, the diameter of this planet would increase by as much as 512 kilometers. This was an unprecedented major upgrade. With the planet's expansion, Qin Yao's gaze drifted towards its edge. He wanted to see what the awakening race might be. However, when he looked, he suddenly froze. All he saw in the direction he was looking was darkness. Infinite darkness, which made one feel like falling into it just by looking. At the sight of these things, a thick look of confusion appeared on Qin Yao's face. What kind of race was this? Why was it just a mass of darkness? Qin Yao pondered for a long time, but still could not understand what this planet was. Nevertheless, Qin Yao's attention was gradually being drawn. The entire planet was undergoing changes at this moment at a terrifying speed. Under these transformations, it was clear that every race was getting significant upgrades. Besides the improvements among the races, Qin Yao also noticed various minerals, iron ore, copper ore, and such. Moreover, the small gold mines that existed previously also underwent a great expansion. This discovery instantly brought a thick smile onto Qin Yao's face. The importance of gold mines did not need to be mentioned. Additionally, the emergence of those minerals indicated that there would be no need to purchase materials for forging in the future. At this time, every race across the planet experienced tremendous change. Qin Yao realized that the beast folk, undead, and xianxia, who had taken some damage during the previous combat against the demon spirit, were now fully healed. Especially xianxia. His injuries had been severe, so much so that he had been unconscious. But now, he was sitting cross-legged, absorbing the star origin power diffused in the air. Seeing all this, Qin Yao's smile deepened. From a godlike perspective, Qin Yao observed the changes throughout the planet. He didn't know how long it lasted, but eventually the power of the 5-star origins was completely absorbed. Every race within the 100 Races Alliance received enormous enhancements at this moment, all clearly visible. Among them, the most conspicuous changes occurred where the dragon eggs were located. Previously, there was only one dragon egg left, but now, there was another one. What Qin Yao knew very well was what the dragon egg could hatch. Most importantly, this dragon egg emitted a 7-colored glow. Just a glance conveyed a profound sense of sanctity. Still, although Qin Yao knew the egg's exterior, he couldn't tell what exactly lay inside it. Regarding all the changes in the 100 Races Alliance, Qin Yao was extremely satisfied. After all, it had cost him 5-star origins. Nevertheless, despite these enhancements, Qin Yao wasn't done yet. He pulled out the remaining 6-star origins. Firstly, he looked toward the direction of Muradin Bronzebeard and the dwarfs. Muradin Bronzebeard, Qin Yao called out, and upon hearing his name, Muradin Bronzebeard quickly approached. With a face full of respect, Muradin Bronzebeard said, "Star Master, what orders do you have?" Without delay, Qin Yao casually tossed 2-star origins to Muradin Bronzebeard. "Absorb them." Upon seeing the 2 flying star origins, Muradin Bronzebeard's face lit up with excitement. "Thank you, Star Master. I will never let the Star Master down." Before Muradin Bronzebeard could keep thanking him, Qin Yao hurriedly sent him back. Subsequently, Muradin Bronzebeard returned to absorb the star origins. Qin Yao chose Muradin Bronzebeard specifically because he was essential, especially concerning their dwarf clan's ability to forge weapons. If Muradin Bronzebeard became stronger, it would allow him to craft powerful weapons. That, in turn, would bring about another huge improvement for the entire 100 Races Alliance. After briefly contemplating this, Qin Yao then turned his gaze toward xianxia. He threw him the star origin. Xianxia, upon seeing this, didn't have time to express gratitude but started absorbing immediately. It seemed that he also realized his lack of strength during the last encounter at the 4th level. Now, he yearned to improve himself. As xianxia absorbed the star origin, in an instant, a multitude of sword shadows flashed around him. The sword shadows were ethereal, as if enveloping and protecting xianxia within them. Simultaneously, xianxia's energy fluctuations surged wildly throughout his body. A powerful aura arose around him, along with a terrifying sharpness spreading in all directions. That formidable energy swept through the surroundings, causing the void to distort continuously. Energy from the star origin was being absorbed bit by xianxia. Qin Yao glanced briefly before moving towards xuanhuan. For the strongest individual on this planet, ensuring her power was naturally crucial. Especially heading into the 5th layer, xuanhuan's strength would be pivotal. Previously, the principal had mentioned only the malevolent spirits inside the 5th layer could be considered true ones. With this in mind, it was essential to guarantee that xuanhuan's strength was adequate. He tossed the star origin to xuanhuan. In response, xuanhuan, naturally, expressed her thanks. Xuanhuan began absorbing the star origin. Around her, misty light flickered, and the energy rising from her body surpassed xianxia's in sheer terror. Qin Yao stood by watching. But suddenly, Qin Yao noticed pain flicker across xuanhuan's face, as if she were deep in thought. Seeing this scene, Qin Yao's eyes widened instantly, worry clouded his gaze. After all, xuanhuan had lost her memory. If she regained it now, Qin Yao couldn't even imagine the consequences. Fortunately, the pained expression on xuanhuan's face passed swiftly. This allowed Qin Yao to breathe a sigh of relief. It appeared she hadn't recalled anything yet. Otherwise, when xuanhuan remembered something, the entire 100 Races Alliance might find itself in turmoil. One could only speculate what she might do. Subsequently, he cast another glance at the attributes of the 100 Races Alliance. Chapter 154, Head to the 5th level. Host, Planet Master Qin Yao. Planet rank, low. Planet name, 100 races union. Planet diameter, 512 kilometers. Planet species, none for now. 100 races grand union races. Undead, beast race, human race, dwarf race, assassin clan, giant race, elf race, warriors, dragon race. Xianxia gave a satisfied nod after briefly scanning the attributes of the 100 races union. He then exited the planet's space and went back to rest. And thus, the following days passed peacefully. During this time, Xianxia did not visit the evil spirit combat room. Neither did he challenge anyone. Instead, he stayed within the 100 races union, allowing those people to familiarize themselves with the great enhancement and improve themselves. This situation continued for 7 days. On this day, Xianxia stepped out of his dormitory. As Xianxia walked out of the dormitory, he happened to bump into Lin Wuyo. Lin Wuyo noticed Xianxia. Looking at Xianxia, Lin Wuyo sighed with an admiring smile. I really envy you, not having to go to school every day, whereas I have to attend school daily. It's terrible. Hearing Lin Wuyo's complaint, Xianxia also chuckled. You can do the same. Just tell the principal that your planet's life forms have mutated, and he won't make you go either. Upon hearing this, Lin Wuyo immediately rolled his eyes at Xianxia. By the way, there is only 1 month left until the competition between the 4 great academies. What are your thoughts? A month? That fast? Xianxia was startled upon hearing Lin Wuyo's words. Wow, he hadn't realized that there would be a competition in just 1 month. That meant he would meet Yin Xianxia again in a month. Thinking about this, Xianxia felt some anticipation in his heart. Regarding Lin Wuyo's words, Xianxia mused aloud. This means there is only 1 month to enhance ourselves. You should work harder. As these words sounded, Lin Wuyo once again rolled his eyes at Xianxia. Indeed, the one who needs to improve is me. I don't even know if I will secure a spot to participate in the competition. By the way, where are you heading? You've been gone like a ghost for a whole week. Upon hearing this, Xianxia immediately spoke without hesitation. To the evil spirit combat room. I've spent some time enhancing the life forms on my planet, so it's time to challenge them. Lin Wuyo nodded in agreement upon hearing this. True, your current ranking is at the bottom, meaning no rewards. You should spend more time on the 4th level. 4th level? Xianxia asked curiously. Lin Wuyo replied, yes. Aren't you going to the 4th level to earn time and climb up the rankings? As Lin Wuyo's words were spoken, Xianxia shook his head. Who said I'm going to the 4th level? I'm going to the 5th level. What? At the moment Xianxia finished speaking, Lin Wuyo froze instantly. A cry of astonishment escaped his mouth. His eyes were filled with disbelief, staring intently at Xianxia. What did you just say? You're going to the 5th level? Xianxia nodded calmly. However, Xianxia's calm nod made Lin Wuyo even more shocked. No kidding. You're actually heading to the 5th level. So you mean to say, the evil spirits on the 4th level have already been defeated by you? But this doesn't make sense. I remember your time on the leaderboard was 3 hours. Lin Wuyo muttered under his breath, as if in self-talk. But when he finished saying this, his eyes widened again, looking at Xianxia with complete disbelief. Does this mean you defeated all the evil spirits on the 4th level in just 3 hours? Upon hearing this, Xianxia nodded. Yet he didn't elaborate further, nor did he give Lin Wuyo a chance to ask any more questions, walking straight towards the evil spirit combat room. But how could Lin Wuyo let such a shocking piece of news pass without pursuing it further? Lin Wuyo quickly caught up. Following closely behind Xianxia, he kept asking questions. Yet for his inquiries, Xianxia acted as though he hadn't heard, choosing not to respond. Thus, they arrived at the front of the evil spirit combat room. Of course, just as before, many people were queued up at the evil spirit combat room. In response, Xianxia was not in a hurry. The only thing that annoyed him was Lin Wuyo, who incessantly chirped away with questions at his side. Xianxia almost wanted to kick him far away. Don't you have class? Finally, unable to endure it any longer, Xianxia asked with irritation. Upon hearing this, Lin Wuyo immediately replied, it's just 1 class. How can it possibly be more important than witnessing history? Upon hearing Lin Wuyo's words, Xianxia didn't know how to respond. At this moment, after a long wait, the two of them finally entered the evil spirit combat room. As soon as they entered the evil spirit combat room, they saw many people gathered around the ranking screen in the air, discussing something. Of course, Xianxia ignored all of this and went straight toward the staircase. Lin Wuyo followed, but stopped at the 2nd level. After all, he was currently not qualified to go up to the 3rd level. Xianxia, on the other hand, walked directly to the 4th level and continued moving upwards. Right at that moment, countless people saw Xianxia appear on the 4th level, heading towards the 5th level. What does this mean? Is he planning to enter the 5th level? Who is he? He looks unfamiliar. Don't you know him? He is Xianxia, the strongest freshman in history who's been making waves recently. I remember his name is Xianxia, but I see he only has 3 hours on the leaderboard. How could he possibly enter the 5th level? It doesn't take much thought. It's impossible. Even Sun Outyin can't get into the 5th level. How could a mere freshman do so? Yeah, that's right. He's probably just taking a look. There's no way he can enter the 5th level. I've heard that throughout the entire history of Tianyun Academy, there are fewer than 10 individuals who have successfully entered the 5th level. He's just a freshman. There's absolutely no way he could have such strength. Indeed, when Xianxia appeared on the 4th level and kept heading upwards, everyone reacted with disbelief. After all, how could a mere freshman possess such power? They didn't believe it, couldn't afford to believe it. But as they were arguing about it, they clearly saw Xianxia open the passage to the 5th level and step-by-step walk toward those 3 rooms. In an instant, everyone's pupils dilated sharply. Chapter 155, Defeating the Evil Spirit. Did I see it right? He actually entered the 5th level. No, this must be wrong. He's just a freshman. How could he enter the 5th level? I heard that he is a favorite student of the principal. Could it be that the principal gave him special treatment? Even Sun Aotian and the others are stuck on the 4th level. How could a freshman like him enter the 5th level? At this moment, when Xianxia was seen stepping onto the 5th level, every student who saw him reacted with disbelief. After all, how could a freshman possess the strength to reach the 5th level? As for the discussions among those below, Xianxia naturally heard them, but chose not to pay attention and ignored them directly. Arriving at the 5th level, all one could see were 3 iron doors. Other than that, there was nothing but dust everywhere, making it hard to imagine how many years it had been since anyone last came up here. Looking at the 3 doors in front of him, Xianxia didn't overthink things and simply chose the middle door and walked in. Taking out the key, he entered the central door. Buzz. Right after Xianxia stepped into the middle portal, although he didn't notice, the entire evil spirit combat room trembled slightly, with the trembling sound ringing out. A massive portal appeared high above outside the evil spirit combat room. This door was transparent. Otherwise, there wasn't much else visible. However, through the opening of the portal, one could clearly see that Xianxia walked into it. It was as if it were an enormous projection. People could clearly see Xianxia smoothly pass through that space channel and enter the world within the 5th level. The instant Xianxia stepped inside the 5th level. At that moment, within the principal's office, the principal and a group of school leaders looked up towards the huge portal floating in the sky, watching Xianxia entering it. At that point, the principal chuckled. I didn't expect it. He chose the center door. His voice carried, and the others nodded accordingly. Although this door isn't overly difficult, compared to the other 2 doors, it's still relatively challenging. This door tests not only the strength of creatures within the planet, but also the intelligence of the Star Master themselves. There will be some good show here. Not to mention, Xianxia is truly extraordinary. In such a short time, he has already reached the capability to enter the 5th level. I'm somewhat looking forward to whether Xianxia can successfully emerge from the 5th level. It's not just you, we all think so, but unfortunately, it's been 10 years since anyone has successfully passed through the 5th level. It's extremely difficult. These people gazed at each other towards the scene in the air while waiting for Xianxia's next move. Similarly, everything naturally caught the attention of everyone in the whole school. What they saw was the scene where Xianxia entered the 5th level. And some students knew that the reason these events were being displayed in the sky right now was because Xianxia entered the 5th level chamber. Because only the 5th level chamber would present everything via video format. At this very moment, under countless pairs of eyes watching, in the video, Xianxia had already arrived in a bizarre world. This world was completely different from the outside. It was like an unimaginably large fortress. Currently, within the 5th level, Xianxia had just arrived here and was stunned. Staring at everything around him, including the city walls beneath his feet, he stood dumbfounded for a long while. Just as Xianxia was puzzled, suddenly, a person clad in armor approached Xianxia with immense respect and said, "Hail, Lord Mayor." Mayor. Hearing this, Xianxia became even more confused. "I'm not your mayor." To which the man replied, "Lord Mayor needn't demur. Anyone who arrives in this world will automatically become our mayor. Hopefully, the mayor will lead us to victory against the evil spirits. By the way, Mayor, my name is Huafeng, the temporary mayor of this place. If the mayor has any questions, feel free to ask me anytime." After Huafeng finished speaking, it took Xianxia a long while to respond. Looking around at the surroundings and reflecting on what Huafeng had said, he could fully understand that he had seemingly entered a game-like world where his identity was that of a city mayor. The task before him was to lead the fight against the evil spirits, just as Huafeng mentioned. Apparently, that was indeed the case. Since this was how things turned out, Xianxia calmly accepted the role. At that moment, Xianxia also asked Huafeng, "Huafeng, how many people do we have now?" Upon hearing this, Huafeng hurriedly responded, reporting to the mayor, "There are currently 10,000 warriors in the city, but only 5,000 can fight. Among them, there are 100 centurions and..." Listening to Huafeng's introduction, Xianxia became instantly confused. "What do you mean? Why can only 5,000 fight?" Upon hearing this, Huafeng quickly replied, "Due to years of war and constant battles with evil spirits, food supplies in the city have become a major problem. Many people have lost their ability to fight." With these words, Xianxia immediately understood. They were starving. Thus, the first problem before him was not fighting against evil spirits, but solving the issue of food for the soldiers. However, soon after, Xianxia thought of something. If he brought food from outside, wouldn't that solve the problem? Thinking about this, Xianxia casually pulled out a piece of bread and handed it to Huafeng. "Here, eat this first while I go prepare some more." As soon as these words came out, Huafeng shook his head at the sight of the bread. "Mayor, this won't work. It's not our kind of food." Upon hearing this, Xianxia directly asked, "This you don't eat? Then what do you eat?" In response to the inquiry, Huafeng said, "I don't know exactly what it's called, but I've heard it's some kind of energy that can be consumed. I remember the previous mayor brought some when he arrived. After we consumed it, we felt incredibly energized. The substance is palm-sized and purple in color." And, while Huafeng was explaining, Xianxia could barely contain himself. He didn't even need Huafeng to finish. He already knew what it was. The thing Huafeng was talking about was definitely Star Source. Realizing this, Xianxia interrupted Huafeng and asked, "Are you referring to Star Source?" When Huafeng heard the words Star Source, his eyes instantly widened. Yes, exactly. It's called Star Source. Chapter 156, Borrow Star Sources. The moment Huafeng said this, Xianxia was instantly at a loss for words. Many groups were here to earn Star Sources. Now, not only did he not earn any Star Sources, but he would have to invest some too. Just as Xianxia felt helpless, Huafeng continued. Please, Mayor Qin, think of a way. The warriors on the front line are almost starving. And as for this so-called star source, as long as we defeat the enemies, we can obtain them. Xianxia had been feeling somewhat disheartened until now, but after hearing these words, his eyes suddenly widened. If what Xianxia said was true, that meant he could completely use this method to earn star sources. Upon further reflection, it didn't seem like such a bad deal. After pondering for a while, Xianxia made up his mind. He immediately said to Huafeng, you go back first and wait. I'll find food for you all. Hearing this, Huafeng repeatedly thanked him. Thank you, Mayor Qin. As soon as Huafeng responded, Xianxia turned around and left through the spatial channel. He reappeared in a small room. Following this, Xianxia also stepped out of the room. Right now, the most important thing was to find star sources for those people. Currently, all the star sources he had were used up. He didn't even have one left. It went without saying that he couldn't give any to others either. The only person he could think of right now was the principal. Perhaps borrowing star sources from the principal was his only option. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't have any other ways. After much deliberation, Xianxia walked out of the door. The moment Xianxia stepped out of the door, countless people were already gathered below. At the instant Xianxia appeared, they all looked at him. Quick, quick! The person who entered the 5th floor has come out. How could he come out so fast? Does that mean the enemies inside are very strong? Don't even need to guess. The 4th floor kept Sun Aotion blocked there for so long. The difficulty level of the 5th floor must be unimaginable. But this is still quite impressive. After all, since I've been in school, you're the first person I've seen entering the 5th floor. Yeah, for a freshman to possess the strength to enter the 5th floor in such a short time is quite terrifying. Their voices of discussion kept coming. Since they hadn't seen everything in the video, naturally, they wouldn't know why Xianxia came back so quickly. They were merely astonished by Xianxia, the student who had entered the 5th floor. Xianxia walked down, and Lin Wuyao hurried over. Well, how's the environment on the 5th floor? Upon hearing this, Xianxia looked at Lin Wuyao seriously and asked, Wuyao, how's our relationship? This question immediately puzzled Lin Wuyao. However, without asking too many questions, Lin Wuyao directly replied, we don't need to say much about the relationship. Mine is yours, and yours is mine. Once Lin Wuyao said this, Xianxia's eyes immediately lit up. The sudden change in Xianxia's gaze startled Lin Wuyao entirely. You? What do you want to do? I'm telling you, even though our relationship is good, I'm interested in women. Xianxia was momentarily speechless. Then Xianxia explained seriously, you're thinking too much. I just wanted to borrow some star sources from you. Upon hearing this from Xianxia, Lin Wuyao let out a sigh of relief. You should have said that earlier. How much star sources do you need? Xianxia promptly replied, how much do you have? Lin Wuyao thought for a moment and slowly said, I have 5. All of them, lend them to me. When I come out of the 5th floor next time, I'll give them back to you. Lin Wuyao was very straightforward and didn't hesitate too much, giving all his star sources to Xianxia. Seeing this, Xianxia was quite moved. After all, how should he describe the relationship between himself and Lin Wuyao? It wasn't too close, and he had fought with him before. But now, Lin Wuyao gave him the star sources without hesitation. That really touched him. However, clearly, this was not the time to think about those things. After getting the star sources, Xianxia left the demon spirit battle room in big strides. Xianxia, where are you going again? You're not heading to the 5th floor. As he walked out of the demon spirit battle room, Xianxia said, I'm going to borrow some star sources from the principal. While speaking, Xianxia saw the huge video hovering in the sky. A giant city appeared in the footage. It was empty now because he had already come out. Are you borrowing more star sources? How much do you need? Hearing this, Xianxia considered it carefully. After all, Huafeng had mentioned earlier that there were 5,000 starving people. Therefore, he needed more star sources. The 5 star sources he had now were far from enough. As for how many he needed, Xianxia couldn't really give an exact number. His current thought was just to prepare as much as possible. Without answering Lin Wuyao's question, he headed straight to the principal's office. Upon arriving at the principal's office, it was clearly visible that the room was full of people. Among them, some looked oddly at Xianxia when they saw him, then turned their gaze toward the principal. Well, I told you this guy would definitely come to see you. Haha, who would have guessed that choosing the middle door would lead him here? Principal, don't refuse his request, no matter what. It was quite obvious from their words that they already knew Xianxia's purpose well. Xianxia also understood this. After all, everything had been broadcasted in the video earlier. They naturally knew about it too. Without saying much more, Xianxia directly raised his head and looked at the principal. Principal, help me out a bit. I'd like to borrow some star sources. Upon hearing these words, the principal grinned and looked at Xianxia. Kid, I knew you wouldn't come with good intentions. Although the principal said this, he didn't outright refuse. Instead, he turned around to fetch the star sources. In fact, once you enter that room, the warriors won't need that many star sources. 1 star source will be enough to sustain their physical strength for 1 day. Still, there's no way to tell how long exactly you'll stay inside. I can lend you 10 star sources, giving you 10 days time. If after 10 days, you still can't come out from the 5th floor, then you should just give up. After saying this, the principal handed over the star sources to Xianxia. Upon receiving them, gratitude was clearly written all over Xianxia's face. Thank you, principal. Having said that, without any hesitation, Xianxia turned around, took Lin Wuyao, and left. The people watching Xianxia's retreating back began discussing again. Do you think how many days this Xianxia can hold on inside? In my view, at most 4 days. As far as I'm concerned, 2 days would already be great. I'm afraid that once he sees real evil spirits, he'll leave right away. Chapter 157. Terrifying Aura of Slaughter. Returning once again to the 5th floor. As soon as Xianxia arrived, he saw Huafeng standing before him. Huafeng noticed Xianxia and immediately approached with excitement on his face. Lord Mayor, have you had any gains? Upon hearing this, Xianxia casually tossed a star source to Huafeng. Star sources and such are nothing to worry too much about. Just make sure everyone replenishes their energy first. I have more than enough star sources here. You just need to ensure that everyone restores enough energy. Listening to Xianxia's words, Huafeng nodded repeatedly, gratitude written all over his eyes. Thank you, Lord Mayor. My subordinate will be right back. Saying this, Huafeng took the star source and immediately turned around to leave. Then, Xianxia stood on the city wall and could clearly see in the distance a group of people standing there. These people were all warriors dressed in armor. But now, they looked quite weak, even somewhat pale-faced, obviously suffering from malnutrition. At this moment, Xianxia also saw Huafeng taking the star source to the front of the group of warriors. Huafeng seemed to say something to those warriors. The warriors then bowed respectfully one by one in the direction of where Xianxia was located. Subsequently, lights flickered as Huafeng directly used the star source. And the way Huafeng used the star source was very straightforward, simply throwing it into the sky. Following that, Xianxia saw beams of misty light emanating from the star source. These beams enveloped all the warriors below. Next, Xianxia confirmed what the principal mentioned earlier. Indeed, although this group looked numerous, now, just one star source would suffice for them. As the energy from the star source surrounded them, Xianxia clearly saw the warriors' faces gradually regaining some color. Clearly, this was because they were replenished. Seeing this scene, Xianxia felt rather satisfied. Regardless of what kind of enemy awaited them next, the minimum requirement is to ensure that these warriors have enough spirit and vigor. This already sufficed. Moreover, those warriors recovered very quickly. In just a few minutes, after absorbing all the energy from one star source, they returned to normal. Simultaneously, Huafeng walked towards Xianxia. Thank you, Lord Mayor, for bringing food. Please come with me. As Huafeng spoke, Xianxia slightly nodded. He followed Huafeng towards the front. Walking down the city, Xianxia also saw that on this street, there were still some commoners. However, these commoners looked like walking corpses, showing no expression despite seeing Xianxia and his party. To them, everything seemed completely indifferent. Seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but ask, what's wrong with them? Upon hearing this, Huafeng sighed. Well, what can we do? They live in this city, and, due to evil spirits' invasion, they can hardly eat every day. In addition, occasionally evil spirits break in and snatch away their relatives. Although they are alive now, they are no different from walking corpses. Sigh. Actually, all this should be blamed on us. If we weren't so incapable and defeated the evil spirits earlier, we could have let them live a good life a long time ago. Hearing Huafeng's words, Xianxia understood everything. However, regarding this, Xianxia shook his head. It's not your fault. The main reason is that the evil spirits are too powerful. Saying this, Xianxia took another star source and handed it to Huafeng. Take this star source, distribute it among them. Let them eat something. Upon hearing this, Huafeng suddenly froze, staring at the star source in Xianxia's hand. Because he knew all too well how crucial star sources were. They were the food for warriors and essential items for repelling evil spirits. Now, was it really possible to give the star source to these ordinary citizens? While Huafeng was contemplating this, Xianxia clearly read his mind. Right then, Xianxia directly said, there's nothing to worry about. I have plenty of star sources on me right now, more than enough for all of you. Moreover, you must remember this principle. Those who win the hearts of the people win the world. If these villagers continue living like walking corpses, what's the significance of our fighting against evil spirits? Isn't our goal to protect our homes and loved ones? At the conclusion of Xianxia's statement, Huafeng was taken aback momentarily. Indeed, Xianxia's words sent a shockwave through Huafeng's entire being. At this moment, he finally realized the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Huafeng knelt down on one knee and looked at Xianxia with great respect. Your subordinate has learned much. After saying this, Huafeng directly took the star source from Xianxia's hand. He then immediately gathered the commoners together to let them absorb energy in the same way as before. Meanwhile, because all of this was being broadcast through a large video screen, everyone within Tianyun Academy clearly witnessed the scene. In the principal's office at this very moment, when those people saw Xianxia choosing to use the star sources for ordinary citizens, many of them revealed expressions filled with deep confusion. What is Xianxia thinking? He doesn't have enough star sources himself, so why is he giving them to ordinary citizens? That's right. Right now, we need to focus on the warriors. Originally, Xianxia didn't have many star sources. Now he has given another one to the civilians. That means there are only 8 star sources left with him. In other words, only 8 days. If he wants to pass, he only has 8 days. I really don't understand what he is thinking. Voices of discussion kept rising. However, during this time, the principal remained calm. Because he had heard Xianxia's earlier words from the video. To gain the hearts of the people is to win the world. In his view, Xianxia hadn't wasted anything. Instead, he'd done the right thing. Meanwhile, on the video screen, the commoners had already replenished their energy. Even though they replenished it, their faces were still cold and emotionless. But amidst the indifference, some eyes occasionally glanced toward Xianxia, evidently knowing who made this happen. At the same time, after completing this task, Huafeng once again approached Xianxia. Huafeng looked at Xianxia respectfully and spoke up. Lord Mayor, all 10,000 warriors want to meet you. Chapter 158. Preparations before the great battle. As Huafeng's voice faded away, Xianxia also followed Huafeng, heading straight toward the front. When they approached the group of warriors not far ahead, Xianxia clearly sensed the terrifying aura of death emanating from them. This frightening aura of death was evidently acquired through hard-fought battles and heaps of corpses. It was impossible for an ordinary person to possess such a terrifying aura of death. Meanwhile, as Xianxia approached, the warriors' gazes all turned toward Xianxia. "We pay our respects to the city lord." Their voices thundered, reverberating throughout the heavens and earth. All of this, when Xianxia truly heard their voices, sent a strong shock through his entire being. Even Xianxia himself didn't know why, but he had the urge to immediately lead them into battle right now. His gaze swept over them. For the group before him, exuding this terrifying aura of death, Xianxia was very satisfied. Subsequently, Xianxia said to them, "You should take a good rest first. I'll go and check on our enemies." "Yes." Another deafening voice resounded. The sound reached Xianxia's ears, causing his heart to resonate once again. "City Lord, let me take you to check out the front line." Upon hearing this, Xianxia nodded slightly and followed Huafeng toward the front line. After all, the principal had always been saying that the evil spirits he encountered in the previous 4 levels weren't considered true evil spirits. Only the enemies in the 5th level could be called true evil spirits. Thus, Xianxia was quite curious about these so-called true evil spirits. Under Huafeng's guidance, after walking down the street for approximately 20 minutes, before his eyes appeared an immensely large fortress city. Even from behind, this city could be seen to have many cracks and even more damaged areas. It was unimaginable how ferocious the battles that had erupted here must have been. Climbing up the stairs onto the city wall, just at the moment Xianxia reached the city wall and looked around, he froze. Before him was a mountain of corpses formed by countless dead bodies. Blood had already gathered into rivers. Seeing so many corpses, even though Xianxia had mentally prepared himself, he was still startled. Then, Xianxia gazed further ahead. At this moment, apart from the mountain of corpses, Xianxia also saw some black blood water. The blood water looked extremely terrifying, faintly emitting an evil aura. "What are those?" Xianxia asked. Huafeng glanced in the direction Xianxia was pointing. Huafeng replied at this moment, "City Lord, those are the corpses of evil spirits." "No, to be precise, those are the corpses of the vanguard army of evil spirits." "Vanguard army corpses? What do you mean?" Xianxia looked at Huafeng with confusion. Huafeng continued upon hearing this. "Generally speaking, we often engage with enemies in everyday skirmishes. However, usually our opponents are just the vanguard army of the evil spirits. The truly powerful ones never show up. Unless a city lord arrives, then they will come out. For example, today, since the city lord has arrived, tomorrow the evil spirits will participate in a great battle. In other words, tomorrow there is a major battle awaiting the city lord." Listening to Huafeng's words, Xianxia nodded with understanding. In other words, the reason why there was a ceasefire today was because of his arrival. If he hadn't come, then Huafeng would continue to lead the malnourished warriors against the evil spirits. Likewise, according to what Huafeng said, tomorrow would bring a fierce battle. After pondering it briefly, Xianxia once again gazed forward. Only a pitch-black fog stretched before him. It was as if this black fog obscured everything. Although he couldn't see clearly what was inside the dark mist, he could distinctly feel pressure emanating from within the thick, dark fog. A very intense oppression made Xianxia slightly uncomfortable the moment he stared into it. After a brief scan, Xianxia turned around and spoke to Huafeng. "Since there will be a big battle tomorrow, you go back and get the warriors ready. Moreover, I understand the strength of the evil spirits, but we must win this battle tomorrow. This point is particularly important." Upon hearing this, Huafeng nodded heavily. "Rest assured, City Lord. The first battle is crucial for morale, and I definitely won't disappoint you." As his voice echoed, Xianxia casually handed him another star source. "Take this star source first. Use it when the time is right for the warriors." Yet another star source appeared, leaving Huafeng momentarily speechless. On the contrary, Xianxia remained calm and said, "Don't overthink it. This star source isn't for you. It's for the warriors." Even though Xianxia said this, Huafeng still nodded earnestly. "I speak on behalf of the soldiers to thank the city lord." In response, Xianxia waved a hand. He disliked being thanked back and forth the most. Casually, Xianxia said, "Let the warriors rest well. I will arrive early tomorrow, respectfully escorting the city lord," Huafeng announced. At this moment, Xianxia didn't respond and turned around to leave the 5th level space. However, while leaving, Xianxia felt immense pressure inside, because he was also fully aware of what the outcome of the first battle would represent. And regarding the true evil spirits, he had no confidence within himself. As for how things would go tomorrow, everything could only be seen tomorrow. While contemplating, he stepped out of the room. He could also see that there were quite a few students pointing at him and whispering below. But Xianxia had long grown accustomed to this and paid no attention to them, nor chose to acknowledge it. After walking out of the evil spirit combat room, he encountered Lin Waya face to face. This time, Lin Waya didn't ask numerous questions as he usually did. Certainly, he had seen everything in the footage and understood what Xianxia would endure next. Lin Waya looked at Xianxia and spoke seriously. "Xianxia, the principal says that once you're out, he wants you to find him. He'll tell you something about the evil spirits." Upon hearing this, Xianxia's face lit up immediately. What he worried about the most now was how to deal with the evil spirits tomorrow. It was mainly because he knew too little about the evil spirits. If the principal could tell him something, then at least he would understand a little more. Without hesitation, He rushed straight to the principal's office. When he arrived at the principal's office, he saw that the principal was there alone. The principal looked at Xianxia and opened his mouth very seriously. You've come. Chapter 159, Rising to the Top. Have you ever played games? As soon as he entered the office, the principal suddenly said something. Facing the principal's inquiry, Xianxia instinctively nodded. He definitely played games before, but he didn't understand why the principal would ask him this question all of a sudden. Seeing Xianxia nodding, the principal continued. In fact, strength is crucial for what you've chosen from the room in the middle. But there's another point you must keep in mind, and that's strategy. Strategy. Xianxia felt confused. The principal saw this and went on. It's very simple. In the evil spirit combat room, it's not just about your power, it also revolves around troop deployment. You and your opponent, that evil spirit, you both use your own wits to decide how to engage in combat with each other. The evil spirit is certainly powerful, but the vanguard troops under him are no pushovers either. And then there are the warriors under your command. Don't underestimate them at all. Their fighting strength is incredibly terrifying. If used properly, they can absolutely fight against those vanguards. Of course, the ultimate final battle will still depend on the showdown between you and the evil spirit. Remember, don't resort to the creatures within your planet until the very last moment. Because in the evil spirit combat room, there are special restrictions. If the creatures within your planet get injured, it's very difficult for them to recover. Afterwards, the principal kept talking and saying much more. Through what the principal had explained, Xianxia gained some understanding of the upcoming great battle involving the evil spirit. This gave him a rough plan for the next confrontation. After chatting for a while with the principal, Xianxia turned and left. After all, tomorrow was the day of the big battle, so he needed to rest well and prepare adequately. When he returned to the dormitory, he first went on an inspection tour in the 100 Races Alliance. Seeing all races developing nicely, Xianxia nodded contentedly. Then, after simply tidying up, Xianxia laid down and slept. The next morning, Xianxia woke up early and then left his dormitory. Just after stepping out, he saw Lin Wui waiting for him. Lin Wui, upon seeing Xianxia, directly said, Xianxia, you need to give it your best today. I've heard that a lot of people are paying attention to today's battle. It seems because for such a long time, no one has been able to enter the 5th floor. And since the 5th floor will be broadcast via video, it means every teacher and student in the whole school will be watching. Upon hearing this, Xianxia slightly nodded, without saying much more on this. Subsequently, Xianxia walked straight toward the direction of the evil spirit combat room. Along the way, he noticed quite a few people pointing and whispering at him. Indeed, as Lin Wui had just mentioned, since the entry into the 5th level would be presented through video playback, Xianxia had already become quite a celebrity within the school. Quickly, arriving at the door of the evil spirit combat room. As usual, many students were gathered outside the evil spirit combat room. However, when they saw Xianxia coming, they all made way neatly for him. At this sight, Xianxia was somewhat surprised. This kind of treatment was really too good. Right away, Xianxia didn't hesitate and immediately stepped into the evil spirit combat room. The same situation occurred inside the evil spirit combat room. There, it was packed with people. Furthermore, Xianxia astonishingly found the location of the 4th floor. Standing in front of those doors were various students, and one could tell at a glance that these individuals were exceptionally strong. After all, the strength of a planet is tied to its Star Lord's development. So the strength of a planet inevitably impacts its Star Lord. They are the ones ranked on the leaderboard. At this point, Lin Wui provided some explanation beside him. Upon hearing Lin Wui's words, Xianxia suddenly recalled the leaderboard. He then glanced towards it. Not looking wouldn't matter. But when he looked, even Xianxia himself was shocked. Because the first place on the leaderboard was actually him. Xianxia spent 6 hours in level 5, reward star source, 5 units. Looking at his name on the leaderboard and the subsequent star source reward, Xianxia was momentarily dazed, unable to fully comprehend it. But right at that moment, Lin Wui clearly seemed to notice something. So he spoke to Xianxia. I checked. Those Sun Outyin and others have spent longer time overall. They were all on level 4 and never entered level 5. But from the moment you entered the 5th floor, no matter how long you stay there, this top position on the leaderboard will always belong to you. Listening to Lin Wui's words, Xianxia understood and nodded. By the way, since there are star source rewards, where should I go to claim them? Lin Wui responded. Just go to the principal. By the way, you borrowed 10 star sources from the principal before, and you still owe him 5. After a brief chat with Lin Wui, Xianxia then stepped directly towards the 5th floor. All the way, those students kept their eyes on Xianxia. Their expressions were filled with disbelief. Indeed, even now, even though they had seen Xianxia enter the 5th floor before, they still found it hard to believe. Under the gaze of the crowd, Xianxia step by step came to the 5th floor. Looking at the door in the middle, Xianxia took a deep breath and walked in. Right at the moment Xianxia entered the room, below also came the murmurs. Hey, comparing people can really drive you crazy. Yeah, he is just a freshman, but he can get into the 5th level. It's so enviable. No way, he is a genius, and we're just ordinary people. Forget the 5th floor, I don't even know when I'll be able to get into the 2nd floor. With those people's discussions, those on the 4th floor all watched Xianxia enter the 5th floor, and a fighting spirit surged in their eyes. Without a doubt, Xianxia, as a freshman, entered the 5th floor earlier than them. This point alone greatly spurred them on. At the same time, when Xianxia entered the 5th floor, inside the principal's office, the eyes of the school's leaders were also focused on the giant screen in the air. What do you think will happen in this battle of Xianxia's? He's entering the 5th floor for the first time, and I feel that he has a great chance of losing this battle. About the same. After all, We clearly know how powerful the evil spirits are. It's already very difficult for him to have made it into the 5th floor. As for what happens next, he still needs to figure it out gradually. Chapter 160 Battle. Pay respects to the city lord. The moment Xianxia entered the 5th level, a deafening shout rang in his ears. Xianxia looked around and saw Huafeng leading 10,000 warriors standing neatly in front of him. Moreover, these warriors looked significantly stronger in spirit and vigor compared to when he last saw them. Seeing their current state, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. Be prepared for battle at any time. As soon as his voice fell, the group of warriors responded with another loud cry. Following this, Xianxia summoned Huafeng. City lord. Huafeng came forward and addressed Xianxia. Let's first go inspect the city walls. After hearing this, Huafeng led Xianxia towards the city wall. Meanwhile, Xianxia continued to ask, by the way, how do you usually combat enemies? Upon hearing this, Huafeng immediately answered, we generally defend the city wall, while the enemy attacks it. As for resistance, we have some bows and ballistae. At hearing this, Xianxia suddenly remembered something. Right away, he directly said to Huafeng, no, your weapons are too outdated. I'll have some people come over shortly. You arrange people to help them place more advanced weaponry on the city wall. At hearing this, Huafeng's face immediately brightened with an intense smile. With advanced weapons, dealing with enemies will be much easier for us. After speaking, Xianxia instantly opened a space passage to the alliance of 100 races, and had the human race bring out some heavy weapons. All sorts of advanced weapons like missiles, mortars, etc. were transported out. Though the principal had once said not to involve life forms from the planet unless absolutely necessary. Right now they were just coming out to install heavy weapons, which didn't affect anything. When the humans began transporting the heavy weapons over one by one, Huafeng was utterly stunned. He'd never seen such things before. Of course, he then started assigning people to install these heavy weapons properly. During Huafeng's installation process, Xianxia was also making plans. If the enemy indeed came to attack the city, as Huafeng mentioned, then besides these heavy weapons, he could even release fighter jets to sweep over the enemy. There was also the possibility of using nuclear bombs, powerful weapons like that. In this way, he could deal the maximum damage to the enemy. At the thought of this, Xianxia immediately gave orders to the humans within the alliance of 100 races, having them prepare to step out at any moment. After a long while, Huafeng successfully installed all the heavy weapons. Of course, there were also humans responsible for operating them, since Huafeng and his men had never seen these weapons, let alone operate them. Subsequently, Xianxia also learned from Huafeng that apart from attacking the city, there would also be flying enemies. These were the most troublesome foes for them. At hearing this, Xianxia directly brought out the skeleton archers. This group of skeleton archers had an astonishing range and tremendous destructive power, so there was no need to worry about anything. Meanwhile, during previous battles, Huafeng and his team would also engage in close combat with the enemies. Regarding the aspect of direct confrontation, the first person Xianxia thought of was xuanhuan. However, this was clearly impossible. Xuanhuan was his ace card. Her opponent was that most powerful evil spirit. If something happened to xuanhuan, it would be disastrous for fighting the evil spirit. Considering this point, Xianxia made several plans. There was Jian Shursan, Sword 13, Giants, and the Elf race. They were all top-tier killers. Still, those creatures wouldn't be deployed unless absolutely necessary. After all, when he went to ask the principal for star sources, Xianxia personally stated that he only had 10 days. No one knew how many enemies would appear within these 10 days. Thus, they needed to stay hidden wherever possible. When everything was ready, at this moment outside, everyone clearly saw Xianxia's deployment. Looking at those heavy weapons, looking at those skeleton archers, they couldn't help but evoke shock among some students. Good grief, the life forms on his planet really are quite numerous. Indeed, having technology-based beings is one thing, but there are also those archers. There's no denying it. This new planet of his isn't simple at all. To be honest, I'm actually somewhat eager to see the upcoming battle. I've yet to even see what an evil spirit looks like. As the sounds of surprise continued to grow, at this exact moment, all of a sudden, a thunderous roar erupted on the massive screen. At the sound, everyone's gaze turned to look. At this moment, they clearly saw that in the sky of the light screen, sudden thunder was rumbling. Rolling black clouds quickly covered the entire sky. That part of heaven and earth fell into darkness. Meanwhile, even though separated by the light screen, everyone distinctly felt a wave of oppressive sensation approaching. It was like an army bearing down upon them, causing a sense of breathlessness. Many people, watching everything on the light screen, forgot to breathe, and their eyes were fixed on it. Within the light screen at this time, Xianxia looked up at the dim sky, also feeling an extremely strong sense of oppression. The overwhelming pressure made him feel immense tension. City Lord, they are coming. Just at this moment, Huafeng's voice suddenly sounded. As Huafeng's voice faded, Xianxia saw far away in the front. Dark shadows were rapidly rushing towards them. They seemed connected to the sky, charging over with such a dense mass that was completely black. The sheer number caused the ground to tremble. Looking out, Xianxia didn't know how many enemies there were. In addition, there were some blurry figures in the air. Due to the distance, Xianxia couldn't see them clearly. When he saw this, Xianxia took a deep breath and gave the order to the skeleton archers and the human race. Be prepared. As soon as his words were spoken, they immediately entered battle readiness, staring intensely at the distant crowd. At the same time, Huafeng issued the command at this moment. The enemy is here. Prepare for battle. In an instant, the warriors stood ready for combat. They found places without heavy weapons and began to prepare their more primitive attacks. oil barrels, catapults of stones, and others. And at this very moment, suddenly, dong, a massive drumbeat sounded. This heralded the full outbreak of this fierce battle. Chapter 161, The Power of High-Tech Weapons. Boom. The drumbeat echoed from the city walls. At this moment, the vanguard army of those evil spirits came rushing over at an incredible speed. And just as Xianxia saw the vanguard army getting closer and closer, he got a major shock. Because at that moment, Xianxia clearly saw that the faces of the charging vanguard troops were actually human. They were simply people, armed with spears and great swords, rushing forward. Weren't they supposed to be the vanguard army? How had it turned out like this? At this point, Huafeng, who had been beside Xianxia all along, obviously understood what Xianxia was thinking. Huafeng then explained, Lord City, there is no need to doubt. This is exactly how they make their entrance. And their form has but one purpose, to deceive us, making our hearts soft. Actually, they are indeed part of the vanguard army. Oh, Lord City, you should also prepare yourself, because when the evil spirits appear later, they will surely give you another big surprise. Listening to Huafeng's words, Xianxia instinctively nodded. At the same time, he was also somewhat curious about what the evil spirits really looked like, and why they would cause him even more astonishment. But right now, obviously wasn't the time to think about these matters, because the evil spirits were already drawing nearer. Watching them approach quickly, Xianxia immediately shouted loudly, once they enter our range, attack them directly with artillery fire. Skeleton shooters, get ready, keep an eye on those enemies in the sky. When they enter the range, do not report upwards, just shoot to kill. After Xianxia's command, both the humans and skeleton archers prepared themselves accordingly. On the contrary, these soldiers became slightly anxious, because their weapons were relatively outdated, which meant that their catapults and oil barrels could only wait until the enemy approached further before taking action. As the vanguard army rapidly neared, suddenly, bang, a deep cannon sound erupted unexpectedly. A cannonball flew directly down into the midst of the vanguard army below. Boom boom. When the cannonball landed, in an instant, a massive explosion occurred. Given that the number of these vanguard troops was incredibly high, it led to this single attack killing dozens of enemies at least. But for the vanguard army, those dozen vanguard soldiers weren't even worth mentioning, because the vanguard army continued to rush out endlessly from the dark mist, seemingly inexhaustible. Likewise, the fall of the cannonball was just the beginning, because after the first cannonball fell, all the heavy weapons manned by the human race on the city wall began firing their ammunition crazily. In the blink of an eye, missiles, rockets, and other high-tech weaponry started raining down like rain upon the groups of the vanguard army below. Boom boom. The continuous thunderous sounds reverberated ceaselessly across the land. It was clear that countless vanguard soldiers were being blown apart, their bodies oozing black blood. Moreover, Xianxia noticed that there were some flashes of light emanating from the corpses of those vanguard soldiers below. What's that? Xianxia fixed his gaze and asked. But this time, there was no response from Huafeng, because at this moment, Huafeng had widened his eyes, incredulously staring downwards. Not only Huafeng, but all the soldiers shared the same expression, gawking in disbelief. None of them had ever witnessed such a scene before. Such concentrated attacks had killed at least several thousand vanguard troops. And yet those terrifying weapons continued their onslaught without end. This was a scenario they could not have dreamed of. Huafeng, seeing that Huafeng didn't respond, Xianxia repeated the question again. Only then did Huafeng come back to reality. My lord, what did you just say? Hearing this, Xianxia pointed at those glowing dots. What are these? Upon hearing this, Huafeng immediately answered. Those are scattered star sources. After the enemy retreats, all we need to do is collect them. Those scattered star sources can merge into complete star sources. After listening to these words, Xianxia couldn't help but show a broad smile. Star sources. Now this is something I desperately need. Although some enemies may not carry star sources, given the vast numbers of the enemy, even if only 1 in 100 carries a fragmented star source, it still wouldn't be bad. Looking out, the number of the vanguard troops was at least hundreds of thousands, and they were continuously rushing out from the dense fog in the distance. Upon seeing this scene, Xianxia ordered once again to increase firepower on the human side. Meanwhile, enemies arrived in the sky. The Beastman wizard instantly cast a series of buffs for the skeleton archers. Their coordination was extremely precise. After the buffs were added, the skeleton archers also began to draw their bows and shoot arrows at the enemies flying towards them in the sky. The skeleton archers were already quite powerful, so after the buffs, they became even more formidable. Even though some warriors were also shooting at the enemies in the air, their hit rate was much lower compared to the skeleton archers. Wow, the people that City Lord brought are so strong. Yes, I'm starting to feel like we're somewhat redundant here. They're just too powerful. Dealing with the vanguard army is like cutting melons or slicing vegetables. Could it be that this time we really have a chance to defeat the evil spirits? Although the City Lord's people are very strong, remember that the strongest enemy hasn't appeared yet. Yeah, the evil spirits haven't even shown up yet. The soldiers, seeing the brave actions of their comrades, couldn't help but express their amazement. However, at this moment, Xianxia, as the Star Lord, watched all this unfold but shook his head slightly, dissatisfied. Although many enemies were being continuously killed by explosives, some were getting closer and closer to the city. And currently, the number of enemies was far too great. Continuing like this would not work. After some consideration, Xianxia ordered the helicopter carrying nuclear bombs to fly out. In the face of such large-scale enemy forces, nuclear bombs were undoubtedly the most effective. A helicopter slowly emerged. Xianxia issued a direct order. Drop dropped the nuclear bomb near the black mist cloud. The people inside the helicopter received the command and immediately sped forward. As he watched the helicopter disappear into the distance, a look of anticipation crossed Xianxia's face. This time, as long as the nuclear bomb could be successfully dropped, it would at least eliminate tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of enemies. If so, the amount of star sources he would obtain would definitely not be small. Under Xianxia's watchful eyes, the helicopter flew for quite some time. It finally reached above the mist clouds. Following this, the helicopter released a little boy nuclear bomb. Chapter 162, The True Face of the Evil Spirit. The little boy slowly descended. Even though there was no explosion yet, the destructive force emanating from him made everyone present shiver. Everyone watched as the little boy was about to land among the enemy below. But just then, moo! A heavy sound suddenly rang out from the mist. Then came a violent tremor throughout the earth. From the mist, Xianxia, through his telescope, clearly saw an incredibly huge reptile-like creature emerge. It was like a small mountain in size, resembling an elephant in shape, but without such a long trunk, and even larger in volume. Most importantly, on top of this monster stood a miniature palace. At this moment, a figure stood right before the palace. Before Xianxia could react, that figure casually waved a hand. Whoosh! A sudden gale swept across the heavens and earth. The little boy who was about to fall was directly hurled far away. He was sent over 100 miles away. Boom! In the sky, the little boy exploded violently, causing a strong quake. At this time, the helicopter hovering in the air had already sensed the danger and attempted to retreat. But suddenly, the person standing at the palace entrance once again waved a hand. Clack, clack, clack. A crisp sound rang out, and all around the helicopter, pitch-black spears suddenly appeared, piercing it completely. Hiss! Upon seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. There was no doubt that this person must be the evil spirit. Being able to control the direction of the little boy like this, and even destroying a helicopter with just a flick of the wrist, what kind of strength was this? Just as Xianxia was shocked, a voice suddenly pierced through the skies and reverberated high above. You, O Lord of the human race, are quite dishonest, using weapons of such great destruction. Even though the person was very far away, every word of his resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Upon hearing the voice, Xianxia inexplicably felt a wave of oppressive force, a very powerful one. His mind had only one thought. This person was incredibly strong. This speaker's power had definitely reached a horrifying level. Lord, this is the evil spirit. At this moment, Huofeng's voice rang out. Xianxia nodded after hearing this, knowing without Huofeng saying so. Xianxia said nothing more, simply keeping his eyes on the moving small mountain. The size of the mountain was too vast, although the distance between them was extremely far. With each step the monster took, it covered hundreds of meters. In almost no time, this monster the size of a mountain peak came into visible range. Regardless of everything, its foot trampled countless vanguard troops without any regard for their lives. However, Xianxia could no longer focus on the cruel monster at this point, because the figure standing before the palace left Xianxia utterly speechless. Even though Huofeng had already warned him, he still got a fright upon seeing it. Because the figure standing in front of the palace wasn't someone else. It was none other than himself. Or rather, not exactly himself, but someone who looked exactly like him. The only difference being his blood-red eyes and an additional hint of malevolent charm on his handsome face. This, Xianxia stared at him, unable to comprehend. At the same time, out in the world, when the onlooker students witnessed this scene, seeing Xianxia standing before the palace, they were also frightened. Ah, what's going on? How did another Xianxia appear? Could this be the evil spirit? Can't be. Does the evil spirit look like this? It seems it's because the evil spirit changes appearance according to the human race's features. Putting aside why this evil spirit looks exactly like Xianxia, why does Xianxia fighting the enemies seem so effortless? Indeed, the enemies can't even get close to the city, let alone needing the warriors to act. Many have already been obliterated by cannon fire. That's the advantage brought by technologically advanced creatures. Regarding the fact that the evil spirit in the picture looked identical to Xianxia, countless students were puzzled and clueless. But on the other side, inside the principal's office, watching all of this unfold, they naturally understood well. At this point, the principal murmured solemnly, "The real battle has begun." Others present heard this and nodded in agreement. Let's see how long Xianxia can hold on. Admittedly, the creatures on Xianxia's planet are quite powerful and well-rounded. They can effectively deal with those vanguard troops. That may be true, but don't forget that this is just temporary. Now that the evil spirit has appeared, it signifies that the real battle has just begun. On this day, we'll see if Xianxia can truly endure. As they discussed, each of their gazes turned to the light screen in the sky. They awaited how Xianxia would handle the upcoming confrontation with the evil spirit. At this very moment, almost everyone's attention was focused on the light screen. After all, it was the first time many students had witnessed someone entering the fifth layer and encountering an evil spirit. Under everyone's watchful eyes, within the light screen at this moment, Xianxia stared at the evil spirit far away who bore an exact likeness to him, taking quite some time to recover. Mayor, this is the evil spirit's technique. They alter their appearance according to their enemy, creating illusions and sowing discord among their foes. Huofeng's voice rang out. Xianxia nodded. It was true. Seeing someone identical to himself, there was indeed a fleeting sense of unease in his heart. But it was just unease, nothing more. In the moment, Xianxia took a deep breath. Without waiting for the evil spirit to speak, he directly issued an order to attack. Fire! At Xianxia's command, the The humans immediately began loading shells and opened fire on the evil spirit. Boom, boom, boom. Muffled sounds continued to echo as clear evidence showed countless shells raining down towards the location of the evil spirit. In an instant, dense cannonballs fell from the sky. Yet, just as the shells were about to reach the evil spirit, there was no sign of panic on its face. Instead, a faint smile surfaced. Then it casually waved a hand. Hum. A buzzing sound resounded. At the instant the buzzing sound emerged, a sudden and unexpected change occurred. Chapter 163. The Alliance of Xianxia and Huofeng. Countless shells whistled through the air toward the evil spirit. Such a dense number was terrifying even to look at, let alone to imagine what it would be like for them to land on someone. However, just as the countless shells were about to hit the evil spirit, suddenly, buzzing. Around the evil spirit, a continuous buzzing sound was heard. Accompanying this buzzing sound, Xianxia clearly saw streaks of light flashing around the evil spirit. These beams of light enveloped not only the evil spirit, but also all the vanguard troops around him. At this moment, a deluge of shells swept in. The shells rained down directly on the evil spirit. But, when the shells struck these luminous barriers, they seemed to be directly absorbed into them. The shells vanished as if sinking into water, disappearing without a trace. Although there were many shells, the barriers absorbed everything at this moment. Upon seeing this, Xianxia immediately became uneasy. Goodness me, the abilities of this evil spirit are quite tricky. It seems that my attacks can't even touch him. Thus, this evil spirit must be restrained by someone, or my heavy weapons will have no effect on the vanguard army. Thinking of this, Xianxia directly turned to Huofeng beside him and asked, "What are your chances against him?" Upon hearing the question, Huofeng shook his head bitterly and said, "Master, you flatter me. Against him, I don't even have a 10th chance." Upon hearing this, Xianxia responded very calmly, "That's fine. I'll find someone to help you. You two just need to hold him off. Otherwise, my heavy weapons will have no effect on the vanguard army. Everything will be blocked." Hearing Xianxia's words, Huofeng nodded heavily. "Master, rest assured, I will do my utmost." As Huofeng finished speaking, Xianxia summoned Xianxia right away. The reason why Xianxia didn't let Xianxia face the evil spirit alone is because if Xianxia got seriously injured, it would be hard for him to recover. But Huofeng is different. Being a native of this world, his recovery speed is absolutely faster than Xianxia's. Xianxia appeared. Instantly, a formidable sword intent surged up and swept across the high heavens. This formidable sword intent was so powerful that even the distant evil spirit sensed it, and a hint of surprise flashed across its face. "Wow, I underestimated you a bit, didn't I? You even have such a powerful being at your disposal. But this is more fun. Otherwise, it'd be too boring." Though the evil spirit said this, his words were full of disdain. Certainly, the evil spirit didn't take Xianxia seriously either. Seeing this, Xianxia didn't bother responding. He directly looked at Xianxia and Huofeng and said, "You two don't have to do much. I just hope you can tie him up so he has no time to make a move." Upon hearing this, both Xianxia and Huofeng nodded gravely. Then, with a command from Xianxia, Xianxia rushed toward the evil spirit first. Xianxia's speed was incredible. In the air, it was like a meteor streaking past. In an instant, he reached above the evil spirit. Meanwhile, Huofeng pulled out the saber at his waist at this point. With a loud shout, he stepped into the air and charged toward the evil spirit. Upon seeing this, a flicker of surprise passed over Xianxia's face. He was surprised by Huofeng's strength. Huofeng could actually traverse the air, which showed that Huofeng's strength wasn't to be trifled with. As Xianxia thought about this, Xianxia and Huofeng had already surrounded the evil spirit from front and back. Upon seeing the two of them, the evil spirit smirked dismissively. "The two of you shouldn't embarrass yourselves." As soon as these words left the evil spirit's mouth, his fist came crashing down. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, strong winds howled, and this punch thrown by the evil spirit formed an enormous shadow of a fist in midair. This shadow of the fist was extremely large, and the terrifying force contained within it was unimaginable. This fist descended fiercely upon Xianxia. Watching carefully, Xianxia's longsword continuously swung, and he shouted loudly, "One sword opens the Milky Way." The shadows clashed as flashes constantly appeared in the sky above. At this moment, the terrifying sword intent surged wildly. Everyone then clearly saw a colossal sword appear in the sky, large enough to rival the heavens. The massive sword plunged downward, causing the void along the way to tremble continuously, as if it might break at any moment. And this giant sword that fell down quickly collided with the enormous fist. Boom boom. A tremendous sound erupted at this moment. Everyone clearly saw Xianxia's sword landing heavily on the fist. The moment they collided, heaven and earth violently trembled. An overwhelming shockwave instantly spread out in all directions. As the rolling dust swept through the sky during the collision, when the dust settled, the gigantic sword shadow and the large fist silhouette vanished without a trace. Indeed, Xianxia's attack and the evil spirits were mutually cancelled out. However, just as all these extraordinary phenomena disappeared, Huofeng made his move. Huofeng raised the huge knife in his hand, ready to launch an aggressive strike. A terrible sharp energy crazily erupted from the knife he held. With a loud shout, Huofeng directly swung his knife toward the evil spirit from above. Huofeng's speed was very fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, he appeared right above the evil spirit. Nevertheless, the reaction of the evil spirit facing the swift attack of Huofeng wasn't slow either. Just as the big knife was about to fall on its head, the evil spirit casually lifted its arm. A transparent glass-like barrier then appeared in front of it. At the very moment the glass barrier emerged, Huafeng's knife came crashing down. Crack, crack, crack. Regardless of how fearsome Huafeng's strike seemed, when it landed on the transparent glass-like shield, it only caused the glass to shatter. More so, Huafeng himself was immediately thrown backward by the force. The evil spirit cast a cold glance at Huafeng and said with disdain, "Stop coming out here and embarrassing yourself. Just get lost." Right after those words, Xianxia didn't waste any time. Xianxia's attack came down again. Even though the evil spirit had powerful abilities, the combined strength of Xianxia and Huafeng still managed to keep the evil spirit busy for a short period. And just as Xianxia saw this moment, he wasted no time at all and immediately ordered the humans to launch another attack. Not only that, but he also sent out the nuclear bombers again to drop more nuclear bombs. Next, a nuclear bomb must be dropped into the vanguard army, or there would be no way to resolve the current situation. Chapter 164, The Power of the Little Boy. Bang, bang. The sound of firing kept ringing out. At this moment, a barrage of shells rained down once again onto the location of the vanguard forces below. And just as the shells fell from the sky, Xianxia and Huafeng's attacks on the malevolent spirit grew even more ferocious. Indeed, the malevolent spirit was now extremely powerful, but at present, it clearly had no time to deal with these incoming shells. This resulted in the vanguard forces below being continuously killed off as the shells landed. Xianxia paid little attention to all this. What mattered most was the helicopter carrying the nuclear bomb flying toward the gray mist. As long as the helicopter could fly over and drop a nuclear bomb, that would be enough. Xianxia's gaze remained fixed on the helicopter. As the helicopter drew ever closer to its destination, Xianxia shouted loudly at Xianxia. Xianxia. Upon hearing those three words, Xianxia instantly understood. Without a moment's hesitation, he let out a thunderous roar. Man and sword as one. With his voice still echoing, an overwhelming wave of sword intent erupted violently. This sharp intent howled through the air, and everyone present clearly felt the indescribably keen aura it carried. Under the influence of this terrifying sharpness, countless long swords began to circle around Xianxia. Soon after, Xianxia himself disappeared, fully merging into one single greatsword. The energy now radiating from this greatsword had reached an unfathomably dreadful level. Because of this explosive increase in energy, the greatsword transformed into a streak of light, hurtling directly towards the malevolent spirit. When sensing this fearsome sword intent, even the face of the malevolent spirit showed a trace of seriousness. This seems somewhat interesting. At the very moment those words were spoken, Huafeng's voice rang out simultaneously. Dragonblade. With a shout of rage, a billowing white aura suddenly emanated from Huafeng's entire body. Moreover, the bold and aggressive aura he emitted became unimaginably terrifying at this moment. Huafeng locked his eyes onto the malevolent spirit. Without any hesitation, with a loud shout, he brought his massive broadsword down with force. Roar. Precisely at this instant when the blow of the broadsword descended, a resounding dragon cry abruptly sounded. Clearly visible was the fact that though Huafeng struck with a broadsword, as the blade fell, it transformed into a giant dragon. The white giant dragon opened its enormous mouth and surged forward to engulf the malevolent spirit. Seeing all this, the expression on the malevolent spirit's face turned solemn. This is starting to get interesting. Otherwise, it'd be too boring. Just as these mutters escaped the malevolent spirit's lips, its hands began to change forms rapidly. Following this transformation, the void around him collapsed entirely. Then, two pitch-black coffins emerged from the void. These pitch-black coffins caused an uncomfortable sensation just by looking at them. The evil aura they emitted was exceptionally strong. After appearing, the two coffins stood, one on each side, flanking the malevolent spirit. Meanwhile, Xianxia's and Huafeng's attacks arrived almost simultaneously. In an instant, the two coffins opened, unleashing an extreme, terrifying suction force. Since Xianxia was charging directly at the malevolent spirit, this resulted in Xianxia nearly being swallowed into the coffin in the blink of an eye. After being swallowed, the coffin immediately closed. Bang! Right then, a deep, muffled sound abruptly rang out. Huafeng's attack hit the coffin, but only left a mark on its surface. With the eruption of this terrible pulling force, Huafeng, who wasn't as strong as Xianxia, was sucked into the coffin in an instant. Just like in Xianxia's case, after swallowing Huafeng, the coffin closed straight away. Having done all this, the malevolent spirit revealed a look of disdain once more. He glanced coldly at Xianxia standing on the city wall and said, "If this is all you've got, then scram." Regarding the malevolent spirit's words, Xianxia acted as if he hadn't heard them, choosing not to respond, because the little boy had already descended from afar. At this moment, the malevolent spirit noticed Xianxia's eyes. His gaze followed them. When he saw the little boy about to land amidst the ranks of the vanguard forces, his pupils abruptly widened. No! The malevolent spirit roared in anger, rushing frantically to intercept the descending little boy. But no matter how powerful the malevolent spirit was, there was simply no way it could intercept the little boy in such a short span of time. Thus, it could only helplessly watch as the little boy fell. Boom boom. In an instant, a deafening explosion sounded, and everyone could feel the entire earth trembling violently. At the center of the explosion, it was like a great calamity, with countless vanguard forces being continuously killed. Even the shockwave produced by the explosion wiped out a significant number of the vanguard forces. The overwhelming destructive power spread wildly. This time, at least several 100,000 vanguard troops were directly killed. Not until that massive mushroom cloud rose high into the sky did people realize what had happened. At this moment, the warriors on the city wall stared wide-eyed at such a scene. A single attack had solved at least several 100,000 enemies. No one had ever seen such a sight before. Just one attack was so terrifying, it was too exaggerated. It wasn't just them. At the same time, outside the frame, in Xuanhuan Academy, the students who saw this scene were all scared. Damn, what kind of destructive force is this? It's too terrifying. They say the attacks of technological creatures are extremely powerful, and now we see that's true. With this one strike, probably at least several 100,000 enemies have been killed, and just the scattered star source fragments are countless. If such an attack hits the evil spirit, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Let's face it, the strength of the creatures inside Xianxia's planet is simply unimaginable, incredibly powerful beyond comprehension. However, while this is extremely destructive, the most powerful evil spirit remains unresolved, so the battle will not end. Yes, this evil spirit is also immensely powerful. We'll see how Xianxia deals with him. As countless people chattered in the light screen at this moment, looking at the vanguard forces that had been blown up, the evil spirit became utterly enraged, his face distorted with anger. His originally blood-red eyes now seemed ready to drip with fury. He turned his head and fiercely locked onto Xianxia, angrily shouting, "You dare to play dirty tricks on me? Fine. Very good. If so, I'll make you understand what consequence means." As soon as these words came out, his gaze immediately focused on the coffins on both sides. Chapter 165, Victory on the First Day. As the evil spirit's voice trailed off, it turned its gaze to the coffins on either side. Apparently, the heavy casualties that had just occurred made the evil spirit somewhat unhappy. And at this moment, when Xianxia saw this scene, his heart suddenly sank. Although he still did not know what had happened inside the coffins. Inside them were the presences of xianxia and huafeng. If this evil spirit became angry, then xianxia and huafeng might very well die inside. Thinking of this, without a moment's hesitation, Xianxia immediately prepared Yang Yuehua within the Planet Alliance. On the other side, the evil spirit's eyes focused on the two coffins. With an angry shout, both hands shot out rapidly. And at the instant his hands emerged, there were streaks of black light flashing upon them. From those streaks of black light, an indescribable aura radiated outward. Its fist directly pounded down toward the two coffins. And just as it was about to pound them, suddenly, buzzing, the surrounding void trembled repeatedly. With the trembling of the void, an extremely vast energy suddenly erupted. It was precisely at the eruption of this energy that even the evil spirit's body jolted violently. And before he could react, high in the sky, a palm of unfathomable size instantly coalesced. This giant palm contained everything, as if encompassing all, and its intricate patterns were clearly visible. It was also at the appearance of this palm that the entire pupil of the evil spirit contracted sharply. Who is it? His loud cry resounded. However, there was no time for him now to see who had delivered this palm strike. Because from this descending palm strike, he felt an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. It was precisely due to this overwhelming fluctuation that the evil spirit dared not be the slightest bit careless and let out a loud cry. At the same moment the loud cry echoed. His fists originally meant to land changed posture in an instant, launching an upward attack. Furthermore, from this enormous fist of his, streams of pitch-black halos spread towards all sides. Halos diffused, and at this moment, two incomparably massive fists rushed straight up into the air. And at the very instant the fists went flying. These fists magnified directly in midair. In the blink of an eye, these two massive fists resembled two colossal peaks, hurtling straight toward the descending palm. At this moment, when countless people witnessed this scene, many spectators outside the frame couldn't help but open their eyes wide. Such a sight had already left them in shock, perhaps even fear. After all, a battle of this magnitude had long surpassed their imagination. Even through the video screen, they clearly sensed the terrifying fluctuations bursting forth from the image. Indeed, some individuals began regretting nonstop. Certainly, what was displayed on the screen had already filled them with dread. Similarly, they were curious too, about the outcome of the impending battle. And furthermore, who was the master behind this heaven-shattering palm strike? In the direction of their gaze, under the attention of everyone present. At this exact moment on the glowing screen, that palm, massive like a covering sky, violently collided with those two massive fists. Boom. Instantly, an ear-splitting roar exploded at this moment. The immense sound swept through the entire realm in a flash. Those vanguard troops around were blown to death by an unknown number. Moreover, even the two coffins disintegrated at this moment. Xianxia and huafeng, grievously wounded, were hurled out from within. Upon seeing them falling from the air, Xianxia directly mobilized the helicopter to rescue them. Subsequently, Xianxia placed Xianxia within the alliance of 100 clans. After all, Xianxia had already lost consciousness, and the extent of his injuries was unclear. Furthermore, recovery within the evil spirit's combat room was relatively slow, so Xianxia needed to rest quickly. Meanwhile, it was huafeng. Make him consume the star source immediately, Xianxia said to the warriors. Following which, he also took out a star source and handed it over to the warrior. Seeing this, the warrior hastily carried away the grievously unconscious huafeng. After completing all this, Xianxia's gaze continued upward to the skies. In the midst of the air, the giant palm collided with the fists. Roars continued to resound constantly. Accompanying the thunderous roars, the palm and the fists remained in a standoff for an exceedingly long time in midair. The massive shockwaves surged forward in a frenzied roar. after an unknown period of deadlock between the palm and the fists. Finally, the colossal palm violently shattered the fists below with sheer force. The pervasive darkness was purified by the terrifying power exploding from the palm. Even after smashing the fists, the palm continued its assault on the evil spirit below. When the evil spirit saw this, his pupils constricted sharply. How is this possible? How can such a powerful being exist within your planet? At the moment the evil spirit's cry ended, he casually swung his hand, shattering the not overly powerful palm. And right at this moment, the evil spirit clearly saw Yang Yuehua's figure in the sky. Did you do this? In response to the evil spirit's question, Yang Yuehua remained silent, her beautiful eyes flickering as she gazed calmly at him. At this time, the evil spirit sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Yang Yuehua, his eyes darting around incessantly, as if deep in thought. A moment later, reluctance flickered in his eyes, but he let out a loud shout. Retreat. The instant these two words were uttered, the monsters under his feet moved toward the gray mist. At the same time, like a receding tide, the vanguard forces began their retreat. At this moment, Qin Yao's heart filled with joy upon seeing this. Naturally, he shouted loudly to Yang Yuehua, "Don't chase them." As soon as the words left his lips, Yang Yuehua returned directly to the alliance of 100 clans. At this very moment, cheers erupted all over the city wall. We won. We've won. We've finally successfully repelled the evil spirit. My goodness, the Lord is so powerful. Without the Lord, we would never have defeated the evil spirit so easily. Yes, the beings from the Lord's planet are too strong. We didn't even need to put up much of a fight. Amidst the rising cries of excitement, Qin Yao couldn't help but smile broadly. Defeating the evil spirit was one matter, but most importantly, those star sources. Chapter 166. A surging increase in star energy. Goodness me, the beings on Qin Yao's planet are far too powerful. Was that stunningly beautiful woman also one of the beings from Qin Yao's planet? Wow, she managed to directly repel those powerful malevolent spirits. This kind of strength is unimaginable. Not only her, but also the technological life forms and skeletons within Qin Yao's planet. They're all extremely powerful. Qin Yao, as a star master, has really taught me a lesson. Strong. So incredibly strong. At this moment outside, the students' eyes were fixated on the vanguard force retreating like ebbing tides on the holographic screens, with all of them emitting cries of astonishment. Meanwhile, inside the principal's office, contrary to the constant astonished exclamations outside, an unusual stillness blanketed the principal's office. All present bore expressions filled with disbelief. Their gazes remained steadfastly locked onto the images displayed on the screen. After an unknown duration of quiet, finally, a cry of surprise resounded again. Did he actually succeed? Did he truly repel those malevolent spirits? We all thought earlier that Qin Yao wouldn't even last a day under the attack of the malevolent spirits. I never would have imagined that not only did he hold out, but he even drove them back. Perhaps he really does stand a chance to move to the front lines. I believe there's a very high possibility that he will pass the 5th level this time. Amidst everyone's voices rising again, Xiao Zhang's eyes were slightly narrowed, a full smile spreading across his face. This result was unexpected for him too. He truly is some sort of prodigy. His planet harbors many types of beings and includes ones that can suppress malevolent spirits. This is no easy feat. Although the malevolent spirits have been driven off today, their strategy tomorrow will be more comprehensive. But I trust that he'll definitely manage to pass the 5th level. With a light chuckle, the principal remarked. Then his gaze sweeping over the room with a smile, he spoke. Let's go and welcome the victor home. Hearing the principal's words, the group of school authorities didn't hesitate for a moment, choosing to follow the principal out of the office immediately. As they left, at this moment inside the 5th level, Qin Yao looked at the retreating vanguard army, his face beaming with happiness. This joy wasn't merely because of the victory achieved on the first day. It was most importantly due to the scattered star energy on the ground. Witnessing so much star energy strewn about on the ground, Qin Yao couldn't be any happier. He waited until every last vanguard soldier had retreated before issuing the order. Go collect all that scattered star energy. With these words spoken, the warriors quickly descended from the wall and left via the city gates, heading straight to the battlefield for cleaning up. Of course, this cleanup operation was solely focused on collecting the star energy. Since there were no casualties this time around, none of those vanguards ever managed to scale the wall. Thus, except for Hifeng and Jian Shisan who suffered severe injuries, there were virtually no casualties at all. Additionally, the helicopter that transported the little boy was, naturally, blown to pieces. At this moment, Qin Yao had ordered the human and undead races back into the League of 100 Tribes. Following this, he sat back, comfortably watching those warriors collect star energy. Through observation, he noted how the soldiers gathered some of the scattered star energy, which after reaching a certain amount, would then fuse together into complete chunks of star energy. Seeing this, Qin Yao became even more anticipatory. After all, there was so much scattered star energy, it was uncertain just how much final star energy would accumulate. Particularly, after the little boy's drop. That explosion alone created effects beyond imagination. Waiting lasted about half an hour altogether. In the end, a warrior approached Qin Yao carrying a box, his face brimming with excitement. Facing Qin Yao, the warrior opened. Master City Lord, this time we've collected as many as 34 star energy crystals. The instant these words reached his ears, Qin Yao froze momentarily in surprise. Previously, he indeed had anticipated a large haul of star energy, yet this outcome far exceeded his expectations. Such abundance of star energy meant that they could indulge in some lavish expenditure without any qualms. Nevertheless, prior to this, debts owed in star energy must first be settled. Looking at the star energy within the box, Xianxia said to the warrior, "Take 5 for your personal use, and give another 5 to the citizens within the city." Upon hearing this, the warrior instantly exhibited deep gratitude on his face. "Thank you, Master City Lord. The citizens of the city will surely love and respect Master City Lord greatly." He bowed down directly before Xianxia. As he knelt, the warriors around him also knelt down to Xianxia at this moment. Seeing this, Xianxia waved his hand. "After all, you will still face the vanguard army in the future. The most important thing right now is to conserve your strength. When you reach your peak state, you'll be better prepared to face the enemy." While speaking, Xianxia also took away all the remaining star sources, a total of 24 pieces. Now he already had more than 30 star sources on him. He had borrowed some from Lin Wuyang and the principal before. Now it was time to return them. With that thought, Xianxia turned and left the city. When he reappeared, he was already in a room on the 5th level. Walking out of the room, clap, clap, clap. As soon as he stepped out of the room, thunderous applause rang out. As the applause reached his ears, Xianxia looked over and saw many classmates on the 1st level, including Sun Aotian and his group. Indeed, they had personally witnessed everything that happened in the video just now. Moreover, apart from them, Xianxia also noticed the principal and other school leaders were present too. Faced with such a scene suddenly, Xianxia felt somewhat uncomfortable. He helplessly waved his hand. Then he descended step by step. As Xianxia walked down, the applause below did not stop. Certainly, for them, everything Xianxia did today on the 5th level had thoroughly impressed them and earned their respect. "He's here. A student who broke our Xuanhuan Academy's historical record has appeared. True, I've heard before that students have entered the 5th level, but they all failed when facing the malevolent spirits on the 1st day. I never expected that Xianxia, not only a freshman, but someone who even entered the 5th level and directly repelled the malevolent spirits on the 1st day. He's absolutely destined to become a historical figure in our school. With him around, we might actually have a chance of winning during the upcoming competition among the 4 academies." Xianxia, you rock. Chapter 167. Urgent Enhancement. Will Yang Yuehua restore her memory? At the moment Xianxia emerged, cheers erupted across the sky. Because this time, Xianxia had defeated the evil spirit with the identity of a freshman, and it was on the 1st day. This achievement had already broken historical records. Under the cheers echoing through the sky, Xianxia slowly approached everyone. Naturally, he first went to Lin Wuyu's side, and without hesitation gave him 10 star sources. "Take them. When I needed star sources the most, you lent them to me. These extra ones can be considered as interest." Lin Wuyu wanted to decline at first, but hearing Xianxia's words, he smiled and accepted them. Then, Xianxia's gaze turned toward the principal, and he took out another 10 star sources. "Principal, these are the star sources I borrowed from you before." As the words were spoken, the principal also did not hesitate to accept them. Afterward, the principal looked at Xianxia and said, "Follow me." With that, the principal directly headed forward. Seeing this, Xianxia naturally followed closely behind. Leaving the evil spirit combat room, the principal slowly said, "Firstly, defeating the evil spirit on the 1st day was something I didn't expect from you. However, this also proves the power of the living beings within your planet. Of course, although you've defeated the evil spirit on the 1st day, don't get overly happy. Your opponent is no simple being. Tomorrow, they will surely make a comeback and prepare everything." Hearing the principal's words, Xianxia nodded heavily in agreement. This was something he had noticed himself. When facing the evil spirit previously, the evil spirit had been exceedingly powerful. Moreover, in terms of thinking, it was much stronger than those ordinary enemies. The only reason he had managed to win was Yang Yuehua's sudden appearance, which caught the evil spirit off guard. If not for that, he truly wouldn't have been able to overcome the enemy. While Xianxia was pondering, the principal spoke again. "As for the dangers you'll face against your enemies, there's no need for me to elaborate further. I believe you have a clear understanding in your heart. Go back now and rest well. Use the star sources in your hand to help the living beings return to their peak state as much as possible. All I can tell you is that the enemies you'll face tomorrow will be even more formidable than those today." Upon hearing the principal's words, Xianxia nodded slightly. And so, he immediately made his way back to the dormitory. Indeed, after engaging in battle with the evil spirit for such a long time, he felt quite exhausted. Even though it wasn't nighttime yet, he could still go back and take a nap, because as the principal had mentioned, the opponents he would face tomorrow would be even stronger. Once back at the dormitory, he didn't bother tidying up anything. He simply turned around and collapsed onto the bed to sleep soundly. This sleep lasted for an unknown duration. When he opened his eyes again, it was already dark. After a quick wash to refresh himself, Xianxia brought along the star sources and directly entered the 100 Clans Alliance. As soon as he entered the 100 Clans Alliance, Xianxia immediately saw xianxia, who was still unconscious. Without delay, Xianxia took out 1 star source and used it to heal xianxia. He then retrieved 2 more star sources, giving 1 each to the undead clan and the human clan. Next came Yang Yuehua. Although Yang Yuehua hadn't unleashed her full strength during the fight against the evil spirit, she had already let the evil spirit sense something. As the principal had mentioned, this evil spirit would devise some countermeasures. Therefore, Xianxia decided to enhance Yang Yuehua's individual strength once again. By doing this, the evil spirit would definitely be thrown off balance and surprised once more. For this time, Xianxia didn't hesitate at all and directly gave Yang Yuehua 3 star sources. The light of the three-star sources enveloped Xuanhuan. Instantly, one could see Xuanhuan wrapped in the light of the star sources. Subsequently, a terrifying aura rose around her body, continuously billowing upward. Simultaneously, streams of misty light flickered across her form. Accompanying the flickering lights, the radiance emitted by the star sources gradually faded away. During this period, Xianxia simply stood aside and waited. A long while later, Xuanhuan completely absorbed the energy from the three-star sources. At this moment, the surge of power emanating from Xuanhuan was countless times mightier than before. Under Xianxia's watchful gaze, Xuanhuan slowly opened her eyes. But, in the instant she opened her eyes, Xianxia detected a trace of bewilderment and confusion in her expression. She blinked, glancing around, and the puzzled look on her face deepened. Where am I? Just as Xuanhuan's voice sounded, her entire face quickly revealed signs of intense pain. And at this moment, she even groaned while clutching her head. Xianxia, standing nearby, watched all of this unfold. Worry inevitably arose within him. After all, Xuanhuan's current state clearly indicated that she was about to remember something. If she really did recall, what should he do? And what would happen to Xuanhuan? While Xianxia was pondering, Xuanhuan had already returned to normal. Now, she appeared as regal as before, bearing the aura of an empress. The fluctuating energy around her made it impossible for anyone to approach. She looked directly at Xianxia and respectfully said, "Greetings, Star Lord." As her words faded, Xianxia nodded in relief. "All right, rest now." Xuanhuan nodded in agreement. Then, Xianxia walked over to Huolong's location. He took out 2 star sources and handed them to Huolong. Because he had a premonition, in the upcoming battle with the evil spirit, Huolong would undoubtedly play a crucial role. As for Huolong's final transformation, Xianxia didn't bother watching. Instead, he directly exited the 100 Clans Alliance. Checking the time, it was still early morning. So Xianxia immediately went back to sleep. When he woke up again, it was already dawn. After having a quick breakfast, Xianxia directly headed to the evil spirit combat room. On the way, many people were staring at him and whispering among themselves. But for all these, Xianxia had long become accustomed. Just like last time, there was no need to wait in line this time either. The students queued up all made way for him. Inside the evil spirit combat room, Xianxia saw Lin Wui. "Come on, we're all counting on you." Lin Wui gave Xianxia a thumbs up, encouraging him with all his might. Seeing this, Xianxia merely smiled faintly. Subsequently, under countless eyes following his every step, Xianxia directly headed toward the 5th level. When he reached the entrance of the 5th level, he took a deep breath. Although it wasn't his first time here, for some reason, he still felt a bit nervous inside. Taking another deep breath, Xianxia entered the 5th level, ready to face the evil spirit. Chapter 168. The Prepared Evil Spirit. The mayor has arrived. "Greetings, my lord mayor." The moment they entered the 5th level, respectful voices could be heard. Xianxia's gaze looked ahead, and at that moment, he clearly saw a group of people kneeling before him. These people were not warriors, but ordinary citizens from within the city. Their faces no longer had the appearance of zombies. Instead, they exuded vitality and spirit. Looking at them, Xianxia waved his hand casually. "All of you may rise. I've done nothing special." As soon as these words were spoken, one of the citizens opened their mouth with gratitude, saying, "My Lord Mayor has done so much for us. If it weren't for your star essence, we wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly. And we've seen strength in you, my Lord Mayor. You defeated the powerful evil spirit yesterday and gave us hope." Gratitude continued to echo through the air. However, Xianxia did not know what to say about such expressions of gratitude. He simply waved his hand and let them rise. Then, he added, "All of you should go back. The enemy will counterattack today, and I'm going to check out the front line." Hearing about impending battle, the commoners at this moment did not hesitate and left. As they left, Xianxia walked straight toward the wall. Because just now, he had already seen from afar that all the soldiers had taken positions on the wall. When Xianxia had just reached the wall, Huofeng, who was already fully recovered, came to Xianxia. Respect filled Huofeng's eyes towards Xianxia, even with a hint of admiration. "My Lord Mayor is truly formidable. Although I fainted yesterday, they told me it was because of the greatness of the mayor, hence the evil spirit was driven away." Upon hearing these flattering words, Xianxia immediately felt uncomfortable and waved his hand dismissively. "All right, stop saying useless things. But speaking of you, your recovery was fast indeed." After these words, Huofeng repeated, "It's all thanks to the star essence given by my Lord Mayor. I feel stronger than ever before." Upon hearing this, Xianxia nodded slightly and cut Huofeng off before he could continue praising. He directly said to Huofeng, "Go make arrangements. The enemy's attack today will certainly be more ferocious than yesterday." Listening to Xianxia's words, Huofeng nodded solemnly. He naturally understood the evil spirits well and dared not underestimate them. After all, yesterday they only drove the evil spirit back, but didn't defeat it. Huofeng set about making preparations on his side. Xianxia also, just like yesterday, ordered the human race to bring out all the heavy weapons, and began installing these heavy weapons on the wall. In addition to that, there were also members of the skeleton clan. Furthermore, to ensure security, he summoned members of the elf clan, just in case the evil spirit clan had any hidden tricks. After all, the elf clan commanded elemental power, which could bring unexpected results during battle. When Xianxia had everything ready, swish, a strong wind swept past. Accompanying the sweeping wind, thick dark clouds gathered above. The pitch-black clouds enveloped the entire land and sky in darkness. Moreover, a vast amount of malevolent energy spread around. Qin Yao's gaze looked toward the direction of the evil spirit's camp and naturally saw the dense vanguard charging out. And right at this moment, bang, a drumbeat echoed out. With the sound of the drum, everyone on the wall prepared for battle. At the same time, those watching from outside the scene tightly gripped their hands. As if they were on the battlefield themselves, each pair of eyes focused intently on everything displayed in the aerial image. At present, in the visual imagery, the vanguard army was rapidly charging forward. The scene was quite the same as yesterday. Only one difference existed. This time the number of the vanguard wasn't excessive. Instead, a group of monstrous beings of enormous size took their place. These monsters had dual horns and a gray bony plate akin to a massive fan blade stood before them, giving the impression that they could withstand anything. And the number of these monsters was significant. Not only were there creatures on the ground, enemies in the air had also changed. Now, those enemies were all humanoid monsters, having a human face but avian bodies, looking very disharmonious. What surprised Qin Yao was that at this moment, instead of flying forward, the monsters actually floated in midair, not far from the walls. Evidently, these humanoid monsters had no intention of launching an attack. Amidst the appearance of so many enemies, boom, the ground shook violently. Following the vibrations, Qin Yao also noticed the presence of the evil spirit. As before, the evil spirit stood atop a massive creature, towering in front of the palace and gazing directly at him. Witnessing its arrival, Qin Yao understood that the evil spirit had indeed prepared meticulously this time. Nevertheless, no matter what preparations it had made, this battle was inevitable. Observing the vanguard and the creatures with fan-like blades rapidly advancing, Qin Yao wasted no time and issued a command immediately. Commence battle. Upon uttering those two words, the human race instantly fired their heavy weapons, various missiles streaking toward the enemy formation. However, an event transpired next that startled Qin Yao. Because Qin Yao clearly saw that as soon as the sky was filled with falling projectiles, the creatures with fan-like blades unfurled them instantaneously. Subsequently, a series of dull explosions erupted. Accompanying the explosion's reverberation, the group of fan-leafed creatures deflected all the projectiles effortlessly. Even when the shells impacted on their bodies, they only stirred up some smoke. When the smoke dissipated, they bore not a single trace of injury. At the sight of this scene, Qin Yao's expression turned serious. Apparently, the evil spirit had made extremely thorough preparations this time. Though he had suspected something upon seeing the fan-bladed creatures earlier, their ability to repel all these projectile attacks exceeded expectations entirely. The situation at hand was already surpassing Qin Yao's predictions. While Qin Yao was scrutinizing the current scenario, the evil spirit mounted on the enormous creature had reached the center of the battlefield. The evil spirit stared confidently at Qin Yao and spoke without delay. "I'd love to see what tricks you have left." As the voice faded, the evil spirit waved its massive hand forcefully. "Attack me now. We must shatter them today, come what may." Chapter 169, Predicament. Attack. We must tear them apart no matter what today. At this moment, Xialing immediately roared and issued the order to attack. In an instant, the vanguard army and the monsters with fan-shaped appendages surged forward like a flood toward the city. Seeing the enemies rushing over, Huofeng became clearly anxious at this time. Huofeng went directly to Qin Yao's presence and said anxiously, "Master, this isn't going to work. Our attacks can't land on them at all. If we let them charge now, it will be extremely disadvantageous for us." This didn't need to be pointed out by Huofeng. Qin Yao could already see that the situation before him was highly unfavorable. This time, Xialing came prepared. The cannonballs from humanity couldn't land on them. And as such, upon Xialing's command, they were now quickly charging forward. After deep consideration, Qin Yao wasted no time in ordering the helicopters armed with nuclear bombs within the planet to fly out. He absolutely couldn't believe that even though those monsters with fan-like appendages could withstand so many cannonball attacks, they definitely wouldn't withstand a nuclear bomb attack. The helicopters flew out of the spatial passage and headed straight toward where the largest concentration of enemies was gathered. At the very moment the helicopters took off, Xialing noticed first, and a thick smile appeared on Xialing's face. It was precisely because of seeing this hint of a smile on Xialing's face that a profound sense of unease instantly arose in Qin Yao's heart. It was as if Xialing also had strategies against everything. Could it be that Xialing intended to deal with the nuclear bomb himself, just like last time? But if he did, wasn't he afraid of Yang Yuehua suddenly attacking? This smart Xialing must have considered Yang Yuehua's existence too. So why did he appear so confident? What happened next allowed Qin Yao to finally understand why Xialing was so confident. Because at this moment, Qin Yao saw clearly that as soon as the helicopter took off, the originally flying bizarre creatures in the sky began emitting sounds simultaneously. Initially, their sounds weren't loud. However, when these sounds converged together, in an instant, an ear-piercing noise tore through the sky. Even Qin Yao and his companions on the city wall experienced temporary hearing loss at that moment. Most terrifyingly, with the waves of sound spreading out, the helicopters in the air started acting as if out of control, wavering precariously mid-air. In the next instant, the helicopters plummeted from the sky. When witnessing all of this, Qin Yao finally understood why these strange creatures chose to hover instead of attacking. It turned out all of this was due to the fact that they were Xialing's preparation to counteract the helicopters. Seeing this, Qin Yao's expression immediately grew serious. And at this moment, Xialing in the distance emitted a burst of laughter. "Haha, let me see what else you've got." His voice brimmed with confidence. Indeed, in his view, since they had resisted a nuclear bomb attack, he naturally would not fear anything. Meanwhile, within Tianjian Academy, Upon seeing the scene shown in the video, the students were shocked without exception. Heavens! In just one day, Xialing has made such thorough preparations. This Xialing is truly too intelligent. Yesterday, Xianxia inflicted heavy damage on the enemies using technological constructs, but now, Xialing has come up with countermeasures to all of them. What should Xianxia do next? It's over. It looks like Xianxia is bound to lose this time. There's no way around it. Xialing is too well prepared. All of Xianxia's trump cards are useless now. How can he fight? When witnessing that scene, not only did all the students act restless, even the academy leaders present in the principal's office had their expressions turn grave upon seeing it. It seems Xianxia will lose in today's battle against Xialing. After he returns today, perhaps he should further enhance the life forms inside the planet. Otherwise, tomorrow, he will surely not be able to hold up against Xialing. Indeed, the intelligence of Xialing surpasses our imagination. Likewise, Xianxia might also have seen some hints this time. Judging from the current situation, the confrontation between Xianxia and Xialing today should end here. To avoid heavy casualties, Xianxia can retreat already. As they discussed, their gazes were also fixed on the images in the video. They now wanted Xianxia to retreat immediately, because as long as Xianxia retreated, those evil spirits would retreat as well. This way, casualties could be avoided to a large extent. At this moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, on the battlefield, Xianxia, hearing the confident words of the evil spirits, remained very calm. Although initially he was quite serious due to the thorough preparation of the evil spirits, he soon thought of a countermeasure. At that moment, seeing the rapidly charging enemies, Xianxia did not hesitate for a moment and directly summoned the Jingling tribe. After such a long period of development, the number of the Jingling had now reached 10. Each one was extremely beautiful, with a perfect figure. All Jingling appeared. They flapped their wings and looked toward the enemies ahead. Xianxia immediately said, "Use your strongest attacks and eliminate them all." Upon hearing his words, the Jinglings did not hesitate at all. Led by their clan leader, they began to chant, "Great wind spirit, please grant us the power of the gale." As they chanted, an endless howling wind arose instantly below the city wall. The rolling wind extended for at least 1,000 miles. When the howling wind appeared, it transformed into countless blades of wind. These invisible wind blades were not many at first, but, in the blink of an eye, the number of wind blades reached tens of thousands and even continued to increase rapidly. Ultimately, the number of these wind blades reached several 100,000, densely packed in a sight that made one feel somewhat fearful upon seeing it. Suddenly, rustle, countless wind blades swept past toward the rushing enemies ahead, creating a spectacular scene. And at this time, the evil spirits, upon seeing the wind blades, couldn't help but have their eyes flicker, revealing a flash of surprise in their expressions. What is this thing? Chapter 170, The Power of the Elf Race. What is this thing? Looking at the dense wind blades howling towards him, an expression of disbelief flashed in Xialing's eyes. And just as his voice trailed off, suddenly, these wind blades had collided with the enemies rushing forward. In an instant, those monsters with fan-like appendages all raised their giant fans, attempting to block the attacks of the wind blades. But these were forces of the elements, incomparable to the previous cannonballs. As a result, even though they erected their large fans for defense, with the howl of the wind blades, it could clearly be seen that these monsters, at the moment they touched the wind blades, were instantly pierced through by them. Despite their massive size, there were also many wind blades. In an instant, the dense wind blades tore apart their bodies. This scene erupted at this moment. Endless wind blades howled past, and everyone could see a very spectacular sight. Wherever the eyes fell, countless wind blades swept over, leaving no grass standing. Whether it was the vanguard army or those monsters with fan-like appendages, they were killed in an instant. These wind blades swept across horizontally, annihilating all enemies in their path. The instant hundreds of thousands of wind blades passed, only scattered star sources remained on the ground. The number of enemies diminished visibly at a rate visible to the naked eye. Although ultimately, the power of the wind blades dissipated, this attack from the elf race had at least exterminated hundreds of thousands of enemies. A good portion of the battlefield had been cleared. Hiss! What kind of monster is this? Are there really such creatures existing within Xianxia's planet? This is simply too exaggerated. I previously thought Xianxia would definitely fail in today's battle against Xialing, but now it appears nothing like what I thought. Before now, we have never seen such creatures appear within Xianxia's planet. It's so exaggerated, he's just a newcomer. Just how many creatures does his planet harbor? Those beastmen, skeletons, along with the powerful fighters and human technology. Are there more creatures like these appearing now? At this moment, when seeing everything in the picture, shouts of surprise burst from the mouths of the students outside the screen. There was no doubt that everything before their eyes had completely exceeded their imagination. They originally assumed Xianxia would fail today. However, now, it appeared with the appearance of these creatures, the situation had already been reversed. Surprise turned into cries resounding together, and none anticipated the war situation would reverse so quickly. Simultaneously, on the battlefield, the warriors on the city walls, including Xuanhuan and others, had identical expressions upon seeing such a scene. Their mouths were agape, pupils wide open, faces filled with looks of disbelief. Previously, they had already prepared themselves for battle, yet now, the matter was resolved so effortlessly. Just how many powerful allies did this city lord bring along? While they were still stunned. At this moment on the other side, Xialing looked at everything before him with unadulterated fury. He similarly didn't expect this kind of result. His gaze was fixed firmly on the elves, then he roared angrily. You will all die. Even from such a distance, Xialing clenched his right fist in anger. As his fist clenched, boundless black light condensed from it. Subsequently, he fiercely threw out this punch. Rumble. Upon throwing out this punch, shaking sounds followed. Under the violent tremor, a heaven-reaching sized fist instantly coalesced. This unfathomably huge fist hurtled toward the city wall. The terrifying aura emitted from the fist, combined with its enormous volume, made one unimaginable. If the fist landed on the city wall, what kind of terrible destructive force would it produce? However, at the moment the fist was about to land, clang, a harsh sound suddenly rang out. From the spatial channel, Xianxia emerged. The current Xianxia, after relying on Star Source, not only recovered to his peak state, but also saw a great increase in his overall strength. In the instant Xianxia appeared, looking at the monstrous fist hurtling towards him, he didn't hesitate in the slightest. His long sword shone brightly as he swung it mightily. A slash of the sword. Clang. The harsh sound rang out once again, and the fearsome sharpness surged violently. And precisely at this instant, that radiant sword shadow cleaved directly toward the immense fist. The long sword swept across, and under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers, it struck the enormous fist with great force. A loud boom instantly erupted. Despite the immense size of the fist and the formidable energy emanating from it, everyone could clearly see at that moment the sword's strike unleashed a terrifying killing power. As the sword fell, the giant fist was cleaved cleanly into two halves. Moreover, these two halves were shattered into pieces by the sweeping sword chi. Simultaneously, after splitting the fist, the radiant sword shadow shot toward the distant Xialing. Facing such a powerful slash, even though its power had somewhat diminished, Xialing effortlessly waved his hand, causing the sword's energy to dissipate. But Xialing now fixed his gaze sharply on Xianxia. Your strength has improved rapidly. In response to Xialing's words, Xianxia remained completely silent, displaying an unusual calmness. Kill him. At this moment, Qin Yao's voice rang out. With the sound of Qin Yao's command, Xianxia immediately charged towards Xialing. Looking at Xianxia's fierce charge, Xialing's face once again showed a look of disdain. Do you really think you're my match after improving? As his words echoed, Xialing moved forward without hesitation, engaging Xianxia in battle. As they began their fight, at this moment, Qin Yao could clearly observe that the battle between them indeed matched what Xialing had said. Even though Xianxia's strength had increased, he was still no match for Xialing. However, Xianxia was now capable of barely restraining Xialing. Glancing around the battlefield, Qin Yao set his sights on the enemies charging forward below. He looked at them as if they were treasures. After all, those enemies were sources of star essence. Now understanding Xialing's cleverness and changes, tomorrow Xialing would undoubtedly bring more surprises. This meant Qin Yao needed more star essence to enhance the life forms within his planet. Thinking about this, Qin Yao gave the order. Suddenly, roar. Chapter 171, Fire Dragon makes a grand appearance. Roar. A dragon's roar suddenly echoed through the sky. At the very moment the roar sounded, everyone's eyes instantly turned to the heavens. Under their watchful gazes, they clearly saw an extraordinarily massive fire dragon appear high in the sky. The fire dragon was of tremendous size, and even just by looking at it, one could feel the awe-inspiring presence emanating from this giant creature. Dragon. It's a dragon. My god. It's actually a great dragon. At this moment, the warriors on the city wall all stared with wide eyes, their faces filled with expressions of shock. Certainly, they were merely people who had only heard tales of dragons. To suddenly see the appearance of a fire dragon, there was no way they wouldn't be shocked. All eyes were on the scene. Even Xialing's gaze focused over. There was clearly a flash of surprise in his eyes. However, before he could do anything, suddenly, a sword cleaving the Milky Way, Xianxia's voice rang out. And in that instant, Xianxia immediately swung the long sword in his hand, slashing down at Xialing. Meanwhile, in the high sky, an enormous sword-shaped shadow appeared, its size stretching into the heavens. The sword shadow spread everywhere, exuding an incredibly terrifying sharp aura. The ear-piercing sounds of clashing sword chi resounded incessantly, even giving off a feeling as if space itself would be torn apart. That towering sword shadow then directly fell upon Xialing at that moment. Xialing, too, felt an extremely dreadful power from this single sword shadow at that moment. Compared to when Xianxia had used it previously, this was obviously far more powerful. As a result, he now didn't have time to pay attention to the fire dragon but instead chose to deal with the descending sword strike. Precisely because of his lack of focus, Qin Yao gave direct orders to the fire dragon at this moment. In an instant, the massive fire dragon roiled through the skies. The strange creatures originally present in the air tried to resist. They attempted to activate their sound wave attacks, but the fire dragon wouldn't accommodate them. A breath of dragon fire expelled. Instantly, a boundless sea of fire blanketed the entire upper atmosphere. The rolling fire surged directly towards those enemies. The scope of the fire sea was too extensive, such that those enemies couldn't retreat and were instantly burned by the endless fire sea. When the fire passed, a smell of charred flesh diffused into the half-air. In mere moments, those enemies were slaughtered. Following that were the enemies below. The fire dragon used its old trick again. A dragon fire breath swept past once more. This time, those enemies, including the winged monsters, similarly could not withstand the spreading flames. The scent of burnt flesh pervaded every corner of the senses, lingering heavily throughout the land. With the endless sea of fire passing through, One could clearly see that at least 10,000 enemies were instantly burned to death. On the ground, numerous scattered star origins became apparent. Seeing so many star origins on the ground, a thick smile appeared on Xianxia's face. And right then, an audacious thought also arose within him. Bang! Right at that moment, a muffled sound erupted from the high sky. Xianxia gazed toward the source. He could clearly see from afar that vast shockwaves were spreading. This was the aftermath of xianxia colliding with Xialing. After such fierce impact, xianxia was directly hurled away, whereas Xialing merely retreated several steps. There was no question, despite having enhanced his strength significantly, xianxia still wasn't a match for Xialing. Upon recovering from the encounter, seeing so many individuals slain, infinite anger welled up in Xialing's face. Anger boiled forth. His originally blood-red eyes looked even more fearsome in that moment. His eyes fixed intently on Xianxiao. If glares could kill, Xianxiao wouldn't know how many times he'd already be dead. However, before he could vent his rage, Xianxiao shouted loudly, "Retreat!" The two words hadn't even faded when the fire dragon and xianxia obeyed without any hesitation, returning swiftly to the 100 Races Alliance. As soon as they returned, Xianxiao made Yang Yuehua appear. The moment Yang Yuehua emerged, an overpowering pressure quickly spread across the entire heavens and earth. Even the fury on Xialing's face transformed in that instant into immense shock. His gaze locked onto Yang Yuehua, locked onto this woman hovering midair, appearing as though reigning over the world like an empress. At this moment, Yang Yuehua's eyes were also set on Xialing. Subsequently, Yang Yuehua extended her delicate finger slowly, rumbling. As soon as the jade-like finger stretched out, thunderous vibrations resonated through the heavens and earth. As the booming sound rang out, the entire dark sky was instantly dispersed by a beam of light at this moment. That was a finger, an overwhelmingly massive finger that defied description, akin to a celestial pillar reaching up to the heavens. The aura emanating from it had reached an indescribably terrifying level. This finger crushed the void along its path and directly charged toward the evil spirit below. Upon seeing this, the evil spirit's face was filled with a look of deep seriousness. In just one day, has it already grown so powerful? When Yang Yuehua had appeared yesterday, although the aura she emitted was strong, it hadn't reached such a terrifying degree. Now, even the evil spirit felt some inner unease upon sensing the formidable aura radiating from Yang Yuehua. At that moment, the evil spirit locked onto the descending giant finger in the air, his eyes rapidly blinking. As the evil spirit blinked, suddenly an apocalyptic energy erupted from his eyes. In an instant, buzzing, the surrounding void continuously trembled with resonating sounds, and there spread a vast and malevolent energy. Under this boundless surge of power, the evil spirit's eyes blinked again sharply. Next, two blood-red beams shot out from his eyes. These two crimson beams headed straight for the great finger falling down from the air. At this moment, all gazes were fixated on the scene in the sky, focusing on these two attacks about to collide, because everyone could feel an extremely terrifying force emanating from these two strikes, causing their hearts to shiver endlessly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the enormous finger descended with catastrophic speed. The twin beams of crimson light countered with equal ferocity. Even before the two attacks collided, the terrifying aura filling the surroundings was already overwhelming. So much so that even the void could no longer withstand it. And right at that instant, suddenly, in the presence of countless gazes, the two attacks collided. Rumbling. Chapter 172, A Bold Idea. Rumble. A tremendous roar echoed between heaven and earth. As the rumbling subsided, countless clouds of dust spread out from the center of the collision. When the dust gradually cleared away, everyone could clearly see that the two powerful attacks in midair had disappeared after colliding with each other. But, after this clash, everyone also noticed that Xialing had returned to the front of the palace, his body swaying slightly, clearly having been affected to some extent. At this moment, Xialing's face was filled with a stunned expression. His eyes were locked firmly on Yang Yuehua. He couldn't have imagined that Yang Yuehua's power would be so strong. Then he glanced at Xianxiao. And there was also this Star Lord who looked relatively young. Those living beings inside his planet were too powerful without doubt. Even though he had made all the preparations himself, now he had suffered a humiliating defeat. Thinking about it, Xialing found it hard to bear. But now he had no choice. The current situation was almost slipping out of his control. He must go back and rethink his strategy. With that, he waved his large hand. Retreat. Upon hearing this one word, in an instant, Xialing and his advance guards instantly retreated like the ebbing tide. Seeing this scene, Xianxiao's smile became even broader. Subsequently, he let humans, elves, Yang Yuehua, and the others return within the 100 Clans Alliance. Of course, the heavy weapons on the city wall were not taken away, because he still had plans for the next step. Once again driving Xialing and his followers away, warriors like Huofeng showed incomparable smiles on their faces. Go collect star energy. Looking at the scattered star energy on the battlefield, Xianxiao directly said. Huofeng naturally gladly took people to collect. This time, when Huofeng returned, the amount of star energy collected surprised even Xianxiao. This time, they collected more than before. It even reached 40 pieces. Looking at the 40 star energies, Xianxiao felt extremely pleased inside. However, currently for him, the consumption of star energy was still massive. For instance, increasing the diameter of the planet just once now required 10 star energies. Next time it will require 20. In addition, cultivating the living creatures within the 100 Clans Alliance also consumed a lot of star energy. After briefly pondering, Xianxiao directly handed 5 star energies to Huofeng. They will come again tomorrow. Take these star energies, stay prepared, and ensure that the citizens within the city eat well. Huafeng thanked repeatedly upon hearing this. But before he could finish his gratitude, Xianxia had already turned around and left. At this point, inside Tianyan Academy, all the students stared wide-eyed, watching the enemies retreat like an outgoing tide, completely stupefied. Did we win? Did Xianxia win again? Heavens! Just how powerful are the living creatures within his planet? On the second day itself, we saw Xialing came fully prepared, but he won again anyway. At first, I thought Xianxia was destined to lose, but unexpectedly, he triumphed again. It cannot be denied that the creatures inside Xianxia's planet are truly powerful, and there are many we've never seen before. There were even dragons. Just how many species does Xianxia's planet have, and what is its energy source? Amidst countless people being shocked by Xianxia repelling Xialing again, many students developed questions regarding the powerful life forms within Xianxia's planet. After all, since the battle began, the number of life forms within Xianxia's planet has continuously increased and grown more powerful, completely surpassing their cognition. They had never seen such diversity among one person's planetary life forms. At the same time, inside the principal's office, the leaders of the school observed the retreating enemy with expressions as unsettled as everyone else's. That's because they were fully aware of how powerful Xialing truly was. And this was the second day, with Xialing coming fully prepared. Yet even so, Xianxia managed to repel the enemy once again, which only further proved how terrifying the strength of the life forms within Xianxia's planet was. At this moment, the principal, after her initial shock faded, looked at the heavy weapons that remained on the signed list and revealed a thoughtful expression. Well, all of you go back. I need to have a good talk with him. As the principal finished speaking, the other school officials also left, each carrying deep astonishment in their hearts. As they departed, the principal also walked out of the office. Meanwhile, in Xialing's war room, when Xianxia exited the fifth-floor room that moment, naturally as usual, he was met with thunderous applause. Xianxia also smiled and waved his hand. When he walked down from the fifth floor, he also glanced at the leaderboard in the sky. Of course, he was still in the first place. However, the first place now could only win him a few star energies, which was completely useless to him. It was far less effective than fighting inside the fifth floor. Leaving the evil spirit combat room, the moment Xianxia stepped out of the evil spirit combat room, he saw the principal standing ahead. Before the principal could say anything, Xianxia tactfully went over. Seeing Xianxia approaching, the principal laughed as they walked. Kid, you're really surprising me. I thought you wouldn't be able to hold on during today's battle. As these words came, Xianxia also smiled. Not too bad. I just feel like those evil spirits aren't as strong as I imagined. The moment these words were spoken, the principal gave Xianxia a disapproving glance. Do you think everyone is like you? How could anyone have so many living beings within their planet? If it were an ordinary person, they would have been defeated by now. After this sentence, the principal asked again, by the way, when you left, you didn't take away those heavy weapons. Do you have any ideas? Hearing what the principal said, Xianxia turned and looked at the principal. Then, without hesitation, he said, I want to use this method to obtain more star energies. Because the enemies burst out with a lot of star energies, it's a good place to collect them. Moreover, those evil spirits can't do much to me immediately. At that exact moment Xianxia spoke these words, the principal suddenly fell silent. Although he had some guesses in this regard before, when Xianxia confessed openly, he was still shocked inside. After all, ever since anyone entered the fifth floor, they were always thinking about how to defeat the evil spirits. And among them, only Xianxia was considering using this method to collect star energies. The principal looked at Xianxia, wanting to say something but ultimately taking a deep breath, sighed. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. You're just like your father back then. Chapter 173, Plan Implementation, Astonishing. After parting ways with the principal, Xianxia naturally returned to the dormitory. And upon returning to the dormitory, Xianxia immediately chose to enter the Alliance of 100 Clans. After entering the Alliance of 100 Clans, just like before, Xianxia directly chose to consume star sources to enhance the strength of those living beings within the planet. Moreover, since he had a lot of star sources now and wasn't in a hurry to increase the planet's diameter, he was more generous. From the undead race, the orcs, the elves, almost all races received star sources from Xianxia, his goal being for them to quickly enhance their own strength. After all, his following plan was exactly this. Only by enhancing the strength of various races would they be able to better obtain star sources in the next few days. Even Xianxia received a considerable boost. But there was one person Xianxia didn't choose to upgrade. That person was naturally xuanhuan. The reason why he didn't upgrade her was naturally because he was somewhat worried. He feared that once xuanhuan regained her memory after her power increased, things would become serious. Although he did not know what xuanhuan would do after she recovered her memories, the current Xianxia didn't dare to take that risk, because xuanhuan's strength was too powerful for him to gamble on it. Among others, even the fire dragon absorbed 2 star sources, thus enhancing itself. After finishing everything, Xianxia left the Alliance of 100 Clans quite satisfactorily. In the following few days, Xianxia always headed towards the evil spirit combat chamber. It was aimed at obtaining a certain degree of star source by defeating those enemies. During this period, every day, a large number of people would watch the video. Indeed, the images played in the video had almost become a daily necessity for them. Of course, during these few days, Xianxia displayed absolute strength against the enemies in the 5th floor, defeating the evil spirits each time. Because of this, there were some speculations within the entire school. Many people guessed whether Xianxia did all this to collect star sources in such a manner. But when this voice emerged, those who made such sounds were filled with shock inside. After all, it wasn't only Xianxia improving himself. Those evil spirits were also improving. People who previously entered the 5th floor were thinking about how to deal with the evil spirits, how to welcome the next day's battle. But Xianxia was different. It seemed like he had found a quick way to gather star sources and relied on this method to accumulate them. For this reason, countless students became even more shocked. After all, who would willingly fight the evil spirits to collect star sources? Normal people can't even escape from them. All of this seemed like it had become Xianxia's daily routine. From the first day, Xianxia gathered for 5 days in the 5th floor again. The total amount of star sources added up to nearly 200, but the daily consumption was also significant. As a result, Xianxia currently had only around 100 star sources. Originally, everything was quiet and peaceful, until the 6th day when an anomaly occurred. On this day, Xianxia, as usual, walked toward the evil spirit combat room again. On the way, naturally, many students pointed and whispered at Xianxia, with some female students even showing signs of admiration. However, Xianxia was already accustomed to all this. Without paying attention to their gazes and discussions, he went straight to the evil spirit combat room. Then he entered the 5th level. Upon arriving at the city, he immediately noticed many citizens standing respectfully, waiting for him. These civilians now looked like normal people, no longer resembling zombies like they initially did. This was also due to the fact that these past few days, Xianxia provided them with star sources so that they could sustain energy through the star sources. For this reason, they showed great adoration for Xianxia. Xianxia waved at them and then headed toward the city wall. When seeing Huafeng, Xianxia asked, "How is the situation today?" This time, in response to the inquiry, Huafeng's expression appeared slightly solemn. "Master, there's nothing unusual so far. However, for some unknown reason, I have an ominous feeling in my heart, as if something big is about to happen." Hearing this, Xianxia was momentarily surprised. He then looked in the direction of the evil spirits. He himself felt nothing unusual, but since Huafeng mentioned it, perhaps there truly was something amiss. However, upon further thought, Xianxia realized that with his current abilities, as long as he wanted to, he could annihilate the evil spirits anytime. So why should he worry? With this in mind, Xianxia felt much more at ease. He then said to Huafeng, "The enemies will be here soon. Tell the men to prepare." In reality, the warriors had rarely engaged in combat over the past few days. It was almost entirely up to the creatures within Xianxia's planet, the heavy weaponry of the human race, the elemental attacks of the elves, and even the soul-burning revival abilities of the undead skeleton kings. These always delivered devastating blows to the enemies. Still, according to tradition, Xianxia would give them some sort of instruction. After giving orders to Huafeng, Xianxia summoned the creatures from the alliance of 100 clans. And after the previous few engagements, there was no longer a need for secrecy. Whether it was the humans' heavy weapons, the elves, the fire dragon, the undead, or even the giants, they all came forth. This resulted in the entire city wall being filled with people, creatures from within Xianxia's planet. A massive group stood on the city wall, gazing towards the direction of the evil spirits, ready for battle. At the same time, on the other side, there was endless darkness. The darkness was so thick that one couldn't see their own fingers. It was impossible to make out anything around. This place resembled an enormous abyss. Standing here gave one an intense feeling of oppression, as if making breathing difficult. At that moment, a figure approached. This figure looked exactly like Xianxia. Of course, this was the evil spirit. The evil spirit took a step forward into the darkness and spoke. "Master, they've arrived." As his words echoed, the darkness remained silent for a long time before a cold snort finally rang out. "Umph, what a waste of space. As an evil spirit, you have been defeated 5 consecutive times, and now even require my assistance. Truly disgraceful." Faced with the rebuke, the evil spirit dared not utter a word, clearly displaying great fear. He also respectfully addressed the darkness, saying, "Please, Master, intervene. Otherwise, I fear I shall die today." Chapter 174. If something unusual happens, there must be a problem. Bang! A tremendous bell rang out across the heavens and earth. The instant the bell sounded, the people on the city walls were already prepared for battle. Because at this moment, they clearly saw that in the direction of the enemy, countless enemies were rushing out. As they charged out, it also meant that the battle was about to begin. Hordes of people surged forward, and the scene looked incredibly magnificent. It was right at this moment, upon seeing this spectacle, that Xianxia directly commanded, "Prepare for battle." Upon his voice issuing forth, the heavy weapons of the human race were ready. The elves had already begun chanting their spells, and the skeleton king had jumped off the city wall, preparing to burn the souls of the enemy. One could say that everything was clearly developing as Xianxia had foreseen. And even now, outside in the external world, when those students witnessed such a scene, they all spoke up one after another. "Looks like there's no suspense in this battle. It will definitely be just like before. Xianxia will gather star sources in this way. Hey, this way of gathering star sources is really enviable. There's nothing we can do. Who would have thought that the living creatures within his planet possess absolute strength? To tell you the truth, I think the living creatures within Xianxia's planet this time can kill evil spirits. Haha, even if they can kill them, Xianxia won't let them do so. Otherwise, it means he passes the level. How would Xianxia obtain star sources in the future then?" At the same time, in the direction of the principal's office, those school leaders, upon seeing this scene, displayed a very calm demeanor. From the initial concern, They are completely unconcerned right now. Mainly because, previously, Xianxia has always relied on such a method to collect star sources. Thus, they stopped worrying. The principal at this moment also slowly opened his mouth with a smile on his face and said, "With his strength, I think we should already inform the front line." Upon the principal's words, these school leaders nodded in agreement one after another. Indeed, with the strength of the living creatures inside Xianxia's planet, he also qualifies to enter the front lines. And after entering the front line, he will gain a certain degree of self-improvement. I think we can also notify the upper levels of this qualification. Just as everyone kept talking, suddenly, a figure rushed into the principal's office with an expression full of panic. "Principal, something happened." Upon these words, all gazes turned to focus on him. The principal opened his mouth calmly. "What happened? Don't rush, take your time." Upon hearing this, the man hastily responded, "Just now, we detected an extremely terrifying energy source in the evil spirit combat room. And this energy source has even pierced through the defenses we set up inside the evil spirit combat room." The instant he finished speaking, the principal's expression drastically changed. He seemed to suddenly realize something, asking anxiously, "You better not tell me that this terrible energy is from the 5th floor." Upon these words, the rest of the school authorities obviously realized something too and focused their eyes on him. Right under their gaze, the man heavily nodded his head. "Yes, it's the 5th floor. And it's precisely within the space where Xianxia is currently located." The sound carried over, and all present immediately fell silent. They understood too clearly the meaning behind these words. Likewise, they all grasped what the sudden emergence of this energy signified. This energy might very well mean reinforcements have arrived for the evil spirits. However, they actually possess the ability to break through the defenses of the evil spirit combat room. This point is something we have never encountered before. In the past, it was because no one could continuously repel the evil spirits, but Xianxia's appearance disrupted everything, making it likely the side of the evil spirits has also become enraged. More and more sentences arose. These words entering the principal's ears made the principal look exceptionally serious. "No, this matter is too significant. If evil spirits truly have entered, then Xianxia might very possibly meet with misfortune this time." Concerning this point mentioned by the principal, others naturally understood its implications. For a moment, they all lifted their heads to look towards the sky. Each gazed at Xianxia in the picture who had fully prepared himself. "Sigh, we are currently unable to enter from outside the evil spirit combat room. And besides, the evil spirit combat room originally has restrictions, making it impossible for us to intrude. Now, there's nothing left to do but rely on Xianxia's fortune. Principal, I think the top priority right now is to report this as soon as possible. We must notify all schools and tell them that the evil spirits have the ability to break through the defenses of the evil spirit combat room." As these words were spoken, the principal immediately realized this point. At that moment, he hastily turned around to go and notify. The other school leaders, on the other hand, stared intently at Xianxia in the picture. Xianxia was still unaware of the impending danger, but very soon, Xianxia was truly going to face difficulties. At this time, inside the evil spirit combat room, on the city wall, watching the enemies rushing forward one after another, Xianxia issued a command. "Attack!" As the sound rang out, the elves took the lead in launching an attack. The elves began chanting spells immediately. The same scene as before reappeared. Whistling wind blades swept across the sky, continuously surging towards those enemies. Then came countless bombshells raining down. Under such concentrated attacks, those enemies kept turning into star sources. They simply couldn't withstand everything. As for the strange creatures in the air, they were all left to the fire dragon. With the existence of the fire dragon, there was no need to worry about those strange creatures in the air. In an instant, the moment the battle broke out, the living beings within Xianxia's planet had already demonstrated overwhelming power. It was almost like sweeping over everything, instantly killing every single enemy. And at this moment, Xianxia clearly saw the familiar evil spirit step forth. The instant he saw the evil spirit, Xianxia's eyes instantly narrowed, and his heart at this moment also stirred with a strong sense of unease. Because the face of the evil spirit at this moment was filled with smiles, even carrying an expression akin to a rebirth from death. Previously, whenever the evil spirit appeared, it always carried a look of confidence. But what was happening now? In a flash, Xianxia recalled what Huafeng had mentioned earlier. His heart became uneasy, sensing that things were not so simple. Now, upon seeing the evil spirit's expression, Xianxia had come to this realization. At that moment, Xianxia directly issued orders. "Everyone, be careful. This battle today isn't going to be simple." Chapter 175, Slashing the Evil Spirit. "Everyone, be careful. Today's battle is not as simple." With Xianxia's voice ringing out, everyone became more attentive. At this moment, the battle was also ongoing. Xianxia's gaze fell on the evil spirit far in the distance, and the sense of unease deep within his heart grew stronger. Right now, although he did not know what had happened, Xianxia understood that things couldn't drag on any longer. This evil spirit before him must be dealt with first. Having come to this decision, Xianxia immediately summoned Xianxia-san. In an instant, Xianxia-san emerged from a spatial passage. The moment Xianxia-san appeared, a boundless sword intent crazily spread throughout this area. As Xianxia-san took a step forward, it seemed like all sharpness in this world gathered around him. Currently, the aura emanating from Xianxia-san had become extremely powerful. It was incomparably stronger than before. Even when Xianxia-san appeared, the entire body of the distant evil spirit trembled, its eyes flickering with a thick fear. The energy emanating from xianxia now had already made it afraid. Before, the evil spirit still possessed the strength to fight against xianxia, but now, the moment xianxia appeared, the evil spirit felt immense pressure. Indeed, after several days of devouring star essence, xianxia's power had greatly increased. One could even say that currently, xianxia's overall strength was almost on par with xuanhuan. As they clashed intensely below, xianxia locked onto the evil spirit with his gaze. At that moment, xianxia immediately shot forward. Whoosh! All the evil spirit saw was a streak of residual image passing by. At the same time, an extremely sharp and precise energy locked onto it. Without any hesitation, the evil spirit instantly tried to dodge. The very instant it dodged, xianxia came slashing with his sword. A single slash split the sky, infinite sharpness skyrocketing rapidly. This one strike landed heavily where xianxia originally stood. Boom boom boom. Instantly, deafening blasts resounded. Then, everyone clearly saw the massive monster beneath the evil spirit, along with the palace. Instantly severed by xianxia's single slash. The palace shattered. The massive monster was cleaved in two. This spectacle thoroughly left everyone wide-eyed. No one would have guessed how terrifying xianxia's single strike was. Now, when everyone looked at xianxia, their eyes were widened, filled entirely with expressions of awe. And at this moment, xianxia, the central figure, had his eyes firmly locked onto the distant evil spirit. Without saying anything, xianxia let out a shout. One sword breaks the Milky Way. Voices rang out. Brilliant light blossomed from the sky. Flashes of light encircled xianxia, rapidly rotating into countless shadowy swords. High in the heavens, there also appeared an enormous shadowy sword. Xianxia's gaze remained fixed on the evil spirit, as though locking onto the void space where the spirit existed. At this time, the evil spirit's body quaked uncontrollably. It was now distinctly sensing danger. It couldn't fathom how someone it could easily crush just a few days ago had grown so immensely in such a short span. Just as it harbored fear, up high in the heavens, xianxia wielded his long sword, ruthlessly chopping downward. The colossal blade cut through the sky, causing the void to crack. This mighty blade completely locked onto the evil spirit. The evil spirit tried to dodge, yet discovered no matter what, it was immovably pinned in place, as if nailed in midair. Realizing at once there was no way to evade anymore, it let out a roar, black mist rising furiously around its form. As the mist swirled, a torrent of extreme malevolent energy wildly surged. Its eyes turned crimson at that moment. Subsequently, twin beams of blood-red light directly blasted forth from its eyes. The cries of the columns of light echoed across the void as the dreaded evil force quickly diffused into the surroundings. This was the same attack used previously against xuanhuan, but this time, his opponent had changed to xianxia. The two beams of blood-red light tore apart the skies, directly colliding with the massive falling blade overhead. At this crucial moment, all gazes were glued to these two forces of assault. Because everyone knew, ultimately whether or not they could defeat the evil spirit depended entirely on xianxia's strike. Under their watching eyes, the great sword slashed relentlessly ahead, obliterating everything in its path like a whirlwind. Snap! A crisp sound reverberated through the air. Following that, everyone saw his sword directly shatter those two blood-red beams. It was as if he were slicing through melons and chopping vegetables, extremely smooth. After destroying the two blood beams, the enormous sword once again descended toward the evil spirit below. Seeing the massive sword rapidly approaching, a dense look of horror appeared on the evil spirit's face. However, since this evil spirit looked exactly like Xianxia, it gave his expression a strange twist. The great sword fell swiftly. The evil spirit felt the imminent threat of death. In response, he let out an urgent roar to the sky. "Master, save me." These brief words seemed to have exhausted all the strength of the evil spirit. His voice echoed throughout the vast sky. As his cry faded away, only the terrifying sword intent continued to howl across the space. There was nothing else but that. And the master, whom the evil spirit called, did not show up. Thus, it could only helplessly stare at the giant shadow of the descending sword. Finally, under its terrified gaze, the huge sword landed directly on its body. Boom. The moment the giant sword struck, a tremendous explosion suddenly erupted. The powerful sword intent pressure instantly caused the body of the evil spirit to explode into pieces. As the devastating sword intent dispersed, the body of the evil spirit also vanished in the same instant from the world. Everything seemed to be over. At this point, all gazes were fixed on xianxia hovering in the air. Looking at xianxia, everyone's expressions were surprisingly identical. That was shock. Extreme shock. After all, xianxia had just slain the evil spirit with one single stroke of his sword. This signified their victory against the evil spirit, especially those people on the city wall. Hufeng and the soldiers' faces displayed both shock and immense joy. It's over. Finally, it's over. We've finally killed these horrifying evil spirits. The Lord's men are truly too powerful, capable of killing even the strongest evil spirits so effortlessly. We've won. Chapter 176, The Third Eye? We won. Did he really kill the evil spirit? This is too powerful. Who would have thought that Xianxia would rely on the strong creatures in his planet and actually defeat the evil spirit? I was seeing the evil spirit being defeated for the first time. Strong. So strong. But just now, I heard the evil spirit yelling, "Master, save me." What does it mean? God knows what he wants to do. Anyway, Now it looks like the evil spirit has been defeated. At this moment inside the Xuanhuan Academy, when everyone saw Xianxia killing the evil spirit with one slash of his sword, all the students were boiling. After all, they had personally witnessed the moment when the evil spirit was killed. It can be said that right now, the whole Xuanhuan Academy was filled with cheers. This was naturally because the evil spirit was killed, and they were the witnesses. More importantly, the one who killed the evil spirit was a freshman. For a moment, laughter and cheers filled the entire school. Even more people were shouting Xianxia's name towards the light screen, as if they wanted Xianxia to hear them. And at this moment, on the other side, in the principal's office, although Xianxia successfully killed the evil spirit, the school leaders, including the principal, all kept solemn expressions. The students didn't know who the master, the evil spirit mentioned before dying was. But they, as the school's leadership, were very clear about who that master was. Therefore, their faces carried not only seriousness but also expressions of concern. Meanwhile, Xianxia stood on the city wall. Similarly, Xianxia did not feel happy at the moment when the evil spirit was killed. His eyes were fixedly staring at the enemy camp. Originally, he already felt some uneasiness, as well as the expression revealed on the face of the evil spirit just now. Plus the words spoken by the evil spirit before dying, someone referred to as Master. Who exactly is this divine existence? While Xianxia was thinking, Xianxia also arrived by his side. At this moment, Xianxia looked far away with an extremely serious expression. Master of the stars, I feel a highly dangerous aura. As these words sounded, Xianxia's heart trembled even more. Xianxia was already very powerful, yet now even he said this aura was extremely dangerous. So who could the opponent be? Just as Xianxia was pondering, suddenly, what a waste. The number echoed in the high sky. The sound was like waves of bells, clearly landing in the ears of countless people. Some mere sound waves had already made many people lose their hearing, and worse still, blood directly streamed out from their ears. The sudden sound immediately drew everyone's attention. At this moment, countless pairs of eyes looked toward that mass of gray mist. Under everyone's gaze, a figure stepped out. The figure appeared no different from an ordinary person, walking step by step in such a way. Yet, each time he took a step, both the vanguard soldiers and enemies knelt down one after another at that very moment. It was as though they were welcoming the arrival of an emperor. Moreover, the energy radiating from this individual, despite the great distance separating them, was clearly sensed by Xianxia. In fact, under this kind of energy, Xianxia himself even felt a bit short of breath. One waste, who doesn't even know how they died. The voice of that figure resounded again. Accompanied by his words, his gaze turned toward Xianxia, asking, was it your person who killed this waste? Despite the vast distance, the moment his voice fell, accompanied by a stare piercing through. Crack, crack, crack. The void went crazy, breaking apart. And with the fragmentation of the void came an overwhelming energy that shattered everything in its path, heading directly toward Xianxia. The instant this energy spread over, Xianxia felt as if he was locked. Moving became so incredibly difficult. Moreover, he had a feeling. If this energy truly lands on him, he would instantly die. The energy quickly enveloped. At this critical moment, Xianxia suddenly positioned himself in front of Xianxia. One sword opens the river of heaven. As the sound rang out, the colossal sword reappeared once more. Only this time, the giant sword was not aimed at a specific person but at a glance. The immense sword charged forward with unstoppable momentum, carrying a massive sword chi heavily descending. But the scene that followed left everyone gaping. Because at this moment, everyone clearly saw that the attack which could slay the evil spirit with one stroke was instantly shattered by that simple gaze. Moreover, that gaze continued to sweep toward Xianxia. Xianxia, seeing the situation, continuously swung the long sword in his hand. Subsequently, a series of sword flowers appeared before him. These sword flowers coalesced into a series of sword shadows, rushing rapidly toward that gaze. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a deafening sound reverberated throughout heaven and earth. As the sounds kept resounding, Xianxia's attack in midair collided with that gaze, trying to shatter it. Fortunately, after Xianxia had swung countless swords, he eventually managed to withstand that gaze. But this also confirmed just how powerful the other party was. Especially for soldiers like xuanhuan and others, they were all now wide-eyed. Is another evil spirit appearing? And the power of this evil spirit is much stronger than the previous one. We've never heard that two evil spirits could appear within one army. What's going on? Such powerful evil spirits are something we can't possibly defeat. Their voices rose, trembling in their tone. Some had even fallen into despair. After all, they had personally witnessed how one glance from the other side made Xianxia, who had killed an evil spirit, struggle fiercely to resist. If he unleashed his full force, who could withstand it? And at this moment, Xianxia had regained consciousness. The current Xianxia clearly felt that his back was drenched with sweat. It was unimaginable how terrifying the strength of this evil spirit was. At the moment, Xianxia directed his gaze toward the evil spirit. Now, Xianxia finally saw the enemy's appearance. This was a middle-aged man who looked unremarkable. But there was one detail that caught the eye significantly. Between his eyebrows lay a crack, resembling the third eye of Erling Shun. Precisely because of that crack, Xianxia's heart trembled again upon seeing it. What kind of enemy is this? Chapter 177, Despair-Inducing Power. Three-Eyed Malevolent Spirit. Goodness, it's actually the three-eyed malevolent spirit. My goodness, how much does the malevolent spirit race hate Xianxia to release even the three-eyed malevolent spirit? The power of the three-eyed malevolent spirit is immensely strong. Not even we could stand against it. How could Xianxia possibly handle it on his own? But there's nothing we can do right now. We can't even enter the malevolent spirit combat room to help him. Inside the principal's office, when they saw the three-eyed malevolent spirit on the screen, everyone recognized it immediately. Precisely because of this, they became increasingly worried about Xianxia, who was inside the malevolent spirit combat room. At that moment, Xiao Zhang looked equally solemn as he stared at the image of the three-eyed malevolent spirit. He knew all too well the extent of the three-eyed malevolent spirit's power, and now he couldn't help but worry greatly for Xianxia's safety. Meanwhile, on the city wall in the displayed scene, Xianxia gazed toward the distant three-eyed malevolent spirit. Even from so far away, one could distinctly feel the terrifying pressure emanating from the three-eyed malevolent spirit. Coupled with what Xianxia had said earlier about sensing danger from the malevolent spirit, Xianxia felt no overwhelming confidence in handling this adversary before him. Just as Xianxia looked towards the three-eyed malevolent spirit, the three-eyed malevolent spirit blinked its eyes and focused directly on Xianxia. Young man, for me to step out for you means you're indeed something noteworthy. But now, it's time to put an end to all of this. As the three-eyed malevolent spirit spoke, a horrifying aura began surging around him uncontrollably. With the intensifying aura came a vast wave of power spreading wildly around. It was beneath this extreme and terrifying force that the three-eyed malevolent spirit slowly extended one hand. The hand appeared quite ordinary. Then, this very hand swung towards the direction where Xianxia was located. Crack, crack, crack. At the very moment the hand descended, the void violently shattered. A sky-shattering force surged upwards without any sign of restraint. Beneath this overwhelming presence, everyone could clearly see the incomparably massive hand. Its color was pitch black, radiating such power that it seemed like it might annihilate the entire world. Moreover, within this overpowering energy flow, an utterly malevolent essence rippled through, turning and twisting as if in a ferocious wind. When this oppressive power reached them, not only did Xianxia feel shaken, but even Xianxia showed a deep look of concern. Xianxia looked up to the rapidly descending colossal hand and suddenly shouted loudly, "Master Star, retreat!" At this cry, the sword intent within Xianxia swelled furiously. Under the roaring intensity, Xianxia let out another loud cry, one with the sword. As the sound faded, Xianxia merged entirely into the longsword. Currently, his strength had become obviously many times more formidable than before. Thus, when he unleashed this attack once again, boundless sword intent surged throughout the heavens and earth. Amidst the cries of swords, the vacuum continuously resonated. Transformed into a longsword by Xianxia, it charged directly towards the descending hand. Its energy erupted as though seeking to destroy everything in the entire world. And at this moment, everyone fixed their attention completely on the skies above. They eagerly awaited what would happen next. After all, this time, the evil spirit that appeared was exceptionally powerful. Only then would it be known whether Xianxia could withstand this massive hand or not. Therefore, in front of countless eyes, the hand transformed by Xianxia headed straight towards the hand. The eyes followed intently. Suddenly, crack, 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 sounds of breaking echoed endlessly. Along with these sounds, everyone clearly witnessed that the enormous hand unleashed unparalleled destructive power upon collision with the longsword. It could almost be said to possess crushing superiority. The hand moved vertically down, forcibly shattering the longsword and hurling it far away. At the same time the longsword was hurled away, the gravely wounded Xianxia also appeared. Simultaneously, that incredibly large hand once again thunderously struck down. Seeing this, Xianxia and the others inevitably changed expressions. Without a second of hesitation, Xianxia immediately summoned xuanhuan. The instant xuanhuan appeared, she promptly realized the current situation. Without any hesitation, she extended a single finger. Flame Dawn Finger. As the three words resounded, in the blink of an eye, her finger fell. Moreover, flames rapidly ascended and burned, filling the entire world with an overwhelmingly high temperature in an instant. As the temperature surged, a finger enveloped in flames hurtled directly toward the descending palm. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted. The moment the explosive sound rang out, an incomparable shockwave spread outward in all directions. At the center of the collision, everyone could clearly see that even though xuanhuan had intervened, her single flaming finger strike was instantly shattered to pieces upon impact. After enduring 2 attacks, the palm's overwhelming power hadn't diminished at all. Instead, it continued crashing down forcefully. Boom! Already almost touching the city wall, this meant that despite xuanhuan realizing the danger, there was absolutely no way for her to respond effectively in time. The only thing she could do was take Xianxia away. The moment xuanhuan carried Xianxia away, the earth violently trembled. Under this catastrophic shaking, the massive hand slammed fiercely onto the city wall. Upon striking the wall, the immense force not only pierced right through it, but completely shattered the structure. The warriors on the wall, unable to evade in time, were instantly pulverized by the brute force. The powerful shockwave from the blow then radiated madly outward in every direction. Xuanhuan, attempting to carry Xianxia away into the air, found herself right in the blast's direct path. Both were immediately sent hurtling away by the force. At this very moment, the entire world had become a catastrophe. Against such an attack, there was simply no one capable of resisting it. A single palm strike had already required the combined efforts of Xianxia and xuanhuan to counteract. And yet, even then, they couldn't manage to withstand the full brunt of it. At that distance, despite the terrifying shockwave, with Yang Yuehua present, Xianxia remained unharmed. However, when his eyes glanced toward the disaster ahead, his expression suddenly turned grave. The power of this malevolent spirit had far surpassed his imagination. Even Yang Yuehua and xianxia fighting together weren't enough to subdue it. Could it be? Did he really have to resort to that method? Chapter 178, The Grand Finale. Facing the powerful three-eyed evil spirit, Xianxia felt despair for the first time. The strength of this three-eyed evil spirit far exceeded his imagination. Even more unimaginable was that even the combined efforts of xianxia and Yang Yuehua couldn't withstand a single palm strike from the evil spirit. This made it even harder to imagine how strong the three-eyed evil spirit truly was. It was at this moment Xianxia looked towards the distant three-eyed evil spirit. The three-eyed evil spirit's gaze also focused on him. There was still an aura of calmness on his face as he said, "Still unwilling to admit defeat? You have no chance of winning in this battle." In response to the three-eyed evil spirit's words, Xianxia remained silent and instead turned his head to look at Yang Yuehua. "Yuehua, everything from now on depends on you." Yang Yuehua clearly understood what Xianxia intended to do next. She nodded without saying anything. With that, Xianxia directly brought Yang Yuehua into the 100 Clans Alliance. That's right. He intended to use the star sources for Yang Yuehua. Although he was very worried that Yang Yuehua might regain her memories once her strength reached a certain level. But now, he could no longer worry about that. If they were unable to defeat the three-eyed evil spirit, then it was likely he would die here today. With this thought, Xianxia took out 20 star sources and handed them to Yang Yuehua. This was also the most star sources that Xianxia had ever taken out at one time. Primarily because the three-eyed evil spirit was too powerful. If Yang Yuehua's strength didn't increase, she wouldn't stand a chance against him. At this moment, Xianxia's eyes were fixed intently on Yang Yuehua. Under this intense gaze, Yang Yuehua, knowing that time was critical, immediately absorbed all 20 star sources. Instantly, each of the 20 star sources emitted a dazzling light, and from them arose wisps of mist that enveloped Yang Yuehua entirely. Yang Yuehua began to absorb the potent energy from the star sources. As Yang Yuehua absorbed, Xianxia could clearly sense the terrifying aura emanating from her body. Steam rising, an ancient power surged wildly. Beneath this majestic force, Yang Yuehua appeared to Xianxia like an empress. That immense aura shot straight up to the heavens, drawing attention from all living beings within the 100 Clans Alliance, their faces changing drastically. Then, Yang Yuehua continued to absorb the energy contained within the 20 star sources non-stop. Since this was within the 100 Clans Alliance where there was a temporal difference compared to the outside world, Xianxia wasn't overly anxious. Unaware how much time had passed, the originally dense star source energy surrounding Yang Yuehua became significantly diluted by now, and at this point, Yang Yuehua slowly opened her eyes. During this entire process, Xianxia's focus never left Yang Yuehua, primarily due to concern. He was concerned that Yang Yuehua might regain her memory due to this increase in strength. Upon looking at Xianxia, Yang Yuehua gently spoke. "Star-Lord, don't worry, I know what you're thinking." Upon hearing these words, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Xianxia didn't say anything, but his eyes stayed firmly locked on Yang Yuehua. At this moment, Yang Yuehua added, "Actually, I've already regained my memory some time ago." As the sound resonated, Xianxia's heart trembled violently. "Why didn't you say anything?" To this, Yang Yuehua shook her head. "Because I don't think it's necessary to say. Although I'm not from this planet, Star-Lord has been taking care of me during this time. I will definitely not be the kind of person who forgets kindness and repays it with harm. Besides, if it weren't for Star-Lord, I would have died in the last great battle." After Yang Yuehua finished speaking, Xianxia instantly let out a long sigh. Now it was evident that his previous concerns were clearly unwarranted. There was no need to worry about what Yang Yuehua might do after regaining her memories, since Yang Yuehua herself had already stated everything. Xianxia knew that now was not the time to talk about these things. Currently, Xianxia looked at Yang Yuehua and said, "Let's deal with the enemy first." As the sound came, Yang Yuehua nodded decisively, following which, both of them left the 100 Clans Alliance together. Right at the instant Yang Yuehua stepped out of the 100 Clans Alliance, an ancient and majestic aura surged forth wildly. And under this terrifying aura, the three-eyed evil spirit far away involuntarily tightened its pupils. "This aura. You. Who exactly are you?" At this moment, when feeling the aura radiating from Yang Yuehua, the three-eyed evil spirit could no longer remain composed. However, Yang Yuehua had no intention of explaining much to the opponent. Confronting the three-eyed evil spirit, Yang Yuehua slowly extended her finger. "Flame Dawn Finger." As the three words echoed, the void trembled violently. A far more terrifying aura than before surged and wildly grew in power at this moment. The enormous finger then appeared high up in the sky at this very instant. This finger was engulfed in roaring flames. As it was accompanied by the burning flames, the finger descended in an instant towards the three-eyed evil spirit. Sensing the formidable might emanating from the finger, the three-eyed evil spirit dared not let down its guard for a moment and chose to immediately defend itself. But, in that same instant, crack! This colossal finger vanished into nothingness right before everyone's eyes. As it disappeared, the three-eyed evil spirit suddenly froze. And suddenly, crack! The crisp sound rang out again. At the exact moment the sound ceased, a giant flaming finger appeared abruptly in front of the three-eyed evil spirit. And then, under the gaze of countless spectators, the finger landed squarely on the three-eyed evil spirit. No. The three-eyed evil spirit's voice, filled with despair, echoed through the heavens. And in the exact moment his voice faded, the finger firmly struck him once again. As the echoes of the three-eyed evil spirit's cry persisted across the heavens, at that moment, everyone clearly witnessed the giant fiery finger mercilessly piercing straight through the three-eyed evil spirit. The three-eyed evil spirit never expected that the person who he could easily exterminate just a second ago would be killed in retaliation the next second, gazing at the death of the three-eyed evil spirit. At this precise moment, in the outside world, inside the principal's office, the principal along with other school leaders all opened their eyes wide, each showing expressions full of disbelief as they stared at what had transpired before them. Is this really true? He actually defeated the three-eyed evil spirit? This means he has successfully completed the passage through the 5th level. What kind of star master is Xianxia to have cultivated such a powerful being? The current Xianxia, without any exaggeration, is absolutely the #1 individual in Xuanhuan Academy today. Not only has he broken historical records, but he has also established a history no one else will break.